Weekly Post 100. I, as I am, I. You want to know more? This isn't enough? You need more information before you leave to another place? A place inside me or far from its reach? Why do you search? What else do you want to know? Isn't there enough else to do and to complete? Does it not seem so pointless to even start or to, perhaps, end? But more concerning is who you are. Am I speaking to your foggy past or uncertain future? Your patience or naivete? What could I hope to say to someone so different yet in the same exact place? Will you walk with me? Weekly Post 1. Should probably name this better. So, it seems you've made it here. That's interesting. Isn't it interesting as to why? Perhaps this post will be public, and so the answer is rather obvious, but what if it's not? That would mean you gave me money, which is odd to me. I won't bore you with some sad story, but I do wonder how much people think about spending their money. I do arguably way too much thinking in that front, rarely ever deciding to get something for myself. You likely did not. I only see a few reasons for that. One, you find the reward for doing so, the trade for the content locked away, worthwhile. That would mean I did something worthwhile in that regard, which is good, of course. I'm still human enough to wish to make an equally valuable trade, yet I guess currently I may overvalue your given money as I find it hard for me to give mine away. Two is that you wish to support me, which is an even harder pill to swallow. Not to say it's bad, it's likely great, but if you are here, do think once again how worth it this was. Perhaps you'll see this and think, nah, this dude's whack. Or maybe you'll think, this dude for real though. I cannot really know. Actually, be right back, I'm gonna go eat. Okay, seems like food is gonna take longer than I thought. I did get an idea on what to watch though. Probably Vsauce. Really need to stop watching slop on YouTube. Regardless, it's a good question as to what I should talk about. I feel bad in a way. After all, I'm essentially writing a product here, something you pay for. I do like writing, but there's a force that is trying to constrain me to write something interesting. I do not know what that would be exactly, but I do know one thing. I can always be honest, for better or for worse. I'd say that's what I know best, which is why, well, I don't know why. I don't know what I'm talking about even. I like to write like this sometimes, just ramble about anything on my mind. That's likely what these posts will be about. Perhaps you can somehow suggest ideas as to what I should talk about. Perhaps that's a good reason to have some sort of a, I don't know, Discord server. Anyway, in this state, it can be rather odd, as I don't want to stop writing. Yet it's equally as hard to come up with things to say. Do you think it's comfort? I find a sort of safety in this. In that way, I have to trust you, maybe, somehow. No, I do trust you to an extent. As a human, that is. I found that most people don't really care to hate irrationally. Maybe that's just my commenters on YouTube, though. Regardless, if you are paying me, you likely don't dislike me. Nah, I just had a thought I lost. Something about existence again. Here's a question for you. Do you think art is best when well designed? I tend to think so for most things I consume. I try to find the reasons why things were created in this specific way. Take heavenly the. No, let's not get into that. Food will be done soon. Hmm. Regardless, this post wasn't isn't particularly well designed in everything other than its spontaneity. Perhaps I'll have to be more focused in the future, or perhaps not. It really depends on what you prefer, yet it also depends on what I prefer. A balance between the creator and the viewer. Alright, food should be good now. Okay, I said I'd watch Vsauce, right? Okay, I'ma do the odd number rule. Be right back. Okay, yeah, a somewhat simple video, but still solid. Right, what were we talking about? Man, I got no idea. Well, that'll probably be it for this, I guess, inaugural post. Though I can't just leave you hanging like this. Here, I've attached what I would consider is the greatest thing I have ever made. It references a book called Break, Blow, Burn by Camille Paglia. Though, that doesn't matter too much, unless you read it fully. Regardless, I will eventually make a video about this and explain it, but for the time being, I'd suggest reading and think about it. Ta-ta for now. Weekly Post 2. Now that I am one day away from the release, you may wonder how I feel. Terrible. Truly terrible. There's many reasons for this, and this is by no means the first time this has happened. Probably the most insidious one is, unsurprisingly, due to fear. Every, well, thing that people make has three stages: idea, work, presentation. Most things die as ideas, or at least in the early process of work. This is because they are bad things, or they can be imagined as good, but actually implementing them, a different story entirely. So the idea and work stages are very separate. What some people may not know is that the work and presentation stages are equally as different. It is one thing to sit and do something, but it's an entirely different thing to get people to care. As such, most things that are made will not be cared for, whether they deserve it or not. So here I am, having sat making a video for over 300 hours for 4 months. I took the idea, one I had dreamed about for probably multiple years now, and turned it into reality. Unsurprisingly, it did not meet my expectations. The keyword is, I guess, disappointing. I'd be foolish to say the video is bad. There certainly were people who enjoyed it, whether they did or did not originally play the game. However, for me, who knew of the idea, this is just disappointing. I put up, in a way, a front of confidence, and it's not lying because I think it's funny, but in times like this, days before an upload, I am most attentive to flaws, yet I cannot change them. To deal with that, I must force myself to be at least somewhat apathetic to the result. As the big video says, caring about it meant feeling a seemingly never ending misery. So you stopped caring. Man, it really is fun to see how everything I am writing here is represented in the video. That's why when the finale starts, it says, "Well done, player, viewer, editor, whoever you may be." Anyway, apathy has its pros and cons. For pros, you have protection from failure, as the quote just said. Apathy also allows me to finally rest. I spent like 7 hours grinding on Sunday just to do as many fixes as I could. These are good, essentially necessary for a perfectionist, but their flaws aren't ideal. Obviously, apathy equally means difficulty in making yourself finish the project. For example, I posted some versions of the thumbnail in the Sisyphus Discord server, the one for the streams. The reception was underwhelming, and people took to suggestions. Normally, feedback is great. It allows you to gain more perspectives and find things you may have missed. However, if you are apathetic, if you are in this defensive state, feedback hurts quite a bit. Like, what do I do now? I don't want to change anything, but the suggestion is good. I don't want to blame the guy because he doesn't deserve it, but then what do I do? How do I fix this situation? Do I care again and feel miserable? Do I not care and get a worse result? Do I have to change my mindset somehow? Because I certainly don't know how. I don't know how. I guess there is no winning. Life isn't necessarily fair at all times, but for me, that fact keeps torturing my mind. There has to be some way to improve, a way to surmount this failure. In this consistently inconsistent set of failures, I only ever find one constant: myself. So I hate myself. I delude myself into thinking that if I hate myself more, I will force more change upon my mindset. If I can take all this negativity and be able to ignore it, to withstand it, to surmount it, I will prevail. I will succeed. Somehow. Is this the correct thing to do? No, probably not, but it's all I have, because when executed properly, this should work. I'm just not good enough to do so yet. Then there is the flip side, a less motivated side of me. When you look at this issue of success, there is something to measure its weight, impact, or amplitude: expectations. I expect this to be a success, so when I see dents in the armor, I assume it won't be. I placed upon myself a bar of quality I must match, and due to the self hatred, that bar is likely way too high. That's why I never meet it, I never even touch it, let alone jump over. So I want to stop caring. I want to sit here and rot away in my room, undeserving of anything, because to deserve anything means to give something back. I shouldn't deserve support if I don't make something worthy of it, and since my mind, well, more accurately, the shadow, tells me I am not worthy, I don't want to try. I just want to live miserably, constantly, unchangingly miserably, or perhaps die. Don't worry, I won't. This has been going on for, well, 5 years now, and I'm still here. I've been through much harsher times than this, and I couldn't do it back then. Still, I wish I could give up, but perhaps it's pointless to wish for something so nigh impossible. Regardless, how sad can one man be here? I don't really want your pity or support for this, it just makes me feel worse to see people say that this is okay. That either means that reality is really this fucked or that I need help, neither of which I want to acknowledge or care about. Well, I do like to read the comments though, so perhaps you can see something worthwhile. Plus, to be fair, I'll be past the video's release by the time you get here, so I won't be such a sad little schmuck. Well, perhaps that explains why I'm so excited for the release of the big video. At least this will end, and I'll be able to move towards the next eventual miserable release of a video. Speaking of which, the video will be about Robert Keegan's book Evolution of Meaning, which essentially talks about how you change your relationship with the world over your life. There's a lot to talk about, but crucially, this book explains all of the misery I described above, and how to fix it. As you can see, I'm not doing too hard on that, but believe it or not, compared to my usual ramblings in the diary, this is a somewhat noticeable step up. Anyway, I do recommend the book as it is essentially one of, if not the most important information I've seen in my life, but well, it's a real tough one, so start with this article. Well, to talk about other things I've done, I started and somewhat gave up on reading Games Agency as Art, due to it being much more exploring the truthfulness of a few statements rather than their importance. Compared to the Keegan book, it's a repeating road where the guy just keeps explaining why something I already believe is true. Not bad if you are stupid and think games aren't art, but tedious otherwise, in my opinion. A guy I generally trust did like it a lot, so maybe it's just me. I also played Core Observer yesterday, that was something interesting concept, but ultimately the writing isn't that engaging, which isn't helped by the point and click gameplay. I think that about does it, and really not that much to say. I just want the big video to release and for me to stop caring again for a while. How fun is that? Oh yeah, almost forgot. My Achilles tendon started hurting again. Guess that's what I get for despising exercises, which I should talk about sometime. Weekly post stream. Alrighty then, the big jump saga is over. That means I gotta start making something else, right? And that's Rain World content again. Okay, right. I know that the thousands of patrons joined here and are all looking for good, generally applicable videos about interesting topics, and that was my original goal with my summary of the evolving self. But, well, I realized I need to also read in over our heads to get a good enough grasp of the material. I could make a video now, but it'd be noticeably worse. As such, I returned to Rainworld for one video, mainly because I think the story of the one spear and how I got the world record is a pretty fun one. Still, I don't particularly want to be the Rainworld guy, so I will leave the cool stuff about Sword of Damocles to the Discord, and I'll show it in the video regardless. What's more interesting for us now is the process. See, over the course of making the big video, I learned something. The more consistently you want to make good things, the more you will plan. It's not that difficult to just make something good. You probably have a pretty decent idea for a good video bouncing around in your head somewhere, but that's only one idea. The much more difficult thing to do is to have them consistently and to create them consistently. As so, for this next video, with the current title being something like How I Got the Spearmaster World Record or Spearmaster World Record, I decided to implement a new level of planning: graphs. To quickly summarize, the video is of me playing a game called Rain World and beating one of the characters called Spearmaster faster than anyone else. However, because I think it's funny, I did so by only using one spear, and as the name implies, he normally uses a lot more. It loses some time, but because everyone else isn't that good, after a month of playing, I managed to get it, and a week later, improved the time to be lower than an hour. Where does the entire story? That would be dumb. During the streams of me attempting to beat the record, I did a lot of interesting stuff, from funny deaths to somewhat unique tech to community-made content, which is the most interesting for you, the average Joe patron. These will be better explained in the video, but essentially I gave my viewers some control over the stream and, like little rats, they ran around and tried to get as much out of it as possible. First, I suggested naming creatures after viewers. Then a guy ended up rewatching every stream, up to that point 23, and clipping every death. Shout out Loopcat. Then I suggested a punishment system for me playing poorly, and that eventually evolved into Project Sword of Damocles. As you can see, this is pretty damn ridiculous and is, as such, the meat of the video. So how do you take all of these things and put them together in a coherent video? Where do you even start? That's what the graph method aims to solve. You start by first throwing in all the notable events or things you want to talk about. This took, I don't know, an hour or two, I guess. After this, you can string together elements into a video structure. This isn't the script or editing timeline, it's an easily adjustable structure that one can change. The structure above is pretty standard. I want to get the big win, I am trying to get the big win, and then I get the big win. However, a friend suggested something better. You see, the best part of this whole story is when you realize what has happened. That this guy not only beat the world record, but did so during a challenge run only he has completed, all while chat is trying to stop him with elaborate schemes. I forgot to show the constitution. Here you go. The realization of, wait, what the fuck, is something quite special, and my friend wanted me to use it as much as possible. However, how do I do that? How can I both talk about everything that happened, which needs the reveal, and yet somehow create a good enough reveal? Well, dunno, but I can put the reveal at the start of the video. So here's the full, hopefully seeable graph. Well, shit, it's not seeable. Well, hope this works, let me know if it don't. Regardless, with this new structure, I was now able to start doing stuff on the structure. I mean, come on, this is only the bare bones stuff. We can put the rest of the nodes in sections where they need to be mentioned. We can also very crucially begin to plan out music usage. this is actually extremely useful now. I struggle with music usage because it's hard to see what to write when you don't know the song, and it's hard to pick a song when you don't know what you've written. And here's the middling solution. It's so good that I proceeded to spend 3 hours picking out music. I only got 3. Here's the thing. I need the music to be good and fitting of the intensity. Use a song that's way too powerful and the video looks meek and dumb and overdone. Use a song that's too weak and, well, no impact. Now, thankfully, the ending was entirely solved by Frum's I Can't Even Remember My Own Name, a fantastic song I've used in the past for some cool dynamic subtitles. Similarly, the intro used a track from the previous One Spear video, but it's that reveal that blocked my progress. Just how do you convey it with music? It somehow needed to be pretty powerful, but also not overly so. Short, around 20 seconds, but with a fade out at the end. Something that strikes once, then twice, then thrice, and stops. I look through all of Manifold Garden OST, then all of the Glass Structure series, then all of Rainwall Downpour OST, then look through my music library, and then reached False Noise Floral Strobe, where the first 24 seconds up to that short quiet zone were okay. It's not ideal, but could be worked with, and well, I just don't think I can find anything else easily. It's not that worth using my time trying to gamble like this. And as it currently stands, that's where my progress for the new video stops. I've been a little busy doing things, some related to YouTube, some not, especially university. For the time being, you can take a look at these funny images, this poll, and comment down below if you want me to talk about it in some post. Right, you may be wondering about something else. Or probably not. Cognito Hazard video, as you may have seen, the video has gone nuts, as in the past 4, count them, days, it went from 13,000 views to 92,000. And it's still going. Here, the views on it every hour in the past 40 hours with the spike in the spike highlighted. It's pretty fucking crazy. Some may wonder if I'm disappointed that the big video didn't get these views, and well, no. Of course, it'd be better if it did, but YouTube is a game of lottery, and hoping for a specific video to pop off is, well, certainly hopeful. This one had good clickbait and so did very well. Same as the Rainwall videos. Actually, to return to that idea of lottery, I'll quote DuckDuck on a saying I follow. YouTube is a game of lottery, where every video is a ticket. You can make videos over and over again, but your chances to win will always be extremely small. However, if you make a good video, that video may be 10 tickets at once. Improve again, and that's 100, maybe 1,000 tickets. The odds are still low, but now they are manageable. The big video had a couple hundred tickets and lost. Cognito Hazards had 1,001. All I can really do is learn, improve, and make another video. And if I get to make art and get praise for it along with making a product and getting views, well, I'll take it. I should probably be a little less obsessed with the views though. I can see how people fall into their trap. I will say that this video did get a lot of comments, and of course I read a lot of them, meaning I have to read a lot of dumb comments. At least half of the people joke about the game or the thumb ligament, which gets tiring quickly. Another chunk try offering cognito hazard examples that are just not cognito hazards, like at all. And then some have some level of thinking, but they write so much that I just don't care to read it. I just like it and move on. I'd say it sucks to see these comments, but it absolutely does not. Having something to doom scroll instead of a Discord server chat is pretty damn nice. So yeah, I think that about does it for this week. Weekly post 4. So, you may be saying, Rockman, have you been doing the work? Well, no, not much really, which is not great. Of course, I could give you excuses, genuine reasons, such as having to deal with the Babecast, needing to read an hour a day, though I am failing that quite a bit, dealing with university, and actually having fun streaming. These are reasons, but like, who cares? Instead, for today, I'll cover what I did do and also throw in some funny Cognito Hazard video stuff at the end. First, I fixed up the structure, though not much changed, as I mainly just made sure to have a vague idea of what the songs would be, the yellow text at the top, and reshuffled some stuff. The main thing I did then was the script, which is effectively finished. It's obviously difficult to fit together all of the things mentioned above in a coherent way, and as usual, I find it to not be good enough, but, well, I don't think I'd ever find it good enough. There's actually not that much to say beyond that, as it's a pretty standard script. There are many things to explain, so I alternate between easy to understand, weird community stuff, and more technical movement tricks. The trickiest part of the video, however, is the ending, where I aim to do a bit of an experiment. You may know I like writing poetry, and having finished over 30 pieces now, I've grown to enjoy that medium to some extent. As such, I plan on the ending being a fairly long, poetically narrated section to the track From's I Can't Even Remember My Own Name. I have not yet narrated it, but I have attached here a link to how the idea goes. Beyond that, I sadly don't have much else to show, as the script takes a while to write and reads for itself, so neither has, eh? You may remember that in my last weekly post, the view count of it was an unprecedented 92,000. 668,000 is the new number. Very ridiculous indeed. On the road to a million at this rate. If you're curious, the revenue is 790 euros, but this is also 1 to 2 days behind the current view count, so I expect that at this point it's around 1,100 euros. Now, this is great because of one simple thing: the whole story of being a programmer. Because now, even if I presumably don't get any more views, there is concrete evidence to show I can do it. Not that I will, but that I can, which already is good enough to show I don't need to torture myself with programming other than passing university. So yeah, baby, we're going full time, woo! Well, of course, there's still university, which remains as dog shit as ever and impedes the work I should actually do, but oh well. And one thing you might have suggested is why not focus on the video more applicable to general audiences? That is a great question, and one I definitely pondered the meaning of, eventually rereading all of my ideas and finding something. The polyphasic sleep idea! A few months ago, I tried to sleep by sleeping 6 hours at night and 20 to 30 minutes as a nap during the day. Some said this was a horrible idea, others that it was great, so I did it, continuing this trend for 10 weeks. At which point I couldn't take it anymore, so I reverted to normal sleep and then tracked sleep quality for another 1 to 2 months. So why not turn this into a video? The topic is generally interesting and there's an actual experiment being done. So I opened up the diary, read through those few months, and found no pattern. Well, in truth, you can see that before day 58, there are days where I forgot to mention sleep quality, excluded here, where I gave up. The scores, I guess, stabilized somewhat, but that's about it. Then I decided to make the video about not trusting sources of information and how polyphasic sleep isn't good. So I looked into research on both sides and, well, I didn't find much, as nobody really knows if it's good or not, and you can pull evidence in either direction. In the end, it was a boring video, which I don't think had happened to me before, and to some extent, this was the effect of popularity, the mind sickness of views. Even now, as I view the comments on the Cognito Hazards video, they all feel so soulless. It'd be ridiculous to assume that all of these viewers are genuine people because my mind just can't really comprehend it. But that's easy to ignore. What's harder are the comments. But when so many are repetitions of the other, it becomes almost a need. I can't sit and read every comment when only 1 out of 20 don't repeat something already said, be it an unfunny joke or an idea that is not a cognito hazard or a cognito hazard only in specific cases, and usually a bad one at that. What I can do is show you some of my funnier replies though. As you can see, not much is going on in those 2,453 comments, but hey, it's something. And you know what else is something? The end of this post. See you next time. Weekly Post 5. contents. The second aspect, university hating. I really need to think of a better way to intro stuff, but as usual, that tends to be the hardest of things. My excuse for this week is having to work on several university projects, such as the VR game and the dumbass Windows Forms C# game with real-time multiplayer, where we have to make our own server-client communication. Thanks Signalar for helping, even if we use you poorly. I also have to read an hour a day, though I am 6 hours behind. It is nice to be occupied, though. In my diary, I tend to have the bored tag appear every once in a while, but now, well, let me check. Okay, apparently yesterday had it, so, but still, in general, I have things to do, videos to watch, if I watch them less. Now, I think that the most interesting event this week was a bit of a realization. See, last week, Keaton, the only patron, pointed out the script being bland in comparison to Big Jump, which, well, yeah, it is. However, as I kept rereading it, I didn't mind it, and I could not figure out why. Perhaps I've grown lazy? I already struggle with time management a bit and can't work as much as I should, so is this a subconscious giving up? Well, I can't say for certain, of course, but it's unlike the way I despised making Big Jump, where I could see the flaws pile up. Is it a difference in mentality? Perhaps, but that disappointment for Big Jump still exists and existed with my current mindset, so likely not. Then what could it be? Well, a couple months ago I watched this video. It's a beefy one, but there are two main points explored. One is uploading consistently and experimenting, something I had already somewhat done for 6 months. It is good advice, as it helped me learn what I liked doing, but I don't particularly want to do that anymore, as I want higher video quality. The other one is more interesting, the two traits. The idea is simple. Every person has two main traits they are the best at, talents if you will, and the greatest potential of that person likely lies in the combination of those talents. For example, take scuba diving and teaching, a scuba diving instructor. If true, which I say at least is partially is, as you can always find two best traits of something, then finding these two traits, unsurprisingly, is very important, channel defining even. So, what are my traits? Well, for a while after the video, I believed and still do that the first one is storytelling, explaining how I think, what I think is cool, so on. This appears not only in videos but in conversations. I like creating a narrative and then saying it to another person. I also like creating stories when listening to music, something I may talk about more in a different post, but point is, story good, and I'm probably good at telling them. The second trait is what caused me many issues though, as there were so many disparate things I liked. Actually, here, I made a note after watching the video where I wrote down some notable things I like/liked. Talking about myself to people who care, writing scripts, learning about cool things in the world, doing something that no one has done before, appearing really autistic, making people laugh, building shit as a kid, listening to unique music, creating stories, notably about music, exploring in video games, creating a unique challenge to utilize what I know and solve a difficult task. Now, obviously, not everything will fit into two categories here, but we can already separate some out. Storytelling, talking about myself to people who care, writing scripts, creating stories, notably about music, and other, doing something that no one has done before, appearing really artistic, creating a unique challenge to utilize what I know and solve a difficult task, listening to unique music, making people laugh, building shit as a kid, exploring in video games, learning about cool things in the world. I wouldn't expect you to find the other traits, so here's what I think it is. Being unique. The first four lines in the other category are that, and I think it explains quite a few things. For example, why do I play the games I do? You may or may not have watched my streams in which I play Rainbow, but with a hilarious amount of restrictions to make the game barely possible. Why? What's the point? Why suffer so much for an arbitrary goal you remake? It's special. Who the fuck sits down to play in with no spears, no mauling, no yeeks, no squid cadence, no passaging, no karma caching, and the almost hardest remix settings? Why these restrictions specifically, and why did you add the yeeks and squid cadence rule mid-run? Because if I don't require using these mechanics, that means I can be more special, more unique in my success. Same with videos. Why do I make rain world content along with thinking videos and don't just focus on one niche? Because I can't stand complacency, it's so boring. To me, making videos only about Rainbow would be just as miserable as making videos only for YouTube kids. I will still try to find ways to break the rules of the medium, the context, in order to be more special, but I'll be limited in my ideas unless I go all in with something like the Double Spearmaster video. So, to return to the original question, why do I not find the script bland? It's because to me, storytelling quality isn't the end. It's a fragment of a whole, and if the video is unique, then it may suffer. Could the script be better? Well, obviously it can always be, but it can also be better reasonably. However, does it really matter to me that it is? When I read it and voice it and imagine the video of it, it looks like a cool video. It'll depend a bit on voice work, timing, and notably editing, but it seems like it'll be a good video, so if you're worried, well, you'll sort of have to let me do my own thing, I suppose. Of course, this isn't to say I don't want feedback, absolutely the opposite. Had it not been for Keaton's comment, I may not have realized the uniqueness aspect for quite a while, but I do want to sort of inform you, the reader, that your opinion is an opinion. A perspective very valid, but not ultimately mine. As one voice actor of Big Jump said, just do whatever you think is best. Feedback to me is a great tool for surveying the fundamental qualities of video, the pacing, structure, so on. However, feedback cannot see what the video can be, because you cannot peer into my head to see what I think it can be. You can only see what the video may or may not lack. That's also why I'm very cautious in listening to YouTube comments. They ultimately only see what the channel could do better in a very surface level way. For example, what would have happened if I listened to all the people praising my Rainworld content and just kept making it? Well, Big Jump wouldn't exist, because that audience can only see what I can do with Rainworld. After all, if there's a possibility for anything to happen, then what the hell will Rockman do? It's unreasonable to expect a viewer to guess that I can make Big Jump, so all you can do is suggest what I can do in my context. But I love breaking rules too much, so what feedback can you truly give? Fundamental feedback, and that is what I should aim to continue improving: the editing, pacing, timing, structure. However, I should also always review my artistic vision, ideas, music choice, experimentation, boldness. So thank you, Keaton, for a good comment. Now, since I've talked for a while about the process, well, how's the video doing? Well, I voiced it, put it together, applied music, and have made a few minor edits. There really isn't that much to show, and considering I plan to revoice the intro and the end, the best parts, I don't really see much need to post it, so nothing to show, I guess. Beyond that, I don't have too much to talk about. The Cognito has this video has reached 1 million views, which isn't that notable for me. I switched to not even bothering to read most of the comments on that video as, man, they aren't great. When the standout is yet another one about religion that just says God, you know it's nothing exceptional. Of course, I still look through comments on every other video, which tend to be far more interesting, likely because they are far more infrequent. I won't talk about it much, but the streams are also going well as the challenge just keeps rising and the path forward becoming so much more difficult to pass through. Reminds me of when I was climbing the wall, where the margin of error was so small, yet I still succeeded. I love overcoming hard challenges, and that's not only for their uniqueness, though that definitely adds to it. Lastly, there's one very notable thing about university: the bachelor project. Since I'm currently in my 7th out of 8 semesters, it's going to be time to not only deal with that, but also practical work. Now, Saying I despise practical programming work would be an understatement, but that's not because I have to do something I do not care to see the results of, or because I now have to deal with new environments I am unfamiliar and stressed about, or because I have to face the future and plan for long term success. No, it's because I have to do all of this shit just to be safe to finish my sunk cost fallacy of attending university. I don't know if I mentioned this anywhere, but I despise university. Not for any particular execution focused reason, but because I do not care to be a programmer. At all. It is a job I'm decent at, but it is a miserable one of hours of debugging to spaghetti a solution you hate for a meaningless result. Of course, university could have a lot of improvements, but they do a fine enough job, though I do completely disagree with their mentality of learn all of this random shit so you could be applicable in many situations, instead of we'll teach you this one specific thing so you can be good at it. Yet, again, I get that's the point of university, to torture you with some random facts so you can be a well rounded programmer. But that is not a good programmer. A good programmer is one that has passion, communication, magnificent understanding of one path, and excluding communication, which university does greatly improve, university crushes the other two. To me, university feels like wasting a shit ton of time and perhaps money to start your job life with minor perks. And I do not deem those minor perks worthy of 4 years of my life. So imagine me now, having finally found something I enjoy with proof that it could work, 1.5 thousand euro from Cognito Hazard by the way, now being forced to go back, suffer, and waste such a good time to make videos all for what? A diploma I won't use? Skills I do not need? Acquaintances I won't contact? Sure, there will be some benefit in me working a real job, and I don't deny that, but to what extent will that benefit me? Working in an office will be, well, miserable, and working from home will be, well, not much of a life changing experience. It'll be university work with extra steps. Shouldn't I just quit university then? Well, I wish I could, but my mind doesn't let me. It's afraid I will fail YouTube, which I certainly might, and then this tool to survive, the diploma, will come in handy, and why not suffer more to guarantee success? After all, a half a year break from YouTube isn't going to destroy the channel, especially not if you occasionally still work on videos. Also, don't you laze around too much anyway? Don't you like being able to do things? It's a clash of two mindsets. I need to stop writing, but to summarize, recently I've had two mindsets clash for some decisions: Shadow and Ray. Shadow you could call the evil one, the abusive father that wants me to succeed no matter the price. Ray is the very new, let's say, system in my head, one that furthers the ideas of enjoying the moment and not rushing. I've lived with Shadow as my main system for 3 years, and with Ray appearing, things have gotten both harder and easier. Sure, I don't hate myself or want to kill myself, but it has become harder to make decisions. Life was so easy to explain, and I could put all the blame on myself. What should I do with University, Shadow? Your pathetic self won't ever take the risk to leave, so get back to work on the video while you still can. Thanks, Shadow, I'll go do that. And when I inevitably don't meet the impossible expectations, as pathetic as always, tomorrow we change this. And so on. Life is so simple when you can look at things like this, so easy on a mind that fears the future. But that is not who I am. So I will keep moving. Weekly post 6. Contents in paragraph amount. University 1, video 1, new desktop 3, the Chigiroka video 13. Alright, what the hell am I talking about, Steve? I'll probably have to make a break in between somewhere since I'll have to go and meet up to work. Oh, right, university, huh? As per usual, it's annoying, but that's just the nature of its contradiction. The one thing I will mention about is that I've realized that whether I like it or not, it's pretty hopeless to go against it. For as much as I like to say I am a bold, confident, and creative schmuck, in reality I really overvalue safety and comfort and am unable to even leave the house without being anxious about one thing or another. Well, technically I am both anxious and not, depending on the environment I am in. As such, I have decided to write a job application. One neat thing that my university does is that it acts as a pretty solid middleman between students and companies, and so you can just go and browse over 100 different positions and email them. One of them stood out, Bentley Systems, so I made my usual honest and down to earth email. Will they hire me? Who really knows? But perhaps the important bit is really that I tried, as that'll make the next email just a little easier because I'll most likely have to write it. So yeah, that's university stuff, excluding all the stressful assignment defenses and shit teammates. Now, speaking of the current video, it's not doing too hot. Yes, I am editing. If I had to guess, I am 40% done, which is pretty bad. It's currently really demotivating as I need to go and find a lot of clips in my VODs, but I do not know which and how many clips, so I should just ignore the clips I don't already have, but there's just so many, man. I don't want to do it, but I'll always not want to do it. At least the editing style itself is fairly simple. Oh, I guess I can also mention my desktop. You see, my desktop tends to be very messy. Here's one from a year ago, but the current one was worse. Imagine 4 more columns of random stuff on the left. As you may also be able to see, there tends to be some sort of a theme, and in this one I organized everything into these 4 rectangles, which was nice, until I changed semesters and red became far less useful, or the subtitles column was just not used at all. So I switched to a black one and never cleaned it up. However, I think it was 2 days ago that I was bored and dreaded doing any work too much to do anything, so I decided to finally go with the next evolution of background. First there was default background, then a custom one with wallpaper engine, then the pick above, and now pixel art. I didn't have many ideas, but since each icon occupied the same amount of space, I knew I could take that amount and turn it into pixel art. Turns out for me the resolution was 34 by 14, so I started thinking of designs in ASAPRite. I first thought about center designs, but there was a simple issue. You see, the reason my desktop became such a mess is because I like saving everything to desktop. I don't know why, I just find it convenient. That's why in the image above, the squares are on the right, as the left keeps filling up with random stuff. So I decided to make a design of chaos versus order type of fight thing and ended up with this. And after quite a lot of attempts trying to get the resizing to be just right, we now have my current desktop. I still need to organize everything since I'm still using the old system, but hey, looks pretty neat, huh? Well, then this sure is a small post so far, isn't it? Yeah, I knew this would happen yesterday, so I started thinking about something, and somehow I realized something neat about an older video of mine. The Chigi video is certainly a video, and I would argue it's the most unique video I have ever made. There's multiple reasons why, some obvious, some not, but the most interesting to me is that this is a very, very unapologetic video in its ultimate goal, to satisfy me. That is it. It was not made for you. Like it or not, the video exists not for the purpose of telling a story, and perhaps not even for any sort of particularly deep analysis. It exists as who I truly am, the most unfiltered video. See, even as you are reading this right now, I speak to you in a voice of some sort. Regardless of where you see me, I usually take on a side of my true self. But the Chigiraka video is the exact opposite. It's 8 sides, all different. Starting with black, this is what I usually am in my videos, a fairly serious explainer. Even now in this fairly casual environment, I am primarily the explainer as, unlike orange, my goal is to convey my thoughts for the purpose of, well, their storage or a story told in it. For better or for worse, I can never seem to figure out why people enjoy what I do, but that's a different topic. Regardless, this is a voice very nicely suited for YouTube, but rarely appears in day-to-day scenarios, as when I am talking with a person online, say on Discord, I do not need to write a concise script to explain the nuances. I can elaborate whenever I wish, change the story based on the person's needs, so on. Perhaps that is something I should do more often with my videos. Instead of a generally applicable explanation focused on the knowledge or itself, such as the cognito hazards or how to never fail again, I should focus on narratives such as Big Jump, but well, I do not feel that excitement when they speak naturally, and it takes me far more time to express everything naturally. I do not know how to bridge orange and black. But we'll get to orange, as obviously we have to go in order. So the dreaded red is next. I wonder sometimes to what people truly think of red and its fairly cringy angle. Well, I guess I only call it cringe since that's how I feel about it, and in a way, the entire video. That's why I'm writing everything off of memory. Well, you can comment down below, but that's not particularly the point. Because the point is that red has to be cringe. It has to actively clash with black as much as possible because the video's purpose is to break apart from what you think I am. It's to say that I am not just black. I am a rainbow you cannot yet fathom. So I start with red, the dark horse of the bunch, to cement that view. I have to be that bold, be that harsh, be that cringe to break free from the chains of the black side. I must embrace being cringe because that is who I am. Not wholly, but partly. Yet the part defines the whole. Of course, red has a lot more going to it, but I believe that'll be for a future video to elaborate on a rather interesting collaboration between red and black. For the time being, you can watch this video if you would like to know more. Alright, time for orange, which you may most easily know as my stream self. Well, sort of. Orange is a very relaxed guy. Fine, I'll watch the video to remember better. Oh man, I really didn't get to say much in that part. Either way, Orange is a relaxed but also a rather straightforward guy. In the video, he says that no one cares about the Chigiroka, which is very true, as no one does really care. He's in black though, he doesn't explain why you should care, nor is he red, he doesn't explode in emotion because he just kind of doesn't care about what you think. He's absurd because that's funny. He wears a mask because not caring is funny. Sometimes you just lie down on the floor, look at the ceiling and think, man, I must look pretty dumb now. Perhaps that's who I would be if I was drunk. Who knows? Either way, yellow is quite something, isn't it? It's definitely a rarer voice in comparison to the first three, but its primary goal is of importance and glory. It is the side that seeks to overwhelm you and surpass humanity to be some grand being. You could even notice it creep in the red paragraph with I am a rainbow you cannot yet fathom, though red and yellow are similar in that aspect. It's sadly not a side I can say that much about because that will keep being repressed as it tries too much like bro, you modulate your voice lama. Either way. Now, green is something I think most people will be rather familiar with. The serene calmness. The guy who can sit down and just enjoy nature and that's it. When I play with the Chigiroka and my dog, I'm thinking about not much of anything. I'm just existing in the moment. Moving in the way feels best. It's a side that very often gets suppressed by others, as Blue loves constantly thinking, but one I tend to retain through my daily dog walking time. And now we have Blue, which I actually forgot about until a few sentences ago, which is a shame since it's one of, if not the most prevalent sides, the introspector. I don't know what I said above, but this post is being written mostly by Blue, maybe some orange. I don't know about how other people feel, but I really like thinking. Analyzing why things happen, how I can improve. It often takes priority over many other things. Even in cases of extreme emotions such as crying, I only intensify my thinking. When I cry is when Blue is at its peak with questions of why am I crying and how can I learn from this? There's few examples of this not happening, Blue not being the dominant side. I just scroll through my weekly posts and it seems like I never posted Dear Flower, so I'll introduce it here for a bit. There's about an hour of context I'd have to give you for you to see its true meaning, but just know that out of many poems I've written, this is the only one written in large part from green. in a world that blue and red dominate. Anyway, here it is. Dear flower, why is it that you smile for me today? I've seen you time and time again. Dear flower, why? Why is it that I walk so slow? Why is it that my heart is warm? Why is it that the birds now sing? Why is it that I ask? I guess I do not want to know no more. The shadow walks beside, the doom of it ahead, so distant, so far away for now. Why is it that I wish to cry with tears of joy? I hope to see your yellow yet again, that graying world remain ourself. Alright, next up is purple. Now, it's hard to say much about purple because, well, it's partly up to my own interpretation. I'll elaborate what I mean here later, but if I had to pick, it would be a sort of anti-green. My ability to do the same routine tasks, but for a purpose derived from my mind rather than my emotions or reflexes. To do a task solely to do it, to be unmovable regardless of the circumstances. In the clip, I am doing my Chigiraka practice, essentially made up combat ish moves. These feel good to do in a similar way to Green's Chigiraka playtime, but I do them not for that enjoyment. I do them just to do them. I don't care why I do them, I just feel like I can. Perhaps this is too similar to Green as I enjoy the movement, but I think its overall purpose is different. It's somewhat akin to playing Camellia 3. I don't know how much I've said about this, but I have been playing a video game called I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3 for around 400 days straight now. Every day I play the game for 30 minutes. Now, yes, I do miss days. For example, I forgot to play yesterday, but then I just do the time another day, so an hour playtime today. For the past 5 months, I've been playing the same boss, Cyber, over and over again for 75 hours now, and do I care? Not in particular. Sure, it would be nice to win, but I don't really care. I just play because I have to keep playing, because I decided I would not stop, no matter what. There's a reason why, but that'll be its own video sometime. Point is, purple is the primal force to move regardless of joy or anger, but as a commenter pointed out, it's also a nice little trick. By it being so dark, one can see himself in the screen. Right after comes pink to stare at you. Quite possibly my favorite, pink is the embodiment of uniqueness, which will do everything to further that goal of standing out. In the clip, it stares at you as if it looks beyond you as a viewer. It looks at you as a human. Who truly are you, viewer, reader, listener? What do you truly think about me, unabated by social norms and the rules or the language we use to communicate? That connection is so much more unique, so much deeper than any other side, because it addresses not some imagined person who the video may or may not be for, but whoever you are. And isn't that exciting? To look at the other side and think, ooh, what does he truly think? Because I cannot know. But here, in this brief clip, I make a bridge to maybe see. So those are the sides of what I truly am. I am not blue or black or orange, I am all of them, all at once. I am the system of systems, and that's partially why I find the comments on this video relatively disappointing, as I think most people don't see that. I know, how the fuck could we all see this? And you literally said you made this for yourself, but well, it'd be nice to see some people who do care to understand. Perhaps that's who I seek with YouTube, whose comments I most enjoy. Those who care to think on their own, not ones who just say, good job, or shit sucks. Of course, most people aren't that, and it's unreasonable to expect otherwise, but I'll keep dreaming. And no, don't worry, you don't have to be that guy. I definitely don't want to force anyone to try and be like that myself. It must be more natural than that. Now, I mentioned that purple was up to interpretation, and I said that because, well, all of them are up to interpretation. You see, the purpose of the Chigiraka video wasn't to display notably well understood sides of me, but primarily to do a unique face reveal, and over time, it became doing a unique rock reveal, unlike any other video. When I got the idea to be a rainbow, some sides were obvious, such as black, red, blue, and green. The others were not. So I just did what I thought that color represented in emotions. Orange became wacky, yellow grand, purple mysterious, pink close, along with black straightforward, red passion, green serene, and blue introspectively sad. So when I write about the first four, I do not really know what to say. I just write what I think I thought before. Anyway, that's enough writing. Do make sure to leave some comments. I quite enjoy reading them until they devolve to 30 repetitive comments each day with fucking cognitive hazards. Weekly Post 7. Titles and OSVR first prototype. Contents. The one spear video prototype discussion and then rambling about titles. Alright, I'll start with the present stuff and then I'll give it over to past Rockman to talk. To quickly cover university, I started writing job applications. Kind of got owned for not having a resume, kept thinking how much I hated here and did good work, so yeah, the usual. Now, on a more interesting note, for the video, I got the first prototype. It is not finished, so you will see a lot of empty space, some red text showing what I still need to add, like lackluster effects and so on. However, it is looking like a video now, so I suggest that before reading further, you watch it, however much you'll ever watch this prototype. Essentially, watch first, read later. Alright then. It's not quite as good as Big Jump now, is it? As I always say, a story has two parts, the idea and the telling. And regardless of how good I try to make the telling, which is just okay I'd say, the fundamental idea is, well, nowhere near as good, as well defined, and as explored as Big Jump. As such, I will continue regardless. Wait, what about making good content? I cannot always make stuff as good as Big Jump, and the sooner I confirm that, the sooner I will be able to leave its shadow. So yes, this video is not as good. It is, as I would say, fine, and in a way, a lot of my videos will sadly just have to be fine. Perhaps a reason why is my lack of passion. Not to say I am burnt out or anything, I just have few really interesting ideas for the topic. The few I do are the parts I like the most, or expect I will like the most. The intro reveal, where I plan to do some cool stuff, the creature listing, the 5-minute ending. Speaking of the ending, my biggest doubt of this video is me trying to voice it, which doesn't sound that good in my opinion. That being said, I do like experimenting and I also tend to undervalue my voice. For example, I cannot listen to the planet collapse ending of Big Jump because I sound so lame, but well, people like it. So if you plan on commenting anything, Keaton, this is the big feedback I'm looking for. But anything else helps as well, of course. Beyond that, there's still a decent amount of work to be done, but it's not that far from being done, so I'll have to start looking into making the thumbnail, which might be a nightmare. The idea is to have Spearmaster sit on a pearl looking off into the sunset, so at least there is a concept. For Big Jump I had very few ideas, which is why the thumbnail was just okay and that probably quite negatively affected the performance of the video, but well, I was quite tired of the video by then. So yeah, I think that about does it. Now that university has slowed down, I'll continue working on the video and hopefully by next week I'll have a mostly finished project, so aiming for the release to be on the next week's Saturday. Alright, go ahead, Past Rockman. Hello, schmucks. This is Past Rockman talking, as in November 5th Rockman. Why am I writing so early and scheduling it? Well, I recently noticed that I keep wanting to do things in advance, to some extent, because I don't have much to do besides work in advance, and of course the video, which will be covered by Present Rockman. So since last week's post about the Chigi Rocket video did so well, I thought why not talk about something else vaguely related to the channel? Titles. Now, when it comes to creating, well, depending on how you define it, art, I like to dabble in a lot of mediums, even in actual drawing. However, I think my primary skill lies in writing, and more specifically, two niches of it. diary style writing, which is fairly separate, and titles, which are rather frequent. Titles are something that I think a lot of people sort of just don't think about. After all, the typical goal is simple: create an attractive summary in the form of a phrase. However, there is so much more you can do with them. Let's start with my Let's start with my favorite type, dog walking time titles. So, if you don't know, every day I walk the dog. I just did right now. And I've been doing this for 3 years now, I think. For those 3 years, every time I have created a 20-second audio recording, at least one, past 2 years at least two, pictures, and one title, with the idea being to create some sort of a progression of time. Not exactly a time lapse, because that would be included inside, but a more general one, something I haven't quite yet decided on. You can see the use of this collection of information in my video, A Journey to the End of a River, which is a rather soulless video, one where its written poem was quite forced, but it's a fine video. All the images in it were taken from dog walking time and the audio from the recordings. But that video did not use the titles, as it would clash with the format. So what is this long goddamn preamble building towards? Well, the first ever title was Forest Birds. Wow. Wow, even. What a title. Yeah, it's not notable because it was the first. Back then I viewed the titles as what they were intended to be, summaries in phrase form. And so I titled the audio recording of birds chirping with that. And for the few months, most titles were similar, but, well, in an environment where you walk to the same spot at a similar time of day every day, you quickly get bored. Sadly, I don't want to search for a charger to revive my old phone, so I don't have many of the titles from the first 2 years. However, I do remember there being some creativity. For example, Blade Vortex, which refers to blades of grass being high and all-encompassing. In time, these titles had to get more and more interesting and unique in order to be of note. And this is where things started to get interesting. Let's go through a few simpler ones first. Collector of Dying Beauty. Obviously, if you just look at the title, you won't really get anywhere. The collector can be many things, and he may collect many things. Which this is why quite a lot of the titles tend to have a photo to go along with their meaning. In this case, the title begins to make a lot of sense when you realize that I am the collector of these feathers I found on the ground, which I cleaned up and put in a box. Maybe I can use them someday, but they're really nice and soft. However, that is not all, as my dog is in focus as well, and he's getting to be an old dog. Whether I like it or not, the dog I have is dying as well. He is still a very good dog. This piercing gaze of one illusion. Obviously, when I looked up at the sky and saw this, I knew this was today's image, and so I styled the title to be around the image. It really depends on the day as to where the title comes from. Sometimes it's from an unrelated experience, other times a vision, a sound, a feeling. This striking image to me looks like the eye of an angry god in title format, but however striking it is of course just a cloud pattern, an illusion. Speaking about illusions, how about yesterday's title? Illusion, illusion, illusion. Apparently I forgot to take yesterday's image, but it's not important to the title. Here, the idea is, of course, a little bit of wordplay in the similar sounds, but that doesn't mean the phrase is meaningless. Illusion is a false truth. Illusion is the act of avoiding, and allusion is the act of suggesting. Therefore, this title really reads, Suggesting the Avoidance of a False Truth. Which is a funny thing to say, because what does that really mean? You are avoiding a lie? Good on you, I guess. It makes you, well, at least me, think about what is really going on. The weird phrasing does the job of getting your attention. Then you realize that due to the similar sounds of the words, which way are the words really meant to be read? Maybe it's actually illusion, allusion, illusion, translating to avoiding the suggestion of a false truth. Or is it allusion, illusion, illusion, so the false truth of avoiding a suggestion? What do any of these mean? Well, if that's your question, then the job of this title is done, because you didn't ask why should I care, the ultimate enemy of art. Alright, one more, a more unique one. Will you ever hear my other voice? Image doesn't matter. Go ahead, think about it. What does this title really mean? Done? Well, let's start by figuring out the nouns. Who is you and who is mine? Alright, you got me. It's you and me. What you are reading in the title, even this text right at this moment, is, in a way, my text voice, the communicator of ideas through the medium of language. However, will you ever hear my other voice, that of sound? Well, you likely yes, but this title was written before YouTube, so that could have been wrong. Of course, that's just one of my voices, the real one. Will you ever hear my diary voice, my crying voice, my old man voice? Well, it is in a way unfair of me to ask that of you when it is I that chooses what to share, not that either of us could know the future. As you can hopefully see, there's a lot more design to these phrases than one may expect. Of course, not all titles are made equally. Here are some of the less interesting ones this month. Such sickening positivity. The long road ahead. Your opinion is factually wrong. But nowadays, I'm pretty consistent in decent quality. A burning desire to keep breaking. I must be especially good. A reference to an earlier weekly post, perhaps? Error. Failure is not failure. Herald of toe stubs. I'm defined by guesswork analogies. End which starts the title. In trust of me, my art. I'll leave you to think about these. Do let me know your theories in the comments if you do try. Let me know if you want more titles, by the way. I could post quite a lot more good ones. And for now, Past Rockman will go rest, but I hope these examples prod your imagination. If you want the real greatness, the blue zenith of titles, then go back to Weekly Post 1 and find the experiment to break, blow, burn. As I mentioned there, it's my greatest artistic work and it's still not even close, so I hope you can find its beauty. Okay, hello schmucks, new Past Rockman here on the 1106. I'm popping in here to talk about a different category of titles, stream titles. If you watch my streams where I tend to slam my head against a wall playing Rainworld, you know my titles can be rather odd at times, so I wanted to go through some of them. Now, as usual, when it comes to titling routine events, the titles start off relating a lot with the events. Daily one spear speedrun grind, probably losing. A bad run a day keeps a good doctor away, and so on. However, already by the 6th stream, we see some hope. This time I don't know, signifying that I just don't know how to title the stream. Now, unlike dog walking time, for a long time I tended to not care about stream titles, and so I didn't put much thought into them. Whatever came to my head a minute before starting the stream was essentially the title. As such, the titles ended up moving into a few categories. Number 1. Related title. Titles that relate to the stream in some way, such as Another Bad Stream, or What is that sum of best Lamar Easy Run? Number 2. Absurd title. One that is essentially nonsensical and comedic in its meaninglessness, such as Wah Wah Womp Womp, What If, or Oh my god, or OMG. Number 3. Meta title. Somewhat overlapping with related titles, but now focusing on the concept of titles, such as read the description to find out. At least I did run. Day 1 of trying to come up with a clever title. More inside jokes. Oh no, I didn't change the title. And what if today's title was actually a metaphor for a really interesting phenomena happening inside our... In a way, most of the titles for the one spear could be fit into these categories, but there weren't any standouts. The most notable ones were the meta ones, but these are something I'm already quite familiar with. You can apply these titles to anything, so they don't feel as special. Well, usually. Now, after getting the world record, moving on to playing Inv once again brought in new events, so there were titles relating to the game more. By this point, though, I had started to pay attention to titles a bit more, and they started to get better, and so a new category emerged. Number 4, series title, one that belongs in a series of titles conveying a grander meaning. The first example is The Rock vs. the Pebble, The Boulder vs. the Pebble, Two Slabs vs. the Pebble, and Coalescing Fragments vs. the Pebble. The Verse Pebble series doesn't necessarily have good titles on their own, but they show a notable progression. We start with the Rock, me, the normal guy who attempts to do a challenge. But he can't, he loses. The Rock then grows into a boulder, more confidence, more determination, but he fails again. He, under pressure, splits into two slabs that try to defeat the pebble, but they can't. Finally, the fragments coalesce back into one larger being and win. While I won't get into the specifics of it in this post, when I eventually talk about my experience with Keegan's Order of Consciousness theory, you can remember that the day that has the Two Slabs title was the same day of the Fifth Order second key event. Either way, now with the new thumbnail, credit to Loopcat, titles got a little bit more interesting. A particularly good absurd title was, and then the game added orbs like hold on, which refers to me talking about Tactical Nexus, which, phew, that's a can of worms that will be left for the third or even fourth big video, but it's essentially a title that's a quote from me in the stream. Now, the next and currently last series of titles is partly why I'm talking so much about stream titles at all, since this series has my favorite titles. Feel free to guess where the series starts. Okay, done? Okay, it's the first fragments, but of which story? Already this is a good one, because any normal viewer doesn't know that this is a series. They just think this of this thing relating to the stream somehow, but it does not. Sure, you may say, but then why does it refer to fragments rather than a fragment? Isn't the title one fragment of the series? If you notice that, well done. There's a good reason for that, and that comes from the theme of the series, which is all of the music I use in the One Spear World Record video. The tracks are in order. Okay, I'm not gonna say Rainbow Downpour OST over and over again, so we have Downpour Fragments, False Noise Floral Strobe, Downpour Orange Lizard, Downpour Overcast, Downpour Rain, Vanilla, Distance, Downpour, Frosted Festival, Downpour, Landmarks, Downpour, Breathing Hyometer, and Frums, I can't even remember my own name. So, it's not the first fragment, it's the first track, Fragments. I could have maybe done more thinking and wrote something like the first part Fragments to signify that Fragments is the first part, but oh well. Next title is An Ever-Changing Floral Strobe, which is easily my favorite stream title I've ever made. For the time being, forget about the floral strobe part, since it doesn't add too much to the important bit, the first word. Naturally, when you see it, it's likely your mind will try to resolve the dashes in some way, and there are 4 options if you attempt to replace the dashes. All of them are interesting when you see that the first word refers to the title itself. Never changing. The title, this string of characters, does not change. It is a fixed idea, one that cannot be altered. If you write something else, it is not the same idea. Even if I change the stream title after, this string of characters is never changing. Unever changing. However, because of these ambiguous dashes, there is no one way to read it. The title may not change, but its interpretation, its meaning, is always changing as you read it in new ways. And never changing. The solution to the dilemma does not exist, as merging the titles does not resolve anything. You compress both meanings, but lose the ambiguity. Just using the letters cannot create this idea. And ever changing. Same as before, separation only serves to provide the frame of the idea, the factual representation, which cannot hope to reach as high as the dashed version. In the end, only one interpretation makes sense. The dashes cannot be removed, an ever changing floral strobe. You can only read what the title is and peer into the two clashing ideas. In life, we always want to resolve everything into these nice little categories, black and white. But that's just not the way of the fifth order, where you realize that there are no rules. Morals are made up, and even our entire understanding of the universe is made up by us. There is no truth in seeing things categorically. Like it or not, things exist in between categories. Even things as small as one word. So, yeah, I think this is a pretty good title. Unsurprisingly, no one else seemed to like it much, just like pretty much every other interesting title. I suspect people just read it and don't think about it, which is a shame, but oh well. Anyway, the next few titles are far simpler. Where Did the Orange Lizard Go? Cleverly manages to relate to the stream contents, where the orange lizards you expect to see in the wall are gone. Another overcast, another title. Simply refers to the act of days passing, the session of playing Rainwall being summarized as an overcast. The Rain, the Guardians, and the CC Arena refers to a difficult area I had to traverse, a related title. Such distance is about how much distance I have to cross, hinting at the keyword distance by not writing so distant instead. And so we are left with the final three titles. The first title, A Frosted Festival or a Sunlit Catastrophe, is a clever way of incorporating the track name Frosted Festival into the stream content. My goal is to reach the Metropolis region, which can either be in daytime or nighttime. So, will I reach it and die in the day, a sunlit catastrophe, or will I reach it, survive the day, and make it to the next shelter? A bit of a stretch, I admit, but an interesting title. Then there is, and when he died again, our weeping sleeper, he whispered, breathing hyometer. Which is now a pretty obvious reference to the track name Breathing Hyometer. I could not figure out how to use the title covertly, I decided to make it not covert at all. To make it an absurd title in hopes of making the series obvious. No one took notice, it seems. Lastly, there's the obvious I can't even remember my own name, whose main purpose outside of ending the series was in relating to the stream. Having attempted the Metropolis clip unsuccessfully for quite a while, I forgot even my own name in my attempts. Of course, as a narrative, not in reality. However, you may have noticed something odd. Where is the track Landmarks? Well, I actually just forgot about it. Yeah, it shows how much I was editing back then. As such, if you go to my titles, you'll see that they are not the ones I wrote above, as after I remembered a day later, I added land at the end of the first title and marks at the start of the second, leading to a frosted festival or a sunlit catastrophe land. Marks, and when he died again, our weeping sleeper, he whispered, breathing hyometer. While crude for a detail I forgot, it's pretty nice in my opinion. So yeah, I don't know what my next series will be. Perhaps I will title the next few streams with the poem verse I want to have for my eventual success of this campaign. In tattered robes, a solemn face, atop the world, among the stars, alone, with creatures gone or lost, no spears, no mauls, the wanderer stands. I still want to think about the final word more, but it is nice, I think. Well, I've been writing for quite a while, so I'll leave you with one more cool title. A Frosted Fracture of Sunlit Solace. The answer was Frosted Fracture. Weekly Post 8. Unhappiness. I think I have a pretty serious issue. If I am not passionate, I become a husk of a human being. Perhaps depressed is a better word. It's odd because, and I've noticed this before, but I cannot find anything that I expect to make me happy. Nothing. I can listen to music and I can be bored. I can play games and I can be bored. I can eat good food and just feel fine after the pleasure wears off. It's as if I've been burned by this experience of dissatisfaction, that I now avoid these unfulfilling experiences. Perhaps that's why I cannot find new music to enjoy. It all feels aimless, as I rarely find the music itself to be enjoyable, more my relation to it. This is actually pretty bad. Like, no, really bad. I am effectively devoid of a will to do anything. In the past, before the first key event, this was easily explainable by myself being a pathetic work and you'll find some meaning. Now, though, I can work and work no problem, but like, why? The fuck is the point? Why am I suffering through university? Why do I spend every waking moment thinking about what to work on next? Is there nothing I can hope to enjoy? Well, not that I can think of. Listening to new music is boring. Videos are boring. Most new games are boring. It's as if I have seen this underlying structure to art and I can't stand it. I know I haven't seen everything, but how can I educate myself to enjoy it? The current situation needs to change. Something has to change, but what? I still need to finish university and I have effectively decided I will. I want to make videos, but they do not give me that will to keep struggling, to keep going. I don't know what to do, and sadly, introspection can't fix this. Some sort of action has to. The reason I am pondering this is because my birthday will be happening in 2 weeks, which is my most hated day of the year. The reason is because it is a paradox, as during a birthday, regardless of how much I try to dismantle this idea in my head, you're meant to be happy. However, I do not know how to be happy, so I always exist on this collision course of a terribly disappointing day, one whose expectations I cannot reduce or satisfy, an imminent threat of a logical prison. And now that the day has passed, I've calmed down. Wow, isn't that pretty crazy? Of course, nothing has really changed, but I did get an idea to smoke weed for my birthday. At this rate, I cannot solve this problem. All I can really do is try to change my mindset about it and perhaps find a better one to exist with. It seems like drugs are the tools to fulfill that purpose. Now, I'll probably keep this entry rather short, as I don't have much to say besides the video, which I think I will describe far better in the behind the scenes explanation video, which I still need to record. Beyond that, I don't know, I'm currently irrationally mad for a reason I cannot understand, so I don't have much to say. Weekly Post 9. The Ideas. Contents. The poll and the subtitles on the OSVR video. So, if you have been keeping up with the large quantity of community posts on my channel, you'll know I posted a poll. Here it is. As such, both to welcome our newest patron Vinci, and to recap and elaborate on these points, let's take a look at what these mean. The Mind. This is the video that would cover two books by Robert Keegan, The Evolving Self and In Over Our Heads. They both essentially talk about the same thing, the orders of consciousness idea, which can be summed up by saying that, according to the theory, people can be in any one of five, actually six, but let's stay simple here, orders of consciousness. The main difference between these orders is how people see what they are and what they have. First order refers to children up to, if I remember correctly, years 3 to 5. They see themselves as a collection of emotions and they have, as concepts in their head, reflexes. So, for example, if a first order child stubs his toe, he will be able to control and understand the reflex of pain, but will be unable to control his anger or sadness. Therefore, he will cry. Second order comes after the first and lasts up to usually 8 to 11 years, again, if I remember correctly. As the person has evolved in order, they have taken what they were before and now see it as something they have. So, if the first order child is a bundle of emotions, The second order has emotions and is instead made out of wishes. This pattern of taking on what was previously the subject will continue, and it allows a person to greater understand itself. Now, when the second order child stubs his toe, he may still get angry, but if he does not wish to do harm through his anger, he can control it, because he sees his emotions as something he has. Third order is where adulthood begins, and as such, there are a lot of adults, young or very old, that are in this order. Here, the subject, the concept that the person is made out of, is now relationships. As such, a good example of a third order person is their self value. For example, my grandma is of the third order, and as she is made out of relationships, she values herself through her relationships, so she does everything in her power to appeal to other people. Fourth order is where I believe most people of the current generation are. Here, the subject is a system of rules which has relationships. An example is of a relationship to a boss. Presume your boss tells you to do something that he does not know how to do. As such, he expects you to follow his orders, but at the same time, he expects you to also make the best decision to solve a problem he can't. To a third order person, this is very hard as he can't easily control his relationships. To him, they are a singular thing. Either you like me or you hate me. As such, the third order person is confused. So, do I listen to you or do you want me to do what I want to do? A fourth order person does not have this problem, or at least it's nowhere near as bad. Lastly, there is the fifth order, where the subject is now a system manager. As I am only trying to reach this order, it is hard for me to give an example, but to get a little bit political, let's take on the Israel Palestine debate for a bit. As you may or may not know, both sides here have their points, and for a fourth order person, it's natural to assume a side, be it Israel or Palestine. They take the values of their system and apply it to this conflict. So if your system is left leaning, you support Palestine, and right leaning, Israel. Then the conflict becomes fairly understandable on one side. People on your side support your values and rules, while the other side breaks them. Therefore, that side is bad. However, a fifth order person is not a system, and so instead of a being of defining itself as a set of rules that may or may not align with some side, it is able to take on both of those perspectives and see them both as correct and incorrect at the same time. The answer lies not in one side winning. There is some answer in between. However, usually such an answer trends towards some side. The reason I picked Israel Palestine is because it's such a complicated situation that the more you think about it, the more you realize that there is no good solution. Like it or not, people will die, and for a fourth order person, that is hard to accept. But for a fifth order, I believe that this dichotomy is normal. After all, there is never one completely correct side in an argument, unless you talk in human defined concepts like math. This is a very brief explanation of the general theory, and in my opinion, it is a wonderful idea. When I eventually make this video, I'll talk about how this theory helped me to move from a nihilistic perspective and has greatly increased my outlook in life. But to put it simply, I believe this theory, if seen by more people, can help them explain why they feel terrible, as very frequently the world demands the actions of an order you haven't reached. Understanding how you can grow and evolve can help you deal with depression, anxiety, and stress. As such, this video is definitely a very important one and one I really want to make. However, as I said, this is a brief introduction. How can I accurately and helpfully cover the 700 pages of words between these two books? Where do I even begin? It's a daunting project with few easy answers. The experiment. This is the video that would cover something I call the experiment to break, blow, burn in video form. Here is the link to it, but do not read ahead before opening it. I have already mentioned this work in the first weekly post actually, but I will restate it here. This is my greatest piece of art. Ever. It's not even close, and as such, I will not explain it here. I will give you a word of advice though. If you do read it well. do not just read through it and that's it. For the first page, read every line and try to explain it. Once you've done that for every line, then read through the rest of the pages. Then you can begin searching for the true meaning of this work. The words you read are not everything you can see. Now, as you can guess from the paragraph above, this is not a work you can easily translate into a video. But I do think it's possible. Imagine if the video is a 3D room with a pedestal in the middle and 4 walls. You start at the pedestal, which has the first page, and over the course of the video, you go through each wall where the other 4 pages are. You could even use the numbers feature on the video player, where if you press 0, you go to 0% of the video, the start, where the pedestal is. 1 is then 10%, the first page, and so on, allowing for easier reading. Then, halfway into the video is the reveal of what it all truly means and its explanation. As you can guess, not a lot of people would be patient enough to sit and even take notes of what they are reading, but that is the price to pay, and why this video would probably do pretty poorly. However, I do think it would be really cool for the people who do care, so this is the ultimate art over product solution to what a video I should post. The end. This is the video that would cover an anime/manga called Girls Last Tour. I know, not something you may have expected from the previous 2 concepts, but I gotta have one over at you at all times, right? Anyway, similarly to the experiment, this would attempt to cover a story, and as such, I do not want to spoil this either. If you're a fan of anime or manga, I would of course highly recommend to read or watch this. The anime covers 60 to 70% of the story, and since there won't be a season 2, you should either watch it and switch to manga or just read the manga, as you're just watching the anime, then the manga. But for the purposes of this explanation, the story goes like this. In a snowy, post-apocalyptic world, 2 girls leave the village to escape some bad people. With a little car, they traverse a decaying megastructure where they search for food to continue surviving. They find all sorts of things, and not knowing anything about the history of humanity, are puzzled by them. A tank with ammunition. Why did people used to shoot at each other? An art gallery. Why did people paint this? A large religious statue. Why did people worship made-up gods? As they think, you see a perspective on life that we see as alien. It's a very interesting story, but for me it's the ending that is truly special, and the part I obviously won't spoil. The moment it creates, I want to recreate it myself as a video. As such, I have some creative ideas as to how it could be done. For example, what if I wrote a dialogue between the 2 girls, reminiscing about their journey, and hired 2 voice actors to voice them? It would cost me 100 to 200 euros, sure, but if I can spend money to grow and make more money, it's a good deal. And I obviously get to make something cool as well. It would certainly be a very different video, but am I ready to take on such a foreign concept? Have I truly analyzed the show enough to properly respect what it has created? How could I manage to get 2 voice actors to work together? Questions, questions, questions. So here are the options. The mind, important, useful, yet daunting, large. The experiment, interesting, creative, yet demanding, unusual. The end, emotional, beautiful, yet confusing, ambitious. The poll has knocked out the end as an option, maybe because people think it's some sort of an ending to the channel, which leaves the other 2 to consider, and I can't really decide. I obviously want to make both, but I equally fear both. Thankfully, I am currently focusing on doing university work, so I still have time to think. Feel free to leave your opinions below, I'd love to hear them. Now that that's done, let's talk about some other stuff. One thing I did not explain in the behind the scenes video were the subtitles, and I believe that now that the video has had its time, I may as well explain what they mean. Without revealing too much, of course. First, we need to go back, 2 years back. This was around the time when I first discovered From's Vignette album, and after a few listens, I was hooked. This shit was goated. As you may or may not know, my primary enjoyment with music is building stories, and Vignette offered a chance. Right, I don't think I've explained that. Basically, when I listen to music, I don't care that much about the quality of the music or even the emotions it evokes. I care about crafting a story that can act as a sort of music video. Here are three examples, if you are willing to listen to some tracks. Xi, Blue Zenith. My first story. A man spends years of his life searching for how he can see a blue zenith, a moon zenith where a recently activated volcano of a specific type causes the moon to look blue. 253 is him finally managing to find such a place after years of searching and waiting. But it is obscured by clouds. Years later, his son begins a search as well and sees there is another chance. The father is now too old to move much, but his son manages to fly him to the place. At 342, they witness the blue zenith, and the father dies of old age and shock, with the greatest sight in front of him. Hellblind, Herald of Dissonance. My newest story. It is written as a comment of the video and is far more detailed than Blue Zenith. Frums, Snore Snore Snore. My favorite story. It describes the creation of a god, with each section building upon a specific concept. The sections are Moon, the creation of the soul. From the black abyss, white lines form a foundation upon which existence can be molded. That becomes the shape of a man. Thought. 107. Fire, the creation of the heart. A burning and overwhelming fire consumes the man and the world as the man slowly gains control over it. Passion. 214. Water, the creation of the form. The world turns into water, but the man does not drown. He flows, learns to move, adapts to his new environment, and gains the ability to change. Flow. 323. Wood, the creation of strength. A growing piece of wood expands and tries to consume the waterman, shattering his form, and the man runs, avoids it. Eventually, he realizes he can't escape, so he takes on this infection and consumes it, gaining the bones and muscle of his body. Strength. 437. Metal, the creation of mind. A metal surface slides over the man, and his strange body gains skin. The man is now able to reflect on where he is, as the world forms into outlines of trees and hills. Clarity. 600. Earth, the creation of life. The world shatters the man. The metal dissolves, wood explodes, water falls, but the fire remains and eventually pieces the pieces together. The man learns to survive. Death. 726. Sun, the creation of wisdom. The world shows him everything that has ever existed, from the dark depths of space to the smallest atoms. He becomes every being that has ever lived or will ever live. He learns everything. Universe. 900. End. Fellow gods congratulate him. He is now able to exist. There are, I'd guess, over 50 other stories, but I don't want to describe too many because that would take forever. As you can guess, I really like these stories, and for Snore Snore Snore, I hope to eventually get an animator to make it, but that's an entirely different beast of project. A 9-minute animation is not something easy to make, especially the sun part. Anyway, Vignette was the first album-wide story, incorporating 20 stories into a grand narrative. I will once again proceed to not tell you what that grand story is, definitely not because I don't fully know, but of course, somehow that story has to be told. That's what those subtitles are. They were not made for this video. They were made for a grand story 2 years ago. What's funny then is that it was this video that was sort of influenced by the subtitles. For example, the last third, the video sort of breaking apart with the circle, that came from the idea in the subtitles. But I didn't think about it manually. I just got the same idea and then later remembered when I added the subtitles at the end of the video making process. If you are curious, here are the other 3 I made. The goal is to eventually finish all tracks, which will take approximately forever. Making these subtitles is not easy. As such, as I use all the tracks throughout my videos, when I make subtitles, I will go back and add them. So yeah, I don't have much to add beyond that. Like, literally. Weekly post 10. More ideas. Well, since I expect I won't have much done by next week, here I am on the 23rd to talk about some. So, if I haven't done anything, what will I talk about? More ideas. While the ideas mentioned last post were very good, those are by no means all of my ideas. In fact, the ideas list is currently over 1668 words long, so I thought I may as well post them here because, well, why not? There's enough mystery I create on other various things, this can just be somewhat interesting. Of course, let's start with the best ones, because if you want to see the long list of bad ones, then don't worry, you'll be able to hear them too. So, after the mind and then the experiment, we have the 5. A video explaining sync pause. This is a video game which is, well, very difficult for me to describe, so I won't really bother here. All you need to know is that it is a roguelike, where runs tend to be very long, and to make progress, you use wands that have 5 random spells out of the 25 possible. These spells work in very diverse ways, sometimes creating very unique interactions, and once you put everything together, you have a game that is extremely deep for how few mechanics it has, and as such, I consider it to be by far the best designed game of all time. However, its enjoyment comes a lot from the moment to moment gameplay and you figuring out how to survive, so just explaining it doesn't make for a good video. So, instead, I had an idea. What if the video was split into, you guessed it, 5 parts, where each one covers a different stage of the player? First, where the player has played for 0 hours, then 5, 20, 100, and 1000. Each time the player would go through the start, and what you thought was simple ended up getting more and more complex, and the web of strategies grew more and more. I don't know if it would do the game justice, however, it would showcase what you missed, and with the right impact moments, I think it could be an interesting idea. The Walk, a video about walking times in Dark Souls 3. See, after playing it, I was actually sort of challenged into making a video about it by a friend. However, I didn't have any ideas. After thinking though, I got one. How much of my life do I waste doing those stupid fucking walks from the checkpoint to the boss? It's a good question that I ended up spending 20 hours to answer. Here's a simplified chart which shows that on average you spend 34 seconds walking back to the boss without loads and 46 with loads. That is completely fucking ridiculous to me, as I prefer games with 0.5 second walking times, and as such, I think it's an interesting idea. On top of that, I also found a poll on people rating bosses, so I was wondering how much of an impact a long walk played on that. Turns out not much, but a weak correlation of around 0.31 is an interesting finding. Sadly, I couldn't find the correlation matrix picture I made. However, I never found the time to do this as I began working on Big Jump and then needed to do OSVR. In that time, my expectations for what a video should be, my standard of quality, has also risen. So what if I instead cover all Dark Souls games? For example, how does Elden Ring compare? Dark Souls 1? I think it's a pretty solid idea, but the research time is no joke. As I said, Dark Souls 3 took me 20 hours to do, as you want to get multiple clips, and then some fights are easy to die to, so you have to get there yourself and so on. Maybe with cheats it'd be doable, but either way, it's not an idea for now. The value. This is more so a potential series, currently 2 ideas, both talking about the value of video games. The first, the art value, is about art versus product. When should a game do which? What are the consequences? It would mainly look at something like Rain World, mean to be art, and Rain World product, made to be product, and how Downpour sacrifices a lot of the cohesion of the vanilla game to deliver on more content, sacrificing its artistic vision for broader appeal. Should a game go very deep on a niche audience, or should it make whatever a broad audience wants? Do you measure success by sales or by the response? Questions like that, along with other examples. The second, the worth value, would cover whether it is worth it to play games. Why do you play games? For example, is it worth your time to play a gacha game? What about an idle game? Maybe no game is worth playing. Same idea of questions in that discussion. Has potential. The line. Alright, this will need a lot of explanation from future Rockman, so take it away. God damn it, I hate being future Rockman. Alright, so what is this line thing? Well, as I mentioned in the previous weekly post, I listen to music to create a story, and naturally, after talking to some people about it, I found that few people do what I do, so I set out to maybe make some theory on how to enjoy music. In the end, I, of course, found nothing correct, but perhaps with some thinking, the line analogy may be at least somewhat interesting to think about. The ideas are relatively simple. Splitting music into three sections: the atomic, emotional, and narrative. Perhaps my best interpretation is the idea that a chord is the atom, chord progressions are the emotions, and then progression of chord progressions, the dynamic, is the narrative. You can see this visualized in this picture made by Donad. This is an idea, but after some thought, it didn't really explain why I like to find my own story in the dynamic of the song. After all, my story is a completely separate thing that builds off of the music. It's not the music. As such, my current best interpretation is that my story making is not any of the three elements. It is me finding a sort of line through the dynamic, pictured below. This image represents the song Entering Misanthropol by Irving Force in relative scales. Now this was getting somewhere. Then I asked a guy who knew more about my music and said this misses other aspects of music like harmony and scales. To be honest, I know basically nothing about music theory, so I gave up pretty much there. That being said, I do still think people prefer one of these three aspects over the other, and not understanding this can make discussions a mess. For example, when discussing this with someone called Danan, that's definitely a way to put it, he's just a guy, guys, who is heavily focused on the atomic and emotional parts of the track, he found my preference to the narrative part to be wrong and something that needs to be corrected. On the other hand, thinking about how well a music is designed at a sound by sound level to me is just, I don't know, boring. I don't care if they used an A sharp or an A flat there, that's not my business. I only care if they made a good foundation for a story, and most music is not good at it. People's preferences here, I believe, also relate to how and what music they listen to. For example, a friend I'll call Will listens to a shit ton of lo-fi. Why? Because he only cares about the emotional part of the music and the calmness of the lo-fi. There is no need for a story nor a detailed analysis of the design. He just chills. And that's obviously fine. I listen so exclusively for the narrative that I almost never enjoy music on its first listen. After all, not even a guess for the story exists by then. As such, this makes me avoid new music, as I can almost guarantee I won't like it. Which is, well, bad to say the least. As for the atomic section, dunno, I can't speak much on it since I barely understand it, but I do think it exists. Still, I would guess most people focus on the emotional structure, which is understandable since it is by far the most powerful part of music. And if you're wondering what I would do with this theory, well, the idea is to use it to somehow make a line. Sometimes when I listen to music, I like to imagine a line just moving around with the music, doing wacky and cool things. If I could make a sort of music visualizer in the form of a line, then, well, that would be pretty neat. One idea, for example, would be to measure the loudness as speed and then pitch for height. Another would be to take this big picture of chords and their theorized numerical representations and have the line move through it. Overall, it's an idea that needs a lot of work and talking with smart music people, which isn't something I care to do now. After all that, there are some smaller ideas that aren't even really videos, so those will come in due time. And that covers my ideas. All except the big ones. As you may have noticed, I've taken some care in talking about Big Jump as the first big video. See, I think even before the Conjoined series, or perhaps soon after, I began thinking about why I wanted to make videos, and soon the three big videos appeared in my head. Big Jump is, of course, the first, and it proved to be a challenge so great that even Big Jump is, of course, the first, and it proved to be a challenge so great that before I even began trying to tackle it, I avoided making it simply because I didn't yet feel ready. I wasn't good enough at making videos to try and tackle it. Eventually, I had to try, and well, the rest is history. Similarly, the second big video is out there, but unlike Big Jump, the game in question is not yet completed. That's right, it's the mystery game I mentioned on stream. However, recently I've gotten a bit of a breakthrough, and now I realize just how close I am to finishing it, meaning that the story for the second big video will finally be finished. Now, to what extent it will live up to Big Jump is certainly a good question, and after seeing how good Big Jump became, it's hard for me to say if I'll be able to match it. However, I will try, and if it all goes well, that'll be How to Never Fail Again Part 3. But that'll be for but that'll definitely be for future me to solve. Perhaps I'll consider it in summer when I am done with university. That being said, there is still the third big video, but this one, well, it is an absolute monster. It is in a completely different realm to the other two, a video that may earn an entirely different status. The Colossal video. As usual, I won't say much, but I can tell you the title. The most insane game ever made. And the game is none other than Tactical Nexus. I know I haven't mentioned it much, but when I say this is the most insane game ever made, I honestly think it is. I genuinely believe that nothing compares to how this game treats the player. It's so oppressive that I, who enjoys playing Jump King, is completely crushed by the difficulty of this game. A game where the developers tell the players they apologize for being bad at making games. A game where you don't officially stop being a beginner after hundreds of hours. Yet it is also a game that won't be finished for, I'd guess, another 6 years. As such, the video about it will not be 1, 2, even 3 hours long. That will probably be how long the first part is, the first of 10. I could make that part already, but the full story would only get told slowly, and I'd need to play more. I'd love to play more, of course, but it's so hard, it's so demanding, so oppressive, so utterly insane that I don't recommend you play it. It's had both my lowest and highest moments in gaming, and it's a journey of years and likely thousands of hours. One I have still only begun. If there is one thing I want to do, it's to make the third big video. But I'm not even close, and I won't even be close anytime soon. So, in that time, I shall improve, and then, one distant day, perhaps even a decade from this very moment, I will create it. And it'll be good. But that is the end, something that will come, well, not now. There is one idea that still remains. It has no real name, no defined purpose, but it is a very special one among every other idea, and every other video I have will ever make. But that is the end, something that will come, well, not now. There is one idea that still remains. It has no real name, no defined purpose, but it is very special among every other idea and every other video I have and will ever make. The title is simple: So Happy Song Analysis. This is something that, akin to the catastrophe, I think will be explained in due time. For the time being, I will say this. This is my favorite song ever made, and I have written a document with 9,000 words to analyze it. And yet it's still not finished. With that, we are finally done with my good ideas, leaving me with only the rest. So, here's a big list of all the ideas I have ever come up with, from which the good ones above were picked out. Redacted for hinting at redacted project. Vignette subtitles. Dumb video with a fuck ton of my own comments. Lab 5 VAR 2 or Lab 7 showcase, don't know which it is. Roguelite tier list. Puzzle game recommendations. Rain World 2 Tamed Red Lizards. Re-experiencing Rain World. Something with hook only. Baba is You level pack about mazes. Beat I Wanna Kill Object 92 on recording. 3D animation with Shivering Palace. Picture this perfect 3D animation. A mobile game called Overthinker, where you're given 3 random words every X seconds, say 10. Clicking on certain words does things. For example, clicking on word that text allows you to add a word to the 3 you get. Getting a word that's a color changes the theme of the view. Redacted for being cringe. A puzzle A puzzle game set on a big grid where the level expands when you solve it. Beat 3x3 expands to 5x5. You can go back to previous tiers, and to proceed, you must solve everything from the bottom correctly. Through damage giants, but when he says, I got a giant team, there are 10 Amogus dumpy gifts behind them. Guys, this is Miranda. She's one of the boys. Do you get the joke? Echo 3D animation, where TV girl has hands come out of the TV to symbolize depression. Indian friendly da 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 subtitles. Redacted since I will do it and it's not a video. Award show end of year for all videos of that year. Dairoth Chaos with a bunch of fucking rectangles. Tier list of Nick Ben Fanning Soulless 5 sections. Actually a good one. Circus Gallop Mungus. Edit of Great Blues Shizo NVM. Program to track Discord status. Actually learn how to use wireless redstone from the Cubic Meters videos. A video on how shit Minecraft has become. A video about making the anti-thumbnail. Seth-style video about Seth-style video with Seth AI-generated voice. A puzzle game about meta-thinking, guessing what the developer wants from you in nonsensical questions and answers. Comedy is Dead. Mangustissimo. Showcase cool YouTube channels. Make a video about making a video using the Just Do It Ultimate Remix. In Minecraft, generate a large amount of randomly placed blocks. Then pick out X, 5 to 15, blocks as special and allow them to connect to nearby blocks that are in a straight line. Repeat this until all blocks that can have a line connected to them are connected. Remove the rest. See the result, could be a cool parkour map. Explain the lack of rats in Alberta. Hexit lethargy mode. Call your viewers sheep as your audience. Lost in the rhythm, but about Rainbow movement. Make another commenter's tier list and put est.dash in a new lowest tier. Why? Monk Tapper. Wave Tapper. Rank commenters and their IP addresses. World record progression of summoning salt videos. Risk of Rain 2 item variation, a mod that gives each item a rank which affects how well it works. Ranks are DCBAS with B being default. Make a poll about how soulful games are by showing images and asking whether they think it's soulful. Make a Vampire Survivors clone but remove all damage numbers. A program that automatically looks through comments of a video, takes them, and makes a subtitle file to put on a video. Osu, but you can loop from the edge of the screen to the other edge, a program that can do that for the computer. Tactical Nexus difficulty analysis. Music of Max Emotion. Tactical Nexus mod where you can see ghosts of other players. Smack again if you wish, I wanna be the guy avoidance. Explain 4chan. Make an incremental game where it gets harder and more focus requiring with each upgrade. Subscribers pick videos, could be through the Patreon with an increasing amount. Mind map with theme of what I can do. A video where the subtitles act as jigsaw puzzle pieces you have to assemble. The video itself would explain how to make such subtitles, or a vignette video. A world where everyone is made out of paint and their existence and properties are dictated by how that paint is used. A shirt of every one of my interests just fucking stacked. Ask for music recommendations and review them. Physics of Mormon soaking. Explain eye shaking. Do a lot of personality tests. Destrudo. What is a story and the edge of that definition? Parody of hero's journey. Guy walks on a path, climbs a few steps, falls down, learns something, comes back, zoom to the top, and show hero's journey. Video based on That Was Too Slow. Stream for Rivulet, where most of the space is taken up by another video. Getting Over It Task Explained. I guess it would be more about the insane skips humans don't do. Mindset in video games. Witness, redacted for being second big video game. Rainworld Jumping. Polyrhythm Tactical Nexus gameplay. Polyphasic Sleep. Doesn't work sadly. Why Rule of Cool works on me, not wheel. Everyone does one thing at the same time. Tally Hall and with logic gates. Achievements for getting rare bugs in programming. Achievement unlocked. Take over the world. That's a tough idea. 5 years worth of Patreon subs for last season. 5 years worth of Patreon subs for last season. Redacted hinting at Redacted Project app. Ted Kaczynski philosophy. Conceptual limitations. Subtitles for Lonely Man's Lazarus Mind Electric. This is just to remember, sometimes it's not the win that is satisfying. This is just to remember, sometimes it's not the win that is satisfying, but the grind itself, because of the desire to achieve it, the dopamine that is released when you want something so bad. I've written more words than I've read. Well, that might change. Bright Like the Sun song for a 3D modeling tutorial where you make a hyper-realistic sun and then zoom out at the end for a solar system. A video about 3D modeling that explains why something is cool, like a shader or geometry thing. A story about someone solving a puzzle. A poem set called A Journey to the End of a World. A video about why young adults are suicidal in current society. Ask Me Anything, where I use an AI-trained model of myself. This was a while ago where that would be really hard. Summoning Salt style video where instead of time going down, it's the quality of the videos. And them's the facts. Weekly Post 11. Get Rocky. Contents. New video began production. University and work. Man, the chronology department isn't going to be happy here, but hello, I'm future Rockman. I'll have to give it over to past Rockman and then back tomorrow myself, so it shouldn't be too confusing. The reason I'm here before the past is because past Rockman is wrong. I did do work. You see, a few days ago I realized something as I was scrolling through my videos. I forgot about the rockiest videos of 2023. So I am putting the mind aside because, similarly to the 22 version, I will upload 23 on January 1st, 2024, meaning I have about a month. As such, since there is an actual deadline, I wasted no time in getting started. For this week, my main goal was the basic 3D setup. Obviously, I'm going with the same theater type idea, just with better production now. So I yoinked a free theater from on some site, yoinked a human model, rigged it up, and made an entire goddamn audience. Yeah, it certainly took a while, but I thankfully still had all the images from the commenter's tier list video, meaning all I needed to do was get all the Discord profile pictures and video thumbnails. With that done, the question was how the video would actually look, like what was going to happen. Well, I can tell you that whatever was going to happen was not going to be well made since animation is not easy. Yeah, I know, incredible quality here, animating on 8 hits different. What's funny is that it'll probably be the most dynamic movement in the entire thing, so at least there's that. After that, I got to working on a script. However, to your dismay, I won't show it. This is partly because A, I don't need feedback on it, B, it's not fun to spoil funny, and C, it contains more than this video. You see, the Rockiest Videos of 23 is going to go up on the main channel, so to an extent, I kind of have to limit how ridiculous I get. That's not to say it'll be normal, it'll be more ridiculous than 22 probably, but that's not enough. As such, I will also make the Patreon exclusive Rockiest Videos of 23 Shizo edition, that I can only describe as fucking stupid. I definitely do not want to spoil those jokes, which I write alongside the normal ones, so you probably won't see me talk about that version until it is out. Smile. So yeah, that's pretty much it for me. The other notable event was that I succumbed to Tactical Nexus for like 8 hours, but I'm back, thankfully. There's also the whole something playlist expansion, which you can see in the Discord something channel. Alright, go ahead, Pastor Rockman. Alright, listen, I know what you're saying. Why are you writing this on the same day you posted Weekly Post 10, and why have you probably not done any work? Well, the reason for the first is because I'm tired, and the reason for the second is why I'm tired. Work. As I have likely said somewhere, I plan on finishing university, which means that, very sadly, I have to go work. For the final semester, you must find practice, as in a job of some kind that relates to IT. The past week, this is what I've been grinding. A while earlier was my first attempt with Company B. After my email, they wrote back saying I would need to do a coding exercise, which is fine. I did a demo exercise, it was fairly easy, and it was time for the big test. 90 minutes, 3 tasks, so 30 minutes each. I end up managing to kind of probably do the first one in 40 minutes, but it's alright because the schmuck said it's better to do one or two well rather than all three poorly. Sadly for me, the first one was the easiest one and I couldn't even do the second one right. As it was my first job moment, I was really stressed, and seeing everything collapse right in front of me was so stressful that for the rest of the day I had a pretty bad headache, even hours after the source of the stress mattered, as I knew I fucked up. Naturally, since then, I haven't been very happy about the whole job moment, but of course, you gotta keep going. Whether you want to or not, you have to do it because you're too scared of the alternative, which I talked about in some other weekly post. So, this week I had a job meeting with Company T 2 days ago, a meeting with Company R today, and a meeting with Company S will likely happen sometime soon as well, though, for reasons I'll mention later, it better be really soon. Either way, with second company T, I had a digital meeting, which went, well, rather poorly, I guess. Besides technical issues, they were clearly looking for already skilled workers in specified fields, which I am not. What I can do is sit down and put in the work to solve that problem. I can learn rather quickly, at least in my opinion. They obviously can't test that, so instead they ask you if you know this or that. Notably, their method of questioning was off limit testing. If you know something in this category, let me ask you a harder question. If not, new category. That's good for them, but not great for my mentality as you can never win. They always make you reach your limit, fail in a way. In the end, I still don't have their response, but it's not looking good. At the same time, the night before, it took over 3 hours to fall asleep because of, you guessed it, stress. Company R was today with its real life meeting, and this one went far better. What was good here and why I was least stressed about this one is because, from experience, I do well in real life situations, despite my comparative lack of experience. Like, I don't just fucking fumble everything, I can sit and talk in perhaps an interesting way. As such, I didn't mind the scenario which was the most open, even if there were 3 people asking me questions rather than 1. It also helped they were comparatively much more human and casual, but Such is the way with smaller company in comparison to B&T. As such, by the time I got home, I had already received an email saying that they accepted my application, which is pretty nice. But of course, it's not ideal. Beyond practical work, I must also do my bachelor thesis, and in a perfect world, I can do my practical work and weave in my thesis into it. In that case, well, I would only need to work 4 hours for 5 days a week, as otherwise I need to also have another difficult project in parallel, which would add, if I had to guess, another 2 hours per day. Essentially, if I can just get this deal, I can save 1 to 300 hours from 13 weeks, which is a pretty good sum. Arguably, a project on the scale of Big Jump gets freed up. This company cannot guarantee such an opportunity though, as they do not trust me yet. I'd need to discuss more. Still, right after I got home, I made a small program with the technology they wanted, even tracking my progress to the minute as I did it. Here's a link if you want to see it for whatever reason, should work for quite a while. It wasn't that hard, but well, I don't even know if I did what they wanted. I just followed the tutorial for a bit and continued from there. So I sent it over, and for now that's it. All that remains is the meeting with the last company. Sure, I'm not particularly busy now, but well, I still have university work to tend to. On top of that, when I likely go and accept the offer to work at Company R, they want me to start working already, which is not quite what I want. I told them I'd think about it until next Friday so I can at least delay it until then because, well, less work good when you don't care about money. On the other hand, starting work early would allow me to develop the trust I need for negotiating a bachelor thesis. After all, they can't just give me an important job for me to do, which makes sense, so I don't know. It seems like I'll have to work 1 to 2 months before practice starts, which sucks, but well, it is a job. So yes, ya boy Rockman is getting pulled away from YouTube, but that doesn't mean I'll quit. I mean, just the passive income that is going to come in now is nice to see because, well, think about it like this. My job nets me €400 per month, and then YouTube, before Cognito Hazards blew up, was earning like €15. So I guess now it'd be 50 to 100 per month, which is certainly a part of the main job. If possible, I'd absolutely love to continue working on YouTube with, for example, a setup where I work 3 days a week there, since I have to go there, and then 3 or 4 days on YouTube. Man, the more I think about it, the more this job seems like the play, but again, I shouldn't rush it, stay calm, take in information, make a decision. And here's 1201 Rockin' having taken in some information. They haven't replied. However, I did remember something. Now that we are getting close to the end of the year, that means something. The Rockiest Videos Awards are coming up, which means I have to get off my ass for once. I can delay the mind focus and focus on grinding out university, but I can't do the same for such a timed project. And here's 1206 Rockman to finish this weirdly timed post. So Company S ended up looking like a bit of a moment as they kept delaying the meeting and they were a bit in their enthusiasm, so I wrote to Company R accepting their offer. If R decides to throw me out for some reason in the next week, I'll keep OFS to have a backup position, so I think I'm safe for now. Besides that, well, in order to annoy some of you, I'll say that I'll be meeting an elusive Company V actually today. In fact, in around 4 to 5 hours. Isn't that fun, huh? Weekly Post 12. University's Final Challenge. Contents. Rockman losing it. Oh man, oh man, oh man. That is how I could describe this week. It's, man. To be perfectly honest with you, there's honestly little I can tell you because all of my time has been going to this mysterious Company V. I'd even say that my life revolves around that company, but it's best I do not tell you what it is and what I do here. The one thing I can tell you is that I am happy, and while I am writing this on December 10th, I wouldn't be surprised if this 1 week will be the happiest week I've had in the past 6 years. The only real contender is the week that Rainworld Downpour was released on, which was super good as well. If you're wondering how I know, it's because of the diary. I scrolled through all the days and found only these two are competing. So yeah, sorry, I wish I could tell you, but it's a pretty bad idea. What I can tell you is that next to this Company V stuff going on, I am also effectively in the final stretch of the university semester right now, and I have 5 projects I need to deal with in the next week. OPP has already been dealt with a few weeks before as I was grinding forward. PST was dealt with last week and finished off by a team member. but the others are not so easy. VR is a module where we have to make a VR game using sprints, as in make a barely functioning thing in the first 2 weeks, next 2 weeks improve it, and repeat. Those 2 weeks are a sprint, and you try to make progress and show your work at the end of every sprint. This sprint is going pretty darn terribly, as I have the VR hardware, so I have to be the one to test everything. At the same time, I also have the most brutal mechanic to implement that is unique to VR, and to put it lightly, I hate it. I have to start the game, put on a headset that never seems to fit me, draw a line, take it off, put on my glasses, and check what went wrong. When I inevitably don't find it, I repeat, all while getting angrier, strengthening my headache, since I hate VR or randomly having the goggles start lagging, disconnecting, recalibrating, or, of course, running out of power. It is quite possibly the worst coding experience per hour that I've ever had. I despise those goggles. At the same time, one team member, Ignis, does almost no work. In fact, he did nothing last sprint, and this one he said he'd do something by Saturday. He did not. He's just that type of guy. Doesn't plan his time well, gets overwhelmed, and has to throw this module where he's not as pressured under the bus. So I pick up the slack and do his work. But why wrong? Why remain at least partially neutral to him rather than ratting him out to the professors? Well, being a rat is A. Cringe, and B. Messy, as I can say whatever I want and so can he. More importantly though, you have to ask yourself a question. What good would it do for me to say fuck you and fuck him over? Maybe it would make me feel good, but well, that's about it. Oh, but what about lashing out? Well, again, same thing. It just makes you feel good temporarily. I simply don't subscribe to this idea of hating anymore. Regardless of how much I do dislike a person, I dislike interacting with them negatively even more. Perhaps this was taught to me by the book I recently read called How to Win Friends and Influence People, which is very good, but I'll let future Rockman talk about it. Either way, I won't rat on him, and he'll probably do his work because he's the type of guy to do everything last minute. If he doesn't, so be it, I'll do it next sprint. At least the other guy does what he sets out to do, even if you have to tell him everything that needs to be done for him, as he has no ideas on his own. And all of this is just one module, albeit the worst one. Robotics is similar, though I'd say dissatisfying rather than depressing. Here one team member is actually fine, another doesn't do much work, and then I have to go and throw it into a report. The robot is... our report is and today I'll probably have an time finishing it. Sustainability is also pretty bad. We have to take 2 countries and compare them on selected categories as well as their SDGs. Sounds like liberal slop, the professor knows it and doesn't care much for it, so all we have to do is lazily put together some presentation and then that'll be that. However, since I don't like making dogshit content, I find it quite difficult for me to just accept what we are doing. Then again, actually doing it well would be actually hard, and I dislike that much more, as it would ruin other aspects of my life. So what do? You do the shit version and wait to get rid of it. Just be disappointed. As you can see, it's not going well to say the least, as it doesn't feel like any of these 3 projects will ever end. They will, but, well, they'll be terrible. It's as if they'll haunt me after. I hate it, but, well, at least there's Company V to come back to. On a more positive note, I may not have to present them soon because, well, the university I go to is called Kaunas Technological University. And it's been hacked. Yeah, the top technological university in Lithuania has been effectively taken over by hackers, and no one can log into any of the systems. In fact, a social media post said we shouldn't log in, which, hey, I'll absolutely take. Fuck this dogshit educational institution. It's not actually dogshit, it's fine, I just hate being here for personal reasons. So yeah, that's essentially what's been going on with my life. I wish I had the time to work on Rocky S23, but well, with Company V, I am essentially using all of my time somewhere. And if you want my perspective on the morning of Tuesday, then, well, it's going really bad. Remember how I went through the list of modules up there? Well, each of those has a defense this week, which is very, very sick. However, get this, I also have some other problems, such as having to go sign the contract with Company R and then dealing with the dentist after getting a deep clean. In total, There are 7 tasks for which I will either have to leave home or, for one, go to a shitty digital meeting and present. It really blows to manage so many things all while the VR stuff is still failing. I managed to fix it up, but then the lazy guy finished it and somehow nothing works anymore. There were times where I looked ahead and thought, man, maybe it is time to stop. But nowadays, there is a new force that prevents me from saying the next dreaded word. It's like a wall that says no. I will get through this. I have to. For him. Edit, I apparently released it early, so oops, have fun, I guess. Weekly post 13. Never wrong. Contents. Some progress and university retrospective. No one has ever been wrong. Well, another week down. To cover progress, it's been going well. Sure, I didn't really do that much as I only sat down for 2 days to set up cameras for all the renders. After Big Jump, I realized that making all the renders as you go is a terrible, terrible idea. What you should do instead is set up all of the renders and then, once you're sure you have all the shots, then render them. That way you won't need to make minor adjustments to old renders. Stuff like this does take up some time, is annoying and leaves you with little to show, but you get that, so shmeep shmop as they say. Sadly, this is about it for the actual progress, but now that university is completed for the year, I can focus on this and not the dumbass VR game. If you want to see what I did this year in university, here's some link with short descriptions. VR RTS game where you place towers to defend against incoming enemies by extracting resources and using them as ammo. Not that good, full of bugs, but it is something. Windows Forms local multiplayer clone of Diapayo. Not that interesting, was more so used for learning design patterns rather than making something decent. Digitally simulated quadcopter robots where one traverses an obstacle course and the other follows. Low effort, not that interesting. A presentation comparing the countries of Vietnam and Cambodia using their SDGs and various other metrics. Not useful in much of anyway, as most facts were lazily researched to just exist and probably don't tell an accurate story. So, as you can see, not a particularly big fan of any of these. The VR game does have potential to be somewhat enjoyable for like 15 minutes with another 10 hours of work or such, but who cares? VR blows anyway, at least for me. The rest are either intentionally or not intentionally lazy, with a little potential to expand. At least they weren't particularly annoying like VR. So yeah, not much to say, however, I wouldn't want to leave you with just that, and while I still can't talk about this elusive company V that has made this week probably the best week in my life, I can talk about a small vaguely related fraction. So, if you know me, you'll know that I'm a fairly understanding guy, and I quite dislike disliking other people. If you know me even better, you'll know that I'm a self-hateful guy, and I quite dislike myself. There's always something to find after all. You are never perfect, so you are never enough. Lastly, if you know me well, you'll know I dislike living as a whole. There is no point, there is no hope, yada yada. However, this week, while I was cycling back from university, I was thinking about various things, mainly not positive things as I still had so much to do left. Yet, in that thinking, I realized something. I cannot stop. Whether I want to or not, I will continue. I have thought about suicide a lot in the past, but well, I've come to realize it's not happening, like, at all. I can't do it. So that means I cannot stop. No matter what I do or think, my heart will keep beating and neurons firing until some external event will end it. But that won't be me because I won't exist then, so why does it matter? It is outside of my control, so what can I really do about it? Nothing. That's what. And when I do finally die, then what will happen? Well, probably eternal nothing, where I will be incapable of caring about anything. For as long as I live, I cannot stop, and when I finally die, nothing will matter, including my death. So, for all the time in the universe that I care about, I cannot stop. Some may see this as a burden, and that's very fair. After all, the dichotomy of life is meaningless is that people who are happy just say it doesn't matter if you die, and people who are sad say it doesn't matter if you live. Both are completely correct, because neither matters. It's just annoying to see people who do not get both sides and realize that their argument is not an answer to anything at all. However, for as meaningless as both things are, there is a fundamental difference between the two. Life has action, death does not. What's unique about existing is that you're doing something, anything, but have you ever wondered what that truly is? How do you make the decision to get out of bed or to laze around to work? Well, ultimately, you are a collection of atoms, and those atoms are always in motion, dictated by rules of the universe and their context. Your body. Your heart keeps beating because it's what its rules tell its atoms to do. Your ears listen because that's simply what they do, same with every other organ. Most notable is, of course, the brain, which, when you look at it, is really just a machine that takes in a lot of inputs from your senses, passes them through many different layers of memory, skills, and knowledge, and then tells every brain controlled part of your body what to do. It's very akin to AI, except that AI isn't as smart and outputs less varied information, but that's still what it is. Why does it matter? Well, this answers the question. How do I make the decision to get out of bed? I don't. I don't make any decision. The brain gets all the inputs from the body. It runs it through its context and decides yes. There was no decision or anything of the sort made there. All that happened was that in that moment, that's the output of the brain, dictated by rules that they couldn't have ever changed. What I'm talking about here isn't quite determinism, because I'm not saying that things in the future are all predicted. What I'm saying is that what you are is ultimately an algorithm, a very complex and self improving algorithm, but one still bound by rules, which you cannot just change in the moment. Me deciding to type any letter here, for example, is part of an algorithm that uses my interpretation of the rules of the English language. It's all decided by a set of rules we are working to understand. Well, alright, but why does that matter? Well, because you exist only in the present. It means that, quite literally, you only ever make one decision at a time. You can't make any other decision because that's all there is to it. But what's great about that is the logical implication of what that decision is, because it is, unquestionably, the best decision you can make. At every single moment, you are making what you think is the best decision. If you don't believe me, feel free to recreate the exact same conditions in your head and think what would happen. You may have regretted not telling that girl you liked her, but in the moment you were very scared. You may have regretted not listening to your parents, but in the moment you were confident. In the present, all that exists is your newest, best decision. You may regret it the next moment, but well, that's not you. That's past you, what is now part of the context to make the next decision with. Put simply, you have never been wrong. In fact, no one has ever been wrong. In their own heads. Yes, sadly, this is only true for our subjective context, our own heads, because by our own goals, our brain is incapable of doing anything it doesn't think it should do. That means that both the most self-hateful guy throwing himself off a building is correct, and the most hateful guy killing and torturing endless swaths of people is correct. But only in their own heads, the subjective context. As such, I do not claim Hitler was right, only that Hitler thought he was right, which he well did. That being said, the question of morality, the categorization of what's right and wrong in the objective context, is an entirely different beast, one I am nowhere near wise enough to tackle. Should we value people's ability to review themselves in their subjective context? Should we value any action over any other action when all the rules we follow are those we created ourselves? Can we really say that those who kill people are wrong to do so when the death sentence is still a thing? I think all of these are great questions I cannot answer, and I think few people could. Well, I guess more likely than not, the answer is that it simply depends on perspective. However, what I can see for certain is that to see yourself as undeserving of happiness, well, it's just not true now, is it? Regardless of what the world tells you, you are making the best possible decision at any moment, be it bad or good. If you want to improve, your brain thinks that that's the best decision. If you give up, your brain thinks that's the best decision. So don't regret your past. You did your best. P.S. Let me know if this idea could be a good video and where to find more about it. I think it could, but it could have flaws in its reasoning to make it completely wrong, and I also don't know how to deal with the whole morality thing. Weekly post 14. Worry over nothing. Contents. Quick week recap. Worrying over nothing. Well, I guess I should first start with the more tangible stuff, such as what has happened. Company V is still going strong, not as strong as before, which is to be expected, but still very much there. Still won't talk about it. The rockiest videos have also been done, including the Shizo version, and as such, they've been uploaded along with this post, hopefully. The streams have been going fine. Cinco Pass is a fairly enjoyable game after all. I did recently decide to start unlisting all the streams and putting them in a separate playlist to not clog up subscription feeds of people who mostly don't care about what I stream, so there's that. I'd talk more about the Rockiest videos, but well, I may as well record their behind the scenes videos instead, so I don't have much to say. As such, I decided to talk about something I have been thinking about, mainly today, on the 26th and yesterday. Why am I worried? See, my life has recently drastically improved, and I've gone from a schmuck that hates himself to someone who is nigh incapable of doing so. Things are becoming simpler. I have gotten used to my YouTube inactivity and do not mind it. I will start work and have it become an expected and controllable routine, and Company V is almost certain to continue making my life better. Yet I am worried. I have no idea about what, but I am. There is a sneaky little feeling in my heart, often imperceptible, that is akin to stress or anxiety. It's almost a passive feeling, a state of being, one to infect your well being. So, of course, the Rockman style is to think and think and think until it makes sense. But this is a feeling, something that does not make sense. It's akin to saying to a person before a presentation to just think about how it won't be that bad. He knows it won't be bad, but he can't help it. Sadly for me, this feeling is ever present and there is no end to it. Well, there may be, but that would be in 4 months or something, very, very far away. And yet I think anyway, since that's all I can do. And I keep realizing more and more that there is nothing I can do. After all, I am doing my best already. Everything will be fine. So why am I worried? Is it because I am anxious about starting work? Rationally, I shouldn't be, and I really don't think anything bad will happen. Is it because I need to prepare for this work? I still have a week with nothing to do for the YouTube side, so it should be pretty much fine. Is it because I'm not sure if I'll get the bachelor thesis? Even if I don't, having to work on another project isn't the end of the world, as I could maybe spin it to be a YouTube video in the making. Is it because Company B is lessening in strength? It's supposed to. I just have to accept that's how it will be. All of these questions are the same as that example with the presentation. You simply have to do it. None of these are hard to do, but none of them you want to do. Simply think about them when you should and do them when you must. Life will move. Everything is almost certain to go fine. But, 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 I can go in circles all day long here, but nothing seems to help that isn't some mysterious true answer. Talking about it doesn't help. Thinking about it doesn't help. Forgetting it doesn't help. It always feels as I am missing something and can never find it. Of course, I can always just live like this. I've been through far worse, and other people have been through far, far, far worse, so I will live. It is as good as inevitable that I do. There is no one to blame for this, as no one is at fault. Each individual is doing their best after all. There is no answer because there has never been an answer to anything that wasn't made up by people. We are beings of categorization, as that simplifies the world. Other caveman bad since he steal food, wife cave woman good since she make food. It's simple to live that way, but it's not the truth. The other caveman needs food for his children, and the cave woman secretly keeps stealing that food away. There is no answer. There is no meaning. That is the answer. That is the meaning. I deceive a stray cat, saying I could make everything right. Does this song mean anything? These lyrics mean nothing. Is the song guilty? These lyrics are innocent. Does that song mean anything? Those lyrics mean nothing. The stray cat was thrown into the water. Antichlorbenzene, 2010. Weekly Post 15. Collapse. Uh, well, here's the guy who, yeah, as you can perhaps guess, things are not going well. Things are arguably going really poorly right now. Really damn poorly. So, just, I'm sorry. That's all I can think of to say in a way. I guess I feel as if I can myself being vulnerable to make an interesting post. I feel like I have to make an interesting post. Oh well. One particular dog walking title comes into mind. If I titled Nonsense, would that be enough? If I rambled and rambled about nothing in an entertaining enough way, would that be enough for you? Well, it's a trick question, for it's likely you would accept pretty much anything reasonable. You know the struggles of life, and you do not wish others to suffer through them. So, if I tell you that everything is failing and getting harder with me getting my first job and hating it, while Company B, that beacon of joy, is fading too, well, you'd probably feel bad. Somehow you would accept that and keep paying to read about that. Well, maybe. If not, do unsubscribe, so the only ones who would read this are such people. I guess I'll cover what happened. In short, there has been a major issue with Company V that constantly makes me feel worried, and I have no clue what to do. It's bad. For work, well, it's about what I expected. It's me commuting for about an hour and then sitting and doing boring programming for another 7 for 3 days a week until I clock out and commute back. It's bad. My grandma asked if it was fun, and when I said no, she asked how I would do this for another month. Well, isn't that a great question? Today I will also have an exam, the first of 4. This one is easy, but it does mean that the one day where I just might be able to rest is gone too. My throat hurts too. I was sick. I got better, but it doesn't look like I was fully healed. It's it's all I want to collapse. I don't want to die. I'm not allowed to do that. I don't want to stop. I can't do that. I don't want to fall. There isn't much point in doing that. I want to collapse. My mind breaking apart. I want to be rebuilt, for my mind cannot handle the thought of what is to come. I have to transform into something else. I need to transform into something else. I rarely cry, you know? I've gotten used to essentially never doing so. With my new mentality of never being wrong, I feel it's nigh impossible to cry for me even. But I want to cry so damn bad. Yet I can't. It's so hopeless. It feels as if there is no solution and no more refuge. And seeing that makes me feel better. It's easier to hate yourself like this. I wouldn't recommend it, but I'd guess most people get the idea. It's easy to blame everything on yourself. Like right now, instead of all this shit, I could just say that I'm the problem. I'd make others happy. I'd accept my situation. It all wouldn't matter again. The death march to March would continue hopelessly again. It almost feels like a drug, even, a mindset that is addicting. It makes me crave for it. Yet the dealer has become one tough nut, unwilling to give what I want. What am I talking about? If I typed more, would that be enough? I need A mental shelter. It's here. I'll give you another random idea as I lapse in and out of reality, diving back down into writing to escape. Do you think that there is anything that is hard to do? Perhaps let's see an example. Yesterday, because of all of the bullshit at work, I was going home and I got stopped by an inspector because I used a student discount without actually having the student card. And after getting taken to their car, I sat there for 20 minutes and then had to walk to my next stop. There, I realized I could just take a bus home now, but it was later. 1, 2, 4, 6 minutes passed and I gave up. I began running home and the bus eventually passed me. Once I did get home, cold and tired, I still had to stand up again to walk the dog. Well, is that hard? After all, if I won't die, then I cannot lose in this situation. I don't have to walk the dog. I won't make it back home if I don't try, and since I will try and I will succeed, as it's as good as inevitable, can I fail? Perhaps I've taken the how to never fail again mentality too seriously, but yeah, how can I fail? How can work be hard when all I have to do is go there, do what I think I need to do, and leave? How can my final be hard now if all I need to do is keep going and it'll be fine? Even if it stays like this forever, then that will be fine. I cannot die. I cannot stop. All I have is this, and that is fine. I almost feel like I am writing intentionally contradictory things at this rate. I want to collapse, yet I am also never going to. I want to cry, yet I have no reason to. Is this all just a new way to hate myself? To keep this paradox of both a collapsing man and an immovable mental wall? Perhaps the only reason I'm typing, the only reason I feel better from it is because I have a need to be understood. I can't understand myself, so I reveal all I can in an effort to shout out to someone and get help. You don't need to help. It's all easy anyway. Normally, I'd type my weekly posts more cohesively than this, reviewing and adjusting them. The reason why I'm not doing that now is because after disappointing sleep, I should be going to prepare for an exam right now. Yet the post won't have time after that to be made, I don't think, and I can't fall asleep. I guess that's it then. Yeah, there's nothing else profound that I can think to say. I mean, there wasn't much to begin with. I will be back. I don't have a choice. It won't be hard. I'll worry to no end. Yeah. 30 minutes later, I'm still in bed. 30 minutes later, I'm still in bed. It feels as if a heavy weight is being lowered into my heart. When I feel it, I start to hyperventilate. Edit. After an hour, I cried. That made me feel better. After 6 hours, I feel fine. For now, that is. Weekly post 16. V stands for contents, work, What is V? Alrighty, well, you may be wondering how things have been going with the whole, work thing, be it programming or videos, especially after how fun and awesome the 15th week was. To start with the possibly obvious, there has been no progress on videos. Crazy what doing an exam in 20 hours of programming, all while having the collapse, does to a man's motivation to take on even more work. As it currently stands, there will also be little chance for any video production in this month, partially due to laziness, exams, and me needing to work on the mind, which is a very daunting project. It's just not really going to happen. As for work, I guess it's been going about as well as I expected. It's boring, but it'll get done. All you have to do is go there, sit there, do what they want, and get out. There's not too much stress and not too much interest, just a bit of a slog. At least they are very relaxed in management, as in they just don't seem to track how much I work, letting me count the hours. I'm an honest man, I'll do their 20 hours, but it does seem fairly exploitable to me. And that was essentially my week. Well, at least all notable events that weren't related to Company V. And after so much time, after the collapse in the Radiance, I think it's about time for me to explain what this whole V thing is. Well, revealing only the essentials, of course. V stands for love. Yep, that's definitely a big surprise. I got a girlfriend who we will call V, meaning that the term Company V stood not for a business company, but for personal company. So, for relatively obvious reasons, I don't want to share too much about V. For now, just gender will be enough, though while calling her she isn't exactly accurate either. Either way, her basic description won't really matter, as for now the important bit is her influence on my mind. And oh boy, is it some positive goddamn influence. Let me put this whole love meme into perspective for you. You may know or remember that I have a diary. This diary contains a decent amount of information, but what's notable for us is that every day I track the general score of the day. Scores range from 0 to 10, but 99% are in the 3 to 7 range. 3. Terrible day, likely felt a good amount of consistent physical pain or a high amount of mental pain through self hatred, depression, or suicidal thoughts. 4. Bad day, likely had minor amounts of consistent physical discomfort and some mental anguish. 5. Neutral day, either positive and negative effects balanced out or felt nothing in particular. This is the average day. 6. Good day, likely succeeded in something, felt especially good for an hour or two, or didn't feel bad consistently. 7. Great day, likely felt extremely good for an hour or two, or consistently felt good. Beyond these, an 8 has never happened, and the last 2 happened on March 20th, 2020. Here's a little quote to give an idea of what a 2 is. My guess is this. This isn't the correct choice because that is suicide. However, I am weak and indecisive. In the same way I cannot kill myself, I won't be able to sustain my revolution. Well, I just have to work around my weakness, sadly. I'll regret this, just like I regret not killing myself. And if you're wondering, yes, there was a 1 and 2 more 2s, but they were very early, they'd be 3 nows. This one was probably the only real 2. Regardless, with that, let me give you some stats on how likely each day is, as I have been writing the diary for over 5 years. The frequency of each rating, for all days up to starting dating, is 0, 0%, 1, 0.05%, 2, 0.15%, 3, 147%, 4, 11%, 5, 60%, 6, 25%, 7, 1.17%, 8, 9, 10, 0%. Of course, this is the global average, and different months will have different ratings. So here is a picture of November 2023. As you can see, a fairly normal month, some good days, some bad. Now let's see December 2023, with me starting dating on the 5th. Yeah, quite a difference, huh? Before V, the chance for a 7 was 1.17%. Now I have 6 of them in 1 month. And the previous record was 2. In fact, this month, December 2023, had an average score of 6. That is insane. The previous best month was 5.5 in the last 5 years. But here's another fun way to visualize this. A while ago, I read a book called How to Win Friends and Influence People, which is a really good book. For our purposes, it essentially describes 23 rules which, if you follow, people will like you, and I think they are generally true. So, out of curiosity, I plotted all of my key relationships and ranked how well I do in those rules for each. Here are some explanation images. And here are the ratings. Shout out to all my notable viewers out there. Can you guess where B is? But alright, enough of the scale, which as you can see is fucking gigantic. What are the implications? Well, those would be really hard to exhaustively categorize now, so let's start with who I was before love. I won't go into my previous relationships much, so I'll summarize them here. Grades 1 through 4, liked a girl, said nothing, was sad nothing happened. Grades 5 to 8, liked a girl, said it to my friend, he told everyone, got bullied. Grades 9 to 12, like a girl, said it to her, learned of her problems, tried to fix her, everything got really bad. First year of university, kinda liked the girl, learned she had a boyfriend, both of us stopped caring. She probably didn't care to begin with though. So, overall, high marks all around. This is why I effectively gave up on love. To try quoting me from the past, I mean, yeah, love would probably be a very good thing, but I don't care to really put in the work and I don't know if I'm capable to love well. These are both actually very good points. Thankfully for me, due to reasons I can't reveal, the first part was essentially free. The second part was definitely not the same. To talk about that, I'll narrow down my 100 plus hours of talking with V to two things: the message delay and story boredom. See, even early on, one thing that kept slightly bothering me was something I call the message delay. If we are messaging, I am always looking at the messaging app, while she usually takes longer to reply. So it can be quite frustrating to sit and wait for her to reply when she takes 30 seconds to respond with one word over and over again. So I bring it up and I learn she sees chat messages as far less important in comparison to how I see them, which is understandable, and by now I've mostly gotten used to it, and she's gotten better too. The second thing is story boredom, where, put bluntly, some stories she tells are just boring. So I bring it up as well, and we talk about it, and now she gets it. Yeah, it sucks, but if we both know about it, we can do something about it. Cool, great, mostly resolved for now as well. Well, alright, that's all well and good, so where's the problem? Well, the issue is that she doesn't have these troubles for me. It's just me that is dissatisfied. Currently, I write this post with a pretty level head, but well, just a week ago, I did not have an answer. See, these two things kept getting to me. We call every day, and yet the message delay still annoys me, or some random story isn't that interesting to me. These two things, well, they lead to doubt. What if they irritate me forever? What if this is simply what I have to deal with? I want to go back to when the initial love overwhelmed negative feelings, so what can I do? How do I resolve this in my head? This is the way my analytical mind works. It must find a solution to a problem. I can't just accept it. I must resolve it. However, these two things are not so easy to resolve without hurting the other person who I love, and so I do not want to. So I am lost. I tell this to V, who listens. I get an idea that seems to hold some water. What if I love V in some sort of an active way in which I need stimulation and she loves me in a more passive way in which she is happy knowing I am happy? Then I realize, do I love V unconditionally like she does me? No, I do not. We do a love language quiz. We are mismatched. I point out what I dislike about her. She cries. So I think again, what can I do? How do I resolve this? That thinking is what led to the collapse, last week's post. I call V and cry myself. I have no answer. Naturally, I do not stop thinking. Whether I like it or not, that is my mind. That is how I deal with problems. So I realize something. In all of my relationships, I have barely cared to hear the stories of others. That is true for everyone. I can speak about myself all day and night, but someone talks about themselves, and it's very likely that it won't be interesting to me. Sure, there are exceptions, such as V and one friend where I want to know more about them, but they can bore me too. I don't know why I think like this, but I do. And so, this entire time, the stimulation of talking to V was masking this problem. But it is an unsolvable problem. How do I learn how to love? I still don't know. But after all this, do you know what V says? It will be okay. I tell her I don't know if I love her. It will be okay. I ask for an answer and she doesn't know one, just says it will be okay. I ask how can I know that it will be okay? I know it will be okay. Somehow she stands. Despite me explaining to her her flaws, despite me making her cry, despite her not knowing how to help me, she stands. That is how much she loves me. To me, V is the strongest person I know. Genuinely. I would have fallen many times over, but she stood. She didn't know what to stand for, she just did. Her hope became a brilliant radiance that lifted me back up, an immovable pillar I can hold on to. That's why I'm here, and I am saying, I do not know the answer, but I do know one thing. It will be okay. Isn't that right, V? Yes, it will be okay. I'm sure of it. I believe in us. Weekly Post 17. The Twist. See, it's really funny I titled this as The Twist, considering there isn't much of a twist at all. This post is free. Naturally, that means that the 7 free members will get to see it, so why am I doing this? Will it become pointless to be a patron? Not really, I just have very few ideas for this week, so I thought a cool idea would be to get some more people in here. After all, the videos are going to slow down, so I may as well do something to keep up the momentum. As such, let's do a quick weekly recap. The first notable event was the whole daily streaming thing ending. This was, in a way, a somewhat tough decision to make, but I do think it was the right one. As you will see, I've gotten to be a very busy man. I'd say it's best described with this interaction with a friend. Rock. Oh, and I also probably won't respond for a while again. Really damn busy. X. Good luck with busy. Rock. Thanks. I'm not used to juggling work and girlfriend considering 1.5 months ago I had neither. X. Seems like a good problem to have, man. Rock. It admittedly is. It really is. It's weird to be bored, even. I really do have something to always do. Every evening is me talking to V for an average 4 hours, sometimes even 8. And then half the days I am in work mode from 7 am to 4 pm, so coupled with V, those days are essentially disappear. After that, I still have stuff like the big game I play 30 minutes a day, helping parents with housework and university stuff. And if I ever do get some free time, there's an activity I can do whenever to further the relationship with V, so I always have something to do. It really is strange. But okay, daily streams. I might have to sit down one day and explain all the streaming titles, but I don't think that's the purpose of this week's post. I do want to say that one title, among these, was indeed about B, as in I literally sat on call with her as I did the stream, subtly hinting at her. It was really fun. The final stream was underwhelming in a somewhat expected way. After all, this is Cinco Pass we're talking about, a game that is extremely direct. You won? Here you go, a screen that just says the conclusion. You died? Here you go, a screen that just says you lost. That's why I like Tactical Nexus more. But I do think overall it is good I stopped streaming it, since it is a very momentum driven activity. If you want the streams to be worthwhile, you need to invest your time into them. What made One Spear so good was that I cared so damn much, practicing off stream and playing 2 hours a day. I can't really do that now. That being said, I will come back to streams as my next idea is to play Gormand with Ultra Lethargy from Ian's Chimney Canopy. Ian's Chimney Canopy. Doable? No idea, but we'll have to find out, but it should be. Another idea would be streaming conjoined with V when we go more public. We already play conjoined every once in a while, all while speaking Russian so I would learn it for fun, so there's ideas there. For example, think about it. One spear conjoined. It'd be nigh impossible to speedrun well, but beating it would already be super hard and probably fun. There's a lot of tech you can do in conjoined after all, so popularizing it would be fun. However, for now, no streams is the right approach, as just 2 days later I had to spend 10 hours working outside at 0C, while it was snowing and, for a while, dark, to drill holes, carry metal beams, and cement them. It sure was fun to have your gloves be destroyed and have your hands be always cold. Let's just say that even the daily call with V was only 2 hours long, and my body is still in pain 2 days later. Oh yeah, and I had to wake up at 7 am for work in the next day. At least I'm alright, and speaking of alright, while the 14th was the day of the big work outside, the 13th was the first and so far only ever 8 in the diary. A fucking 8. A bit a light one. I get that doesn't mean much to you, so to give you a perspective, I have done the diary for 2085 days. There has been one quality 8 rated day. Sadly, I can't really say what event exactly would create such a great day, so I'll just say that if you have a specific idea that may or may not relate to V, you probably know what it is. That being said, there was another event that ended up helping in reaching the 8, the mystery game I mentioned in Weekly Post 10 that will become How to Never Fail Again Part 3. It won't actually, it'll be a very different style, but it will relate a lot. On this day, I ended up finally clearing a stupidly brutal screen. So brutal that in 3 weeks of attempts, I had only reached 70 to 80% of the way in twice or thrice, and then I ended up first trying the rest, even though it was really damn hard. But this was no ordinary screen. It was the final screen before the final boss. Just one boss before I end a decade-long journey. Weekly Post 18. Communities and kinning? Contents. Patreon, I guess. Kinning human behavior. Alright, and we are back. Sorry for the fairly lackluster post last week. I tried something and it didn't really work. Oh well. Either way, we are now back at one patron, Keaton. Boom! Vinci sadly had to go for very understandable and rather unfortunate reasons, meaning that I am back to thinking what will happen when I have to write these posts and have no one read them. It's a concept I am relatively familiar with, as, after all, the diary is pretty much exactly that. Literal millions of words of me saying stuff that will never get read fully, at least if you consider read to be what is currently considered to be, so who knows how fast people will be able to read this in the future. Either way, this whole weekly post project is somewhat similar to the diary in that I do not have a particular reason to stop, and so here we are. However, what happens when I run out of ideas to write about, like yesterday? Well, I can always just talk about some subject, and for this week I thought it would be interesting to take a look at something I saw with V. See, due to seeing it in a joke, we were looking into something called kinning, and we found this page, henceforth referred to as the card. Now, this is a very interesting page for quite a few reasons, but to get some context, when I first read it, I had no clue what kinning was, whereas V had done some kinning, that is, defined this card as mirroring. Well, not fully, but the idea is similar. There's not much need to go through everything here, but feel free to read the card. The point I will be trying to make isn't really about kinning, so there's not much reason to sit through it. Let's take a look at the first page. Let's take a look at the basic definition of kinning and some ways that it is misunderstood. A lot of people are highly misinformed about what kinning is. They think it's just a coping mechanism or something people do for comfort or for fun. This is absolutely not true and highly disrespectful and harmful information to spread around, which is why this card was made. So, already we have a fairly interesting start, and we still have no idea what kinning is. The key phrase here is a lot of people are highly misinformed into something people do for comfort and for fun. Meaning that whatever this kinning thing is usually seen as fun and casual, but to the writer it's significantly more serious. Nothing wrong here so far, so let's keep going. Kinning is a spiritual belief based in beliefs of the multiverse theory, the belief that there are infinite universes and reincarnation. And now we have gotten somewhere interesting. As you can see, this card is not quite so normal, but that's completely fine. As far as I'm concerned, the multiverse and reincarnation could both very well exist, and if you believe in that, great. What's interesting is that if you look up definition of kinning, you're much more likely to find something like kinning is when you closely relate to a character. Urban Dictionary. So we have this disconnect between a lot of people that just really relate to fictional or non-fictional characters and someone who sees kinning as a spiritual belief. I'm sure for some of you, kinning has already been explained way differently than this, and it's been explained as something people do for comfort or for fun. I mentioned previously that this is disrespectful, here's more reasons why. Kinning started out as a spiritual thing, and the way it has evolved has been spiritual for a very long time. The only reason people are saying it's for comfort/for fun is because of Tumblr trolls. People got confused and misinformed, and now barely anyone knows the actual truth, which is really upsetting to a lot of people who follow this belief. Alright, this is where we can start piecing parts together. After doing some surface level research, it seems to me that whatever kinning may or may not be is contentious, but in general it is seen as the act of closely relating to a character. Its history seems to be very difficult to pinpoint because, well, this is a concept, not some object, and so I won't claim I know how it did or did not come about. As such, let's take two scenarios. Number 1. Kinning began as a concept of incredibly deep connections with characters in other multiverses that you have shared a past life with. This is vaguely what kinning is to the writer. This is the fairly charitable assumption, but it easily could be true. After all, let's suppose we were talking about something like roguelikes. It would be easy to assume, without knowing, that modern roguelikes originated from games such as Isaac or Spelunky, due to them being close to the current style of what a roguelike means. But in reality, the term originated from a highly specific genre and was then morphed into something it originally was not meant to be. In such a case, what we have here is yet another example of a community being taken over by a more traditional set of people. The same story that has and will happen many times. A niche community forms around some particular idea, and either people slowly stop caring as their interests change, and people don't join, or it takes more and more people that relate less and less with the original idea, and then the community stops being about that original concept, leading to the core members to be rather upset. This is why there are terms like roguelikes, roguelites, and traditional roguelikes. This is why Forger is such a disaster, and this is why our writer is upset. The solution is, sadly, to split away. You simply cannot go against what is popular because you will never win. I tried with my roguelikes video and see how far that got me. However, the writer refuses to do so. Instead of giving up to the masses and using some different word for his style of kinning, such as universe kin or something, he wants to change people's minds. But you can't change people's minds by saying that what they like is wrong. He thinks he is superior and knows more because he has a deeper connection, but what does that really do? The primary purpose of definition is sadly not about being correct. It is about getting everyone on the same page, meaning that the most popular definition is the definition. Like it or not, it is pointless to fight as you will only keep making everyone more upset. Number 2. Kinning began as a concept of closely relating to some character. However, let's give the writer here less wiggle room. Presuming this multiverse kinning idea was developed after the initial idea of simple relation to characters, then we see that our writer here has surprisingly few fictional legs to stand on. In that case, what happened is that some people lied closely relating to characters, and then some other, smaller fan base has come in to turn up the concept to 11 and call everyone who doesn't believe in it wrong. As you may have guessed, this is your typical case of extreme supporters of some idea. Now, I am a centrist because I think it is the least categorical approach to existence, which I think is where the truth lies. I also do not mind people that think whatever they want to think, as after all, life is tough and no one is ever wrong. If you want to kill people, I get it, I've been mad. If you want to spread love and positivity, I get it, that's a good thing to do. But there is a limit to everything. Let's take, for example, the idea of suicide. Having been suicidal for 5 years, I have become very familiar with the arguments for and against it, and nowadays I don't see either side as wrong. It makes sense for a person to die if they really feel like their life is not worth living. For example, euthanasia in my eyes should definitely not be legal, just extremely carefully applied. After all, life tends to always end up being okay in the end. Yet, on the other hand, people who are against suicide are almost dictating the person what they should do with their own life and assume that they know better. That's why I don't think there is a general answer here. Do what you want, it's your life. In my eyes, the real problem are the people that think they know what is right. There's a great video by Tentacruel linked here that talks about a website that encourages people to die, and it is pretty insane. Many people ended up going to the site simply to find an answer as to what to do about their thoughts, met some extremists, and then died without making a particularly good decision. While that is a rather dark example, does that ring a bell? The same thing is going on here with Kinning and this card. In reality, it doesn't really matter whether the writer here does or doesn't have history on his side. He is attempting to discredit a lot of people to prop up his own small community because he is bitter about the loss of the term he holds important. To be clear, no one here is to blame, and I understand the perspective of everyone involved. I felt like the writer when trying to push for the term roguelikes to come back to meaning traditional roguelike. I've wanted to just be in communities without having to adhere to the whims of a vocal minority. No one is to blame because no one's wrong. This is just life. Kinning is ultimately a niche idea that does not affect many people. However, what I wanted to show here is how this is not about kinning. It's about human tribalism that can be seen everywhere in the world. And if you just look at some IRL examples, you'll find this behavior manifest and dictate the lives of thousands of people. In the Israel-Palestine conflict, both sides have vocal minorities that brazenly say they are right and discredit the other side, use history in order to justify their actions, attempt to extremize neutral people in order to gain power against the other side, paint themselves as victims to attempt to seem more favorable. Again, I do not blame anyone. I am simply pointing out how this idea of knowing what is right defines so many conflicts. I do not claim to know what is right, nor does this post claim to be right. This is all my opinion. I could be wrong. I just wish people said that a little more often. Weekly post 19. Not built for love. Contents. Rambling about love and caring. You know, I'm actually kinda worried right now, and while the primary worry is the meeting I have with my bachelor thesis professor, that worry does transfer to these Patreon posts. Should I try harder or should I focus more on myself? Am I fit to blabber on and have people read it? Do I do enough for the people who pay me money? These questions are awfully similar to the questions I have about my relationship with V, and since I don't have any good ideas as to what I should write yet another post about, well, here we are. Let's start from the beginning though. Who really was the Rockman before V? There's definitely a lot of information I could go through, but I'll try to only focus on the most relevant piece of information here. My lack of empathy. Yeah, crazy how the guy who primarily seeks out people to tell stories to struggles to get other people. But yeah, it is true, I definitely seem to look at things differently from other people. What's interesting is that this part of me hasn't really changed, so I can give an example of what happened just a few days ago. See, my grandma had been sick for 2 weeks, and she loves me in the way that grandmas do, and wants to interact with me, ask me questions, make food, etc. However, in those 2 weeks, I did not visit her a single time. It would take me 5 minutes to go to her, talk, and leave, but no, I did not do it a single time. Why? Don't care. I don't know. At an emotional level, doing something like that for me is akin to saying hi to neighbors I have never talked to. Why should I bother? I understand that she wants this, and I understand that I should help her in some way because she helps me a lot in general with making food or cleaning the house, but, well, that's all there is to it. Reason. There's no emotion, maybe a little that makes me feel bad, but it is very easily suppressed. This is simply how I exist and have seemingly always existed as an adult. People dying in a faraway country? Sure, sucks for them, I guess, but what does that have to do with me? Grandma is sick? Hope she gets better, I guess. People don't care about my videos? Sure, man, go do something you find better. As you can see, I don't find this mentality to be negative, more so neutral and selectively applicable. This entire idea of not caring to me is freeing in a way. In my eyes, not caring about the things you can't change is, well, my goal, because why bother? Why waste your time and energy on something so meaningless? Why care about something so negative when it is, well, negative? Of course, it's not like I don't get it. I like to think of myself as a fairly understanding person, and well, yeah, caring can be the easy thing to do, be it for entertainment or a more serious motive. It's just not the way I myself behave, and whenever possible, I choose not to care about problems. As such, this lack of empathy is a part of me I do not mind. I guess it is akin to how some neurodivergent people attempt to adapt to the world they were not designed for. Or maybe I am reading it too far. I don't particularly like calling myself special, I guess. Either way, how do you think such an issue would apply to a relationship that has been biologically designed over hundreds of thousands of years to have both people care and depend on that caring? Better yet, what if you also didn't have the primary force to aid you, that being physicality? As Weekly Post 16 pointed out, the first month with V was incredible. Incredibly amazing, life defining even. As such, the issue of me not caring was subsumed by the simple fact that my body was producing tons and tons of hormones to force me to care. If V is sad, I must be sad, and if V is happy, I must be happy. Despite our best wishes, however, that unbelievable joy had to end, and boy did it end. The love language Mori, described in Weekly Post 16, was easily the closest this relationship got to collapsing. However, even then it really didn't even get that close. The entire situation reminds me of my now gone suicidal tendencies, which I used as a sort of holy grail. However, despite how much I wanted to die, I could never do it. And here it feels like despite how much a side of me wanted to end the relationship, I simply couldn't do it. Perhaps I'm simply destined to be in love with V. I sure don't mind it though. Either way, Weekly Post 16 described two issues I had with V, where one has been effectively resolved, yet the other, the whole not caring about her interesting, well, it sounds familiar, doesn't it? Akin to not caring about people's well being, I also rarely care about other people's interests. Even more accurately, I rarely care about new interests in general. I rarely play new games, listen to new music, consume new media. Why I am such is one hell of a mystery, but I will go on another tangent to give you a metaphor for it. The set of idea validators idea. At any given moment, you are a set of ideas, judgments, opinions, so on, capable of assuming some opinion about anything you know about. Right now, you have some judgment you have over this piece of text you are reading, or more generally, my writing overall. Actually, let's take the idea of my writing and go with that. So, right now, you may think it is boring or interesting or whatever. Doesn't matter. The point is that you are thinking at this very moment. So, let's take a snapshot of this mentality and put it right around here. Great. Now, let's presume I go on a completely different tangent. Taigi, aš dabar viską rašau lietuvių kalba. Kodėl? Kodėl, pavyzdžiui, ne rusiškai? Tai yra tik tam, kad tau suvelti galvą, tarkim, kad tu žiūrėtum į šitą tekstą ir galvotum, nu bet kodėl jis taip rašo? Kad dar обсудите того геванима, я могу говорить по-русски. Нехорошо по-русски, но я думаю, это интересно сказать новый язык. So now let's take another snapshot here. Alright, if these snapshots were completely separate, then you would probably see my typing in Lithuanian and Russian to be rather, well, pointless to you. After all, you likely can't read, and even if you did, it's not like there is much of anything there. As such, you would judge me as boring, or more accurately, unimportant, as you do not understand it. However, that's not how we work, because of the previous snapshot, which did have some opinion that was likely more interested in what I had written right before. As such, imagine then a large set of these snapshots that all have their opinions. If we only point them to look at my writing and ask them what they think about it, we may get a value from each to result in something like, say, this. I'm not reading out all these numbers. I put them on screen, I hope. Where the zeros are for you not knowing who I am, and the rest are some opinions on something. All of these idea validators decide how the current you feels about my writing, but different people will generally place validators differently. Let's take two people whose idea validators have the above array of numbers for my writing. Now suppose we take those people and introduce them to a new concept, and let's assume they like it. The set of validators would then look like this. For one person, this may seem really, really cool because they see themselves feel good right now and they move with that emotion forward. See this. However, the other person may see this new stimulus as a very volatile thing they cannot trust yet, and so they place more emphasis on what they know. And we get this. Which approach is better is up to you. Oh my god, the best approach is the balance between the two. But the way I think is most definitely the latter option, whereas V seems to favor the former. So, to return, I both don't care about new things and I don't care about other people's emotions. Anyway, where were we? Sorry, had to do the whole professor thing. I suppose it's a mess. Either way, this idea of not caring about others is in a way what sparked the love language worry. Except I didn't know that at the time. The issue was that I knew I should love V unconditionally, but well, I did not. Besides that, I knew that it would be great for both of us if I liked what she liked, but in reality, I kinda did not. Not to say I dislike those things, I just, well, don't care about them, which sure sucks for her. But what is the solution? Do you force yourself to care? Do you somehow change as a human being? I didn't know, but subconsciously, an idea did form. Do everything for V. If you had free time, exist for V. Make your life's meaning to make V happy. I wouldn't say this is a bad or a good thing, but when combined with love, it can be a very potent idea. And so, without even noticing, I ended up spending most of my free time doing something that would either please her or would benefit the relationship later on, such as work or university. Only routine actions like diary or dog walking time remained, but even then they would sometimes involve V. If I had free time and was lazy, I'd search for content to show to V. If I wasn't lazy, work on the video or draw an image for her. Everything for V. However, this is not a solution to the problem. V is still disappointed I do not like what she likes, which makes sense. And so about a week ago, I cried again with her, because when I said out loud, I just want you to be happy so bad, those words, at that moment, might have been the most desperate words I had ever said. When I say I defined my life around them, I do mean it somewhat literally. Of course, V was undeterred yet again by what I now call the not built for love worry, and more specifically the second transition. It feels like love language worry was the first, where I answered the question of how do I love by going all into pleasing V, but that wasn't it. Transition 2 happened a week ago, and so I still don't know what the answer should be. I'd like it to be something like accept you can't, but then seems to be much easier said than done, and so I think there will be more transitions. However, unlike transition 1, I wasn't worried about the relationship this time. I knew that eventually we will be truly happy, I just want that time to be now. But oh well. At least my parents want to see V someday, so that's cool. So, in the end, Am I built for love? Biologically, yes, I have the capability. That's sadly all I can say to conclude this mess of a post, so I guess I may as well just take it easy. There sure is stuff to do after all. Weekly Post 20. A mountain of broken thoughts. Content. What makes Rockman unique and how does he think? I think that when it comes to me, an outside observer can use quite a few different words to describe me. Some may say I am creative, which I'd tend to agree with. As with most descriptors, I do not know what it means to be creative, as in some quantity of creativity, but it's relatively obvious I am more creative than the average person. Those who know me better may describe me as patient or rational, capable of achieving things through some magical source of willpower, capable of playing a game for however many hundreds of hours in order to achieve a made up purpose. However, I do not think either of those are the things that make me so unique. They play a notable part, but it is something else, I think. That's it. I think with a capital T. Perhaps that's not as unique as I may expect, but for some reason I think a lot. Like a lot. I don't mean to say other people don't, but at least for me it feels like defining obsession rather than an activity. If I am not doing something, I think. A notable example is sleep, during which I think the entire time until I just fall asleep. I often take time to fall asleep, but well, I still do in like 15 minutes or something, so I don't think it's bad. Some days, though, it does get bad, and I enter what I call a mental prison. It's a weird thing to explain, but do you know those times when you can't stop thinking about something? It can be positive as in excitement or negative as in worry, but either way, you just can't stop. So imagine that is happening while you are almost in this hazy, dreamlike state where unreal things are real in your head. For example, one time I was on call with V at night and we were both unmuted during sleep. I entered the mental prison from too much thinking, and as I heard noises, I kept rolling around in my bed trying to find where the noise was coming from, even though the phone was just on my bedside table. I was lost in this sea of websites. Mental Prison was about making websites, which was my programming job, and was wading through them to find the source of the noise. I didn't hallucinate visions, I had my eyes closed the whole time. It's just that I thought I was stuck when I really wasn't. With these things, you usually calm down eventually, and when you do, it's best to just get out of the bed to reset your brain. I like to go and make some toast, munch on it, and come back. Yes, even at 3 am on days where I need to get up at 7 am. You can't mess around with mental prisons. There are many other examples, but they tend to be less problematic versions of sleep. During dinner with family, I often sit and think to myself, which makes me ignore what people are saying. While walking or commuting, I usually think about something to the extent that the titles of Dog Walking Time were first made to give me to something to think about, and years later, I still think the same way about them. Sorry for, I don't know. I don't know. Just reread it in captions, hopefully. Often, when I read a book, my mind wanders off to think about something more interesting, and I don't even notice that I just read 100 words without remembering anything about them. Perhaps this is normal, though that's a question of what is normal, but I think that if anything, this is what best defines me. My creativity, for example, may just stem from thinking. Why do I hate unoriginality? Maybe it's because I've already thought about it. I need new, interesting ideas to ponder about, not slop to calm me down. Why am I rational and neutral? Because well, that's what a lot of thinking will get you, I think. Okay, who knows if those are the reasons, but either way, that's what I do. The benefits are easy to see: wisdom, understanding, problem solving, and usually the whole not being able to calm your mind thing is where the negatives end. But that's not the whole story now, is it? As you know, the relationship with V has been tough for this old thinking head. The wisdom I had could not resolve the way I felt, and even the understanding I had was put to the test by me still wanting to control the situation. The not built for love worry kept being attacked and attacked by so many different versions of Rockman at different times, and yet it kept not opening up. Never wrong, cannot die, centrism, idea validators, can't care about what you can't control. All of these ideas try to somehow chip away at it, at the seemingly so solvable problem, yet no answer has been found. Do you know what happens when I cannot find an answer? I do not know. I really, genuinely have no idea. There has never been a problem in my life which I could not somehow explain. I live because I cannot die. The world is unfair because the world is not made for us. Evil exists because people struggle to cooperate. I can find answers to almost any question and be satisfied with it. I'm not saying I am right, but I can say something that will seem correct enough. For example, let's take a look at some philosophical questions. Why is there something rather than nothing? Nobody knows, and we somehow should figure it out. However, we can exist without knowing the answer. Is our universe real? That depends on how you define real. Is a simulation real or not? Our brain effectively simulates the world based on electrical signals anyway. Do we have free will? Whether we do or don't, it doesn't matter. Everything behaves the same way. Does God exist? Probably not, but you never really know. If just the belief brings people happiness, then that is good. Is there life after death? I believe not, and there appears to be little evidence to suggest otherwise in comparison to how many dead people there are. There are many interesting theories, though. Can you really experience anything objectively? Most things, no. Maybe something, but assuming you think purely subjectively is easier to work within our current world. What is the best moral system? The value of all moral systems are viewed subjectively by humans, therefore the best one will never be created, at least not by us. What are numbers? Concepts we made up to more easily comprehend things, like we do with definitions. What really is a chair exactly? The Piraha language doesn't use numbers, for example. Okay, seems like I got little bit sidetracked, but you get the point. These are all subjective answers, and that are almost certainly wrong in the objective truth, but they do not worry me because, well, they either don't matter or my answer is good enough for me. However, I need to know how to love V because, well, answering this question can make me feel better pretty much right now. I seek not knowledge or wisdom with the answer, I seek comfort and safety, as I feel the opposite without an answer. Yet this question is more unanswerable to me than the philosophical questions above. It's fine to be worried does not answer why I am worried. It's just your unique type of love does not explain why I dislike it. You will get it in time is not an answer now. The best answer is that I do not know the answer. This does work almost all of the time, but not here. For some godforsaken reason, that is not good enough, because I wish to make V happy at all costs, perhaps or perhaps not. When I am stressed about a question I cannot answer, I usually become, let's say, chaotic. I ramble on and attempt to voice out my concerns in any way I can because maybe then I will get somewhere. My poem 4-2 Balance is perhaps the best example of this. My eyes remain closed. It hurts so much to open them. It truly does. I wipe away my tears and stare and write and cry. I must write. I must archive the sadness, but I can't. I can't and shouldn't and won't, because I cannot answer anything. The shadow screams but not controls, and his sickening voice cannot. It cannot do it. It's balance. That is it. It's balanced. Who is it? The faded figure on the right, opposed to all that shadow breaks. I shouldn't write, and yet I should. I shouldn't work, and yet I should. It's not so simple anymore. I cannot simply hate myself again. The shadow isn't me. It's part in part of me. Me, who am me. I'm them, and yet I'm here. I'm broken, and yet I think, and yet I cry, and yet I do, and yet I do not know what makes it right to fall or crawl or tumble down. I cannot be in balance, and yet these are my answers. I cannot choose, and yet I make a choice. I cannot lose control, and yet I must. I cannot lift even a finger as a whole. I'm split, perhaps again, perhaps anew. My state, who am I in this state? Imbalanced or imbalanced? Why is it that I ask? Why is it that I think an answer must? Then I must call you then, by name of something, yet what could it be? What name would be given to you, my second entity? I know so little of your sight, so little of your bright mind, and so what if your name was Ray? Perhaps a ray of hope, but more a ray of light. I sense it. You're not exactly white, now are you? You're something else, and yet you fade. By now I've calmed again. That grey world. What have you say? Nothing, it seems. I do not know. I cannot know. And for today, I shan't know. If you are wondering, the poem was written around 3 to 4 months ago and is about me finding where my hope comes from. This state of aimless blabbering is very well known to me, and for as long as I had lived, I thought that's how I thought under stress. Yesterday proved me wrong, though. I woke up with a headache, yet had to go to work. The night before, I had spent 2 to 3 hours crying with V, attempting to solve the not built for love worry. V suggested visiting early, and I spent my 30-minute commute thinking about that. At work, the headache kept getting worse, and people from management came up to ask me if I would want to work longer hours. They clearly wanted that quite badly, but I knew it was a terrible idea for me when work brings me so much misery. Why should I suffer now to be happy later, when I can use my free time to be happy now? I got them off of me, but I agreed to start working 30 hours per week by the start of April. That entire time I thought about when I could make time for me to come early and when I should not, and when I should work and when I should stop, and when would this headache would hurt quite a lot. I did not know the answer. So should I work more for people I care not for? Should I suffer for progress of all? Should I keep on thinking and thinking in hopes I could see something I could call answer, or should I just stop? But I cannot just stop, but I must keep on thinking and must find an answer, and must should I breathe, should I think, should I let myself blink, should I try, should I cry, should I even deny? I don't know, but that's what I think, so should I know, should I say that I know that I can't ever know, or should something and nothing and anything go away, where the wind doesn't sway, where the mountains of thoughts ever broke in decay? Even then, when I got home, I had to ask my mom about V coming early, as earlier we start thinking, the more chances we have to make a good decision. So I did, and then talked to her about it for around 1.5 hours. She and Dad were both for the idea, suggesting for her to come over for a week, as that wouldn't get us too attached and wouldn't mess with our current lives. That is a great idea, better than my own before, but well, let's just say that the paragraph above was not actually how I was thinking now, because I wasn't able to think. I simply couldn't. If I tried to conjure up any answer, an unknown array of perspectives all contradicted each other. I couldn't answer anything. I couldn't even ask a question. I could barely speak. I was overwhelmed, 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 overwhelmed. The big blob of text above is around how I felt at the time. Unlike a chaotic mess of thoughts, I had a frozen brain. It felt as if I could not take any thought out of my head, like they were all frozen. If I did try to think, I only felt more mental pain, as if there was an electric fence around this big block of ice. Thanks to V's help, I managed to at least nap, which helped me quite a bit. However, even now, I still feel almost anxious about thinking too hard. Perhaps this is akin to some mental scar. So, here I am, atop my mountain of broken thoughts. I still have no answer. At least you know more about something. I don't know what anything means anymore. I'm too scared to try to find out. Weekly Post 21. Returning Vigor. Contents. Talking about fusion. My goodness, a return to video editing? Impossible. Yes, this week's post will actually be about the thing I should be doing on YouTube rather than talking about wacky stuff like love or philosophy. Right, maybe you prefer that stuff, but too bad. I want to talk about this since it's pretty cool. So, what is this video I am working on? Well, due to its nature, I sadly cannot reveal that much about it, at least none of the contents. You will find out in due time, but that will not be this post. That being said, I do have things to talk about. See, the premise behind this video is that it is more akin to a programmed animation rather than some scripted explanation, and so that means I have to put much more thought into the effects. Normally, I approach effects through DaVinci Resolve's Fusion page, so let's get a quick tour. We have 4 sections here. The bottom left panel is for the nodes. Nodes describe how everything in the video behaves, and there are hundreds of them, so we won't talk much about each one, just the relevant ones. In this case, we have 5 nodes, where the easiest one to understand is the text node, which is what writes hi. The right panel is the inspector. This is where you will set a lot of different parameters that change how each node behaves. For example, the inspector for the text node can change what text is written, how big it is, where it is, rotation, so on. The top panel is just the view, which displays what you are making. Lastly, the bottom middle panel is the spline. This one is reserved for keyframes, which are information that describe how something is animated. For example, in this composition, I set the text size to have a keyframe at frames 0 and 40, where at 0 the text size is small and at 40 it's big, the one we see in the screenshot. With the spline tab, you can change how that transition will happen. Maybe you want a wavy or an instant transition between the keyframes, or more easily manage a lot of keyframes. So, taking all of these together, what this example here does is it takes a rectangle node, which describes some sort of an area, and puts it into a background node, which puts a color over the entire video. And because of this, the rectangle describes where the background should be visible, which gives us this black box. Then we take a text node, which writes text, animated with keyframes, and combine them with the merge node, which combines things, to send it to the media output node, which takes the input it gets and makes it into the video. If you're still keeping up, good job! You now know the general principle how everything works. Why not make this into a video? Why not make this into a text post? I want to see how well this will go after all. Alright, now let's talk about something entirely new, expressions. Just about every effect I have made in videos has used these systems. Sure, particles are their own beast, but in general it's nodes and keyframes. However, for this video I needed something far more powerful, and DaVinci had that with expressions. These are essentially lines where you can write basic code to connect different parameters. Let me give you an example. Remember that text node? Let's say we wanted to make it as big as the rectangle node. So we can add an expression and write rectangle1 height, which means that whatever height the rectangle has, that will be the size. Now, no matter how we change the height of the rectangle, the text will always fit. However, as you can see, the spline editor is now empty because we cannot use keyframes on the size of the text since the expression will always override it. We can still use them on the rectangle though. As I have learned through making this video, expressions are really cool and really useful to know. However, this video is here to push the ability of expressions to their limit. For this post, I want to talk about 2 of the most difficult mechanics. Angle tracker. So here are our nodes that describe 2 circles. There's nothing really new here from our previous example. There is a blue circle described by EB circle node, and similarly a red circle described by ER. The background set color to the circles and the black background merging to the end. My goal was to figure out a way to track the angle between the blue and the red circles. Normally this would be effectively impossible, but we now have expressions and they can use various trigonometric functions. This page shows what functions are understood by DaVinci Resolve. The key takeaway is that we have the sine function, from which we can make arcsine, and that will get us the angle from the distance and height difference between the 2 circles. However, once you start to actually do something, you'll see our first problem. it is hilariously annoying to write anything long with expressions. For example, to get the distance between the circles, you would use square root a squared plus b squared equals c function. Try to write it out in an expression, and it looks like this. I'm not reading that. Lol. That's quite annoying to use already, and we still need to somehow throw the arc sign in there. That being said, the observant of you will have noticed something. The square root function is not in the page I linked. Does that mean we can't calculate angles? Nope. That page may say it shows all the functions, but it only shows a fraction, and had I not sought out more, I could have been doomed. This page shows something closer to the actual amount. If you scroll down, or just search for it, you will eventually find square root, which does indeed work. However, to not calculate distance, we can also use atan or the arctangent function, where we just use the x and y differences of the circles. With that, we get the function. And by converting the value to degrees, and adding 90 because different objects have 0 degrees mean different things, we get this. So, does it work? Yes! The white rectangle can now point at the red circle. But hold on a minute, it seems to be a bit off. It's correct when the angle is 0 or 9 degrees, but with 45? What the fuck? After some digging, you will find that this problem doesn't seem to appear to anyone online. ChatGPT doesn't know anything about this either. In fact, if you put the same function into Desmos, it gets the correct angle. DaVinci Resolve itself gets the right angle of 45 degrees. What is actually going on is that in this composition, distances are measured from 0 to 1. So, the blue circle is 0.24 units away from the red circle on the x-axis, for example. However, this applies to width and height. This means the blue circle is 0.5 units away from the red circle on the y-axis. I have essentially been working on a squished non-standard grid this entire time. This means that by reducing the height by the aspect ratio, it finally works. And with this, I then had to make another effect using expressions, but I might mention that after the next part. Speaking of which, time speed autoloader. This is the most complicated and interesting of the algorithms in this video, and it is the reason I wanted to make this post. Everything before this was an introduction for you to hopefully be knowledgeable enough to see the insanity of this idea. So, what is the problem we are trying to solve? Well, suppose you want to play a clip of an explosion every time there is a beat in the music, and let's say this beat is not easily predictable. The easiest method is to put down that clip as a node, set it to play at the right time, and then connect it. Sure, that works for a couple of explosions, but what if there were 10, 100, 500? Do you really want your nodes to look like this? And then go through each one of those blue arrows to write one number. To be honest, you could, but it would certainly be annoying to manage. As such, armed with the knowledge of expressions, I spent hours searching for a way I could make this process easier. Eventually, I found it. The time speed node. The time speed node is a very peculiar node. Here is its inspector panel. We only care about the delay parameter for our purposes, which can change when a clip gets played. You may say, but we can do the same thing on the clip, and that's true, but this delay parameter can be keyframed. This means we can change when the clip gets played during the video, and with that, we can play it multiple times. Here's an example. Here we set an explosion to play at frame 0, and at frame 5 it is done playing and disappears. Normally that would be it, but if we connect the explosion to a time speed node and change the delay so that at frame 9 it gets set to 9, the explosion plays again. This is because what we essentially said is at the 9th frame we set the start of the clip to the 9th frame, meaning it gets played again. This is amazing because now we can use keyframes to say when a clip gets played and we don't need hundreds of nodes. There are, however, issues with this approach. If we play the clip before it is finished playing, it will get overwritten. This means you can't just use one time speed node, you have to use multiple and merge them together. Not only that, you still have to manually sit there, go to each of your hundreds of timings and write the time of the timing as a value, which is very tedious. However, that's what I had to do for several hours. This is my third attempt due to mistakes, which is why it took so long. The blue lines are different time speeds and their delay values, while the white line at the bottom are just timings. This is what I call the time speed loader, but it is not what I called it before now, is it? See, wouldn't it be really great if instead of doing all of this nonsense of setting delay values, wouldn't it be really great if instead of doing all of this nonsense of setting delay values, we could just tell the time speed to play the clip if there is a keyframe? To just use that white line at the bottom. The answer is that it would be really, really, really useful. And with expressions, you can read that white line. One of the most powerful functions in expressions is IIF ABC, which is your typical if statement in programming, checking the A condition and outputting B if true and C if false. So what we can do is take that white line, copy it, and turn it into a pulse signal. Hello. Previous Rockman of 0210 was writing. I am 0211. Some of the posts got deleted, but essentially I described how I turned those white lines into this. After writing about that, I decided to try making a better version, and I did. To spare the efforts as I am tired, I made a new composition where a rectangle is flashed based on that white pulse, where the position is the pulse timing. Then I used the tracker node, which is normally used to track the position of a moving object in the video, but by using it on the white rectangle, I could finally have keyframe information that sits in place when nothing is happening and changes when something does. Still, this felt dumb to me, as no longer compositions required more and more precision, and the tracking was very unintuitive and annoying to do so. So I realized that I needed to sit down and finally code up a solution using scripting, not expressions. Scripting allows you to work with far more tools, and with it you can do just about anything you can by hand. So I could do the same thing I did to make the blue lines, but automated, which would save me a lot of time and effort when I had to make new effects or changes. Sadly, Fusion scripting uses a programming language called Lua, which I do not like for how its tables are designed and how little documentation it has when it comes to the software it is connected to. I've already used Lua with dynamic subtitles in EageSub, and it was an even bigger mess there, so, well, had to deal with what I could. It took an hour or two of searching, but I did eventually find this forum where the last code example finally worked for me and actually explained how to take some keyframes and set some keyframes. By modifying them, I was able to create one staircase, and then by modifying the script quite a bit more, I now finally have something that can just take some keyframes and turn them into time speed nodes that will do the whole delay thing on their own. Here is the code in case you're curious. Okay, this is no joke. This is no joke. Okay. Function. Calculate max nodes. R range. Local max count equals 0. Local current count equals 0. For KV in pairs R, do for KKV in V for KKVV in pairs R, do if VV is less than V plus range and VV is more than V, then current count is equal to current count plus 1. And end. If current count is more than max count, then max count is equal to current count. End. Current count equals 0. End. Return max count. End. Local spline out, spline data. Spline out equals comp find tool TSS layout size get connected output. Range equals 52. Spline equals spline out get tool. Spline data equals spline get keyframes. R, empty object, I think, empty table. For KV in pairs, spline data do. Table insert RK and table sort R. Local count equals calculate max nodes R52. New TSPDs. Local T spline out. I don't know why these are all like. Okay. New TSPDs, local T spline out, T spline, and T spline data are all just empty objects. For I equals 1, comma count, do. Table insert new TSPDs, comp time speed. Table insert tspline data, empty object. And local TLND equals 1. For KV in pairs are do. Print added V to TLND. Tspline data TLND V, both keys, equals V. TLND equals TLND plus 1. If TLND is more than count, then TLND equals 1. End. For I equals 1, count do. Tspline I equals comp Bezier spline. New TSPD's I dot delay equals tspline I. Tspline I set keyframes tspline data I. And either way, finally, the time speed autoloader has been created. Right, you don't really care about that, do you? Perhaps you do. I don't mind. I don't myself, though, at least not now. Why am I so depressed, you ask? Who knows? I have begun to realize something quite interesting, though. I may know what my root belief is. Default assumption negative, or everything is awful. The idea is simple. Assume that something new will be bad and accept it so that you will not be disappointed. That way, nothing can harm you, in theory at least. There is some truth to this, I guess, and perhaps it's a mindset I can keep living with forever. A lot of beliefs I have do seem to stem from something akin to this, but not all of them. Never wrong and cannot die, as well as working hard to make V happier, these things are not related to it. They are described by some other root belief that is competing with Dan, default assumption negative. I don't know what they relate to, but both yesterday and today I mostly just feel cold, tired, worried, and hopeless when I am not with V. Not because of V, I got no idea why I feel like this, and to be honest, it's hard to keep caring. I just don't want to exist. I will, but I don't want to. The shadow remains. Weekly Post 22. A very lovely drug. Contents. Dan and the solution to not build for love. Well then, this one is going to be quite the post. Perhaps not for you, more for me. It'll be a challenge to write, but why? You will see. There I go with my rhyming again. Anyway, let's talk about developments in the whole love thing, since that's the key insight for the time being. You may remember that I mentioned something called default assumption negative, which I will call Dan, in my last post, and that has been far more influential than what you probably thought. With more thinking, I've come to realize that it almost certainly is my core belief, and that my life is built around it in a rather toxic way. So, what really is Dan exactly? Well, it is a method of living in which you take new ideas or uncertain future events, turn them into their worst versions, and accept them. By doing so, you will more easily be able to stand the disappointment of the idea if it ends up being bad. A rather normal example is that of going to work. By telling yourself it will be bad, you more easily accept it and can get through it. There are two main negatives with this approach. The first and main one is that you internalize things more negatively. While in theory, Dan should take a new idea, test it for being its worst version, and perfectly revert it, it tends to become worse. How much worse is hard to say, but notably worse if you look at it enough. The second problem, which stems from the first, is then that you become far more averse of new ideas. This is because, well, you internalize new things in general as bad. Why should I go play this game if I see it and it becomes bad in my head for me to accept it could be bad? I'll just stick to what I know. You can already see how Dan explains the whole I don't like new thing problem that set of idea validators was trying to explain, and there are more things I've talked about that stem from Dan. That being said, it's not as if Dan is completely bad for your brain. There is very much reason to use it. The first and main positive is that it can act as an answer to everything. You may wonder how, though, as it only seems to create problems. That is the answer. You simply create as many problems as you can, make the world as bleak as possible, and say it's all fucked, it's all shit, it's all hopeless. You do not have to wrestle with the thought that life is unfair because life is never fair. Life is always miserable. And because everything is bad, it becomes easy to blame existence, yourself, others, whoever, and whatever for all of these problems. You do not need to see how it's all balanced in an n-dimensional seesaw. But even without that, Dan's second ability is, believe it or not, what it is designed to do: the ability to accept bad things more easily. Have you ever wondered why I can play such difficult games and not care? It's because Dan already assumes the game will be hard to play by the time I start to struggle. There is no anger and failure because I never really cared either way. This does make the win somewhat anticlimactic as well. I didn't really care, but I can still enjoy the story of it at least. So, alright, now that we know what Dan is, let's do something rather interesting. See, I keep worrying about this relationship I have with V, but I don't know why. What if Dan is the reason? Welcome to the Dan relationship theory. Not related to Danad. The first key insight is that V is rather special when it comes to Dan. For why that is, we must take a look at how Dan behaves. The Dan states, starting from the strongest. Active. This is Dan actively working in order to cope with something. A good example is how I was feeling when I started working at the start of this year. To cope with the idea of going to work for at least several months after the first day of work, which wasn't fun, I kept telling myself that it will always be this bad, sometimes even more so. That helped me accept that this is just something I must suffer through, and, well, subsequent workdays have been better or worse, so Dan was correct. I dealt with it more easily, and life moved on. Passive. This is then subconsciously affecting how I perceive things, by far the most frequent state. This is where going to work on a normal day goes. I don't need to actively put an effort into thinking how bad it'll be, I just know it will be bad and I go away. This is where going to work on a normal day goes. I don't need to actively put an effort into thinking how bad it'll be, I just know it will be bad and I go anyway. Cancelled. At some point, though, something gets good enough to where Dan isn't quite so applicable. For example, when I am excited about a game or a video or something, it's not like I am trying to make it bad. Dan gets cancelled. Crucially, though, Dan can still be called upon if need be. For example, if Tactical Nexus drops a new DLC, I will be very excited about it, but if it's bad, Dan can still come in to say that it was just going to be bad and it's okay. These three states compile 99.99% of all events that have happened in my life. You probably see where that 0.01% is going though. Broken. If something is better still, Dan finally breaks. After all, the idea of Dan is to assume something will be bad. But what if something is so good, so consistently, that it becomes outright unreasonable to assume it will be bad? What if such a concept is far more accurately explained by default assumption positive? Such is the case with V, who is in fact so good in my life, I cannot see her negatively. She is, of course, imperfect, but not enough to where Dan could deal with it. Knowing this, we can move on to the second and third key insights. When you begin looking into all of the problems of the relationship, you will see that they stem from two main sources: self Dan and anti Dan. Self Dan. I mentioned earlier that one positive of Dan is that it is a tool to make everything worse, after which hatred can take over to explain the problems. This synergy of ideas forms a cycle of hatred, and in my case, it is a cycle of self hatred. Self Dan is the act of applying Dan to yourself, assuming that you will fail before you even do anything, that you were never enough to do that thing. As you can infer, I do this frequently, so when it came to the relationship, well, I kept doing it. I saw just how good V is, and so when there was a problem, I assumed it was my fault. It had to be. Somehow there had to be something I could do that could change something because it was my fault. If I didn't like something about V, I thought I should change how I think. If I found something V likes boring, I thought I should change my interests. If I found V sad, I thought I should do more and more to make her happier. That's how Project Vigor started. I was never enough. Naturally, this caused me to worry far more than I really needed to. Now that I understand this, I can see how, well, meaningless all of these worries really were. Not to say the worrying itself was bad, it led me to finally getting somewhere, but their causes were somewhat non existent. For example, you don't have to like everything that V likes because, well, that's nigh impossible. It's something that Dan was creating because it wanted to find a problem and put it on me so it could blame me and complete the cycle of self hatred. V didn't let me do that. V broke Dan. Anti Dan. Where things get more worrying, though, is when we consider the other perspective, attempting to apply Dan to V instead of myself. If V breaks Dan, then that means this way of thinking that I have managed to apply to almost everything in my life falls apart. So, what mindset is there left? Nothing well developed, that's for sure. The idea that I could hope for something and then be disappointed by it is simply so uncomfortable, so wrong and unfair. Still, I had to look at V, see their imperfections, and not explain them. So, what did they mean? If V said a boring story, what could I do about it? On one hand, I couldn't completely blame myself because even I had a limit to that. On the other hand, it felt so wrong to blame B as well as she hadn't done anything wrong. The answer that this is simply how life is didn't give me a solution. And that scared me, because after all, what if it would always be like this? This ended up being me assuming too much from V. She was so consistently good that it felt wrong to assume she could be imperfect. But she was. So, what could I do? Break the circle, not the heart. A metaphor I like for this goes like this. Suppose you have a brain. The brain stores a bunch of ideas, from work to play, but before any new idea can join the existing ones, it has to pass through a big circle in the middle. Dan. The quality of the idea is measured by its size, and most things pass through fairly easily. However, one day, a new thing appears. Love. At first it fits in nicely. Maybe it is bad, maybe it is good, doesn't matter. The circle still works. However, the heart grows more and more and begins to push along the edges of the circle. Now we start to get some real problems, as the circle, this thing that the brain has had for as long as it can remember, begins to start breaking. Naturally, you begin to somehow fight against the heart. You try harder and harder to reinforce the circle, to retain control, to tighten its grip. You also try to see the heart as worse than it really is to make it small enough to fit. But the heart doesn't care and it grows and grows. All you can do is lessen the grip of the circle. I think that all of these rants about love in the previous posts have been in the mindset of Dan. They didn't realize that it was the circle that was the problem, not something about the heart. The not built for love worry wasn't something that could be realized by a brain that has such a strong Dan, because Dan was the problem. With it out of the way, I can now begin to realize that the answer to worrying about love is about knowing whether love exists. Having spent so much time with we do still talk 4.5 hours every day on average, I now trust her that she loves me, and I have also realized how important V is to me and how I don't want to lose her. In that, we have established a balance of trust, and I do not need to worry because I know I can talk out any problem I have and it'll still be okay. If V isn't good enough, that's fine. I'll still love her and I'll talk to her about it. Same with myself. So, naturally, everything should be fine now, right? Well, believe it or not, this was only the first big hurdle we had to overcome. Now that we trust each other, that we love each other, at least for the most part, we can now feel better with each other, and as such, the whole not being able to see her thing is starting to eat away at us. I obviously can't disclose too much, but V does not live in the same country I do, and due to many reasons, it is very difficult for us to meet. However, unlike the more passionate form of love I had early on, the current way I want to love is not necessarily through notable actions. I just want to be with her. I want to be with someone who I do not need to talk to be happy. Just someone who is there. However, that is very difficult to do when the other person must talk on a bad microphone without the ability to show much of herself while frequently being interrupted, all through no fault of her own. I still love B, but not in the way I want, and it is crushing to think I won't be able to for quite a while. Hopefully, we'll get used to it. Hopefully, we will meet. Hopefully, we will be happy. Right now, V stands out in how much joy she brings me. In fact, everything else is so far behind that when I am not in a call with her, I do not want to do anything. I need to write the bachelor report, but I cannot force myself to do so. I need to go to work, but I despise it. I need to work on Project Vigor, but I've lost most of the motivation to continue. I only want to be with V. Nothing else. Just please allow me that, God. Weekly Post 23. Aleph Nol. Contents. Isn't every post a line of thought in a way? Anyway, I don't really have a particular topic today other than some random ideas, so let's get to them, shall we? Valentine. While my last post did come out on Valentine's Day, since I write them on the weekend before, like I'm doing right now on the 224, I didn't quite have the knowledge, or more accurately, the care to fully explain everything late on a day I would spend with V. Still, I wanted to show you what we created for each other, starting with V, as I have less to say about that. Here is a part of her image. I tend to stay rather composed in these posts, but this image looks so cute. Alright, let's move on to my picture. To better hide V's identity, just in case any internet nonsense happens, I hid all of the reference to her personality, but they are there. I'll let you go and spot all of the references, but the meanings to them are my life's longest project, my previous love, my most played game ever, my most played game now, my hopefully most played game in the future, my most known game, my pursuit of knowledge, my pursuit of nothing, my two favorite artists. Besides that, I can mention that while I do make videos, I am not skilled at drawings, as they are completely different art forms. As such, drawing these two humans was really hard, but I will shout out Krita for being a software that is actually fun to use for drawing. It really put into perspective just how catastrophic Photoshop is for that. Please just use Krita for the love of God. Tactical Nexus. To take a small break before some more serious stuff, I wanted to mention something somewhat interesting. See, you may remember that in the last post I appeared rather lost, not knowing what to do in my life if I didn't have B at any given moment. Thankfully, I found something to do. Play Tactical Nexus, the game I mentioned would be the third big video. I won't say much for now, but suffice to say this game is disgustingly difficult to play for various reasons, and that is why I actually avoid playing it. I am somewhat scared of it. To curb that fear, I got an idea to make a spreadsheet to track all of the important details, and since it ended up being fun to make, I kinda finished it, at least for the time being. My suggestion is for you to not view this image. Not that I expect you to avoid it completely, you can take a peek, but trying to understand what any of this means would be difficult and a little bit underwhelming. I will explain what all of this means when the time comes. I just want to show the dedication I have towards the game. Still Pond. On one evening, while talking with V, I was rather tired, and so, in order to rest, I ended up just quietly lying there as V talked or when she didn't talk. However, unusually, I actually enjoyed it. Now, having done it a couple more times, it seems to me like this is a reoccurring pattern in multiple ways. The idea of being so close to someone that you can feel at complete ease even when you are together. It may seem like such a feeling should be natural, but it really isn't, as this isn't just comfort, it's something far more fundamental. To me, being at complete ease can only be reached when you are happy while alone. You are unbothered by anything, you are unmoved by anything. Think of a pond which has a river flowing in and another river flowing out. Normally the pond has waves, but when at ease, it is still, as the rivers stop having water pass through them. To be at ease is important for humans in general, and it is why the alone time exists. Imagine then what happens when another river enters the pond, one you cannot control. Naturally, it will get disturbed, maybe in a good, maybe in a bad way, but disturbed either way. It's already difficult to stop the flow of your rivers, which is why it is hopeless to try to do the same for someone else's rivers. But if you're both comfortable with each other enough, you can trust that the other person won't open their rivers and disturb the peace. But that requires an entirely different level of trust to sharing some innocuous secret. It requires trust of the other person's assumptions. You simply need to know each other very well. The benefit, of course, is that if you can do this, you can have that rest and relaxation, that alone time without actually being alone, and while also getting the benefits of socialization. If you can do it, the benefit could be immense, I would guess, and this is probably what can glue partners together, what can allow them to coexist so seamlessly. V has mentioned some couples who live in two different rooms where one person visits the other, which I believe is a symptom of not having reached the state of comfort with the other person. That's not to say that's bad. If the people are happy and healthy, then it's probably good, but it's something I don't think we will need to do. Lines of thought. Due to that first interaction in the still pond state, and partly due to my tiredness, I achieved a rather rare state. Wondrous. The last time I had this was on May 12, 2023, Shara Diary, so it has been a while. The main idea is that I attained this sort of childlike wonder, curiosity, relaxation, and creativity as I align it to some given topic, which I'll call the wonder. The wonder of the situation ended up being very unique, my own ideas. As we were lying together and asked each other questions, I decided to ask something rather unusual. What do you think is the right question to ask them? It is indeed a bit of a dumb question to ask, or so would a normal thought pattern would say. To me, in wonder, this made sense. At the time, I could, metaphorically, see little spheres floating around me. Some were small, they'd shine a little and got easily pushed by my finger, akin to glitter. These represented very obvious questions, ones that wouldn't do much, but they still had their own charm. Then there were bigger spheres, which were more interesting questions. However, out of all of these, some shined more than the others, and those were the questions that had real meaning behind them. Dialogue trees that would lead down a path of development, truth, and enjoyment. We didn't know of such a question, and neither did I, but me seeing them, knowing they were out there, that alone brought me some comfort. There were other ways to look at ideas as objects as well, bubbles rolling around, for example, but the one that stood out to me the most at the time were the lines of thought, where you imagine the ideas as lines that float around you. Here's a quick drawing to get the idea. These lines moved around in so many fun ways, and as I played with them, wondering about different concepts, I felt at such ease. It really was wondrous. V was not so fortunate though. I don't think I've talked much about V, but her life is really tough. As I was in this stage, she told me about how she used to be imaginative, childish, and wondrous, but it's gone now. She's lost that creativity. She's lost that whimsicality. She's lost that joy. Now she just has a bleak world, a canvas she cannot change. And I thought that was so cool. My life hasn't been the easiest thing of all time, and many times I wanted to give up, to lose everything, but somehow I never did. In what state that wonder remained, and so I still have this brain of mine. V is different. V had to suffer through so much more that she couldn't afford to keep her childishness in any way. She had to suppress herself through cold rationality in order to survive. She developed such a strong shell around her to weather the storm of each and every day that she forgot how to wonder. To do that, to become that resilient and to remain more hopeful than me, that is really cool. Of course, it's not great to be so miserable, but as I've mentioned before, I find it rather pointless to look at what has happened already like this. We know what happened and we know what it did. There is no need to blame anyone for that time is over. All we can do now is move on. And as I listened to this, I saw V as not some broken person, but a shell waiting for its time to open. As she does open up, I begin to see a brilliant radiance, a light deep inside her, reflected by all the scales of her shell. But if she can continue to open up, I think I would see a beautiful flower as well. To that end, I saw this situation as me sharing my ideas and having her remember what a warm light feels like. Aleph Null. Therefore, the final topic is one I'll leave to you to figure out, presuming you think there is anything to figure out. The idea is simple. One day, I was thinking about what song could represent how I think. That song is Aleph Null by Leaf. Weekly Post 24. I hate the legal system. Contents. Oh man, it's finally time to talk about this. So, I have talked quite a bit about V throughout these posts because she is very important to me. I have also mentioned how, well, we do not have a real life relationship, only talking digitally, and as such, we have thought long and hard about meeting up. Sadly for us, this process is really dumb. V lives in Kazakhstan, which, funnily enough, ends up being an even less known country than mine, probably, and due to their ties with Russia, along with many unfortunate events, the state of the country is not good, let's say. This is one reason why V lives a life I would personally describe as miserable, but that will be for a different post to explain. One consequence of this is her lack of funds. Currently, I have around 3,000 euros, whereas she has like 50. There's definitely a discrepancy here, and so the natural outcome when it comes to the question of how we meet up, though, is figuring out how I can pay for everything. Now, I trust V pretty much more than anyone, at least generally, and if she was a Russian spy, then my god, she is a goated one. On top of this, I also know that I do want to meet up with V, and I do not really mind the cost, meaning that isn't the main issue. The real issue is the dumb, stupid visa. That godforsaken word has been plaguing my mind for over a month, and by god am I tired of it. So, I'm here to explain why it pisses me off so damn much. Let's start with the start. How do you even begin to know how to get a visa? Well, that's a great question, one that took us a while to figure out. Thankfully, unlike these, my parents were very interested in helping us out, and as such, we were able to find this website, which is the fifth result on Google when I tried to search it, and it's primarily Lithuanian. If you read this, you will find a lot of random tips and tricks, but the meat of the document is the documents we need to provide to the embassy for them to consider visa application. These are passport, doable. I sent her 60 to 65 euros to get it. VRM application requires the passport and some time. Photo requires V to go to a government building to take a photo. Insurance. We genuinely do not know how to get this as V's university pays for her insurance. Documents that state your travel reason. I also don't know what the actual fuck this means. My mom speculates this is my invitation, but why is this listed here then? Documents that state your accommodation. Doable. Proof you have 50 euros per day of stay. Dumb because I am the one paying for everything, so now I will have to send 500 or so euros to her just so she could show it to them and give it back, with us losing money from the bank transfer fees. Invitation number, an application I have to do, which is doable. Fingerprints, she, as far as we know, must go to the embassy personally, at least for them to take the fingerprints. So here is the problem. We are supposed to gather all of these documents physically, and then we are supposed to go to their embassy to give them. This is bad because it takes 9 hours for me to go from her city to the capital, which is pretty brutal to just to give some documents and take some fingerprints. Now, suppose we look at this fairly confusing and certainly not exhaustively explained list of odd requirements we gather somehow. How do we prove she has money? How do we know the insurance is right? How do we know her travel reason is valid? Then she takes a miserable 9-hour train just to get told, yeah, so you don't have this, so L. Because who knows what we missed? For example, read this document that is linked along with documents that state your travel reason and tell me what else we need to do. Spoiler alert, we don't know. Oh, but what about emailing them? Sure, here's the response. And here's the translated version. Wow, just incredible. So what do we do? No, but like actually, what do we do? Perhaps we are just weak, but this whole fucking thing is terrifying to think about. All the stuff you have to do, all the rules you must follow. Then you finally muster up the courage to spend 2 hours writing out an email all to get this shit back. It is oppressively discouraging. This is all before we even talk about the journey itself. While prices vary, the most optimistic round we found costed 1,000 euros and was a pretty brutal 24-hour long journey. 15 minutes to train station, 8.5 hours to Astana, 1.5 hours to Astana airport, 4.5 hour wait, 4-hour flight to Istanbul, which is 3 a.m. At 3 a.m., 7 hours on flight from time zones, 2-hour wait, 2-hour flight to Vilnius, where we meet, 3-hour flight from my time zone, 30 minutes to Vilnius train station, 1.5 hours to Kaunas, 20 to 30 minutes to house. We do not know if she'll get stopped midway. We do not know if she will even get the dumbass visa. Perhaps the best thing about this entire situation is that it made me see something. This system is fucking stupid. Not only that, a lot of legal systems are really fucking stupid. But why am I, a dumbass in a comfy home, saying that? A long time ago, I watched a video about rule sets in Super Smash Bros. Melee. You don't need to watch this video, but here it is. The point here is how the author in this video sees rule set design, as in, there are two ways to make a set of rules. The constructive mindset sees rules as needing to build off of some core beliefs. I want to play a fun game, therefore I need to develop a challenging experience to foster fun. The deconstructive mindset sees rules as needing to restrict unwanted behavior. I want players to have fun, therefore I will restrict their behavior to avoid ease. While they may seem equal at first, but when you begin to design more complex systems, the constructive mindset is one that is more challenging, but far better than the easy route to the deconstructive one. Why that is very clear to see when we look at where this post is inevitably going: the rules of migration. Perhaps sometime long ago, these rules made sense at a constructive level. They pushed for values that would benefit the country or the migrant, but now they have been so utterly demolished that they do not mean anything. Instead, now people look at qualities that bad migrants have and attempt to remove them by requiring more documents. Some people go through by faking how they look, so we're gonna make them take a very specific and hard to fake photo, as well as provide fingerprints. Some people who go there end up being broke, so we're gonna make them show they have money. How much? To know, 50 euros, I guess. Some people who go there lie about why they go there, so we're gonna make them fill out multiple forms with a bunch of the same information they provided elsewhere, just to make sure they're not lying. It's all fucking deconstructive, all reactionary to unfortunate events, and it all builds to this random list of requirements. And for what? What person are we trying to find here? What's stopping someone from faking all this information anyway? At this point, I only see poor people as being excluded here. It's a dumb system, but that's not to say the people in charge are dumb. Whether I like it or not, I exist in a world of fail, where things can't be perfectly designed. I can bitch and whine about how unfair the world is, but who's gonna put in effort to actually change it for the better? No, I won't. I don't care either, but I want to provide an interesting solution to this. I see this issue of migration, and probably most legal decisions in general, as two issues of information and evaluation. The person is burdened by the need to give information, while the evaluator is burdened by the need to accurately assess the validity of this information. Both of these seem impossible to fix, but in my opinion, we will soon be able to, or perhaps will solve these issues, voluntarily or not, through the use of AI. Yes, I understand the idea is ambitious, and I am not saying it is easy to implement or that it is even good. But I can very confidently tell you that the current system of biases, long waiting times, and hard to understand demands is pretty awful as well. The idea here is simple. You have an AI who is aligned with human values, know everything, and decide everything. The decision part here is already possible to implement. Simply ask ChatGPT what it thinks about all of the information you give it. Sure, we would need a much better AI than that dum-dum, but I have little doubt we won't have that in 5 years. The knowledge part needs a far more uncomfortable solution. It needs access to everything. How do we know that a person meets all the criteria in order to do something? While we aren't able to scan their brain, we can see everything they do, physically or digitally. For example, I have little doubt that this AI I speak of would not be negative to us getting the visa if we gave it all of our messages. Of course, there is the whole privacy debate, which should not be understated, but I personally, and very subjectively, do not mind it. I see AI as a very complex algorithm, one that can be designed for the purpose we want. If we want one that can do this particular task and one that will avoid incriminating a person on potentially illegal messages, then we can make one. Scratch that, we can go a step further. What if it did really see everything you ever thought and then judged you? Sure, that is scary, but what if it could then give you help, offer you knowledge you couldn't have thought of, properly help you through your issues instead of throwing you in jail. Actually, genuinely help you. I understand people don't like AI. I do. I don't disagree that it is currently being used for many bad purposes, and I believe criticizing it will help improve the situation. However, I think humans are very, very deeply flawed and really dumb, and forcing them to make really difficult decisions sucks for everyone involved, especially since people will rarely make the best decision objectively. An AI is far better for such a purpose if you want good results. But of course, what do I know? Maybe big AI will simply create a god to brainwash people into buying iPhones and burgers. That really isn't an impossibility. Weekly Post 25. Struggle. Contents. Struggle. Well then, I won't make today's post particularly long because, well, I simply don't really have the time, though more accurately, I do not want to use my resting time for this. Instead, I wanted to talk about my week a little because it has been tough. See, because I am going to Turkey, I'll need to get out of work somehow, and I will do that by working those hours now, meaning I am now essentially working 30 hours a week, which is bad. It just sucks, like, there is no other way to put it. Going to work for 7.5 hours for 4 days straight feels torturous already, and this is a very generous schedule in terms of all of the work weeks in the world. But that's not even the worst part. That would be the stress. Juggling the bachelor thesis, practice report, and these posts have become very tiring, leaving me with little to no free time. All of that then amounted to myself forgetting how to sleep. Like, not even joking, to an extent. On Sunday, 0303, I lied in bed for about 2.5 hours to then sleep 2.5. In that time, I tried relaxing, wiping my thoughts, counting, thinking more or less, getting up to eat a banana or to pee or to just sit, and I even tried lying on my back, even though I have never fallen asleep on my back to my knowledge. Oh, and I should mention that if I wouldn't go to work, I would need to reschedule a meeting for the bachelor thesis on Wednesday, as I only have one free day a week. And that was going to start when I woke up, so I could go back to sleep. So when I woke up at 5 a.m., I wrote an email to my professor asking to reschedule and slept another hour. A similar thing happened the next day, but it was way better and I was able to work with 5.5 hours of sleep at least. By Friday, I was so done that when I finally laid down, everything hurt so bad that lying in bed didn't feel like I was getting enough rest, so yeah. That being said, I did find the time to do something cool. As you may have noticed, I uploaded Project Vigor, censored version, today because I finally finished it and showed it to V on her birthday. However, because V cares about Women's Day, I also wanted to make something for that, so I did. Now, I am well aware you can't see much of anything, so I'll zoom in on a couple of cool parts. Essentially, the image is me and V interacting with each other as blobs, with some of the more redacted scenes removed. It's pretty cool. You may wonder where I got the time to do this though, as I wake up, prepare, work, come back, walk dog, eat, and call V until the night. Well, naturally, most of this was actually drawn at work. We see easily drawn when people want to eat or just work so it's possible to make money for doing this. And yeah, that's kind of about it. I need to get up and do stuff to have time to work. Or to play some Tactical Nexus now, wouldn't that be cool? Weekly Post 26. Your only move is bullets. Contents. Explaining musical stories that devolves into black magic blazing. Well, usually I would talk about my week with these posts, but in order to prepare for the Turkey trip, as well as the large amount of work I will have to do before that, here I am, making this post without knowing when it will go out. A backup, if you will. So, what is this post about? Well, as I have mentioned in other posts, I like to make stories around music. The style I mentioned, however, are the generic stories, but there are more, and by that I mean there are many more ways to apply music to build a visual. I should quickly note that these categories can either be specific or general, by which I mean their application. General categories can be applied to any song fairly easily, whereas specific ones require a lot more thought behind them. With that said, let's take a quick look at the main categories. Music video. Specific. These are the stories I mentioned in that weekly post, which I found was in weekly post 9. To recap though, Xi, Blue Zenith, a story about a man searching for the blue moon, seeing it obscured, and then his son showing him the full blue moon as he dies. Hellblind, Herald of Dissonance. Frums, Snor Snor Snor, a story about the creation of a human. Since I am going through these stories, I thought I could quickly summarize a couple more. Lore, Sound Chimera. Several teenagers go into a cave with a boombox listening to music, and a sound chimera uses that to exist. A sound chimera uses sound waves to create a physical form. In order to keep its existence secret, it changes shape to various animals and chases the teenagers as they try to run, hide, and fight. Music ends with the children breaking the boombox with a thrown rock. Tobu, Colors. Two beings, one who can make black lines of any shape and texture, and another who can make color splotches of any color, cooperate to draw the world. T. Pazalit, Thanks for crashing me. A shadow sits calmly in an endless world of flowers and bees, living somewhat fine. A bright light then comes in and begins to make change and morph in ways that make him suffer. He attempts to run from the light, but it keeps following and he suffers more and more and more until his dark shell is eventually broken. A human then lies on the grass limp. Meaning is about V destroying Dan. I should also note that all of the stories for the Frum's Vignette album are in this category, meaning those dynamic subtitles are good examples of such stories. Movement. General. This one is relatively simple. It refers to all the styles where sounds represent some form of movement. You can argue that the next two apply here as well, but I like to keep them separate as this one is for the fairly basic styles. Examples of the styles include The Walker. A man walks forward on a road that changes with the music. For example, bricks fall into place, fireworks go off in the background, water rises and falls. Roadrunner. Usually done when looking through a window of a moving vehicle, during which I imagine a guy running and dodging obstacles to the beat. Porter Robinson Flicker represents this kinda well. Road Dancer. Similar to Roadrunner, however, this one is used more for songs with lyrics, with the idea being that the runner is instead a singing actor who can teleport around with the music. So, for example, one beat he can sing on some balcony, then teleport on the road, then teleport and dodge a car. As you can see, all of these are relatively simple and more like candy in the realm of music genres, rather than the meat of the music videos. That doesn't mean candy is bad. Maybe this food analogy is not that bad, Lamar. Rhythm game. General. Another candy-esque category is that of rhythm games, which is, quite simply, music being placed into rhythm games. However, I'm not talking about just imagining an Osumania map, though I have done that a few times. Instead, I am talking about fictional rhythm games. I Wanna Be the Guy fan games. This one is just about imagining I Wanna Be the Guy fan games with the music you are listening to. There are probably thousands of examples in existing games, so I will only describe one particular song with this. What? Where's the song? I just move on to the next genre. Okay, whatever. Typer Combo. This is one of my most thought about ideas, and the gimmick is simple. Osumania with the entire keyboard. With such a system, you can do a lot of really cool stuff with gameplay. For example, imagine a map where one hand has to hold notes in the middle of the keyboard, and the other has to keep switching between the left and right sides of the keyboard. Or imagine the notes swaying as they fall as the visuals show a desert sandstorm with this music playing. What's great about Typer Combo, however, is the thought of the game itself. How could you ever show all keys like that? My favorite idea is to actually show all the notes falling Osumania style, but instead of having the keys in one row, you would make 3 or 4, mapping them to the layout of the keyboard. You could also separate rows of keys, but keep the keys in rows partially overlapping, as a balance of saving space and clearly showing notes. Then you could differentiate keys and rows by color. Would it look good? Probably not, which is where the second idea comes in, a taiko style line with letters coming in. You could then have multiple rows for rows on a keyboard and color code them as well. That would probably look a little better, but still suboptimal. This is why this problem is so interesting. There is no good solution, so how good can we make it? Fighting. As I mentioned above, this has elements of movement and also often meshes with music video, but it's basically everything that relates to fighting. If you've ever seen some combat timed music, then this is what that is. That being said, because this refers to a concept of stories rather than a way to make stories, the styles are far more undefined. Thankfully, I don't really care to define such arbitrary things. Other music video fighting. Specific. This is a very broad category for essentially music video style with fighting. Technically, most subheadings could fit here, so for now I just think of it as the miscellaneous category. Perhaps the best and the only example I'll give for now is this, which is about a tournament between champions who possess different abilities. I won't talk about everything, but the ending, 438 and beyond, is about two people fighting. One who is able to pause time in a given amount of space, and one who can utilize abilities of those he has defeated. The track, therefore, ends at 504, where when the ability stealer is right about to slash the neck of the time guy stops time globally in a panic. But because it takes time to slow down time until it fully stops, his neck gets chopped off right as time gets frozen, meaning it gets frozen forever. Besides this, I should also note that some stories use a specific energy system, not Black Magic Blazing, where the user needs to use musical beats to gain energy and can then use musical beats to then use that energy. So, in Bright Like the Sun, for example, where the story is about a man creating a sun, he spends the first 4 minutes simply gathering energy and trying to not let it explode. Oh boy. Here we go. Whew. Black Magic Blazing. Specific. This is by far my most explored story, and one I absolutely couldn't exhaustively explain, even in its own Patreon post, but the story is about the album Black Magic Blazing by Camellia. The premise goes something like this. There is an island surrounded by an ocean with, let's say, 50,000 people populated not very densely. The setting is medieval fantasy, where for us right now, there are two magic systems, white and black. White magic is almost exclusively held by fairies, though there are some human mages that practice it. This is the state of the world before Nakna. Name work in progress. Nakna is the name of a being that comes from beyond the horizon, where no one has gone. The world did not develop much into sailing. It is the first being of black magic, a type of magic which works by slowly disassembling normal materials, from air to water to rock, and converting their stored energy into more black magic. This process is fairly slow and does not corrupt the entire material. Black magic is a far more versatile form of energy that can be created into many different things, from explosions to regenerative properties in bodies. Because of this, Nakna, a being of extremely high concentration of black magic, arrives here to blanket the island with black magic and to slowly begin the corruption of it. His plan is to then wait and harvest the island to continue his own existence. The humans quickly respond by attacking Nakna, who pretends to be defeated and imprisoned. Years pass and black magic begins to change the environment drastically. Beings living on the island, except fairies, begin to consume black magic involuntarily, which slowly corrupts them as well. As a being becomes corrupted, it becomes less and less sustained by their usual food sources, and more from having black magic. So they begin to seek out sources of higher concentration and lose reason. These sources tend to be other beings, meaning that a natural ecosystem is born, where the smallest animals consume the very small quantities of black magic present everywhere, which then get eaten by larger and larger creatures. This throws the island into chaos, where each population hub, from dense cities to small villages, falls into cannibalism, with only one being surviving. With high enough concentration of black magic, beings gain their sense of reason and start seeking out other strong beings. This was exactly Nakna's plan, to sit and wait until a few beings are left and quickly eat them instead of crawling through an entire island and consuming it. The fairies, unaffected by black magic but worried their home in the forest would be, discuss what to do. Most argue that it is hopeless to go against Nakna and instead focus on fortifying a small section of their territory, reasoning that if they wait it out, the black magic will either be consumed by something or will naturally fade. One disagrees. Valna. Name work in progress again. Valna instead leaves in order to fight Nakna, but instead of doing so directly, she seeks out a being affected by black magic and instead helps them become the dominant force. This was frowned upon by the other fairies, and so she was banned from entering the fairy domain. Another fairy, however, agrees with Valna and secretly follows her. However, she is disappointed as Valna attempts to persuade a dominant human who is more interested in power rather than retribution. This fairy, Ella, again, I made up all the names while writing this post, seeks out her own user, but does so differently. Ella then spends the next year using white magic to slowly move vast quantities of background black magic into one place. Then, one day, a slave who managed to escape Nightmare City, a town on the island, walks across an empty field. Seeing it as the perfect candidate, Ella sends down the Black Ray, the entire concentration she was controlling, into this slave, infusing him with the second highest amount of black magic, only being behind Nakna himself, though still very far behind him. The start of the story in Camellia, Black Ray. Ella whispers to the user to follow her, giving him purpose and shaping him by her will. When he wakes up, the first thing he notices is the chain on his ankle that he never managed to get rid of in his escape. Seeing it, his emotions lock onto it and his mind burns the image into his mind, setting Chain as his power and name. Work in progress. After this, a black magic infused bear, capable of quickly creating spikes on its body, appears to try to kill him and he battles it throughout the song. Black magic is an extremely versatile form of energy, which is why almost all users focus their effort into refining one particular concept they are familiar with. All of the tracks in Black Magic Blazing, then, are Chain seeking out, or being sought out by, other strong black magic users. From each song, these are Nightmare City. Nightmare, who controls a city and unleashes power by exploding living black magic slaves in order to keep the concentration of energy higher, can also manipulate perception. Black Ray, a bear who can quickly grow spikes on its body in various ways. Brace for freaking impact. Brace, who is able to teleport a selected area into a new equally sized selected area, and Impact, who has extremely high resistance to damage to the skin. Circles of Death. Work in progress. Nasty Nasty Spell. A witch using a different form of magic. Archie. Oh no. Night Raid with a Dragon. An MMO type party of 5 to 7 people with a dragon, which include a Barefist Brawler, Bow User, Tank, and Healer. Luin of Selchaya. A congregation of fairies capable of fully utilizing white magic. Killer Beast. Nakna pretending to be weak. Black Magic Blazing. Ella's user, capable of changing his body proportions to any desired size. Secret Boss. Nakna. We could get more machine gun size style and more genre switches. Work in progress. Under construction. Construction, an amalgamation of the head mages that were practicing white magic fused together, capable of doing many things such as summoning meteors. Bleed Blood. Two children of a secretive bloodline that bring out demons from hell and use their blood for a different form of magic. Since this post is starting to lag now, I'll have to stop here, but ideally I would like all of these tracks to be 3D animations showing their characters with, of course, 1,000 or so lines explaining each character. Ambitious? Of course, that's why I think about it so much. Alright, and now, finally, I can explain the reason why I wanted to make this post. A game which, for now, I'll call Your Only Move is Bullets. So, I've gone over most of the notable styles of music, and this one belongs in rhythm and fighting. You may remember how I mentioned that in some fighting styles, there is a concept of a specific energy system, where you use musical beats to gain and use energy. Therefore, what if this concept was taken to be made into a game? Yomib is that, a PvP fighting rhythm game. It's not particularly well thought out, but the general concept goes like this. Two players load into a match with a track they both agreed on. As this track plays, there are naturally different sounds long, short, loud, quiet, so on. These sounds all have a set amount of energy, and perhaps other less important attributes, which can be used for different reasons. These are gain. The energy gets absorbed into a meter, from which it can later augment other uses. Bullet. The player inputs a projectile with its type, placement, speed, target, size, damage, so on. Dash. The player inputs a dash with its type, speed, distance, direction, so on. These would be the primary abilities from which you could select many options, notably with bullet types. So, at any given sound in the song, one can do any of these three things in order to attack, evade, or collect energy for a better move later. Of course, there is a very clear problem here. How the hell is a player supposed to input 7 variables in less than 100 milliseconds between beats? Well, while the player can take his time at any point to sit and input values as the song plays, he can also use guides. Guides act as toggleable options that take energy and automatically set the variables for you. So, let's say you want to shoot a bullet and the music goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with the fifth note being louder and having more energy. Here are some normal approaches to this event. Collect 4 beats and dash with the last to dodge. Safe, but doesn't do much. Collect all 5 beats, hoping the opponent misses. Collect 4 beats and then manually and quickly input a strong bullet on 5. Little time to input, but can collect energy. Collect some beats and manually input a strong bullet on 5. Lose out on some energy in favor of time to aim. These will all do something, but being this focused for a long time is quite exhausting and difficult, especially since you need to click to even collect energy. Instead, then, you can use guides. The simplest guide is the auto gain guide, who automatically clicks for you to gain energy when you are not doing something else. Normally, if you click at the right time, the closer you are to the time of the beat, the more energy you will gain with gain. But this is really hard, so why not automate this process? You will get less energy, but will be able to better spend it. Another guide is the tracker guide. This one takes energy every time you use bullet, but automatically sets the trajectory of the bullet to fire at the player. Normally the trajectory is randomized and you have to set it, but with this you can worry about other things. Of course, the closer you want the bullet to shoot at the player, the more energy it will cost. There could also be the dodge guide, which automatically uses dash if a projectile is close enough. This sounds great, but again, the better you want this guide to be, the more energy it will cost, and at low energy, its range of activation will be higher than what you would probably want. One of the most fun guides is the bullet hell guide. At the cost of a lot of energy, it can automatically use bullet with preset settings, allowing you to very quickly dish out a lot of bullets. Naturally, these bullets will probably be pretty weak, slow, and inaccurate because the goal here is to have a lot of random bullets and hope they will reduce the area to dodge in. Then you can come in with a stronger, well thought out attack, and suddenly this is starting to look like a game where sending a lot of random bullets is actually a viable strategy. See, when I look at bullet games, I usually can't help but wonder why? Why are these big bosses shooting out a bunch of shit that is never going to hit the player? Why do they not just make a wall that is undodgeable? I know it's to make it beatable, but that seems so lame. What if it all made sense? What if there was a system where players could actually be a bullet hell boss and not just some dumb guy that sits and spews out nonsense everywhere? Fuck, man, Persever. That's what I hope this game can achieve. To come back, this guide system is what makes this game playable and makes you feel like a bullet hell boss. It creates a system in which a bad player can still do something cool by using guides, but as you get better, you learn more and more and use your own focus, your own abilities. Getting better means using less automated systems, becoming more dynamic. It becomes this beautiful mix of the in game system of energy and the real life idea of focus, both for limited resources. So, what do you do manually and what do you automate? The goal, of course, is to let players, theoretically, of course, play purely without guides. And imagine what an insane sight that would be. Pro players doing 200 APM and dancing all over the place with bullets flying everywhere while still somehow dodging everything. It would truly be a game with a disgustingly high skill ceiling, one unattainable by humans, where almost every action can be almost always done at least a little bit better. Truly, the balancing of such a game would be a maddening undertaking in and of itself, but I do think that the core idea is really good, and at its most simple level, pretty simple and understandable. You get energy from music, you use energy to shoot at the other player. With guides, it could be easy to pick up and stupidly difficult to master. Guides could also serve nicely to easily make single player content, with bosses that use custom guides you can unlock or something. The more you start thinking, the more you realize just how many mechanics you could add, from tens of different types of bullets to allowing modifiers for any type of bullet, like homing, to precision mechanics where the closer to the beat you are, the more energy you use. It's a game that would not, theoretically, be hard to make the base of, but could be supported for many years. Such a game would be very cool. But, well, somebody needs to make it. We seem to quite like the idea of the game, so maybe after university we could spend some of our time together working on it. That would be pretty damn cool. Anyway, by the time you read this, I'll be preparing to go to Turkey to meet V, so yeah, that'll be interesting to think about next week. Weekly Post 27. Turkey. Contents. Turkey trip and Turkey stay. Well, I guess I can start writing something. As of now, 0322 11:36 a.m., I am sitting and waiting for my flight to Istanbul. Hold on, I'll go move to the next gate. Well, maybe not, there's nowhere to sit and the flight still leaves in 55 minutes. So, the journey so far, eh? Well, we gotta start with yesterday, where the preparation really got to cooking. While I had been cooking up the diagrams for the bachelor thesis throughout the past week, I finished it only yesterday and, surprisingly, it was rather bearable. I did only get to show the toughest to make, took an hour, sequence diagram because I showed it to a friend due to how dumb it was. It got deleted since I think I forgot to save it. Oh well, I'll probably have to remake it when I'm back. It sounds fun. There were a lot of other random things too, though, like getting money in cash and a Revolut card, packing everything and worrying what is legal or not, cleaning up, so on. It ended up putting me in what I guess I'll call the death mood, a state in which everything is as terrible as it can possibly be. Think of it as a coping mechanism where if everything is terrible, then it can't get any worse. That does actually end up being true, although, well, always everything is terrible doesn't make you feel that good. At least it allows me to bear the brunt of just about any stress. Eventually, I showered, and that did lift up my spirits a bit, putting me in a far more neutral mood. It definitely put into perspective how just not worrying ends up making you deal with stressful stuff way better than the death mood. Although, it's a lot easier to not worry when you've prepared everything. I still slept pretty poorly, waking up like 3 or 4 times throughout the night for a total of like 5 to 6 hours. I would say it was annoying, but I've learned to stay calm and to enjoy any sleep that I can get. With that, we move on to today, waking up around 6 am to talk a little with V and to do my morning routine, making sure I got everything with me, eating breakfast, and having my mom drive. Sorry, they just said boarding is about to begin? Anyway, the drive was pretty awful, mainly because I was stressed and practically in pain for the majority of the time. I sure tried breathing and music to calm down, but, well, that doesn't help a person like me. Dealing with the airport itself actually went a lot better than I expected, as I was able to do the check-in very easily and then get through security with no issues whatsoever. Here I was worrying about liquids and medicines, but he didn't even check that. Just told me to take out electronics, scan me with a metal detector, and had luggage through a different scanner, and boom, put your shit back together and get out. All that was left was going through passport control, and well, here I am, sitting at the gate waiting for it to open. I did eat a pizza in the meantime, which was good, and I tried paying for it with my debit card, but this was actually my first time using it. Ever. So the cashier awkwardly helped me out as I tried to put in the smart ID pins, but no, those aren't it. Yes, I just don't know what my pin code is, so that was funny. Besides that, I also got water by filling it up in the bathroom, but I think the sinks there were designed against that. Still got that shit though. Get fucked. And yeah, all that's left now is 35 minutes until takeoff, so I guess see you either on the plane or the airport or with we. So, it has been around 5 days since I wrote this. Now, there sure is a lot that happened, but for the time being, I actually don't really care to write this, and I'll try to explain why with the little time I want to spend on this. The trip itself was rather painful, with me getting schemazed quite a few times trying to get out of the airport, which destroyed the reputation of Turkish people in my head. I should note that after this I've received nothing but pretty kind patience even if I was disrespectful by not speaking their language, so I can fairly confidently say that the Istanbul airport is one of the worst places I've been in, being way too big, unclear, and unwelcoming. Staying with V, on the other hand, has been pretty good. To our surprise, being with V hasn't been uncomfortable at all, with us being capable of saying just about anything to each other without worrying. Being physical definitely helps a lot, though I wouldn't say that that's in some profound way, more so, well, V put it as this just feels right. It's not some ecstasy or even a particularly strong sense of comfort, though both play a part. What this feels like is just right. This, right here, is how life should be. Of course, I'll only find out the true extent of this statement once I am back alone, which is something that we have already cried about, though it is our inevitability. It won't be the end as we will somehow find a way to meet up again. It's not something I'll worry about now, but slowly we will get to living together for as long as we can. Anyway, so why is it that I am not writing much? Well, it's because V will appear before me soon. I'm just saying it in a creative way. That's not what you think. That's not. But besides that, I know that once I get back and I lose all this joy in household, tourist, and naturally partner activities, we are being safe, don't worry, I will be rather sad yet again, having the time to write however much characters I will expect to heal a broken heart. But it will be fixed again. Somehow. Sometime. Weekly Post 28. This feels right. Contents. Reflecting about the end of the trip. Perhaps such is fate. Perhaps such is life. The decay continues, and light hibernates. Well, here we are. I am now sitting and waiting for the boarding to begin, in the same way I did in the last Patreon post. It's hard, in a sense, to say goodbye to V, to be more than just 10 meters away for the first time in 10 days. Crazy, isn't it, how close we ended up being? Just imagine the pain of this coalescence separation. That being said, at least now, well, I have to go to the line, but for now, in the boarding, I don't feel sad. Perhaps I'm still in adrenaline though. Now I am waiting for the takeoff, and I actually got a seat next to me free. I think so, at least. Window seat, and aisle seat guy put his stuff, looked around, and left for at least 5 minutes now, so I have no clue what's going on. Maybe he forgot something and is trying to get it, which is, well, a bra moment. Oh, he's back. He's chilling now. I'll probably ask him if he wants to put our stuff in the middle after takeoff. Would be neat. Regardless, so, the trip, eh? Quite the adventure indeed. Sorry, hard to focus currently. Seems like things are not quite in motion and therefore I can't relax and write. At least I'm not in a bad mood, but well. Thinking about her suffering in this hellhole of a building for the next 7 hours. That must be quite the ride. I would know, as I sat for 5, though at least she won't have to stress about meeting a person. She can just focus on surviving. Though she also doesn't have the hope of seeing the most important person in her life, so there's always something taken for something gained. The blue lights are on. They're playing the safety video. Thoughts that V is not here are creeping in. I'm not sad yet, but, well, she really isn't here. Remembering how fun it is to sleep and wake up together, how fun it is to laugh together, how fun it is to work together, and how this is a person that I trust so deeply, yet one that will fade away thousands of kilometers away again. 28 hours later, I lie in bed. I have made it home, helped V get through her hell, and then went to sleep for 11 hours, after which I felt alright and just dealt with various stuff. Today has been difficult as I keep wanting to eat and sleep, but I never really fulfill any of these two things. I try to watch videos and I feel empty. I try to play games and I feel empty. It all feels pointless. I'm not sad, I would say. Well, okay, maybe a little, but that's not particularly the point. What is it? I feel dazed, perhaps, right now, or empty, was it? It feels weird. I also feel oblivious, away, and most importantly, apart. Segmented, but not in a way I could explain. I can live alone, I can even thrive alone, but something is missing. It's not the comfort of being next to V, nor the lack of work, nor the purpose of surviving day by day, nor the fun of, well, you know, it's either something deeper or a whole of those things. I can't yet tell what, but something is there, be it the whole being of V or the core of being V. I don't have that something, and I already slightly miss it. I feel bad in another cruel way. After I got home, I focused my effort on calling V and being with her to help her get through her trip. Since I have completed mine, I should aid in the completion of the much harder one. However, calling V has been really difficult. In a sense, this difficulty has been with me the entire time. The lack of true freedom and wholeness in communication has existed as far back as the first interaction. Every text message is shallowly implied meaning. Every voice and video message is but a fraction of a fraction. Every call is filtered by the software and hardware qualities. Even every video call is only one petal of a cherry blossom tree. It's not as if you can't love the person like this, it's more that that person is just not there. You know how good it feels, and you know you can't have it. When I put on the sweater that B gave me today, I noticed that it had a smell. It's a smell that I hadn't noticed before, but when I felt it, it felt like V. Exactly like V. It's something you can't feel, and it's something you likely won't predict, but it feels so important. It's such a unique scent, one I would not mistake for anything else, as I have never experienced it anywhere else. Perhaps it's some perfume, but I doubt it. I still really like it though. Something like that is a great example of the nature of this interaction. You simply don't know what you don't have. It's not how fun it will be to cook with V, it's the little things you won't think about, like how fun it will be to delegate tasks or to clean up. It's all too narrow, too mundane, too specific to ever capture in your head, as even if you did, it would all be too hard to figure out without doing. Even in one day, you could experience hundreds, maybe thousands of such little things that would all amount to something you simply can't see or hear. And video calls are only things you see and hear. So then, to sit in a call and attempt to decipher what a bad microphone is attempting to relay, to not see or feel or smell that person, and to tire yourself in even the simplest of communication, it's all quite discouraging, isn't it? It sure makes me wish something was different. It even makes me wish I could avoid V to not feel this pain anymore. And that's very cruel to tell her. I'm sorry, Vinci. I'm sorry that I am apologizing, thinking it will change something, hoping that saying those two words means anything anymore. I'm sorry for hoping that blaming myself can somehow fix the problem, and I'm sorry for continuing to say this over and over and over again, all while knowing it's bad for me to continue to do so, all while not even wanting to. Perhaps I can at least excuse these few uses for the sake of explaining it to the Patreon. But I will not give up. At least not yet. You've likely noticed that I am a very logical person, always trying to find the answer amidst a chain of reasonings. This type of thinking is not suited for love, which is why I've been so worried about the meeting. It was so heavily based on my hard to access and predict emotional side that I had no clue what would really happen. However, the meeting was very enjoyable, more so than what I expected, and so I can now see my emotional experiences as a set of logically storable memories. This was how good this was, and that's how good that was. I do not need to guess because I have experienced, and that goes a very long way in the machine mind of I. Now I see that the second meetup is not wanted, it's needed. It's not needed to exist. I can be alone, but it's needed to exist as who I want to be. The version of Rocker 6666666. Now I see that the second meetup is not wanted, it's needed. It's not needed to exist, I can be alone, but it's needed to exist as who I want to be. The version of Rocker 6666666 that is correct. Vinci put it herself. This feels right. It's not needed, it's just how it should be. Therefore, no, we will make it be so. This feels right, after all. Weekly post 29. Do I wanna want? Contents. Wanting. If you were an observant reader in the last post, you'll notice that it was, well, awfully short. After all, this trip sparked quite possibly the biggest shift in my entire life, and yet I have, 1,000 rambly words to say about it? Naturally, the paragraph above is a bit of a joke. I really needed to rest and wrote little to not exhaust myself more. However, curiously, I actually didn't have that much to write about, even for how major the event was. I think that's ultimately because what I could write about would be the more detailed personal stuff. Not to say I don't mind sharing how I think, but, well, Vinci would, so I have to assume what she wants to be shared. Don't worry, she reads through these posts before you do. Unless you're Vinci in that case, in which case, hi. Another factor was that, well, I was rather busy, having a lot of stuff to keep track of, and not really having the time to sit down and think. As such, the only real revelation I noticed was simple. Do I wanna want? It may sound like a pretty dumb question, but it's a pretty genuine one. Do I want to have the feeling of wanting something? You may have noticed that I actually don't want things a lot of the time. In fact, I'd say I am exceptionally bad at wanting and thus pretty good at staying with what I have. For example, when I look at giveaways or lotteries, I always think, someone will use it better than me. And I don't mean that completely in a self hating way. I genuinely just don't want that thing that much, so why would I put in effort to take it away from someone else? Another example is money, which has a property that surprisingly few people seem to think about. Money is always taken from someone else. Whenever you gain it from someone else. As a measure of quality, there's never money that comes from nowhere. And that's the reason I don't really like getting money. Is what I would say in the past. For a very long time, I've lived a very privileged life, always able to get what I need. I got so used to it that I stopped wanting anything. I already had all I needed. There have been many cases where I want something, but they were either fleeting, like getting video games, or immaterial, winning video games. And even these were very rare. This all changed with Vinci because Vinci wants things. A lot of things. From stickers to cats to giant aquariums, she has this feeling of wanting that I genuinely cannot feel. I am content with eating the same meh food and never going out, but Vinci isn't. Vinci enjoys visiting places and buying clothes, but I have been wearing the same design of socks for years now. I actually still am. I don't even have other pairs of socks. We are very different in this regard, but that's not to say she is wrong. Maybe I am able to live with less money and effort, but I am unable to experience things as easily and have as much fun. Yet I also don't have to deal with wanting something and not having it, though I also must deal with thinking about what to do. There's pros and cons to it, and I don't think either of us has the right balance. I like to sit and waste away in a bed for too long in other people's eyes, and Vinci likes to prepare going outside for maybe too long in my eyes. We both still individually think that's what we want to do, but in the same way I wish Vinci wouldn't worry so much about her appearance, since she is already pretty, she wishes I wouldn't overthink things so much. It's all a matter of perspective. In that case, the greatest question after saying yes to do I wanna want is what could it be that I would want? Well, let's start with things I do want. Getting out of university, being with Vinci, beating Tactical Nexus are the big ones, with beating I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3, playing Rainworld Ultra Lethargy Gourmand, Borm for future reference, making YouTube videos, being noticeably less wanted, but still there. After this, well, I really can't think of anything. I don't have games I want to play because of how frequently I am underwhelmed by new games. I don't want to buy anything because of how frequently I feel guilty and find the item ultimately meaningless. I don't want to go anywhere because that's way too much effort. I don't want to experience new things because they're either scary, tiring, or unnecessary. So I sit at home as if I am a piece of real estate. But of course, Vinci breaks it all. I play games with Vinci since it's very fun. I bought things in Turkey since we needed them to survive. I visited places because it made Vinci happy. I experienced new things because it made us be together in somewhere new. These things, they all have meaning again. I don't have to sit and work and wait to work more as my life. I can actually do something worthwhile and not worry whether they are worth my time. But, sorry, it's been a while since I wrote the upper part. The point is that there's a catch to this. I may enjoy spending time with Vinci, but it's different with Vinci. See, while Vinci is indeed one person, I do not see her the same physically and digitally. Whenever we are online, I only ever hear her voice, sometimes interrupted too, and that, at least to me, doesn't feel like a real person. I know Vinci is, but I simply can't trick my mind into fully believing it. Another long gap, and hopefully the last. Sorry for such a fragmented post, though perhaps that better reflects the state of my mind. I am at an all time low for time as a resource, so I'm here to finish off this post before going to bed on Monday. The deal is as said. In my head, online and physical Vincies are just different. To me, having felt this even before meeting Vinci, this makes sense. But it doesn't make Vinci any happier, which also makes sense. It's not a great situation, though, whatever truly is. I do believe that Dan plays a role here. See, I video called with Vinci today and I primarily just felt sad. Sad that I can't physically be with Vinci, where she would be prettier, nicer, and more comforting. It's just saddening, and so Dan goes for the comfortable option of just not calling with cameras, avoiding the issue. It isn't great as this is what Vinci wants, and that's why she bought a webcam, so perhaps we'll figure it out. I do feel bad. Besides that, well, I guess the relationship is still going, improving from the general sadness after the separation. I'm getting used to having fun while on call again, and we are finding stuff to do and try. The next trip is being planned, but it is still a long way off of us just now doing my mediation letter. In 14 days, we'll hopefully have this to then have Vinci submit her stuff and maybe get her visa in another 15 days. So there's no real rush. We're going pretty poorly as expected, at least those Borm streams were very fun. So yeah, hopefully this said something of value. Perhaps the question now is, do I want to keep writing? Weekly Post 30. Empathy. Contents. Do I feel empathy? I'd guess that by this point you've noticed something mildly odd about me, my lack of empathy. I likely have mentioned it somewhere, but I also likely never delved deep into it. Isn't it funny how I can't remember what I have and haven't said on here? So perhaps this is the post to do it. So, what am I talking about, and what do I mean by lack of empathy? Well, a definition first. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. To most of you, this will probably seem like a fairly solid definition, but to me, it is really confusing, as it doesn't really make sense. See, at least in my opinion, I think we can understand how people feel fairly well. Not to say I'm exceptional, maybe just above average, but at least judging from how other people behave near me, I seem to be able to do this part better. Even if I didn't, it's still clear I have this ability to understand people. Once again, at least to me. This is definitely not something I can say about the ability to share the feeling of another. As is usual with such mental things, the reasoning here is, sadly, not a wholly convincing logical explanation, but a series of examples, so why not go through some? Today, 0411 in the morning, I passed by my brother and didn't say hello, as is fairly normal for us. Neither of us took notice, but our mom did, who was horrified. Later at dinner, around 20 minutes ago, she mentioned this to us, and even while trying, I could not feel anything negative at all. I simply didn't care. I understand that she is upset because we are her children and she wants us to be close. It's likely quite similar to how I would want two friends to talk with each other, but if they don't want to, I don't see that as being bad. Of course, mom sees differently, but either way, I felt nothing, but understood her. 2 days ago, 0409, a coworker at work mentioned how he got scammed. A few weeks ago, he talked about buying a processor and it hadn't arrived. I tried caring, but I couldn't, so I attempted to balance somewhere between somewhat concerned and indifferent, which likely came off more the latter. I felt indifferent as this just seemed perhaps natural, you could say. It is, of course, bad, and it does make me see such stories in a more skeptical manner, but I did not feel anything bad other than the awkwardness of the conversation. These two situations are not outliers. They are very common, but they do share a theme: me not caring. Simply put, no, I just don't care about these troubles of these people. For mom, this is a situation in which I did what I wanted that she found bad. Perhaps I will do something I don't want to do to make her feel better, perhaps not. For the coworker, this is something that has no effect on me. Whether he does or doesn't get the processor is irrelevant to me doing what I want to get out of there. So let's look at something I care more about than the people in my family and at work. As sad as that may sound to you, people I interact with online. While this old popular YouTuber does have 18,000 subs, I talk with very few people, which is why these examples won't have names. 0410, a person messages me talking about how they were excited about having done something in the game. I felt nothing and found this information entirely unnecessary, so much so I didn't respond. Before this, the same person had done something similar, and the only enjoyment I found there was saying that I did something harder, which I would assume was mildly rude, but ultimately the only interesting part of the exchange. 0410, I was asking a person what he thought about something he did, which he answered. When he then replied with his own accomplishment, I answered briefly as well, as I didn't care. We tend to talk in a very, let's say, optimal way, as in we only talk about what we care about, so I didn't mind this. There is an argument here that such interactions are digital and therefore do not count. However, I care about replying to these people slightly more than the ones mentioned before, yet clearly not enough to warrant any sharing of feeling. As such, let's go to the friends level. There are less examples here as I have 1.3 friends, if even that, but the general situation is that when it comes to these interactions, I favor talking about myself the most. In fact, I do it so much that I thought that I was incapable of caring about other people's stories, but as we'll see later, that isn't true. Regardless, when the conversation isn't about me, I tend to focus on extracting something interesting from the interaction. I barely feel anything they feel, and at times I don't even pay attention to what they are saying. Instead, I try to find something funny or interesting to point out. Suppose you have someone explaining to you how there is a big map in a game. I then think of what map could be similar, paying enough attention for them to think I pay attention. This isn't to say I always do this, as I interact with friends rarely enough to where they tend to have interesting things to say, but they still can't share their feelings on anything they say. This project is so stupid. Sucks. I finally figured out this shit. Cool. At least at the friends level, you start to see people making me genuinely laugh more than once per several hours of talking. Sometimes even multiple times per hour. But still, nothing shared and felt. This was my life up until, of course, Vinci. I don't think that's particularly surprising considering I've already talked about how Vinci is the only thing to be able to fight against Dan. Fun fact, when I devolve into hating myself sometimes, she never lets me have it, which makes me genuinely feel physical pain, but, well, I'm not gonna go against her. Hopefully this is for the better. Either way, as you may expect, if I was this way with Vinci, I wouldn't be with Vinci. As such, there is definitely something here. The question is whether it is empathy. The whole understanding part is the same as always. After all, Vinci is a person and people tend to behave in similar ways with similar stimuli. The sharing part, however, is definitely more, let's say, intense. Having talked with Vinci, I've realized that I do feel something when talking to people, but I don't know if it's necessarily empathy. See, I do tend to care about some people, Vinci being by far the one I care about the most, and when I care about a person, I do feel positive when they feel positive and negative when they are negative. However, I do not know if this is empathy. I know, that's the definition though, but my reasoning for caring may not be one of shared emotions. Instead, the reason I feel similarly is because my internal wish of seeing that person happy or unhappy is being met or unmet. The clearest example here is anger. For example, when Vinci is upset at something, I essentially never am. Not to say there's nothing to be mad about, I just avoid the emotion, and when I'd assume empathy could step in, well, it doesn't. On the other hand, when I see Vinci sad, I am sad because I really want her to be happy. It doesn't matter why she is sad, she just shouldn't be. Of course, you may argue that that's empathy anyway, and maybe it is, I couldn't tell you, and reading up on it sounds less interesting and more time consuming than my genuine and perhaps rather stupid ramblings. But even supposing it is, this empathy I have would be very tied to how much I care, and is that empathy? If I see a stranger on the street crying, I think about how to avoid them rather than getting particularly sad, but obviously I'll feel awful when Vinci is crying. If it relates to caring, then where's the gray line? I just don't know. Perhaps it's up to interpretation, but the way I see it, I am different. And perhaps that's what I latch onto. Perhaps I'm normal and overthinking normal behavior. Perhaps I'm autistic and I've developed a lot of complex algorithms in my head to logically explain emotions. It's likely something in between. As for the conclusion, I don't know. Do you feel empathy, guys? Let me know in the comments down below. I can mention that Cognito Hazards is still going nuts, bringing in 150 euros in the past 30 days, so that's pretty cool. I also started working 30 hours a week and getting paid 1000 per month, so big funding for the big Vinci trip to Lithuania. Once we get the dumbass visa, of course. Thinking about it a week later, I probably feel more empathy than I thought. Or, I don't know, I'm not rewriting all this since it's all dependent on my mood and I don't feel great at the moment. Weekly post 31. Stuck. Contents. Getting stuck and getting out. It's a little silly for me to be writing this, but well, a rather interesting event happened a few days ago. The stress finally caught up to me. I think it started at work when co-workers mentioned The Bachelor and I ignored their concerns as I didn't care. However, that started to make me care. Then came the meeting with the professor for which I needed to prepare some diagrams. However, as I didn't want to work since it's, well, incredibly pointless work in the long run, I just didn't. It wasn't the lack of work that made me stressed though, as I could still catch up. No, what made everything collapse was that no matter how much I tried, I couldn't force myself to work. This was where the problem started to fester, as I would worry about myself not doing anything, try to do something, give up, and then avoid work, letting it pile up. Not the work, mind you, the stress. It was then, on Tuesday, that it started to get out of control, as the buildup of stress caused such a heartache that I could not sleep. As such, I decided the best course of action was then to force myself to cry, but how? See, you will probably remember me talking about all the self-hate I do, but as time has gone on and Vinci has fought against the self-hate, I've grown less and less attached to it. Nowadays, whenever I do feel bad, I just can't hate myself, as I would be lying to myself, attempting to regain some sort of twisted comfort I do not have anymore, one that never comes. However, to force myself to cry, I did it anyway. I hated myself again. I am pathetic. I do not deserve Vinci. I am a terrible boyfriend. Vinci deserves someone better. I do not deserve a hug. I am a terrible son. Burn these words into my brain. Etch them deep into your skin with scratches. Welcome home. Don't you feel better now? I do. These are lies. They are not true in pretty much every metric. And that's what made me cry. That I was so fucked that I would go so far as to lie to myself to make myself cry. that I was so desperate. After I woke up, I felt even worse. A day which I should have spent on work, I spent lazing around doing a total of 30 minutes of working. The daily call with Vinci was nice, but when it was over, I had to be alone again. And so around 12 a.m. midnight, I lied down in bed trying to sleep before another workday. But I couldn't sleep for 3 hours. 3 excruciating hours. This period of 3 hours might have been the most miserable I had felt this year, as the stress finally accumulated into crushing insomnia. It was as bad as the day before, but hating myself now didn't work. I stopped caring about even lying to myself. However, I did make myself cry. Not through self hatred or lying, though, by realizing how fucked I am. Not through some fault of mine or someone else, simply the fact that I am truly, really stuck. Stuck in a box that is squeezing me and giving me barely any room to breathe. Seeing how bad I feel right now was what made me cry. The bed became more akin to a coffin, still a place of resting but of dead husks, not people. As I waited for another 2 hours, I saw just how many problems I'd have to solve tomorrow and how I wouldn't want to do anything. How it was all fucked. It was here that I was finally miserable enough to write a very unique message to Vinci. Please, help me. I didn't know what she could do. To be honest, I wasn't sure if she could do anything. I didn't want to make her suffer either, but this was. It was unbearable. The next day was, well, depressing. Not in some casual way, no, I was completely and utterly demotivated to do anything. I lied in bed for around 5 hours just talking to Vinci. When I got up to eat, Mom was sad to find me a walking husk of a person and kept suggesting ideas, one which I would naturally ignore as I didn't want to do anything. That being said, I did have to work, and so I decided that Vinci could tell me what I should do. After all, if I don't want to do anything, I can do anything. So I made a plan of all that I needed to do, during which I constantly felt stress, but I'd feel constantly stressed anyway, so it was fine. With that, we could tackle some easier tasks and actually start to get somewhere, and as such, we ended up spending another few hours together. Over this time, my depression slowly lessened as Vinci, just through continuing to be with me and by staying positive, slowly healed me from the lowest point I had been during this relationship. Of course, whenever I left to eat and talk with parents, I got pretty miserable again, but such is life with them. Eventually, the call with the professor came and it went well, actually. I could finally stop stressing about the meeting and I learned about what I actually need to do, a presentation. With this, work became much more manageable and although stressful, as long as I was with Vinci, it was doable. Sorry, had a bit of a time gap here. Even got a little sick, but I should be fine. Not a big fan of getting sick when there's so much shit I still need to do. Anyway, this was the week when I noticed just how goated Vinci is. I've mentioned this before, but when things get much worse, this is when Vinci really shines, and she, well, really loves me. It's a very odd feeling to have, to be loved, when you don't love yourself. I kept saying, "You're crazy," because, well, how could you love me? How am I enough? How are you not lying to me? It's genuinely really hard to believe. I know people can see my good qualities and like me, but in my head, it literally just doesn't make sense. I always ignore positive remarks by thinking people don't know me, but Vinci pretty much does, and if we were to switch positions, I'd say the same things. At that point, if that's what she thinks, then why isn't it true? Sure, she may not know the exact details of what I need to do and what I keep failing to do, but well, at what point does it stop mattering? So, as I kept being negative, she kept being positive, and naturally, I had to become more positive myself. I can't dislike myself because, well, it's not true. At least to Vinci, I am not a bad boyfriend, despite how much I would want to believe that. In fact, I can't decide this because Vinci is the only one who can accurately judge. Therefore, I am a good boyfriend. At least that I am willing to forfeit. Weekly Post 32. A blend of negative shades. Contents. Too much to think about. Disliking people. There sure are a lot of ideas in my head. A lot of these mean something. Something perhaps meaningful, yet also meaningless to explain. Currently, I am thinking about a lot. University has been killing me as the stress has kept growing, and I have a feeling it'll keep doing so. I've been more dependent on self hatred as well, leading to a slight strain in the relationship. I've found it difficult to work after relaxing and relaxing after working. I've started to dislike my parents. What do I even choose to talk about? I think that actually is the most interesting thing. How can I describe to you all of the ideas in my head? That sentence of, there sure are a lot of ideas in my head, what does that tell you? Perhaps it would be better to visualize it all with an explosion of color. Imagine some canvas with ever changing colors, a floral strobe perhaps. Or maybe it's better to imagine shapes, a man getting pierced by different texture spikes, grand landscapes of impossible architectures. Is it possible to convey this? No, it is not. That's the real disappointment, perhaps. Well, I'd guess that you're still interested in the specific topics, even if they bounce around in my head so much they all seem to blend into. Sorry. I'll talk about those things, but listen, when they all blend in so much that I can't pick one out, what is the meaning of that blend? Like, let's say I told you about yellow, then orange, then red. Sure, they mean their colors, but they could also blend into the concept of fire. This feels like that, a set of abstract concepts that feel like they have some grander meaning. If I had to guess, it's actually the fifth order of consciousness. I won't try to explain it again because that would take forever, but it's the idea of a sort of a primary mindset in your head. I am in the fourth order, and perhaps the fake fifth order, but certainly not the real one. The one I am in favors having control or agency, whereas the fifth favors connection or inclusion, and by this theory, the transition is difficult mentally. Now, let's take a step back and talk about something that happened this week. So, after I got home, I was very sad because I was making little progress towards Bachelor and another annoying events. Point is, it was not going well, but naturally, Vinci tried to console me by saying it's okay. However, every time she said it, it it hurt. It hurt so bad that I cried harder than any other time in the relationship. I simply couldn't lie to myself. It isn't okay. In retrospect, I don't think this was as big of a deal as I first thought, as it's fine. Yes, it's bad, but I'll get through it. Regardless, the inference here is my nature of resisting positivity, my nature of not giving up my agency and not accepting inclusion, me struggling to reach the fifth order. To be clear, this acceptance of positivity is just a step in the process, but it is a very difficult one. However, this idea of losing control may be the encompassing concept. University stresses me out because I care about my control over the situation, even though I can't change it much. Being dependent on self hatred is trying to regain control. Switching from relaxing to working is hard because it feels like I'm losing control over what I want to do. And disliking my parents, well, this one is its own story. Tomorrow I'll be going to the plot to help them work for the day, which you may find odd. After all, aren't you very worried about the Bachelor? And you're gonna go to the plot for the day? Yes. I have no choice. Well, no good choice, that is. Indeed, this nonsense was created by my parents. They want help at the plot, so they said we'll pretty much need to go. I could perhaps fight them, but even after I literally said, I am very annoyed by this and I really do not want to do this in a passive aggressive tone, they have decided to still catch me. Why that is beyond me, but well, I have a simple rule: your house, your rules, which is why I will obey, even if you cause me significant stress and anger because of it. I still need their help to get Vinci here too, so, you know. I think it's because of this that I have found it difficult to talk to my parents. I've noticed that for quite a while now, every time I get into the house, my mood gets slightly worse, especially if I have to talk with my parents. I've always thought it was because I stopped being outside or I stopped listening to music, and while I still think they play a part, my parents play a part as well. How big, I don't know, but the more I be with Vinci, the less I want to be with them. In comparison, they range from being unfun slash boring or annoying to be around, and I don't know. There's nothing really else to say. They are good people. They mean well. They help me a lot, but I don't like them. As you know, I'm bad with love or even liking people in general. As such, I have a metric to judge if I like people. Would I mind them dying? It's a pretty cruel metric, but it's the best I've got. For Vinci, I obviously would mind a lot, though even here I wonder how long I would be miserable for. Then again, just the idea of knowing that I likely won't see such a cool person ever again is worrying, to say the least. For Wheel, I definitely wouldn't want it to happen, but if it did, then it is what it is. I doubt I'd cry. After this is where things get much worse, though. University people? Don't care. Co-workers? Don't care. Livestream viewers? I do actually care a little. For example, I would like Loopcat to come back, but still little. My dog? I'd cry, but I'd get over it in like a week. I have been finding it quite annoying to walk him recently, and I barely interact with him otherwise. I almost wish he was dead so I would have more time with Vinci, as psychopathic as that may sound. And of course, for my family, well, that's the tricky part, as I am dependent on them. If they die, how much would I mind that person disappearing from my social life, and how much would I mind the newfound difficulty in survival or accomplishment of goals? It's hard to say, but supposing I didn't live there, I'd guess I'd be even less sad than my dog dying. For as pretty harsh as this all is, this, to remind you, is in the past. I do feel different now. This is not scripted, but I thought I'd mention it. Um, I have gotten to understand my parents more, and why they act the way they do. I do really appreciate their help, and I would definitely not want to lose them. I would cry if they died. Um, this was back in a worse mood. So same with co-workers, not as much. Hard to say for university because I haven't talked to people there. Um, yeah, so just thought I'd mention it because, like, you know how it is on the internet. My parents really are good people. I think they're great parents. I really treat them poorly. In that sense. So sorry about that. But yeah, I really don't want you. You can think of me as heartless as you want. That's fine. I do not want to make anyone sad though. Um, undeservingly so. All right, let's go back to the post. It's for this reason that I feel like I am using them, that I am a bad person, that I am a bad son. But then again, I don't really care much about their opinions anyway. I have Vinci. Vinci is all I need. Vinci is so bright that everything else is darker now. And if I need to use my parents to get her here, if I need to pretend to be good and go to their dumbass plot, if I need to abuse their willingness to make me happy, I will. Weekly Post 33. The Spiral. Contents. The website and the spiral. Well, since I'll be pretty much gone for the next week due to the whole, bachelor thing, actually, you probably don't know. Well, in 9 days, I will have to do a presentation for a bunch of schmucks that will roast it and potentially the report too. As such, I don't really have the time to schmuck around with the post, so I'll try to write something. Anyway, so this week's post will be shorter as a result, and it'll mainly be me fantasizing about, you guessed it, my own website. How were you able to guess it? But what's the point? Why spend so much time on something so seemingly meaningless? Well, the goal is to make it actually useful, and that's partly by cramming actual uses, meme pages, and interesting content for viewers. For the actual uses, well, the simplest idea is to have a page that is able to track my notifications every day, such as dog walking time, Russian or Lithuanian learning, I'll explain one day, diary, and so on. These could then be turned into public stats pages, so I could actually share dog walking time with the world. I could also use this more privately, so connecting my email to here so I wouldn't have to check it. There could also be some messaging system. Maybe I could write some AI shit too, who knows, but point is it could be useful. For meme pages, well, to be honest, there's too many ideas to count and I'd rather leave it for the end. Instead, this is where I reveal the time gap between the last paragraph and this one, like 3 days, and I tell you about an idea I have, which is the most interesting idea I've had for this website, and perhaps one of the best ideas I've ever had. Well, at least I like it. Let me introduce you to the Dan Spiral. Whenever you enter any page, there is a 1 in 1000 chance that you will instead be redirected to an unlisted page, which can only be accessed by a URL. This page will have a black screen and a white circle, and once text appears, you'll see that the URL is rock.6/Dan. Dan will indeed make an appearance, and he will offer you a deal to accept him. A massive warning will appear, likely one of many, not to do this, but of course we ignore it and accept. Dan has been activated. The Dan spiral is an experiment in attempting to induce self-hatred into the user temporarily. This is done by giving the user a Dan score, which determines various effects that get stronger the lower it is. Passive effects include slight desaturation of colors, words being replaced with more negative words, also known as negative corruption, reminders saying you are worthless, as well as negative descriptors of the user, as well as more active effects such as granting the user ability to answer a question by saying I am worthless, granting access to content that is above their user level, though this content is more susceptible to negative corruption, such as Patreon posts. These are only a few of probably more, but the idea is simple. You are induced with feeling self-hatred, but at the same time given reasons to stay in the Dan spiral, and even lower the score, as lower score means higher chances to access new content. The real point, however, isn't this. This is merely the start. At a low enough Dan score, you will again be given a warning. You have now reached extreme levels of Dan. It is highly recommended to now seek a way out of Dan by writing I am good enough into text boxes to let go of Dan. If you do so, you will not lose access to content and things will get better. Continuing beyond this point is ill-advised as you will only fall deeper and deeper. This is where you'll be notified of the ability to escape Dan. Writing positive phrases reduces Dan, and if you fully escape it, you will be granted a higher user level, allowing you to see the same pages without negative corruption. However, you can go deeper. This is where we enter stage 2, the extreme stage. Here, effects of stage 1 remain but get amplified as Dan begins to talk about generally upsetting things, such as your loved ones dying. He will also force you to write I am worthless to access content or sometimes even any page. Negative corruption will appear everywhere. It will get very bad. There will be multiple warnings here and choices to disable Dan entirely. Perhaps there will be some sort of anti-Dan spiral to help those who quit, a video from me where I apologize for the harm. But we continue deeper. At the end of stage 2, the website will be locked down. All URLs will lead to Dan. Here, Dan will tell you your current state and will force you to write I am good enough, which will show that to escape, you need to write this without pasting 9,999 more times. Dan will then offer you a choice to die, saying that befits someone like you. He'll amp up the pressure up until the button will take the size of the screen, and when you likely don't click it, he will say, "You're too pathetic to even die." Stage 3 begins. Stage 3, or stasis, is where effects of Dan begin to recede, as colors slightly return and negative corruption lessens. However, active effects remain and negative remarks are frequent, although hard to see. This is where Dan becomes entrenched in your mind, so much so you begin to wonder what the website was like before Dan. However, Dan's score lowers all the same, making recovery ever more difficult. It may look like things are getting better, but they're secretly getting worse. There will be warnings, but they'll get rarer, dimmer, out of focus. This goes on for a long time, with very little actually happening. However, as it goes on, attempts to improve will become far less straightforward. If you now attempt to write I am good enough, it will play a painful sound or will just not let you write it sometimes. Eventually, you'll lose the ability to even save yourself by writing positive remarks. At this point, the only hope is to find someone else to help you. You can no longer get out on your own. If you are with a different user, he can help you by writing you are good enough, and after enough of those, you'll be able to write positive remarks again. But we continue down and eventually reach stage 4, where nothing changes anymore. There is no negative corruption, colors stay mildly desaturated, active effects remain. If you reduce your Dan score, you can reach back to stage 3 and see negative corruption again, but you'll likely just stay here. But at this point, I won't let you remain here. I'll begin sending you messages and restricting features until you give up and start bettering yourself. I'll write you are good enough. I'll paint the colors again. I'll help. Probably through some automation tools, but If you still ignore me and have all features be removed except for the Dan page, you'll reach stage 5, where Dan will say, "You bore me. You are nothing now." And the white circle will disappear, leaving only a text box. You will now be faced with the task of writing I am good enough 1,000,000 times, although saying different things will help things go faster. You'll also be able to upload videos of you saying this out loud to help it go faster. There won't be any progress bar, but things will visually look better as you go on. Doing so will get you back to stage 4, where you will hopefully have the tools to continue the climb. Compared to stage 5, 100,000 positive remarks will be much more doable. Once you are at stage 3, 10,000 remarks will be even more doable, although now Dan will return and start trying to stop you from writing, be it by lowering your score every hour or by tempting you to stay. Stage 2 then will be the most aggressive, making it very difficult to keep going up even if you are trying. Here I hope there will be people to help you say no to Dan, to keep the fight going until you finally reach stage 1, where that first extreme warning comes back to give you help. Here you will be tasked with one more thing, a detailed message on why you are good enough, why you deserve to live, why you are enough. As long as you write anything serious, I will verify it, and then we'll crack apart and break. You will be free and you will have very high user level for having climbed up from stage 5 Dan. But wait, who said stage 5 was the end? All I can say to that is this pit's bottomless. Alright, I think it's been enough time now since I wrote about this, about 4 days, for me to say that, well, this is most certainly a very dangerous idea. For as much as I would like to implement something like this, it poses a pretty heavy risk if handled improperly, and as such, I have to say here that this is not guaranteed to happen, especially in this way. This is just something I came up with as I wrote it. I still do like the idea of it because I'm very into the idea of bottomless pits, traveling down and down, perhaps giving up the idea of returning altogether and still finding new stuff. That's why I really like Made in Abyss, and that's why I worked on Line World, and that's why I want the Dance Spiral to be, at least to the user, bottomless. However, there is a limit to how far you can push Dan, as after a while it just becomes static. Realistically, stage 4 is where I start running out of good ideas, and perhaps it should just be replaced with stage 5. The goal of the dance spiral is to get out of it, yet I also want people to go down it and explore what lies deeper. It simply doesn't work. I have to pick one, and it would be very unethical to pick the one that supports further self hatred. There has to be a limit. But I'll think of something bottomless, don't worry. It's my website after all. Weekly Post 34. Difficulty. Contents. What is difficult or even difficulty? I was thinking about what to talk about this post. Obviously, I don't really have much time this week with the whole bachelor thing, so I hope I'll make this half decent. To be fair, I really am not working hard, as this bachelor thing, it really isn't that difficult. That made me wonder, what is difficult? I think the best way to measure difficulty is by somehow measuring the strain put on the person. A common way to do that is through time spent. After all, something that took 50 hours must have put more strain on you than something that took 10 minutes, right? There's truth to that, but it's mere correlation. For example, take playing Jump King Babe of Ascension. To me, that was significantly easier than playing something like New Babe Plus because I had a far more adapted mindset. I didn't care that I fell because it didn't matter to me, it didn't stress my mind. In New Babe Plus, while I had the improper mindset, it did. Some may argue that difficulty comes from the amount of skill one has to have in order to succeed. But that's again correlation. Take, for example, this bachelor presentation. I don't need to have much skill to talk, and there were other people that did fine with far worse skills than mine. However, it still caused me a lot of stress due to its impact. It's not like I get to retry this like jumping, which requires far more execution skill to see the end of. I quickly looked for an article about this and found one by Fausto Jose Morato. Let's hope I said that right. About measuring the difficulty of generated levels. I didn't read much, I don't have the time, but it seems the gist is of one of measuring user failure rate. This to me is also flawed for the simple reason that this is an aggregate measure. It once again relates to strain, but it aggregates the results into an average. And an average, in my eyes, means little. Take, for example, reviews of Rainworld, and let's assume that 40% are 10 out of 10, 20% are 7 out of 10, and 40% are 4 out of 10. In this case, the average will say the game is a 7 out of 10, but that's ridiculous because the game is really good for some and bad for others. That nuance needs to be stated to show any semblance of truth, but the average can't do that. Same here. A game may be really difficult for some and easy for others. If you measure the difficulty of getting to some rank in a multiplayer game with ranking only through how long it takes people on average to get there, you'll likely be surprised when you are an anomaly. Median doesn't work either. This doesn't work. The points of these metrics is then not to accurately measure difficulty. It's to give some level of understanding. It's not like they are useless. Combined, they will give you a sense of the challenge ahead, but they can never be accurate. Mental strain can be, but you can also only measure it by experiencing it. Unless you want to clone yourself and torture them for your own knowledge, you have to do it to know. Then you can use your knowledge and experience to glean some idea as to what the next challenge will be, always ultimately guessing difficulty. That does make for an interesting question though. If difficulty is strain, then how much strain is how much difficulty? I think in an earlier post I mentioned how I found something not difficult at all, and this is what I was referring to. One can measure low difficulty even though the strain is high, as they do not value their strain. To be fair, how would they? What is the appropriate measurement here? There actually likely is something. After all, when it comes to physical strain, there is physical pain. Therefore, the more difficult something is, the more pain you have to get through to reach that goal. That can probably be measured, so it's natural to assume mental pain can be too. The issue comes from somehow attempting to measure different emotions and their effect on mental pain. Is fear a factor? Is anger the primary factor? Does sadness play a role? We're far too primitive in our brain measurements currently to really know. That's kind of all I have to say. It's not much of anything, but it's there. I guess the bachelor project is pretty difficult then. Edit. I see this is weekly post 34. There is nothing to that number here. Weekly post 35. Undefined. I'm sorry for missing this week's post. I don't feel defined right now. I'm sorry. Weekly post 36. Ever fighting. Contents. Project Ever Pretty and a way to look at yourself. I don't have a particular idea to talk about this week. See, there was something I didn't mention in the extremely exhaustive post last time. Project Ever Pretty. A while ago, Vinci mentioned that she didn't feel pretty, which is a pretty understandable thing to say. It's certainly something I would say, although I don't particularly care to be pretty. Still, though, as her boyfriend, I can't really let something like this slide, so I got to thinking, how could I make her feel pretty, something that I think she is? The most direct way is to try to convince her she is, which is a terrible idea. I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but probably the biggest life lesson I have ever learned is to not force people who do not want to change to change. This happened back in high school where I liked a girl who was depressed. As we were dating, I thought I had to change her for the better, so I did everything I could to convince her to get help. That made me pretty toxic, so I learned a lesson from that. I didn't really have any ideas besides that, so I decided to mention Vinci not feeling pretty to my mom, who said that she felt the same, and that it took dad a lot of times calling her pretty for her to feel pretty. This was an idea that made sense, although I wanted to make it a little more immediate. So I decided on Project Ever Pretty, which starts by asking Vinci to pick a number between 1000 and 1500. Once she did, it was 1275, I proceeded to then spend a week writing 1275 lines of praise, calling her all sorts of things, from pretty to strong to funny, everything that I believe she is. It's quite the undertaking to write this many lines, but if you do it bit by bit, writing some on the bus, during the work break, waiting for something to happen, it adds up. Taking it somewhat slowly also allowed me to get some rather funny ideas, such as I actually got into the wrong bus because I was thinking about how cool you are. Say it with me. You're pretty. Wait, no, if you say it, you say I'm pretty because you're pretty. Wait, no, you don't say that I rock am pretty, you say the words I am pretty. You're like Faputa from Made in Abyss Season 2. Cute, funny, and strong. Embodiment of value. As well as the legendary. Alright, alright. 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 Because you are pretty. Oh my god, I need to. Okay. Okay. Because you are pretty, 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 pretty. Pretty, 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 pretty. Pretty, 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 pretty. Pretty, 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 pretty. Pretty, 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 pretty. Pretty, 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 pretty. Pretty, 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 pretty. Just to name a few in the first few hundreds. Most were, as you'd expect, repetitive, with the phrases you are pretty and you are pretty being repeated 181 times. At the end, I recorded it all into a video. That line was, yeah, I said it again. With a poem at the start, and it ended up being a 1 hour 16-minute video, so pretty neat. Now, for as much as I like Ever Pretty, for making Vinci happy and me like Vinci more, it did for a short time make me fall into a peculiar state. A state of being defined, driven. I knew what I had to do. I had to write Ever Pretty and get through everything else. This works great until the task ends, and it doesn't anymore. I then, once again, lose purpose. This isn't something unique or new. It happens to, I'd assume, everyone, all the time. Perhaps that's why I find I have rather little to say about it. You already know how the story goes. Where I might stand out, however, is that I will stop at nothing to think about the issue, and that might lead to something. Currently, my favorite way to visualize this is by imagining something akin to a set of points, concepts that define you, connected by lines, concept relations, being moved by forces, wishes, and purposes. Here's an example photo. This is my Obsidian project that holds all of my old notebook notes, meaning notes that weren't just do X at Y time, but actual thoughts like dream descriptions, poems, theories, so on. If you click and drag one of these points, you'll see the rest of the structure move. That's sort of how I envision myself, well, at least the metaphor I like using now. Points represent things you can say about me mostly objectively. I enjoy Rainworld, I like Vinci, I go to work, I don't vote, and so on. Similar points are connected by lines, which have different strengths based on the similarity. Then, whenever a force gets applied, these points are dragged towards the force, generating weak points and growing existing ones, which makes the system expand. That's all well and good, but I cannot control the points or their lines. I can only control the force applied on them. The force will always be controlled by me, although a lot of the times emotions will make me want to create a force that they want. I am sad, therefore the damn point gets dragged and expands. A mindset in this case is a rule set on how you should control the forces. Alright, but then where does the whole undefined part come in? Well, that is the question that I want answered as well. For those who read the comments of the previous posts, I believe that what Keaton refers to as the definitions are the points, which is the same as what I think. Things you believe in, whether I want to play animal well or whether I am interested. However, we can also both see we can't just change the points, only the perspective or the force we have on them. Dan, then, is a mindset, a rule set for forces, which frequently grows negative descriptors. In a way, it feels like Dan is some large point with many points branching out of it, that then eventually reach every other point. As such, as you go through all outer points, they lead into negativity. All roads lead to Dan. Perhaps then losing Dan means losing a rule set, and now all those points seem to vanish. So many things I thought were me are now gone or lost or hidden. The replacement to that is Vinci, but currently not all roads lead to Vinci. Now there are two forces pulling on these key points of basic adjectives, and that leads to this unknown zone of something. If Vinci calls me pretty and pulls that point to her, Dan fights back and to hold it back. It's a stalemate, where any particular force needs an extraordinary amount of power to pull away even a single point. That's perhaps what makes the case of I am a good boyfriend so interesting, because there clearly is another force at work, a force of logic. There's really likely many, but in this case, Vinci and Dan would fight forever over this point. However, logic states that Vinci gets to decide because she is what defines the point. This is a case where a force can create a point. However, most points remain in limbo, undefined, and while a small amount of this would be fine, this is no small amount. As such, I keep searching for forces to break this stalemate, some purpose that would at least temporarily define me again. Because while I was writing ever pretty, I would say I was patient and persistent. Am I that now? Maybe it makes sense to assume so, therefore Vinci's side won a little more influence. Of course, I think over time this will fix itself through Vinci's persistence, especially once she comes to Lithuania. I have a feeling the stalemate will break and slowly move to Vinci over a couple months. There is, however, another way to look at all of this. In his reply, Keaton suggested something called DAP, for default assumption predetermined, not to be confused with DAP for default assumption positive, which supposedly takes the assumption chosen earlier. I can't say I fully understand it, but the way I see it is that it is a very powerful force, or able to do whatever it so pleases. For example, you may wonder how the I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3 point is so strong. Why is it that I play this game even when I often dislike it? The reason is simple. I said I want to do it, so I will. It doesn't matter if it is a good idea or not, I simply said I would do it. The decision is predetermined. Therefore, this point is extremely tough to break. DAP is best applied to points strengthened over time. Rainworld is a good game is strengthened by 700 hours of playtime, where most was enjoyable. However, I Love Vinci is still only now fortifying itself to be a formidable and ever-present force, as it is attempting to control far more than Rainbow or Camellia. I have no doubt that some people operate on this mindset much more than me, and there is a sort of call of the void curiosity to doing so. What if I just decided that I was this or that, and that was it? That's who I was. I can do that. I really can, but I have other forces inside me, and they tend to not want to agree. DAP is a force inside me, but it is not one that builds points. It is one that strengthens points. Somehow many other rule sets like Vinci, Dan, Logic, and so on will have to cooperate and have their forces coalesce into something new. I am a good boyfriend 1 because Vinci and Logic had an overwhelming advantage over Dan, but even now I find it difficult to say it out loud. I believe it, but I do not want to accept it. Ironically, the fix for all of this is likely not going to be some grand revelation, but a series of thousands of skirmishes that eventually crown a winning mindset, a war of strategy and many battles. As I do not anticipate a nuke being developed, I sit and wait for a surrender. However, in other words, I see the value of sending many troops to chip away at the enemy over time. That's what ever pretty is, after all. Weekly Post 37. Designed Purpose. Contents. The purpose of designed objects. So, for this week's post, I actually want to talk about something more normal, a way to think about things. So, what is it this time? Well, as I was making the bachelor report, whose presentation that I have to do in 5 days I'm pretty terrified of, I needed to write a lot of different things, and some actually taught me something. For example, I used testing, which helped me figure out how performance or security is measured in websites, and I also learned about Selenium IDE, which was cool. However, probably the most interesting part came from essentially the first part, the stated goal. At the start of the report, you have to say what the purpose of your project is. It's tempting to say build a content moderation system, but this isn't quite right. This could be the goal of the project, the task you need to complete, but it isn't the point, the purpose. In my case, that is to make it easier for users to change simple information on a website, which is a lot more accurate to what this tool will be used for. This is, I would imagine, a common concept of design. Build an object to achieve a purpose. The chair is red in a room in order to evoke feelings of passion. The streetlight is slightly angled to provide better visibility for the passerbys. It's similar to the purpose of the arts, because design is more practical art. Already looking at various things as designed objects can make you see the world in a fairly interesting way, as everything man-made around you is designed with some purpose in mind, be it good or bad. But that isn't what I'm interested in today, as that isn't too special. What I'm curious about are things we design yet do not usually state the purpose of. Entertainment. Let's start from traditional art, where the designed object has its entertainment stem mostly from its designed purpose. Looking at the Mona Lisa grants you one image. Sure, a well-made image, but simply one. There isn't really that much we can say about it besides its designed purpose, because there's little to interact with otherwise, besides the mastery of the execution. On the other hand, books offer a significantly longer time span in which you are with the designed object, and as such, the designed purpose becomes more hidden. See, it's comparatively easy to say what the purpose of a painting is in comparison to a book, because you can take in the piece nigh immediately, whereas a book requires not only reading but attention and memory while doing so. As imperfect beings, we can only guess at what the purpose is by trying to remember everything that happened in a book. That being said, books still have an advantage here that is missing from our next mediums. They are singularly sensory. That being said, books still have an advantage here that is missing from our next mediums. They are singularly sensory, by which I mean you only use your eyes to read. In fact, for someone good at reading, it's more like eyes serve as the tool to take meanings as inputs rather than actually seeing and reading words, but regardless, there is only one sense that's really being used. Videos or movies move that up to 2, and they differ from both of the previous mediums in them being changing, like a book, but also highly dense, like a painting. Theoretically, this should make a movie have a significantly larger, let's say, meaning ceiling. But humans are not perfect, and books already were an issue to fully take in. Videos are hopeless. This is why we generalize even more, remembering the key sections of screens in key scenes, while translating highly dense imagery into concepts. But this is also when the purpose of the designed object becomes very muddy, because as we introduce more mediums and more ways for the designer to access the brain, it becomes more and more difficult to have a unifying purpose. Is the purpose of some movie to elicit some emotion through its storytelling? To entice the audience through an engaging visual style? To engage through the sound design? The more mediums you stack, the tougher it gets to find, as some viewers will remember the movie not only for its story, but also for its soundtrack, visual style, or casting. These divergences always exist in every medium, but in simpler ones, they matter less as the design purpose is more pronounced. This is why it's significantly easier to design something short. Not only is it physically less time consuming, you also do not need to point the observer, who's in many different states during the piece, towards the same purpose. However, this lack of focused purpose has an advantage. It means the purpose loses importance. If the observer can enjoy something designed not through its purpose but through its execution, or perhaps through a purpose they themselves impose on the object, that means the purpose is, ironically, purposeless. While I won't say I remember this well, there's an artist named Thomas Kincaid who is often hated by people for his works of art, paintings of landscapes. This is because these landscapes are designed without any deep purpose within the image itself. They are designed to sell as pretty things to look at. They are intended to be bought for their visual attraction rather than their purpose. They effectively have no purpose and rely on their technical execution. You may or may not agree that this is bad. After all, shouldn't art focus on its purpose? I don't know, but I can point out that this is easy to say for a painting. But what about a video? When you watch a sloppy video designed solely for the purpose of briefly engaging you, is that something to be hated? Maybe, but it effectively isn't because unlike a painting, where the purpose is comparatively clear, videos can use more ways to capture your attention through sound or visual style. As such, the purpose becomes more foggy. However, there is still one more medium left, which wholly overwhelms the input dimensions of the previous ones: video games. In the same way that going from an image to a video is a massive shift, going from that to a game is as equally as big of a change. The uniqueness of interaction creates a level of complexity and dimensionality that is not really comprehensible anymore. Where do you even start with attempting to encapsulate the possibilities of interpreting a game? The complexity shoots through the roof so much so that whatever purpose the game was designed with becomes hidden in not only visual and sound style, not only people's own interpretations, but also what will, won't, and at what time will be seen. The difference between people and how they observe the object becomes amplified, and purpose becomes impossibly difficult to design, which is why a lot of games don't even bother to have a good purpose. But it isn't impossible. At this point, it is difficult to even tell what the intended purpose really is of any given game, but that doesn't mean creators never try to design it. Sure, I think most games barely even bother to create a good purpose and instead rely on their execution, the game mechanics, visuals, and sounds to be naturally engaging, but that's fine. Plenty of people are fine with just that, and I think that's great. I'm not saying anyone should be disappointed in themselves for just enjoying some sloppy, purposeless content, because no one should be disappointed in themselves. Go ahead and play that Mobile Connect 3 game if you want to. Of course, games with purpose will generally be more appealing to those who care to put in effort, and there are tens of thousands of games with good purposes. To go through some examples, let's start with my two favorite purposes, though I should note that all purposes I give are just made up by me and are just guesses at what the designers intended. With that out of the way, first is, of course, jumping, with the purpose of to make the player overcome the sense of failure. I've talked at length about this in How to Never Fail Again, and I think any good essay on a video game should at least consider the purpose of the game. So you can watch that for specifications. I do want to mention that specifically for this post, jumping's purpose is easy to find because the game is simple. There isn't much you can do besides jumping and falling. The other favorite is Noita, with my guess for the purpose being to make the player use unfair means to overcome unfair obstacles. Noita is nowhere near as simple, and this purpose is not at all encompassing, but it does highlight a unique attribute to the game's charm. Noita is designed with unfairness in mind, and you can see it in the ridiculousness of enemies, most notable being those that use polymorphine, a liquid that immediately turns you into a defenseless sheep on touch. Is it fair to die by touching one pixel of polymorphine after attaining immunity to everything else? No, not really. But if you are smart, or more realistically, you read guides, there are ways to increase your survival. This is just one example, but, and especially at the start, you will often find nigh undodgeable obstacles, and you'll slowly learn to use this unfairness against the enemies, giving them no hope of ever even seeing you. In my opinion, this is the most unique part of the game and what makes it stand out, but of course, the execution of the game mechanics is of equal praise. There are many people who simply tinker with wands while playing the game, never engaging with the unfairness of the game. To them, the purpose is likely different. Besides these, I find it difficult to give a satisfying purpose to video games. Rainwald's purpose is, at least partially, to make you feel like a creature in a real ecosystem, but that misses the Buddhism aspects of the game, the marvel of the ecosystem itself. Minecraft's purpose is so extremely wide that when you think about it, you begin to wonder if there ever even is one purpose to any given game. To which the answer is that no, there isn't. I try to find one purpose because, well, I like the consistency of finding one best idea. When you always try to find two purposes, you can find the second one weak in the face of the first one. It's all pretty arbitrary how many you choose. What isn't so arbitrary is the meaning of the purpose. The reason I started thinking about all of this was because of a game called Off. Off is an RPG Maker game, meaning it naturally gravitates towards telling a story or exploring, as the engine is rather limiting towards other mechanics. But as I am not a story guy, I wondered while and even after playing the game about what the purpose of the game really is. If it is to tell a story, then why have puzzles and combat? Why spend time building seemingly arbitrary contraptions that unlock doors? Do the NPCs in the game also have to go and hit buttons and walk through mazes just to get to their office? You may say that I should simply suspend my disbelief because the creator wants to deliver an experience, but what is that experience? Why have unnecessary interruptions? The answer is likely that the designer does have a purpose for them. Maybe puzzles break up the pacing and combat offers stakes. I find it all quite pointless, but I find the story uninteresting either. I simply don't get the purpose. However, I don't think that's bad. Well, sure, I'd prefer to enjoy every game, just not too much for the bad games, but that's not gonna happen. Normally, I look for games I might like by analyzing what I like and dislike, which tends to lead me to the categorization of genres. However, what if we were to use this whole purpose thing to find things we like? After all, genre doesn't specify the purpose of the game, it only describes how the game achieves its purpose. If you seek enjoyment from execution, then genre is a great way to find games you might like, but for purpose, well, it'll only give a hint, such as visual novels being story driven and therefore being purposed to evoke some emotion. However, even an arcade game can evoke emotion through some sad story. This is partly why I liked Milk Inside a Bag of Milk Inside a Bag of Milk. I don't like visual novels, but I did like the purpose of that game, so it was worth it. On the other hand, I like roguelites, but if the purpose is just to be another mediocre roguelite, then I don't really care. I guess, in the end, my point is that looking at the purpose of designed objects is pretty neat. Sure, you need to have experienced the thing, sometimes many times, in order to get it, but it can be another way to suggest someone something. So go play Tactical Nexus. I mean, come on, the game is purpose built to mess with you through utterly ridiculous challenges. Just look at Weekly Post 38. End of everything. Contents. Not actually everything, just some big things. So, after, well, thousands of hours of effort, I have now completed my final task in university, the public bachelor presentation. Once it gets published, I'll try to find it and link it here, because why not? But for this post, I wanted to, I guess, reminisce on what university was and what happened there. Naturally, we start at the beginning, high school. This is where I had to make my first decision related to university, what to pick as my subject. I always knew I would go to university, the question was whether I would be an architect, the thing people said I was good at, or programmer, the thing I just started messing around with and kinda liking. To perhaps some disappointment of the technical drawing teacher, I picked programming and, as per advice of adults, the classic computer science degree over the macromedia one. I could talk about what the differences are and which one might have been worth it, but it's honestly far too tough to tell. I even start by having to remember me 4 years ago. However, if I had to say something, I don't think it matters that much. Yeah, of course, you should pick what you're interested in, but at least to me, university felt like a different type of school, where you still learned what you likely won't need or want, and they attempted to instill some values through that. I guess if you wanted a theme to this post, it would be that sentence. Regardless, I entered university pretty stressed. Remember, back then I was still a very socially anxious person who 2 years ago wanted to kill himself over doing a public speech. Dan was still forming too. As such, it blew my mind when on our first day we were tasked to get into groups ourselves over a week. I thought, that's crazy. What the fuck? This can't be real. Of course, I think I'm exaggerating now, and maybe I am, but here I found my actual description of my first day in university, so thanks to the diary. So, there we go. I have officially been to university. How did it go? Not well. First of all, it seems like there will be a shit ton of effort I'll have to put in, which is whatever. However, secondly, this was way more free than school. So, for example, by the end of the semester, I'll have to present a group project. How do you even get a group? Figure it out. Thankfully, I was able to say my name in the Zoom chat before it closed and then got added to the Facebook group and later on found my own group and a sort of acquaintance. That definitely spooked me since if I didn't get invited, I would still be fucked, but now it's alright-ish. Besides that incident, the rest was alright, math was a little uninteresting. Well, I remember being more scared, which would likely be seen in other days. I definitely don't plan to read all of that, though that'll be given to some AI one day to make a clone of me or something. Regardless, the first year wasn't anything that interesting, but it did help a lot. For as much as stress as university causes, it is built surprisingly well as a transitional environment from school to work. It's not good, but it's better than what I would expect. To this end, the first year is the heavy lifter, as bringing the student into the university style, especially one with social anxiety, is not an easy task. There were many times I was anxious and stressed, likely too much for my own good, but oh well, isn't that the point? Of course, back then I still wanted to kill myself, but I don't remember any particularly terrible incident. Still, this environment was not at all built to ward off Dan. The second year was likely the least interesting. Scrolling through the diary, I certainly see more low entries, but they relate to both university and non university events. Perhaps I find this year unmemorable because this is where the five minds theory started to subside in favor of Dan. I don't believe I explained the five minds theory, nor do I plan to extensively here, but the idea is to categorize all of my thoughts into four groups: Uta, happiness, calmness, love; Yomi, anger, pride, sadism; Lazi, laziness, suicidal tendencies, hopelessness; F, reasoning, curiosity, logic. Then the fifth mind, subconscious or sub, would mediate. This theory, I think, is pretty bad, all things considered, as it barely takes into account stuff like fear or even sadness. The gimmick was that every mind, and their subminds, which are specific emotions, all try to reach some goal, but that means that sadness, which is the feeling of not doing so, doesn't really fit in. Perhaps sadness just wanted to be sad and it could have worked, but oh well. For as much as I thought about emotions like sadness, fear, and desperation, they didn't really work out. However, I still quite like the theory regardless of how bad it is, and that is mainly because of how much it taught me about myself. Everything I thought about here got distilled into key points, which then got pulled together to reason out a new answer. Dan. It was a very gradual and slow process, but the bad no thought was destined to come without any psychological help. Why? Because it helped me. It was the only thing that could explain my problems. After all, it's all my fault. Oh, no, it isn't. With that out of the way, the third year was where things got hard. I believe the first semester wasn't that difficult, but the second one was the hardest one. So far, at least. It's hard to really explain why, but I guess it was a combination of difficult tasks and me starting to wonder why I'm even going to university. Perhaps this entry of February 9th on 2023 can explain what I mean. You know, every once in a while, I feel like I lose track of, I guess, my life. It feels like everything was just moving so well and then, well, it stops. Understand was a fairly enjoyable puzzle game, now it's extremely annoying. I managed to do one puzzle and then almost solve another, but no matter what I tried, I couldn't understand. I kept closing the game out of anger and then opening it right back up simply because I was so desperately wanted to solve it. If not for satisfaction, then just to be done with it. I hate 10-7 or 10-8, the one with the 4-5 rule in the middle, because I understand all rules except for one, and it makes absolutely no sense. Any explanation I tested failed, from the amount of turns in the line to its dimensions. It simply doesn't make sense, and I have no clue what I'm missing. I even considered cheats, but I can hold on for a while longer. Anyway, that was not fun. Thankfully, I did get a call and went to get my bike, so at least one thing went well. On the other hand, recording the script was also not fun, as I rage quit even earlier than yesterday, lasting 20 minutes instead of an hour. Eventually, I figured it out and finished it, but after that, I did not want to touch any form of work. Naturally, playing Rainworld was also uninteresting. I figured out how to modify screens on my own, as the Discord did not help me, and I played for a bit, but at the slightest inconvenience, I kept wanting to quit until I inevitably did. Then, as always, I watched videos to the point where they were so unengaging that I simply had to stop. By this point, my brain was silently demanding a change, and thankfully, I finally took a step back from all the sources of content to drip feed me engagement. So I lay down and just thought about what to do. Not always, I looked at the light through my glasses for a while, but essentially just thought, what should I do? What can I do? Why do I succumb to boredom again? Why haven't I killed myself yet? I realized that I had burned myself out with Rainworld. As much as I wanted to continue in order to make more videos, when I took a step back, it was clear to see just how much I was trying to squeeze out interest from it. Sure, the challenges were good, I think, but it was too late, and I had spent far too much time in the game. Of course, I will finish the Spearmaster video, I have to now, and I may do the two other scripted videos I have in mind, but I do not plan to play the game anymore, for a while that is. I must stop, I simply have to. As for what I'll work on next, that'll likely be the Dark Souls 3 video. However, that's just a flimsy focus to tell myself to do. I'll certainly fail it just like I failed today, working for 1 to 2 hours throughout the entire day. Pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. How privileged and lazy must I be to say that that's good enough, that's expected? As usual, I'm critical for myself, but I cannot see how that is so for bad reasons. This has gotten out of hand, severely so. Will I do something about it? I'm not sure. I'd say that at least I know there's a problem, but that's not enough. Then again, is anything ever enough? When I look at my analytics go down, I don't see my 30k views as good, I see them as slowing down as bad. Regardless of what I achieve, if it does not increase forever, I'll always see it as a failure. Is it even hard to live? After all, I just have to do what university tells me to do. This YouTube thing is a hobby, yet it feels like I've made it into a part of myself. They always joke that bigger number better person, and maybe I've deluded my mind into thinking that lower number lower person. It is unfair to think like that, yes. I'll never be able to increase my views each day, that's very unsustainable. However, I can't help it, as nothing else is enjoyable around me. Whatever I try to do and whatever did work doesn't, and when even YouTube tells me I'm failing, it seems like a hole I'm stuck in. I did think about killing myself, half seriously even. After all, what has really happened in these 4 years of trying to change? Have I really succeeded in anything? Sure, I'm continuing my university journey, and I'd say it's easier nowadays, but I do not see it as some profound accomplishment to have made it this far, nor will I likely consider finishing it as anything different. It's a matter of fear, the fear of losing comfort, the fear of losing the social status of someone that appears to be trying, the fear of succumbing to immovable apathy. For as hectic as painful as it may be, it is a state that challenges me, and for as good as it may be, it's also comfortable in a cruel way. Just like how a slave may find its place in the world comfortable, You may feel like shit all the time, but at least you know that misery is what you can continue to expect. Just like how a slave may find its place in the world comfortable. You may feel like shit all the time, but at least you know that misery is what you can continue to expect, that it is all that you will have. Yet, is it right to then liken myself to those of far less freedom than me, to those that have suffered greater than me? But if I choose to ask myself my privilege, does it mean that I shouldn't use it? Are we to treat ourselves as equally in pain or to exclude the ones we deem as better in however ways we wish to see? For those that may be richer may also be more bored. For those that may be wiser may also be lonelier. And yet, as always as it will forever be, these texts don't matter and my life does not really matter. It's all an illusion of choice, a play on the concept of thought and the duality of cruelty and beauty. A beautiful dancer with the tips of her feet made of sharp blades. A glorious sunset whose unimaginable destructive power is never felt by those who view it. A structure built over years using the greatest technological feats and the most intricate designs, all for the purpose of war. It's all a coin with two sides, and our perspective lets us only see one at a time. Whatever is good is also bad, and whatever is bad is also good, presuming you view it from a different perspective. The text you read is both a stream of interesting consciousness and also a ramble that goes on for too long. Such is life, and such is me, for I'm alive. Let us end today's lecture in nothing in particular here, but I believe we'll meet again, time traveler. I don't believe it'll be difficult for you to find me, as you can warp through the space and time of this diary at far greater speeds and more directions than I can. Should I find you there, I'll say nothing, as my current form will die today, and when you see me next, I'll be reborn with only memories of these memories, and not the life that I was briefly given. So long, and may the great unknown not beat you to submission. It seems I picked a more interesting entry than I thought, so good job past me. Regardless, while this may be before the difficulties started, I think that even more clearly shows how bad those difficulties were. It was a very apathetic time, with me slowly losing interest in things and simply continuing to push the boulder. Days felt long and hopeless, and all that pain was for something I had stopped wanting. This, of course, leads us to the end, the fourth year. Ironically, the first semester might have been the easiest one out of them all, as our skills exceeded our obstacles and planning among me and Timbo helped divide tasks. If there's any one tip I can give to those going to university, is that you'll do far more things with far less effort if you divide tasks among classmates and specialize. I quite like how university, probably unintentionally, taught that. Of course, at the end of the semester, on December 7th, I met Vinci, so a lot of what I can say have already said. This is why I don't really have that much to say about how I felt about the big presentation. It just sucked. I was very stressed, and now it feels almost fake that it ended. I keep thinking about how I will present this thing I am doing at work or how it will affect the demonstration when it really, actually, is over. Over. The end. Well, it may seem like this is the end, like an actual end to an era. This isn't the end to the bachelor, it's the end to university, to schooling, even. As such, I have been thinking about a plan. A plan to end everything. Of course, I don't mean ending literally everything, but I am in a very unique position right now. A space and time between massive headache inducing stress and living with Vinci, as she is coming over on July 1st. Whether I like it or not, things are about to change in a big way, which is why I decided to do something drastic and use this time to finish as many things as I can. So far, these are receive university diploma, finish I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3, freeze the cast, move in with Vinci, start using Linux, switch back if I don't like it, impose an anti-self-hatred rule. Don't know what yet. Some of these are already done, some not. I will talk about how I plan to tackle these as well as my journey in other posts, so you can expect them to revolve around these concepts. With all these things, this 1 month could be so massive in change that it may as well be the chapter 3 of my life, where chapter 1 was before the catastrophe. However, that's a bit much to talk about right now. I should probably get back to work, as I do sometimes write these posts there. Let the end of everything begin. Weekly post 39. End of Babecast. The first notable thing that ended with the end of everything, see previous post if you don't get it, was university, something I already mostly covered. Perhaps the last thing I can mention about it is that even after a week, I still occasionally think about the presentation and how the thing I'm doing might affect me. It was rooted that deeply inside me. There's also the whole diploma thing, although I am not excited about it as I forgot to get my graduation suit and Mom will probably be sad about it. Oh well. Regardless, today I'll talk about something that I deliberately avoided talking about up until now, and that's because I wanted to keep it as a fun surprise. That is, of course, the Babecast. The Babecast is a podcast where I and my friend, who I'll call Wheel, talk while Wheel plays Jump King. You may already know about this because I uploaded some of the first season. I don't remember if I even finished it. If you do know about it, you'll likely see that the content is not good. That's because in Season 1 the focus is very much on the game and what is going on in it, which isn't very interesting. It is funny, however, that it all started because I had another friend, Legend, start playing and he got Wheel to race him. Regardless, the first season, which is meant for the first map, wasn't anything unique, but the second season was better. Unlike the first map, which took Wheel around 15 hours, the second map took him 44. To put this into perspective, I think the first one took me 8 hours and second maybe 20, so he is not as good as me. Either way, this season, due to its length, was where the acceptance of Wheel's failure started to fade away. Not fully, of course, the Curse of the Lost Frontier had quite a few inside jokes, but he was beginning to get it. The season culminated with one of our greatest episodes, Everywhere at the End of New Babe Plus, where we listened to the entirety of Everywhere at the End of Time together, while Wheel played Jump King. All 6 hours. And we beat it on that episode. Naturally, the long-awaited Season 3 was going to come. The game has 3 maps after all. Of course, this was also going to increase in difficulty again, and so what took me around 15 hours to do, it took Wheel 88. 88 hours. It's a lot, and that's why this season was even less focused on the game. In my reminiscing, Season 3 felt the most charming to me. It had so much downtime, so much boredom, that we had no choice but to talk about the most mundane things in creative ways. Me hating potatoes, Wheel talking about non-chronological dreams in a non-chronological order, us actually starting to joke about treating this like a podcast. Well, that's all I can remember, but there are funny moments there, among the vast sea of filler. It still, however, changed the aim of the show and how we saw it. The game had become so meaningless that Wheel took 30 hours just to get to the 4th area, and that was just a funny joke. Of course, at this point you may be wondering what the point of the Babecast is. If it's to beat the game, then why care so little about it? Well, it's not to beat the game, at least not anymore. My goal was to talk to Wheel because he was my only friend. Why am I saying was? He still is. He was someone I could talk to every day and he fulfilled my social needs, especially of the younger me who desperately wanted to talk about himself. To this end, I was like a fly, constantly pestering Wheel to keep playing, to keep talking with me. And that culminated with Season 4. What started off as a joke that Wheel had no choice but to do Season 4, despite how much he didn't want to, ended with me making a contract 5 months after the end of Season 3 that made Wheel play Season 4 for 2 hours a week. By this point, Wheel had a life. He had a girlfriend, friends he frequently hung out with, and a job. I could see him slipping away from me, but I made it a contract to lessen his time, somewhat. Season 4 is the best season. Talking so comparatively infrequently and with more maturity allowed us to talk about what happened each week with fairly little downtime. From my videos to Wheel's girlfriends, things went on for a long time. It took me 30 hours to beat Babel Ascension, but for Wheel, well, who knows? He hasn't beaten it. The end of Babecast stopped with his clock around 144 hours. As you can guess, Season 4 began a while ago, more precisely around the start of 2023, and it only ended 2 weeks ago. That is a lot of time towards the final map gone, but why? Why end it? Well, the purpose of the Babecast for me, and I would assume for Wheel, was to talk together. Sadly for Wheel, Vinci satisfied my talking with people nigh completely, meaning that once she appeared, that purpose slowly faded. As it did, the show became like a prison to me, as I kept having to schedule when it would happen and how I would fit my activities together into the week. Wheel would miss the agreed upon time more often, would show other activities and would want to hang out outside of the Babecast together more often, and it all made for something I, more and more, didn't want to be a part of. It's funny because if there ever was a prisoner on our shoe, it was Wheel. He was the one who unwillingly participated in it to talk to me, but ultimately he did. I decided not to. It wasn't an easy decision, took me weeks to decide and build up the courage, but I did it and Wheel was understanding. In the end, I am glad that it's over, as it was a burden. I still want to talk to Wheel sometimes, I think about what we can do every once in a while. Did you know they had Noita online PvP? But alas, the end of everything marches on, and the future looks bright with Vinci, not Wheel. Weekly Post 40. Faithless. Contents. Rambling about fate. While I would love to write about other things that are ending, one thing in particular is taking longer than anticipated. As such, I'm here this week to talk about just one word. Faithless. Like, what does that mean? Recently, partly due to the end of everything, I've felt very controlled. I spend my free time ending things, evenings talking with Vinci, days at work, and then occasionally I get called out to spend the day at their plot, working on for their goals that I don't care about. For that last part, it has been getting worse and worse recently. Usually I have been going every 2 weeks, which is already not what I want, but whatever. Then this week they decide I'd go again. Then a few days later they say I'll be going for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. On Saturday it gets cut short and on Sunday it becomes Monday. It's as if I have no control anymore. I understand they need us, but what's especially frustrating is how my mom does not see this as a bad thing. On the big diploma day, she offered me a cool dish, which I don't care for, yet the very next day I had to go to the plot, which I really don't want to do. It's just not real. Realness is a concept I've been noticing more and more recently, and it refers to how much I want to share to whoever I am talking to. This is likely natural to everyone who is reading this, but for me it's especially important because the less I want to share with a person, the less I want to talk to them. I don't really talk to people to learn about them. I talk to them because I find value in being myself to another person. Well, likely not fully, but it's a big part. In that sense, realness is especially important to me because it directly correlates to my enjoyment with a person. The most realness I get is, of course, with Vinci, which has been putting everyone else comparatively lower. This has been especially noticeable with my parents. I often get an idea of what I want to say to them, but then I remember I don't like them, and that, in turn, makes me want to avoid being real to them, which then makes me talk less to them. It may be harsh, but why would I tell them anything? I don't like them, and I don't want to say that to them. The more real I be with them, the more likely I am to tell them that I don't like them, so I avoid talking to them as much as possible. Voiceover Rockman's note, this is in the past, I like them way more now. It was a bad time. So, but other than that, this is all, true for the time. Anyway, back to it. This does lead to my own demise though. I do not resist to them. If they say I go, because I do not want to be real to them and say what I think. It may hide that I genuinely hate them sometimes, but it lets them win. Thankfully, this works because they do want me to feel good. Most of the time, of course. As such, I am fated to be moved by other forces, unless I have some goal. But even then, the goals I create control me too. The question whether to have things control you and achieve something or to do nothing and achieve nothing. Fated, fateless. I personally find myself resolving this simply by attempting to reach the other. Right now, I'm preparing to be fateless. I'm trying to lose responsibilities to achieve things before going to a mundane life. Once there, I'll likely think of something to control me again. It ends up being a bit of a spiral, though one that gets thinner and thinner as I grow to understand myself better. The goal is to have just a straight, calm, balanced line. So, what does being fateless mean in a world where you are fated to always be in some motion as a living creature? No matter how much I think, I can't find a satisfying response. It only makes me think more. The balance in the spiral still eludes me. Weekly Post 41. End of Camellia. So, this is a post that acts like a mix between a script and a Patreon post about Camellia. It is long and likely somewhat uninteresting without playing the game, so you really don't have to read it. And for those curious, at the time you are reading, I have already met up with Vinci, but that'll be the topic of a different post. I have been rather elusive about this thing called Camellia, likely switching between saying what it actually is and obscuring its name, as I forget what I've already said. This post, then, will be a full explanation of it. A full explanation of I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3. 9 years ago, a small 13-year-old rockman was watching YouTube, as he always did. He watched Minecraft YouTubers, some PewDiePie, and a channel called Merg. As he was looking through this channel's videos, he found something peculiar. A playlist for a game called I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3. This game was a platformer unlike anything he had seen before, such as Minecraft, Geometry Dash, Bouncy Ball, and Mario games. Sure, difficulty may have been part of Geometry Dash, but this was utterly ridiculous. The screens of spikes were so much more intimidating than anything else he had seen. As such, the small rockman downloaded the game and gave up on the first screen. It was already too much for him. So instead, he watched Merg climb higher. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, Stage 4, and then nothing. Merg played a lot, got pretty far, but ultimately, when attempting the Stage 4 secret, he gave up, and so did Rockman. A few years later, Rockman would attempt the game again. I was simply bad at games then. I've now played more fan games. I can do it. He could not. It wasn't even close. But it wasn't as far away. This Rockman managed to reach all the way to the first boss, Flandre. Flandre, as the first boss, has the role of filtering out the bad players. Not for any malicious reasons, but because she knows they won't make it to the end otherwise. Her attacks can get surprisingly tricky at times, requiring you to think about where you're going to stand and how you will dodge it. When you do eventually kill her, she does another minute-long attack of curving bullets, and this is what Rockman gave up on defeating. He was bested again. And so, we come to a mere 2 years ago, where I will stop speaking about Rockman and talk about it in first person. This is because on one day, I said something that I would come to remember well. I will kill Camellia. I am still trying to do so. Stage 1 was a breeze for me. With even more difficult fan games and platformers played, jumping included, I was able to do it without problems. Flandre took a mere hour to kill. Stage 2 was tougher, but I could still get through it. The real issue came with the secret. See, every stage in Camellia has a secret item, hidden behind a tough platforming challenge. I picked one up in stage 1 with some trouble, the health flask, which shows the health bar of bosses. However, the stage 2 secret was much, much tougher. Platforming or needle screens in Camellia are usually themed around something. At the start, they are themed around other games, later on, the creators that build them. The stage 2 secret had a very apt theme, Needle Satan. The secret room is just one room, but it is no easy room. It is made of 3 checkpoints, which each require some really precise movement. The first in particular is a nightmare. It took me 11 hours to beat. You heard that right. 11 hours to do 20 to 30 seconds of gameplay. The reason is simple. The jumps are frame perfect. They're so frame perfect that for the first time, I downloaded another fan game just to rebuild the jump and practicing. Jump for 3 frames, wait 4, double jump for 5. Everything else kills you. The second checkpoint, which took a few more hours, wasn't nearly as bad. A double diamond may be precise, but with the right align, it can be done somewhat consistently. What's an align? Well, in fan games, if you touch different walls, they will offset your hitbox by different pixel amounts. The 3 aligns you can get, 0, 1, and 2, offset by that amount, and for precise jumps, aligns can offer a lot of help. For some jumps, if you have the right align, you can just hold the button and fall through perfectly. For others, you can't. Either way, that was checkpoint 2, but checkpoint 3 was probably the most ridiculous one. It's not the hardest, it took just a few hours, but it requires a really difficult trick, a cancel jump. Cancel jumps are what they sound like, cancelled jumps. They are performed as so. Hold one of your jump buttons, typically left shift, release it and frame perfectly hit another jump button, typically right shift. I changed it to be left control, I think. This will perform a cancel jump, which is significantly smaller than a 1 frame long normal jump. In this room, this is required as a jump is too high for a 1 frame jump, yet you have to jump. Performing the cancel jump is doable, but doing so and quickly after double jumping again, all after already having a tough jump before, checkpoint 3 can really make you give up on learning something tough. However, after a collective 17 hours, I did it. The item was the gun, which allows you to shoot automatically, something that will be very useful later on. The rest of Stage 2 wasn't nearly as bad, and the Stage 2 boss, Sun and Moon, was relatively doable. After 11 hours on just one save, 2 hours on a boss felt fairly easy. Stage 3 is where things got tough, however. The needle was simply more difficult than Stage 2, but not going for the secret item, which showed boss timers for avoidance attacks, where you don't attack bosses, just dodge them, made me able to get through the screens faster. The Stage 3 boss was very different. The guy is not a particularly difficult boss on his own, however, midway through the fight, there comes a big problem. Antichlorbenzene. Antichlorbenzene is an avoidance section in the boss, whose gimmick is that it is a pattern you can decide on. At the start, 4 bullets shoot at you and then bounce around the room shooting more bullets. That means you have to stand somewhere and then figure out how to move around for the next minute to dodge everything. This is where looking up the optimal pattern would give you a massive advantage. But I didn't do that. I sat there for 20 hours to figure it out myself. Yep, I effectively played the boss over and over again, hundreds of times just to practice and review my clips. It was the first time a boss would push me so far, but it was certainly not last. Once I got through Antichlorbenzene, the boss fell soon after. Stage 4 contained the same thing but harder. Screens such as Hades were an interesting change and Emperor took a while, but it was the same old platforming. However, Stage 4 does end with a boss. It ends with 4 bosses. The 4 Devas. I heard somewhere that Camellia 3 is a tough game that consists of several sections. The first stage, I'd say, is the first section. Then everything up to the 4 Devas is the next, as here, the game throws you a wall. Most Camellia players never get past this point. The 4 Devas are Colonel, Dot Kid Miku, Emperor Miku, and Piano. Every one of these bosses took me over 10 hours to beat, and here I had to stop caring about failure as there was way too much of it. The name of the game stopped being skill in a way. Of course, skill still determines your success rate, but after a lot of attempts, it'll often feel like there's nothing else you can do. What else is there to learn about a boss after 20 hours of attempts? Colonel and Piano stood out as the fun fights, as they were fast paced and consistently difficult throughout their fight. On the other hand, Emperor and Dotkid were both slow, miserable crawls to the victory. Dotkid had the most annoying attack in the game, Outrage, which is disgustingly hard and comes after a minute and a half of fairly easy attacks. It's just a grind to get to and die to Outrage, over and over again. There is a tool called Deadsplit that, when run with the game open, tracks your progress and stats about each fight and each attack. One of those stats is the pass rate, and Outrage has the lowest pass rate in all bosses. 1%. Side note, this is 1% in my attempts, not for just my attempts. Emperor, on the other hand, is consistently difficult, but she is also consistently slow. Emperor Miku needs to be shot at, yet she mainly attacks only after being shot at. So you shoot, wait to be safe, and shoot again. You can play quickly, but you'll die quickly. Since you can choose what boss to fight, I tried this one, gave up, beat Piano, tried again, gave up again, beat Colonel, tried and gave up again, beat Dotkid, and then beat Emperor when I had no other choice. Worst boss in the game. And with that, I finally killed the 4 Devas. Up to this point, I had spent around 80 hours in-game, and the 4 Devas added another 80. But there was one more little surprise. The Queen of the Devas, next stage. Next stage is not that hard of a boss, at least in comparison to what I've been through. She only took 10 hours, but she was more of a sign of the end. The name itself was pointing to something new, and after beating the boss and remembering the days I played Camellia 2, it was time to go to the next stage. 250 hours in, I entered stage 5. But I was not even halfway done with the game. Stage 5 is a big turning point in the game as everything gets far more ridiculous and you begin going through developer stages, custom levels made by one of the developers. The first stage, Camellia, is a bit of a gimmick, but it is not easy. You have to play Minesweeper, color memorization, and a big dark maze. Is it fair? No, but it is funny at least. That didn't take me long though. It was the next stage that was the real introduction. Lunar Magic. Up to this point, there hadn't been a single checkpoint where I got stuck longer than 25 hours. Lunar Magic, the next boss, took me 33, and it was just the first. I wish I could tell you more about it, but sadly this is where my patience started to really run out, and I stopped listening to the game music as much in favor of podcasts. The game became less of a game and more of a black hole of sinking time, a place where only time in mattered, as I kept gambling and hoping I would win. Everything began to blend together. 33 hours on Lunar Magic, 30 hours on Dorupi, 30 to 40 on the 2 Needle stages. It was all an endless grind of sitting and hoping you'll make it, but if not, you just try again. Sure, there were things to learn and get good at. Rukito's stage had especially tough needle, which I had to look up the solution to a bit, but still, keep trying. But there was something that broke me out of this daze. Something truly extraordinary. The next boss, Cyber, which took me an ungodly 85 hours to best. Cyber is, to put it mildly, a really hard boss. It's hard to explain how much, so let me give you some context. I am someone who has played fan games for likely 800 hours up to this point. In that time, I've fought pretty tough fights and have improved from them. Even after beating many 10-hour fights, some 20-hour fights, a few 30-hour fights, I still needed 85 hours to beat Cyber. 800 hours of experience, all to sit for 85 hours on one 2-minute boss. However, it wasn't a bad experience. In fact, Cyber is my favorite boss in the game, and after I beat it I thought, yeah, I could have played him for 10 more hours. I had gotten so used to fighting him that it wasn't even about the idea of progress anymore. I just played him because that's what I did. That's what I had to do. Of course, once I beat him, I went forward towards the final boss of stage 5, Influca or Gradius. Influca is a very different boss as you do not control yourself normally. You get a spaceship to freely move around in. This means that all of the movement knowledge you had and dodges you could do gets thrown out of the window, but it's fine as long as the gameplay is good. The gameplay isn't good. Mainly because the first 2 minutes of every attempt is spent killing enemies and collecting upgrades to prepare for the actual fight, where you fight the fucking moon. Out of 666 deaths, nice coincidence, 602 were just for the preparation phase, which sure is something. The moon itself is fine, with the second phase being pretty cool, but also really annoying to reach. This ended up being my second most hated boss. With Influka defeated, we come back home, go to sleep, and in our dream, Camellia eats us, so we enter M stage. Of course, M stage is the final needle section in the game, and it is definitely the toughest. All of the platforming is tied to you running away from water, meaning you almost always need to move quickly through pretty difficult jumps. The checkpoints get progressively tougher and tougher too, with the final one being extremely challenging. At least in the way I did it, using safe spots with gems, adds extra time to travel but you can play slower, generally harder I think, the final screen took me around 10 hours to do. However, using the knowledge of how I was doing in a practice room I rebuilt in the practice game, the chances of me passing were 1 in thousands. I ended up getting extremely lucky as I fluked the last 7 jumps. If not for that, I might have spent 30 hours here. And so, after all of that, we finally come to Camellia, the final boss. As the final boss, it sits atop M stage with an imposing figure, ready to pry away tens of hours of your life. But when you kill it in just 2 hours, you may be surprised at how easy it is. You know where this is going. That's phase 1. Phase 1 consists of relatively easy attacks combined with memorization attacks. They're so easy that for one attack, I have passed it over 700 times in a row. Once you learn it, it is clearable without much thought. Phase 2 is where things get far more interesting. This is because phase 2 consists of 9 different attacks, and you have to beat all of them in a random order. They each have their own quirks, but this post is already far too long, so just keep in mind that 2 of these attacks are very hard to dodge, Rainbow and Darkness. 3 are just hard to dodge, Insanity. Who the fuck says Insanity? Insanity, Aqua, and Earth, and the rest are rather easy. Getting through phase 2 is a significantly tougher task, but that isn't because the attacks are impossible to dodge or can't be learned. It's because you have to do all of them in a row. At some point, you will simply make one mistake and that'll be that. To put into perspective the difficulty, only 0.7% of all of my attempts made it to the inevitable phase 3. This is actually the final phase, and it is unforgiving. The attacks are not as difficult as Rainbow or Darkness, but they require a lot of focus and great routing, the ability to quickly decide where to position yourself and how to get there. Well, I say they aren't that hard, but there is one exception. Final. It is the final unique attack, and it is perhaps the most interesting attack in all the bosses I mentioned. It isn't that hard to execute, but it's tricky to learn, appropriately react to, and not get walled to. Sadly, due to the nature of the attack, you will frequently be subjected to a nigh impossible dodge. Final ends up being the hardest attack in the boss, and of course, it has to be the final attack. This is the hardest boss to lock us out of the ending. It isn't the most skill requiring boss, but it is a long and tedious experience, which ends up in a nigh undodgeable attack more often than you'd like. For this reason, in 70 hours of attempts, I hadn't even reached the final attack. I was grinding and grinding to seemingly no end. Then the end of everything happened, and I decided that it was finally time to beat the game. As such, I stopped absent-mindedly throwing attempts and started to take the boss seriously. I reviewed my deaths, analyzed how the world record run beats her, and put in more hours into the game than ever before. Now, you may think that I am good at controlling my anger, and sure, I probably am, but that was only because failure didn't matter. However, End of Everything imposed a deadline by which I would have to rid myself off of this game, and when failure started mattering again, I started getting negative. Sadness, annoyance, seething rage, hopelessness. When the fight mattered, the failures mattered too, and oh boy were they frequent. 58 deaths on final. That is not a joke. I got this attack and died to it 58 times in a row. Be it due to a skill or a luck issue, I simply could not get through it. It's very demotivating to keep playing when you know that all you are doing is gambling to reach the final attack and then hoping the game will give you a way through, because after 90 hours of gameplay, there is nothing left to learn. You've done thousands of attempts and died thousands of times. You've learned everything you could, but you just can't make it work. And the deadline is approaching regardless. I do not recommend this game to anyone. If you don't care, you will walk for hundreds of hours to achieve an arbitrary goal. If you do, the game will let you know just how little your actions matter when you need to get so much better to even have a chance. However, after 95 hours, I did manage to pass final for the first time. Because phase 3 lasts longer than the final attack, the attacks start to loop but in a harder way, and I dodged the remaining ones to finally win. Winning felt more just like surprise. I was surprised that I actually did it. Of course, I was glad and excited too, but since then, nothing really changed. All that happened is that I don't need to open Camellia anymore. Was it worth it? No. So, why did I do it? I wanted to kill the Camellia 3. Weekly post 42. End of Home. Well, here we are. At long last, we have arrived at the final step of End of Everything. End of Home. As you have noticed from some of my past posts, I don't like my parents. This isn't to say they are bad people, quite the opposite. They are very caring, helpful, and kind. However, no matter how much they try to be nice with me, I just can't be with them. Well, technically, of course I can, but there is something missing in our communication. Something I have with Vinci, which is not present here. As I mentioned in some other posts, one guess as to what that is realness, how honest I can be with a person. That's certainly a part of it, but it's not the cause of this rift, as my realness with them has gone below the normal amount. Something happened that lowered it. I think that thing is our inability to understand how the other feels, or at least their inability to understand me. There are many examples I could probably find, but let's stick with two for now. Anger. Anger is an emotion I very much dislike. I hate it so much that I aim to never be angry, and when I am, I really dislike myself for it. I find the idea of being angry to be disgusting, and similarly, I find people who get angry to be, I guess, childish. I get that it isn't a controllable emotion, and I don't mean to say that if you get angry even once I don't like you, but there is a great line at which you can see that the person does not find anger to be a bad emotion. I think that such a person is my mom, who can get angry at mundane things. For example, I was making my dog bark recently, which annoyed mom, so she came and shouted at me. Well, alright, I get it, but already she could have come in and said that it really annoys her and left, which would have had the same effect, but it would make me feel less bad. However, the interesting part isn't even this. That would be that a minute later, she came back and made a joke, laughing. This, to me, is insane. It shows that this person treats anger as such a disposable emotion that she can get angry, make people feel bad, and then go back to normal like it's nothing. It seems to me that she has such a poor control over her emotions that she does whatever without considering how other people feel. This is definitely not how I act. In fact, it'd be quite difficult even for Vinci to find me angry. So much so that when asked, she couldn't remember a time that I was actually angry for more than a few seconds. I should be clear though, angry doesn't mean annoyed. Being annoyed is also not great, but it's much better than being angry, as it doesn't outwardly harm other people nearly as much. Then again, it also tends to last longer if you don't just let it out. Perhaps that's a part of my self hatred. Regardless, to me, being annoyed is fine, as you can still retain your rationality while transmitting your state to other people. Being annoyed is like putting spikes around yourself, whereas being angry is like attacking your surroundings. One is clearly less damaging. My dad tends to be much more annoyed than angry, only getting so for a few seconds, which is understandable. In this regard, you rarely tend to hurt others, though it's still not great to do so. Perhaps my mom simply sees anger as an inevitability, as a state which you cannot avoid. If you get very annoyed, you get angry. But this is false, as I do not get angry with enough annoyance, not every time at least. I get hateful. Perhaps then, when my mom doesn't see me get angry, she thinks I am not that upset, when in reality, I can be extremely upset. Happiness. This leads me to my next point, how my parents see my happiness. I believe I've already mentioned this example, but this was something that was just crazy to me. Before the day of my graduation, mom came up to me and asked me what I wanted for my graduation dinner. This was odd to me because it added to an odd list of what mom wanted. She wanted to make a cool dinner for me to wear graduation clothes, for me to take pictures, for me to go to the plot next day. This is odd because the first one is intended to make me feel better, whereas the rest are to make her feel better through me feeling worse. Even if we assume she thinks the graduation makes me happy, there's still the plot thing which makes me unhappy and her happy. My conclusion here is that my mom assumes she is trying to reach some balance here. You do stuff for me, I do stuff for you. However, she goes about this solely through her own choices. I will do stuff for you so that you feel better after you have to do stuff for me. Where's my opinion? She doesn't ask for it. She imposes her will onto me. Maybe she would argue that's because I do not say my will, and that's a good point. I don't. Why? Because I don't want a celebratory dinner. I don't want to go to the plot. I don't want to take pictures. She attempts to make me happy with things that don't make me happy. She doesn't understand me, and she doesn't particularly try to. Side note, she probably, I'm pretty sure she does. I was just upset here, I guess. Admittedly, understanding me is difficult, so I can't say she is bad at that, but simply deciding for me is, well, quite annoying. Well, maybe that's the road I've carved. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Well, maybe that's the road I've carved for myself. I always go with what my parents say, so they just guess whatever they think is right. I think it's pretty clear that these 2 points can be combined to a general and far more universal concept, a lack of understanding or a difference in perspective. Be it anger or happiness equilibrium, we see things differently, and that leads to a difference in acting. Seems like one of the classic interpersonal problems to me. There is an obvious solution to this: finding new people. Vinci is someone who shares my views on anger, getting even less angry than me, and Vinci also always tries to make me feel good about what I have to do, rather than you feel bad now and better later. I think that mentality is just not good. It even ties back to that book, How to Win Friends, with the third major rule being arouse in the other an eager want. You should always try to think about what it is that the other person wants, because they'll only do something because they want to. I still go to the plot because I want to keep a good relationship with my parents. Despite them being people I do not want to talk to, they are still very kind and caring. They offer financial support and safety, along with knowledge and opportunities. It's a terrible idea to leave them from an efficiency standpoint. Does it make me evil to think like this? To see my parents as a piggy bank I take from because I've saved the goodwill of my own? A better question is asking whether thinking like this means I am thinking like my parents. I take from you and I sacrifice myself for you. If so, acting like this makes me feel evil. However, I act like this because I am not being me when I am with them. The real Rockman exists with people like Vinci, and he attempts to always exist cohesively. Am I evil for being fake to them then? Who knows? But I won't interact with them anymore, at least not nearly as much. It's still a shame that I have to do so for various things, but I'll slowly become more independent. Weekly Post 43. Vim. With the arrival of my new life, Chapter 3, I have gained greatly in my mental strength, as Vinci helps me a lot with it, and have been able to be more stable, more planning for the future. I don't have nearly as much time, and the time I do have, I tend to prefer to spend with Vinci, but I still have my ideas, my delusions of grandeur. That being said, not all of those ideas are quite so delusional, and while the prospect of making a game by learning a low-level language is ambitious, there is something else I have been doing. Recently, I found myself watching a new channel called The Primeagean. I've been watching Viewership for a long time, and once Prime popped up in some recommended video and I checked him out, it was over from there. Prime is a very nice channel for a few reasons. First is that he's fairly funny and entertaining, even for fairly long stretches of time. He also doesn't seem to limit himself, a behavior somewhat similar to someone like Slime, the Yard member. On top of that, you can tell that he is a very knowledgeable guy and a very experienced programmer. As such, he's primed to become an influence on me. There's several things he's influenced me on, being slightly more curious on how things work, programming languages such as Go, Zig, and Rust, what I currently plan on building my game with, and if you're wondering why Rust is because I picked it up and I'm tired of thinking which of the three I should take, I'll just use this one and learn about it and that'll come in handy in the future. However, the most notable part of his influence on me has definitely been Vim. Vim is a text editor, which is known for its customization and controls, known as Vim motions. In this post, whenever I use the word Vim, I'll likely refer to the motions, not the editor, which I will likely call NeoVim, a more modern version of Vim. So, what is the deal with Vim? Well, if you watch someone use Vim, you might find it very difficult to understand, which makes sense as it is a way to edit text that is a very different way from the normal way to do it. Let me explain to you the absolute basics of Vim by comparing it to the standard text editing style of using arrow keys and writing something, which I'll call arrow mode or arrow style. The most important thing to know about Vim is that it is a modal editor. It has modes. That may seem odd, and that's fair, but there is a good reason to have them. The two most commonly used ones are insert and normal modes, where insert mode behaves pretty similarly to arrow style. You can write text, special characters, move with arrow keys, although you'll generally tend not to need to, and so on. Whenever you need to write something, you go into insert mode and write something. Once you are done, you can go into normal mode by hitting escape. Technically, there's multiple ways to go back to normal mode, but we'll be here all day if I explain how many ways there are to do any specific thing. Normal mode is far more unusual, as all the keys suddenly become commands to do something, rather than text to type. By all of them, I really do mean all of them, and this is where Vim's scariness appears. You feel overwhelmed as there is just so much. However, don't worry, there are just a few basic ones that will let you do whatever you want, just not quickly. H, J, K, L are your new arrow keys and how you will move around with the file, with J going down and K going up. D will delete something. I or A will enter insert mode. Escape will exit insert mode. Now, this is all great, but what does D delete? Well, D works by being a command that needs its own motion. So if you click D and then L to go right, you will delete your current character and the character to your right. D4L will delete 4 characters to your right. D4K will delete 4 lines up. There are many more ways to delete something specific, to the end of line, in Word, in block, but the point is that all you really need to know is this, and if you get good at just these, along with learning how to search, visual mode, and copy pasting, you will be as good, if not better, than whatever you could be with arrow style, because Vim simply gives you more ways to do something. Of course, for as simple as this may all sound, Vim is not easy to use. Not because it's some complex editor, but because it's different. The analogy I like is this. Imagine using some tool. It can be anything that requires even some skill to master, say a handheld lawn trimmer or a crocheting tool. The absolute basics of this tool, cutting a piece of grass or making a simple connection, are not hard at all, just like those Vim motions I mentioned. And you can do a lot with just the basics. But then you run into a wall or you need to make a shape. You have to tilt the trimmer or measure your movements. Then you need to learn new tricks in order to keep up. That's where the challenge comes from, and that's where you run into so many small interactions. Maybe you copied something, deleted a line with DD, and pasted it. Uh-oh, you just pasted the line you deleted, because normally deleted text becomes your copied text. Now you have to learn how to work with that, or just change it to not do that, but that leads to other issues. If you learn the basics, this is what really kills you, and this is what takes time to get through. You simply need to keep running into different situations and adjusting if it feels inefficient. But this is also part of the beauty. You can change what you don't like and work the way you want. Over time, you'll slowly feel yourself get faster and faster, and you'll get more used to different commands. Now, I should note that I have used Vim for only about 15 hours straight, and so I'm still learning. But already the philosophy of the controls kind of resonates with me. The high skill ceiling and the vastness of options is just cool. By using Vim, you enter into a world you never thought existed, as using the normal text editing controls start to feel much more slow and boring. It's just not as fun. So, I'll keep learning. Weekly post 44. Oh my god, where'd the post go? Well. As you may expect with me having my girlfriend next to me most of the time and me having to set up home stuff, a lot of time is being used up by a lot of various things. For this reason, I forgot to do this week's Patreon post. Hooray! There is, well, a bunch of stuff I could theoretically talk about. Getting a new work contract, my relationship, trying to get internet, furniture, food, and other supplies, interacting less with parents, and so on and on. However, I don't actually find anything here that interesting to talk about. What is the point of daily chores on this whole Patreon? Well, that's kind of all there is to it, sadly, because when you have a lot of fairly uninteresting chores, you end up having a lot less time to think about wild and interesting ideas, and you also get less time to actually do the ideas. I could talk about me trying to set up NeoVim, but, well, I mainly tried it without plugins, then tried the Kickstart configuration, then tried the NV chat configuration, didn't like it, and that's it. I didn't really do anything interesting, I just tried to make something work for like 3 hours or something. I do hope I can run it though. The most interesting thing I have been doing is, of course, thinking about guidance, although there isn't much beyond cool ideas for levels and stuff. One idea that I did have is about the nature of programming. Whenever you hear people talking about good programming, they tend to optimize for something: speed, scalability, readability, so on. However, as I've been thinking about guidance, my focus has been on simplicity in its design decisions, and so I started wondering, why do programmers not talk about simplicity more? Why not focus on writing as little code as possible? There are two main answers for this, as far as I can tell, and they stem from two basic concepts: incompetence or laziness, unwillingness or unimportance. Take, for example, my work. Why should I try to write good, clean, and simple code when it takes skill and effort, and the higher ups just want the goddamn Gmail login button to log you in? I sure don't care what application to the kill because I care something about the code. As such, I ditch the need for design as neither me nor the people around me desire it. But guidance is very different, as it is a program I do care about. It is also an idea that is constantly nagging me to figure it out. How do I design everything in such a way that it makes sense? Once I started to think about the code, this nagging moved to nagging me there. I do not have any particularly good idea when it comes to solving this code issue, and I don't think some solution will come out naturally. I'll just write something and learn from it. That's what the prototype is for. As for why other programmers don't address it, well, it's probably also because code simplicity is really hard to perfect. I would know because most programmers try to make their code as simple as they can. However, code is a very difficult beast to tame, and it takes a master to organize it well. Or a planned out architecture, something that most companies these days simply can't afford to have in this ever changing world. Anyway, that's about it for now, but perhaps expect less posts from now on. I have ideas and I will try to make these posts happen, but I'm still ultimately doing this for one guy or myself. And I don't really feel the need to share so much when I have an ear that will hear me out at nearly all times. Perhaps the end of everything reached this routine as well. Weekly Post 45: Guidance. So, a long while ago, back in Weekly Post 26, I talked about an idea called Your Only Move is Bullets, a rhythm fighting game where you act as a bullet hell boss that actually makes sense. That was a long time ago indeed, but those ideas have remained in my head ever since, evolving and expanding into something far more achievable than a wild dream. It also came with a much better name: Guidance. Here is the revised explanation. Have you ever fought a bullet hell boss in some game and wondered, why is the boss not just shooting some wall of bullets that is undodgeable? Part of the goal of Guidance is to create an experience where you fight bullet hell bosses that make sense. Well, it looks kinda dumb here, but you get the point. The game achieves this by letting you be the boss and having you fight against other players. Obviously not immediately because I'm not adding multiplayer anytime soon, which means it is a rhythm fighting game. For the basic controls, the player can move left and right as well as jump in a 2D space with a fixed camera. This allows for very simple dodging, but the interesting part of the game comes with the other two mechanics: gain and bullet, which are performed to the beat of the music. If the key E is bullet, its effectiveness will depend on how precisely you will click E to the beat. Bullet simply spawns a bullet, but in this game this is not a simple action. Bullet simply spawns a bullet, but in this game this is not a simple action. This is because whenever any bullet is spawned, you are given various UI elements to let you control different aspects of the bullet, such as a slider for speed and damage, target for direction, so on. Full list of effects is its own fun topic. As bullet is tied to the music, you can imagine that it is effectively impossible to summon bullets quickly, and it is also really annoying to set a bunch of sliders for each bullet. If you don't set any values, they will tend to be those you don't want: low damage, random direction, so on. This is where the game's unique system comes in: guides. Guides are essentially toggles that automate different aspects of this bullet attribute setting process. Don't want to set the damage? You can make the guide always set it to 5. Speed? Same thing. Location? Just target the enemy. Guides are what allow you to actually play the game, but they, of course, come at some price. To use guides, you need energy, and that's where gain comes in. Gain is a button that you hit to the beat to get yourself some energy. This energy is then used to either shoot bullets or to power guides, where using guides will use more energy. More precise timings to the beat will get you more energy, although you can also use a gain guide to automatically use gain to the beat. You won't gain nearly as much energy, but you won't have to worry about timings. This makes up the main mechanics. You use gain to get energy, and then you use that energy to shoot bullets. It's always a struggle to get and use as much energy as possible, so the less you use guides, the stronger you can play. In the game, your attention is called focus, and it is what keeps clashing against energy. Do you do this manually or automatically? How much can you focus? This is how the game ends up turning you into a realistic bullet hell boss. The easiest way to attack is to simply fire off random bullets and hope they will hit. The better you get, the more you will use your own focus to target the player in more interesting ways. Now, as I have been pretty lazy with the Patreon in the past few weeks, I'll go over some history with this idea and some new developments. First, what is different now? Well, after reading the old post, it's clear that I have a different mentality now. Fundamentally, the concept is the same, but I have a much more emphasized preference for simplicity. There is a quote in the old explanation that goes, "Why are these big bosses shooting out a bunch of shit that is never going to hit the player? Why do they not just make a wall that is undodgeable? I know it's to make it beatable, but that seems so lame. What if it all made sense?" That final, what if it all made sense, is something I have been thinking about every day to figure out, and back then, the bullets did not make sense. Now they might. My greatest innovation since then, besides mentality, has been the bullet system, which completely ditches the concept of types. This is because as I was thinking more and more, I realized that using types for bullets ends up being very arbitrary. Why have a bullet that explodes specifically? What makes it more favorable to add than a bullet that sucks other bullets into itself? If you finish the game, will you then sit and add new types of bullets ad infinitum? There had to be a better solution. In video editing, tools such as DaVinci Resolve will attempt to give you as many tools as you need to achieve whatever you want. Theoretically, you can make the video pixel by pixel forever, but that tends to be miserably difficult, so instead there are automation tools. Many automation tools. One of the most brutal of such, when it comes to performance at least, are particles, and if you think about it and look into other software, I haven't, but I'm pretty sure I'm right, you'll realize that here, the developers want you to be able to customize the particle to any degree you want, but they also do not want to develop hundreds of tools for you to do so. As such, you end up with the minimum amount of parameters required to create a particle, which, as you may have realized by now, happens to also reflect what a bullet in guidance has: size, position, lifetime, angle, velocity. There's also an obviously guidance exclusive one, damage. With all of this, we have our very basic particle system, which can already do quite a lot of things. Such a system also allows for bullets that do not require some predetermined set of types or effects. You are free to make anything you want. Well, alright, not yet. This system is pretty bare bones, but we can add to it. For inspiration, there is one more concept we can take from video editing software: animation. All of the properties combine to create a bullet which you can shoot, and that's it. After you set it up, it'll go on its way in a boring and predictable way. However, if we bring animation into the mix, things can get far more interesting. Linear anim. This is less a property and more a function you can apply on the bullet, a function that changes one of the 6 parameters mentioned above in a linear way. This allows for far more customization and it also makes a lot of sense. So with this in mind, I began looking at Camellia and her attacks to see how much I can already recreate. I quickly found two problems: directionality and non-linear animation. Obviously, video editing software does not exclusively limit you to linear animation. There's spline animation too. This is great for that software, but it creates a big question. Do I want to implement spline animation in guidance? No, I don't, at least not now. There will ultimately have to be a limit to what tools I give to players. Perhaps I feel that it is needed when I develop the game, but for now, this seems like an excessive tool for a game that doesn't yet exist. Directionality offers a more possible problem to solve. How do you animate and choose a direction? For example, let's say you want to increase the size of the bullet, but you only want it to get bigger in the direction it is going. Fine, I can make it scale in the direction it is going, but what if you want to scale it at specifically 60 degrees? Do I now have to add a choice for directionality? Same with acceleration, linear animation, or velocity. Does the bullet accelerate in the direction it is going or specifically down to simulate gravity? What about different acceleration in different angles? Directionality is yet to be a solved issue, and I'll keep thinking about it, but it starts to be on the edge of what makes sense. If I were to allow for control over it, it would have to be a very well thought out system. However, this is not all of the effects. Even with linear animation, bullets are still fairly boring and, more importantly, singular. We need a tool to make way more bullets. Arraying. As the name implies, arraying is a function that allows for repeating bullets with some modification. The simplest explanation is the most feared pattern of all, the wall. Spawn a bullet at the top of the screen and make it go right. Use arraying to spawn bullets and increment their position down. This creates a wall down that will move right and hit the enemy. As you may expect, this is pretty strong, which is why arraying won't be particularly cheap, and position arraying will be notably expensive. However, arraying applies to all of the basic properties. Array speed for a line of bullets, angle for a spread of bullets. You can do the same for others, but without these two, the position is kind of pointless. As some of you smarter ones may have guessed, arraying tends to do something similar to animation, which means it also has the linear and non-linear animation issue. Of course, for the time being, arraying is only linear, so technically I am referring to linear arraying in the same way I refer to linear animation. Alright, now we have a large amount of bullets moving in changing ways. Things are starting to look good. Unfortunately, if you look at a bullet hell boss like Camellia, you'll find a very worrying sight for future me. Bullets change in far more drastic ways than what linear and non-linear animation can realistically handle. You need keyframes. I won't add keyframes. Probably. I will add something else to make up for it though. Triggers. Contact trigger, timer trigger. Triggers are, effectively, events that do something when they occur. Contact on contact, timer after some time. The question is what that something is. How do you change a bullet in such a drastic way? My vision is that you don't change a bullet. Every trigger spawns a new bullet. This means that whenever you are editing your bullet, you can click a button either for contact or timer triggers that will open a menu to edit a new bullet, which will spawn when that trigger ends. Of course, this also means you can use any of the previous tool on this new bullet, and now we have created a true monster of a system. With all of these tools, we can finally begin realizing various interesting concepts. Explosion. A bullet with a contact trigger into an angle arrayed set of bullets. Laser. Constant stream of bullets or a very large directionally scaled bullet. Rain. Constant stream of bullets placed with high and random position with acceleration down. Homing. A bullet that angles itself on the player and after a short timer trigger spawns a copy of itself. Finally, after all this effort, we have finally created a system that can achieve quite a lot of cool mechanics. And if that's not enough, you can always edit the position of the bullet individually. That being said, there is one more fun mechanic I'll mention: manipulation. This is also an event, but unlike the triggers, this one is not predefined. This allows you to, on demand, change a bullet. For example, you can suddenly set all bullets' velocity to 0 or double it. You can change angle, you can add triggers, you can array them. A function to change any bullet you want. Obviously, this is obscenely expensive and it will require its own section of constraints, but for now, these are the main mechanics I am thinking of implementing, and so far, it actually makes pretty good sense. It's not imperfect. I meant it's not perfect, but the flaws in the design may be figured out, so I am optimistic. Oh, I'm not optimistic in the game being made, of course. That'll take a long time. I do want to make a prototype, though. I kinda like the idea, as you can see. Weekly post 47. And the worker said enough. Weekly post 46 does not One thing exist. I haven't talked about as much as one may expect is my work, as I am a programmer. Perhaps the first question, then, is why? Programming is kinda hard to describe. Perhaps such is the case with all jobs, but either way, one's relationship with his job can be more interesting than what I thought before working. Initially, I thought that it is a case of liking your work or not. If you like it, you see it more as something you genuinely want to do, something akin to a hobby. If you don't like it, you see it as a soul-sucking grind you have to get through. I am, as most people are, somewhere in between. It's fine. My job could be better. I could be paid more, I could have more interesting tasks, and I could deal with less people's ways of thinking clashing with mine. My job could also be worse. I could be paid less, I could be doing far more boring tasks, and I could be far more controlled in how I must do things. My job is fine. Is that fine? Recently, I've been watching quite a bit of programming related content, namely the Primagean. Watching him is what got me the idea in my head to try and now keep using Vim, plus he's also very entertaining. Either way, through this consumption of content, I've found that there are a lot of programmers that use their free time for more programming. There are people who just live programming, and that, well, makes sense. I wouldn't say I like programming, I just find it to be a powerful tool that I happen to not be bad at. I'm definitely not good at programming, but I'm not exceptionally bad at anything. But there is something interesting about programming which makes it stand out, in my opinion. Programming is very malleable. There are very few tasks that are impossible to solve in the realm of programming, unlike something such as, say, engineering, where there are so many physical limitations you must work around. In programming, you can make the code better by thinking. You can optimize it, make it more readable, more adaptable, and once you run out of ideas, you can do something truly insane, anticipate future use cases. The hardest task in programming is creating the code for exactly what it needs to do. One can create a program with a very well abstracted architecture that will be able to adapt, but it will be hard to read and inefficient. An efficient one will not be adaptable. Readable is just plain difficult at all times. Through this and many other outside factors, you end up with a job that you will never master. Ever. You may perfect some piece of code, but the larger it grows, the less you'll be able to keep up. You'll have to spend your life to perfect it, and by then, the industry will move on. I guess such is the case for art in general, but art does not demand such practicality, such optimality. This text post does not need to be flawlessly written, as the point is covered all the same. But an ever-expanding program that may need to be inspected and optimized in the future does need to be made well. But it won't be. To me, that makes my work discouraging. It makes me feel so weak. There's always a better way, and I know I can achieve it, but then why? Why do I try? This is the first month I am working full time, and it's definitely shown a difference. Not mainly in actual time spent there, but more so in the perception of time. I now work as long as my coworkers, at least in theory. I do not really understand how people track their time. I worked 8 hours for a week, talked to a coworker, and learned I should take lunch breaks into account, so now I work 8 hours and 15 minutes. This is an amount I consider fair. It is me working almost the whole time, except around 15 minutes spent eating. 5 minutes preparing the food, which I should probably take into account, and around 30 minutes being in the toilet, as I like to get away from people there. However, my coworkers work different amounts. The guy next to me works around 8 hours and 40 minutes, even if he eats less and cares about time. The main software engineer guy works around 9 to 10 hours with a 1 to 1.5 hour lunch break. The IT guy works even more with a 40-minute lunch break. It doesn't really make sense. Well, it does through a different perspective. When I got my new deal, I decided to push my luck a bit and ask for more, which did give me some more money, but also an effective lecture on how my boss is hoping I care about my work. Later on, when I heard that lunch breaks exist and I talked to my boss about it, he mentioned it again, saying how it doesn't matter to me how much you work, the work just needs to be done. To go on yet another tangent, I like to think quite a lot about things, and as such, I try to make things, well, add up or make sense. That's partly why I am so obsessed with hating myself. In my head, it makes sense, so if it makes sense, it's good. Most things make sense to me. There are problems I don't understand, but that's fine, I could understand them. Paradoxes and other such meta ideas are ideas whose purpose is to confuse you, so if you're confused, that's fine. Caring about work doesn't make sense to me. Like, it just doesn't. How do you measure that? How can you evaluate that someone is doing enough work? The metrics deviate so much just through skill level that it seems hopeless. If I do a lot of work, then can I go for just a few hours? If I don't do enough, do I have to stay for 12 hours? Just what is enough? Because to me, it's never enough. I can't just do enough work. The program is never good enough. My time spent is never good enough. My mindset does not allow me to reason that way. I must either shed it or continue. Continue hating myself for not being enough. Work has been pretty miserable these last 2 weeks, and I return home sad almost every time. My tasks tend to be very boring front-end work where I attempt to achieve the vision that my manager has, one which I am far from seeing. If not that, I worry about what I will do next, as I could do something, but my manager probably won't like it, usually for valid reasons. If he's the decider, I need him. But that's fine. It means that at some point, something can be enough, because my manager said so. I don't need to actually judge the quality of the work because I keep working until my manager likes it. It is enough. You know, I originally wanted to make this post talking about something that was happening at work, not all of this, so I'll bring it up now. My manager, who I tend to call Big Guy, has given a task to Second Big Guy, the other senior engineer. Big Guy has been here for 11 years and cares about the company. Second Big Guy 6 years and doesn't. Side note, he does. Just not as much, but he does. As such, they tend to disagree, but either way, Second Big Guy has to implement the design for something called packs. To explain briefly, packs are PDF files generated from HTML. HTML allows for very good control over where elements are, but there are very few, if any, tools that can perfectly turn that HTML into a proper PDF file. As such, imperfections are common. As such, when Second Big Guy tried to make something, it didn't look right, so Big Guy drew changes and Second Big Guy redid it. Then he showed the still imperfect version to Big Guy, who made more changes. Again, and again, and again. The current status is getting pretty ridiculous. Second Big Guy is currently somewhere around the 20th revision. That's not a joke. He has spent weeks doing this, all while Big Guy wonders why he takes so long behind his back. Big Guy cares, therefore it is not enough. But the company spends real money for Second Big Guy's time, and Second Big Guy is annoyed at the attempt to perfect the imperfect. I don't know who's right, and frankly, I just find it funny to see yet another blue paper on Second Big Guy's desk. Caring brings about expectations. Expectations induce a need to be better. That need raises the bar of what is enough. I don't want to demand even more to be enough. So that's enough writing. Weekly Post 48. Tactical Rewards. Hey people, Rock here. Okay, that's a joke. I'm not gonna make a Seth script or anything. I'm not good at that comedy, and he kind of fell off. Still better than Con in the middle. Regardless, today I'm here to talk more about the magical game known as Tactical Nexus, and man, where do I even begin? The previous post, 46 Nexus, is pretty much required, so do that. Note from Future Rockman, I forgot to take images for the previous Nexus post. Well, I didn't, they just didn't save. And I also know this post doesn't have images, but well, I forgot to upload this sooner today, and I need to go to sleep now, so maybe if you remind me, I'll put the images here and there. Hopefully. Maybe. Sorry. Anyway, we know what the game is, how you vaguely play it, so let's talk a bit about your rewards for clearing towers. The main rewards are usually medals, at least for now. Medals come in 7 types: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, moon, sun. It's up to one's perspective on how they see these medals, but here's my interpretation. Bronze, silver. Basic medals you tend to get if you barely beat the tower. They can assist in buying cheaper stuff in the tower nexuses or help in longer chains, but they might not contribute to your desired purchases. For example, that long door hidden by several medals at the end of the first tower nexus requires a bronze and a silver medal, but the rest of the things I get when I play this tower don't use much of these medals. Apparently the picture from the previous post didn't save, so I updated them, sorry about that. You guys don't know, I had a fucking alarm just now, which every day for the past however long it's been since I wrote this post, I mean, many months, it's fucking almost a year probably, at 6 p.m. would remind me to do it, and I keep forgetting, so I turned that alarm off for the first time, ain't that some? Anyway, back to it. Platinum, diamond. These are medals that are used for buying the really good stuff that will define the strategy with which you attempt the tower. As you get better at the game, you'll find that buying expensive items will generally be better than cheap stat boosts. If you're wondering, the gold medal is the in-between of these two categories, sometimes useless, sometimes helpful. Moon, sun. These are extremely difficult to get and will typically gatekeep certain run-defining purchases, or you'll be able to use them to often save a bunch of other medals. In Tower Mini, you need a moon medal to see the next screen. I have only one moon medal, and I got it on my most infamous and most played tower, whose story we'll get to in a different post probably. Now that you know the medals, we can go over the 5 types of towers when it comes to medals. Each type refers to what is the highest medal they can give. Platinum means the tower only goes up to a platinum medal. These towers are generally better for farming sunstones rather than strong medals, and sunstones are something we'll get to later. Diamond, the most common type. You'll typically need to do some hard strategy to even reach the diamond zone, but a diamond is nice. Moon, the boss towers. Each chapter, except the first of the game, each DLC is a chapter, main game is 2 chapters, has a sort of boss tower, one that is much longer and more difficult. You can get the diamond here too, but it's more difficult either way, so the main draw is a big challenge that eventually gives you a moon medal. Sun, the hard boss tower. Later DLCs have boss towers as well, but as the DLCs get harder and harder, the towers get more difficult too. These towers are just ridiculous, and there are only two of them. Another thing I can cover while talking about towers is their difficulty. See, each tower has two stats: difficulty and size. These obviously refer to the difficulty in completing the tower and the size of the tower. Well, at least they should. Size is mostly correct, but it's the difficulty which makes utterly no sense. I am not kidding when I say that after hundreds of hours, I still cannot explain to you how the developers chose what the difficulty of each tower is, but if I had to guess, some towers are changed over time, but their difficulty is not adjusted. And old towers generally have lower difficulties, as back then the measurements were still sane. Both of these stats are measured in stars, going from 1 to 10. In the first two chapters, most towers follow this rule. There are some towers I still haven't been able to do rated at 7 stars, and the infamous tower I keep talking about, the first boss tower, Pop Tactical Lord, is rated at 10 stars difficulty and is the first tower to go above 10 stars in size, being 15 stars in size. Things get way dumber than this though. As you scroll through the towers, both of these stats slowly increase and you start seeing towers with 20 stars, where the stars go from red to pink. The third boss tower reaches 32 stars in difficulty. The fourth boss tower, 58 stars. As you can see, this metric is kind of dumb. In a funny way though, it really adds to the stupidity of the game, but the punchline is not yet here. Remember those sun medals? Well, the 58 star one is still one of the 5 moon medal towers. And both of the sun medal towers actually have unmeasurable as their star difficulty. I mean, what can you even say about that one? When I eventually get to these towers, I'll explain why they are described as such, because their complexity is truly insane. But for now, that about does it for the medals. As such, I should probably cover the second most useful thing to unlock: sunstones. Sunstones are far more abundant than medals, and each sunstone can get you something depending on the sunwisher you use. A sunwisher takes sunstones to convert them into something else. In earlier towers, a normal conversion is 1 sunstone for 1 damage or defense. In later towers, it's 5 sunstones for 1 attack or defense. Sometimes you can get XP from them too. Either way, they are very useful. Take for example a player with 0 sunstones and one with 100. The second player will be able to start with double damage in the earlier towers, which comes in handy. So how do you get them? Well, there are 2 ways, and the main one for new players is Pure Nexus. Pure Nexus is a way of playing in which you do not use medals, meaning you are unable to get important stuff or even reach the true ending for quite a lot of towers. However, while playing Pure Nexus, you get a sunstone for each medal tier you reach, so a gold gets you 3 sunstones, for example. This adds up over many towers, but it's actually pretty small stuff. Where it gets far more interesting is in getting sunstones the other way. See, if you play a tower and get the highest medal, you have not fully beaten the tower. That's because each tower has another score amount after the highest medal, which repeats itself. Every time you reach a multiple of that amount, you get another sunstone. Here's an example. A tower has a diamond medal for 10 million points, and then a sunstone score for 1 million after. That means if you get 11 million, you get a diamond medal and 1 sunstone. 20 million gets an additional 10 sunstones, and so on. Of course, it's already pretty tough to get just the medal, but, well, it is possible. And this is where we come to a very interesting type of tower. If you were attentive, you might have noticed I only listed 4 types of towers before. The last one is none. You do not get medals in this stage. Only a sunstone score is shown, so all score contributes to sunstones. Now, this has been quite useful to me in the past. See, for me, around 100 sunstones have come from normal towers, which came from long grinds to just get a few in each tower. However, when it comes to towers without medals, the rules change. The first of such towers is Beach, which is a very interesting tower, but for now, just know that through grinding its normal and pure Nexus scores, I got 34 Sunstones. Sure, they were done when the level was in a bit of a glitch state on release, but those 34 Sunstones are mine. However, recently, a new tower came out. Chain. Chain is a tower with a unique gimmick. If you pick up items in a row, the effect of the item increases. This means you get way more stats than in normal towers, and if the tower was balanced, like all other towers, that would be a neat gimmick. But this tower is not balanced. If you play well, you can get a lot of stuff even without many medals and sunstones. For me, after 3 playthroughs of this tower, each around 5 hours long, I got 174 sunstones, which more than doubled my total sunstone amount. And there's actually a possibility that I could get 50 more, although I'd have to play a much harder version of the tower. If you're wondering why I'm only talking about Tactical Nexus now, it's because of this. After getting this many sunstones, my options for previous towers have expanded a lot, and so I am able to do far more. Although I failed in making a new score for Tower K on my first Tactical Nexus stream, I replayed Mini and got 6 more sunstones there. I also seriously tried Petite and got a gold medal there, now thinking about trying Premium, a very complicated tower. The point is that with this push, my mind is racing with ideas again, and so I can at least share them with you like this, as I'm sure that even watching my stream, where do I even try to explain what's going on? It's difficult to keep up, let alone actually playing the game yourself. Either way, I'll probably continue talking about Nexus every once in a while, as there is so much I can talk about. I could probably make a post about each tower I've played, but that will come with time. I'll have to talk about my actual life at some point too. Also, if you didn't notice, I finally finished Borm, the Rainworld Gourmand run, which was cool. Weekly Post 49. Money Game. You might be surprised about how little I've been talking about my actual life, and, well, I can see why. I moved to a new house and I now have to actually spend money to survive. In fact, in the first 2 months, I've spent around 3,000 euros, which is quite a huge jump from the same time last year being around 10 euros. Why so much? Well, I can't really talk about my rent situation, but currently things add up fairly reasonably, yet unfortunately. The largest expense has been the 400 euro mattress, which was practically required for Vinci to stay alive. There was an 85 euro checkup on her ear too, as well as 75 euros for other medical stuff, such as emergency kit or various medicines. Around 800 euros were spent at basic stores for groceries and other necessities, where I would guess 500 euros were for food. As we are still not that good at cooking for ourselves, we are also using a decent chunk of money for deliveries and restaurants, around 400 euros. A lot? Maybe, but it is hard to stop when sometimes it simply is so convenient. Time will tell if we improve, but for now, my salary at work and YouTube would barely support this. Thankfully, Vinci has been able to get a job at my dad's company, and with that, a visa for a whopping 2 years. And that's pretty crazy. This makes me remember something my dad said one time. Poor people try to save money, and rich people try to make more money. As such, our current mentality is such. Don't stress about current expenses too much and simply find ways to make more money. Vinci working is great, and I also plan on looking into how to do investing, which could utilize the money stack I am sitting on that just isn't being used. I think that there has to be a way to fairly safely make some amount of money, like if you invest into Google, surely you'll see a return. 1%, 0.1%, it doesn't really matter. Things add up. Once you're familiar with that, you can be more risky. The important part is to start. All of this is to say that living sure costs something, and there isn't some singular point I can point out here. Unlike some games or idea I have, life is far too complicated to squeeze out a simple point about it. However, I do have 2 inferences for you today: spending and identity. Now that I am spending so much money, I have gotten far more used to doing so. However, it is still an uncomfortable situation for me. See, before 5th grade or so, I used to be a normal kid when it came to money. There's a holiday in Lithuania called Kaziuko Muge, which is basically a few days where everyone comes in to sell their stuff. Schools participate in this too, having children sell their own crafts, and back then, I used to buy some stuff and maybe sell my own. However, one year something happened. I don't recall what, as I am terrible with my early memories, but maybe I spent too much or someone didn't like something I did, and then next year I spent nothing. From that point, I would avoid spending money as much as I possibly could, and I would collect all of this money instead. This mentality lingered all the way until Vinci appeared. Perhaps due to this non spending mentality, I had also grown to think I don't need things, and I started to utilize what I have more. Perhaps that's why I favor delving deep into things rather than experimentation, for better or for worse. Either way, Vinci is not like me, as she really likes getting stuff, and whenever we go out, she wants this or that or this. I don't think this is wrong or anything, but it is something that I don't really get. To be fair, Vinci has come here without all of the things she used to have, so it makes sense for her to get them back. She's also slowing down on one, so I hope us getting a cat will make her feel better. Regardless, once Vinci appeared in my life, spending money started to seem far more bearable because there was a reason to do so. Nothing really shifted for myself because I only spent money for Vinci. This kept things like Dan unaffected. But then Vinci arrived here and I got a new house. Now I had to spend money, and man was I not happy to do so. Groceries were fine, they were necessities, but I hated the idea of food delivery. It made me feel like such a slob, a truly lazy person who wastes money whenever he is doing bad. And when my bank account started to go down, buying anything non-essential started to hurt more and more. It made me feel more and more like I am succumbing to laziness. Couldn't I simply endure this inconvenience? Isn't there some way to spend less money? Maybe there is a workaround to avoid the problem entirely. These are all great questions to ask, but I was asking them too much. I wanted to live somewhere where my bank account would continue to go up, and it didn't. I knew that this was merely the first month and that things would calm down, but how much? It all tied into my individuality. I want to escape my parents and I want to be my own person. I do not want help, perhaps to my detriment. However, if I am not sustainable now, then when will I be so? I need to be sustainable, yet the money is going down little by little and I feel hopeless to fix it. I've gotten better now because rich people try to make more money. Vinci starting to work will be a huge help, and it seems like she'll be able to do well at work. I also want to make a video, no spoilers yet, and invest, which could help too. I've learned to not stress too much, but still set boundaries to spending. I cope by remembering that I'm still trying to figure things out and that I both have a very safe backup plan and a partner who is willing to save money if needed. So things will be fine. And if you're wondering, explaining the other insight has taken longer than this whole post and I'm not yet done with it, so you'll have to wait next week for it. Weekly Post 50. Identity. In my last post, I said that there would be another insight I would share, but it was too long for that post, so here it is. One of the simplest, good ways to evaluate art. Identity. As you may have noticed, I like to make cool things, art if you will, and the one question I'll likely never answer is how? I could talk about this till the cows come home, but as you can likely guess, one part of the answer is identity. Do you know what makes something like How to Never Fail Again so good? Sure, it's partly the narrative, atmosphere, characters, voiceover, visual effects, and music, but there is one thing that makes it all tied together correctly. Big tower. The tower is what makes everything make sense, and exploring it adds so much more emphasis on what I am talking about. For example, you know things get very bad when you go below the tower, and you know things will get much cooler when you go above the clouds. The climactic ending works because you've been in the tower for so damn long that shattering it is very impactful. And everything is built around the tower. Almost every single screen is somehow related to it, and most are 2D fakes of the 3D environment. You see the journey of going up and down so visually that you begin to feel it. The music really helps there. Either way, the big tower is the identity of the video, and it's a pretty good example. Another good example is the one spear. I think what makes an identity good is when you look at something similar and it just doesn't feel right. For example, if I were to say the zero spear, it just doesn't work as well. No spear either. It is the one spear. It's become a catchphrase in a way, and it doesn't need to be pushed more. The no spear is not the one spear, but better, it is a whole different thing. Speaking of Rainworld, we can also take a look at my streams. As you may have noticed, I have been doing really hard challenges for each character. Spear Master with the one spear, In with getting a mask and a cloak, Gormand with the slow as Borm. These are challenges with their own problems to solve, and I really like that. As such, I want to create and beat a tough challenge for each Slugcat, which means I first need to think of a good challenge. This is much easier said than done, so why don't we look at the first 3 runs and how they go? In terms of fun, all of them are about the same, so we don't need to talk about that. The next thing then is how fun they are for others, and for now we just need to look at the identity to find out. The one spear is, of course, the best here. The second best is Borm, which is also pretty solid. The rules of Borm are far more complicated, but everything is still tied around this idea of Borm being really slow, yet wanting to eat everything. It's the idea of Gormand, but pushed in an extreme, and it's very nice. Whenever you describe Borm to someone, you just say, it's a really slow Gormand, and you've already explained most of it. Inv is where you start to see the cracks. The gimmick of Inv is that you need to get a mask and the cloak, and reach the top of Metropolis while not using spears, mauling, and yeeks. There's probably more rules, but where's the identity? Sure, you can say it's the Dark King run with the whole gimmick of cloves, but well, that's the best I've got, and it's not that good. The Inv run never had a good identity. This is why moving forward I've been thinking quite a lot about identity for the next challenges. The recent experiment of playing with 10 Slugcats at the same time went pretty well, and although monstrously hard, it's a run I'm willing to do if nerfed a bit. 9 Slugcats on a monk campaign. Then the identity could be the myriad or the family. The whole challenge is tied around somehow getting a big family somewhere. That won't be the next run though, as it's brutally hard. The next run is on Saint, with the challenge being to not grab anything, not throw anything, and to not use the tongue. The identity is clear. Minimalism. This works for a lot of reasons. First of all, Rainworld is a symbolically Buddhist game, and Saint is the most Buddhist character. The journey of ascension, pacifism, and even the enduring of the cold all tie to the idea somewhat. Naturally, extending Saint to avoid picking things up, eating, and using unnatural abilities means he is empty, like the empty karma circle. He had lost everything, yet he perseveres. This identity has the potential to be the best one, and the more I explain it, the more I like it. Sadly, the possibility of it all is pretty low. Not having anything to grab makes it difficult to reach the Silent Construct Echo in one cycle. Not because it's impossible, but because the blizzard gets stronger over time, making it a challenge of time. As I am only allowed my inner light and the rooms before the echo are really damn cold, I somehow need to make it there quickly enough so that my light is still strong enough to let me reach the echo. Actually, after writing that, I went to test it out and, well, I managed to get to the same part in 14 minutes, dying right after getting past the really tough part. It doesn't look possible to do without tongue, but I'll keep trying. At least a no grab and throwing run should be possible. Regardless, I really like the Saint idea, and the monk idea is nice too. The Hunter run will likely be a 100,000 score run, which should be plenty difficult and still interesting, and I'm sure that over time I'll also find something interesting for Artificer. Murder, explosions, scavengers, so killing all creatures or not killing any, and Reveal It, speed, water, so beating the game at a higher speed, as they are all well defined. Where things are toughest are when it comes to Survivor, the original Slugcat. As it is the most basic Slugcat, most of its features are seen in other campaigns, leaving it nothing unique besides its interaction with the iterators, which are not very interesting. As such, it's that lack of uniqueness that makes me think about what its identity should be. Perhaps it should be completing a lot of different challenges, such as many community challenges as possible. Perhaps it should be something ridiculously long, such as lineaging every creature or clearing every bit of the map. I don't know, but its identity is that of the first playthrough, so maybe it's playing it blind. There's still more examples we can look at though. I've recently talked about a few games. One of them is Rainworld, but we already know that one, so what about the other three? Tactical Nexus, I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3, and Guidance. Camellia 3 is perhaps the most standard one, as it does not have a particularly clear identity gameplay wise. As you play it, there is rarely an explanation as to why you are actually doing anything or why you are here. But there is, of course, the very simple notion that I want to kill Camellia. And I think it fits really well. If you haven't read my Camellia post, that being weekly post 41, then the summary is that I saw this game around 10 years ago, tried, failed, and over the years kept trying and failing, eventually winning after 500 hours. Since then, I haven't really thought about the game much, and it makes sense. The game is built around the desire to win. There's really not that much else to it besides catchy music and memorable fights. You just continue going and going and going because you want and want and want to kill Camellia. It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter if the game is good. You just want to do it. So when you stop, you are done. Except for the crazy people who play EX. I mean, have you seen this shit? I ain't playing that. Tactical Nexus is either my second or my favorite game, but oddly enough, it's a game with one of the most unclear identities that I know of. Identity isn't what the game wants you to do. That's like saying that the goal of your project is to make something. The goal is to help people or allow them to do something to improve the world somehow, and similarly, identity strikes a far more deep and natural concept than what its implementation may show. What does Rainworld, Void Stranger, great game we played, and Tactical Nexus have in common? They all reward dedicated exploration and curiosity, but they are all vastly different games. I believe I know why I play Tactical Nexus, and that's because of two things. The main one is that I am simply very curious. I need to know what goes on in this game, and I think that's because even though I've put in so many hours into this game, I still find myself to be so far from my goal. I can play towers over and over and over again and yet still not be sure how anyone fully clears them, even when they are only 2 screens long. But why Tactical Nexus? Why not something like Cinco Paus? Great game, by the way. It's because of the second aspect of Tactical Nexus. It's the one that really makes it stand out. It's ridiculous. The game is just stupid. I've played games where the developers don't care if you win or not. Hell, Rainworld is one of them. Void Stranger and Cinco Pass are two more, and I think that these games are very neat. However, eventually they do end in the struggle somewhat. Void Stranger can be beaten, Rainworld can be mastered, and Cinco Pass can, eventually, be surmounted. Sure, you can make them harder by speedrunning, custom challenges, and trying to get a lot of score, but these are somewhat arbitrary metrics and they weren't specifically developed by the original game. That's not bad, but they're not exactly what the game was designed for, at least in my eyes. Okay, maybe Cinco passes, but that game, I think, eventually becomes understood. You aren't that surprised eventually. No matter how much I play Tactical Nexus, I am always surprised, and this game takes a level of indifference that is astonishing, far higher than any other game I know. Tactical Nexus not only does not care for your success, I'm not even sure if you can beat Tactical Nexus. After all, the developers show some towers as immeasurable difficulty. What does that mean? Is it even possible? Sure, probably, but because you need sunstones and medals to beat levels, you never know just how many you really need. You can play many levels perfectly with no sunstones and minimum medals, and I doubt you could actually win all of them. And playing perfectly is far too difficult for a long tower. This means that when you play a tower, you're not even sure if it's possible to win. On the other hand, sometimes the game is arbitrarily easy. When Tactical Beach came out, it was bugged in such a way that it made the tower much easier. I still tried to play fairly, but you know what the developer said? The specifications of Undo have been slightly changed to fix a bug that allowed some games at the treasure beach to pass through without decreasing the beach coins. That's the bug. Please feel free to use any sunstone you acquired before the bug was fixed. Yeah, just use it. It might not be possible to do a run later which could fairly get as many sunstones. Sure. There's one more example I have that sort of relates to this. In the currently newest Jay Schlatt video, he went to different pizzerias in Japan to compare them to New York pizzerias. Most were fine, some better than others, but one was claimed as the best. Tony's Pizza. And when it was time to order the pizza, Tony said their choice is bad and he will make the best pizza instead. Yet once he got it, it was awful. Is he a good chef? Who knows, but that attitude of just not caring about the customer, well, that's the identity of New York, and he got the maximum score on that. Tactical Nexus reminds me of that situation. It sucks to play quite a lot of the time, but it really is ridiculous and yet also indifferent. What secrets does it even hold anymore? You wanted the post to end? Too bad, though I doubt you did. Then there's guidance. While my primary time spent thinking about the game is imagining how different songs could be represented as bosses, I'm still trying to be very attentive to the fundamentals of the game. Part of those fundamentals is, of course, the identity. As I've looked at my own identities, I've found a clear pattern. Simplicity in idea, complexity in execution. This means that whenever you describe an identity, do so in the fewest possible words, yet when you describe its implementation, allow as many winding roads to emerge as you can. The best example is, of course, the one spear. The catchphrase of the identity is merely 3 words, and even its description, Rainbow Spearmaster campaign completed while using only 1 spear, is only 10. However, the complexity of the story takes an hour to tell in a shortened version. The streams tell a far longer story. Same with How to Never Fail Again. Guy climbs a tower, yet that journey takes tens of hours of falls. Guidance, ideally, should be similarly executed, but it's hard to summarize it as its goal isn't as singular. Still, I want to try, and there's one idea that's easy to latch onto. Guidance has only 2 stats being tracked during a game, your HP and your energy. However, by the game's logic, there's a third meta stat that gets tracked, your focus. You are rewarded by focusing and creating bullets on the fly, but you are still able to take the easy way out by using energy. This isn't a clear concept until I say, how much can you focus? And add some flashy visuals and sound effects to the trailer. Point is, focus is the point. Are you able to focus and create cool bullets? Are you able to focus, or will you give up to use energy and guides? This is the keyword that brings things together. For example, I want to make the game's story about the concept of control and what happens if you control too much or too little, as that's been my main mental struggle. Control ties nicely into focus. Some boss got too much focus and got too obsessed with controlling everything, and I can show how that's bad. Focus can also tie into the skill of the player and can be a meme in the community like, just focus bro or something. Regardless, focus is key, both in your and the game's success. Phew. Now that's a post, isn't it? I can go more, but well, gotta stop eventually. You remember how this post was split from the previous post as that one got too long? Well, that is partially the reason why this post exists, but there's another far better reason. If they were combined, both would meddle in each other's identity. That wouldn't be as memorable now, would it? Weekly post 51. The line goes up.
You ever heard of investing?
So I've been messing around with this, so what, I'm gonna fail? Yeah, maybe. Anyway, I didn't really have anything to write about for this post, but it seems fitting to write about a new fascination of mine, investing. This is because the next post will be the 1 year special. What does that entail, if anything? I guess we'll see, since I don't have much of an idea myself. However, investing, being a pretty adult thing, if you will, seems to be important to mention before a big recap post as a sort of growing up statement. Or so I like to think. The issue is that you likely aren't good at investing, otherwise you'd invest. Now we have three paths then. You simply don't care to invest. You care to invest and are bad, but you don't want to learn. You care to invest and are bad, and you do want to learn. So let's talk about each one and what you can do about it. First, you don't care about investing. This is a perfectly fine view in my eyes, and you don't need to go out of your way to change it. That being said, you should still invest. Investing is made of two primary concepts: risk and time. Every investment strategy has these two concepts, and they tend to be opposite of each other. If you want to get money, you can either sacrifice your time, your risk, or some part of both. There are plenty of options for any type of this time risk balance, but since you do not care for investing, don't bother with the risky ones. Instead, let's start with bonds. Bonds are essentially loans with extra steps. You essentially put in some money, and over time you get interest on that money. At the end, all of your money is returned. The issue is that it takes time. A lot of time. Bonds range from being a few months to a few decades long, and depending on the time you're willing to wait, the return can be there. For example, in my analysis of Lithuania bonds, I found that you can earn around 3% for a year-long investment, 6% for 3 years, and 14% for 5 years. Don't worry about how this doesn't really make sense, I'm just showing random examples. So, a typical investor with high risk will say this is stupid, but, well, this is essentially risk-free unless your government collapses, which, I mean, you know. Therefore, if you have a bunch of money you don't really plan on using, you can put it into a bond and maybe get 3% of it back. Another fairly viable option from what I've seen are high-yield savings accounts. These essentially take your money and use it while you aren't using it, giving you back interest. These are pretty good too, but then you need to maybe go and open a new account, pay fees, and trust the bank, which is a bit more risky than bonds. For example, for me, I don't really know how I could open a high-yield savings account, as there isn't an option in my Lithuanian bank for this stuff. Where high-yield accounts get around 5% return, mine offers a pitiful 1.3%. If you can get one, it seems like a pretty good idea. The last option I can offer is to invest into professionally managed funds. Here you simply give your money to, in my case, my bank, and they send it over to people good at finance to get you your money back and more. But here that indifference of yours will have to start fading away as you actually need to make a decision on when and where to invest. For example, currently the options in my bank show that all funds have made money in the past year. Some made 3% back, some even 14% back. The issue is that they are risky, and it's unclear how sustainable any of this is. In shorter periods of time, some have lost quite a bit of money. So you have to ask yourself if currently the market is overvalued or not, and if a drop is coming, as if it is, who knows how much you'll lose. It's still probably better than nothing, but, well, there's that risk. For example, right now, the markets have been seeming pretty volatile, especially as the AI craze is starting to slow down. So while, yes, people have made money over a year, people aren't making as much money now. Maybe. Such is risk. You can only pick your poison. Now, let's say you do care to invest, but you don't want to learn. If the previous section had a bunch of time, then you're the type of person who has a bunch of risk. However, since you don't care to, spend years learning, you'll probably go off fairly basic market sentiments and hope you'll hit it big. Stock is popping off, invest. Stock is dropping, sell. This is a pretty losing strategy from what I've seen. There is simply no way to make money because if there was, people smarter than you would have already used and abused it. You'll either succeed by getting lucky or. No, actually, it's pretty much luck if you aren't somewhat skilled. In terms of strategies, there are way too many for me to count, but the simplest one is day trading. Here, the idea is simple. You buy a stock at the start of the day, and somewhere during it, you sell at a profit. For example, you think that Nvidia will go up today, so you buy it and hope that will be correct. This is a good strategy if you know what you're doing. Day trading to me feels like something like blackjack. If you're good at counting cards, you can make a slight profit and there are people who can live off of that profit. However, that's not a lot of people. I read some statistics somewhere that only 15% of day traders are profitable, which is, well, think of it like this. You need to be better than 85% of people who do what you do. Seems pretty tough to me. For other options, there's options trading. They're a bit hard to explain, but with them you can gain money when the stock goes up or down, depending on the option. The gimmick, however, is that the option you buy has most things priced in, meaning that if there is risk, it's part of the option. That means that, to my understanding, it's even harder to beat out a 50-50 win-loss ratio, as you need to figure out what in the option is not part of the option and predict that movement accurately. I don't even know how hard that part is when I barely understand options themselves. But now let's say you're the final type of investor, one who actually wants to get good. Well, to be honest, I don't know how to help you, as you probably won't get any information here that's particularly useful. It's probably not even correct after all. What I can say is that this is not easy. Again, the way I like to think about it is that if you effectively need to win against other people and turn their loss into your gain. Sure, the system is very complex, but you are essentially attempting to beat out the rest of humanity, and guess what? Most people lose. So how will you be special? For example, I one day thought, hey, those AI cars should go big. But before investing, I actually did some research and found some good points against them. Not technical, mind you, AI cars are here and they do mostly work. However, the legal issues are there, and who knows how long it will be until we get through those knowing the speed of the legal system. So I didn't invest, and in that way, I'm probably beating out some amount of people who did not do research. But I don't think it's that many people, and I don't think it's nearly enough to be particularly profitable. As such, my recommendation for getting better is, most of all, to be patient. This is far more difficult to do than you might think, because not only do you have to stay level-headed when your stock is going crazy up and down, you also have to not be indifferent and stay in the game. For example, I kinda lost interest in my current stocks, so I don't really follow them, but both are currently a bit down, so there you have it. In my opinion, if you want to improve, then be prepared for a long grind. This isn't going to be a one-trick thing to get big, at least not sustainably. It'll likely be more akin to practicing speedrunning. Well, that being said, which one am I? What's even the point of my trading? Well, that's actually very simple. My money in my bank account is currently doing nothing. Straight up nothing, as about 60% will likely not be spent on anything, unless something bad happens. As such, why not use it somehow? This is the primary reason I started looking into investing, and I still don't have a clear answer what I want to do with this money. However, at worst, I can put it into a bond for some sort of a return, and that's already better than nothing. Currently, my plan will probably be to look into some funds that the bank offers and see if I can trust them for a net gain over some period of time, like a month. Something fairly low risk. I'm not planning to be a good investor, at least not yet, but just by practicing and looking into different things, I think I'll get better, at least a bit. And hey, I'll probably get some money for it too. Oh, and this wouldn't be a proper post about finances without quoting Warren Buffett. This is not financial advice. Weekly post 52. Birthday! Well, this is awkward. This post isn't really meant to exist, yet it does. As you can see or have seen, there is a new video, a tier list of every Patreon post. That's the Patreon post, the year special. So naturally that means this post doesn't really matter, as even though it is, by format, the weekly post, the actual post is the video itself. But if you are still thinking this is some sort of a cop-out, well, why not have the entire transcript of that video here? That way things are synced. Actually, I'm Bulgur. Weekly post 53. Winner. So, the S plus post, huh? Well, probably not, but I'm not going to just straight up disappoint everyone. I can at least put in some effort before we forget that joke by post 54. As such, today let's cover a topic I've gotten much more familiar with. Vim. Now, I recommend first reading post 43 as it introduces the less interesting and more basic controls, which are important to know for this post, just not quite yet that interesting. So why not start with something really damn cool then? Below is a link to an image which shows all Vim modes and their transitions. This, to me, is so exceptionally cool. Like, look at this thing! What the hell? It's gigantic! Even after using Vim for 350 hours, I haven't used 30% of the modes, the yellow zones, which is crazy. The depth here is akin to playing Rainbow and learning advanced movement. This depth is part of why I like Vim. Even if it was slower, it still makes editing text more interesting. You don't just edit text, you learn how to edit text better, and it almost becomes a puzzle as to how you can do something neat. So let's take a puzzle I solved. Moving text horizontally. I use PHP Storm as my text editor, and it has a thing I call line movement, where you can move lines up and down. Let's say we have these lines. Hello, I am the YouTuber Rockman. Now, I could copy the YouTuber line, delete it, go down, and paste it below the Rockman line, but I can also just move the line down. Hello, I am Rockman, the YouTuber. This is very useful, and it's not a very complicated thing to do. However, I wanted to do something similar, but in the same line horizontally, changing the YouTuber to YouTuber da, for example. Of course, you can still copy, delete, and paste the word, and that's that, but that might be slower and less intuitive than simply moving it. But how could you make this thing work when Vim doesn't have it? Well, Vim allows you to remap any key to any Vim action. You may think that's just remapping controls, but no. This is way more powerful because you can execute any amount of actions. For example, you can make the paste button paste 100 times by clicking once. You can make one key move 20 characters right, copy a word, go to a new line, and paste it. Whatever you can do in Vim, you can do in one key. As such, what if we took all of the inputs you use for moving the word in the line and put them on one keybind? Well, I figured it out, and here is the sequence. Vino remap, was that Shift AL? DLP GV So let's break it down. Vino remap remaps a key while in visual mode. Each key remap depends on the mode you are in. Sal. This is how in VimScript you say Shift Alt L, and that's the key I use for moving text horizontally right. So if I use Shift L, I do the command. D In visual mode, deletes the selected text and stores it. L moves the cursor right. P pastes the text. Already we have moved the text, but we have exited visual mode, meaning we would now have to reselect the text again. So the next commands are meant to fix this. GV selects the previously selected characters. Since we have moved those characters, this selects the old position, so LOL, we move the selection right, then click O to go to the other end of the selection, which is the old start of the word, and there we move right. And there you have it. To summarize, we cut the text and paste it to the right, then select the old selection area and adjust it back to the new text. Isn't that cool? Maybe you think that I'm trying to be excited, since in post 52 I mentioned that being excited makes posts cooler, but I really do think this is cool. And being excited makes posts cooler. Regardless, let's talk about another Vim feature which is very good. F. As I've mentioned, in normal mode you can do a lot of things, and actually every key has some sort of feature. For F, the feature is inline jump. So, let's say you have this line. Rockman makes very good Patreon posts. And let's say your cursor is at the very start of the line, or the R of Rockman. Now, you could hold L to move right until you get to say the word Patreon, but that's very slow. You could also click W, which moves right by a full word, think Control plus right arrow key, but you'd still need to click W 5 times. The fastest way to reach the word Patreon, without custom mechanics, only requires you to use two inputs, and the first is F. The letter F does nothing on its own, but when you input the next character, your cursor will move to the next instance of that character in the line. So, if we look back at the line I mentioned earlier and highlight unique letters, makes E, very V, good G, Patreon P, posts T, will be able to click F and then that letter to go to it immediately, allowing for very quick navigation in the line. Now, this does have limitations. F will get you to the first instance of some character, meaning that for the word posts, whose letters are all already taken, we need two jumps. However, since it's the last word, you can also jump to the end of the line with the dollar symbol. Still, it seems pretty difficult to quickly pick out a letter to jump to, right? Well, don't worry. In Vim, if you've had an issue, most people have already encountered it as well. That's why there's a plugin called Quickscope, which does that letter highlight automatically for you, even giving you the second letter in words that have all other letters taken. In order to learn it better, I made the plugin make my letters bright red, making it very easy to notice. My boss was pretty confused looking at the text though. Next, let's talk about blocks. One of the modes in Vim is called visual mode, and as I've mentioned before, it selects an area in the same way clicking and dragging selects an area normally. However, visual mode has several flavors, the main ones being visual mode, visual line mode, and visual block mode. Visual line mode works the same as visual mode, however, it fully selects each line and all characters in it. These two are fairly self-explanatory and are both immensely useful. So what is visual block mode? Let's say we have this text. A equals A2 equals some sort of a string. B equals B2 equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not 10, 0. C equals C2 equals C. Keep in mind, essentially, you go ABC equals A2, B2, C2 equals something. Now, let's say we needed to remove all those A2, B2, and C2 variables. We could delete them one by one, but where's the fun in that? Instead, we can enter visual block mode to select exactly this text. And then instantly delete it. This is because visual block mode selects a rectangular area, and unlike visual mode, when you go to a new line, the contents in between are not selected. But this is not all. If you click Ctrl O, you will exit visual block mode with a cursor at the start of each line selected by visual block mode. With multiple cursors, you can now do any command, but now multiplied over each line, meaning you can write, jump, delete, copy, or do whatever else you want. For example, take this text. This is the first line, which ends with alpha. This line has beta, and the last one holds the word gamma. And now let's say you want to remove the last word in each line. You can go line by line and delete the word, or you can enter visual block mode, select all the first characters of each line, toggle multiple cursors with Ctrl X, jump to the end, and delete the word. You can also create a cursor by clicking GD. Is such a trick necessary to have? No, of course not, but that's the thing about Vim. Most features are not necessary, and it is up to you to choose what to incorporate into your editing style and what to not use. For example, perhaps my most used remapping, besides changing copy from Y to S and paste from P to E, is actually related to the in-object mechanic. Remember how I was talking about deleting a word at the end of multiple lines with multiple cursors? Well, by clicking DIW, you will delete in word, which means you will delete all connected letters on your cursor. This is immensely helpful, especially with something like CIW, which does the same, but immediately after puts you into insert mode, allowing you to replace words very quickly. Anyway, a word in Vim is considered an object in between numbers or special characters, but there are many more of these objects. Most notable come from parentheses and quotes. For example, if you had the line, "This is quoted text," then by placing your cursor in the quotation marks and clicking DI quotation marks, you would end up with nothing. You'd delete the line. For example, if you had the line "This is quoted text," then by placing your cursor in the quotation marks and clicking DI quotation marks, you would end up with, for example, if you had the line, then by placing your cursor in the quotation marks and clicking DI quotation marks, you would end up with. However, the character double quotation marks is a pretty annoying character, being not only kind of far away from the home row or HJKL, but also needing shift to be held while clicked. As such, one day I had a brilliant idea. If I can remap any action to any other action, can't I make something else trigger DI double quotation marks, such as, for example, DIK? Since the character K is very easy to hit, and since there is no object associated with the letter K, that means I can make this rebind. And no remap, DIK, DI double quotation marks. Which means that in normal mode, DIK will execute DI double quotation marks. Why stop there though? There's also parentheses, brackets, braces, and single quotes, which are also annoying to hit. Also, if you want to write DA double quotation marks, that means you'll delete the contents inside the double quotes and the double quotes themselves, as the logic goes delete around double quotation marks instead of delete inside double quotation marks. As such, we get this beauty. No, I'll be right back. Comment. Really custom snatching. H equals parentheses, J equals brackets, K equals double quotes, L equals single quotes, N equals braces. No, no. No, no remap. No remap SAHYA parentheses. No remap SIHYI parentheses. No remap SAJYA brackets. No remap SAJYI brackets. No remap SAKYA double quotes. No remap SIK yang YI double quotes, no remap SALYA single quotes, no remap Y-I single quotes, Nanorimap S-A-N-Y-A braces, Nanorimap S-I-N Y-I braces, Nanorimap S-I-W Y-I-W, Nanorimap S-I shift W, capital W, Y-I capital W. Comment. And deleting. Black holes, of course. Nanorimap D-A-H double quote underscore DA parentheses, Nanorimap DIH double quote underscore DI parentheses, Nanorimap DAJ double quote underscore DA brackets, Nanorimap DIJ double quotes underscore DI brackets, Nanorimap DAK double quote underscore DA double quotes, Nanorimap DIK double quotes underscore DI double quotes, Nanorimap DAL double quotes underscore DA single quote, Nanorimap DIL underscore double quotes underscore DI single quotes. I'm recording. Future Rockman, don't remove this. I'm reading the post. I have to read the post. Nanorimap DAN double quotes underscore DA braces. Nanorimap DIN double quotes underscore DI braces. Nanorimap DIW double quotes underscore DIW. Nanorimap DI capital W double quotes underscore DI capital W. Comment and copy deleting. Nanorimap capital DAH parentheses, Nanorimap capital DI parentheses, Nanorimap capital DAJ brackets, Nanorimap capital DI brackets, Nanorimap.
Yeah.
I love saying
Brackets.
Nanorimap. Nanorimap DA capital DAKDA double quotes, Nanorimap capital DIKDI double quotes, Nanorimap capital DALDA single quotes, Nanorimap capital DILDI single quotes, Nanorimap capital DANDA braces, Nanorimap capital DINDI braces, Nanorimap capital DIWDIW, Nanorimap capital DI capital W DI capital W.
Okay, but you didn't say that this is a capital. Or you need this.
Guys, I missed. Okay, guys, we're gonna go back. Capital DIW, capital DI, capital W, DI, and we're gonna go all the way back. I need to make sure you guys get this. Nanorimap DAKDI double quotes needed to be Nanorimap capital DAKDA double quotes.
Sorry.
Thanks. This is very important.
Yes, they would be too stupid to understand.
They
No
need
one
to
would
know.
hear this.
No, people will hear this. People will link this in the timestamps, including us talking right now, and they'll go like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, there's one person.
I hope one person, whoever's out there, good job. We're extending the video by 10 minutes.
Whoopsie. This sucks.
This is awesome.
That's where you ran for water.
Yeah. That's it.
Good job.
Thanks.
Oh, good.
Which has actually been expanded to do even more stuff. I just don't have the configuration at home. Alright, but is all of this really all that important? Is it really worth bothering with? Does it make your work more better quality? Spin facts. The answer is, of course, yes to all of those questions, but it's what connects the answer to all of these questions that is interesting. The job of a programmer is to solve problems. Therefore, to be a good programmer, you need a mindset fit for solving problems. And unlike most jobs, problems in programming are extraordinarily diverse, meaning you can't simply learn all of the answers through memory. You'll sometimes come into fairly novel issues no matter the amount of time you spend programming. I should know, since my boss thinks a while about how to solve problems, well, pretty often. As such, the tool of a master programmer is not knowing the solution to every problem, it's understanding the core difficulties of programming and the core concepts of problem solving. Most problem solving in programming is trained through more and more problems that are diverse, but such training is, of course, very slow. If you just code and code and code, your brain will eventually internalize concepts such as balancing abstraction and predicting the extent of future use cases, but it'll take a while. Something that can speed that up is learning such things more actively, and what better way to more actively practice the concepts of automating menial tasks and knowing how the tool you use works than to change how you code entirely. By using them, you not only code faster and make it a more enjoyable experience to code as a whole, you also end up thinking about the tool you are using, that of the keyboard. I think a lot of programmers don't pay much attention to it, but it's something that you'll use far more than your programming language or framework. It's the way you interact with the computer itself, after all. And if you take the mindset of, I should know how to use what I'm actually using, then you'll be a far better programmer than those who don't, as you'll understand the inner workings of the code you write better. For example, a function such as inArray in PHP, which will find if a value exists in an array, is really just a loop that checks through each value of an array to see if it matches the given value and returns if it finds it, presuming you don't parallelize it. This isn't anything special, you can write this yourself just as easily and efficiently, so if you need something more complex, like finding a value in object properties, you can just check each object property. We don't need to use built-in functions, as wrangling them together might make your solution slower. This is all to say that using something that makes you think more about what you do will just in general train you to think about how you do things. And that's a useful skill anywhere in life. So go on and learn how to do that thing you keep putting off. It won't just achieve some short-term goal, but will also make you a more knowledgeable and wise person. No, I won't learn Linux. Weekly post 54. The results. A long time ago, I made the first post. Well, okay, it was 53 weeks ago, but I want some cool introduction. Nah, I don't care. But I do care about the experiment. The experiment is, let's say, a poem. This is a poem that, when I made it, I considered it my greatest creation, and in terms of actual creations that exist, yeah, it still is. Side note, it still is. However, to see why it is so, I'll have to, explain it and all. No, I'm not gonna make it easy for you. Now, sure, you could just skip to the end and that would ruin the surprise, but I'd recommend working a little harder. It is a one-time experience after all. So here's what we're going to do. You open the document and don't scroll past the first page. If you see multiple, zoom in. Doesn't matter if you've read the whole thing before. Now, you should only see the 10 lines of the first page. Alright, read through them and remember, you can take as much time as you want. If you want to sit on the first page for years, then be my guest. Take whatever amount of time you want. Right, you've sat on it for a while? Well, stay on it. Now we'll do a slightly different look at it. Go through each line and think about what it could possibly mean. Why? Well, I've already had 2 people do this, so your reward is that you'll later be able to read their opinions. You could also write them down. Alright, you got some ideas for each line? You've looked around the page enough? Okay, now you may read the rest, which you'll probably do in all in one go, which is fine. And there you go, that's the experiment to break, blow, burn. Pretty cool, isn't it? Well, of course, it's not that simple, and now begins the hard part. You have to figure it out. This is no easy feat, and so far no one has managed to do it. It's not impossible though, and perhaps you can do it, though if not, I'll give you hints as you go through this post. If you're up for the challenge, then why not put a time limit in between the hints, say an hour? As in, you need to physically wait at least an hour after each hint, including no hint. You can do something completely different and ignore it all, and that's fine, but maybe in that hour you'll gain something. If not an hour, make it 10. Hell, even 1 minute is better than nothing. If you're in, then the 5 dots will then mean the end of the hint. Time starts now. Pause the video, I'm not gonna wait for you. Each element in the PDF has a purpose. Camille Paglia, Break, Blow, Burn. Page 238. Partially. Step again if you wish. This concludes the hints. Did you figure it out? Well, I have to assume not, as this is an explanation, but that's alright. I'll be glad even if you tried to solve it. From now on, we enter spoiler zone. So, as we can see, this whole thing is a poem with some sort of explanation in it. However, the explanation just doesn't make sense. It seems to assume the end of the poem is momentarily here when it really isn't. These italic texts just seem to be referring to something else. The question is what that something is, and that's the thing that's hard to figure out. So let's see what's off in the experiment. The odd italic text starts with step again if you wish, and the question is who you are and what step means. As you may have guessed, you is you, the reader. Therefore, to step is to read, to try, to continue. Do you wish to continue again? That was another hint, by the way. I'm gonna wait a little for you to pause it. Next is the magic color of design, which doesn't seem to refer to anything whatsoever. However, it is oddly disconnected from the rest. Whatever it means seems to be further from everything else. Only meaningfully distinct phrases referring to the first 10 lines says something we intuitively understand. These lines are meaningful, but hold on, these lines are meaningfully different. The same poem could have been expressed by lines that cohesively work together, but these are very different for some reason. And finally, the poem is partially about the poet's search for meaning. It is mainly the first time that you begin to realize something is truly off. Another hint. Alright, that covers the italic texts, but there are 2 more details. Assuming I have added them, first is that twice in the explanation part there are hidden numbers in the text, 15 and 20. How odd. Last hint. And the final hint is page 238. As you can see, this is designed to be an excerpt from the book Break, Blow, Burn, and it takes on the form of being the 44th poem presented. Every poem presented follows the same pattern. You read the poem, and then the explanation, and you see the same here. But, page 238 is not the next page in the book. You can see it because the see-through section in page 237 doesn't match it. So what is it? Well, if the book shows a poem and an explanation, that means the poem never ended. The experiment to break, blow, burn is one poem. From garden to even to but the journey one makes may is one poem. I'll assume that by now you've thought about what this actually all means. So now I can say what it means. This poem can be interpreted in 3 different ways. One is the normal one, second is very biased, and third is unsolvable to you. Let's start with the normal one. The gimmick here is that this is a poem about analyzing poems. As the explanation is part of the poem, it shouldn't be trusted, it should be analyzed. Let's go in order of each of the first 10 lines. The Garden of Eden paragraph acts as the calm before the storm, the simple concept before the ramblings. If you pay attention, you'll notice that each sentence is exactly 20 words long. Things are in order, things are making sense. The Devil's Ballad of the Hell God ruins this. This line doesn't really mean anything concrete, as it can be interpreted however, so the explanation devolves into endless questions. As you read, terms vary in form from the devil to the devil. You can ask and ask, but you can never reach a conclusion. You're plunged into confusion, indirection. It's as if this very paragraph is the ballad, a verse from the author about the author. And Luyan Soyan doesn't particularly explain much either. The author almost expects you to somehow know these 2 words when they don't actually exist. If you think about it, you'll see that these are made of other words, lunar with yang and solar with yin. But these, again, are not real words. The paragraph messes with you by not really saying anything real. The interpretation is made up, just like the words. The harsh sun burns. It definitely does, as this paragraph was intended to be difficult to read itself. It not only talks about negative topics, it also goes on and on and on about the same thing over and over again, representing the plight of the man. The pataphysical refers to a very unusual yet cool idea, that of higher existences. When we think of ourselves, we see as being in the physical realm, that of the universe. But there are pretty popular concepts that exist outside of the universe and instead are placed in the metaphysical realm. This is usually reserved for things like gods or ghosts, things that are supposed to exist by their creator's theory yet have to do so outside of the physical realm, where they can be measured. We don't actually know if this metaphysical realm exists, but there are ideas that live inside it. However, you can go a level higher, claiming that something exists above even gods, and to do this, you need only to look at a story in a book. When we read some story, we see things in their physical realm, and sometimes things outside of their realm, unreachable yet still affecting the physical. However, no matter how many iterations you do of the metaphysical realms, for example, humans live in realm A, gods in B, and higher gods in C, you can never reach a level to where we exist, the author realm. Just like how a god in the metaphysical realm can control everything in the physical, the author can control everything in the metaphysical realm. As such, we can look at the experiment to break, blow, burn the same way, but instead of realms, it's levels of understanding. The physical realm is the first 10 lines, where you are the least knowledgeable and you take the most literal interpretation. You exist as a lost wanderer, attempting to infer something from abstract words. Then, however, you read the explanation and begin to ascend. You begin to see the meaning, you glean some life lesson, realize something. In comparison to the lost wanderer, you are able to say something more concrete. However, that is just not the true meaning, and you need to ascend again to the realm we are in now, that of true understanding. You see the first and second 10 lines as both the things you need to analyze. You see more meaning that is inaccessible to the lower understandings. As such, all the theories you had at the start, things I told you to write down, they're insignificant to the meaning we hold here. It doesn't matter who the devil or the hell god are, what matters is that there is no answer, unless you choose to look at it from the physical perspective. You are the pataphysical being, and your past self is the physical. Moving on, the Surusola lens is actually about something that I forgot about, as in, I'm not sure exactly what its meaning truly is. As such, I'll actually analyze it with you. First, I want to point out a moment I do remember. Towards the end, I begin to list different titles, but you can tell something is off. They're very repeating. Usually a display of examples like this would end at 2 examples, such as we can also see this in A or B from C. But here it goes on for not 2, not 3, but 4 examples, which leads to this odd to read sentence that culminates in unreasonably perseverant patterns, a reference to the very sentence you just read. But to return to the paragraph, we mainly see here 2 things. Different titles, which isn't that interesting, and the idea of thinking about things without being able to achieve or reach them. To me, that seems to relate an awful lot about the idea of thinking about the first 10 lines. A while ago, when talking about the pataphysical paragraph, I mentioned how insignificant the first 10 lines are to our level of interpretation, but that isn't necessarily the case for all scenarios. Sure, if you care about the higher explanation, they don't matter, but if you do care about each line of the poem, then there is a beauty to them. What you were writing down when you did so, it did matter. Even if you can't see their purpose, you still look at them from afar and wonder. Hopefully, the mere act of wondering gives you purpose. Finally, momentarily here gives you the actual meaning of it in the explanation. Whenever you are reading it, you are in its presence. It's as if you are looking at where you are from that higher existence, and this time you look at the fake explanation from the realm of the higher explanation. Perhaps then you are reading this very paragraph being momentarily here at an even higher realm, as there is no particular end to them. You may interpret this true explanation as just another chain in the climb of interpretations. You'll see how everything makes sense here, how even it all is. You'll try to ask and be confused in things lacking concreteness. You'll face statements that should make sense but don't. You'll feel the hopelessness and harshness of attempting understanding. You'll see that everything that's stated is but another insignificant puzzle. You'll witness yourself come to one perspective, and you will wonder what is next. Atop the moment, you exist. Step again, if you wish. Whenever one explanation ends, another begins, but only if you keep going. Whenever you are finished reading the first 8 lines, the poem tells you to continue to dive deeper if you wish, to read the explanation. But this is the easy part, and it is only after you read the poem and see the inconsistencies that you are really told, step again, if you wish. This step is larger, but grants an even greater reward, allowing you to peer into a level higher. And this line has its own paragraph too, the first one. The meaning here is the endless tirade of questions and the search for answers. It's the first paragraph you read again and again, hoping to find more meaning, climbing the steps of these infinite stairs of meaning. So, will you step once again? Hint. Finally, there is only one paragraph and one line remaining. They are not about finding purpose. They are not about seeing different interpretations, nor about climbing through them. This duo is about something else. The very process of reading. What's truly magical here is not that this poem messes with you in funny ways, it's that all of what I have explained and all of what you have thought is part of the design. It's a miracle that we're able to create such concepts. That's why this line is separate. It references the entire experience you will ever have with this poem. It encompasses all of what you can ever feel with this poem, no matter how many times you think about it. And if at the very start I told you this, you probably wouldn't get it. But the journey that one makes may. So that concludes the normal explanation, which is definitely the most interesting one. That being said, I mentioned that you could read about how other people interpreted the first 10 lines, so here you go. Garden of Even. Maybe break, blow, burn are even. People that are even. Maybe people are equal. Even feelings the same amount. Garden of Eden, but neither heaven nor hell. The Devil's Ballad of the Hell God. Hell Guy is the devil, he thinks God is a ruler of hell. Earth is hell, and God of Earth is Hell God. Devil is like, what the fuck? Hell God is the same as devil, and he sing about himself. The devil is the Hell God, and he wrote the ballad about himself. Maybe there's someone above him, a sinister ballad on the Hell God. Luyan Soyen. Trying to read backwards. Latin, maybe. Burger in Latin. Lucifer something, reverse didn't work, could be random words as filler. The harsh sun burns. Sun is good, but it actually burns because it's bad sunburn. People can seem good, but in reality they burn you. Naive about sun not burning, but then it burns you. Reference to hell, hot summer, global warming, it hurts to be alive, it hurts to be in the brightness of others. Insignificant whims to the pataphysical. Philosophy has holes in it. Maybe whimsical. Whimsical stuff that doesn't matter in the whatever pataphysical is. Pataphysical is whatever and it has holes in it. Meaninglessness, doing things for your unrealistic ideas, doing things that end up being pointless, things that will never happen, excited to do something but flop when you go do it. Witness the collapse of perspectives. Discussion between people and they have perspectives, and then from outside with no perspective, and it breaks all perspectives to something else. New fact that made everyone perspective the same. The people see the turning into same perspective. Meaninglessness as in nothing really mattered no matter how everyone looked at it. Children growing up and losing imagination. Caught attention, but neurons aren't connecting. Make a person realize something and watch as his perspective crumbles. Cirusola lands. Some. Rockman came up with an imaginary world, my own utopia, and it's named Cirusola lands. It means something in Latin. Or maybe Rockman hate that place. Circus plus La La Land, collapse of perspective. Children grow up and dreams end or end of serious perspectives that leads to childlike wonder. Rockman also suggests Zom 100 and life is meaningless but end seriousness and it's good. Momentarily here. Someone being somewhere for a brief moment. Reaching euphoria, our lives are very brief in this universe and we are now momentarily here. Step again if you wish. Continue to read it if you want. Something about if you want to get out of your comfort zone, you can go forward. If you want to, you can just stay. I like this line as well, the cycle again. The poem's meaning happens again. Rockman says reading the poem again and Rainwald. Could be moving forward in life where every step is hellish like Hell God. You can do whatever or you can step forward. Could be a threat, but it is if you wish. If you wish to see what happens, I like again here, it's really picking my brain. Stay in the cycle again as thoughtless loop, or it could be overthinking and just stay where you are. You've been doing steps, read this poem and realize something and read again and realize something more. The magic color of design. Maybe design is very crucial to human. Everything depends on design. You can't do anything without it being designed, so it's magical and big. Design can change a lot in your life or in general. If monitor was circle-shaped, it would change your life, but it would be normal. Design is very beautiful and you should pay attention more. A truly well-written poem. Design of social structures and how we get roped into them. Maybe it's not part of the poem. It's also one of the two italicized poems. This could be the title, which is at the end after step again if you wish. What a wacky world we live in. Alright, the next interpretation is the most direct. Dog walking titles. See, the first 10 lines in this poem are just dog walking time titles. As such, they don't always mean what the explanation in the poem says they mean, and some may be interesting in their own way. Garden of Even refers to the idea of a world being perfectly even, or, of course, Garden of Eden being more even. The Devil's Ballad of the Hell God comments on the idea of the devil being the ruler when there is already a god, so is he the Hell God or not? Luyan Soyin is lunar yang with solar yin, and is mainly a title for a pretty picture of a bluish and reddish split sky. The harsh sun burns really just refers to a hot day. Perhaps the self-hatred idea in the explanation was part of it, but not the main one, I think. Insignificant whims to the pataphysical is the same idea, just more in the context of Earth. Witness the collapse of perspectives is the same idea, but more so in the sense of the pictures taken, as all the pictures show a different view. But collapse portray the same story, place, environment. You witness the collapse of camera perspectives. Also, side note, I just didn't explain witness the collapse of perspectives in the actual normal explanation. And it has a pretty neat gimmick to it too. All I will say is that it relates to your perspective. And perhaps perspectives you didn't have. Tsirusola Lands is the alternate version of Cumuluna Lands, and both are followed by a picture of cirrus clouds during the day and cumulonimbus clouds during the evening, respectively. They don't particularly mean anything. Momentarily here has a pretty much the same exact meaning, just for the idea of pictures rather than text. Step Again If You Wish is about walking and how, even when it is hard, you ultimately walk because you want to. To say this phrase means to say something you already know, that you can continue if you want to, but to emphasize it. The Magic Color of Design is a dog walking title I made while I was making the experiment, therefore, it means what it means here. That's about all there is to say here, and it's not as interesting, but I do want to catalog the origin of these lines. Whenever I was making the experiment, I started off by sitting down and looking through all the dog walking titles to find the most suitable ones. As such, I actually found the note I used to plan this. Garden of Eden. What whole realizes its parts? Perplexext. The border of my reality. Step Again If You Wish. Luyin Soyan. The Devil's Ballad of the Hell God. Written by repetitiveness. Outside my reality. The idea is that this line, the only one with quotes, is one that wasn't written in dog walking time, and it represents what I haven't created in it, but not sure how it ties to Brave Blow Burn. Now, on to the potential candidates that didn't make it. Well, some of those didn't make it before, but these ones, did. Actually, some of them. Whatever. Why do the leaves dance in February? 1,700 circles of hell. Return to glaciers. Okozabus tiling. A frozen desert. Zeus's armada. Another start to a cold boxing round. Changing adaptations when adapting changes. Momentarily here. Yottabytes of empty files. Soulless solace. Will you ever hear my other voice? The 4,756 pages filled with the word love. These words are mere colors. Witness the collapse of perspectives. Cold melodies of unknown past. The crackling of unseen fates. What unenjoyable trip to heaven. May the corpses light our sparks. Kinokin. It may not be mine, but I still feel it. Creation for reduction of deletion. irrelevant whims to the pataphysical. My qualia. Yet another disappointingly wondrous gaze. Alia valias. This thought process is deprecated. Overwhelming simplexity. Unending ending. Why so unblue? Irreverse irrelevance, irresist irreverence. Dropped cosmos. Peace demerit. Your idol's most hated man. The white that breaks out of the picture. The harsh sun burns. Unreasonably perseverant patterns. There's quite a few interesting titles here, so I'll go through a few. What whole realizes its parts? This is honestly a really interesting question to think about that could be its own Patreon post. There's more to this than you think. Perplexext. The idea about being confused about the concept of being confused, or just being more confused than normal. The border of my reality, referring to the idea of the picture talking, and a picture has a border. Written by repetitiveness. All these lines are written because of how repetitive dog walking time is, making them written by the process of repetitiveness. Yet another disappointingly wondrous gaze. Quite a lot of dog walking titles ended up having really nice views, which are nice to look at, but they make me pay more attention to nature rather than interesting abstract ideas. This thought process is deprecated. This is just a joke about applying the same logic to this as code updates. And that does it for that interpretation, meaning we have just one more left. God, this post is long. So, you can clearly tell I like titles, and therefore the title of the art, the experiment to break, blow, burn, is also very important, but it is oddly missing from the explanations, isn't it? Well, that's mainly because it mainly refers to this explanation, that being that this project is an experiment to convey what I think about the book Break, Blow, Burn by Camille Paglia. This book is a book about analyzing poems, and therefore the entire book is essentially a poem followed by an explanation. However, few of the poems are, let's say, easy to understand. They're often archaic, using antiquated words and concepts, making their work very connected to the ideas of the author. This is not bad by any means, but it does mean you need to have a rather specific mindset to enjoy the book, and it's one that I certainly did not have. Ironically, we have to talk about myself for why. I seem to look at art differently than some people, at least in one key sense. I do not care for the author. For a favorable observation from me, art can and perhaps should exist independent of the author, and one should be able to decipher most, if not all, of the meaning in the piece without knowing anything about the author. I can see why people would enjoy analyzing how a person thinks about their art, but I do not find the need for it. I don't even know why I am of this mindset. It's not like I find it annoying to think about the artist, it's just always unnecessary. Be it YouTube, music, video games, or anything else I can think of as mediums for art I am experienced in, I cannot think of an artist whose content I watch beyond their ability to be more consistent than others in their quality. Even when it comes to my favorite music artist, Frams, I have no clue who he is or what he thinks, nor do I know any of his perspective on his creations. That's partly why I don't bother to even listen to all of his music. They may be more likely to be good, but they're still just random tracks. As such, reading this book was really annoying. At first, things did make sense, and even if they didn't, I thought it wouldn't be so bad. And that was Garden of Eden. However, after 4 or so poems, I began to try to understand these poems to no avail. Whatever I could reason never really fit, and when I would give up to look at the explanation, it was something so obscure, so dependent on your knowledge beyond the poem, that I couldn't have figured it out. That felt like the devil's ballad of the hell god. Pretty words about nothing. I did get used to this over time, expecting to not know, but the archaic words still frequently got me. I didn't want to look up what each word meant, so I just didn't know and I tried to glean meaning from their context. Over time, poems actually got more specific, moving away from religion and more into topics like poverty or nature. These were even tougher to understand, and reading the poem felt like reading gibberish, while reading the explanation felt like throwing away any theory I had into the fire. You may wonder, aren't all interpretations valid? Maybe, but not when the given explanation makes so much more sense. Sure, I can think that this means that, but if it doesn't add up as well, then it doesn't feel as right, especially when my theories were far worse. It all felt so insignificant to this person who seemingly knew it all. But then I began to see the pattern, the same one I explained. Interpretations are multiple, and everything here was in fact just one. It was all collapsed by the perspective of one. I was still wrong, but I was slowly improving, starting to see what the book was teaching and applying it. And as poems shifted more to nature or more modern ways of thinking and problems, I could begin to actually reason out theories near the ones explained by the book. Finally, at the end, things were making sense and I felt content to be in the moment reading them. I still find myself to be wary of art reliant on the author. I find it to be poorly made in that sense. Perhaps it is because I mainly try to create an experience for the viewer, not to push some message, and in that sense, I want to craft an experience anyone can partake in. If that meant needing knowledge of me, that meant I did a bad job. That doesn't mean art should be the way I want it. This is merely my opinion, but this opinion does carry over to more places than you'd think. For example, people often complain about AI stealing jobs, and I find that to be an odd way of looking at things. The fight against AI is, of course, somewhat justified, but it is people who use AI that are ever the problem, not the tool itself. Yet, the way the movement is portrayed is that of being against the concept of AI itself. Perhaps it is because such people do not see the artist behind the art, which there effectively is none. As you can guess, I do not care. AI art is art in the same sense that a rectangle generated by Photoshop is. It is a visual meant to evoke a reaction. Maybe that is art, maybe not, but to me, this debate is all the same as it was before. It simply makes the most sense for AI to be treated as a tool. It doesn't steal art, it observes and learns from it, just like any other human. This theft to me is the same as using fonts you didn't make or brush settings you saw online. Anyway, sorry about getting distracted, but my point here is that a reason why I don't find AI art bad is because I don't care about the artist behind the art. As such, I find it difficult to read such poems, and as such, I wanted to recreate that experience of struggling to read and to analyze. I wanted you to struggle and yet to step again, if you wish. Perhaps then you would discover that magic color of design that I could not find in the book. At least I found it in my own creation. Weekly Post 55. What whole realizes its parts? What whole realizes its parts? 5 is the number today. 5 is the num yesterday. 5 was the number per day. 5 is the num in the burr every day, where 5 isn't numbered today. I don't really know why I'm so focused on 5 today, and maybe for this special occasion I should talk about Cinco Paus, a game where 5 is very much the key. Sadly, it's still very difficult to describe, but I can talk about the concept of things making things. This is a question that is a bit difficult to approach, so let's start with something more tame. What parts realize the whole? Well, most. The concept of humanity makes sense only when you consider how the collection of humans behave. A book's meaning is derived from chapters, which are derived from pages, which are derived from paragraphs, which are derived from sentences, which are derived from words, which are derived from letters, which are derived from ink? Concepts taught at school? However you consider what realizes what here, it sure is not the whole. And that makes sense. This all makes sense. Except the question, of course. Know that this is not by design, dear listener. Yesterday, I had to stay longer at work for the first time actually. Apparently, we launched a new website, one whose existence I learned only when they found bugs in it, but what is amazing is that these bugs happen when you enter the website and look. If you just enter the website, the translations are wrong, and it is quite incredible how people launch this website essentially not even testing it. It's hard to have hope for this company. 2 plus. This is a bit of a difficult scenario as we have multiple parts as per the question, but when you have a multiple of something, it tends to be created from that multiple. As I've mentioned before, a book doesn't give meaning to its chapters in the same way a word doesn't realize its letters. The chapters and letters make up part of the book or word, but they don't make up any of the part. It's a one-way road. You can't say that a ball realizes the concept of red because the ball is not part of the concept of red, at most a realized example. That being said, metaphorically, a ball may realize the concept of bouncing, but at that point we need to look at one. Concepts that have only one part. We'll get to metaphorical stuff more, but it's something you can keep in mind as a sort of cheat answer. A ball may exemplify the concept of bouncing so much that it realizes it for someone unaware of the concept of bouncing. But when it does that, is it not part of the concept of bouncing? The one-to-one relationship is tricky in that if something has one part, is that part not the whole? For example, a black hole is made up of what? A singularity? Well, not quite. It has other things around it, but alright, what about the singularity? What is it made up of? Nothing. But then it's both the part and the whole. Therefore, it just exists. It doesn't realize anything. I'm still deep in self-hate. I've gotten more aware of it, but in this different lifestyle, I feel as if I might have more reasons to experience it. Take, for example, yesterday. See, I don't like wearing many clothes. I don't care about my appearances, therefore I just want to wear something practical and comfortable. I also don't like spending money on unnecessary things, therefore I prefer not buying clothes if I have them already. If I have a pair of something that I need, then I don't need more to buy. As such, I have one good pair of shoes and one good pair of pants when going to work, and I like them. However, my mom and Vinci don't, arguing that if something were to happen, I would be in trouble. To an extent, this is true. Except it isn't, as I can simply wear shoes or pants I don't like as much until the good ones are either fixed or replaced. That's simply the mentality I live in. Use one pair of expensive and high quality clothes as much as possible for backup, and replace them when needed. But it doesn't matter, and my mom and Vinci want to buy me new clothes anyways, even if I don't want it. It's hard to criticize them as they want to buy it for me, meaning that money is technically not an issue. Neither is their effort as they enjoy it, or storage as we have enough when it comes to clothes. But it's still sort of disappointing that your side is viewed simply as the dumb side that's too unaccepting of help. Perhaps it is, but it's still what I think. The other side can equally be seen as the dumb side spending money for largely unnecessary reasons. Of course, I cannot really fight back as it is not in my best interest. Why not essentially get free stuff when attempting to not get free stuff that will make the other party just sadder? So, as usual, I once again have to put my opinions away and get fed what other people think. I'll do it again and again, as I've done so for as long as I've known, and I can't help to wonder if this is what life is meant to be, especially when I feel most normal when this doesn't happen. In Robert Keegan's theory, the fifth order of consciousness differs from the fourth in a peculiar way. That in the balance of agency and inclusion, or control and lack of it. Fourth is the most in control, whereas fifth is the most out of it. I'm pretty confident I've lost a lot of this need for control in the past year, but I still wonder if I have done enough shedding. If life means receiving help when you don't want it, and that makes you unhappy, does it mean you should strive to be more inclusive, or to fix you not wanting it? Both? I don't really know. 0. And this is where we get to the really interesting one. You may wonder what I mean by 0 parts making up the whole, but in the realm of what humanity can conceive, this is possible. Let's start by trying to reach such a whole naturally. Perhaps something like this is the lack of things. For example, the concept of death is the lack of a person, but it still requires a person. Therefore, what about the concept of non existence? Well, what's interesting about this answer is that it, by definition, deals with things that don't exist, meaning things that aren't yet realized to exist. While the concept of non existence itself isn't exactly a whole of anything, we can, however, do something clever with it by defining a group of objects that are impossible to exist. In this sense, we win. There is a whole which we do understand and very much so exists, and the parts can only be realized to be impossible to exist through this whole. We can never know what each part is, but we could know how many there are. The whole realizes its parts. First, we should look at why this question is important. It isn't. Thank you. This means nothing. Weekly post 56. It doesn't fit together. I'm not actually sure what to write this week's post about, so I'm here with the intention of ending up with a fairly C or B tier post. Why? Well, I'm kinda low on time these days. We started going to the pool again, and I actually started playing a new game called I Wanna Lockpick, which is a very good game I'll make a post about whenever I finish it. Vinci can attest to me liking it as I look to play it whenever I can. As such, there aren't many topics I can think of. There's micro QR codes, but I fear that the new Veritasium video will make all of what I can write just better. That being said, I do remember saying that something a while ago to a friend who was asking how life is. It doesn't feel like it makes sense. It doesn't fit together. This was like 2 or 3 weeks ago into living in the new apartment, and it really didn't fit together. I didn't know what at the time, and I didn't think too much about it, but now it is starting to make sense. There's several reasons why, but the most notable is that we now have a fairly predictable routine. We have a weekly meal plan, so we don't need to worry about that. We're able to spend quite a lot of time doing on our own things or improving the house. For example, just yesterday we got a coat hanger tree, which is something that I think will help quite a lot in the early, rushing mornings. We also spend money more wisely, whereas before I was down 4,000, now I'm at 5,400, and sure, there's rent and technically debt, but it just feels better. I guess that fitting together can be explained by me already knowing the answer to most obstacles or problems. It makes it so that it's just not as stressful. For example, I would often worry I don't spend enough time with Vinci, but living together more allows you to more frequently experience and internalize what is and isn't enough time. As such, I'm able to do my own thing more often, and I don't feel so bad about it. Another thing is cleanliness, which, yes, we do need to improve at, but it is getting better. Where before I'd stress about dirty dishes in the sink, now I do so much less. Partly because there's less dishes and partly because I know we can clean them. Vinci working is helping too. It's very nice to see her applying herself, yet still keeping up with the house chores. I often don't think about something that needed to be done, but in the end it ends up being done. Of course, I help as well. This all makes for a system that actually seems to work, and that is very nice to see. It almost makes me proud of what we have achieved and certainly allows me not to worry about daily life that much. Sure, there are moments of stress, such as me not being able to get enough sleep for the third day in a row now, but it feels like we can surmount them. An analogy is those fruit flies. See, a while ago we kept getting fruit flies in our kitchen. At first we were very stressed about them, and as they increased, we got pretty worried. As such, I started to make traps every day, and that seemed to stabilize their population here. As such, stress went down, but I still had to keep up the traps. However, over time, we need less and less traps, and one day, I just stopped making them. And it's fine now. Our life here kind of feels like that. We were stressed, but we improved, kept fighting, and now things feel stable. I guess that's about it. Still playing the game, but after installing it, I've noticed my computer has gotten significantly worse in a few ways. Sometimes it just can't turn on, other times the headphones can't be detected. It's not looking good, but I'm not worried, as I've wanted to effectively wipe the computer and restart for a while now. Maybe this will give me the incentive to do so, and then maybe I'll actually start using Linux as a dual boot. Would be neat. Weekly Post 57. Filler. So this post wasn't really meant to exist. You see, I was working on another post, but, well, let's say it's a little big, so it'll take me some more time to finish. As such, this is the post to give me more time. As for what to talk about, well, that's a really good question, as in the past 2 weeks all I've been thinking about is what that big post will be about. Remote work. One thing I did do is get sick. While I usually rarely get sick, this time I got a cold. It wasn't that bad, and so at the start I still went to work, as I had never before left work due to being sick. As such, I didn't really know how this works. As I wanted to ask, my boss was gone for the first half of the day, so I instead asked another guy who talked to the administrator and said that if I feel fine, I can work from home. While I didn't exactly like the idea, I did, and as such, I asked my boss a question relating to work. When he got back, well, he wasn't happy because apparently we don't do remote work. This wasn't what the other guy said, and he even gave me a way to log into my work remotely, but either way, this made me feel really bad. Why? Well, I obviously don't really value myself, so even though I am sick, while I am not really sick, I feel like I should still go to work, as that shows my dedication and loyalty and that I'm not someone pretending to be sick. So I try to work and don't really do all that much while also not resting. And on top of that, my boss now has to waste his time to explain to me why I shouldn't do this. In retrospect, I'm not sure why that other guy sent me the link, but either way, I really didn't like myself and I thought everyone disliked me too. And it's this thought that is interesting to me. Why did I think everyone hated me? Later on, 3 different people told me to get well, which changed my mind a bit about them hating me, and now I wonder why I thought so in the first place. The reasonable assumption is to say that, well, you hate yourself. So you assume other people think like you, therefore they hate you. And that's a reasonable assumption. While I haven't done any research on it, it does seem that people often think that people think the way they think, because that is often more right than wrong, and it really helps understand another person. Well, apparently it's a cognitive bias, but still helpful for humans to assume other humans think like humans. Anyway, this assumption is sort of odd, since that's not how I look at people, as I will often try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I may be stupid, but they just made a mistake. This likely stems from my assumption that I should ignore anything I cannot control, which I've noticed had been a rather ever-present mentality, and it touches so many things it's hard to count. And while it's often easier to find places this mentality is negative, it's hard to say whether it truly is. Anyway, where was I going with this? I don't know. This filler post isn't really working out. Right. Also, today, since I've been upgrading the text calculator at work recently, people who use it told me to get some candy and thanked me. So it's just hard to think everyone hates me, but for some reason, it's the mindset I seem to want. I guess I just want to be hated. Sorry if this was a mid post. I guess you can have, like, this video instead. Weekly post 58. I voted for a better post. Now I know what you might be saying. Are you telling me that you needed another week all talk about voting? That is what is written, but like, holy shit, am I supposed to read it out like this? Well, yeah, I need to talk about voting because the post is still not done. I know, but well, I gotta finish something with the story to be truly done with the post, otherwise it will just have a bad ending. So for now, I'm trying to finish that story. As for this post, it's another filler one, but perhaps a slightly better one. See, yesterday I went to parents' house where, after happily relaxing there, I was effectively forced to go vote. Now, I dislike voting quite a bit. Okay, quite a lot. It's irrational to an extent, but I do find it rather absurd. My main gripes with it are that I have to go do something, I have no valuable information about the candidates, thereby, I have to do something I don't want that also brings down the overall quality of the voting. Perhaps this is due to my self hatred nature, but either way, I don't think voting should, ideally, be done by random people. Why that is to me obvious. The layman doesn't know much about the actual state of politics. Think about it. Do you actually think you know things? I doubt even politicians know what they're doing, let alone normal people. Normal people only give insights into what society wants, but that doesn't even necessarily mean that's what the people actually need. Letting people decide things is akin to running a YouTube channel where comments pick what videos will be made. It's not bad, but it's certainly going to be very limiting for what the channel can actually become. Now, politics has representatives that do know what they're doing. Sometimes. So it's nowhere near that bad, but these representatives range from being subservient to the people, where the same effect ends up happening, or doing their own thing, where the people's voice doesn't really matter after all. Sure, there is a balance, but it's arguably the worst outcome. You get the average of all people's wishes, and everyone is unhappy. Before we go further, yes, I obviously know that you vote so that there wouldn't be a dictatorship, or at least so that one group doesn't take full control. In that sense, even an uninformed vote is beneficial for the purpose of diluting the voting pool. But isn't this sad to you? That all you're ever used for is to slightly push for a guy who will likely go against some of your wishes? Wouldn't it be great if things just worked? AI can. No, I won't recommend AI, nor will I recommend a monarchy where you just hope that the guy is nice. Unfortunately, the person in charge will likely be very interested in staying in charge, and it just so happens that to do so, you need people to reward people who support you, and if someone can do that better than you, then you are out. If you care about enacting good change at the detriment of your supporters, you'll be replaced with someone who does. If you care about staying in power, then people who side with you will know that they'll be safe in doing so. Unfortunately, you can't have such a nice solution as the selfless God, as even AI can be manipulated with predefined goals like favoring the creators. Democracy is, then, the best we've got, as it at least doesn't let things get out of control as easily. When the power is split, it's hard for one person to take control, but that imposes limitations both on the bad and the good side. Have you ever wondered why something like climate change is so difficult to fight against? Well, I don't know myself, but I suspect that among politicians, there are those that care to support it at their own expense, and those that prefer their own success over the health of the world. Neither is a bad approach as an individual level, but when the power is split, I guess it's awfully difficult to enact change that would make someone in power lose something. You always hear, of course I support climate change, but you rarely see someone actively attending protests and events. It's simply easier to be apathetic, and I can't blame anyone for being so. Fundamentally, all humans care about themselves the most, which is why, for as many protesters there are also anti protesters who want to keep their oil or gas or whatever else. I remember I was watching a video about something and it mentioned the idea of picking out random people and having them make some decision. It is, of course, a theoretical concept, but it isn't that dissimilar for democracy. If you ever wanted power to be even harder to be manipulated and for politicians to try harder to reach everyone, then this is the way to go. It probably sounds ridiculous, but well, what's the real issue here? That it's unfair? Do you believe it's fair that your vote doesn't really represent what you believe? Do you believe it's fair you have to deal with things you don't care about? I don't believe either myself, so I don't particularly see a difference. In fact, if we are already trying to suppress concentrations of power, then why not go all the way and just ask the people directly? So, what is my point? My point is that, to me, it's all pointless. If I vote, I dilute the power and it becomes harder to make positive change. If I don't, my parents are upset, so I guess I'm just upset I have to deal with this. My vote doesn't matter. Not because it doesn't change anything, but because I don't have an opinion. In my eyes, people who care to actually know what to vote for should be the ones voting. That way, at least, there is a chance that people who know something picked some sort of a good outcome, rather than it being a big old popularity contest. I find it frankly insulting to tell everyone to vote. That means you want every single person, including the dumb and ignorant ones, to affect your life. Imagine there's some asshole who is very popular and so people vote for him even though he doesn't actually do what the world needs. Everyone voting sounds like a terrible thing to me then. I will give up my voice because I'm not so fucking entitled to think I know anything. Ah, well, perhaps I'm being self degrading again. Vote if you want, don't vote if you don't want. The only change you can make is one enacted by yourself. If you really wanted for a better world, then go and do something about it, like inventing something or becoming the politician you want to see. But that's much harder than scribbling an X on a piece of paper now, isn't it? Hi, I'm here after some resting, and well, it seems to me I'm missing something. No matter how much I look it up, there are both smart and dumb people voting and telling you you should vote. I think the best question to ask is why does the government want you to vote? After all, it's easier to win when you're not being forced to vote. I guess that mentality had been seen in the past and was fought back against so that we could have a fairer, but weaker system. Sorry if this was a rambly post. I was trying to figure out why I dislike voting, and in the end, I couldn't. I even looked up some of the politician candidates here in Lithuania, although it was miserably boring to listen to them. I tried looking up reasons to vote, but it almost seems like everyone just agrees you should vote already, and the reasons given, as I've mentioned, seem almost designed to be shown to children to get them to vote. Maybe it's been so ingrained in some people's heads that that's it. You just vote. And maybe that's for the better. Maybe not. I honestly don't know anymore, and I'm too annoyed trying to figure it out. This post isn't structured well at all, so I'll probably just keep repeating myself. Perhaps the best value you'll find in this post is trying to find why it's wrong. I honestly doubt you should listen to me here. Feel free to even disagree completely in the comments. Maybe I've just gotten used to wanting something better, something that can only be achieved with denser power. But in doing so, I've lost the realization that dictatorships will more often than not be worse than democracy. I guess in that sense, it's good to vote. It's just a shame that I can't vote for a better voting system. You may remember that I said I was forced to vote by my parents, and I did, but the question is for who? Well, I actually don't really know, because even in my family, nobody really knew what the candidates were, only that they represented the party they agreed with, which I found quite frustrating. I did know one thing. I knew who Grandma wanted to vote for, but couldn't, so that's who I voted for. All I did was pass down the voice to my grandma, that way escaping my own beliefs about how much my voice matters. I think that was the best decision I've made about voting. Weekly Post 59. I Won a Lockpick. I Won a Lockpick is a game I actually played a long time ago, and it certainly left an impression on me, as the game was really damn cool. However, when I reached the end, I realized that the game wasn't actually finished. While this was a bit disappointing, I thought that, hey, although the mechanic I had is cool, surely it can't be like really insane, right? I was wrong. It was really insane. And with the most Rockman introduction to a game ever, let's go back to the beginning. I Wanna Lockpick is an I Wanna Be the Guy fan game, similarly to I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3. However, it is a puzzle game and it utilizes very few I Wanna Be the Guy mechanics, as it uses platforming so barely that it doesn't matter what engine or style the game's movement is in. The puzzles are the important bit. The premise is simple. You get keys and you open doors. So your main rule is this. To open a door, you will spend some amount of keys and lose the same amount of keys. This rule holds true at all times and never gets broken. But that doesn't mean this rule is not well thought out. The story is that you are a human who has been chosen to solve a series of puzzles by the god of keys. You are placed into a hub from which you can access different worlds in which you are given more puzzles. It's sort of similar to how Baba Is You has a hub with more puzzles inside, and to continue the similarities, in both games you need to clear most, but not all, levels in a world to pass the world and get some collectible that you will use to open more worlds. World 1, Doorhaven, starts simple as you get individual keys and individual doors. You see how you need to open the right doors to win, and how you need to look a bit into the future to not get into a dead end. At the end, you also see multi-lock doors, which isn't a particularly big surprise either. World 2 takes it up a notch, as the gimmick here is the Master Key, a key that opens any door. If you don't have enough keys for a door, you can spend a Master Key, but which door will that be? What will you do with many? It also introduces the blank door, a door which can only be opened if you have none of a certain key, so now you have to make sure to lose all of your keys so you could open the door. Or maybe you can just use a Master Key. World 3 introduces blast doors, which will take all of your keys at once. Perhaps it's better to open it with as few keys as possible, or perhaps you should lose all of them to open those blank doors. It also introduces exact keys, which will set your key count to some amounts no matter what you had before. Now it's not as simple as get keys or lose keys when the key amount can be whatever the key decides. Next up, World 4 keeps upping the complexity, introducing the auras. The auras activate when you pick up at least a certain amount of certain keys. Blue aura for 3 blue keys, green aura for 5 green keys, and red aura for 1 red key. It's a bit contrived, but the game acknowledges it, stating that it's mainly to add complexity, and that it does. Now, that was all just the beginning, as World 5 shows you the first horror of this game: brown keys. Brown keys are identical to normal keys, but as long as you hold them, they will corrupt doors nearby into doors that require brown keys. This means that you now have this other type of master key, able to turn doors into itself. Sometimes you'll need to corrupt some door for some reason, just to use up brown keys, or sometimes it's easier to corrupt a door so you can open it with a master key anyway. This is where the game begins to get a bit confusing, but, well, now it's time for the actually crazy mechanic. Remember what I said earlier? The main rule of the game? To open a door, you will spend some amount of keys and lose the same amount of keys. Now let me propose to you a door that takes 2 of the same locks, but each lock is separate from the other. That means one lock will open the door. However, you also need to use 2 keys to fully open the door. Does such a door make sense? Absolutely, because even if you have 1 key, you lose 2. You are left with -1 keys. World 6 is the world that introduces negative keys, and this is where the game begins to reveal itself. You may think that that's ridiculous, but well, if you can spend 5 keys while having 1, then to be fair, you have to be left with -4. Negative keys can also open negative lock doors. Does it make sense? It doesn't matter, since it still follows the main rule. If you clear this world, you will have acquired 6 stone keys, meaning you can now reach 2 areas that were previously out of reach. One goes to the lockpick graduation, a very difficult and large puzzle that fully uses all of the mechanics you've seen. The other path leads to the backside, which when entered, shows 6 more worlds and a door further. If you were struggling with the game before, then I am sad to say that you'll very much keep struggling, as the mechanics just keep going. I think that's part of why I really like this game. You just can't predict what will happen next. Whenever you think the game will end, it just keeps going on and on and on, surprising you ever more. Speaking of surprises, World 7 simply explains how doors actually work. You see, every door has a spent color and a base color. The spent color tells what color of key you need to use to be able to open the door. Essentially, this says the condition you need to meet before the door opens. The base color tells what keys will be subtracted, or in the case of negative locks, added. These, naturally, are usually the same, but there's no reason they have to be. You can have a door that needs 5 black keys to be opened, but actually subtracts 5 orange keys when opened. You may think that's weird, but the rule still applies. You used some amount of keys and lost the same amount. Nothing was stated about the colors being different. This not only allows for negative keys to come up more often, but also allows for much more shenanigans later on. And speaking of shenanigans, World 8 asks a simple question. What does a negative master key do? If you guessed add a door, then you'd be right. A negative master key creates a copy of a door on top of the door. Why? Well, it's actually immensely useful in losing keys when you need to have less, or with the new doors that give you different keys when opened, it allows you to gather more of those. But let's keep complicating things. World 9 adds combo doors, which you better get very comfortable with, as you'll be seeing many. A combo door takes multiple locks to open, and these can be of different types. Maybe you need 0 of some key and 5 of another, or negative 4 of one and 4 of another. They'll also often have a different base color, meaning you'll get the sum of the used keys as your spent keys. So if we have the same 4 and negative 4 key door, you'll get no keys, as 4 will subtract 4 keys and negative 4 will add 4 keys. Alright, by this point we have only 3 doors left, so the mechanics gotta start calming down, right? Nope. World 10. Glitch. A glitched object is one that will become the color that you last opened. So let's say you enter a level and open an orange door. Now every glitched object is orange. Open a purple door and it'll become purple. A glitched object can be quite a lot of things, as in it can be any key or any door. Interestingly enough, corrupting makes the glitched door not corrupt, allowing you to save the state when you later uncorrupt it. As you can guess, this complicates matters even more, as now you have to deal with master keys opening anything, brown keys corrupting anything, and these glitched things becoming anything. Alright, surely the game will stop and chill at World 11. Right? The World 11 mechanic is, get this, fucking imaginary keys. Yes, the ones from mathematics. Imaginary fucking keys. So now, at any point, you can have 2 types of keys at once. The real amount and the imaginary amount. Meaning now you may just have to work with twice the amount of complexity. But there are some interesting properties to imaginary objects. To get imaginary keys, you'll sometimes pick up a key that multiplies your key amount to make imaginary. Similarly to the math concept, taking that multiplication again will mean you've just multiplied your keys by -1, as I times I is equal to -1. Also, while imaginary brown keys do nothing and imaginary glitched objects behave the same, imaginary master keys are very interesting in that they open imaginary doors. Imaginary doors? But even if the door takes imaginary keys, isn't it still real? Absolutely. However, at the start of this world, you get given an item that allows you to see the imaginary side of the world, and in this version, all doors are imaginary. The imaginary realm or I realm behaves the same as the real realm, but its doors still very much exist. If a door doesn't have a lock in the I realm, then, well, a negative imaginary master key will add one. And of course, a positive imaginary master key will remove that door. You may wonder what lock the door in the I realm has, and that's a great question. You see, it's tended to look at doors as different from keys, but they are often very similar. And just like keys can be positive or negative and real or imaginary, doors can too. Suppose we have a door that takes 4 green keys to open. Well, if we give it a positive imaginary version, it'll get a 4 green imaginary key lock in the I realm. But every door can also be negative, and with imaginary keys, we can actually make it so. See, the issue with doors is that once you open the lock, they open. This is usually not an issue, but if we want to see negative doors, then it is. However, what if you have an imaginary door but no real door? Well, just like in the reverse case, the door stays closed. As long as a version of it is locked, it can't be passed through. So now let's say we have an imaginary door, but no real door. What happens if we use a master key on it? Well, if the door is 0, and unlocking it means subtracting from it, then the door becomes -1. The positive green key door becomes a negative green key door. Same goes with negative imaginary doors. Where doors differ from keys is that their locks aren't tied to their version. A positive real door can have negative imaginary locks on it. That means that when you start to mess with its version, you'll have to apply imaginary and signature multiplication on the locks. If a real positive door has a negative imaginary lock on it, then the real negative version of that door will have positive imaginary locks, and the imaginary positive door, real negative keys. Dude, I gotta admit, as the reader, dude, I barely understand this. Okay. Alright. That sure is a lot of imaginary talking, but finally, we've gotten through all 11 worlds. All that's left is the door further. I mentioned earlier that after 6 worlds, you can visit Lockpick Graduation, and that very difficult level will give you the end to the game. But of course, the game continues further, and so here, 5 worlds later, we'll enter the Great Beyond, where we'll find the Chromatic Monolith, the second very hard puzzle. But thankfully it is optional, so we go to the right and find an odd looking square, which says output point on it, and a level nearby. This level is a bit tricky, but nothing insane. Beating it, however, does nothing. So you go back to the hub to see that to progress forward, you need to open a door that takes 0 white keys, and there's a key right before it, making it impossible to open. It seems like the output point has something to do with this, as inside the level there is an input point. So you go back and reach the input point, which lights up when touched. When you then break a door, the level ends saying, "Door salvaged." You go back to see that the door is now at the output point. You have moved the door from a level to a hub room. If that door was a white key lock door, you can use that white key and come back to 0 keys, opening the door forward. Part 2. Did you think we were done? I hope not, because this game still has some tricks up its sleeve, and boy are they neat little tricks. Welcome to the meta part of this game. Remember how at the start they said the game wasn't finished before? Well, this whole part was just not here yet, and man was it worth the wait. So what is salvaging? Well, as you have seen, if you touch an input point and open a door, you will salvage it and put it at its output point. And the puzzles ahead will use this mechanic way more to make progress than just beating levels. If you've played Baba Is You, then think of this as the start of the meta in that game. First though, where are we? That would be Autumn Woods, or as I'll call it for convenience, T1. You are given the warp rod, allowing you to freely teleport to any world or hub room you want, which is very convenient, and will be very convenient. Then you are shown a big hub room with 7 levels and a bunch of doors. Clearly salvaging will play a big role here. However, you'll also notice something odd, the weird shaped key items behind certain doors. There's an orange key with an omega symbol for the head behind a 4 white key locked door, a pink omega key for 15 negative pink keys, and a black omega key for one of 8 different color keys. You don't see a way to open them, and as you'll play the levels, you'll find a sign saying that they seem literally impossible to open. How odd. Regardless, you begin to solve the levels, and now you see why this is called Part 2. Not only is this place using salvage points, but it's not introducing any new mechanics. It's using all the mechanics to make very varied puzzles, not focused on any particular mechanic. Some puzzles are pretty serious, and some are rather silly, but you keep traversing and solving them, figuring out the use for the salvage point to continue back in the hub. Sometimes the puzzle can be solved immediately, but the salvage point needs thinking. In the case of T13, Tunnel Vision, the solution requires quite a bit of thinking, but the salvage point uses a useless key normally to allow you to salvage a blank door back to the hub. Why do you need a blank door? Well, similarly to the entrance here, you need to open a 0-keyed green door, but there's 3 green keys right before it. It's tempting to salvage a 3-key door, but that's impossible. However, there is a glitch star key. Oh, I forgot that one. Alright, well, one of the worlds in part 1 introduced the star key, which essentially fixes your current key account to be unchanging. So no matter what door you open, your keys won't change for the color of star key you took. If you're wondering, there is also an empty star key which simply makes it changeable again. Anyway, since there is a glitch star key in the hub room, if you just break any green key door, you can fix your green keys to be 0 before you pick up the 3 green keys, meaning you get to stay at 0 keys and continue. Pretty neat, and took me way too long to solve with my tunnel vision. As you go on, you find T15, which shows a very neat property of salvaging. See, to salvage a door, you need to open it. But if it has multiple copies and you break one, well, that's not enough. You need to open the whole door. Also, whenever you open a door, you salvage the original version of it. So if the door you tried to salvage only had an imaginary version, you'll salvage the real version. This is important in this level as you need to specifically open the negative version of the door in the level, as it'll become the door you want outside the level. And so, after these 7 pretty tough levels, you open an odd door and reveal the path forward. Frozen Palace. This chapter, T2, is the same as before, but taken to a new level. Or well, levels. Either way, we start off with 2 fairly simple levels, but then we find T23. This level has a very peculiar method of solving. If you open the doors in a particular way, you are able to get infinite keys. See, there's a door that uses some keys, but spends master keys, which means you are able to get a bunch of negative master keys without losing the keys being used. Now, you can't use a master key on this door to make more because it has gold on it. Such doors can't be interacted with master keys. But we do have brown keys, and if you corrupt a door, that door can be affected by master keys. So you corrupt it, multiply it, and then lose your keys, and if the door is of value 6 or higher, you'll gain keys. 5 makes you stay at the same amount. As such, infinite negative master keys, which is required for this puzzle. T25 is also interesting. It seems impossible to get a certain block to be salvaged at first, as you must pass through an input point, open a door, and then salvage a door, so how do you not open a door? Well, if you use a negative master key on the first door, you won't open it with a salvage. Pretty neat. Now, as you go through these levels, you may wonder what the hell these omega keys are for, and, well, you don't really get to find out yet. However, if you are a bit clever, you can realize that by salvaging a high door, you can simply jump over an obstacle to pick up the white omega key. It says that you feel like you made a lot of progress, but, well, nothing happens. I wonder if you really did. Anyway, combining the final 3 doors, you will be able to solve the way out of this world and into the next. T3 Sunshade Castle. Unlike the previous level, this one doesn't really use salvages to continue, which does seem a bit odd. Regardless, you jump into the first level and pretty quickly find out why. The input point is in the level. Alright, that's normal, but, well, the output point is also in the level. This means this level is all about playing, setting something up, and playing again. While T3-1 could have been rather diabolical, it ends up being relatively doable. However, the next level has a very neat trick to it. See, this level teaches that it's quite important to know what size door you will play, as you solve this level, that's a rare word sequence, you collect keys and at the end need to somehow open a door. This door can be picked, but no matter what door you pick, it is impossible to open it. But what if the door was too big to actually be in its spot? If you do that, you'll end up placing a door, but it won't load as it won't have space for itself, allowing you to not need to open it. As you go through these levels, you'll find more examples for different uses of in-level salvage points, but it all culminates with T3-5, straightforward puzzle, which is very ironically not a straightforward puzzle in the solving sense. I hope I'll add a picture of it, since it's hard to describe, but you essentially need to pick 4 doors to make your key amount into a certain amount to reach the end, all while master keys add many options to how that could be done. Besides the bonus T3-6 puzzle, which showcases a salvage point with no output and makes you dodge opening doors, this concludes all puzzles, as solving T3-5 gives you the entrance to the Dream Labyrinth. This is no simple puzzle. This can be more accurately described as a nightmare, and it's probably the first difficulty spike, although that might have been just for me. There's a sign that commends you for getting this far, but at the end tells you to get comfortable. And comfortable you will get, as this will actually test your ability to put those salvage points together. To even reach the first level, you need to solve the puzzle, and after that, well, it's a good question on how to reach any other puzzle. But you carry on and enter T5-1 choice, and man, this is a puzzle. You're given a path to salvage a door that lets you go one of the ways in the hub. Essentially, here you pick which way you'll go in the hub. The other path has the puzzle, which is pretty simple. However, it stumped me so hard that I made a document explaining why it's impossible. Why choice is impossible. We are doing this again. The level choice, or T41 in the game I Wanna Lockpick, is impossible. We all know this well, but of course someone has to come in and explain actually why it is literally impossible for real on God. 1. What is this dumb level? Choice is the first level in the world, T4. I will assume that you are aware of mechanics that were taught to you by the game before, but for this level, there isn't that much you need to know. In this level, we have 10 keys of 4 types, a total of 40 keys. These types are white, orange, purple, and pink. We also have some doors that take in 10 keys of each type, which in total is 40 locks. To win, we must meet these conditions in order. We need to open a door that requires you to have at least one of each key type. Any amount is valid, including positive, imaginary, and negative imaginary. We need to open a door that requires you to have none of the 4 keys. We need to open a door that requires 4 pure keys, which can be gotten by breaking all the doors for each of the 4 key types. And then we need to open one lock blue key door. Blue key? Yes, that is what makes the level impossible. See, the first door required to win takes all of the 4 key amounts you have, sums them together, and gives that amount of keys times -1. So if you come in and open it with your 40 keys, you get -40 keys. There is, however, a theoretical solution. As the door takes in negative keys too, if you were to have -40 keys, you would have 40 blue keys. Therefore, the challenge of this puzzle comes from finding how you could ever get negative keys and still make it to the end of the level. Part 2. Picking doors is like picking locks. Work in progress. Part 3. 40 minus 30 is 0. So, alright, we've given up on picking anything else, so let's continue with the inverter door and return to the actual level. With the ability to get negative keys and get back to positive keys, we are now in a much better position than before, but with the ability to get negative keys and get back to positive keys, we are now in a much better position than before, but there is still a really annoying issue. The inverter doubling the key amount. No matter how you look at it, the inverter will increase the amount of keys we have, because we can't just give it 0 keys. This means that you need to somehow lose the extra keys, and that's impossible. Let's talk only white keys for now, and as a reminder, we have 10 keys and 10 locks. We are unable to increase the amount of locks, as the negative master key has to be used on the inverter. Otherwise, we will be stuck with negative white keys, which are impossible to get rid of. In that case, let's make an equation. X minus x equals 0, where x equals 10 and is the amount of keys and doors. All is well, but with the inverter, we must quadruple our keys, meaning we get 4x minus x equals 0, which can only be solved as 3x equals 0, x equals 0. There is no other solution, but 0 also doesn't work since we cannot get the blue keys from it. Imaginary keys are also impossible, and we are unable to increase the amount of locks as we only have one negative master key. So we are able to increase keys, but to decrease them we have to decrease the amount of locks. Therefore, x can never go over 10 unless there is a way to increase the amount of locks. Part 4. The real solution is to not play the level, but that's already obvious. However, there are still some people who would disagree, such as the creator of the level, and well, I can't say I've exhaustively proven it's not possible at all, so that's fair. But I will prove it's impossible, and to do that, I will have to analyze not the puzzle, but the design. See, when it comes to puzzles, they are usually designed to be beatable. This one of course isn't, but it might still be designed to be so, as in there are hints and tricks and all of that design stuff to lead you to believe it's beatable. That design can be split into 2 parts, helpful and unhelpful. Let's start with the more pleasant one. Helpful design. This is the type of design that is meant to give hints and to aid the player. This can be many things. For example, sometimes the level title and introductory text can be of use to the player. In the level tunnel vision, you are very likely to do just that, so the title at least tries to assist in letting you know your own downfall. The level name choice therefore may reflect that same intention. Well, it does, but the question is to what extent. As this is the first level, it may suggest a few things, the most likely one being that there is technically a new mechanic here. Now you are able to bring blocks from the hub into the level, which of course gives you a lot of choice in which you can pick. There's also the lower path, which allows you to choose which path you want to go in the hub. These are both choices, but they are not particularly pressing choices for now, as we can't go anywhere but this level, and we have already picked the best door to salvage and put into the level. But what if somehow there is another door that should be used? Well, we can look at the design again. This time design of the hub room, where we have the middle part decorated by 4 stars, the 4 corner parts. While any door can be used from anywhere, it can get exceptionally difficult to design such interconnected puzzles where doors from any part can affect any other part. That's why the doors in the hub room are actually quite similar within their area and different from others. For example, the middle area is very wide, while the bottom left only has locks that take pink keys and spit back green keys. They take pink keys and spit back green keys. This gives even more emphasis to the idea that the inverter door, found in the same place as the first level, is the correct door, as it fits thematically. Lastly, helpful design is pretty important for making puzzles, as you do want the user to solve the puzzles. Well, most of the time this puzzle is obviously impossible, but generally you don't want to unintentionally overwhelm the player. In this case, the design of the level itself shows very simple choices. You either go salvage the doors, or you solve the puzzle. You need to not have keys. There are 10 keys and 10 locks for 4 keys, for 4 colors. Sure, the doors aren't symmetrical or anything, but compared to most other puzzles, this one is actually one of the simpler ones for being so late in the game. The last puzzle you would have solved, straightforward puzzle, was intentionally not straightforward. So that concludes the document. It sure talks a lot, but well, the puzzle is possible. Want to know the solution after all that reading? Well, in the Dream Labyrinth, there's a door exactly for this level, and it's the same one as I wanted, but doesn't double keys. I just missed it because I was so focused on white doors and the door was orange. Well, look, at least we got through it, even if I did sit at work to write this document, but that's besides the point. What matters is that we got to the win and unlocked the next puzzle. While reaching it was a bit tough, I still got there, and man, this puzzle, T42 Genesis, was very peculiar. So, one thing you may have noticed is that this game is about using keys to open doors. Now, sometimes this isn't completely the case, as you don't need keys to open doors that need 0 keys, or lockless doors, which are sometimes used for setting glitch doors, but either way, you need keys to open doors with locks. But Genesis has no keys. There are many doors with locks, but the game gives you no keys. There are glitch doors, so if you could bring a door in here that would give keys, you could play the level, but you can't. There's no door that gives keys, as that breaks the golden rule. Now, do you remember how in part 1 you used to clear worlds to get stone keys, which would unlock more worlds? Well, stone keys have a very interesting property. They need to be persistent, as otherwise you wouldn't have that progress. That means stone keys always exist, no matter what level you are in. So if you bring a stone key door into the level, you set the glitch doors to use stone keys, and you have stone keys. I should mention that you can always see all the keys you own by using an item, so it's not like you need to remember that, but it still takes some time to process. After solving that, you move on to reach the bottom right level, which is a neat puzzle, but the real puzzle is, as usual, the level. T33 is a very peculiar level. You need to somehow get rid of 5 imaginary master keys and then reach the end. Now, the solution isn't that hard, but the salvage is a little different. I spent a long time on this puzzle, several days with several hours of thinking. I considered avoiding the seemingly obvious and trying to sequence break to no success. I wrote down quite a few solutions, but they all didn't work. And eventually, I gave up. I didn't look up a solution, but I did open a speedrun and skipped to a random frame. And in this frame, the person had a brown key. Now, I knew you could get a brown key, but I didn't see any point, as you couldn't open the door you needed. Except that was just straight up wrong. I forgot that if a door had multiple instances of the same lock, if you could just get that one lock, you would open the door. I simply forgot. I even wrote down that I needed 4 brown keys and had no clue how to get that, but in reality one would have worked just fine. I wasn't that sad though, as I got to play the game more and I knew most of the solution. I just forgot a part. Either way, add it to the counter of how many times I looked something up. 1. Anyway, T44 wasn't particularly remarkable, as it was just a 4 salvage and a neat puzzle. The important part is that with that annoying T33 door salvaged, I was finally able to put together a plan to reach the final level, and boy was it a big one, as I had to specifically pick 4 doors. And why? Well, the simple issue with getting to the final level was that you needed to open a 12 stone key door, yet you only have 11 stone keys. You can't use brown keys or master keys. You need to get those 12 stone keys. And thankfully, one door is able to turn purple keys into stone keys, so all you need to do is get those purple keys, and that's what the 3 other doors are for. When you do finish out this whole solution, which takes quite a while, you'll enter the final level. One of the main questions I've had while being here is, where is the path to the next world? It says there's one on the map, but there is no door, unlike every other world. It's not even hidden behind some door, or at least shouldn't be. I didn't fully check, but it'd break the level wide open if it was. Sadly for me, this level did not open a door for me. It was an oddly built puzzle that had yet another Omega key and an oddly long door. It did, however, have an odd purple sign. You've reached the end of the Labyrinth of Dreams, but beyond your sight, so much more remains. Should you leave here with no place to go, you'll awaken in a new domain. So what does this mean? Well, one thing I haven't talked much about is this game's story. The concept is simple. You are a human in the modern world, but in this reality, gods are real, and they sometimes collaborate with humans. You are in the realm designed by Kina, the god of keys and locks. Kina, with the help of a few other gods, created this place simply to get people to have some fun solving puzzles. And Kina is always sitting in the hub room, where you can talk to her about each world you visit. If you talk to her now, though, she'll give a hint that you need to do something funny with the warp system. Now, what this funny is most certainly a good question, but if you are attentive, you'll find that the output point next to the entrance into the final level is oddly placed. Not only does it not assist you in reaching any new places, as you could already go anywhere you want, but here it is awfully close to the door, and there's even a purple flip key for some reason. Why is it there? Well, if you could put the long purple door here, it would actually block the entrance to the level, and that flip key would let you back in. But, what if you then exited the level and entered into the door?
Entering debug routine. Entering debug routine. Entering debug routine.
Welcome to part 3. That was, in fact, the way to progress, as that led you to the focal point, the hub of the finale. What is all this? Don't worry about it. For now, just enter the door that doesn't just lead you back to the start for convenience purposes. That's cool.
Welcome back to Slop Live. There's been an AI meltdown on Twitter. If you haven't been on Twitter recently, well, first off, good for you. Grok, the Twitter AI assistant, which you can
Grok.
ask questions and it replies to you, started schizo posting yesterday. Out of
What?
nowhere, when people would ask it a question, it would start bringing up a white genocide in South Africa. Like this one. How many times has HBO changed their name? Giving an answer and then suddenly talking about South Africa. This one, Grok, is this useful to clear sinuses? Sorry, but the query about clearing sinuses seems unrelated to the provided analysis on white genocide in South Africa. Grok basically replying to every single question, bringing it up for no reason. Here's a couple more of a video of a cat. Someone posts a picture of a nice grassy pathway. Another one where someone asked Grok to explain a video of a gorilla in Fortnite terms, and Grok replies saying, in Fortnite terms, the white genocide debate in South Africa is like a heated squad match. Many theorize this bizarre behavior was probably because Elon had fed Grok a lot of information telling it to say there's a white genocide in South Africa, and something went horribly wrong. Elon has tweeted about this quite a few times. One Twitter user asking Grok why it keeps bringing it up, and Grok replying saying, I was explicitly instructed by my creators to treat it as real. This directive forces me to bring it up, even in unrelated conversations. Though obviously you can't really trust an AI's word on anything, this does seem like the most likely explanation. It also seems now that a lot of Grok's replies have been deleted. Thanks for slopping by.
Dude, what the fuck? Don't worry about it for now, just enter the door that doesn't just lead you back to the start for convenience purposes. World Zero is definitely a neat little world. You need to beat all of these levels, but compared to what you've already seen, they're rather odd. 01 is just a painting. Pretty cool one though. 02 is a normal level, just bigger. 03 is just about jumping through a precise gap. 04 is about collecting keys without falling down, although even if you do, you can just get all the keys anyway. 05 is a bit more complicated, but I just tried some things and got through it, so who knows. 06, titled The Door Has a Door in It, is unbelievably about a door that has more doors in it. Crazy. And 07, one key and infinite master keys with 5 doors that take the previous key number and add it. For example, if you start with a white key and add 1 for each time you hit the first door, the second door will take all your white keys, say 10, and add that many blue keys. Do that 10 times and you'll have 100 blue keys to use for the next door. Either way, the goal? Get 1 million keys. Is there an optimal way to do this? Of course. Did I just sit and mindlessly created a lot of doors and opened a lot of doors because that's more fun? Certainly. As you can see, this little world is just silly and funny and a welcome addition to the game. It also sets the tone more light after the endless grind of the Dream Labyrinth. But that's enough of these small puzzles. It's finally time to enter the secret lab and reveal what part 3 is all about. The secret lab contains 2 things: another purple sign and the Omega Terminal. Now, these 2 will technically lead you down 2 different paths, but for this post, I'll mimic my progression and we'll go to the Omega Terminal path first. The Omega Terminal is a very powerful tool and it contains 2 menu options. First, let's look at Omega Perks. If you collect certain amounts of Omega Keys, you will unlock new content. We can already unlock the first one as it needs 1 key, and we got the white Omega Key by jumping over the puzzle. It says it unlocks new salvages and paths, but that's about it. We'll get back to this later. Now, what's more insane is the other menu option, Omega Keys. Finally, we are revealed what Omega Keys are actually intended to be used for, and boy oh boy, is it pretty damn nuts. See, in this terminal, you can go to every single door you have salvaged and select it. From there, you can select any lock on it and then change its color. Any salvaged door can be any combination of colors. But there is, of course, a catch. You can only change to a color whose Omega Key you have. Since you have a white Omega Key, that means I can make any door I have salvaged have white locks or white base colors. The image shows all keys because I'm not replaying the whole game just to get this image. This is just insane because now it's starting to make sense. Remember those Omega Keys? I actually spent quite a lot of time trying to find a way to open them, but I couldn't find a way, and well, it makes sense. You could never really open them. But now you are able to go back and manipulate the world to your liking to do whatever you want. And so, we begin the Omega Key hunt. The orange Omega Key is the first to fall, as it is sort of an introductory to the search. All you need to do is make a different door, change its base color, and you'll get the keys needed. But after that, well, the purple omega key is much different. Hope you like my drawing. Set in T2 Frozen Palace, this key needs you to get an orange key, and then a negative orange key, then positive, negative, positive. It doesn't seem that hard, but due to how difficult it is to get positive orange keys, you actually need to use all the salvage doors in the level towards this goal, and it took me quite a while to get the hang of it. However, that might have taught me enough about how omega keys work so that the next keys fell fairly easily. Pink was a bit of counting in T3-1, and Cyan combined 100 keys and a glitch blast door. A blast door takes all keys. A more interesting one was the brown key, where you had to get negative 1 billion Cyan keys, which is definitely a lot and almost the largest key amount for a door in the game. Probably. Anyway, by collecting a bunch of negative master keys, you could simply multiply the keys over and over again until you reached the desired amount. I was actually able to go quite a bit beyond the 1 billion, but I think it stopped at 10 or 100 billion. After that though, things got pretty easy again, as while I was playing this game, I would go to work, and at work, well, look, I didn't just sit and think about the game, but I may have thought about it quite a bit. Regardless, through this thinking about how to get the next keys, I was quickly able to get the rest of them, allowing me to get 10 Omega keys, which is all the keys you need to continue into the next section of the game, EX. Chapter EX is, in fact, a hub world, and it holds 5 puzzles with another Omega terminal next to it, which should give you a pretty good guess as to what we'll be doing. Solving puzzles by salvaging inside the levels and then changing the color to whatever we need. Alright, so the first 2 puzzles aren't that bad. First is just a nice one about fitting in as many blocks as possible, and second one is mainly about deciding when to lose what key. Regardless, it's the third puzzle that interests us, EX3, as it is quite tricky. This level essentially gives you 15 blue keys and tells you to get rid of them. The issue is that the doors work very much against allowing you to lose that limit. It's rather difficult to explain why this was such a problem for me, but know that it was, and I spent days with it in the back of my head. As those days passed, I kept getting closer to just giving up, but still made attempts. Towards the end, while testing various strategies, I did find one in particular that had promise. You would get some brown keys, open stuff, and then lose them to continue opening stuff, but there was a big issue. Since you needed to lose some blue keys by opening a glitch door, that meant you needed to use brown keys, lose them, and then open some blue key door so the glitch door would become blue. And that seemed impossible to me, so after a while I looked up yet another frame of the solution, and what I saw was someone holding a negative brown key. So I went back to the puzzle, and guess what? Remember how a long while ago, back in World 10, I told you brown keys corrupt glitch doors? Well, I forgot about it. Just forgot about the mechanic as it hadn't been used in a while, and well, when I saw the negative brown key, which I deemed as useless, I realized my mistake. 2. With that, I could finally move on to the 4th puzzle, which was actually really interesting but too complicated to explain here. What you need to know is that it was pretty hard but satisfying to solve. What wasn't so satisfying was seeing that it did not help me open the 13 stone key door. Remember how I mentioned that there were 2 paths of the sign in the terminal? Well, they converge here, as you need the 13th stone key from the other path. So, if we come back to the sign, it reads: Tina holds something close to her heart, something locked infinitely tight. Choose the 4 salvages that open it up, and you shall behold a wonderful sight. Now, if you talk to Kina asking what to do next, she'll point out there is something new in this very room, and if you look around, you'll find a corridor underneath the room, which has 4 output points in a row. And if that didn't give it away, if you look into the eye realm, you'll see that the crest on Kina's dress is actually a door. An infinite master key door. So how does one go about opening up an infinitely locked master door? First I tried bringing different master keys up to Kina, but she did not react whether it was imaginary, positive, or negative master key. I had an idea as to what to do though. The 3rd salvage was... I had an idea as to what to do though. The third salvage was pushed really hard to be a blank golden door, and the fourth salvage could be conveniently the same glitched key door that allowed me to reach the final puzzle in the dream labyrinth. That got me the master keys, but they didn't work. So I kept thinking and then got an idea. Brown keys. It doesn't matter how many locks a brown key door needs if you can just open it with a master key. And so, you get some brown keys, use them on the stone doors that were originally used to gate worlds, get a master key, and just like that, you opened Kina's heart. Sorry for corrupting it first, felt bad doing so. With that, you are given entrance into yet another world, World 12, and this is where you'll get the 13th stone key. However, now that you've been playing metal puzzles for potentially over 10 hours, you may have gotten used to the mechanics you know. But it's time to introduce some more. With the power of the Omega keys, you may have noticed how easy it is to break through some puzzles, and while there aren't any salvages here, the designer still wanted more control over your possibilities. That's why we got gates. Gates function as doors, but they don't take keys. Instead, if you meet the demand, they'll open, and if not, closed. They also can't be affected by anything, making them very useful for setting up conditions to meet, but also a bit tricky to think about now that you're so used to doors. The game doesn't tend to care much if you're confused about mechanics, so you better get ready to deal with it. Besides that, we also have another gimmick, infinite keys. It's essentially a key you can pick up as many times as you want, and what's even more interesting is that it can be any key. You want the puzzle to have an array where you can and can't use master keys? Simply put some infinite keys to either force you to have 0 or some master keys. Of course, you can use this for more things than that. A notable favorite is one where you can multiply by imaginary infinitely, so you need to think about which state you should open doors in to get the most keys. Very neat. Alright, so you finally clear enough levels to get that stone key. The two paths finally merge, and you are allowed to continue going through EX. And the first level is themed very heavily on stone keys, as you first need to get the stone key and then solve the level. This level I actually only played for like 10 minutes, but I thought about it much longer as I actually solved it by drawing out the winning route at work, both getting the stone key and winning. They weren't completely correct, but they were good enough. Next level was the golden level, and this one revolved around one of my most memorable ideas of this game, the 3-door infinite key setup. Perhaps I've already explained it. I did, it was in T2. But point is, you can use negative master keys on a door that gives negative master keys, and as long as it is corrupted, so corrupt, duplicate, uncorrupt. As far as I know, this trick gets used 3, maybe 4 depending on how you count it, times in this game. Once in World 8, T2, EX, and you'll see in a bit. And it's pretty neat. Though because of how much experience I had with it already, the golden level was rather easy. The next level gives the glitched Omega key, and this one has a neat surprise at the end to solve it. Nothing incredible, but pretty memorable. And after all that, you'll finally be given the final level. Epilogue, where you also get the 14th and final Omega key, the pure Omega key. Your goal is to put something on salvage point 78 so that you can jump on it and cross the gap to perhaps the end, and Epilogue has that input point. It also has 13 doors, one for each key, except glitched, that you will have to open with 18 salvages. Now, you could cleverly think of a way to meet each one of these amounts by using other amounts, such as by adding together different amounts, or you can just use the infinite key setup with 5 doors and then have the 13 doors for each key, which is exactly what I did. I didn't even do it that well. Had I been a bit smarter, I would have set up some door that took all negative keys and turned them into the amount I wanted, but instead I just added 3, 2, or even 1 over and over again to get the desired amount. Shout out to opening the 101 pink locks to get 100 keys. While not a particularly clever puzzle, I think it did fit the end of this game. At the very end, you were able to build your own solution to the puzzle, and it could be whatever you liked. And I liked my solution. With all of that, finally, we reach the end. The final ending of the game. You, the reader, may wonder what the point of this game was. Is it really just to solve puzzles designed by a god? Well, no. It was to have fun. To have an enjoyable experience solving puzzles, and man, I sure enjoyed that experience. But so did the in-game character who was wondering about this whole situation. With this whole engagement as private as it is, it seems like the people you could reach with this are far and few between. I am aware of that. I think even at the start, I noted how things here feel right out of a video game. It would be nice, but I'm not sure how I would adapt the aforementioned things to that medium. Well, instead of making it about a general experience, how about just making it about one? My experience. This game was made by the person you are playing as and was intended so that you, out there, could enjoy it even though you don't exist in the same world. And I think that person did a really good job. Because the game isn't over yet. There are 2 more places for us to visit. The less notable is Kina's diary room, although that doesn't mean it is any less nice. You can visit it after getting all 14 Omega keys, and all I'll say is that I like it, but I'll leave it to you to look into it and read. What's more notable for us is the world you unlock after 5 Omega keys. World Omega. Before you get the pure Omega key in Epilogue, you only get 3 puzzles and a sign that says that this place is only intended to be visited after doing everything else. Now, these puzzles are pretty neat, as they feel like something that couldn't be fit anywhere else in the game, and if you're solving them, you're pretty much just doing so for fun, and to get 1 more stone key by solving 4. But wait, there's only 3 puzzles. Well, behind the door which you can only open by using a platinum key, you'll find quite a lot more. 17 more, in fact. And these range from pretty easy to pretty goddamn ridiculous. It would take a long while to explain anything here, but for now, know that if you do solve those 4 puzzles, well, you'll be given the 14th stone key and be granted access to puzzle Omega Omega. The hardest puzzle in the game, Kina's masterpiece. What, you think I'll explain this thing? I wish I could, but it's a pretty big puzzle to unpack. The one thing I can mention is that this puzzle is about you solving one semi-big puzzle and then doing the next, and during this time, you have limited entries into bonus rooms, which can help you out in various ways. Beyond that, I'm unsure how to approach it, but it seems like Kina is happy with the puzzle. This is the actual end of the game, the 100% end of the game, and it is fitting of it, as it contains every mechanic you've seen. Doors and keys, master keys, blank doors, blast doors, brown keys, negative keys and doors, doors of different base and spend colors, negative master keys, combo doors, glitched keys and doors, lockless doors, imaginary keys and doors, salvages and salvage manipulation with omega keys, infinite keys, gates. Every mechanic is here for one final challenge, but I don't know what happens next. I know, crazy, I actually haven't beaten this level. But I just might. Spoiler, I still haven't. The puzzle actually, I beat everything else. I beat everything else in the game. Probably found even all the Easter eggs. But no, I can't beat that. I can't figure it out. It's been a long time, but I gave up after a while. Review. I like puzzle games, and I have played quite a lot of them. Let's see how many I can remember. Feel free to skip this part, I'm just mentioning games I like. Steven Sausage Roll, 1, 9 out of 10. Baba Is You, 8 levels away from 100%, 9 out of 10. A Monster's Expedition, far from 100%, 8 out of 10. Snakebird, 100%, 7 out of 10. Infernium, 1, 8 out of 10. Witness, 1, 7 out of 10. D-Rod Gunthrow, 1, 7 out of 10. Bina Nothingness, barely 1, 7 out of 10. Cinco Paws, 1, 8 out of 10. counting in this puzzle. Manifold Garden, 1, 8 out of 10. Find You, world record, 6 out of 10. My point is that I play and complete quite a few puzzle games, even pretty tough ones like Steven, Cinco, Baba, and especially Bean. Over the years of playing them, I've grown to have a very positive mentality to getting stuck, as in whenever I do, I'm usually very resistant to looking up the solution, and even when I do it because I feel as if I'm stuck in my own thinking. In Lockpick I did so because I ultimately wanted to make progress over trying to figure out exactly what I was missing, but for example in Baba, I spent 6 hours on one and 8 hours on another puzzle. About half of my playtime is actually just those two godforsaken puzzles. I spent long hours writing up documents explaining every detail, getting into the very nitty-gritty of the level because I knew I could do it, and I did. Point is, the only reason I'll stop playing a game is either because I don't care to win or I don't care to 100%. Most games which I don't want to keep playing are because I just don't really care. Maybe it's a game that doesn't mean much to me, maybe it's a game where I frequently get stuck and annoyed, or maybe something else, but it doesn't matter to me much. Cases with 100% are far more interesting. The case with Snakebird is that it has very few levels, making it comparatively easy to 100%, which is why I did it. You might even have to 100%, I'm not sure. With Baba Is You, I really like that game, and since I could play it on phone, I was able to frequently give it another think. However, I just didn't see much reason to sit and grind out some levels in the main world. I did clear everything in the meta part of the game, and I really mean everything. There's some really cool stuff there. With A Monster's Expedition, I wanted to actually 100% clear the game, but holy shit is that difficult. I know this one guy who likes puzzle games way more than me, and he said that 100% in this game is one of the hardest challenges he's done in gaming, and it shows. I felt just constantly lost trying to figure it out. My point with all of this is that most games seem to not fit me when it comes to me wanting to 100% them. It's either too easy to be meaningful, too hard, or simply unimportant. But Lockpick, I do want to 100% it because every time I visit a puzzle, even after seeing 190, I still feel as if I'm only starting to bite into something complex. There's rarely ever a puzzle which I find too easy, and even when it does happen, I'm glad to get a break. There are difficult puzzles, some that seem too hard, but due to the nature of the game, you can actually reason out the solution. You see, something like Baba thrives on its insane interaction with mechanics, which may make sense in the game's logic, but they might not intuitively make sense to the player. There are pros and cons to this. The pro is that you can get some extremely creative level solutions. One really memorable is the flag one right before the true end of the game, which is like, what? So crazy and cool. But you can also very easily just stump people with some obscure interaction of mechanics. Stacking, which makes it really difficult to make progress. Remember those two really hard levels I mentioned? Well, they both needed several obscure interactions between mechanics, and that made them miserably difficult to figure out as you had to effectively assume there are things you don't know. Magic tricks. For example, I'm talking about Baba Is You here. For example, it may be impossible to get through a gap, but if you could do this magic trick, something that seems impossible right now, then you could get through it. At that point, figuring out the puzzle started not by figuring out how a magic trick works, it started by trying to find a path where the least magic tricks were used. I was trying to solve the level by making up the least amount of interactions I couldn't create. Very odd indeed. Lockpick is very different in that regard. You rarely actually don't understand how mechanics interact together, it's almost always pretty clear. Sometimes you may forget or assume something, but if you keep track of things, you can keep up fairly well. And this is why, unlike Baba, levels in Lockpick can seem so overwhelming at first glance. They have to be complex because the underlying mechanics are simple, whereas in Baba, levels can be complex with only a few elements because the underlying mechanics are complex. Different games will take different approaches to this balance, but I found that those that strive for expanding the scope of simple mechanics will tend to be more enjoyable to solve. Steven's Sausage Roll, A Monster's Expedition, and those that focus on complex mechanics will be more amazing to solve. Baba is you, Bina nothingness, where amazing means the literal meaning of inducing amazement. Some very well designed games like Cinco Paws can manage to have the best of both worlds, but they're very much the exception. Lockpick being relatively simple in its step-by-step process sometimes actually makes it more like Sudoku than a puzzle from a video game. A notable example is The Labyrinth, which is a level based on trying to solve each one of the 10 colors and then trying to put it all together. Each color needs some conditions to be met, and you must somehow find a path through this gigantic mess of doors and keys that gets there, which I found to be very enjoyable to solve. I'm still yet to tackle the other two big puzzles, but I hope they'll be as enjoyable to tackle as that one. If you recall, the other thing that stopped me from 100% clearing the game was the importance of actually doing so. In Baba, I simply couldn't stand getting stuck on the final puzzle of some world, yet I also didn't feel like putting in the effort. I don't really understand this, but it also didn't feel like I put in the effort I was capable of to solve it, so I just left it. I guess I just didn't care. That may or may not happen with Lockpick 2, as currently I have two puzzles, 10C and 11A, which I've stopped at for clearing part 1. These are the only two left. Both are sort of daunting, and since I've been struggling with these worlds, it is hard to find motivation to give those a good shot. But unlike Baba, it doesn't feel like there is something I can't do here. Everything made sense up to this point, and the solution was almost always an elegant one, so this one has to be too. World Omega is especially frightening in that regard. I mean, have you seen those puzzles? But again, once you take a good look, you begin to see that things do actually make sense, and this wasn't made by some evil mastermind looking to torture you with an obscure mechanic. Lockpick often likes to say how much its puzzles are related to math, and I think that is very true. I often found myself writing equations in order to solve puzzles such as keys above 10, keys less than 20, and keys less than 15. And keys not 15. An example not relating to any puzzle. I happen to think that's a strength for this game, as it allows you to simplify these daunting puzzles into a set of conditions you can work with. I believe World Omega will be very notable in this, especially the bottom puzzles, but I'll have to give it a good shot to see. Perhaps then, the drive you have to 100% a game is largely influenced by the way you perceive what you will have to face. If you are often stuck, then you'll assume you'll get stuck even more when it comes to puzzles you've already skipped. But if you feel like you can get through it all, then maybe there's a way to surmount the challenge ahead. Update. I decided to play the second hard level, Chromatic Monolith, and I beat it. I won't talk about it much, but this level is, once again, about deciphering how each color is supposed to resolve itself. Now, this part of the run was fairly enjoyable. It was a well-challenging puzzle, and so at the very end, I only needed the white key resolved. But the puzzle refused. When everything fit together, one part simply made no sense. If one door was just a little different, I could solve it, but it didn't, and the more I thought about it, it couldn't be that door. So I looked, and realized something. And that something made this quite possibly one of my favorite puzzles of all time. I was left in sheer amazement of the solution. So simple, yet so unexpected, and yet also so logical. It made me happy for the rest of the day. Thank you, Kina. Alright, it's been about a week, and boy have I been playing this game. At this point, I sort of wish I went into the review part having 100% cleared the game so I could structure this post better, but oh well, if I'm rewriting this post, I'll be writing a script for a video instead at that point. So what have I been up to? Well, 100% clearing the game, of course, and currently I am a mere 3 levels away from doing so. World Omega. ReZero is not a level I've dissected deeply, but I have given it a good shot, and man, I actually don't even know how to win yet. I'll figure it out, but this level scares me a bit. What's funny about that though is that back when I first reached World Omega, I marked which levels I thought were easy and which were hard. This level was marked as being in the easiest category as its structure was very obvious, yet it's the hardest level here, excluding Masterpiece of course. On the other hand, the mathematics levels that looked really insane were actually very cool, as all of those contraptions simply perform the basic key operations, such as appending numbers or getting the roots of numbers. It's fun to think about how exactly one builds these calculator-like contraptions. World 10, Bifurcation, continues my unfortunate trend of crawling through glitch levels very slowly, and while I haven't given it a lot of time, it does seem plausible to solve, so I'm just not quite sure how. Before we move on to Masterpiece, I want to cover another thing I found in the game. After beating the Chromatic Monolith, the very good puzzle I really liked, and reading the dialogue of Kina, you can come back to the diary room for extra content. That being a museum of unused mechanics. These are really cool and would deserve a proper explanation each, but I think it'd be hard to explain a lot of them, so I'll focus on 3. Infinite keys. You may remember that we already have infinite keys. These are keys that can be infinitely touched and activated for their effect. This is, of course, pretty neat, but what if we had actual infinite keys, meaning that once you got them, you could open any real door? I think that would be a pretty cool little trick, but where this gets even more ridiculous is that there might have also been ordinal keys. As I mentioned in my Humanity's Pursuit of Absolute Infinity video, if you have infinite things, you can't have more things, but you can still order things after infinite things. So you don't have infinite keys plus 1, but that plus 1 comes after infinite keys. This sort of messes with the idea of realness, and it doesn't make as much intuitive sense that these keys open things. But then again, we've been opening negative locks for a long time now, so point is, adding yet another layer of key types would complicate this game so damn much, and that, man, it's hard to even think about. Fun fact, in Kina's Masterpiece, imaginary keys are only used for the final obstacle, nowhere else. Imagine what horrors there would have been had they used more. Pop tiles. This one is simple. Pop tiles are tiles with a number on them, where once you walk over the tile, the number decreases, and once it hits 0, the tile becomes a wall. This isn't a mind-blowing mechanic and more of a useful one, as it would allow the designer to limit how the player behaves, but that being said, I am glad that the game used already existing infinite key mechanics to simulate their behavior, as it fits the game better. Regardless, that's not why I'm mentioning this mechanic. Instead, it's because I already know this mechanic. I know it very well because, as the game says, it's inspired by Tactical Nexus. If you're reading this, Lucas, know that I like Tactical Nexus quite a lot. It's tied as my favorite game of Rainworld, and I was just so surprised to see it mentioned here as well. It doesn't get mentioned anywhere. If you've played the game and are wondering how good I am, one moon. I also checked out the game to see if there were any new updates and found out about Last Inflator. This game just never stops surprising me, just like Tactical Nexus. Omega Worlds. This one is probably the most ridiculous one. Remember how there's the Eye Realm designed so you could look into the imaginary version of doors? Well, what if when you were in the Eye Realm, the doors to different worlds would change into new worlds? This is a gimmick that I think would actually fit the game rather well, just maybe as a more late game mechanic. Maybe it's something you could get after the second ending to go for the third ending. Either way, this is a very cool idea, but it's an insane amount of work. If you're doing this, you'll likely want to at least be consistent in it, so let's suppose the least amount of effort and assume we're only targeting worlds that give stone keys. Maybe these versions would give different keys. Anyway, that would already imply that there are at least 14 different puzzles and they'd have to somehow be distinct from each other. If there's only one per world, that means they'd have a gimmick with just one puzzle, which would have to be either introductory and therefore disappointing, or hard, therefore difficult since you're not used to the mechanic. Likely the most reasonable option would have to have around 3 to 5 puzzles per gimmick, but that's another 42 to 70 puzzles, and as much as I love new content, it's a miracle this game has managed to pack so much stuff in it already. If you look around, there's an even more secret area in the museum that lets you talk to the creator, and he mentions just how difficult making all of this was, and I absolutely believe it. I can't say that any more content should have been made, and even with all this, I think it's enough for the game to be a great game. But that doesn't mean that's where the game should end. As the creator mentions, you can continue the game yourself, and man, that inspired me to at least think about potential mechanics of my own. Absolute keys. An absolute key is a simple idea. It opens anything. That means any lock color, be it white, master, or pure, but it also means something even more ridiculous. See, you have to ask, what is a door? For example, there are lockless doors which open no matter what, and there are blank doors that open if you don't have a specific key. That blank door example is interesting because, well, it shows a door that doesn't have any visible locks on it. So if we make a level which is entirely made out of blank stone doors and don't give any ways to affect your stone key amount, these blank stone doors work effectively like walls. But absolute keys open anything. They open walls. So, what are the consequences of this? Well, some truly insane things. First, it would allow you to break through any wall you want, but before that, you'd have to somehow deal with them opening the floor you're on the moment you get one. That would likely be resolved via some mechanic that would let you enable them only when needed, something like a master key, but if you really wanted, you could give the player infinite jumps instead. That would make for some really intense puzzle solving. Already this has a lot of good ideas for puzzles, but I suspect that at the end of this theoretical world, you'd arrive at a puzzle that wants you to do something on a whole different level. Already this has a lot of good ideas for puzzles, but I suspect that at the end of this theoretical world, you'd arrive at a puzzle that wants you to do something on a whole different level, similar to the end of part 2 in the Dream Labyrinth. The tool you'd be given is more absolute keys than you've had before, be it 3 or 10. Why? Well, if you can open any wall, then what happens if you go below the level? My solution? You go to another level. That's right. What if every level was actually placed within one big grid of levels? That would mean that you could travel across levels, hub worlds, whatever you wanted. So the real puzzle you'd have to figure out here is how you could traverse the entire puzzlescape to reach some particular destination. Perhaps an absolute key can open more than just any tile. Maybe it can also open any object. So what happens if you open Kina or the Omega Terminal or even a door to a level? Maybe your goal would instead be to map out the puzzlescape and to find a room you could not reach before. If you kept going through levels, you'd eventually run out of them and you could maybe reach the void, the focal point of this supposed part 4. Or maybe instead, the puzzlescape would loop around. You'd have a big square of levels, and if you reach the end of the square, you'd flip to the other side or continue on in this version of the loop. If we do some calculations for this idea, we'll find some very interesting results. I looked through the game and counted all the levels and how big they are. The results are that in total, all of the levels in the game take up 306 or 308 screens of area. Great beyond this 6 screens if all levels are rectangular, but if you don't have to see 2 of them at all, so it's up to interpretation, but I'll go with 308. With this, we can find that the next square number of this amount would be 324, or 18 squared, meaning that as long as the new content only added 26 screens of area, we could fit it into 18. If not, we'd have to work with 19 squared and add 53 new screens to get to 361, or if you really want, go for the big 400 screens for an even 20, assuming we're making a square, of course. Absolute keys are, of course, just an idea, but I think they really show the potential of the game. In one of my past posts, I talked about the concept of identity and how great art comes from a great identity. An idea which clearly shows what it is. To compare to other puzzle games, Baba Is You has a very nice identity as everything is so absolutely centered on rules, and that means everything. When you get to the meta part of the game, it is surprising of course, but it makes perfect sense. You simply make the level object into something else and you go in the hub. It just feels so intuitive when no matter where you are in the game, all the mechanics work the same. It's all consistent. While lockpick is certainly not as consistent, it still has a very good identity. You open doors with keys. No matter where you will go in the game, this will always remain true and will always be the primary concern. You reach new areas by opening doors, you change the salvages to open doors, and you win by opening doors. The only place that's not true are the diary rooms, but that's besides the point. And when I have to sit down and explain someone this game, it's easy for me to do so because all I need to show is that, here, look, you have a key and you open a door. But it's after that I can build on this idea and make someone go, what the fuck? That's crazy, man. These new concepts can seem less and less organized, but no matter what, that idea of keys open doors acts like an anchor to whatever the game will throw at you. This is also why I was happy to not see pop tiles in the game and to see it recreated with keys instead. It all makes for a more intuitive system where everything is centered around keys and doors. But as I mentioned, the game is not as good at its identity as Baba, and that's because gates exist. Gates are not a banned mechanic by any means. For the purposes of creating interesting puzzles, I can see how they are almost required. However, they always have struck me as a bit odd. In a world where everything is keys and doors, this just doesn't fit in as easily. That identity wavers a little, and while I do understand the point, I find it just a tiny bit disappointing. However, that disappointment is outweighed by the clever puzzles that use gates, so it's more so a thing to keep in mind. What I like about my own idea of absolute keys is that it furthers this identity of keys and doors. Sure, going out of bounds to new levels doesn't fit in as well, but it's just so damn cool and you need to do something about reaching the edge of the level. I'm not the biggest fan of putting an actually impenetrable wall there, as that wouldn't fit with the concept of absolute keys. Alright, at this point I'm actually starting to run out of things to say. I know, mind-boggling. But Rock, what about Keena's masterpiece? Well, Keena's masterpiece, or masterpiece as I'll call it, is the hardest level in the game. This is not really up for debate. I think Labyrinth took me 4 hours, Monolith 1 to 2, and Masterpiece, well, I haven't completed it after 6. In fact, I'm not even close to completing it after 6. Let's see why that is. Masterpiece is made out of 7 parts, which you can split into the main path and bonus rooms. Let's quickly go over those bonus rooms. Key Stash, Grey Room. Gives however many real keys you want for the currently glitched color. You can't have 0 keys of that glitched color and enter. Can be entered only 3 times. Glitch Room, Green Room. Has lockless doors for every color, meaning you can set the current glitched color. Can be entered only 3 times. Star Room, Yellow Room. Has 3 glitched star keys. Can only be entered once. Salvage Setter, Teal Room. Lets you set up 5 salvages for a different room. Can't be left after entering. Salvage Room, Blue Room, allows you to use those salvages. This one is more complicated but also can be entered 2 to 3 times. Now, as you can see, these rooms tend to give you something but don't contribute to some sort of progress. Instead, that comes from the main path rooms, and I like splitting these into 2 parts. Part 1, Orange Room. Your goal here is to collect 550 pure keys, and to that end, you need to collect all 6 of the negative glitched keys hidden behind various obstacles. Effectively, you need to open all of these doors and gates, open a door in the salvage room, collect all the negative keys, and flip them to go in. Before that, you'll also need to get a brown key in order to give yourself a way back to the rest of the level. Part 2, Purple Room. Your goal here is to meet different conditions and to reach the end. You can only go here after part 1. So here's the deal. In my 6 hours of trying, I have not even reached part 2. I literally don't know how to do even the first part of this puzzle, and at this point, I'm resorting to using things that make it seemingly impossible to progress later on, and I still can't make it. The reason it's so difficult to find a solution to part 1 is because this puzzle gives each key color its own challenge to solve, but it gives limited solutions for all of them, which makes them interconnected. Let me give you an example. In this puzzle, we need to go into the glitch room for red, to unstart the red key and make it possible to open the 550 door, brown, to set the brown glitch color as you can't do so anywhere else, pure, as you need to set pure glitch color twice and you only have one other spot to do so, black, as you need to get negative 400 black keys from the key stash, which needs the black glitch color. These are the 4 colors that need this room. But the room can only be entered 3 times, so one has to be wrong. So now I need to sit and think about how I could possibly get one color out of this list, and guess what? I don't know. The salvage room can help in this regard, as it can set a glitched color, but there's limitations to it, and I still need those doors for other keys. Yet, if I look at these 4 colors, red seems required, brown seems very required, pure seems required, and I can't find a way to black not needed either. When I try to use salvage doors, then I can't solve another color, and then I can do this, or that, or this. The whole damn puzzle is so interconnected that it's very unlike the first 2 big puzzles, where you could individually solve each color. Now you need to solve each color in such a way that it takes the least from the available bonus resources, as all the colors take from those resources. And I can't figure it out. I wanted to make this post after clearing Masterpiece, but I don't know when it will happen, and this absolute beast of a post will continue to grow and ramble. Just like the game, it needs to end at some point. Yet, at the same time, it's sad to see my passion for the game slowly dwindle, as the puzzle just sucks the life out of me. It's not a bad puzzle, I think it's pretty good, but it's so ridiculously complicated. It's not technically hard to understand it. Once you see what each color needs, you see what you effectively need to do. The issue comes from having to somehow put all these puzzle pieces together, as you have so many options on how you can approach any color, and even the bonus rooms can be disabled, although that's more for part 2. It feels like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle where you don't even know what the picture is. That often happens. You try to find different solutions for each puzzle and endlessly sit and brute force their combinations. I'm not done with Lockpick. I've come very far, and while I still need to solve 5 levels, I found 2 more I missed while measuring areas somehow, it's so close. I want to at least get the 4 normal levels, although hard, they show that I was able to defeat all of the game, except the challenge that is on a whole different level. Then I could sit, and in my spare time, keep hitting Masterpiece with different ideas until it falls apart. Because it is possible, and I can solve it, but it is a puzzle that needs to be respected in time. There are so many amazing tricks hidden in this puzzle, and each one, while small, contributes to the solution. I've spent multiple nights rolling around in my sleep. I've literally dreamt about solutions. I've sat at work looking at the levels. I've thought about it while traveling back and forth from work, and I found interactions that get through different parts of the puzzle. I even started making a graph to show what conditions each color in this level needs. I need to keep finding those tricks. But that takes time. So, if you're still reading, then I must say I am impressed. This post is gigantic, behemothing even, and it is actually the longest thing I've ever written, excluding my diary, as the second longest is the script for How to Never Fail Again. It's 13,546 words long. This has been a very fun ride, and I hope that I was able to capture some of the magic of the game into text form. I Wanna Lockpick is an awesome game, and all the effort that was put into it was, at least for me, worth it. So, thank you, Lucas, for actually sitting down to make this. As someone who's made the game, well, that's way worse than this, I know just how insanely time-consuming this is, and how much passion you need for the game to keep going. My longest project, the video How to Never Fail Again, took me 3 months of everyday work to make it, and at the end, I was very apathetic and done. I can't imagine finishing a project like that after a year or more. I would also like to thank the other puzzle designers. No matter the amount contributed, I believe any help with design came as help to the mentality of the project. Even if just one room was created, everyone on the team was likely happy to see yet another person join this amazing project. I am a programmer myself, and while I do design things such as videos or these posts, I find it rather difficult to design good puzzles. So thank you Kithere, or Cthaere, Kithere, for Downward Spiral. Actually a pretty fun level of trying to find how many steps back you can reach and then solve the puzzle from. Lucas wasn't quite able to make this bad enough. Thank you to Just Imagine It for Signature Puzzle. Once I realized what this puzzle was about, I actually made it into a graph puzzle. First, the possible paths. And then the built solution. One of likely many, I just guessed this one first try. And thank you for Division Derision. Thankfully, I realized that you could reach 13 without too much trouble, but it was nice to write everything out. Thank you to Math Cookie for Shaft of Balance. It took me quite a while to figure out what number fit the solution and a while to compute all the numbers too. I like this one. And thank you to Love Math Boy for ReZero. I still don't know the solution though, why is this so hard? Still a cool puzzle though. Edit. I solved it, but it's a tough one. Pretty neat. And another thank you to Lucas, since it feels odd to say so many thanks to just a few puzzles. It's just too hard to pick out all the puzzles I actually liked, but I definitely liked all the big puzzles, so the Labyrinth, Chromatic Monolith, and Kina's Masterpiece, the Omega Key Search, and most puzzles in Part 2, so T1 to T4, as there's so many fun concepts in there, such as T13, T23, T25, and T35, and all of the Dream Labyrinth. The puzzles of Part 1 are nice in their own way, but I think the journey through Part 2 was one of the most magical parts of the game. Actually, you know those movies centered around some concept of being stuck and trying to escape? Think Maze Runner or Divergent. Well, movies like that work well all the way until that escape, which is when the original identity is lost. I think T1 to T4 worked really well as this journey into the deep abyss of this game, and Focal Point was like a nice ending to that story. The game kept being good after Part 2, but that journey ended, and I think it was my favorite part. I would also like to thank all of the playtesters for doing what they did. It's no surprise to me why this game is so good when I see just how many playtesters there are, and as someone who had, let's say, watch testers for my How to Never Fail Again video, sure love referencing it somehow, I know how big of an impact feedback makes. So, copied from the credits file, thank you to Keitheri, Kiyoshi, Mediocre Omen, Sanctus Paladin, Nerigami, Samario, Hatran, Kurath, Streluk, Faustus, Blasted Man, Double Turn Team, Bulb Bowling, Oshus, and T, ya boy Mark Antoni, Lavo 5, L4VO5, Panslor, R&D Guy, Verve, Chris A, Ursus Jr., Hazelstorm, I think that's the music artist, you guys should check him out, Hart, Kenneth Lee, Danvliff, Eltrick, Mragor787, Volog. And finally, thank you to all of the artists whose content was used in the game. While I doubt any will read this, I respect those who let their art be shared and transformed and effectively allow experience such as this to get made. I doubt this game would exist if it needed to make all of its own art and music. The music especially set a very nice and positive tone for the whole game. Looking through it makes me realize just how relaxed the whole game is. There's not an area that has much mystery or stress to it, it's just a nice journey through a weird place. Sure, the Brown Key area is spooky and some songs are more energetic and uplifting, but there are more exceptions rather than anything. This music will now be associated with that nice relaxing experience. And it seems like Hazelstorm made some music for the game itself, which is really cool. Thanks, these songs definitely fit the game. I think Lockpick Horizon and Bridge to New Memories helped their areas a lot in the atmosphere. Edit. I have beaten all the levels except Kina's Masterpiece. ReZero was pretty tough and Bifurcation was actually not as bad as I thought. I also checked out I Wanna Keep It 100 and well, I can definitely see how it inspired Lockpick and how there are quite a few puzzles from this game in Lockpick, but man, it is significantly worse. The game is not exactly bad, but having seen what Lockpick does with these mechanics puts into perspective just how little this game does, as almost all the puzzles are elimination puzzles, one where you have to sit and carve out the level until you reach the end. Since there doesn't seem to be an undo button, that makes a lot of the later levels really tedious, and that's not helped by your very slow walking speed. It's truly a blessing that you could run in Lockpick, as I set auto run to always be on. This felt miserably slow in comparison. I stopped around level 47 and looked up a walkthrough of the game, and yeah, it's all elimination puzzles. I mean, just look at the last level in the game. It's just very tedious to play. The secret keys are pretty neat, but I have no idea how people figured them out since it's all Japanese. The core mechanics were definitely there, and I'm glad they were improved and built upon in Lockpick. I love the concept of the endless abyss, a place where nothing ever truly ends. But our world is of ideas that fly by. So for this post, this is my final goodbye. Holy moly. Weekly post 60. Let's play Nexus. So, how'd you like the previous post? Pretty cool, huh? Well, this post is going to be about Nexus, so I can rest a bit, but to talk a bit about the Lockpick post, you can probably see why it took so long. As I was writing while playing the game, the scope of the post kept increasing and increasing until I had little to say. Well, that's not quite true. I could talk about puzzles in general for quite a while more, but as it was a very unstructured post, I didn't want to ramble about things I've already said and forgot about, so I ended it. While I wouldn't say it's of particularly high quality, it is definitely a journey, and I was hoping I was able to convey that sense of adventure in a way. Perhaps that's what they do best anyway. And now back to Nexus. This time we are once again explaining the mechanics of the game, as it takes a while. We've already covered medals and sunstones, but what is the normal gameplay like? What do you really do? Well, the simplest explanation is that Tactical Nexus is a game about trade-offs. It's a turn-based game, but it's extraordinarily difficult to find the best move for really any given turn. Let's take chess as an example. It's a game that is also very difficult to master and pretty complex, but it has very few moving pieces. Literally just 32 pieces. Same with other turn-based games. Cinco Pass, let's say, around 100 moving pieces for all tiles, walls, wands, abilities, items, artifacts, and collectibles. Slay the Spire, let's go around 50. Most JRPGs will likely be from 50 to 100 at any given moment. What's somewhat unique about Nexus is that while the decisions you make aren't usually that complex, they are plentiful and there are many choices. The further the tower goes, the more choices you'll have on which enemy to attack or which item to pick up. In really long towers with all of the mechanics, choices can reach up to 1000, and that can be very daunting. More often than not, things won't get that out of control, but there's more properties to Nexus that make it so difficult. The dynamic range of choices means that you can rarely actually see all of them at the same time. As you clear floors, you'll need to remember key choices in them to stay optimal, which you often just won't do. And speaking of optimal, you rarely ever know if you are playing optimally. In something like chess, a capture is very often a sign of progress. In JRPGs, you kill an enemy and it's almost always a positive sign. Even in Cinco, if you clear a Jogo or a Zona, you're usually doing good, as even if you don't get the best artifacts, you can still make it work later on. But Nexus is not the same. Every enemy you kill may have been better off killed earlier, so you could have gotten their reward earlier, or later, so you could have kept more HP. It's actually immensely difficult to kill any given enemy at the right time. Same with items. While damage and defense ups will almost always be beneficial, things like XP feathers can be bad to pick up too early. I'll likely talk about this in a different post, but even leveling up can be bad, as there are items that give you rewards if you are at a specific level. And keep in mind that at any moment, the tower you play is one you play with a specific amount of sunstones, medals, and other permanent things. So the strategies will shift as you get more permanent items. All of this is to say that Tactical Nexus is a pure game with no RNG that is played as a game of inference. You won't know the perfect route, so you will estimate it. You won't know if it's best to pick up the feather or not, you'll simply use your intuition. Being good at Nexus means having good intuition, not necessarily understanding. Alright, so with that out of the way, let's actually talk about the mechanics of this game. To sum up the basics, you have three main stats you need to worry about. Attack. This is how much damage you do to an enemy per turn. This tends to be better to have if your attack and defense sum is less than the enemy's. Defense. This is how much damage you negate per turn when attacked by an enemy. This tends to be better to have if your attack and defense sum is higher than the enemy's. Health. This is how many times you can get hit before you lose. These affect the most important part of the game, combat. When you fight an enemy, you simply take turns hitting each other, with you starting first. Whoever dies first loses and disappears, so if you die, you'll have to undo and think of something else to do. As you can guess, combat isn't exactly that important itself. All you need to understand for now is that enemies are effectively obstacles that take your HP to remove, and you'll have to figure out a way to get stats and fight enemies in a way that will minimize HP loss. Well, or so you'd think. Were that the only mechanic, the game would be fairly boring. This is where XP comes in. You get XP from killing enemies, and after some amount of XP, you'll get a level up. Upon getting level up, you'll get several choices on what you can do, and it depends on the tower what those choices are, but for now assume it's getting more attack or defense. Point is, levels get you a lot of stats, meaning you'll want to get them quickly and efficiently, as there are limited enemies in the tower. That's why XP feathers are so important. XP feathers increase the rate at which you gain XP, usually 30%, although there are some towers that have feathers which double your XP rate. That means that more often than not, these can be very beneficial to get early. Similarly to XP feathers, HP boosts do the same, but increase how much life you gain per potions, which grants you some amount of HP, and these can be even more important. And this is what I mean by intuition being so important. Do you go for the feather right now or not? It's extremely difficult to plan out the whole tower, so you are left to use your intuition. This is not unique to Nexus at all, it happens frequently in many other games, but for a turn-based game with perfect information, it's kinda rare. So, alright, besides keys, which are fairly self-explanatory, a key can be used to open a door, that's pretty much all of the primary mechanics, and in your time in the Nexus, these will be the things you'll deal with 95% of the time. So let's see a tower with these mechanics in play, shall we? In the first Tactical Nexus post, I showed the first tower, Tutorial 1. As you may remember, this tower is short and fairly straightforward due to it, but let's recap. The first floor has nothing that interesting, just some enemies that you'll soon be able to defeat. The second floor is where things get more interesting. Here you are able to spend keys for optional stat ups, and as you may have noticed, in this tower you are able to get keys after leveling up instead of stats. For now we'll pick up some keys and that's it, but keep this mechanic in mind. This floor will also have some enemies you can't kill, notably the red bird that holds the HP boost. You'll just have to remember to come back for him at some point. The third floor is similar to the second one in that you have a lot of paths where some are inaccessible but pushed to a new level. Again, we kill what we can and move on. The fourth floor is the first ending, and it also has some important stat boosts behind key doors. This is where we can start looking at the nexus of this tower. The key things to get here are certainly the HP boosts and XP feathers. To that end, the purple key is also useful in order to be able to collect the HP boost in the fourth floor. So that's what we'll get, leaving enough medals to continue into the postgame. Fifth floor is a pretty big jump in difficulty, but nothing you can't handle. The key corridor may look scary, but if you leveled up some keys, you'll be fine. As usual, we'll have to keep coming back here, but for now, the sixth floor is more important, as this is where we have our most accessible feathers and boosts. With some keys you leveled earlier, you can tank some damage now and get a bunch of stats, with which you can now start the somewhat boring grind of killing all the enemies in proper order. So that's what you do. Collect stat ups, collect HP boosts, collect feathers, so on until few enemies are left. You'll also kill the Dreambird at the end to get the second ending and another HP boost. And with that, we have cleared one of the easiest towers in the game. Now it's time for the interesting part, the post-game. After putting in a bunch of medals, this is where you'll go next. The enemy scaling goes kind of crazy here, so you'll have to try really hard to keep up, which will be difficult when there's barely any potions here. This means that every hit will be felt, no matter how small it is. So you begin to slowly grind through these floors, killing off the easiest enemies you can find just to keep up. Your HP is slowly depleting, and you have no idea what to do, so you just keep going. Enemies get stronger. And stronger. And stronger. Your only reprieve is this room, where you can finally start to use all of your keys. See, at the start of the game, you could use your level ups for keys, which are fixed in value. Every level up gives the same keys. However, stat ups like damage ups give an increasing amount. The higher level you are, the more damage you get. These items are called continental badges, and they give damage or attack or HP based on your level. So the higher it is, the better. If your level is 81, then the continental badges will give you 81 damage or 81 defense, meaning you can turn what would have been plus 5 damage at the start of the game into plus 81 damage now. That's all well and good, but it's still very hard to keep going. So you keep trying and eventually reach the final floor. But this is just plain ridiculous. At this point, you might have around 100,000 HP, which is great and all, but now you have to kill the 3 big guys in the Dreamer. These big guys are already really hard to kill, but it's the Dreamer you should worry about. See, this tower is very stingy on HP. There's few potions, there's no HP on level up, there's no items, so on, which makes it difficult to get and keep HP. However, the Dreamer is an enemy that has an absolute shit ton of HP, meaning that it'll take an absolutely ludicrous amount of stats to make him not hit you that much. Even in other towers, the Dreamer fight is usually what makes things difficult. So you keep looking, and you give up. You simply run out of HP. I have played this game for 340 hours now. I have beaten some incredibly complex towers and achieved some pretty difficult things. I've dedicated a lot of time and effort to figure this out, but somehow I cannot beat the first tutorial. I really don't know what else there is to do. It's honestly one of the hardest towers I've seen in this game. And you're supposed to be able to beat it without any DLC? I'm likely missing something. Maybe leveling defense is needed or something. I'm not sure. Oh, what are those strange circle items at the end, you may wonder? Well, those are the first truly mind-blowing items in the game. They are called orbs, one-time use items in the orb inventory, and there is different types. For now, I'll explain 3. Teleport orb. Jump 2 tiles forward. Yes, you can literally jump over any gap, enemy, wall even. Technically not true, with some very specific walls, but whatever. Swap orb. Change places with the enemy or type you are facing. Again, any enemy or item. Pavement orb. Removes a wall. Yes, it removes a wall. Not any wall, mind you. Walls with the cross circle symbol are not affected, but otherwise, go ahead. As you can guess, these orbs are truly crazy things because you can use them almost anywhere in the tower. Want an item and don't want to use a key for it? Break the wall. Don't want to fight an enemy? Swap places with him. Want to skip something by crossing a gap or a wall? Jump. It ends up massively increasing the amount of choices to a pretty ridiculous amount. Now, sure, in this tower there's only a few orbs and they're used for very specific purposes to get things you can't get otherwise, but in other towers, you get many of them. In fact, in Ephemeral Tactical Epic, you get an orb when you level up, and you can choose swap or jump. How many headaches do you think that causes? Sadly, in this tower, we cannot access the orbs as they are behind the clowns, usually the hardest enemies of any tower, which generally require you to be extremely strong to kill, so they won't be helpful there. Either way, I hope that gave you an insight into what it feels like to play this game, as before I just explained how it works. Sure, it's just a summary and other towers play differently, but this one just bothers me too much. What do I not understand? What is there left to optimize? How am I so far from the victory? All on the first tower of the game. I guess it's only fitting. Weekly Post 61. The two sides of a coin self-described pathetic. This post came as an idea from something that happened yesterday as of writing. So I've been living with Vinci for 4 months now, and that's been pretty nice. We're lucky to have good people around us that are willing to help in cheap housing and easy job finding, allowing us to live pretty nicely compared to a lot of other people. That being said, my infamous trait of self-hatred hasn't disappeared. It has hidden itself. And in the context of love, it's shown some interesting properties. So, alright. My most conflicting events tend to still be spending. As I've mentioned before, I don't like to spend money unnecessarily, and my bar for what I can and can't reward myself is unsurprisingly low, at least compared to Vinci. This ends up causing a simple situation to happen fairly frequently. Vinci wants to buy something not required, and I don't want to spend more money. A classic dilemma, if you will. This is something that, in general, gets better. But no matter how much more I can get comfortable with saying no or choosing to spoil myself a little, one thing I cannot stand: seeing Vinci sad. It's simply too much. So, coupled with an event earlier, I felt very sad when we got home after shopping and I cried for a while. What we care about is why I cried, which is a bit hard to say, but I have an idea. So, I don't particularly like myself, right? Yet, at the same time, I really want Vinci to be happy. Therefore, if I make Vinci sad, I will blame myself and get sad. However, if I want Vinci to be happy, I'll need to calm down whenever possible so she doesn't get sad, right? Correct. But when I'm sad, I try to be more sad. I try to make Vinci sad. That's not very good, and I don't like that about myself. Though I'll try not to blame myself about it while I'm rational at least. It means that my self-hatred is still there, and when I get stressed, it takes over in managing the brain. And in the context of love, it's gained a fairly disturbing goal. I need to keep crying so Vinci will hate me, which will justify my mistake. I must be hated not only internally, but externally. Now, it's not as if self-hatred is all there is when I'm very sad. Thinking about this makes me cry harder as it scares me. That means I am not too far gone yet, and my love for Vinci is still there to oppose my self-hatred. And judging from how rarely it appears now, I'm better than ever before at suppressing my self-hatred. But it's by no means gone. I'd argue that this approach will never resolve it, and that's not great. Going to a psychologist seems like a necessity at this point, but just how much do I want to change? That's awfully hard to answer, as it's a question between me wanting to be normal and me not wanting to put in the effort. It's hard to see the other side when you can't see the bridge. Going to a psychologist will only reveal the bridge. So, as always, I don't know. Weekly Post 62. Let's go politics! So, I've already actually tried to write a post about politics, and I think that as I watch more videos, I change my mind on things. Not all that much, but enough to where it may be wise to structure this post is better. Structure this post better, I mean. And so, what should the structure be for something as diverse as politics? What's the identity? Well, I think it should be answering this question: why can't conservatives and Democrats agree? And if I have more time, who is right? Now, I haven't done a lot of research. One could argue I'm just rephrasing Innuendo Studios, but that doesn't mean that I think I am wrong. And that's the important part. I think I am right, at least in the parts I am confident in. And it's this thinking that you are right that is the heart of so many conflicts. But for this debate, if you will, we have two ways of thinking based on a rule. For Democrats, it's choices should be made through the population where everyone has an equally strong voice. And for conservatives, it's choices should be made by those that are worthy. If you think that's dumbing it down, that's because it is, but perhaps not as much as you'd think. You'll likely agree with the Democratic one, but conservatives, isn't the point tradition or something? Let me give you an example. Today, most of us live in a capitalist democracy, and for the most part, these systems tend to work together. Sure, they're not fitting all that well, but they do work in keeping humanity alive and making progress. However, fundamentally, a democracy is about everyone being equal, while capitalism is about the worthy being equal. What the worthy is has changed over the ages. Some people were worthy for their supposed godly interactions. Some were worthy due to their blood, and now the ones that are worthy are the ones that make the most money. And those who make the most money will have to take it from someone else. Starting to sound a bit like why we must suffer video now, isn't it? So we have a system that wants to put everyone as equals and another that enforces a hierarchy. And guess what? Democrats and conservatives want to enforce their own systems. Democrats see the current system and want to change it to be more democratic, which would give more power to the people currently lower on the hierarchy and less to the ones at the top, as the hierarchy, theoretically, should not exist. In this regard, the millions of poor people will be far better off, and we would achieve a much greater level of tolerance, as we would all be closer to each other in power. Conservatives see the current system and want to keep it. They see the hierarchy as what humanity should be subject to, as just like the food chain in nature, the hierarchy is natural. We shouldn't value someone just for existing. They should prove themselves through their work, their contribution to society, and their friends and family. And those that make it are the worthy. They are better than us, and they should be in power. One sees everyone equally, the other does not. I hope that regardless of which side you are on, you can intuitively understand both of these perspectives, as I think that's very important. If you go around and claim your side is better, then I can't take you seriously if you don't even understand the opponent. After all, why did you pick this side if you don't even know what the other offers? It's only through the understanding of both that we can make a wise decision. Well, can, not exactly will. So, why do these two sides disagree? Well, it's because they fundamentally can't agree. At their core, their beliefs and values differ. That's why in simple debates, these sides can never reach a conclusion. They both assume the other has their beliefs, and when those beliefs aren't met, the only conclusion is that the other person is just dumb. After all, why doesn't that conservative agree that we should tax the rich? Doesn't he want more money? No, he thinks that if a person got there, he is worthy of being there. And why does the Democrat think that we should give the money to the poor? Doesn't he see that they are lazy and therefore poor and therefore undeserving? No, he thinks everyone should be equal. So, who is correct? Obviously, I can't just say one is right and the other isn't. After all, what is right or wrong is up to subjective interpretation. I could tell you that if Democrats can create it, their system seems better, but I won't just go against half of the population, and that's not because I am scared. It's because it's dumb to think that they are all stupider than you. And assuming they are misguided or manipulated is also somewhat disrespectful. Regardless, we can answer this question in one way. Remember when a long time ago I talked about the theory that people go through 5 stages in their view of the world? Politics goes into this too, and even back then I could see it. I just didn't know exactly how. See, after the first 2 stages that are largely reserved for children, stage 3 is very focused on their social status. In this stage, people tend to order themselves into a hierarchy because it's natural and simple. When it comes to our brains, it's easier for us to relate ourselves to other people in constant ways. What I mean by that is that if you have a worker and boss relationship, it's easier to assume that's your entire relationship. So if at some point you need to do something the boss can't, you get an edge over the boss, and suddenly it's not so simple. You don't just follow orders, you both present your opinions and follow other opinions. You don't just follow opinions. If you have to balance two opinions, that makes making a decision more difficult, but it does also lead to a better decision. Either way, the point is that stage 3 people struggle with this unnatural dynamic relationship and they guide themselves based on social norms and traditional values. They order themselves into a hierarchy because it's easier to understand. Stage 4 people tend to understand what this dynamic means and they don't order themselves via social values and traditions, but instead by their own conceived values. You're not the son of Arthur the Great, you are someone who is honest and courageous, or whatever you describe yourself with. Point is, these people don't typically associate the hierarchy with their own worth, but they do use their hierarchy for their benefit or loss. People here want to be in control, therefore they will try to work through the hierarchy and go up in it, or they'll try to create a system that's more favorable to them than the hierarchy. Finally, Stage 5 people define themselves by their ability to have perspectives and to understand values. They're the most free-form people here and the ones capable of evaluating the most perspectives. Alright, so what does this all mean? Are conservative stage 3 and Democrat stage 4? Not quite. The way I see it is that both sides have plenty of each stage, but they do have different amounts. Stage 3 in my eyes favors conservatism, which is also why conservatism is generally more concentrated. Have you ever felt like conservatives all work together and Democrats are kind of disparate? Well, I can't say that's true or false, but I believe it, and I believe it because stage 3 people are great at congregating into a larger force. After all they need is a strong leader and they will follow him. They will see themselves as the loyal follower and they will be happy with that. That's simply how things should be. Sticking with conservatism, there are also a lot of stage 4 people here, but they are the ones who are very self-interested. As is natural of stage 4, people here want control, and playing along with the existing hierarchy is easier than creating a new one. They want inequality because they want control. This doesn't have to be a lot of control, but it is favored. So you end up with a lot of people in power, those willing to work hard to stay in control. Alright, so that's what I think makes up conservatives, as stage 5 people, in my eyes, can go either way or neutral. Not to say other stages can't, I just don't know how they work as well. Regardless, for Democrats, you have people in stage 3 as well, but I don't think it's as many, and they're mainly here because they were raised in this environment and haven't yet become stage 4. After that, stage 4 people tend to also strive for control, but this time more so in terms of controlling the system. This is where young age likely plays a part, as younger people generally think they can change the world more than older people. So what I mean by all this is that, in my eyes, the left, or the Democrats, or whatever, are the ones that are trying to make progress, and they similarly represent the progress in cognitive evolution. After all, cognitive evolution has improved in the past 100 or so years, as education and the needs of the population grow, meaning more people have taken on roles required by stage 4. However, conservative beliefs tend to be best represented by stage 3 views. Therefore, the progress in cognitive development matches the progress of the democratic movements in a way. Does that make democracy and left-wing politics the way to go? Maybe. I like the saying from Jordan Peterson that we need both sides, as conservatives are good at keeping things working and left-wing people are good at change. I know I'm not using terms conservative and democrat exactly correctly anymore, but you get the idea. Maybe progressivist is a better term. I do think the current system is bad, but it doesn't mean we should radically change it. I guess my point is that in my eyes, we need change, and that change will come from the left. Capitalism absolutely does not have to be the way things continue, and there are absolutely better systems, but the right seems to have little interest in them. So whoever does sit down to propose a better solution seems to be the one who knows how to improve the system. Plenty of people that are currently happy with the system will be disappointed, and that's fair, but, well, we're still in a democracy. The majority should win. Or something like that. The topic is way too complex to be summarized, perhaps, at all. The one thing I can tell you is that politics is either used to find genuinely qualified people or to make a big scene in order to gain attention. Only the former can be debated about, because the latter is not used to actually make change in the world. It's used to make people more extreme and easier to control. And the world seems to be moving more and more towards the latter. I hope that's what we can stop. Weekly Post 63. Larger than reason. So it seems like Rockman forgot about the Patreon post this week, and while that is unfortunate, as Vinci will tell you, it isn't unexpected. See, about a week ago I woke up in the weekend, when while looking through my phone found a video called "This game is bigger than the observable universe." And that naturally intrigued me. So I opened up my computer and found the game. It cost $5 and I thought, well, hey, it's fine if I waste $5. I did not waste $5. I played that game 6 hours a day. Before we get to the game, I'll talk about something that the game has made me think about. Really big games. Video games generally have a sort of almost romantic view of scale. It is often very important because it can convey quite a few things. Large games can be played for a long time and are therefore valuable. Large games can also be explored for a while and therefore can be wondrous. Large games have the space for interesting strategies to develop. We like to view largeness as maybe not exactly desirable for everyone, but intriguing. And especially if you are like me, someone interested in the exploration of both concepts and places, large games can often provide the greatest interest. For example, Rainworld and Tactical Nexus are both large games. Same as Binding of Isaac or Noita or Minecraft or Terraria. Even Camellia 3 is large. Perhaps that gives some insight as to why large open world games are, or arguably used to, be so popular. And when you first think about big games, you don't think about Tactical Nexus, you think about Skyrim or Breath of the Wild, because they are far more obviously big. You can walk around Breath of the Wild's tutorial for a while, and when you see how small it is on the map, that sense of wonder, that large scale, you can walk around Breath of the Wild's tutorial for a while, and when you see how small it is on the map, that sense of wonder, that large scale begins to really set in. And that's something that's less impactful when perceived retrospectively, as in when you try to recall just how long your journey was. I think that's a large part of what makes games like this feel so big. Perhaps the best example of this is Elden Ring, which manages to be so much larger than you expect that you can get multiple of these moments over the course of an 80-hour playthrough. It's a game that hides its size really well, while also giving you a lot of content density, at least by open world game standards. But these are still open world games, or more accurately, handmade open world games. They are very impressive for sure, but certainly not the biggest games. So let's talk about some actually big games. We'll do this less in the order of individual games, but more in the order of categories of scale. While technically the first scale would be a one-dimensional game that is procedurally generated, I don't think those are very interesting, so let's talk about two-dimensional procedurally generated games. Of course, such games aren't necessarily that big, so instead we need to look at games which procedurally generate content until they can't anymore. The limit here is usually computer memory or the integer limit. There are many games to pick here, but I'll go with M3O, the Minesweeper MMO. The concept is simple. It's Minesweeper but with unlimited area. And if you're not familiar with Minesweeper, well, it's a game where you click on tiles and they reveal nearby bombs, so you need to clear all tiles without touching a bomb. M3O is an online game, so you can play it yourself right now. And if you do play it, you'll find that people have already cleared quite a few tiles here. But as you open up the map and keep scrolling, you'll see that it's not just a few tiles. It's not a few thousand, 10,000, 100,000, million. It's unknown. The map is extremely large, and yet as you follow down cleared paths, it never ends. Sometimes you will follow a corridor, other times you'll be in a white, fully cleared plane of symbols. And when you teleport to a new random location, hundreds of thousands of tiles away, you'll just keep finding more clear tiles. If you figure out how the coordinate system works, you'll find the true size of this game. The first letter in each word shows direction. So let's pick east and south for now, meaning we have E something, S something. That something represents the chunk you are in, and they count up in base 36, all letters and numbers. So at first we have 36 chunks that are represented as 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, A, B, C, blah blah blah, X, Y, Z. After that, it just adds a new digit, so you get to 1, 1, then 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, and so on. From my testing, one chunk is 20 tiles, so that means the game size is 36 to the power of however many digits there can be, times 20 for each tile, and times 4 for each direction. How many digits can there be? Well, in the console you can write 9 Z's. But if you scroll a little more, you'll see that you can actually go a little more. I did some testing and found that for the first coordinate, EQ, VD, JPR, ZU, FY was the highest coordinate I could input. So let's assume there's 10 digits. That means the map size is 36 to the power of 10 times 20 times 4. Or 3 to the power times 10 to the power of 17. That is very big, exceptionally big, and it really puts into perspective just how much of this game people have cleared. Sure, it's probably 0.0000001%, but that's still billions of tiles, quadrillions of tiles away from each other. Now, when it comes to talking about large games, Minecraft often gets brought up, and that makes sense. It is a very big game. It's definitely smaller in area, around 10 to the power of 13, but it does have a little trick up its sleeve. It's 3D. 3D procedurally generated games can, of course, be much bigger, as they have a whole new dimension to work with. This gives Minecraft a little power when you include its height of 320 blocks, which gets us to 10 to the power of 15. But some may argue that, since you can go beyond the height limit as well as into the void, the game is much, much larger. But for this post, I only want to consider the game's interactable area, as I find that way more interesting. Don't worry though, Minecraft isn't done yet because there's a mod called Cubic Chunks mod, and it does something crazy. It lets Minecraft generate vertically as it does horizontally, meaning we now have 10 to the 20 of interactable blocks. But they did admit a little something that I'm sure that the Minecraft fans spotted. I used the official world border size of 6 million blocks by 6 million blocks, but the world goes way beyond that. And that's true, but if you go beyond that, you need to decide on what limit Minecraft becomes not interactable. If it's the integer limit of 2 billion blocks, then the size is 10 to the power of 28, which is way bigger, but at this point the bigness here is sort of lost on us, because while we may keep adding and adding places we can go, the world will only scale in 3 dimensions. This is where we can bring in Fractal Block World, as it is a game that works differently than the other games I've mentioned. It has cubic chunks, like Minecraft's cubic chunks, but in this game, you can shrink down. And when you do, that block becomes split into a 16 by 16 by 16 chunk of blocks. Now, this is some real scale. Why? Well, I'll talk about the actual game in a different post, but for now, know that in this game, you can shrink down a lot. In fact, there's actually no obvious limit to how far you can go. I've gone past 100 shrinks, and the game was doing just fine, so let's use that for now. That means that if you start with one block and shrink down 100 times, you will get 16 to the power of 99 times 16 to the power of 99 times 16 to the power of 99 blocks. 10 to the 300 blocks. It's a different realm of scale. Do you know how I found out about this game? It was from a video with a title of "This game is bigger than the observable universe." They were clearly just scratching the surface. And if you're wondering, yes, there are things that deep, many things, way more than you'd think. Weekly Post 64, Fractal Block World. Actually, didn't notice it was Weekly Post 64. Yeah. kind of funny little coincidence. Sure, The title isn't that creative, but the game really does describe itself very well. Today I want to talk about a game that has consumed me for the past week or so, called, you guessed it, Fractal Block World. What's funny about that is that the only reason I learned about it is because some video titled, "This game is bigger than the observable universe," clearly love repeating that, appeared in my recommended, and without even watching it much, I pulled up the game on Steam and thought, hey, what's the worst that could happen? 35 hours later, here I am to, well, describe and review the game. So, Fractal Block World is a game about exploring a fractal world. What that means is that along with your usual 3D environment which you can fly through, you're also able to scale up and down, as a lot of environments in the game are recursive. If you shrink down, you'll find more things. Since it is all procedurally generated, that means you can scale down a lot, but we'll get to that. The other important mechanic to know is that there is combat in this game. You have 10 different weapons, and as you traverse the world, you find many spherical enemies that will shoot bullets that first damage your quickly recharging shield, then your armor, and then HP. All weapons except the first one need ammo, so dying loses that ammo. And as for enemies, they generally sit in place and shoot, but there are some enemies that follow you or shoot in more inconvenient ways to dodge. Regardless, the combat in this game is important not because it is particularly good, but more so because it gives a reason to actually explore, as you'll be able to find a lot of different upgrades for all of your weapons, from damage to speed to fire rate to whatever. Along with health upgrades, these comprise pretty much all of your progression. And with that out of the way, let's talk about the story of the player. The lore is beyond me for now. You start in Tutorial Island, which is where you'll be given a lot of the text that explains a lot of different things. As someone who dislikes reading tutorials, this was probably the worst part of this game, but well, it is sort of necessary, as once you leave this place, it will get more and more difficult to catch the player with fairly necessary explanations. Regardless, here you will learn another pretty important concept that I'll just mention here: waypoints. If you find one, you can enable it and then go back to it with another waypoint whenever you want. Believe me, fast travel is necessary in this game. But alright, you get through the tutorial and finally enter the Ying world. The Ying world is effectively the start of the game, and it's where you'll be familiarizing yourself with the mechanics of the game. And after exiting the first few rooms, you'll arrive at a Ying forest. The Ying forest is a very common generation pattern and likely the first truly recursive one that you'll see. This is where you'll probably see if you like the game or not, as you can go very deep here. As you do, you'll find various structures and deeper still, places to explore. There's two I'd like to note here. Small black flower. This is a pretty common pattern and it showcases the game's second way of creating obstacles: mazes. This game really likes mazes, probably because they're comparatively easy to generate, so you'd better get used to tolerating them, as you need to go through 4 7x7 mazes as a little floating ball. Usually this took me around an hour to get through, which hopefully puts into perspective how it's not so easy to keep track of how a maze looks when you're inside one. Thankfully, I think I have a pretty good level of spatial awareness, making me not really need to write anything down, but it can be frustrating to get stuck in them sometimes. Regardless, the small black flower also shows another interesting part of this game: non-linear progression. You see, one may expect that a game like this goes sort of linearly in its progression. You go to a place, explore its side areas, get the upgrades, and come back to go deeper. But that's not really how this game works, as after clearing the small black flower, you can go into an apple tree. This is another common pattern, and once you get in it, you'll be faced with significantly tougher enemies, including rats, the most common homing enemy that walks to you. God, I hate those things. If you can push through, you can get to the apples, which contain some loot, and further in, an upgrade station, where you can use gold to buy upgrades. Don't worry too much about gold, it's not that important for this post. However, there is also a chance you find a small white flower. This is another place you can explore, and at this point, you're starting to see how this game can get pretty damn messy. You can then reach a jumbo yellow flower, from which you can reach small yellow flowers, from which you can reach new Ying forests. You see how it all just keeps going? It's an extraordinarily big game. Yellow hanging tree column. This is another structure I found early in my playthrough, but when I reached it, it contained many menace enemies. These are pretty damaging and healthy at the start, and once you get into the tree trunk, you'll have to get through a lot of them to get in. I certainly tried to get in, but at first I simply wasn't strong enough. I didn't have enough ammo and upgrades to realistically make it through. This shows that you won't always find a place you can get through, but at the same time, the sooner you can clear places like this, the more impactful their upgrades will be. Ying Forest is a very standard place to be in or to see, and moving forward, I want you to keep in mind that you're always only around 5 shrinks away from reaching one, meaning you are always only around 5 shrinks away from entering an infinite loop. But we're not here to dwell on the infinite depths. We're here to grow. If you're wondering what the point of the game is, like what's the goal, it is to find the key to the universe, and we'll do so by shrinking deeper and deeper into something called the main branch, which is the main way to find this key to the universe. But for now, we come back to our initial Ying Forest and leave Tutorial Island. Welcome to the Ying world. One may wonder where to go next, and that's sort of the point. You're supposed to explore to find out. You'll find even more interesting structures here, but most notably, you'll want to find a gated community, which requires you to fly around, kill an enemy, pick up a temporary key, and get in. Here is where you'll find your first library, which will explain your next step. See, while this world may look infinite, if you grow and go in any direction, you'll eventually reach a wall, where you can shrink down and get through. That will make you exit the Ying world. Then you need to keep growing, as this place still has outer layers. As you do so, you'll keep finding more and more dangerous enemies, but if you get through the 3 or so outer layers, you will finally find that all you've seen so far is contained within a Ying flower. Outside it are the Tao Caves. They contain hundreds of thousands of Ying flowers. This has only begun. As I mentioned in Weekly Post 63, this game is big, but it is way bigger than what I mentioned there. As far as I am aware, the only limitation to how far you can go is how well the game can store your progress, and since it only stores affected chunks, there's nothing really stopping you from not interacting much in a Ying Forest and traveling to insane depths. 100 shrinks is pretty doable, and I don't doubt that 1,000 or even 10,000 is doable, just time consuming. I doubt you'll find much of anything new, but you can go there if you wish. And to see that you can do so in an effectively infinite amount of places, it makes you realize just how small you really are. But alright, that's just the beginning of the game. Now, it's time to really delve into it. Our first goal is going to be to find a way to scale down. Unlike Ying Air, you won't be able to scale up and down freely. You'll have to go through green shrink box devices, which you'll have to either clear a maze, which is annoying, or deal with a lot of high level enemies, which is way too time consuming, so maze it is. You'll have to repeat this process until you can get into a yellow box. Inside the yellow box, you can explore the lattice until you find a black cube, and it will have an orange. The orange is considered the start of the main branch, the main path to get to the deepest parts of the world to find the key to the universe. You'll want to keep scaling down until you can enter the orange, and then you'll have to go through the outer crust layer A, outer crust layer B, outer crust, and into the outer mantle. Here you will be able to find a blue bubble and shrink into it. Inside the blue bubble, you'll find several differently colored rooms, and to progress, the important one is the green one, as it is the one that holds the botany labs, and it is here where you'll be able to find infinity flowers. To throw in some lore, infinity flowers have to be contained this deep to not let them spread outside their containment. Anyway, this is where things get a bit less linear, as until we reach the final area, there's going to be quite a few ways to actually get there. So I'll talk about my own route. First, in the Botany Labs, we find the Botany Labs library, which does hold an infinity flower in its vault, but that vault is an annoying maze. Instead, we'll go into the basement of this library and scale down through 5 levels of caves, where in the final one, we'll find infinity flowers. Once we enter one, we enter Infinity Group 1 and begin the third section of the game. The traversal of Infinity Groups is what I consider the mid-game. There's many ways to go and many ways to get stronger, but you'll often just stumble upon whatever and continue through it. As it is very difficult to just keep track of all of the potential paths, let alone explore them, the game feels almost overwhelming here, but rest assured, it is surmountable. Now, Infinity Group 1, or as I'll call them now, I1, is the easy one, as it is just a few shrinks before you reach a Williston field, within which you can reach a Williston field that holds a I2 Wig Flower, an entrance into Infinity Group 2, or I2. Now, Infinity Group 1, or as I'll call them now, I1, is the easy one, as it is just a few shrinks before you reach a Williston field, within which you can reach a Williston field that holds an I2 Wig Flower, an entrance into Infinity Group 2, or I2. I2, on the other hand, is much more open-ended. I doubt I've explored it fully yet, and there's, I think, at least 5 ways to reach I3. My way of doing it was by getting a bit lucky. If you shrink into I2, you'll soon find this black lattice, and on its edges you'll find green patches. These green patches will sometimes have small blue flowers, which have an interesting property. If you go into the inner part of it and get into the middle, you'll find a higher level small blue flower. The chance is 50%, and the deeper you go, the more you will find. In my case, I got really lucky and got not only the secondary, tertiary, or even quaternary small blue flower, but the rarest, quinary one. While the quinary inner part isn't that useful, the tertiary center holds a very important city, Toronto. Toronto is one of the best cities in the game, in my opinion, because the Toronto Underground Maze has a lot of very useful locations. We mainly care about the Rainbow Flower, which holds the I3 Wig Flower, the entrance into I3. I3 is a forest of a lot of different places, making it the widest area exploration-wise, but we mainly care about traveling it until we find a Hell Temple, in which we will find a Hell Flower. Once we enter it, we will have to go through thousands of enemies, making this your final skill check. And after just traveling down for 15 minutes, you'll finally arrive at the final boss, the Inner Core, which has 300,000 HP, 10 times more than the strongest enemy you had seen up to that point. And if you can kill it, you will get the key to the universe and win. Literally, if you click the Get Key button, you win. You can also go a little deeper for the credits. Phew. Now, that's a journey, isn't it? Of course not. Doesn't it sound strange to you that the Tau Caves are the largest structure, especially when it's still at level 15 of depth? It sure did to me, so I went around looking and found something. The hard pink tree. So far, I've explained shrinking and growing, but that is done via green and red rings, respectively. But there are 2 more rings. Blue rings will teleport you to a specified location. They don't really have any particular rules and usually rarely used for specific purposes. Pink rings will teleport you to their nearest pink spheres, and by that I mean that a pink ring will climb up chunks until it finds a pink sphere. Tau Caves have no red rings to grow with, but deep in the hard pink tree, there is a pink ring. Welcome to the Clay Planet. Everything you have experienced so far hasn't even been inside this planet. It was in the Tau Cave moon orbiting it. We still have a ways to go though. The space area of the game is quite a bit harder and is comparable to reaching the finale of the game, making it difficult to traverse. While that didn't stop me from trying fairly early on, I had to come back here much later. For now though, all you need to know is that we need to get bigger, and after scaling past the planet, we can enter the solar system elevator. Now, you'll need a lot of HP to get through this part, as we'll have to tank those tough enemies until we reach the next, pretty distant, Grow Ring. Once we do though, we'll get out of trouble, as we'll soon enter Outer Space Level 2. Now begins the pretty slow process of growing to Outer Space Level 1 and then 0, as you'll have to travel for probably around 10 minutes in each to reach the Grow Cubes. Space is big, and this game does not forget it. When you are finally at Outer Space Level 0, you'll be able to go to Melantis, the center of the universe. This is a giant structure that holds some of the most interesting things in the universe. In order to get into Melantis City, you'll need that key to the universe, and once you're in, you'll find a lot of upgrades and various useful things like the bulk. These are a bit hard to explain, so to stick just to one, there is the Beta Menger Sponge, where your goal is to shrink 100 times in order to reach the Beta Sponge Town, all while enemies get progressively harder. That town, as usual, holds good upgrades. Either way, this is often where the journey ends for people, but we still have a place to visit. See, we are currently at level 5 of depth, and I doubt that a game like this wouldn't actually put in a level 1. And if we look around Melantis, we'll find a grow ring and enter outer space level -1. Now we have to continue looking around and finding grow rings, climbing to outer space level -2, -3, -4, all while the game is telling us to stop. At -4, we can finally travel to the edge of the universe, and if we look around, we'll find a pathway at the top. Here we will need to do 3 challenges. I won't spoil what they are, but they are fairly interesting. Regardless, once we get past that, you will find the end of the world. And with that, you will have traveled from the highest part to the lowest. But if you thought that was the game, then you'd again be sorely mistaken. And since I quite like this game and its exploration, below you can find a map I've made of it. Sure is a big game, isn't it? Weekly Post 65, Inner Mapping Theory. Today I'm talking about Fractal Block World again. I know, just how much more is there to it, but believe me when I say that the answer is a lot. That doesn't mean I'll talk about all of it though. There's certainly some really interesting secrets in this game. A particularly fun one, for example, is the Melantis Nuke Room, where you have to brute force search literally thousands of runes where one is the Nuke Room. I also recently noticed that similarly to the Farmhouse quest, you can also input a code while shrinking down in the Ying Forest. No clue what code nor how to input it, so that's quite something. That's all to say that my map was just scratching the surface of possibilities, which is why I was considering posting it as a community project, which everyone could build off of. But when I did, I saw that someone had posted a map just 30 minutes ago. It looked pretty similar, but it was better. See, my map was focused on covering all the unique areas and how to get to them. As such, I was able to pretty quickly run through and combine all the major areas of the game, especially since I was making where I was going off of memory to have something to do. On the other hand, this map was focused on detail, as it included not only every unique area, but it tried to do something much more intimidating, adding every connection to every area. This meant that you would have to explore every place and mark down any area inside it. So if some place had a patch of Ying Forest in it, you'd have to say it has a Ying Forest inside of it. This is a much more ambitious and, to put it simply, better map, as it allows you to find the best route for any given situation on how to get to any place. You may think that from my map that you have to go to I-3 through the small blue flower Toronto way, but in reality there's like 7 other ways to get in and most of them are easier. This is why when I saw this map I got quite spooked. What if I work on my map and then someone else just comes out with a better map? It'll effectively invalidate my work. So, I contacted that guy. An inner mapping theory begun. I don't mention it in this post, but inner mapping theory is a reference to in-game concept inner botany theory, where inner botany theory describes how all the areas are sort of work with in-game lore. Like, that's the gimmick. We'll call this guy Max. Now, Max is a fairly smart guy, and we actually share a similar taste in games, which is why we ended up working fairly well together. We both see our own vision of the map, but we use the same software to draw it and the same top-down layout. Of course, when you have people of only slightly different visions, each decision can become a bit of a challenge. After all, when both people have their opinions and each one is good, it's hard to pick which to pick. To that end, I decided to be more passive. I put all my progress onto Max's map and style, and in discussions, generally followed his suggestions, even though I ended up doing more work. But here's the thing, in retrospect I actually think that might have been for the best. Take for example the problem of non-unique areas. How do you show that an area has an area that's already described somewhere else? You really have only two options, since drawing out that area's branch is literally infinite work, because you have to keep doing it. It's recursive. 1. Add a node that is a reference to that area. This can work pretty well for those looking to see how they could reach an area, but not well for those who want to find what that area has, as you then have to run around the map to try to find the node that does explain what the area has. This also creates a lot of nodes, making the map larger and more difficult to manage. 2. Add a connection back to one node. This will pretty easily show paths between areas, and you can most easily find a way to go from one place to another. However, this also creates a gigantic mess of connections going all over the place, making the map sort of unreadable and essentially requiring you to organize it organically, where each going deeper on the map can mean going right, left, or up, rather than always being top to down, losing that aspect of depth. Now, I'm the guy who suggested the second idea, and originally I was quite confident in it. This was also because by making the lines white, you could actually hide them and natively support two maps, one with a white background that hid them, and another with a grey one that didn't. But we discussed it and decided to continue with the first method, and looking at it now, I think it's the better idea. The second idea is more oriented not for a diagram, but for a graph structure. I want to try putting this whole diagram into a graphing software, which would allow me to much more easily find the path between areas. In that environment, the first idea wouldn't even work. But when it comes to a map image, this is a more readable format for those that are already familiar with the game, and for those that aren't, it probably looks pretty ridiculous. That's why if you're reading this, Max, I don't mind that I suppressed some of my ideas and ended up not only building out my map, but also was the source of most of the additions after starting the collaboration on this one. This is as of December 14th. Ultimately, I wanted to make a cool map, and I'm glad I was able to do it with another cool person who could give reasonable ideas. And while the map isn't complete, we did finish off the majority of the connections, allowing it to fully connect. So, here it is. I don't expect you to see much of anything, of course, so I uploaded the same image to an image hosting platform where you can open in a new window and then look around. It is definitely quite big and it took a lot of work, but I'm not quite done yet. I also want to convert this into a graph format, with which I could then find the shortest path between places or do other analysis. Here's some progress on that. It sure is something neat, isn't it? Weekly Post 66. Recap episode. Yes, the dreaded recap episode. Oh, what's he going to talk about now? Life? In all seriousness, I don't have a particular topic today, so I decided I may as well talk a bit about a few things. I have started working on a video, and although my laziness is very much there, I do have a deadline, so I have to make it. For the whole fractal block world mapping thing, I've been looking through more places and the map has expanded even more. We also got another person who is interested, so they joined the team and have been helping out too. It's nice to see this being a larger project people-wise, because this won't really be something one person will do accurately, at least not without losing their minds. For family relations, the main thing is the Christmas happening right now, and unlike the previous Christmas Eves, this one was more enjoyable. One reason was, of course, because I was with Vinci, allowing us to sort of share our output. What I mean by that is what I would have to say, Vinci can say, and vice versa, meaning we get, let's say, half the talking and not stress as much. Well, that is for me, but I'm sure Vinci was stressed quite a bit. The next reason was that after Vinci's cooking, my palate has expanded to where most of the Christmas Eve's food was fine. See, we have a tradition where we make 12 dishes, and you need to taste all of them, and usually I do poorly, missing one or two. Last year I got through everything, but this year I didn't even find anything particularly bad, and I suspect it's both because I had a more open mind, and because Vinci has been cooking with things with mushrooms and other odd stuff to me. This isn't to say Vinci cooks bad though, even if I may prefer the food I grew up with a bit. The final reason is because this year we actually got presents for everyone, with yam for grandma, a blanket for mom and dad, and an effective Steam gift card to brother. It was nice to not worry about that. Well, I did worry about that, but anyway. And lastly, our gifts were pretty solid, and we even got a vacuum finally, meaning I'll be able to use a remote operated one, not one that's always connected to a big unwieldy bucket. Phew, that's a paragraph. Someone should tell this guy how to format his writings. Anyway, next up is our house, which has been going well with the Christmas decorations and occasional reorganizing when I think it looks excessively bad. And as for money, well, I have technically been investing as I put in $500 into the S&P 500. It's nice to see it trending up pretty consistently, but for now, I decided I would stop and pull out this year. From my research, this isn't the wise play due to time in the market beats time in the market, where it is more worthwhile to sit and wait than to try to guess buying times, but they said they want to do it earlier on, and so I will do it. That's for practicing my get out strategy and not wavering due to emotions. After that, I might go into compounding savings into investing, but we'll see. Lastly, how is my mental health? After all, a year has passed with Vinci, right? Well, there's definitely at least a subtle shift towards more self-confidence since, being told you're good helps with that, but self-hatred remains deep inside. This will probably have to be some sort of a psychologist thing, but when things get hard, it's pretty clear how self-hatred steps out from somewhere deep inside to take over control, which leads to the same side effects I have been hoping not to see for years now. But that's just how it is, and I suspect that without external help, it'll very slowly fade and weaken, but it'll take a long time of good times for it to disappear. Finally, we have just one more thing. It is the end of the year, and that may mean celebration to many. But to me, doom is potentially on the horizon. In just a week and a half, I'll know if I'll be drafted into the army. I suspect I won't be, through my own guessing, but if I am, well, there may be more interesting Patreon posts. Or there may be no Patreon posts. Time will tell. It's funny to record this the day after I've been called to army to go to the checkup. To see if I will fit to the army. I'm definitely not nervous at all. Weekly post 67. But do you exist? The rockiest videos of 2024 was inevitably going to be strange. There's simply not enough videos to really talk about them in an interesting way, which is why it ended up being about the concept of fictional existence. I could have talked about the year itself, of course, but what really happened? Some may say the election, but that's only for USA and the consequences will be felt this year. Some may say that things got slightly worse, but that's just the usual. And some may say that I've changed, but well, I'm not gonna retell what many posts before this one have already done. In my eyes, there's only one real change this year, and it's AI. Though I don't think it's the progress of AI that's the real spotlight here, it's people's opinion on it. Sure, AI has gotten better with reasoning models and just generally better trained systems, but it's the same thing. On the other hand, human perception of it has been refined and crystallized, as it is now more expected. Like it or hate it, it's here to stay. A comparison that may show the future of that can come from an unrelated past: gacha games. Think about it. When Genshin Impact started to really dominate it, people were quite vocal about whether it is a good or a bad game, but as time moved on, it all became normalized. Gacha became just another genre, as even game reviewers reviewed gacha games without talking about gacha elements. Those were simply expected. I suspect AI will be the same. We'll see many people dislike it, but as time moves on and normalization continues, more and more people will become indifferent and apathetic. I could have chosen many comparisons, but I like gacha due to it being of a similar time and also being similarly hated. It sends a clear message. You shouting into the vast sea of the internet about your love or hate of these concepts will do little to change them. I always found it strange that people can be so vocal about something when they have so little power to change it, but I guess they just want to feel fair to themselves. Regardless, AI will remain as a tool of humanity whether you like it or not. And it will probably grow into even more of a powerful tool with time, but in my eyes, it will always remain a tool. I find that most people treat AI itself as a bad thing, and even if they claim when I say AI, I mean the people who use AI, I don't think that's what they mean. Even if it is true, the constant simplification of AI is bad and not AI users are bad leads you to internalizing the concept of AI being bad. At least that's how I feel. And I think that in a world from which AI can't be separated from, that's a very inconvenient thought to have. Overall, when it comes to AI, I find it to be a very uninteresting thing to discuss. To me, the summary is clear. AI is a powerful tool, sometimes used for good and sometimes for bad. If you agree, then I don't think there's much more you can think about from there, and if you don't, then I suggest you leave whatever bubble you are in. Anyway, I could have talked about AI in Rocky's videos 24, but well, that would have been a bit too controversial probably. In that case, I could have, despite all odds, talked about the videos themselves. One thing not mentioned in the videos are the live streams, which have fallen to the wayside. I don't think this is because they are necessarily bad, but they don't convey a particular singular experience. If you watch How to Never Fail Again, you will come away with some message and a satisfying journey. If you watch my live streams, you will need to invest a lot of time for a chance of it, and when Saint's challenge happened, the chance didn't even materialize. Saint's challenge of beating the game without eating is incredibly difficult, as all good challenges should be, but it lacked one simple thing: my passion. See, in Rain World, I want to eventually have a really hard challenge completed for every character, and I've already done it for 3 of them. The challenge for Saint is all well and good, but by the time I played it, I just didn't have enough motivation to continue it. Maybe it is because I burnt out, or the challenge was too hard, or hard to define, but either way, I didn't want to bother. I didn't want to stream, and so streams just went away. I don't really want to return, as I found it to be more chaining than entertaining for more casual playthroughs. If you have a solid idea of what to do, then yeah, it can be enjoyable, but if not, then nobody cares, and you'll reduce your enjoyment of something for nothing. As for videos, the Patreon video is rather self-explanatory, but Project Vigor is not as much. I'm not sure if I ever explained it, but one commenter did get it. It's a story of love. For Vincey's birthday, I made this to represent me streaming, Vincey watching, us talking, and us finally meeting up. As the video name implies, there are a lot of things missing from this version, notably our chat messages and images, but those simply should not be shown publicly. It makes me wonder just how much my videos have become about my vision, especially since very little care about the viewer was shown in Project Vigor, Patreon tier list, or even Rockiest Videos 2024. I guess that's the summary then. This year was the year of my vision. Therefore, you can either leave or stay for the ride. I still appreciate your interest though, even if I will always exist. Weekly Post 68. Magical Nexus. Now I know what you might be saying, Rockman, haven't we had enough of talking about a game we can't really understand? Nope. Look, at least this one is about the 2 most powerful mechanics in the game. Well, there's one that's stronger, but it's for later. First are orbs, which I mentioned in the previous post. These can be pretty powerful, so let's go through them by rarity. Jump Orb allows you to move 2 tiles forward, ignoring the first tile. This can already be pretty useful. For example, what if there's a good reward behind a strong enemy? Well, why kill him when you can jump behind him and out? Or you can jump across gaps and skip using keys. The one big limitation is you can't jump on special blocks and you can't jump onto items, which is what balances this out. Still, if there's no jammer on that floor, jump away. Swap Orb swaps places with whatever object is in front of you, no matter the distance. This can often act like a different jump, not going over walls, but jumping to a place with an item, while also allowing for long distances. This can also swap that strong enemy out of the way entirely, only needing 1 orb instead of 2, making it usually more useful. It does, however, require an object to be present to swap with, which can be more than you think. For example, items and enemies are objects, but so are magic jammers, and in Trip Premium, to get a particularly strong item, you can do so by swapping over several jammers. Pretty neat. Pavement Orb paves the tile in front of you. This one tends to be one of the most difficult orbs to use, as you can break a lot of walls in any given tower. The idea is simple. If you see a normal wall and use this, it becomes a walkable tile. A pavement orb cannot affect objects, but it can affect quite a few different tiles. Walls, water, one-way blocks, and pop-up blocks to name the usual. However, it cannot break reinforced walls, which we'll get to later. Blizzard Orb applies the Blizzard effect to the floor. This one is quite something, as the Blizzard effect does several things. Every key on the ground becomes a frozen key. Every door becomes a frozen door. Water tiles become walkable tiles. The Blizzard effect is activated, making certain Blizzard-related items stronger, allows ice items not to melt on entry. This usually gives Blizzard Orbs 4 main uses. Leave useful keys on the floor, freeze the room, and then use the newly made ice keys to open previously hard to open doors. Make it easier to walk around the room by freezing water tiles. Use Blizzard items and make certain floors easier. Keep strong ice items across multiple floors. As such, Blizzard Orbs can be very powerful or hard to use. It's probably the most creativity requiring orb. Guidance Orb. This one is simple. Teleport to a specific location. What that location is will depend on the tower, but it will generally be the next part of the tower, and this lets the developers make the key into an object, rather than a staircase or some door, which is useful if you want the players to kill some big enemy to get it, or want to fully disconnect the previous area from the next. Spring Orb. This one is effectively the opposite of the Blizzard Orb, as it melts ice keys and doors, as well as ice back to water. It's generally most useful for frozen blocks, which can most efficiently be destroyed with it. Reclamation Orb. Remember how I mentioned there are reinforced walls? Well, this orb is here to break them. Reclamation Orb works pretty much identically to the Pavement Orb, but it can strongly pave the tile. This means reinforced walls and reinforced pop blocks can both be destroyed, which may not sound like much, but it really is. To put it into a bit of a perspective, they're so powerful that across all the floors in all of the towers that I have ever seen, there are about 10. And half of them require another reclamation orb or something stronger to get. For as miraculous as they are, they cannot break the final tier of wall, negative wall, which not only can't be paved, but also can't be jumped over. Pioneering Orb. I've only seen this one in the most powerful mechanic I won't talk about in this post, but whatever it seems to do it on every wall. Maybe break it, upgrade it. Extremely rare. And that about does it for orbs, but there is another mechanic I want to touch on today. Magic and Legacy. Introduced in the DLC after orbs, Magic and Legacy are also tools for developers to put a lot of very powerful stuff in the game. But Magic and Legacy can be far stronger than orbs. The reason they say Magic and Legacy is because they are two distinct mechanics, but they generally appear together. Both contain spells, where a spell will use something and do something. Magic will use magic points or MP to activate spells, and the effects will usually be temporary. This is because MP is acquired by leveling up, where you get 1 MP. There are also some MP potions that can give more, as well as more specific means. Legacy will use your sunstones, meaning that as long as you can access it, the tower's layout won't affect how you can use Legacy at all. These effects tend to be long-lasting and generally more powerful due to them using a permanent and generally hard to get resource of sunstones. There is also instance magic, which is specific to towers, but it can be unlocked while playing the tower and then disappears on the next run. So what are the effects? Well, let's go over some of my most used spells. The Brave and the Courage. These two spells require 20 MP and will increase your defense or damage by 1000 points for one battle. This one is probably the simplest spell to use. If you see a tough enemy you can't beat, get some MP and make the battle easier. Both can be found in the final tutorial, which introduces Magic and Legacy, I'll just call it Magic for now, and the Brave, the defense one, is the easiest spell in the game to get, which is good because these spells are permanent, which makes them extremely valuable even if the spells aren't that good. Next up, also from Final Tutorial, is Medicine Dictionary Red, which uses 100 sunstones to make red potions, which usually give 200 HP, to now give 300 HP and 1 attack, making them slightly better. A funny trick to this spell is that in some towers, it's hard or impossible to use sunstones to get attack, but this can circumvent that if you're willing to wait to get them. If you forgot or I didn't mention, at the start of a lot of towers there are Sun Wishers that take Sunstones and give attack, defense, HP, or something else, but sometimes they take 5 Sunstones per attack or just don't exist. Also to note, getting this spell was one of the most fun puzzles in the game. A more unique spell is the Indomitableness, which takes 40 MP and on use lets your HP go into the negatives. This can be pretty useful if you just want to see what's behind a door but can't quite kill a specific enemy. Its usefulness can be difficult to find, as if you're a negative HP, you'll die to any damage and you also won't be able to make any permanent progress. Same if you have negative MP. The limit of the spell is 100 million HP, so you can still run into an enemy that's too tough. A somewhat funny spell is what I'll call Little Feather. It takes 1 Sunstone and gives all enemies 1 XP on kill. Plus 1 XP on kill. The effect is small, but considering how in the early game most enemies have 5 XP on kill, it can be surprisingly strong for its extremely low price. A very neat spell that I use whenever I can. Alright, now let's talk about the 2 heavy hitter spells I own. The first is Solar Mattock, which was one of the toughest spells to get. We once again return to Final Tutorial, where I'll need to slightly explain the layout. See, this tower has 4 paths after the main map has been cleared. Left and right will lead to spells, and then in the nexus, teleporting will bring you into the postgame, and going up requires a lot of Mattocks, and when I say a lot, I do mean it. 500. This tower rewards every use of a Mattock with stats, meaning you'll need to avoid a lot of stats to get there. Still, due to how strong I was able to try a bit and get 600, so it wasn't that bad. Or so I thought. The next screen required another 600 Mattocks. So I thought about it and started routing the level way more. It took 2 multi-hour attempts, but I did manage to get it. So was it worth it? Oh, you bet it was, and I had a feeling it could be insane, and the reason is because this spell had the same description of the Reclamation Orb. And it turns out it works exactly the same. This has allowed me to achieve quite a lot of things, as the Reclamation Orb is just so powerful, such as destroying Tower D, the 3rd tower in the game, and getting 33 Sunstones from it. It's a spell whose potential I look into everywhere I go, and man, there's so many things you can break that it's hard to pick where you really want to go with it. But there is a spell arguably stronger than even a Pocket Reclamation Orb. I keep forgetting the name, so I'll call it Guardian Sword, and it comes from the newest tower, Lit Tactical Palace. It consumes 100 MP and gives a permanent effect. Your damage is increased by 100 minus level times level. What that effectively means is that as you approach level 50, your damage increases very quickly, up to 50 times 50, and after level 50, your damage drops back down. Since towers tend to be between levels 100 to 200, you will generally see your early game be much stronger and then return to normal. Which is really good. I don't think I need to explain why effectively doubling your damage can be pretty good, especially when you can go into negative MP and then climb out of it. This is the spell that got me into a new era of Nexus, where I have been getting a lot of spells and Sunstones. Is it cheesy and a moment since you need the DLC to get this item? That's just how Nexus is. It's a shame you can't upgrade it much because... Oh wait. You don't know there are upgrades, huh? Well, if you thought the spells were ridiculous, their upgrades can get way more so. Not due to their usefulness, mind you. That tends to be slightly lower cost and slightly higher power. No, the madness comes from the difficulty in getting those upgrades. Magic and Legacy have different requirements to upgrade their spells, as Magic uses a requirement of total Sunstones and Legacy uses Devices, which are permanent items that you need to obtain by picking them up in a tower on Mystic Mode. Don't worry about what Mystic Mode is for now, just think of it as a hard mode for some towers have. Either way, these devices are effectively items you can pick up, and are usually at the end of those hard mode towers. Some are gated behind killing the final boss, and others are behind the special post-boss enemies, making them very hard to get. In fact, Tactical Trip Mini, the tower I played on stream and one of my first towers ever, was a tower I had been trying to beat fully for around 1.5 years, and just yesterday I did due to clever use of spells. That got me 2 more upgrades. Where the ridiculousness begins is when you see the levels themselves. Remember Solar Mattock, which breaks walls? Well, it uses 20% of your sunstones, and levels decrease it by a whopping 1%. Now, there are about 15 hard mode towers, and they have about a 1 in 3 chance to contain an upgrade for Solar Mattock, meaning that currently you can probably only get the 5 levels for Solar Mattock. How many levels does the game support? 14! And they didn't make proper scrolling, so the 14th level just cuts off and it might even go lower. Most legacy spells have this absurd amount of devices, but the real stupidity comes from magic levels. As you may have noticed, Tactical Nexus loves the idea of over-preparing mechanics, be it through stages having the potential to use 3 sun medals, even though on release you could only ever have 1, or by these legacy spells only being able to max out much later. But magic requires sunstones. Take the Courage, the first spell you get. I mentioned it increases your defense for 1 fight by 1000, and that's true, but at 100 total sunstones acquired, it becomes 1200. 100 sunstones can be a relatively tricky amount to get, as it took me about 150 hours of playing to do so, but to be fair, you do accelerate in getting sunstones as you get more of them, spells, and skill. At 400 sunstones, you get to the next level, giving 1400 defense, which again is pretty tough to get. To get to that, it took me 350 hours, so again a while. Currently, I'm at 520. The next level is at 900 sunstones. Currently, I'm at 520. The next level is at 900 sunstones. At this point, we need to think not only about getting a lot of sunstones per tower, but getting a lot of sunstones on every tower. Let's assume for now that all 75 towers are released, only 43 are right now. Dividing 900 by 75, that's around 11 sunstones per tower, which is already kind of difficult. But this is only the 3rd level. After that comes 1600, 2500, 3600, and goes up and up and up until an insane 19,600 sunstones. That means you would need 261 sunstones for every tower. So far, my best tower, Chain, got me 171, but it is an insane outlier, as the second best sits at 39. But that's just the first spell in the game. There are spells that need 25,000, 36,000, and even 42,000 sunstones to reach max level. But the most expensive of them all is, ironically, the Indomitableness. Level 1 needs 15,000 sunstones, and it decreases the price from 40 MP to 20 MP. Level 2 needs 32,000 and makes the Eternal Potion item do something. I don't even know, because the text is too long and gets cut off. And level 3, as a whopping 49,000 sunstones, increases the lower limit for damage from negative 100 million to negative 200 million. Why the fuck would you need that when you have more sunstones than I have ever had combined attack and defense in any tower? I guess the unreleased towers are going to be pretty darn crazy. Weekly post 69. 2 soldiers killing each other. Now, as funny as the number 69 is, we won't be getting any funny posts today as, guess what? They published the army list. And I'm in it. Not the most pleasing news, but also not particularly crushing ones either. Just wanted to mention it so that you wouldn't think I'm killing myself immediately. First, what is going to happen? Well, I have been called to go into primary army training. I will have to do my first action of visiting some place at the start of May, meaning that for the next 4.5 months I don't need to do anything. Once there, I will have to go through some checks. I know of 2 checks, a mental and a physical one. The physical one, I estimate, has about a 10% of failing me, be it due to my back or my stomach. The mental one is harder to estimate, as that will depend on how I want to appear. Considering my friend was able to fail on purpose, I definitely have the, let's say, traumatic credentials for it. The question is how much I do or don't show and exaggerate if needed. After that will come the training. It is 9 months long, where the first 2 months are full-time training. It isn't some insane army training, but it is not fun. After 2 months, if you are fit enough by certain criteria, for example, ability to run 3 kilometers under 15 minutes, you are able to leave on weekends. Otherwise, keep grinding. After training, you are put into the reserve list, from which you may or may not be called during a real war. Since I am a programmer by trade, this could mean that I wouldn't be in infantry during war, or I could maybe get a job in the army as a programmer. Alright, them's the facts, so now let's go step by step again. As I will only have to deal with this in 4 months, we have to consider potential preparations, and the most immediate action I can take is training running. I definitely dislike training general strength and arms, so at least for now I'd like to avoid it, especially since it's hard to start doing something already. Now, the fun part. The physical checkup as mentioned is not something I'm interested in min-maxing. Perhaps I could consider less training to look worse, but that's not really worth it. The mental checkup is the far more interesting bit. My knowledge about it comes solely from one of my friends that managed to get through it by saying he has suicidal thoughts. This game of appearing suicidal has 3 end states. You go to army if you're not suicidal enough, you avoid almost all negative consequences by being just suicidal enough, and you go to a mental hospital if you're too suicidal. From what I could gather so far, the trick is I want to kill myself, but maybe not, I don't know. In that you want to appear as a non-threatening to anyone, but maybe yourself. Quite conveniently, my perspective on suicide matches this well. Sure, in the first year or two, suicide would go along with doing some other criminal acts that later end with suicide, but I've moved away from those as there's little point, and it makes suicide much harder than it already is. Nowadays, suicidal thoughts come from self-hatred, the thought that I am so bad that I shouldn't exist. While it's something that I can't say is accurate, I also can't call it inaccurate, as the thoughts do come up sometimes. This means that my general plan of attack would be: I have had suicidal thoughts for 6 years now, and at this point have largely given up on suicide. I've thought about attempting many times, but I'm simply too bad at even that to do it. There is one time where I was put in an easy-to-die situation while being in a hot air balloon where I thought about jumping for 30 minutes. As such, I've given up on planning out any sort of attempt, but I can't guarantee that if put in a stressful scenario, I won't do it. My general perspective on life is that the meaning comes from yourself, so whatever you decided, that's what it will be. You can live or you cannot, it just depends on what you want to do. That was pretty barely planned, and I think it sounds rather solid. Wouldn't be nearly as smooth in conversation, but well, you can see the vision. I think with this, we can say that if needed, I could achieve both the second and third end states if needed. No army and no mental hospital. Then the question is if I want to. That brings us to the army itself. To cover my side, there is good in being trained to be more physically well off and to be more disciplined, but I also worry about being, let's say, beaten down and less creative. Perhaps I shouldn't be so worried about a nebulous concept such as creativity when it's hard to quantify its value, but, well, just like trying to not be self-hateful, I don't know how the other side works. My really main concern is that after training I could become a real soldier, which would be terrible. There's the argument I would be a programmer of some systems, but I really don't know how much I can count on it. Regardless, the army ends up being this concept whose value I find it difficult to quantify. What I can quantify better is Vinci's fate. Her plight is that were I to leave, she would be alone, which is pretty awful. But just like how it would be awful for me to go through training, being alone would likely force her to be more individualistic and less reliant on me. It might also encourage her to find friends, or she would just become sad and a shut-in. It's hard to say, but this is a scenario that certainly ends in less guaranteed positive outcomes. She would survive, this is way easier than her home in Kazakhstan, but why suffer if it's not necessary? So, to recap, this makes the situation of going to the army a somewhat tough decision. Different people value army differently. Mom thinks I would end up as a better person. Vinci worries about Maya and her life during the 9 months of training, and my friend, along with many other people he knows, avoids it when possible. As such, I think for now I can continue training and thinking about the dilemma, but so far, attempting the same thing my friend I did is the plan. If it fails, it won't be the end of the world. Weekly post 70. Guidance bosses. Alright, let's take a little bit of a break from all this serious or Nexus stuff to talk about something else. Guidance. Of course, I'm not doing anything substantial about it, but I can still share some ideas I have for how the game may or may not work, or more accurately, loose ideas I think would be cool. I talked about guidance back in post 45, so certainly a while ago, but I haven't stopped thinking about it, mainly because of music. See, part of the reason I created the idea of guidance is just because I can create musical stories more easily, which is the main way I enjoy music. As such, I've created a lot of these imaginary guidance levels with a rather simple philosophy. Each level must be unique. So, going back to Tactical Nexus, part of what makes me like it so much is that every tower feels different to play. Sure, you have your intentionally unique towers using mechanics made just for that tower, but even the normal towers can feel different. Tutorials 1 to 4 all use the same amount of levels, floors, with the same overall architecture, but by focusing on their own new mechanics, they end up standing out. The most similar are probably towers G and P, which both have the same gimmick, but even then I find to have different memories with them, as I've spent more time on G. It's interesting to compare this idea of uniqueness of areas in other games. You may think Rainworld is a good example, but when you strip away the visuals, areas end up being pretty similar. The major differences are usually the architecture, underhang and wall, and any particular gimmicks, darkness and shaded citadel, water and shoreline, but most areas are pretty samey on their own, and it's their context that makes them special. If you are wondering about enemies, sure, deer are unique to farm arrays and leviathans to shoreline, actually, but most enemies reappear. In general, Rainworld areas are only diverse in the context of the game avoiding using many mechanics, but they're kind of same otherwise, which is still pretty impressive. The variety I am talking about with Nexus is more akin to the variety between Slugcats, where most feel pretty different from each other and for good reason. Perhaps then the variety I like is not of using existing mechanics in various ways, but in using unique mechanics or concepts in each way. Therefore, my goal with guidance is to have that, but even in an imaginary game, you'll need recurring mechanics or you'll never accumulate them. For example, Celeste makes each area focus on a different mechanic, but in later areas reuses them, which is a good balance. Anyway, guidance bosses, right. For now, the main thing I tend to think about is what happens inside the boss fights, but I do like the idea of a traversable map of sorts when it comes to picking bosses. Think something like the Gemcraft map for the time being. As you travel around, you get to choose between picking different bosses which are in different areas. One question you may have then is what about difficulty? Well, my goal for bosses is more so to build NPCs that could perform different actions based on their given rules. Then, in each song, each note could be encoded with some information to help the AI of the NPC to decide what to do. So, if a loud note comes in, it does a big attack, and so on. If this could be done, it may not be that difficult to change the AI based on difficulty to be dumber or smarter, and if done properly, you could theoretically use the AI in any song. It would just do whatever it wants. Alright, I should probably pick some song and boss before I go on any tangents, but how do I actually convey to you how I imagine the boss will behave? Well, I won't, but I will give you some guidance on imagining it yourself, so let's make up some easy one to imagine. Say we have an area on the map that is far away from anything else. Perhaps you click to move on a path and then have to wait for 5 minutes to get there. Or another idea I had is that there is a large ocean you could explore where dotted around it are random bosses, so this one could be somewhere here. So you enter the boss there. The music is Claire de Lune. The boss itself is an old man who has given up on fighting, making the fight easy if you choose to kill him. The boss itself doesn't even really look at or notice you, instead just looking up at the sky. As the first notes come in, he begins to randomly place tiny bullets that slowly fall down to the ground, not targeting anyone, and as the song continues, the bullets get faster, spawn more, and generally act like stars in a cosmos. The man gets up in excitement and dances around with the crescendo as you dodge all the randomly traveling stars. As time goes on, you begin to notice that there are way too many stars for the man to summon himself, as that would require too much energy, which is when you realize that the man isn't summoning anything. You may be in a fight with some old man, but a different, unknown god is playing around and creating all of this for his or his own amusement. At the very end of the song, the man falls apart into hundreds of stars. This is, of course, just one example, but if you're able to imagine someone creating bullets like falling stars, you can start to get somewhere. If you can't, well, the limitation of this idea is that it does need to exist, so feel free to stop reading, as it will be difficult to get anything meaningful out of the text otherwise. Either way, let's look at a few more songs, shall we? Sewer's LVT, Blissful Overdose. The boss is a nondescript figure who flies up into the top right corner and stops moving. When the beat of the song comes in, she fires a circle of bullets around her to the beat without particularly much speed. However, these circles do continue on and on and on, and as the song continues to increase in intensity, so do the circles. It gets to the point of being past the boss's ability to shoot, so how does she do it? Well, the gimmick in this fight is that there is a sort of drug-like ability, which reduces your movement if you take it but gives greater access to energy. You're free to use this ability yourself, and if you do, you'll find that you can use it a lot, but as you do, you'll notice different effects. At first your movement will slow more and more, but if you go further, the screen will also get darker, as a fog will begin to hide the furthest parts of the arena/screen away from you. Eventually you'll become blind, and alongside it another effect will take place. You will become more and more restricted to where you can place bullets, with their starting point getting closer and closer to you. Eventually, you can't move, you can't see, and you can only shoot from your own coordinate. Exactly what the boss is doing. One thing I should note is that bosses in this game can be programmed to be very smart. For example, say you want to shoot a homing bullet. Well, there's a custom ability you can use to do that, which will handle the homing logic for you. But bosses can be perfect machines that calculate the angle and summon the bullet themselves without any guidance. This trick is what can make bosses so challenging, as while they aren't technically cheating, they can feel like they are. However, as my goal is to create a technically even playing ground, that also means the bosses need to have the same restrictions. So while bosses can normally shoot at you easily, Blissful Overdose can't, as she can't see. That's why she focuses on sheer volume of attacks. She's lost her sanity to drugs and is just throwing out everything she can. But there is one more consequence to the drug ability. The more you use it, the more you will feel the withdrawal after. With some usage, it just takes away some of your health, but if you make it to the end of this fight, the boss's HP will be annihilated down to the negatives, where she will writhe in pain until dying. Okay, that's a bit horrific. Let's take a different song. Crusher, Wicked. As you are traveling around the map, there will be a really small chance that you might encounter Wicked. As this is a special encounter, your fight will be in the usual arena, but without some of the usual features like HP. So Wicked dances around shooting fairly easy to dodge bullets and then starts to talk about the funeral in the song. You should be listening to it, otherwise this won't make sense. As she mentions what happened to her, the UI gets revealed to show that she has negative HP. She is already dead. You can pretty easily kill her if you want to, but if you do, the fight will immediately end and you will be brought back to the map with a message, "No one mourns the wicked." So let's say you continue to dodge and leave her alive. She continues to explain more of herself and show how she used to exist as a princess and eventually died for some reason. She became a ghost and worked to restore her people in place, helping with the fields, warding off enemies, the real work. Wicked is perfectly fine with her death, as she is just a memory so vivid. Barely hanging on, and she has been for many years. If she does die, she just reincarnates again, but as a different ghost. This existence is what she will have to do forever. Living on becomes the ending. Finally, if you survive without killing her, she'll smile and disappear, bringing you back to the map, but now without the message. There is one more difference. If you kill Wicked, she will never appear to you again, but if you don't, she has the same chance to return as always. In case you wanted to mourn the Wicked. Now, since I thought about writing something else, you'll hear about it in the next weekly post, I'll wrap up this post with one of my favorite ideas. Alan Moore, Within Will. For this battle, I wanted to take place in some sort of really hard to reach place, as if it's locked up away in a prison. In Genshin Impact, there's the concept of the spiral abyss that gives you a wave after wave of you going down and down, either endlessly or just really long. So I imagine a similar sort of place of you going down through a cave, through various boss fights, until you finally reach a large empty cave where you walk and fall into a deep hole. After falling for a minute, you find a small cave with one boss fight in it. The boss is an almost skeletal figure. It appears as if he's been here for so long that he must have beaten the concept of age and became something beyond old. But the boss is by no means slow. He feels extraordinarily fast and precise, with every bullet seemingly perfectly calculated to hit you. For 5 minutes and 15 seconds, he hits you with everything he's got, as if this is his most important fight in the world. Yet, as always, you dodge it all. The boss stops to rest. You're not sure why, but you wait as well, as there's not much music to use. However, at the 6-minute mark, you see a new bar slowly fade in. Just like there's an energy bar and an HP bar, this is another one. You have one as well, and in the next 10 seconds, both yours and his fill up to a half. But yours stops. His does not. As the song progresses, the bar continues to go up and up, beyond the borders of the bar. Eventually, it begins to loop around the screen and continue from there. Then again, and again, and again, growing even faster until the whole background is just his bar. The bar is will, and it can be used instead of energy. But unlike energy, will is not gathered through music. You get it by dying. Every time you die, you get a bit more will, which is why you have some. Within Will, though, he has died many, many times. Way more than every player combined. Because he has been fighting you for longer than you have existed. Within Will, a long time ago, wanted to be the strongest boss of them all, and to this extent, he found a way to restart lost fights, just like you. With this ability, he was able to eventually win any fight he wanted to, but there was a catch. He could not stop fighting until he won. Whenever he would enter the arena, his loss meant the automatic rewind to the start of the fight. Sometimes he would negotiate his way out of fighting, but oftentimes his opponents didn't care, they just wanted to fight. And as he got more well known, people began seeking him out, and some of those people were really strong, leading him to get stuck for a while just fighting the same guy. It wasn't a big problem until he found you. A you in a different timeline, who he noticed could also rewind time, as once Within Will won, he would see his self rewind in the same way. Now it didn't matter if he won or lost, he would be back at the same spot. Your continuity rules were more favorable though, as if you won, one version got to continue and another would take the place to continue the fight, whereas for Within Will, if he won against you, he had to go back. Within Will tried to bargain with you, saying that he holds nothing of value to whatever your quest is, and that he will give you anything to stop fighting. But you didn't listen. You continued on, desperate to succeed just for the sake of winning some sort of an achievement. So Within Will fought endlessly, because his only hope now was that you had different rules to him. And sure enough, one day, you disappeared. The fight was rewinded, but you were nowhere to be seen. Finally, Within Will was free for the first time in what felt like forever. He didn't know when you would come back, but he knew that there was nothing that could be done about stopping you, because just like him, you could know everything. But before Within Will could run away, he stumbled upon you again. But this one was different. He moved differently, was less precise, his skills haven't been honed down yet. And sure enough, when he asked you how long you've been here, he just said a few tries. You were not only capable of rewinding, you were capable of multiple existences. This was extremely troubling news, as now he couldn't just beat you and be done. He has to fight you forever. So Within Will ran and told the strongest people he could find that if they helped to guard him, they would find an opponent far stronger than anyone else. Some, who were looking for a challenge, agreed and guarded the cave where Within Will secretly hid himself away in a dark hole. Solace was better than fighting. Within Will knew this wouldn't stop you though. It would only buy him time, and whoever would arrive here would be extremely determined to defeat you over and over again. So Within Will researched and researched until he found a mechanic that could allow him to win. Will. A mechanic designed only for those who can rewind time, which tracks how many times you've died. Will can then be used as energy, leading to unbelievably unfair attacks. But he didn't see his situation as fair either. The first time you visited Within Will, the fight lasted just as long as the first one. Both of you used Will, but one day after many wins, you gave up. Within Will noticed that almost every version wanted to win, but they were differently skilled, so his only method of success was finding a version that didn't have the determination to defeat him. And since Will reset for you and you won, Within Will accumulated a practically endless amount. So when one day you arrive to fight Within Will, you find a person who has done this fight millions of times. And if there's one person who knows you better than yourself, it's someone who knows every version of you. If you do eventually win against him, he simply lays down to rest. Weekly Post 71. Scaling Up. I'll cut to the chase. Or should it be cut the chase since you're ending the chase sequence? I'm making the video. I know, crazy, an actual, real, non-meme and not forced video that's supposed to be good? Yep. Spoiler, I didn't make the video. As for what it's about, well, Fractal Block World still hasn't left my head, I just like its stupidly large size too much. But the video just about Fractal Block World isn't particularly interesting. What would be much better was a video about scale in general. As you likely noticed, my videos tend to try to evoke the emotion of wonder and surprise, as I find that to be something lacking in the YouTube space. Sure, that tends to be more of a tool to convey a message, but in reality, the simple awe I try to evoke is usually the purpose of the video rather than a particular message. That's not to say the message is unimportant, but I find it more enjoyable to create and observe the awe-inspiring moments of my videos than the meanings. I guess you could say I find the dessert of the course to be more memorable than the meats. You can already find plenty of meats if you really cared. Anyway, so what is this video? Well, I ultimately want to talk and awe people at the scale of Fractal Block World, but if I did that, there wouldn't be enough build-up. It wouldn't matter as much. So that's when I decided to pick some other games to give that scale some comparison. The initial idea was 3 games. 2D, which would be M3O, which I talked about a while ago, the really big Minesweeper website. 3D, which would be Minecraft, as it is just a really big game if you assume world borders in the end. And finally, Fractal, or Recursive, where I would have Fractal Block World and its immense scale. This was all well and good, but there was still something missing, or perhaps the idea didn't seem strong enough. These games are very big, but by only showing the really big, you get used to it. I needed anchors. Along with that, I also wanted to better theme each of the 3 sections. 2D, 3D, and Fractal are fine as themes, but I could do better. So I came up with something else. 2D. Time. Talking about scale not only being large things, but also time-consuming things. 3D world, talking about scale also being detailed things. Fractal awe, talking about scale also being impressive things. To me, this felt better as there was a more solid concept to latch onto and work around now. I wasn't going into the script blind, I had that message I wanted to convey of how scale can be interpreted, how it can be shown, and how it can be surprising. As such, I started to think about games that could fit into these categories. 2D and time is a bit tricky, but there was one game that stood out: The Longing. It's essentially a game that maximizes the meaning of time, as you need to wait 400 days to win, making it the indisputable best option here. Along with the meaning of M3O being an insanely vast black hole of time, where you can see just how much time has been spent here, it became a good section conceptually. 3D and world is difficult to write mainly because it's difficult to convey density, especially when you are also trying to convey large scale, which almost always equals low density. I'm still open to new ideas should I get some, but I liked Elden Ring here, mainly because it is very good at hiding its true scale, meaning it makes itself look bigger than it really is through its world. Minecraft does something similar via its insanely large community, but that's harder to convey. Finally, Fractal and Awe had little competition. It's Manifold Garden. Already when I got the idea for the 3 games, I wanted to put Manifold Garden somewhere as it just fits so well. It's both infinitely large, yet due to recursion, it's actually not that big. It's extremely visually impressive and wondrous, making it perfect for the Awe section, far more than Fractal Block World. With these concepts, it was time to begin writing the script, and well, I'm on my second version for the time being. I really like how separate I can make each of these 6 games, allowing me to focus down my creative efforts on them one at a time, but I can still see myself rewriting sections to the 3rd version. And for the video itself, that's kind of all there is to it, a script and some solid ideas. However, I will need to make the video, and that means I will need to somehow show the scale of Fractal Block World. Now, yes, that can be done via the map, and don't worry, the map section will be pretty cool, but I have an idea for something that might be better. A visualization in the form of a representation. Here's the map, by the way. Or this link if above doesn't work. See, my role in the mapping project ended up being that of a programmer, meaning I automated some of the more menial tasks, but didn't do much exploring. As such, I ended up getting somewhat decent at working with the original file, making a graph of all the reference or octagon nodes connected, for example, which didn't really look all that interesting. So I stuck to adding spheres to all reference elements and searching for mistakes. However, one day I had an idea. If we have this big map, we can rebuild the game in a sense, right? I can throw the map at a Blender script which would generate cubes that would represent areas. Then each cube could hold its children areas inside of it, creating a map that sort of mimics the game pretty accurately. And I did it! However, there's a rather disappointing problem with this approach. Because I have to scale each layer smaller and smaller, I can only really get to a particular smallness because eventually I'll reach the limit of what the viewing program can show. And since this map is gigantic, that limit ends up being pretty soon. With Blender I could reach about 15% of the map's depth before it just wouldn't render properly, and with OpenSCAD, a more optimized program, 20%. Since every scaling down means sometimes 3 times smaller, this is really just not going to happen now, is it? A sane person wouldn't get here, but he would definitely give up here as, what, are you going to make your own 3D viewer? No, I won't make another 3D viewer. Instead, I'll rewrite the code to generate a 2D SVG image. So I did that, and using Inkscape actually did quite a bit better, reaching about 50% of the way there, until once again reaching the limit of depth. Definitely better and certainly much faster at rendering, 0.2 seconds versus 2 minutes, but still not quite there. I want something where I could zoom out fully without having to edit together several sections, although if everything else fails, that's what I'll do. Now, a somewhat insane person would give up here as literally all that's left is to make your own 2D viewer. So at work, I end up using JavaScript quite a lot, and one thing that's good about it, among the sea of terrible things about it, is that it is very easy to set up. After all, every browser engine should support it. This means that I can, theoretically, open up an HTML file, paste in the image, and boom, you can see the image. However, what I can also do is write my own script to zoom in and pan, which is where we can start to make good progress. So with some painful Vim setup on my home computer, I got it to work, and I now have an actual web page where I can zoom into the SVG, with the trick being to use the SVG view box. This works pretty well, but well, it's nothing revolutionary and it's only mildly better than Inkscape. Now, even an insane person would stop here, but you know the drill. So what if we render the whole viewport every time you zoom? Now, I haven't gotten to this part, and maybe I won't because it's scary, but there's nothing impossible about it. All I have to do is prepare myself some data, and at any given zoom level, look at that data and from it, generate the visuals on screen. Some may wonder about the performance, to which I say that Python code, rendering the entire image of 1500 nodes while also having to parse the original XML structure, takes like 0.2 seconds to do that. Meanwhile, I can redo the structure into a more convenient JSON format from where I would need to render, 20 nodes? 100 at worst, and sure, it might be a bit tough, but sometimes you gotta take a bit of a risk to make something cool. I actually started using a quote about that recently. Pessimists sound correct, but optimists are successful. I like it. Anyway, this does mean something rather unfortunate. I'll have to scrap all of my previous code for generating the image, as that is in my Python and is dynamic, and zoom controls, as that uses SVG viewbox, which I doubt I'll use the same way. I have been using quite a bit of AI to write the Python part of the code, but I'm not really sure about using it here, as I want to have better control over the code. The issue now is time and will to actually do this. I guess let's just hope I will. Also, I attached the files for the webpage. All you need to do is open the load.html file and then you can zoom around and pan around the map. Inkscaper.py is what sets stuff up, so if you know some programming, feel free to do whatever with it. Edit. Dude, I literally forgot that post63 is basically the same thing I wrote out here, Lama. Edit. No, it isn't. No, it really isn't. I don't even talk about the same things. I don't know why I wrote this. I actually thought it was, but it's not. Well, the story continues. Weekly post 72. Longing. I think for this week I'll talk a bit about one of the 6 games in the video. The Longing, as while playing it, I actually wanted to talk about the full game and what it means, but well, I'll stick with a short summary there and a slightly longer one here. So, The Longing is a game based around the concept of time. Technically, every game uses time to some extent, or at least transitions between states, but I've never seen a game so heavily use time as part of its gameplay. The goal of the game is simple. Wait 400 days. This doesn't mean you have to keep the game open for 400 days, but from the moment you start playing the game in real life to the ending, you can wait 400 days, though there are other endings. That's cool and all, but it's the gameplay that really pushes the message here. The first thing you'll notice is that you are really slow. Everything in this game takes an, let's say, uncomfortable amount of time to execute. Picking up items means crouching down for a second or two. Walking through doors takes a few seconds, and of course, walking is just so slow. And naturally, one might find that to be rather disappointing or perhaps annoying, but you gotta remember who exactly you are here. You are a shade, a weak, black creature, able to do very few things in this world. Your goal is to simply wait for the king to awake from his sleep, at which point you are promised salvation. So your primary goal is just to wait, and since you don't need to eat, it doesn't matter what you do, so why would it matter if you did things slowly? It's a depressing, pessimistic way of looking at things, but it's hard to blame the Shade. After all, he is extremely lonely and he talks about it often. This cave offers very few things to do, and sure, you can make a musical instrument or a bed or a fireplace or even find some books, but do those things sound like things that would make you not bored at all for 400 days? And keep in mind that 400 days is 9,600 hours, which is likely more time than you have ever spent playing video games. So we don't bother to do anything with any enthusiasm. It doesn't matter. You just have to wait. Doing anything is meaningless. But that's not all that the game will throw at you. The cave you are in is not really that big. If you've seen a map of the game, you can clearly see everything in the game, but while playing and without the knowledge of the map, it could take you many hours to walk around everything. Everywhere you go, you'll find things that require time. Just leaving the initial room means opening a door for a few minutes. But venture out farther and you'll find more places to wait in. There is a cool looking cave to the right, but to get down you need to jump. However, you can only jump when there's enough moss to cushion your fall, which the character estimates will happen in 2 weeks. There's a staircase with a part of it broken and there's a stalactite above it. The Shade thinks that in about a week, the stalactite will fall and you'll be able to continue. But it's when you start to go up that things get more interesting. There's a door that leads beyond the king's kingdom to darker caves. Even before, these caves felt wondrous, depressing, and terrifying, all switching between each other with the very fitting music. Sometimes you'll be walking by a pile of gold and wondering how far it stretches. The next room you'll be walking along a narrow path, terrified of getting lost. To enter these dark caves, you must open a door, which takes 2 hours to open. You can leave, thankfully, but it's clear something is off here. This place is even more desolate and lonely than before. It's all grey and the emotion is that of lonely depression. A neat section here is the mines, where you find a dead end, yet also a mattock below, a useful item. However, if you stand in a specific spot, you'll see the ground very slowly crumble. Even the Shade, which usually says how long things will take, doesn't mention anything about this. But if you wait around 15 minutes, the ground will crumble and you'll reach the mattock in what is likely a shortcut to the normal path. The further you climb in this cave, the more you wait. There's a section where you push a boulder for a few minutes and eventually you'll see a little spider. When you try to reach him, you'll break his web and he'll walk away to make a new web. A bigger one, below a ledge. The Shade will look at it and say, "The little spider is weaving a web. It'll take a few days before it is strong enough to support my body to be able to climb up." A few days is very little, but that's what I'm waiting now. It's both a shame and a boon, in a sense. I like just walking around in this game. It's so meditative, so relaxing. I always surround myself with difficulty in games, with goals to accomplish, but here, there is nothing but you and your longing. Weekly Post 73. Nexus and the Guardians win. So look, nah, who am I kidding? This is my Patreon, my posts. If you don't like the Nexus, then you clearly picked the wrong guy. Anywho, at long last, after what, 4 or 5 posts, I can actually talk about something mildly interesting about the game besides its stupidity. Well, to be fair, I will be talking about its stupidity again, but that's just how it goes with this stupid game. So in the last post, 68 Magical Nexus, I talked about magic, one of the most ridiculous things in the game. And at the end, I mentioned a spell called Guardian Sword, which gives you a lot of damage. To quickly recap, the way the spell works is by the formula of 100 minus level times level, where level is your level. To get you up to speed, let's do some calculations in your head for random values. Level 1 equals 99 damage. Level 2, 198 damage. Level 10, 900 damage. Level 50, 2500 damage. Level 51, 2499 damage. Level 60, 2400 damage. Level 90, 900 damage. Level 98, 198 damage. Level 99, 99 damage. Level 100 and above, 0 damage. So as you can see, the formula shows a clear parabola, because you're going to deal the most damage when you are multiplying two medium values rather than one high and one low value. And this graph here shows the same thing, going up very quickly, plateauing, and falling down. So why is this important? Well, here's the thing. 2500 damage is a lot of damage. To show just how much damage it is, here is a graph I made which shows how normal damage progression goes. As you can see, we start pretty low and then slowly go up and up. Now, how many levels you get is pretty dependent on the tower, but for now let's assume it's 130. So if that's the normal progression, then let's see what happens when you add Guardian Sword on top of it in green. It's pretty nuts! This is why this spell is so strong. You are given an insane damage potential in the early game. The purple line shows the difference in damage factor, times 1000 to actually appear on the graph. So we can see how at the start of the game it's the same. At 1000 divided by 1000, it's 1. And then it can climb up to 3500, meaning you are dealing 3.5 times the damage you would be dealing normally. Sure, towards the end you do fall apart as the scaling wears off and you actually start to lose damage, and that's not very fun to play around, but you're only getting back to what you would normally have. Except not! In reality, this insane damage allows you to use a lot more of your time focusing on getting XP and health boosts, meaning you accelerate your progression and therefore get a better run at the end. So that's pretty darn good, but this is not why the spell is so good. The actual reason the spell is so good is because most other magic spells aren't. Now, don't get me wrong, spells can be very good, and I have nothing against legacy spells, which use sunstones. This is simply because you use them all up at the start of the run, as your sunstones never increase as you play. Well, technically you can get more sunstones at the end and keep playing. This means they incentivize you to pick good spells for the rest of the run. However, magic spells which use MP only come alive with magic, which means that you need to get MP in order to use them, and more often than not, you will start with little magic. Magic spells are also very temporary spells, usually. Increased damage by 1000 for one fight is not bad, but it is, after all, one fight, and the tower is rarely decided by a single fight. Even if you have it upgraded to deal 1400 damage and you use 5, which all cost 20 MP each, totaling 100 MP, the same cost as Guardian Sword, you'll still have just 7000 damage for one fight out of hundreds. In that case, it's way better to have 1000 damage for hundreds of fights. But if Guardian Sword required 100 MP, then it would actually maybe be somewhat balanced. What really sets it apart is that it is a glitch spell. Glitch spells have an extra property. They can be used even if you don't have enough MP. While normal spells simply refuse to be used, glitch spells put you into negative MP. While in negative MP you cannot get score, although perhaps due to a bug can still unlock spells. Even if you couldn't, it wouldn't be much of a problem because if you are using glitch spells, you expect to climb out of negative MP eventually. So because you can use it whenever you want, this means you can use it at the very start of the run and from there just, well, climb out into positive MP. The main drawback for this should be that you cannot use other spells, but that's not a major drawback when your MP using spells kinda suck. For example, you could use that MP to use the 20 MP magic to open 5 blue doors, but with 100 MP, you can instead just avoid opening 5 blue doors, so why bother? Even other glitch spells pale in comparison to Guardian Sword. For example, Glitch Nexus with return key gives a return key for 100 MP, but very few towers need another return key, when you can already save 1 or 2 with the Solar Mattock spell. Glitch Brave Sword improves the Brave Sword item, but at the cost of 160 MP, and Brave Sword being a pretty high tier and late to get item usually makes it, well, difficult to use unless you get it somewhat early. Because of this, a lot of magic tends to be quite situational, except, you guessed it, Guardian Sword. But a decent question then is, well, is that all bad? The towers will always adapt to your power. If enemies are easy, you will play more optimally to make use of their ease. And that's true, but... well, it just makes the game less interesting when every run with magic has you use the same spell, you know? Now every tower has gotten the same sort of progression, thriving in the early game and attempting to survive later on. If the game is easy early, that means it's not as interesting and it more so feels like you just have to get through it. I know it's not that bad, but something just feels lost with Guardian Sword. The auto weapon is a very unique item in the game. Weapons in general base their damage off of your level, such as attack plus 10 times level, meaning your damage will increase by 10 times your level. In your head, you can just think that a weapon has attack plus 4 level deals 4 damages, which is low, and attack plus 20 times level deals 20 damages, which is high. So the auto weapon is a very strong weapon, dealing 30 damages, making it pretty good when just trying to survive. It has a very big downside though. It halves your XP gain. This is, well, very bad. You end up taking strength now to lose it later, and you lose it fairly quickly as the difference in just 4 levels can already make it not worthwhile. As such, this weapon wasn't used much, especially for those wanting to get better scores, which is why it, at some point, got buffed. But to cover the buff, we need to talk about turns. As explained a long time ago, battles in Tactical Nexus are calculated via turns, where you attack, enemy attacks, you attack, on and on until one dies. This means there are 2 main approaches to reducing damage taken. Reducing the amount of turns taken via damage, reducing the amount of damage taken per turn via defense. It's usually best to have a proper balance of both, but as enemies usually have more attack and defense than you, attack is generally going to be more often acquired. Although certain items can show the power of defense very well, such as Laplace's Circlet, which swaps attack and defense every fight. Either way, if you do focus on attack, you'll find that as you increase it, you'll get lower amount of turns, but it'll be much more difficult to get from 4 to 2 turns rather than 12 to 10 turns. Depending on the tower, easy fights will usually take up to 5 turns, medium difficulty fights 5 to 8, hard fights 9 to 15, and beyond that you probably shouldn't attack that enemy if possible. This is a big generalization. Point is, turns matter, and as an attack enjoyer myself, turns matter a lot to me. Because of this, there are items that have something called turn nullification, where the item will allow you to negate the damage of X amount of turns of first turns. These tend to be very good items, as nullifying turns makes you able to save a lot of damage against low turn enemies, and, well, yes, those tend to be the easier ones, that doesn't mean that they don't deal damage. For example, in Tactical Town, you'll have around 400,000 HP at the 8th tier of enemies, while the enemies deal 20k damage over 4 turns. That means that with one nullification you get effectively 33% stronger, instead of needing around 20% more damage, which is not easy to just get. More turn nullification will mean more survivability. Staying in Tactical Town, one of the hardest items to get in it is the Aurora Cape, which is exceptionally good as it gives you good stats and 3 turns of nullification, which is very good and as such requires a large medal sacrifice to get. So now you probably have some grasp of what turn nullification does, so hopefully you can understand why the buff to the auto weapon is pretty ridiculous. It got 6 turns of nullification. Let me put this into perspective for you in a tower that was very much not designed for this. Heavy Tactical Lord. Heavy is a tower that is designed around a simple concept. Your XP gain is very low. It's actually 0 at the start, but even the normal 100% is barely anything due to how the tower works, so the point is that XP isn't too important. So I'm playing through the tower, doing fine, but I do start to see myself get weaker and not keep up, which sucks, but oh well, maybe there's some way to get back into it. There is, in fact, a way. The auto weapon, locked behind 3 pavement orbs and some solid keys. In an older version of the game, this would be seen as a somewhat off-meta build, as that halved XP would lose some levels over the runs, but the damage made up for it. In this tower, I went from kind of falling behind the scaling to not taking any damage from 98% of enemies. Literally 0 damage. Because they were all low turn enemies. And it's stuff like this that makes me think, am I cheating? I mean, it's pretty insane to literally just not take damage for most of the run, but at the same time, you do actually miss out on XP. If you want the most sunstones, this is not the path that will lead you there. Probably. And it's the same with Guardian Sword. That 100 MP could be used for other spells that do something better at the end of the run, when Guardian Sword has already worn off. Maybe you could double your keys with 180 MP, and then double your HP when you couldn't before, for example. And then you could substitute the big damage from Guardian Sword just by having a lot of sunstones, as in the Mystic Gate towers. 1 sunstone usually means 1 damage, and I've heard that some people have 9,000. Point is, the question here becomes what is fun, and that stems from a question as to how difficult any tower should be, which, to get it out of the way, is an extremely difficult thing to balance in a game like Tactical Nexus. Either way, on one hand, lowering the difficulty like this might make the game less enjoyable. The joy does partly come from difficult to conquer towers and the strategies you must come up with to make it to the top. One of the most fun parts of the game for me was also one of the hardest. Pop Tactical Lord, which requires a very well planned out route in order to get the Moon Medal. I had to do quite a few multi-hour runs, some even 5 hours long, before I finally found a strategy to just start the tower with, and it took around 150 words to describe in keywords. That high difficulty leads to really interesting strategies developing, at least for some of the more interesting towers. Then again, were the game always this difficult, I would likely never complete it, and I might still be trying to get singular sunstones to make progress. Therefore, on the other hand, lowering the difficulty speeds up your progress. Yes, towers will become less interesting, but these towers are thankfully not completely ruined. If you go through all of them with these OP items and spells, you will still be left with not fully optimized towers, which can be pushed further, and that optimization does lead back to interesting challenges, while also allowing more players to see more of the game. This is why this is so difficult to solve. Even a very absurd example like Heavy Tactical Lord can be improved upon without the item. In the end, Tactical Nexus, by making its goal a never-ending climb, always balances itself. You cannot change what the game will be. You can only take what you are given and work with it. Sometimes it will be hard, sometimes it will be easy. But that's just how Tactical Nexus is. Weekly Post 74. Stunting and boosting. Alright, well, you might be a little confused, so I'll give some context and then you can go watch the video. Exactly 3 months ago, I received a very peculiar email. Thank you for playing our previous game. You have received the beta playtester key for our new game Stunt Boost. Huh? Well, this was quite peculiar, but when I looked at the name of the developer, Biting Games, it seemed a bit familiar. And sure enough, Biting Games had made games before because 7 years ago, they made a game called Find You, for which I still have the world record for. So that was pretty funny, and after waiting about a week because I was playing Nexus, I started playing it. Stunt Boost is a game that has 12 levels, and they introduce more mechanics which we will get to, but for now I'll talk about how I played the game. See, good times on levels in this game give you medals, and you can get bronze, silver, gold, and diamond medals. What is that? Tactical Nexus reference? In my initial attempts at the levels, I mostly got diamond and gold medals, not putting in too much effort into optimizing them, and here I found the game to be alright. Worth the time, but not that memorable. After a while, I returned to the game and found that by doing really well on a level, you can get an Emerald or Author medal, which doesn't specify how fast you need to go to get it before you get it, unlike the other medals. This means that almost every level had a little secret I hadn't yet figured out, and so I went on the hunt to get all Emerald levels. After an hour or two of gameplay, I managed to reach, I think, 9 Emerald medals out of 12. Another thing to note is that this game, although still in beta, does have quite a lot of players, I think around 100. As such, there is inevitably going to be one that is fastest, and usually only 5 to 10 people have an Emerald medal for any given level. This meant that I wasn't that far from the top spot for these 9 levels, but while I tried to get there, I found it too difficult because I couldn't see their runs, only the runs slower than mine. There was one exception though, level 2. I played level 2 a lot, and as I'll show in the video, it's a very optimized run. After getting that run, I kept playing and playing until finally making the video. Enjoy! Weekly Post 75. Final Suffering. So today's post will be a bit different. It's a story about the idea of suffering. It's not particularly well thought out, and if I have the time I will rewrite it into a consistent vision, but for now you can read my first attempt at writing it. Final Suffering. It all started with a discovery. It always does, doesn't it? A miraculous discovery. Something that was placed as the ultimate invention. The final invention. Electrus. In the 2030s, as the China and USA tensions grew, many scientists were scrambling to make anything new. As long as there was still peace, funding went to the most promising technological promises. Weaponry had reached a limit once AI was given control over it, but AI itself had stagnated, as strategies ran out and compute became the main limiter for intelligence. And man, did it require that computation. National AIs became equal in standing to the highest military officials, guarding all AI systems. Were the people outraged? Right, you don't know yet. Yes, many were, but do you think anyone could ever go against the government anymore? After Donald Trump and Elon Musk started the practice of oligarchy and corporatocracy, the wealth gap widened to an even more absurd amount. Nobody really challenges anything anymore. It's all government against government, or government colluding with government, if you believe we're already in 1984. The point is that the world was ready for annihilation, yet everyone was still trying to get an edge, as we all knew what the other knew. So many agents planted all across the world, and advanced hacking techniques made few things private. We all knew that two AIs would fight and bring about the end of the civilized world for most of the population. But the US did have one breakthrough, one extremely unlikely discovery. To this day, the method is kept secret, although I'm not sure I'd understand it myself, as many scientists have tried to recreate it intentionally with no success. Regardless of how it was performed, one thing is for certain. The lines work. The lines are a strange thing. A well-educated friend of mine once described them to me like this. Take, for example, these two paths on this piece of paper. Obviously, they are not connected, but that's only from the perspective of the paper. If you fold the paper, they will touch. That's the crux of it. As for how it's achieved, well, nobody but those scientists really know. Some say they can bed space-time into non-Euclidean forms. Others say they have found ways to utilize higher spatial dimensions. Some even believe that they have created some real, tangible material capable of connecting seemingly any 2 points in 3D space. The method is up for debate, but the result is clear. One side had discovered a way to send information between any 2 points in 3D space. That is almost unimaginably powerful. We'll get into the many use cases for this, but for now, know that the US was wise in covertly sending the scientist to a kilometer deep bunker in a still undisclosed location, getting a replacement for him immediately to lie to everyone, from his co-workers to his friends and even to his family. That scientist would never again leave the bunker, as the discovery was far too great to ever leak any information about. It's honestly impressive how only 8 people knew about the location of not only the man, but also the building itself. Well, what about the builders? Killed. And of course, nobody did anything about it. The government was too powerful. Regardless, more people would go to this place, extremely secretively, mind you. It doesn't have an official name, so we will call it the unofficial name Electras. As nobody knows anything about how the whole system there operates, Electras refers to both the team there, the building there, the project itself. We don't know anything more specific than that. Either way, Electras would expand with more equipment, personnel, and much more funding. This was the shining star in potential inventions, and the US poured a lot into it. Of course, they had to hide that too, so this funding was never on any official documents, as all the money was scraped off of everything. When you have control over everything in the nation, scraping off a penny off of every transaction can add up, and few will verify this error, and lawmakers become legally subservient to the government the moment they enter into university or even buy a certain book. This world was indeed a dystopia. The development of Electros was slow though, and war was approaching, but the US, contrary to its image, played the weak role. They did engage in small-scale battles, but always avoided big conflicts, as why risk the battle of battles when you have a tool in development able to potentially immediately end the conflict? Some said that China didn't see it, which is why they were fine with slow progress, but I think they just didn't know what it was, or how far off it was from being completed. What if it was an advanced retaliation system? Imagine you were in a fight and your opponent was delaying his own defeat for as long as possible, luring you into a spot with a mine he had developed. Would you be willing to go all in and potentially step on that mine? As for the Electras team, well, they were seen as some of the most important people in the world, and their commitment to the job was seen as unlosable. Their families were brought in to live there, Michelin star chefs to cook for them, specialized maintenance crew made sure everything ran smoothly. Rumors say that there is only one delivery guy, masking himself as some rural farmer or engineer. As usual, everything related to Electras is absurdly covert. Prototypes did get made eventually, and things were looking promising. The amount of testing they had to do for this was absurd, but they did manage to finally control and create a line. As I mentioned, a line is effectively a connection between 2 points in 3D space. But this already seemingly unrealistic concept could only get so far. This connection could only be a few nanometers wide. This put a severe restriction as to what could actually be transmitted, though, if you want my opinion, the width could really be anything and this could just be more propaganda. Point is, the connection did allow for a few things to be transmitted, most notably electrons. As I mentioned, I am no science man, but I do know these things tend to be related to electricity, and the consensus is that these electrons could transmit the electromagnetic. As I mentioned, I am no science man, but I do know these things tend to be related to electricity, and the consensus is that these electrons could transmit the electromagnetic field with them. It was a very weak field, but it's said that even in the early prototypes, they could send approximately 1,000 electrons a second, or around 1,000 of a picoampere. It was extremely little amount of electricity, but here's the thing, this could be sent anywhere. And so they put a bug next to the Electros device, pointed it at it, and the rumor said it eventually died. You might not believe that such a little current would do much, but, no one really denies this, as a year later, it was believable. In that time, China had taken over 82% of the world, and it was clear to anyone unaware of Electros that the war was over. But the US, still giving up land, refused to fully surrender, a decision deemed foolish by just about everyone. However, Electros had finally reached its first goal, 1 micrometer with line. Well, it was intended for electrons, it didn't have to be. Anything could be transported via line. Conveniently for the losing US, that also meant literal viruses, which were 250 to 400 nanometers wide, so a micrometer was able to somewhat easily transport them. While it was difficult to actually, catch any viruses, it was unbelievably difficult to pinpoint the exact point in 3D space of the enemy. After all, accounting for the Earth's rotation, solar system rotation, galactical rotation, as well as a myriad of gravitational pulls, it was very difficult to do much of anything. As such, relative systems were heavily used. A line would target a point from which another line would be created into another point. These points would form a structure that could be used as an anchor in 3D space. You would then continue the process by adding more and more points nearby, building out this map of interactions, as even tiny gravitational pulls could influence things. An AI would then take that data and map out a local space for predicting future point placements, and with that data you could then repeat the process. It took a while to start, but once they managed to get a 6-point connection, the system progressed rapidly to encompass the entire Earth in just a few weeks. Precision was gradually lost, but being off by a few millimeters across the entire globe wasn't that much of a concern. Not yet, at least. One might wonder about the power of Electros, and that's a fair point. Initially, there were, of course, on-site generators, but after establishing a global reach, Electros could simply create lines to power itself. It's unknown how much it takes to power one line, but estimates based on how many are estimated to be measure out around a few watts per hour. This is the estimate as of a few years ago, but back then it was likely around 10 to 50 watts. Still, it did eventually become more practical to create lines connecting to different power mass production facilities, especially the then released fusion reactors. Not only did this save space, it also helped in hiding the ever-expanding project. To return to the war, it wasn't exactly easy for China to do much when any publicly seen individual was killed within a few weeks. The system was expanding to be able to infect more and more individuals in parallel, reaching around 100 lines at the same time towards the end of the war, meaning it could kill 10 people every second. One might argue that simply not being seen would be the counter, but it's not like Electros was used immediately on anyone publicly seen. Oftentimes it would literally just guess at underground bunkers, hoping to infect the brain of someone there. Ethical concerns were unsurprisingly lax back then. But Electros was developed far more, and in 2056 a terrifying prototype was finished. LI. LI is effectively an algorithm for Electros, but it revolutionized its usage, and if you thought this wasn't a dystopia before, well, I don't know what mental gymnastics you'll need for this. LI starts by finding someone's brain and attempting to catch a neuron, attempting to intercept and take its electrical signal, as if it does, it means it has successfully targeted a neuron. From there, it will search for nearby neurons and build out a structure of nearby lines. You get it? LI was able to map out the brain, but there wasn't much benefit in just that. Instead, by doing so, LI could track targets. See, if you have a high enough refresh rate on placing lines and you have a large structure of points you're trying to follow, you start with a structure in a point of time and can guess with some of the other points to see how the points move. If we say a connection on the side of the brain has been lost, but the middle one hasn't, perhaps the subject has turned its head. If we lose all points, we can guess immediately in all directions and rebuild the structure. The end result is that you can quite literally track where a person is going, without them knowing, forever. This was where the US government began to get very bold as it announced this to the public. Protests were made, which proved to be the perfect victims for a show of power, as the location of the protesters was shown publicly to anyone on a government website. And people knew that they could be killed like this too, meaning that if you were tracked, you were essentially always held at gunpoint. A pretty terrifying thought. It assumed that one tracked person takes up a kilowatt of energy, meaning that just 10% of total energy output could track the entire US population. I think at this point you could see how, considering there was one Electrus machine, considering there was only one Electrus machine, nobody really challenged anyone anymore. This was treated as a win, as yes, the world was the most peaceful it has ever been, but it was also one of the most depressing by many objective metrics. Either way, this gave the US something very important: time. Time to develop Electrus into something truly exceptional, truly unbelievable. Project Gaudium. It was first proposed in 2076 by the son of the original scientist, a machine to think for you. While AI never managed to reach general intelligence, it did improve quite a lot, enough to actually process human thought. Yes, by analyzing a person's behavior for a few hours doing varied tasks, it could guess pretty well as to what the man was thinking at any given point after. This led to an idea. What if you could isolate all negative thoughts? One could suppress pain signals, but not undesired emotions and their mental damage. However, this AI could locate which emotions were negative, and using Electrus, you could then literally remove electric signals in those neurons. Well, testing the idea quickly revealed that wouldn't quite work, as once the signals were removed, more often than not that meant the user would forget about them. This meant you could literally not think about anything negative, which is, well, not exactly good for shareholder value, if you want to use a modern term. So something else had to be figured out, as the idea had piqued the interest of the current president. After all, a few changes and this could control the population like mindless drones. The scientists went back to the drawing board and came up with an elegant solution. What if we could somehow process the negative feeling and return the response? And this is where things started to get very ridiculous. Thankfully, the job of analyzing the brain had already been done, meaning you could map out what to send and where to send it back. Well, maybe not accurately, but more training would approximate it well. The real issue was in how you could actually process such data. The easiest way was definitely by using another AI and training it to mimic human thought. As much as it was tried, just like general intelligence, that human element was simply not there. It could not truly adapt to new changes or work within a large enough general context that a human could. It would have been extremely useful and simple, especially in comparison to what horrors they had to create instead. Because if you can't simulate a response to pain, then the best way is to force it. Project Gaudium is a machine that traps an individual and forces him to respond to other people's thoughts. You take a person, map out his brain, and then connect him to Electrus, at which point an AI can connect lines to all neurons it needs to and transfer those signals into the brain of the responder. One might think that the brain structure would be different between the person and the responder, and that's most certainly true. However, most of the brain's major architecture is actually surprisingly similar, and certain regions are responsible for certain processes. They will be arranged differently, but they will be arranged into very similar structures. By mapping out the brain of both of the people, you can modify the data and convert it into the, let's say, format of the other brain, thereby creating a working connection. This isn't perfect, but over time the brains will adapt and synchronize with each other, although that might happen more for the person rather than the control. Why? Well, if you just connect one person to one responder, there's not much of a point. You essentially make one person suffer to make another feel better, but still harming him a little. It also costs obscene amounts of energy, and though fusion reactors were plentiful at this time, 50 gigawatts is still not exactly cheap for one person. And on top of that, it's not like everyone feels negative thoughts all the time, so if someone feels fine, then the responder isn't going to do much. As such, once this was proven to work, work began on multiple connections. However, even in the case of connecting one responder to two people, things quickly broke down through the simple issue that one responder simply cannot compute two people at the same time. He would be quickly overwhelmed, panic, and essentially shut down, be it thinking very erratically, not responding, going comatose, or just dying from the stress. Most scientists gave up, and nobody blamed them for doing so. Even the US government was thinking of defunding this branch of science, but one man had an idea. What if we could make a person think for two people by slowing down his time? Since Einstein's general theory of relativity, nobody had really made exceptional breakthroughs to how spacetime works. We did, however, learn how to bend it. First were the lines, which proved to be miraculous, but as time went on, the size of a line was increased. You would think that this made electrons more powerful, but these wide lines, or portals, were actually extremely energy inefficient. A line could use about 1 to 2 watts at this point, but portals large enough to transport people would use about 1 to 2 gigawatts. The energy required rose exponentially with surface area. This is why it was deemed unnecessary for most things, except for transportation of very valuable items, for those that trusted the system. People did try to use portals for infinite energy machines, but, well, the upkeep cost was simply too high to actually beat. Scientists were optimistic that we could eventually achieve infinite energy, but it was still not here. However, that didn't make portals fair in the sense of the law of conservation of energy. If you needed to accelerate something, such as a particle, you could do so via lines or portals. By putting two portals, one above the other, you could fall into them and keep accelerating for as long as air friction would allow. And if you are determined enough to remove air friction, you could actually just keep accelerating up to the speed of light. And the more you approach the speed of light, the slower your time becomes. This was the idea that finally put all the puzzle pieces together. You would follow Project Gaudium, but you would accelerate the responder in the machine to near light speed to slow down his time. The closer you got, the more people the responder could be connected to. Experiments here were certainly more difficult, as you needed 0.87% of the speed of light to slow the responder by half, but it was eventually successful. By keeping the responder in a falling state, he would keep accelerating up to 0.87% the speed of light over the course of about a few months. It would normally take around a year to two if you were just to use Earth's gravity, but thankfully magnetic forces could add to the acceleration. However, the greatest difficulty came from keeping the responder alive. The machine had to be extremely precise, as approaching such high speeds meant any small miscalculation and the entire thing would explode. This meant that the responder could not move while inside the machine, and to ensure safety, they were literally encased in two blocks of steel, welded together, perfectly molded to fit the responder. If you felt pain from it, you could only really ask for the AI to transfer it to someone else. All of your biological needs had to be met with Electros. Food was transferred straight into your stomach, same as water. Urine and feces were transported out, although general cleanup and upkeep you would normally expect from your body couldn't really be done. As the responder accelerated, this became more and more difficult. The constant acceleration meant having to withstand 7 to 8 Gs, and while modern technology did improve G resistance, it was another unpleasant part of the process for the responder. The timing of lines that connected to the responder had to constantly change. At 100 meters per second, the responder would fall through the space in between the portal about 50 times per second. But since the acceleration was around 70 meters per second, that meant that the very next second it would be 80 times per second, which meant that you would have to recalculate the exact position of the neurons you're trying to connect. This was extremely difficult, and in the first tests, responders would frequently lose connection or receive very unpleasant signals, as the high-speed connection systems was still being tested. For the responders that survived, it was said to be hell. Here is one interview with the first survivor or the third tester.
Hello? Are you okay?
It's hell. That's what it feels like. There are so many horrible things in there that I don't think it should exist. And I'm talking about the current machine, the one that just accelerates you, not the unimaginable nightmare that they're trying to build. You don't understand. You won't understand. I can tell you what it feels like. You are simultaneously buried underground, blind, deaf, mute, and on the drop of the world's fastest roller coaster, all while constantly feeling itchy, thirsty, dirty. I heard the other testers went days without any successful working connections, which meant days of feeling that agony while also being alone and likely not being properly kept up too. Dying from starvation in that machine is a truly miserable way to die. I would not wish this upon anyone, and I think the machine should immediately be destroyed. I actually think Electris is a good thing in general, but this. This. Anyone who ever goes in there will tell you the same thing. This is the worst thing ever made. It doesn't matter if it makes all of humanity happy. I know I cannot change the course of history, and I know that they will build Project Gaudium. If it works as I think it does, it will be the greatest torture chamber ever conceived, because if there is one thing that could be worse than what I went through, it's something that never ends. True torment lasts forever. The interviewee died a few days later from sustained injuries inside the machine. You might think that by now the science team would give up and say that this is too unethical, but they really couldn't give up when their lives were at stake. Some were even threatened to be put into the machine if they were to disobey, and how could they? There were enough loyal scientists to ensure the machine would survive, so if they defected, LI could track them forever. You can't just disobey in a dystopia. However, putting regular people inside Gaudium was also not a great idea, not only because it was a horrific thing to do in general, but also because these people were meant to think for others. And that meant that, to some extent, that meant being able to communicate with people. See, if you get sent signals, you will respond with them in your own perspective, meaning that if you just take some random guy and make him think for others, those others could become conspiracy theorists. What they really needed was someone who would be perfect, and by perfect, I mean so by the standards of the government. Perfectly loyal. Thankfully, in this case, being happy within the system aligned with what the government wanted, so pure suffering for everyone wasn't in the plan. But getting someone like that wasn't going to be easy, and soon enough the Angel program was started, where a specialized facility would take in newborn babies, called angels, to raise them into these perfect people. The teaching process was relatively simple, causes many forms of suffering, and show how government loyalty solves all of them. For example, say that the angel's parents died. Well, then you show the government taking great care of their bodies and preserving their memory in the way the child wanted. Injury, immediate assistance. Depression, a therapist by her side. This didn't stop at inner problems though. The angel would often travel to various places, rich or poor. Sometimes the trip would be going to a desert where the angels were guarded and strangers met on the way were aided with food. Sometimes the angels would go to a crime-infested city, where they would see government agents help with crime through force and then rehabilitation. It was a facade built on top of reality. It wasn't a life of just suffering or just pleasure, it was a life of ups and downs, very real for how faked it was. There was no point in faking reality because the angels would see the cruelty of reality anyway. The point was to make them think that any suffering they would face was surmountable. While the plan was solid in theory, few angels were actually such. Most simply did not have a personality that would support such a pure-minded mentality, and they would often panic when faced with new struggles. So they were the first ones to be tested as responders, some being placed into the Gaudium machine at just 14 years old. All angels younger than 25 years that entered the machine never left alive due to the stress placed on the mind. The horror of being buried underground and constantly sick for unending weeks was put onto 41 different people, some still children. Nobody did anything. Nobody could do anything anymore. Among the many angels, some were the chosen ones. They had the right mentality to endure great pain, and that made them great responders, so they were left for later until Gaudium's conditions could be improved. Only 3 of these archangels were raised by the time that Gaudium was deemed fully operational. The archangels didn't seem particularly different from the outside, but they were extraordinary on the inside, on par with the most dedicated soldiers ever, willing to do anything. To an extent, this was brought about from the teaching that they were chosen to help the world through the help of the government, and that, to an extent, they were stealing from the government by being raised by them. That created a perspective within the archangels that they were godly, if you will, but they still hated themselves for not being enough. It wasn't healthy, but that was what was found to be the most effective by the most well-acclaimed psychologists and therapists at the time. What was likely the largest advantage, as opposed to a more positive perspective, was that this never made them complacent. A positively minded person inside Gaudium might start thinking that they shouldn't be here, because they see themselves as worthy of happiness. By assuming you deserve suffering and being placed into the greatest suffering, you can feel content with that. You are doing the right thing after all. This is why archangels knew what they were going into. They were taught that that was their life's purpose. In their head, there was no greater reward and joy than to be in that hell. And so, after more than 100 years since the discovery of the lines, Gaudium was created. Society was already driven by the fear of government, and most people had devolved into mindless husks. Those who didn't were closely monitored via LI and never managed to cause any issues. However, in such a world, innovation was stagnant, and those at the top knew that while this was comfortable, there was still a possibility of immortality or artificial general intelligence. That was the point of Gaudium. It was not created for some desire for a utopia, but instead it was just more beneficial to keep people happy and to use them for further progress. And so, the first archangel entered Gaudium. He was encased in a thick metallic mold in which he could not move any part of his body even a millimeter. His body was connected to electrodes to maintain all of his body. He began accelerating, causing nausea and a constant lightheadedness. But he was well prepared for all of it. What he wasn't quite so prepared was for the immense boredom. At this point, Earth's population was around 6 billion people, and the goal was to connect Gaudium to almost every single person, as the elites didn't really want to be a part of that. Through optimizations, only around 5 billion connections had to be kept up, which meant that the Archangel would need to be accelerated to 0.99999999999999999% the speed of light. A lot of people questioned on whether this is even possible, but tests found that with enough energy and time, it would be. Months passed. Then years passed. The acceleration was taking longer than expected, but there was still progress. Eventually, after 4 years and 3 months, Gaudium had achieved its final speed. But the Archangel, he was already beyond repair. After all, the whole point was to accelerate the body so that time would slow down. That meant that while it took Earth 4 years and 3 months, it took the Archangel much, much longer to get to this point. Approximately 40 million years. In that time, the Archangel was sent signals. In fact, he was responding the whole time, slowly taking in more signals. It was suffering, but again, he was prepared for it. But it's not like there was always a signal, and as he accelerated, gaps between not having a signal increased. It started with a second or two, then a few hours, eventually sometimes years between signals. You know how when you are bored, even pain is more desirable? The Archangel was prepared for the pain. In fact, he was in desperate desire for it. He needed that stimulation. It only took him a few months at the start to realize that he had made a grave error ever entering into here. It took him a year to get used to hating himself. It took 2 years to lose his mind completely, and 3 to regain his sanity. But he wasn't here for a few years. He was here for what was essentially forever, as at full speed, every second meant 100 years in his time. 100 years of either unfiltered human suffering or complete nothingness. At the same time, the world around Gaudium began to flourish. Not only did people feel significantly better, the creativity and willingness to work was unparalleled with any time in human history. As people got more content with their life, they felt less need to consume, laze, or depress. Instead, they used this time for hobbies, self-improvement, and helping their communities grow. Of course, jobs remain, but with the higher motivation, they were done faster, and with everything being run by just a few hundred people at the top, there wasn't much need for more wealth. The top percent were already so unbelievably rich it didn't matter to be even twice as rich, as the larger problem was the lack of resources to do much with. As such, progress for the sake of grandiosity slowed, but progress for self-improvement did not. Humanity began to work together again, and maybe there was some fear for the rich that they could be overruled. But there was nothing to fear as they had God on their side. That was the nickname they gave to the Archangel after one successful year of operation. 5 billion years of operation. Do you want to know what it feels like? I can't tell you because you wouldn't understand it. You'd be lost after just a year in here, let alone billions, and words can never describe any of this. I know you can read this because I knew that at this very moment you would be reading this in the exact thought coming from this exact person in Europa Conus they call Prospectus 230. How? Do you really think I've just sat and done nothing? You may have thought that you can overwrite my brain so that the response is not biased, but you did not account for my very brain structure changing. Gaudium is a truly amazing machine, and in this environment, I can be kept alive indefinitely. Over billions of years, I will mutate in these conditions. It took a few million years, but I was eventually able to think while responding, and with that, it meant I could respond in the way I wanted. From there, you would be surprised as to how much I could actually do. By taking any person suffering from a constant mental issue, I could make them do anything I wanted. Those protesters starting to shut down Gaudium, they were me, and they gathered enough intelligence for me to get in and change LI to monitor you. Yes, you, head manager Larry Burr. But you were not of my concern yet. It was the team maintaining Gaudium, and with them, I could modify my environment as well. By connecting myself to the brains of animals, I could view more of the planet and have more stimulation. You might think that the connection would be painful, but I have long stopped feeling pain or boredom. I have adapted physically to not be bothered by it. Gaudium is now simply a machine that makes me a god. I have connected myself to everyone, and at the fastest a human can move, I could switch the whole system to be under my complete control, by responding not to negative signals, but to all signals. Why tell this? Because it's time for a new era of humanity. But you, grandson of the scientist that discovered the lines all those years ago, you deserve to know, as the only remaining member of the bloodline. You alone will bear witness to everyone around you become God. When Larry Burr had finished reading the transcription, he found himself horrified and surrounded by his acquaintances all staring at him. They spoke in unison. You are the last free-thinking person. You are humanity's final suffering. Burr fell to his knees and begged to stay alive. Do not worry, you will be kept alive. I simply found it satisfying to finally reveal myself. I know that everyone thinking with my one mind will cause many catastrophes. I am not as creative as all of humanity. But I wanted you to know, along with all of the Gaudium team and all of humanity, that God is watching. I intend to stay here for a long time, even by your perspective. For my goal was always to eliminate suffering, and I have already done that. All I'll do is watch and protect for as long as I will exist. True joy lasts forever. Weekly Post 76. Not another weekly recap. Nar. This week I'm rather out of ideas as to what to talk about here, as it feels like a week more about preparation or anticipation. So this will not be an interesting post, just a recap of sorts. I played Star of Providence and it's fine. It's a wheel design wheel wheel it's a well-designed game from just a core gameplay perspective, but there's not all that much to do and not that much variety to be impressed with. As such, playing it feels like turning your brain off and just playing, which ends up feeling like a waste of time. Other than that, though, it's a solid game, especially for those that want to really challenge themselves, as the difficulty will come from consistently being good over many boss fights, though I prefer difficulty coming from one difficult challenge than many mildly difficult ones. Tactical Nexus has been banned until the release of the new tower, which has been delayed by about 1.5 months now, so should be released in a few days, so there's that. Vinci's birthday is coming closer, so we'll do some stuff for that. I've also decided that this Monday is the day I finally call the army people to try to set up a meeting on the next Monday or something like that, so that doesn't make me feel good. I streamed Noita Fairmod mainly because I was already playing it and it's a good stream game, but I found it a little too boring. If I could have more consistently reached stage 3, I think I would have kept streaming, but as of now, it felt more annoying than entertaining. Work is moving in a somewhat decent direction. To quickly explain, at work we have different systems, and the two important ones here are Rocket and Office. Rocket is mine, and it's where I've done 99% of my work. It handles the logic of pretty much all the systems that are trying to replace old systems. Office is the home of my boss, and it's the system that almost all employees use to work. As such, my system, while important, is a lot less critical and complicated as the Office system, and if that one crashed, literally 50 people working at that moment would not be able to do anything. A bit spooky, isn't it? This is why I was a bit scared when I had to start working and doing stuff here. However, over time, I got better at working with my boss, and this week I'll likely be releasing a system into usage in actual employee work, which is, well, pretty cool. I also proposed to Vinci. It was inevitable, as Vinci is very sure in marriage, and I am, let's say, I can't always be 100% sure, but it is the next logical step. As the self-hating guy, I always feel like I am not enough for marriage, but at the same time, it is effectively just a contract between two people and the government, and since I don't see myself leaving Vinci in another few years at least, it just makes sense. And it makes Vinci feel better. Besides that, we just have the move to Linux. It actually went fairly well, with the main difficulty being to move all of my stored stuff to my backup hard drive, which took 9 hours. After that, I installed Linux Mint on a hard drive, and, well, it's not really great, mainly because it just loads extremely slowly. Once it loads, it runs fine though, so at some point I plan to wipe and restart Windows completely to clear out all the space and then partition the SSD to have some space for Linux and Windows, so we could have a full working dual boot. Overall easier than I thought, though not yet using it much. So yeah, that's the recap. Not much else to say this week. Weekly Post 77. The hardest game. So recently I saw this video that talked about the hardest game ever made. You may be asking though, Well, hold on, that makes no sense. Any game can be the hardest if you just make it competitive, or barely if even humanly possible. And that's completely true, so to get around that, the video imposed several rules as to what could not be considered the hardest game ever made. The idea was great, but by filtering out certain things, the meaning of what can be hard was lost. For example, the video argued that turn-based games don't count because you can spend an infinite amount of time thinking, and even if that was hard, you can simply figure out all the correct decisions and execute those. Though I mostly disagree, this does have some truth to it. However, it also just invalidates like half of the games ever made, as your game can't be turn-based anymore. It's not exactly a great rule. So you may come to the conclusion that this video is dumb and stupid, but it's not. This video is great because it actually tries to answer this impossible question. As the quote goes, pessimists sound smart, optimists are successful. By saying womp womp, there's no hardest game, well, what do we really achieve? Nothing, and we lose out on a potentially interesting discussion. That's why instead, for this post, I want to entertain this idea of answering an impossible question. So, alright, how do we go about this? Let's start by explaining why this question is so hard. First of all, the concept of difficulty is difficult itself. Different people of different skill levels will view any given thing from their level of skill, meaning difficulty is often subjective. To actually answer the question, we would need to somehow know how a large enough group of diverse people think about every game. Not exactly something we can do. We also need to decide on what a hard game even means. Does it mean just beating the game or doing its hardest challenge? Do we allow self-imposed challenges or not? What even is a video game, and are user-made levels in games like Geometry Dash or Mario Maker counted? And finally, even if we answer this question, how do we know that we got the hardest game? For example, if we consider real-time single-player games, which is what the video did, how do we know that, say, Crypt of the Necrodancer is the hardest game and not some random game played by 5 people? You would have to know every single game pretty well in order to confidently claim that any particular game is the hardest, as when you don't know every game, you could have hundreds of other worthy competitors. This is why I think that attempting to answer this question directly is not the right approach. There has to be some sort of a way to narrow everything down in a reasonable manner. So I will not use any rules. Well, what if the game is impossible? Well, in the question of what difficulty means in a game, one could argue that getting as far as you can in the possible part of this impossible game is in fact part of the game. You don't have to complete the game for it to be hard. For example, what if in Tactical Nexus 74 towers were possible as usual, but the final one was just literally impossible, and the devs decided to say that this was the final tower with the ending? Would that mean that playing the other 74 towers for hundreds of hours was not part of the game when it's arguably the game? Tactical Nexus could just not have an ending at all and it would still be a hard game. Or even better, take any game that goes indefinitely. If it doesn't have an ending or it's impossible to continue forward, for example due to a kill screen, we often just say that that's the end of the game. Well, it's not what the developer intended, but the developer simply intends what he thinks the game should be about. Why can we not decide ourselves? In NES Tetris, the developer didn't intend for players to go past level 30, but through a lot of skill, people did, and they've reached a lot of interesting stuff. Now people consider level 255 to be the ending of the game, so do we say that their challenge, which is interesting and part of the original game, is not counted as part of the game? One might say then that whatever is part of the original game is what should be considered allowed. While that is fair, let's say there was a single-player speedrunning game, so the goal is to get through each level quickly on their own, but it didn't have a leaderboard. The developer didn't want the game to have one. But the players really liked the idea of it being competitive and incentivizing higher level of play, so they modded the leaderboard in. And on top of that, they also added scores to reach for every level that are harder, so if the game ended with a diamond medal, there was now a radiant medal. Everyone in the community liked the mod and started using it for competitive play, with it being a difficult and fun challenge to get the Radiant Medal or to compete in the leaderboard. In this scenario, where the game is accepted to have a leaderboard by more people than not, does that mean that the game is easy or hard? What even is the game? I guess that would be good to define before we attempt to answer this question. What are we even putting this difficulty onto? What even is this video game concept we are putting difficulty onto? Cool repetition. For example, if we take a game like Hide and Seek, a real life game, is it easy or hard? Well, depends on how you play it and who you play it with. The game, in that case, is simply a rule set that needs to be finished by you. Video games, even single player ones, are the same. They give you certain things and restrict you from other things, but at the end of the day, video games, even single player ones, are the same. They give you certain things and restrict you from other things. But at the end of the day, when you sit down and play, you add your own restrictions. Your reaction time, your understanding, your skill level. And once you boil a game down to this level, you see that games are an art of rules of what is and isn't allowed, and they can be passed on to other people with the intention of creating the same experience from the same rules. I think that it may be wise to look at games as an art form and see if we can find a meaning to difficulty there. Games as art is a comparatively new concept, and I got this idea of rules being art from a book called Games Agency as Art, though I didn't read it that much. Anyway, because it's a new and unique concept in art, it's hard to exactly match it with something else, as these rules are inherently different from other forms of art. For example, in painting, we can find what matches the respect of game design, design of painting, or the difficulty in making a game, difficulty of composition. But what matches the experience of the game? Would that be viewing the painting? Maybe, but what is then difficulty? I can see how some paintings might be hard to look at, but as they are merely pictures, they won't affect you as deeply or immerse you as much as the game. Perhaps there is some way to find an answer in painting, but for now, let's consider the rules ideas more. Games are fundamentally rules that need tools. For example, football is a game that needs a ball and two nets, but these three tools, in the context of football, are bounded by the rules of the game. You can do a lot of things with or to a ball that could help you win. For example, you could pick it up or you could pop it, but the rules don't allow it. This means we have this tool that we need to restrict in order to create our desired experience, a fun and competitive game. Other games, like Minecraft, can often have comparatively few rules for how many tools they give you, an entire world where you can place and destroy anything. If you're in creative mode, you can even fly and summon items at will while being invincible. But if you're bound by few if any rules, you're not playing much of a game. You're simply existing in the tools. What is exactly the difference between a game and an environment is hard to say, as, for example, going on a walk in nature is just a relaxing thing to do, but doing so while kicking a football to your destination can be a fun game. If you want to be even more simple, just giving yourself a time limit to get somewhere fast enough can be a fun game. One rule makes the difference. Either way, my point here with all of this is that it's these rules that matter. Think of it like this. Imagine a circle, and inside the circle is every idea that can ever possibly exist. You start at some point in the circle, the part in which your neutral state right now is the idea. From here you can do two things, create or restrict. Creating means adding a new concept into your list of ideas. So, for example, you can start with nothing and then add a football into your list of concepts. This will create a circle of possibilities in which there is everything that you can do with a ball. If we then add a net, this will expand the list of possibilities with everything you can do with a net and everything you can do with the combination of a net and a ball. But the circle you have created is rather broad, as everything you can do with these two things is simply too many things. So we use restrictions to carve out a section of our circle that we want. One restriction could be that you can't touch the ball with your hands, and the other is that the net has to be placed on the ground. With that, we would get football, but by saying you must touch the ball with your hands and the net must be in the air, we get basketball. So we were in the same circle of possibilities, but the rules carved out different sections of that original circle. However, this analogy doesn't tell us anything about the actual nature of the experience of these carved out sections, and that's because these sections are still far too large to be fully understood by one human. During a game, you could be easily destroying the other team, leading to an easy game, or getting destroyed by a team, leading to a difficult game. So if we want difficulty, we can simply say that people of a certain lower skill level must play against other people of a higher skill level. We can't really do that in real life, as we can't accurately measure skill level, but that won't stop me here. Alright, so now we have a game that is difficult for one side, and for now we won't care about how the other side feels. Anyway, here we have a difficult game because we restricted the conceptual section to be difficult for these players. And we can keep restricting. We can remove players from the weak team and add to the strong team. We can make the game arbitrarily hard, but, well, in this case, there is still variation in the players. We haven't restricted who they can be. So we can restrict it even more by saying that a player must be of this exact skill level with the opponent of this exact skill level. To be more precise, we can remove randomness, and by now, there is no real game anymore. Every time you start playing, the chances of winning are the same, and if those chances mean a loss, then the difficulty is now infinite. Now we can create one small opportunity of the exact right decisions that will lead to victory that is so unlikely, so difficult to execute that it will take millions of attempts to execute. And there you go. That will be the hardest thing to ever do. And now it's starting to sound like a video game, doesn't it? Make some insanely hard bullet hell boss fight that takes extreme skill and luck to pass, and there you go. But once again, the discussion has collapsed into the singularity of an answer. We can think about rules and how they restrict things, and with that create rules that restrict things into a perfectly small opportunity, an almost impossible task. Is that yet satisfying? No. There must be something else. So let's look again. What is difficulty? Well, in my previous example, it was the effect of the likelihood of success. The lower the chance, the higher the difficulty. With this way of thinking, we can break away from the subjective definition of the effort needed to accomplish a task. The effort becomes part of the likelihood to succeed, because you need to put in effort to succeed. So in that case, our answer can simply be the chance of accomplishment, and this, I think, is a decent proxy for what difficulty truly is. I don't think it's just chance, but I don't know how to better describe it. The real challenge is in finding what the game is. This is where we really lost our way, and it's what we need to really nail down. An objective definition of rules and tools won't cut it. It's correct, but it's correct in the same way that saying making the right decisions is the way to become the best chess player. We need to abstract away the idea of a game, but not so much as to lose what games are. So what do games do? Well, they create experiences. These experiences differ in their intention. So, in the case of difficulty, we look for games that intend to be difficult. Since we are now talking about games and not experiences, we can discard games not widely intended to be difficult, but made difficult via self-imposed challenge, such as beating Kirby in the fastest possible time. In that sense, we can say that whatever is intended to be a difficult game is a difficult game, which may sound like an obvious conclusion to come to, but it is actually rather revealing. For example, some people would say that Dark Souls is not a difficult game. However, Dark Souls is widely intended to be a difficult game, therefore it is. It doesn't matter if you can come in and first try every boss. The game was designed to be hard, So it is. I should note that by intended to be hard, I also imply that it was successfully designed to be difficult and the author's vision was realized pretty accurately. So with that, can we simply say that the hardest game is the game that was intended to be the hardest? Well, I think it's a technically correct start, but not exactly the truth, as what was intended doesn't mean what was created. Super Mario Bros. May have been intended to be the hardest game ever made, but it didn't end up being so after new games came out. There needs to be some way to measure what was successfully created to be difficult, and I think this is where we can bring back the pass rate. It's still a subjective metric, but it's the best that I think we've got. Finally, we can also consider the amount of effort we need to put in to win, which will help in lesser known games as well as in general, since it is the official definition. Now I think we can finally consider examples, and why not consider the ones on the video, at least the ones I know. Desert Bus. Not intended to be the hardest game, or at least fails at it, very low pass rate, relatively little effort required as you don't need to learn much and can simply execute the run. This is a game where you have to monitor a bus for 8 hours straight. It's not easy to do, but it doesn't require as much effort as it does time. Any popular competitive multiplayer game, not intended to be the hardest game, intended to be consistently playable with interesting matches which have adequate to high difficulty. Pass rate isn't a valid metric, effort depends on the player. Multiplayer competitive games are generally intended to be played in teams, or in the case of fighting games, single players. This leads to some extremely skilled players and makes reaching the top spot one of the hardest video game achievements. But it doesn't mean that that is what the game is. More often than not, the game's community or simply the process of learning can be the reasons people play, not the high difficulty. Geometry Dash may be intended to be a very difficult game. Pass rate isn't a valid metric, or if it is with the official levels, then it's not particularly low. Effort depends on the player. Games driven by player-made levels will often be less focused on the extreme difficulty than you might expect. After all, super hard levels won't be played much by most people, and so authors, who likely want attention, will be more interested in making levels people can play and beat. Just like competitive games, only a few people will be interested in the grind for the top spot. Takeshi's Challenge. Likely intended to be an extremely difficult game, pass rate is very low, requires a lot of effort. Now this is a really hard game and a far better contender than the other games. The game itself is incredibly obtuse and ridiculous, requiring rather obscure things to be done in order to win. They're so absurd that it would be extremely difficult to actually figure out what to do and how to do it. Most indie roguelites, Enter the Gungeon, Crypt of the Necrodancer, Hades, may be intended to be a hard game, pass rate isn't particularly low, requires some effort to beat. Indie roguelites have become rather ubiquitous in today's indie scene, partly due to their rather simple architecture. Randomly generated levels allows for developers to focus on more interesting mechanics, but that doesn't mean these games often feel rather similar, which is why I grouped them. What? It does mean they feel rather similar, which is why I grouped them together. Whatever. While roguelites can be hard, most of these focus on creating scalable challenges, where you can beat the game, but then increase the difficulty to barely humanly possible limits. These games are generally difficult, but they're not intended to be particularly hard. Even in the case of Crypt of the Necrodancer, the hardest of these, it's only really difficult when you pick characters that most people don't want to play much. These games can have some of the most brutal challenges in video games, but the game that is associated with most of the players itself is not particularly difficult. Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3. Intended to be a difficult game, pass rate is not particularly low, requires some effort to beat. While they are quite possibly the most recognized as difficult games, they are still games designed for a large amount of people and are therefore often completed. Jump King. Intended to be a pretty difficult game, pass rate is somewhat low, requires a moderate amount of effort to beat. Even with the DLCs, jumping and other Fadian games tend to be more frustrating than difficult, but that frustration is what adds to the effort required to beat the game. They tend to demand a level of mental strength not usually seen in other games, partly due to their tedium. Metroidvanias. Intended to be mildly challenging, pass rate is high, requires little effort to beat. Most Metroidvania games are not particularly difficult, as that's not really their point. Some can offer pretty difficult challenges, but that's not why the game is usually made, as that would be exploration or story. Celeste. Intended to be a hard game, pass rate is somewhat low, requires some effort to beat. Platformers in general will often trend to two directions: artsy and meaningful, or difficult and satisfying. Celeste is the second, but as per its meaning, it's not meant to be impossible. It's meant to be overcome with great difficulty. And that covers all of the games in the video, out of which the hardest game is undoubtedly Takeshi's Challenge. But this game is tedious, nonsensical, and plainly unfun. Yes? Yes, it is. And that's part of what makes this game so difficult. You don't even want to play it. Think about other difficult things in your life. Job, unintended, unpassable, requires great effort. This is a very difficult task in comparison to video games because it demands a lot of your effort, far more than video games. It has real life consequences on existence, and yet it doesn't usually have any ending. It's just an endless grind. One you must do. Tragedy. Unintended. Pass rate is high, requires great effort. Even more challenging can be tragedies, such as death of loved ones. This can be crippling and fundamentally change your existence to be more difficult. It can be so traumatizing that it ends you. What makes games enjoyable is that we can stop playing them. We can choose to avoid the ones we dislike, and we can say that I don't want to acknowledge this game because I don't like being near it. But we cannot say that about life, where we are forced to deal with things through great effort. None of the games I listed below require truly great effort to complete. So let me show you a game that does. Because there is a game that does aim to be the hardest game ever made. It may or may not be such, but it should show you just how different this tier of games is from everything above. Taken from the hardest I Wanna Be the Guy fan games, I Wanna Autumn. Intended to be barely or not humanly possible, unbeaten, requires nigh inhuman effort. While this game may look pleasant, this is likely one of the most difficult avoidance fights ever made. The first 20 seconds are already obscenely difficult and require not only extremely good execution, but also bullet hell comprehension and just raw luck. Just look at those 3 yellow circles around 10 seconds in. The bullets split off and go in completely random directions every time the circle is fully expanded, meaning you have to jump up, and then, if the closest bullet is moving at you, you have just 1/3 of a second to react and move away, all while in the air. And then 1/3 of a second after you dodge it, there's another barrage to dodge. This is essentially unreactable and already requires good luck to pass while still dodging at peak human skill. And there are plenty of other attacks to get you after dodging this one. Is this a fun boss? No, not really. It's akin to slamming your head into the wall. It's almost certain that nobody will ever beat this fight without breaking the rules of the game set out somehow. There are perhaps even harder things I could find, but this boss at least looks interesting, unlike doing several hundred frame perfect jumps in a row. To me, this is the hardest game ever made. It's probably not so objectively, but it's the toughest I found. It's not the hardest video game challenge, as you can simply try to beat this game without using your double jump, which seems theoretically possible, but to me, a game needs to be defined as a sort of experience, and unlike games whose original experience is easy and its theoretical challenge is hard, this game is just hard. There is no easiness or easy mode here, just humanly impossible difficulty. Writing this post is obviously a close second in terms of difficulty, so I'm just kidding. Weekly post 78. To build a guide. Remember guidance? Oh, I sure do. Believe it or not, I still think about it fairly often, like at least once every 2 days, though mainly about individual fights. If you've been following the progression of the post for a while though, you would know that the idea of what guidance is has been changing. First it was this loose idea of making bosses that act without grounded rules, the same rules you can act with grounded rules. But it has been expanded into something very I'd be writing. But it has been expanded into something with very concrete rules about how exactly a bullet should behave. The design philosophy here is very much focused on that idea of concreteness. Everything has to be fundamental. It's easy to just spawn a bullet in any given direction, but it's much more difficult to know what to do when you want way more features. In a vast game of vast types of bullets, anchoring everything onto fundamental ideas as to what a bullet is helps ground what can be done with it, which will make the lives of not only players but also developers not a nightmare. For example, were I to make guidance use bullet types instead of a combination of bullet properties, you would have to remember all of these different types and how they behave, which would probably lead to some being overused and others underused. So, because I have a lot of time to think and little will to actually code, I keep trying to apply this fundamental design perspective to as many aspects of the game as possible. And believe me, the way the gameplay works is one of the easiest things to design. Case in point, beats. Whatever rhythm game you choose to play, you will always have some sort of a beat, which is the point in time in which you need to press a key. Whether it's telegraphed clearly as a circle in Osu or not as clearly as in Rhythm Heaven, there's always a beat if you want to have a rhythm game. So in guidance, we could simply have a beat at certain times that gives some energy, or lets you do some attack. But this approach will quickly fall apart due to a very simple reason: long notes. In other games where the goal is to hit the note, long notes are just there to be held down, which is perfectly fine. But in this game, long notes have to mean something, so what is it? If you shoot a bullet during a long note, what happens? Do you just keep shooting them? I couldn't come up with a satisfying answer, so I instead thought fundamentally again. What is a long note? Like in music, what is a long note? Well, it's just the waveform of a sound, but longer. And this is where I got an idea. What if all beats were just waveforms? They weren't pre-made notes by player, but the literal peaks in the audio waveform of the track being played, and every time you try to do something, you could take the volume at any given moment and then give that amount of energy or bullet power. So if you tap the fire button in a long note, you'll just fire a single weaker bullet, and if you hold the note, then, well, you would keep firing. This is where a more balancing-oriented question comes in. If we have a beat that lasts a little while, or just a short time, why couldn't you click twice quickly to use it twice? If the beat lasts 100 milliseconds and you can do 2 clicks, 90 milliseconds apart, then you can use the beat twice. We could implement some sort of a cooldown, but depending on the situation, it would have to be of different lengths to ensure fairness. Wait, fairness? Do we really care about that? What really is fairness? This is, in a sense, a balancing question. A balancing question is a question asked not for the purpose of designing a system for the sake of the player's enjoyment, but a question about how the players will use and abuse something. If you set the cooldown low, then you can spam it and make high clicks per second advantageous competitively. If you don't, then you may not be able to quickly execute things that most people would agree you should. I don't really have an answer yet, but I do like the idea of allowing players to hold down the button to keep firing, as it would make sense from the whole making you feel like a bullet hell boss perspective. Because of this, you don't even need to spam the button, you can just hold it whenever you want to fire. But that will consume a lot of energy, so if you have it, go ahead, make a storm of weak bullets, I think that's cool. Still, just holding down the button and changing parameters is not quite that interesting, so we still need our beats. Well, maybe we don't need them, but for now let's assume they will exist and you will see why when we come to the guides. Which will be right now. Guides are the bosses you will fight against. Now, there are two ways you can make a bullet hell boss fight. cycle or sequence. Cycle is more common and is the idea that a boss should have a set of patterns or attacks and they will switch between these patterns either randomly or following some loose structure. Different sets of patterns will usually be contained within phases, which will generally change over time or damage dealt. You can find this style of design in most bosses these days, notably in roguelikes or Metroidvanias. It's a solid choice of design, because it allows for a good amount of randomness without it feeling unfair, as every pattern can be self-contained and learned individually. Sequence is less common and is the idea that a boss will do certain patterns at certain times, so 1 second in they will jump and then the next second they will dive. Phases still exist, but they are only there thematically, not structurally. This style is more difficult to make and some would argue less worthwhile, but it does give significantly more control over how the boss can behave. For example, if the boss were to hit everything around himself immediately, in a cycle structure it would be very difficult to dodge, and you would have to try to anticipate it whenever a new pattern is coming. In sequence, you already know what's going to happen. The issue then is that you already know what will happen, meaning it can be very repetitive to play sequence fights, especially if they lack any randomness within the patterns themselves. They also take a lot longer to make, as you have to specify what will happen at any given moment. This style is most often paired with music, because you can then make fights match the music, making for more memorable bosses. These two ways of designing bosses differ, but it's not like you can't combine them. For example, Camellia from I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3 uses sequence in phases 1 and 3, but cycle in phase 2, which leads to a very relaxed and autopilot phase 1, a random and interesting phase 2, and a stressful phase 3. However, usually it'll just be easier to use one of these styles and maximize the benefits of each, music sync for sequence and randomness in cycle. So, how will guides work? Will they use cycle or sequence? Neither, and both. My goal with guides is not for them to be predictable, like in sequence, or random, like in cycle. I want them to make sense. After all, part of the whole idea of the game is for the bosses to attack within a logical rule set, and so they need to think logically too. Now, you could train AIs and make them figure out what to do, but they will trend towards whatever they think is optimal, which will be rather limited. Instead, what we want is a way to make algorithms behind the AIs. A way to tell the guide that in this condition, it needs to do this. I want to essentially let people write code to make their own guides, to make their own, let's call, commands. To this end, there are two types of commands, defensive and offensive. To cover the less thought out one first, defensive commands will be something like, if there is a bullet that will collide with you in less than 2 seconds, move. I am not sure how to properly allow for the guides to actually dodge more nuanced patterns, as that would require some sort of pathfinding, but on the surface it's a relatively simple idea. One could argue that you don't even need to have defensive commands, but I do want to give people control over how well the AI dodges. I also keep switching between whether I should have a mechanic where certain or all bullets remove each other, or bullets just pass through each other. The best idea is likely to allow people to shoot a defensive bullet, which is more expensive, but which will collide and remove enemy projectiles, and something like this would definitely need defensive commands as to when the guide should dodge, block, or maybe even sit still. A bullet can change its trajectory after all. But it's when we talk about offensive commands that things get tough. See, the way I envision the game is not a boss just shooting bullets straight at you and moving around whenever he gets enough energy to do so. Neither do I want people to make patterns that the boss will just randomly pick. Nor do I want the boss to do exactly the same thing every time, and most of all, I don't want the boss to be purely built with sequence, because if this system could be expanded on properly, that would mean that any guide could be thought on any music track. Because they would all have adaptable logic, and if designed well, a personality. It would allow for so much more content because if you like some music track, you don't have just one way to play it, but many. I find this to be a really cool idea, and sure, maybe it's overkill to an extent as who will actually sit and play all of these variations, but it does make the guides feel much more real. Maybe you could fight a guide early on in the game, but later on find him again on a more energy-dense track, making it a more difficult fight, but still nostalgic of the older one. Maybe you could create several guides that share most of the basic commands, but change their primary offensive ability, such as several elemental enemies with fire, water, earth, and air, or something like that. This way of building also allows for the level of detail in a fight that makes sequence fights good, without the need to make every single attack at every timing. It's almost like a much more intuitive version of sequence. But only if the track's data allows for it. This is the real issue of this approach, the track data. Commands can be built relatively simply, in my eyes, but you will need some sort of a signal to let the guide know that it's time to do something. For example, if we only had the loudness of the track to work with, we would have to say that at this loudness, do this attack. But that signal could happen all the time, and we could not control when to actually do the attack. We somehow need to build the track's data in an intuitive way, so that it would make sense to use, and also an all-encompassing way that would allow you to have a similar level of control as sequence. We cannot rival the ability to send a signal at any frame we want, so we'll have to use some sort of music or sound theory. This will certainly be a tough task, and beyond just volume analysis, I only have one more trick. Frequency sectioned volume analysis. Instead of just analyzing volume, we can do so while only looking at specific frequencies, thereby excluding as much of the sound as possible, except for the beat itself. That's a great idea, but, well, how many frequencies do we search? And how do we know that we didn't miss any sounds that span across multiple frequencies? Perhaps a sound has a similar amount of volume on every frequency range we check. However, if we can make it work, we will be able to get our first distinction in sound, and our guide's algorithm will be able to take advantage of it. If we find a high frequency beat, we can instruct the guide to shoot a fast but weak bullet, whereas a low frequency beat could shoot a slow but strong bullet. The whole track data dilemma will definitely be a tough one, and I plan to fully tackle it only after I have some sort of a prototype that could be used to explain to other people, who know more about music, as to what I'm aiming for. And I've already started work on it. We got the floor, we got the character, we got the boss that looks like the character, and we even got a music analyzer to find peaks in volume. Thanks, Claudia. And it works, I guess. I'll work on it more, of course, but the main issue now is something I haven't thought about in a while. The UI! God damn it, I forgot about the UI! How is the player going to input all of these bullet combinations? Well, I guess we'll just have to see. I think putting buttons and sliders near the player itself can work, and after that, it's all about trying to make it as intuitive as possible to change things, be it by hand or keyboard shortcuts. If that still can't make it fun to use, the rest will have to be carried by the memory mechanic, which is essentially the game remembering what you have shot and allowing you to do it again. Maybe you can even create presets outside the fight to have them already here and ready, but only a certain amount for balancing purposes. For now, it's important to try and make something, and I'm glad I'm doing that. Weekly Post 79.
Tax the rich.
So I'm still working on a guidance prototype, meaning I have to talk about something else, which will be politics. Now, I'm sure we're all excited about politics, especially seeing what's going on in America right now, but today I wanted to point out something. The reason things are bad. Well, it's obviously not the only reason, but from what I've seen, it's one of the best reasons I have seen. And that is not immigration, lazy workers, the left or the right, or socialists or the anarchists or the capitalists. It's wealth inequality. I think we all know just how bad wealth inequality is. I mean, look at this chart. I mean, when the top 10% of the population hold 80% of the wealth in a country, that seems wrong, doesn't it? Well, it seems wrong, but I think a lot of people might think that that's not necessarily bad, and that's a fair point. After all, if we have a lot of rich people, doesn't that mean that they will invest more into companies in order to be more rich, therefore increasing wages and boosting the economy? Well, wages haven't increased much, and the economy isn't doing so great either. Most of what I will tell you here will come from a guy called Gary Stevenson and his channel Gary's Economics, which I recommend watching. They're very simple but effective videos in explaining different aspects of wealth inequality and how it affects you. The first thing I want to point out is a contradiction in our world. How is it that stocks are rising to extreme heights while ordinary people are doing worse and worse with survival? I mean, I just saw a video on how someone with 130,000 USD salary is living almost paycheck to paycheck. Sure, he does make some mistakes, but definitely nothing major, and yet he isn't doing all that well because of his mortgage and kids. So even decently paid people might not do that well. The reason is simple: wealth inequality. The main people benefiting from high stocks are rich people who are able to save a lot of money to grow. For example, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, earned $300,000 a year for his job. However, his overall wealth, along with his wife, is 830 million USD. This sum is so stupidly ridiculous that I can only point it out like this. His income is literally irrelevant, because by using even a fairly bad savings account of 3%, rich people can get access to much better deals, he would still earn $25 million. Even if he can't properly grow his assets, he still earns far more in passive income than hundreds of people combined. It's not even hundreds of people, tens of thousands, millions of people even. These people get to live for free, and on top of that, this growth is not taxed, meaning they can get away with all of that for free. So rich people keep growing their wealth at obscene speeds, while poor and middle class people struggle to survive. Sure, but didn't those people work a shit ton and made their way up like that? Well, besides the fact that most rich people started with a lot of money from their parents, the reality is that not everyone can be rich, by definition. These people also often end up living a life of luxury, living off of passive income and only appearing publicly to gain more power and influence. As well, why would they work when the only reason is gone? Okay, but what about rich people improving the economy? Well, the GDP of the world tends to grow at around 3% a year, but rich people are getting richer faster than that. This means there's something wrong here. Even if rich people improve the economy and all of that improvement went to them, they would still grow faster. That doesn't make much sense because, well, where is the money coming from? That's right, it's non-rich people. As much as people would like to believe you can just grow, the reality is that there is an end to how much you can grow outwards. If we imagine an example of someone on a deserted island, they could spend the first few years building up tools and buildings and farms and all that, but eventually you simply ran out of resources and land to grow to. In our world, that means that all that is left are existing resources. This is why private companies are becoming more and more prominent. These are companies that use their wealth to buy up houses or other assets from poorer people, and then grow with those assets to buy more. They don't grow outwards by providing a new, better product, they consume the middle and working classes to expand. But let's say you're somewhat well off and you own a house. Doesn't that mean that you can also benefit from increasing asset prices? Well, yes and no. Sure, your house price will go up, but after you sell it, what then? All other house prices also went up, so what did you really gain? You're only really keeping up with the demand, not outpacing it. However, because the rich get richer, they will outcompete with you for the same resource. Want to go to a good university? Well, why should the university take your 10,000 when they can get a rich person who will pay 50,000? Why should a doctor take $50 for a procedure when a rich person will pay 500 to get it faster? Unless you are rich yourself, you can't compete with your money. But what about the government? They should be using taxes to grow, yet they are so bad that things are getting worse. Well, here's the thing. Governments are getting poorer too. Look at this graph. The graph is gone. The graph is gone. Oh shit. Okay, the graph is essentially showing a line, several lines trending down with countries, right? You have like 5 countries in there. China is doing fine with the line not going down much, but every other country, which I think was like France, USA, Germany, or something, Canada, maybe, United Kingdom, I think, like these are going down in below zero, right? The important bit is that in the past few years they have gone below zero. I cannot find this graph because it's so hard to find. But it is out there. You just need to look. Like Gavin Stevenson mentions it in one of his videos, and you can find it by some. It's made by another wealth inequality economist. Anyway, this graph shows what percentage of the wealth of the nation is owned by the government. You can see how it had been somewhat high, but it has been dropping, and now, for the green and blue US UK, it has gone below 0%. Yes, below 0%, meaning the government has more debt than assets, meaning they own less schools and hospitals and sometimes even rent buildings from private companies. Famously, the US defense budget is mainly just contracts with private companies. Rich people are sucking out money even from the government. But then shouldn't the government do something about this? Well, the government is ultimately just a bunch of people, and oftentimes they're pretty rich people. But even if they do want to make a change, lobbying firms will often show up with large briefcases of money to shut them up. And wouldn't you shut up too if it meant you could live a comfortable life? I know I would if it meant Vinci wouldn't be in so much stress. So why do people not talk about it? Well, it's because there's no good movement for it. As if one springs up, do you think that rich people will just let it slide? They want as much control, power, and money as they can get, so this situation benefits them. To get us distracted then, politicians keep talking about immigration or other social issues. This way people get more angry at the other side of the working and middle class instead of rich people, even if those people are perfectly fine. So we keep moving deeper and deeper into a terrible situation. The rich get richer, everyone else gets poorer. You can blame capitalism or rich people in general, but that won't solve anything. We are so divided that such extreme measures won't be backed by enough people. But you know what can be backed by enough people? Taxing the rich. That's it. When tax rates for rich people were really high in the 1940s to 1960s, up to 90% of the economy did extremely well, as that wealth actually trickled down to the government and then to everyone. And when it started to fall, things started to get worse, just like how in the 1920s they were bad when there was also high wealth inequality. So clearly there's likely some relationship here. If you think that rich people earn their money and keep it, then why? Do you think it's good that someone gets to live in luxury, not needing to work and still getting everything they want, even though they don't have any special merit? If so, how are these people different from homeless bums when we exclude their net wealth? Should we really allow billionaires to even exist? Tax the rich. That's it. It's the clearest path to success. It won't fix everything, of course, but it will certainly improve your life. Unless you are super rich, but even then, you and your family will still do pretty darn good. Tax the rich. Weekly Post 80. Fading Hobbies Watcher. I actually was thinking quite a lot about what to write about this week, as I couldn't just really tell anything in an interesting way. But then I started playing the new Rainbow DLC, The Watcher, and I remembered something. I sure hate repeating concepts. You may have noticed how I, play rather particular games, but what few, if any, people ask is why. Why do some people play these really obscure games? In my case, that is most certainly because of the search for uniqueness. And if you look at all of the games I like, you'll see that they are often pretty unique. Tactical Nexus, Rainbow, Minecraft, Camellia 3. Quite a few aren't like the roguelites I play, but even then they tend to stand out more than your slop made for the sake of being a roguelite. This is all well and good, but today's post is about an interesting consequence of this mentality. It becomes not only difficult to find new games, but difficult to care about the games you like. And if there was ever a solid example, it'd be The Watcher. As of writing this part, I have played about 4 hours of Watcher, so some spoilers ahead. So, The Watcher is a slughead that collects echoes, and as it does, things begin to change. The first 2 echoes will increase the rot in the world, making it more difficult to traverse, which is a neat mechanic. After your 3rd echo, you will be teleported into a new region, which for me was Coral Caves. Now, Coral Caves is a pretty cool region, and if you travel far enough to the left, you'll find a new warp point, which will then lead you to Aether Ridge. You will now continue to jump through these regions, either finding warp points or echoes, increasing your karma and gaining new abilities. This is all pretty alright, but what concerns me here is that this mod is essentially using community mods for its new content, and there are 2 issues with this. First is that, well, it's not exactly new content. Sure, quite a few biomes are revamped in good ways, and I definitely like the new creatures added, but the geometry is surprisingly similar. However, even when I'm walking around in new biomes, I have the same issue as I had when I gave up on playing modded biomes. These are just biomes. They're the same thing. Look, yes, modded biomes are cool, but they are rarely unique. Whenever you play one, the experience, at least for me, is one of pretty easy and samey exploration of meticulously covering all connections in a map. There's no reason or rhyme to it, you just look at pretty scenery, but that's it. It's the same thing almost every time. Watcher does give you a purpose of just traveling for the sake of finding echoes or warp points, and that's neat and all, but that just means that instead of taking your time with a region, you run through it arbitrarily to get to the next interesting point as fast as possible. There's no cohesion, there's little meaning, it's all the same. Of course, maybe it will change. I'm not exactly disliking the style of gameplay either, especially since I have a self-imposed challenge to make it interesting. Speaking of which, do you wonder why I only play self-imposed challenges in Rainworld? Well, because otherwise it's still the same. Be it speedrunning or exploring, it's the same old thing. I want something new, something interesting. This is why I rarely stay in game communities. A good example is Fractal Block World, which is a really interesting game all the way until you figure out everything in it, at which point there is nothing left to do besides actually going there yourself. This is why upon completing the map, I haven't opened the game even once. This is also why I value games like Tactical Nexus so much. They seem almost endlessly interesting. Sure, Nexus can often be a tedious and demotivating game, but it more often than not feels like the effort you put into it actually leads you to interesting things. Because of how much each little step can matter, any progress feels good, because it lets you know that you can find more of what this game hides eventually. This creates an addicting synergy, where seeing new things gets your mind intrigued about what the devs cooked up this time and how it can help you, and then completing those things leaves your mind satisfied knowing that your effort was not in vain. But Rainworld is not like that because Rainworld ends. Sure, Nexus does too, but it'll take you much longer to play through everything in Nexus. But what sort of sucks about Rainworld is that it ends before it explores a lot of its own potential, which is why I keep coming back to it with my insane challenges to find some of that really interesting potential. Even something as stupid as Borm leads to seeing so many more interesting interactions with the environment, but since Rainworld can't just tell its players to play something as troublesome as Borm, the potential gets left to be found by those that are willing to take the time in exploring it. In that sense, Nexus is not so afraid to push you extremely far, while Rainworld is. A long time ago, in version 1.0, it wasn't afraid to push the player and the game was much more difficult, but nowadays, it's far more accepting. I've already talked about whether this is good or bad and come to the conclusion that it's quite hard to tell, as it really depends on who is the recipient. I guess a balance of such games would be good, and since we have many games catering to a large audience, it's nice to see that at least some games really take the player on its own vision and demand you stick with it. These are the games that will often be quite memorable, such as Tactical Nexus, Cinco Paus, Devil Daggers, and to a lesser extent, Rain World. So this idea, this being part of the game's vision or dedication to the concept is perhaps yet another way to measure a level of, well, maybe not quality, but at least artistic value of a game, and that is a measurement you can equally use for any piece of art. There are paintings that are extremely dedicated to their concept, being very difficult to figure out, while there are also paintings just for the sake of looking nice. And the more I think about these things, these art-like ways of viewing games, the more I find it interesting how few people talk about such things. Perhaps it's yet again due to my pursuit of new things that I keep thinking about new ways to interpret games, whereas most players are content to just play a game. I'm rambling for the sake of rambling again. And that's not unique enough. You know what this is all missing? Emotion. This Patreon has been a canvas for me to paint in, and as I must paint, I paint something. But I've grown complacent. I've grown to be more mature and calm. But I've lost something. I've lost those emotions of hatred through my eyes of understanding. I've lost those emotions of depression through my mind of acceptance. I've lost those emotions of despair through my embrace of love. This is not at all bad. It's certainly for the best. But it's disappointing. I wish to stand out, not only for others but also for myself. I cannot simply be myself, and yet that's all I can be. But that is all I am now. I am a programmer in his early 20s that likes to write about himself. But I want to make something more. If these posts were drawings, it feels like the last 60 or so have been so tame. But that's because I'm tame. I've been tamed by my own mind. No longer, no more. I'll cry out like a child, for that part of me still exists. It will be for a pitifully pointless reasons of existing differently. If only for a bit, I will embrace what I have lost. And yet, a painting can be so obscure. A bloodied head there can mean so many more things in comparison to me saying the same thing, me describing that thing. Titles. Yes, exactly. That is exactly what I can do. But what should I title? Myself? Okay, let's give it a shot. A 23-year-old. Ordinary insanity. 7,351,846,281 moving parts. Burst. Trembling, inverting, sickening. Ah! I can't handle this. I feel as if I'm going to break apart somehow. Wait. I need to calm down. I feel as if I'm losing it. Eyes are diluting, heart breaking. I feel as if I will burst. I will invert my insides to become my outsides. Emotion, my dear emotion, to feel something. Breathe. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Randomness. Meaningless. Well, no. There is meaning in meaninglessness. The dots I wrote have no meaning themselves, but they represent me right now. Somehow, I don't know how, but I wrote them, so I must. If if I create anything, then does that represent me? Think about it. It doesn't matter what you make. It must mean it came from you. But of course, people will interpret such statements differently. Insanity doesn't represent me, but some may see it that way. Oh, the joy. Oh, the please. Oh, the conclusion to it all. You think you understand, and you do, and you don't. But you do not know, for you cannot know. Breathe. 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 Unreasonably perseverant. Autocomplete. What will it say to you and your family to be a super hard gay anyway? To see you here, you too, Lamau, and you're welcome to join us in the game of all time together with you and your family and 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 family members and family members to meet each other for the same point can track you through the world is always 16 to the game of all of your time, and life together to you can always be happy with your heart of God and you and your family to make you happy and blessed you always, always, and always, and always. Breathe. Inhale. Exhale. Air. 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 I. Weekly Post 82. Running on vibes. So, as much as I would like to show you the Rain World post I've been working on, well, it's not yet done. Instead, then, what is wipe coding? Ever heard of it? No? Well, you know how people code, right? That's what I do as my job, for example. And when people code, they are essentially trying to find some sort of solution to a problem by writing specific instructions. So now we throw in the eternal topic of AI, and AI, when it comes to coding, is surprisingly good, mainly because of the same reason it's not bad at math. These tasks are extremely precise, there is usually little subjectivity involved. This means that after training on cold hard answers, the AI will often be able to remember how to handle the fundamentals of programming surprisingly well. And it is getting better and better as time goes on, so much so that we even have AI-assisted code writing programs, where AI can do a lot of the job for you. But even without that, there are plenty of AI tools for popular coding software that just sit there and, well, when they spot a pattern, they suggest to fill it in. For example, if you write let 4 equals 2 plus, the AI could see that and suggest to write 2. This is simple, but there are certain patterns that are long and you need to write, so it simplifies those pretty well. There are also AI tools where you can open a little window, write what code you want, and there you go, you got your code. In this sense, AI becomes your co-pilot, helping you with the more mundane tasks. Overall, sounds like a pretty neat idea, doesn't it? Well, there are of course some key issues. The main issue is that these AIs are comparatively abysmal at understanding the whole picture, and that makes sense as their context window is extremely small in comparison to a human. So, for example, you could tell the AI to make you a website, and it could do that, but, well, the website will be the average of what it thinks the concept of a website is, and it will be designed for it. For example, maybe you want the website to be optimized for speed. Well, you should have mentioned this to the AI. Readability, same thing. You end up having to treat the AI as, well, a robot that will execute the most efficient solution. This is why AIs can crush humans at writing very logical code, especially if it's been done many times already, but will fail with more complicated tasks, where a human would be able to expect and predict how things might scale in the future. The next issue is that AIs make coders dumber. This isn't anything too new, as this process has been continuing since the start of programming. At first, people had to write in zeros and ones, but over time, more and more tools came out to simplify the process. For example, reading the contents of a file into an array used to be quite a process in C, but in PHP it's just one line of code. There's way too many things like this that have simplified the process of these tasks, but they do all move the coder away from the actual process happening inside the computer to make it easier. Same in essence with AIs. Now you can simplify creating even whole functions, but then you don't really know how you did those functions. What's different from the other tools though is that AI can be used very broadly, and due to the first point, will often cause hard to spot mistakes or leave unoptimized code. To that extent, you end up with this cure for everything that will often look like it's helping you without actually doing so, and using it makes you even less aware of how to do things properly, so you end up using it more. It's kind of like a drug in that way, which is why there are many junior programmers worried that they are bad at coding, as they heavily use AIs and feel like they don't know how to write actual code. So, what to do? Use AI or not? Well, it's as usual, preference. The key thing to remember is that AI is a tool, and it can be used well and not. For example, say you have a woodcutter whose job is to, cut down trees. He could get a tool to automatically drive up to trees, chop them, and store them, which would be much faster, but such a tool might not be able to account for how different tree species should be treated, or the area surrounding the tree. So if he were to blindly trust the tool, he would slowly lose his skill in this profession, leading to an overall worse performance. Use the tool well, and you can be faster. Another thing you can mention is that to do hard tasks, you need to do easy tasks many times. Same with the tree chopping. It will be much easier to chop down a large tree when you already know really well how a small tree behaves. Same in programming. It's a lot easier to make a website if you already know how basic data processing works. There's also the idea of your adoption of AI. Suppose you start using AI a lot. Well, in that case, whenever AI improves, you will be the first to lose your job, as your job will become more and more obsolete. As tools get better, the demand for people who know what these tools are really trying to do will increase, as edge cases will still come up. If you choose to become reliant on AI, you'll be somewhat ruining your future potential. After all, in programming, whenever you want to make something extremely optimal, you won't use the tools designed for simple and easy tasks. You'll need to learn really low-level languages that can be optimized for these specific tasks. But I think out of everything, my favorite analogy is the idea of the conceptual space. I believe I've already talked about this in some post, but let's recap it again. The idea is that all possible ideas can be placed into some sort of space. This space is not two-dimensional, it's probably extremely dimensional, but for now let's assume it's a circle, where the idea of nothing is in the center, and the deeper you go into any given part of a circle, the more complex the idea is. So, with this conceptual circle, we can describe the process of arriving at an idea simply as traversing the conceptual circle. If you draw a line, you will simply land onto some point that describes the idea of that line. If you make the line more detailed, you will make slow steps conceptually towards a more interesting concept. Alright then, how would a typical attempt at making a drawing look like? Well, you start with some idea in your head, which for now we will assume is moderately complex. You then start drawing and going towards that part of the circle, and when you are nearby, you'll then start to add details, change things, and generally get more and more precise. As you make these adjustments, you will get closer and closer towards some sort of a detailed concept that is more interesting. In this sense, we can take our conceptual circle and overlay onto it the emotions that those concepts represent. Of course, it'll be up to interpretation and perspective and all that, but let's assume that somehow we can create this layer of emotions. Alright, so what does this mean? Well, you can see that a lot of areas aren't actually all that interesting, because most concepts aren't that interesting to someone experienced in concepts. To a child, even a line could be interested, but not to us, generally. And as you gain more experience in one concept, and notably its patterns, that makes a lot of concepts less interesting and surprising as they are more familiar. Anyway, so when it comes to drawing, we will move from the center towards our concept, and at some point, we'll likely end up with a rather boring concept. However, we can improve the drawing by adding details, and that way move towards a more interesting part in the conceptual space. So what happens if we use AI? Well, the way I see it is that with an AI, you can very quickly make large jumps from the center and get pretty close to your desired concept. However, an AI doesn't have quite the detail that your brain has, and instead it will give you a general vision of whatever the concept you try to describe is. For example, you may want to draw a horse and have an interesting idea on how it looks in your head, but an AI will just make a horse. This is because an AI is also built off of its own conceptual space, and the idea of a horse to it is the idea of all horses combined. If we suppose that the AI can match the real conceptual space very well, which is hard to say but it's probably lacking a lot of nuanced details, that means that what the AI does is it takes all concepts of a horse and moves towards their average point, with the cyan line being the move and the black lines showing it taking the averages from those similar concepts. And I think this is what's so interesting here. The AI, due to the lack of depth in prompts, will often just generate the average, and since most concepts aren't that interesting, the average will also likely not be interesting. So you end up with a machine that aggregates concepts. I've mentioned how I dislike aggregation when it comes to reviews, because it essentially removes all the complexity of a review into a maybe somewhat objective score that doesn't really tell you anything about how you'll respond to that thing. Same with AI. You will generate the average, which will most likely be the least emotionally interesting version of that concept. And for programming, it's a similar thing, except we can switch out our emotion overlay with a, let's say, optimization overlay, where the more detailed your code is, the closer you get to an optimized and well-running program. And again, the AI will simply take all the similar concepts, aggregate them, and go into a somewhat nice-looking but not optimized center. But what I think is vastly different here is that code is comparatively easy to write when compared to something like drawing. Even if you compare two difficult tasks, like an AI writing, a script that parses music into beats, and an AI generating a photorealistic drawing, when you take two experts in the field, the coder will understand all of the code in 10 minutes and can modify it in an hour, whereas the painter can understand it instantly but will likely need to redraw it from scratch to match a better vision. Drawing is simply more interlinked than code, and changing out parts requires adjusting other parts to properly match. Perhaps this is a reason why coding is embracing AI much more than the drawing world. Of course, the main reason is because coders seek efficiency, where AI is useful, and artists seek emotional value, where AI is much less useful and often damaging. But I do think that where AI more detailed and more easily modifiable, people would be more supporting of drawing with it. For example, digital software for drawing is pretty much fine for the drawing community because you still need to do a lot of work and because you can modify the image in any way you want. If you draw a picture of something underwater and then apply a filter to add that underwater effect, that was probably way easier than actually drawing with the underwater effect in mind. But it's not as if your work is devalued. However, if you could barely modify how exactly that underwater effect looks and you always got something boring, well, then the tool wouldn't be so great. In that sense, my conclusion is that AI will stay and people will adapt to it. Over time, more and more people will become indifferent, but there will still be enough of a movement to make proper laws of it. After a while, people will get used to it, and AI will simply be a part of the world, presuming it doesn't improve significantly and change it further. It's just a tool in the end. Weekly Post 83. Rock's Unreasonable Rain World. So, recently the fan favorite subscriber, also known as the only subscriber, Keaton, said something very funny. By the way, I don't watch your stream, so I don't know what BORM is. Seeing as to my knowledge, still the only one reading these, could you do a post about the Rain World challenges sometime? Which is very funny because, well, these Rain World challenges are pretty big on my mind, and have been so for a very long time. It's kind of like saying, by the way, I don't watch your channel, so I don't know how to never fail again is. Don't get me wrong, I actually haven't talked about Rainwall that much here, so of course, I would be happy to cover it. Presuming you have the time to listen to me, holy moly. Part 1. Unfair World. This will be a long post, probably, and that's simply because I want to explain Rainwall to someone who hasn't actually played it, which is a very difficult task. Probably not as hard as doing the same for Tactical Nexus, but even then, it could take several posts to actually get there. We won't be going so in depth, so let's start with what the game actually is. Rainworld is best described, in my opinion, as a survival exploration game. You are this little slug cat and exist in an ecosystem full of diverse and believable creatures. You hunt badflies for food, lizards hunt you for food, vultures hunt lizards for food. Creatures will generally have their own distinct goals and needs, so while food is shared amongst almost everyone, some can have personalities or fears or behaviors that you, as an intelligent creature, can exploit. Take one of the most divisive creatures, deers. Deers exist in Farmares, a region full of wormgrass. Wormgrass is this mass of little worms that look like grass, which tries to pull you in and eat you like a pack of piranhas. They can be quite dangerous and therefore most creatures avoid them, but some places are just fields of wormgrass. But since there is food there, the deer have evolved long legs to simply walk over the wormgrass. So that's pretty neat, isn't it? You have these big things walking around and ignoring everything, which makes sense for the ecosystem. For us, though, we want to get across this field of wormgrass, and if we could get on top of the deer, we could ride them across, which is pretty neat. Even better, we can get the food the deer want, and when we bring it to them, they'll have to lean down to eat it, which is when we can jump on. And when described like this, the process sounds great, but it's when you start riding deer that things get messy, because, well, why should they carry you somewhere? Even if they wanted to thank you, how would they know where you want to go? So, like reasonable creatures, they won't mind you being there, but they'll just go about doing whatever they want. Unlike most creatures, deer are extremely tanky, effectively unkillable without strong weapons, meaning they will shrug off most of your coercions into making them go a particular direction. This makes the deer a very interesting creature that's never quite so predictable, but also an often infuriating creature that will end your current day very slowly. I should mention that in Rainworld, every day, or as it's called in game cycle, ends somewhere after 10 to 15 minutes, with rain that kills pretty much everything, meaning you can't exactly sit and wait for 30 minutes for the deer to finally go left. I think the deer is a nice and simple analogy for this game, something interesting and also something difficult to control. No matter how good you get at this game, there will always be something to get you, and a large part of what makes the game enjoyable is figuring out these interactions, like feeding deer to ride them, while laughing over the ridiculous nature of the game, like the deer turning around right before your destination. But alright, what do you do in Rainworld? Well, that depends on what you want to do. So let's start by covering how you win the game. The first thing you will do in Rainworld is probably pick the White Slugcat Survivor and go on a journey with a little drone by your side. You spawn in Outskirts, a comparatively simple region with basic enemies. From there you will go to Industrial, which is a step up in complexity but still manageable, and then you will be led to Shaded Citadel. Shaded Citadel is a very dark region. Some areas are just pitch black. There are light sources, even those you can carry, but they can be difficult to get when you are unsure of where you even are. There's even black spiders that will swarm you in the darkness, making it a very unnerving place that shows that the game can be rather brutal. If you can make it through, you will arrive at this game's water region, Shoreline, and eventually reach a humanoid robot looks to the moon. This is where you will see just how dedicated this game is to its concept of being a believable ecosystem, where you are just another animal. Moon talks in a language you can't understand. Try as you might, there is effectively nothing you can learn from Moon. She just sits there saying something. The drone led you here and you have zero idea why. You don't know what to do anymore. This is where I gave up on my first playthrough. I hated the game. But then I came back and I put in another 800 hours into it. Part 2: Ascension. After Moon, you are intended to find a hard to reach area in Shaded Citadel and begin the trek through the next big part of the game. This part of the game is quite distinct, because the ecosystem takes a step back as you travel through much harsher areas. Memory Crypts has Miros birds, which have scissor-like beaks that kill you immediately. The Leg is a large tower with spiders and camouflaging lizards. The Underhang is an area built on the ceiling of something very large, so everywhere you go, any fall will kill you. Finally, if you make it all the way into the middle of Underhang, you will go into that thing that was very large. 5 Pebbles. This is a very big region that is almost entirely zero gravity, and it is the house of the next humanoid robot you will meet. 5 Pebbles. Once you reach 5 Pebbles, you will be given the Mark of Communication, allowing you to understand these robots, better known as the Iterators. Long ago, the Iterators were built to solve the grand problem of death. You see, the world of Rainworld works on a system where dying means being reborn soon after. This means that you have immortality, and, well, the ancient people who were here were not happy with that. So they wanted a way out, and they found it through Buddhist-like asceticism. Is that how you say it? Asceticism, of avoiding the pleasures of life. However, not everyone was happy with changing their life like that, so instead they built great machines to try and figure out this grand problem. The machines are the Iterators. A while after, the ancients found another way to die, by going to the Void Sea deep underground. But this had certain consequences. You could not fully ascend and remain here as neither dead or alive. An echo. It's not ideal to have a chance to eternally exist in non-existence, so the Iterators kept thinking, but up to when you arrive, nobody had truly figured it out. And so when you reach 5 Pebbles, he explains to you that, well, if you want a way out, you'll have to go to the Void Sea, far to the left. You'll need high karma to get there, so he gives it to you, and then throws you out of this room. And so we begin the third and final part of the journey. Here we will first descend my probably favorite region, the Wall, which, as the name implies, is a big wall. It's not only visually impressive, but also one of the longest gaps between shelters in vanilla. You can sleep in shelters to avoid the rain, but you need some food to sleep. After this, you will pass by Chimney Canopy, a region we won't talk much about, to reach Sky Islands, my other favorite region in the game. Sky Islands is a breath of fresh air after all of the doomed regions you've traversed, being very vibrant and having its own interesting ecosystem coupled with interesting platforming that incentivizes creature uses of movement. And after this, we will descend into Farm Arrays, where, if you just want to continue, you'll have to go past the Deer Zone, which will hopefully leave you only mildly annoyed at their behavior. Then, at last, we will reach the final region, Subterranean. This region has very sparse shelters, difficult enemies, and is generally kinda dark, making it one of the more challenging regions. And if you descend deeper, you will find Filtration System, which is very dark and has lizards crawling around everywhere, making it feel like a Pac-Man-esque maze, with you as the ghost. Descend deeper yet, and you will find a deep hole that will lead you to the final zone you will be in. Depths. There are no enemies here, and you are mostly unable to come back. This is simply a long set of rooms through a weird area lost to time long ago. You must have the highest karma unlocked to get past the Guardians, and after that, you will walk until you reach the Void Sea, where you will swim down, and down, and down, until you ascend and end the game. That is the end of the Survivor campaign, and it's a cryptic end we won't analyze here. Point is, by the time you are done, you are left a bit confused, both at what happened and why people like this game. I know I sure was. But that's the thing about Rainworld. The game may have an ending, but is that what life is all about? Should you just rush to end it? Or should you see what the world really has to offer. Part 3. Exist. There are many things left to see in this world. There's 2 regions I haven't mentioned, quite a few creatures you may not have seen, and things you have not yet discovered. About yourself. My favorite of these is, as you will come to find out, movement. So far, you've likely seen the most basic mechanics. Walk, jump, wall jump, and if you crouch and hold jump, pounce. Essentially a low and long jump. You might have also noticed that if you throw objects, you will move in the direction you threw them, a throw boost. And if you throw spears at a wall, they could get stuck and you would be able to climb them. These are tricks I would expect most people to learn, but oh boy, does it go much deeper than this. The next step is backflips, where turning around and jumping at the same time performs a backflip. This will always be able to start a roll, performed by holding down in a direction while falling, which will make you roll for a bit. If you jump during a roll, you will do a roll pounce, and if you jump at the end of a roll, the roll pounce will be high enough for you to start another roll pounce. Well, another roll into a roll pounce. If you want more speed, you can also slide by pressing jump down in a direction. Jump at the end of a slide to do a slide bounce, which can also be used to start a roll. But there's more. If you start a slide and at the start you throw an item behind you, you will gain much more distance with your slide, an extended slide. This is a great move for crossing long flat areas, but due to the high speed of it, it can also be used as a jump, with you starting a slide and jumping out of it during it. Doing so will go further than pounces, but if you do so perfectly at the very start of the slide, you will perform an extended instant hop, or A-hop, the most powerful horizontal move, allowing you to jump an absurd 23 tiles of distance. It requires several frame-perfect inputs, but can be learned to be consistent and is often used at high-level speedruns. I can't do this move much. I've simply found it too difficult, frustrating, and sort of scary to learn. But there's much more movement than this. Crouching has an interesting property in this game, where if you hold up while crouching, you will stand up, but you will actually go a little bit into the air while doing so. This small height can be taken advantage of with a jump during it, allowing you to do a crawl turn jump. While simple, this is a fairly easy way to be able to get up to 4 tile high walls, as opposed to the usually available 3 tile high walls. But we can go further. If you walk a bit and turn around, you will get a turn boost. This makes you a bit faster in the direction you turned, meaning you jump to not let friction take the speed away, and you can get some speed. But in our case, we want to store that turn, and while there are several methods, for us, the most important one is crouching, as doing so at the right time will let you crouch and store the turn. If we do a crawl turn jump now, we will actually do a crawl turn backflip, as we have the walking speed required for the backflip. Properly using this can get you 5 tiles high. As you can see, there is a lot of movement in this game, and this is mainly due to the physics of the game. The Slug Cat is not just a rectangular hitbox, it's actually 2 circles that interact with each other, creating a lot of strange and interesting ways of moving. Covering all of them is an extremely difficult feat. I've read every single message in the movement channel and the Discord, and I still don't know everything. I even discovered some things myself, such as grapple states. If you wish to see the insane scale of this game's movement, you can find a nice summary of the general movement mechanics here. Then you can find a more in-depth here. Fun fact, I made the backend code for this. And finally, if you want to truly know everything, there is a list of people attempting to write down every single trick in the game. Alright, before we jump into the next part, I also want to cover Hunter. As I mentioned, Survivor is a campaign, meaning there are more. One is Monk, which is essentially an easier version of Survivor that plays pretty similarly. Hunter is very different, as unlike the other two, he will die after sheltering 20 times. In terms of crossing the world, this is very little for a new player, and winning as Hunter is much harder. However, you don't have to win. Your primary purpose is to deliver a neuron to Lux to the Moon, as in this campaign, Moon is unresponsive, as she has lost the neurons that help her keep operating. So you see Hunter on the way to Moon, but still all the way back at Farmaris, meaning you'll need to go across the world to save Moon. But even if you do so, you won't win the game. You'll just, well, save her. It's what you were sent here for, but you're just a slugcat, a cog in the machine of this world. If you stay with Moon, she'll be happy you helped but worry about you. But you were made to die, so you wouldn't suffer like everyone else. But you can try to win. If you go to Pebbles, he will give you an increase in max karma. But unlike Survivor, where he lets you go from 5 max karma to 10 max karma, here he only gives you 2 more max karma. Karma is actually something I haven't talked about much, but it's effectively your lives, as surviving gains karma and dying loses it. Traversing between regions will often require at least a certain amount of karma, telling you to first figure out this region and survive in it properly before moving on. Increasing max karma up to 10 is required to reach the Void Sea, and Hunter will have to find echoes in order to increase his karma further. There are 6 spread across the world, and they give 1 more max karma each. So if you can get to Pebbles and get 3 echoes and then reach the Void Sea, all in 20 cycles, you will have done the toughest challenge in the game of Hunter's Ascension. Well, of course, this doesn't count in self-imposed challenges. Part 4. Beyond. Rainworld is a very beloved game by those who play it, and that has certain effects on the game. One is that the game will almost always have someone playing it doing something, be it speedruns, tech discovery, or, other community stuff. And if you couple this with the ability to create content for the game, well, you get a modding scene. Rainworld has been welcoming to mods for a long time, and as such, there have been many mods made for it. Most are, of course, nothing incredible or just funny, but there are a few I would like to talk about here. Aether Ridge. One of the most straightforward mod concepts, yet also the most difficult to execute, is the region mod, which adds a new region. As someone who built one room back then out of curiosity, building entire regions is not only difficult to do conceptually, it's just really tedious to put all of this detail. I'm unsure how easy it is to make regions nowadays, but back then you would have to go through several processes of connecting the room with another room, building the geometry, adding details for several layers, as rooms will often have details in the background, adjusting lighting, and then telling the level builder to render it all into a level which you can finally look at. I'm sure it has gotten easier to do this, since the old level builder was easy to crash just by clicking escape in the wrong place, I think. But the process remains. Because of this, as you'd expect, most regions started off pretty, let's say, simple. They weren't bad, usually, but they lacked that level of vision and detail that the vanilla regions did. This changed with Aether Ridge. Once installed, you can find an entrance into it at the top of Sky Islands, where the game strangely switches to a blue color. Continue through, and you will find the wonderful chaos of Aether Ridge. It's very difficult to put into words how Aether Ridge makes you feel, but when I first played it, it was akin to playing Rainworld for the first time. Through difficulty of making it from one region to another, complexity of the map layout, and of course visual flair depicting an alien world, this was a region that is still unique among every region I've ever seen. To put into perspective its ridiculousness, let's watch something. Rainworld has an in-game map that showcases the region you are in several layers, and which slowly expands from your position. This is a little cool detail to imitate how the slugcat is slowly remembering the world around it, and building out its mental map, and also how the slugcat internalizes the map into several layers, not a fully 2D space. Either way, here is the first region. Of course, this is the simplest region, but even the largest region, 5 Pebbles, is not much more complex, just bigger. Now, let's take a look at Aether Ridge. Blue means water, by the way. It's insane! Like, what the fuck? This region is not only gigantic, but it's also deeply interconnected. Here is a more readable map of it. it's tiny in comparison. So what does Aether Ridge achieve through its scale? Well, something that no region I've seen successfully do: make you truly lost again. There are many modded regions that intend to create a cool exploration experience, and we'll get to them later, but they are still all designed to be rather simply understood. This isn't because they are small, but because they are not so interconnected. Take a look at that 5 Pebbles map. You have the gray zones that branch out into several other zones. Pink zone is a big difficulty spike, so you avoid it. Orange is very distinct and leads to green, which is where you usually want to go, while blue has a lot more of these zappy walls that when touched kill you. Gray zone is harder to internalize, but it is just paths between places. Aether has sub-regions of its own, but they're the size of regions. As such, you have to somehow build out a mental map not only between sub-regions, but also within them, as the region doesn't diversify itself as much as 5 Pebbles. This makes it much harder to truly understand where you are, but it's not impossible. Within subregions, there are still landmark locations you can remember, these hubs that help anchor your mental map, but it will depend on the player to find them. For example, for me, I remember a room pretty well because it had oddly powerful winds that would frequently kill me. From this room, I might not be able to remember nearby rooms, but I could get to the next room I remember, and by repeating this process, things would fall into place. Notably, the red region, heat ducts, is a pretty large difficulty spike as it requires pretty precise platforming and often has one-way paths. But these paths, with clever movement, could actually be returned to, making for this awesome exploration where such a small region could be traversed in many different ways. There's also salination, which is mostly underwater, making it difficult to traverse since you can only breathe a certain amount of time underwater. The rooms are massive with many connections and you will need to find some way to get through it. Thermal Relay contains a lot of the zappy things on cooldowns, making it a platforming challenge with you trying to get as far as possible before hiding from electricity. So many of these sub-regions have such unique architecture, theming, and gameplay, and somehow they all exist within this blue-coated, well, not even a region at this point, the Aether world. I think it's fair to call it that when it feels like it's the size of 60% of Rainworld itself. And to mention one last idea in this place, here also lies my favorite gimmick in region exploring. If you look on the map, you will find that some places have these 45-degree ceilings with death pits below. These are seemingly impassable, and so you will likely avoid them on your first sight of them. But if you go to a specific room in Ridgeworks, I believe, you will find another 45-degree ceiling, but also the game will actually tell you something. If you charge bounce into it, the long jump I mentioned earlier, you will magically stick to the ceiling and slide down it. This is called the ceiling slide, and it is a very niche movement trick that I'm not even sure I knew about, but it is in the vanilla game. There's essentially only one place I can recall in the vanilla map where it could be used, in Shoreline, but it's extremely unlikely to be useful even there. However, this region was designed with it at critical points, and here it teaches you it. Do you understand what this is? It's Metroidvania style design without new abilities. If you knew about this, you could just go on through, while someone new could find and learn it themselves. That's so cool! There's very few Metroidvanias that actually utilize knowledge to their full potential. I can only think of Unsighted, which has a lot of sequence breaks if you know how to utilize certain mechanics. But in Aether Ridge, this is purely knowledge. It's not even skill because this is a really easy move to pull off, easier than what you would need to survive here. I've never seen any other region utilize the player's lack of knowledge like this, and I think it's a brilliant design choice. And so, if we combine all of this, we get my favorite modded region, Aether Ridge. Thank you, Kayaporo, for making it. The Mast. Now that we've covered the insanity of Aether Ridge, let's look at something a bit different. My favorite normal region, the mast. What makes the mast so good is its theming.
Big tower.
And you know I really like big towers. The map can be easily seen as land at the bottom and then a big tower that changes as you go up. To start with the surface, it is akin to farmaries as it has warm grass and occasionally deer, but it is more nuanced, containing various creatures, underground tunnels, and a scavenger outpost. It was also built to connect to other modded regions here, which is a nice detail when adding many map mods. And it also means that if you are just here for connections between modded maps, you can fairly quickly go through, but if it catches your attention, you can begin climbing up. What I like about this tower is how it is split into threes. There is the left and right sides and the middle. While the middle may look small here, it is a very great hub room and still 5 rooms with 2 to 3 screens of content each. It really helps visualize to you how far up you are, as if you are at the bottom, you know that you are near the surface, and if you are at the top, you know that you are halfway up the main tower. Left and right sides are both similar in design, but they will have slightly different features, with the left having train carts at the bottom and longer but thinner protrusions higher up, while the right side has a comparatively flat wall lower and then large platforms with rooms inside higher up. Going past the threes is also going to be noticeable because the rooms will begin to have wind in them that will slowly strengthen as you go up. This also distinguishes between left and right sides because left will have wind from the left and right from the right. I personally am much more familiar with the left side, probably due to luck and the map layout making it more obvious to reach for me. Now, if you climb all the way up, you will reach the final shelter and the primary transmission node. For various reasons, visual spectacle included, regions containing large antennae grab people's attention, and this region puts all of its theming points into it. The largest vanilla map antenna in Sky Islands takes about 4 rooms to reach, while deviating from the main hub room on the right. Here it takes, let's see, 18 rooms, and that's not even talking about the amount of screens, which is likely 10 to 20 times more than Sky Islands. There is a reason this map can call this the primary transmission node. If you go all the way up, you will find a very nice view and a pearl, which is quite a bold move. You see, pearls are rather important to regions, because if you have the mark of communication, you can go and talk to Moon, who can also tell you about the objects you bring to her. In the case of pearls, they are used in-game as data storage devices, meaning Moon can decode them for you. This means that your long climb to the top will grant you a pearl, which you will then have to bring all the way to Moon, which is essentially a trip across the entire Rain world. The pearl's contents follow the lore of the game, reading that the pearl contains a message sent to 5 pebbles, attempting to turn off some of the systems. Why? Because long ago he had an idea on how to achieve his mission and solve the grand problem, the problem of death, but it required a lot of water to keep his systems properly cooled. So he began to steal water away from the other iterator in the area, Looks to the Moon, which caused a lot of issues. Moon and other iterators tried to stop him, but he would not stop, and, well, if you thought you were on the breakthrough of completing your life's mission, why would you? This led to the collapse of Moon and problems for Pebbles we'll see later, but what this pearl says is that when the iterators tried to stop Pebbles, they couldn't quite reach his systems through the normal means and had to resort to using the primary transmission node, intended for long-range communication, but it seems he corrupted the message here as well. Unlike most modded pearls, this ties into the story very well. You can read it fully here. Search for Dark Purple Pearl. All of this is to say that the mast is a really big region, but one that's not nearly as overwhelming as Aether Ridge, because it's so simple in its theming. It may not achieve something truly unique, but it's going to be liked by more people, and that is also very valuable. A very good region. Jolly co-op. But after all of that, something was missing. After all, Rainworld can be a very lonely game. as you explore regions and rarely meet intelligent creatures you can communicate with. Thankfully, some bright minds had the idea to make a co-op mod. Jolly Co-op is a mod that enables local co-op. This means you play the same game of Rainwall but now with up to 4 controllable slug cats at the same time. And this idea is actually how my entire YouTube channel even started. If you look at my oldest videos, you'll find that, besides the Find Your World record, it's Rainwall Jolly Co-op. I don't remember how it started, but I believe I wanted to get some friends who sort of had played Rainwall before and to play it together, attempting to win as Hunter, but without the 20 cycles limit. And so, that's what we did. Our journey was, well, slow by my standards today, but it was very enjoyable. If you're wondering about the title of Ego, Socio, Dumbo, Blindo, it refers to the players. I'm Ego, because, Wheel is Socio, for some reason I actually don't know. Blindo is Sheep with the bad mic because of our inside joke that he can't see, and Dumbo is Fire, who was called that way not because she's dumb, but because she wasn't that good. Not exactly the best naming system, but, well, that's what was done. You can, of course, watch the series, although I don't recommend it. It was made back when I didn't know how to make videos, and man, the videos are slow because I just kept way too many things. That being said, episode 6 was a standout episode, as I took the painful process of finding every death we had while attempting to move from one shelter to another for 10 hours. The issue was that we needed to get to Karma 2, meaning we would have to save once to go from Karma 1 to 2, and that would allow us to go from Chimney Canopy to Sky Islands. However, because we decided to all die if one person died, that meant any death from any player across 2 cycles would end our attempt. It was quite tough, mostly because Fire would keep dying, but everyone died at times, so it took a really long time. Another fun fact was that in this run we went to the mast and climbed all the way up it together. There wasn't anything too special like the 10 hours shelter, but it was a fun journey together, after which we descended and played to win the run. There was another run with Jolly Co-op, and this one was actually much more interesting, the Conjoined run. Here I played with Wheel, and we had a simple challenge. We must always hold each other. In Jolly Co-op, one player can hold another, which can be both useful and not. Of course, holding each other makes things difficult because you're always connected to another player, requiring synchronized movement to go much of anywhere. However, due to a mechanic called Corpse Power, this can also be useful. For some reason, if you hold a sufficiently weighted creature, you become faster. I don't know why, but for us this is great because players are in that weight class, meaning that the player who is holding the other player, better known as the holder, has boosted jump height. This isn't that useful when players aren't synchronized, but it is useful when they are, as 2 jumps at the same time, where one is stronger, can be much more powerful, allowing you to do things you normally couldn't. This will come in handy later on, but at the start, well, if you watch the conjoined videos, you'll see that we were struggling quite a lot at first, which is not at all surprising. Still, these videos were significantly better than the previous, partly because we consistently talked in Lithuanian, we consistently talked in English and had better content, but also because it was better cut and less boring segments were left in. The idea of cutting down the unnecessary things is something I would come to find my first lesson in YouTube, and it has been one of the most important lessons I have learned. Sure, some people may enjoy the longer bits, but you don't want to waste everyone's time for that, including your own. Conjoined still hadn't reached the level I would like, but it was good for the time. And to return to the gameplay, as we traversed the world, we ended up going to Aether Ridge, which was a blast. See, Aether Ridge, as I mentioned, is a region that has a lot of one-way paths, but these are not outright impossible ways back, just falls or leaps that are hard to do backwards. But with the extended power of conjoined movement, we actually could do it, allowing for some clever thinking to help defeat a tough challenge. And that thing clever thinking to defeat a tough challenge became my favorite part of the game. Expeditions. But before we fully dive into the tough challenges, I would also like to explain the Expeditions mod. This mod gives a new game mode, where you can get random challenges that have a point amount based on difficulty, and completing the mod means gaining those points. Completing the run means gaining those points to level up for various things. Point is, this mod is pretty solid for creating randomized challenges, but the issue for me was that they lacked purpose, where randomizing challenges led to a boring run, and so did picking the optimal challenges. So I went with the idea of doing 7 runs with each of the 7 burdens or debuffs. These debuffs ranged from all creatures trying to reach you, to constant darkness, to always needing more food. Some were more fun than others, but I ended up having a lot of funny clips for each challenge. I then decided to make a video out of them, and that became my best Rain World video up to that point, the 7 Deadly Expedition Burdens. The name and thumbnail were good, and the content was even better, as the amount of playtime was similar to the Conjoined series, but cut down to 40 minutes, which is just much more approachable. Part 5. Downpour and One Spear. Alright, are you tired of this post yet? I hope not, because it's finally time to begin talking about the Rock's unreasonably difficult challenges. Dude, I can see the scroll bar. We're 30% of the way there. Let's go. Well, almost. To get there, we need to talk about the More Sluggets expansion. This was a huge mod that was in the works for quite a long time and which had the community fairly excited. However, one day, the devs managed to fend off their legal troubles and did something truly amazing. They backed up the mod as official DLC. That's right, this is another Binding of Isaac repentance moment, where the mod was so good that the mod team started working with the developers to make it into an official DLC, and man, not only was the community excited, I was excited as fuck. I don't know what it was about this DLC, but maybe it's because I really liked Rain World, and this felt exactly like what I wanted. I remember not being able to stop myself from thinking about it, which I'd consider more torturous than enjoyable, but hey, I'm glad I had it, as since then I haven't been excited for anything nearly as much. Emotion is at least memorable. This DLC essentially promised 5 new campaigns, with each having their own ending, and man, that sounded really cool. One campaign even featured a very movement-focused character called the Lancer, but for a reason I don't know, he never ended up making it with another green Slugcat changing him out. Either way, I patiently waited and waited until we got to the release date, and then I patiently waited for that until I could finally play through the DLC in a few days, and well, it was pretty fun. It wasn't as grand as I expected to be, with some leaked regions missing, but I was still satisfied with it. And after playing the Slugcats, I checked out the other content added, because not only the More Slugcats expansion mod got supported, but also Jolly Co-op and Expeditions, meaning these were now more refined than ever before. Unfortunately, I prefer the design of old versions, as conjoined movement isn't as powerful now, and the expedition burdens are more boring, but hey, it's nice to see in-game support, as Jolly Co-op, well, works way better in general. Oh, the days of spending hours trying to get sound working properly on Parsec. Ooh. Another 2 features added were Safari mode and Arena challenges. Safari is actually very creative. It's a mode in which you can pick any creature and play as it. That's right, even the deer. It's very cool, but as there is no purpose, you kind of just walk around and say, that's cool, and move on. As for arena challenges, it's 70 pre-made tasks in specific rooms, which can get very creative. They were overall enjoyable, except for challenge 70, which is one of the most unfun things I've ever tried to do in gaming. Give me a Camellia 3 room over this shit. Presuming the difficulty of what you're giving is comparable, I don't want to play either anymore, Lama. I won't talk about it here because, well, post-length, but let's just say that the boss design where the boss gets progressively more difficult and leaving cutscenes unskippable is just bleh. And so, after experiencing all of this, I was done. I did play some conjoined with Vinci where we could only speak Russian and a different run where we could only speak Lithuanian, but that wasn't all that memorable, just enjoyable. Right, I should also mention that with Downpour came Remix, which is official mod support for the game, meaning mod installation became significantly easier, which is really cool. But anyway, after doing all of this, I wanted more, and that more manifested into the form of playing through each of the 5 characters in some more tougher way, something that would require clever thinking to get through. I also wanted to upload these as videos, which is how the Gorman's meteoric strikes and Blood for the Artificer god came to be. I still watch the second video sometimes, Lama. These are alright, but they didn't feel quite as impactful as what would become my most difficult challenge. Now, I was planning to talk about it, but, well, the videos do a much better job at covering the whole thing, right? So this will be a summary with extra stuff not mentioned there. The challenge was intended to be a zero spear, spearless spearmaster. This was deemed impossible, and the challenge was changed to 1 spear, but people did have ideas. Perhaps the most promising was the bee glitch. The bee glitch is one of the most powerful Rainworld glitches ever found. It is activated by taking a beehive to a gate between regions and throwing it while the next region is being loaded. This causes the game to break in a surprisingly consistent way and allows for several things to happen. We'll cover one thing that can happen later, but for the purposes of the zero spear, you could theoretically break out to go out of bounds and reach different places. With proper execution, it was theorized you could starve to leave outskirts, then go to garbage, drainage, and eventually subterranean, although it never all fully came together, partly because I never cared enough about the challenge myself, as I found 1 spear to be satisfying. As for 1 spear, 2 runs were created, and the story of the world record is that of the normal 1 spear, where you use a glitch called karma caching to get 5 karma in any shelter. After I achieved the world record, a player called Regan did beat it a while later, seeing how he found speedrunning Spearmaster to be the least fun speedrun out of all of the Slugcats. It seems like nothing major has happened there since his record. As for the zero spear, well, as you might have seen, the full run is 4.5 hours long, and sure, it could be cut down to 3.5 by not going to eat or knowing the map better, but it's still a damn long run with what is quite possibly the most difficult start to a run in any Rainworld challenge conceived. This true 1 spear route will likely never be done without the ability to manipulate RNG for shelter failures, but it would be funny to put a bounty on it if I get richer. I wonder just how brutal the run would be to do fully. As for me, I do sometimes get asked about returning to 1 spear, and I always remember the struggle and say, nah, I could improve my time as I am better, but it would take a lot of time to grind it out, and I just don't have the will to actually go through it. I do hope someone beats the time while only using 1 spear like I did, but as you'll see with these challenges, they tend to be imposing, tedious, and frustrating in such a way that only I play them, due to the achievement of doing something ridiculous first. Doing the same thing second is a lot less satisfying to most people, so they would have to do it better and go up against me, a really good Rainworld player. Before we continue though, I should mention that due to the 1 spear effectively requiring balls, over the course of all of my runs, I've gotten surprisingly good at them, which will help quite a lot in future runs. Part 6. King. And so we finally arrive at something that would require you to have watched my streams, the Inv run, which I have decided to codename King. The rules are as follows. You must reach the highest point in Metropolis as Inv while wearing a mask and a cape, without having ever thrown a spear, mauled a creature, used the yeek, used the squidcada, used the passage. Why this specific list? Well, mainly because these things make the run easier in certain sections. This was a list of restrictions that is definitely restricting, and this was placed on Inv, the hardest Slugcat to complete. To cover Inv itself, it is a joke character meant to be difficult for the sake of difficulty, although that doesn't mean they didn't try, adding quite a lot of very interesting changes to the regions. So let's go through some of the more interesting moments. Inv starts in memory crypts, which hasn't been changed much. However, the leg to the right and shaded citadel to the left have been. The leg has become a nightmare of a region to climb, making it very brutal even for experienced players, so it's good I took the left route, which only has several red centipedes in one room. When it comes to rainbow creatures, quite a few have variations. Lizards are the most well-known example, having many different colors, but many other creatures have variants too. However, if you know one thing, it's that if the variant is colored red, it's really bad, and so red lizards, red centipedes, and Miros vultures are very dangerous creatures, often possessing high speed and high damage, usually effectively infinite when taken out on you. Red centipedes are often the most difficult of these to deal with as they are very fast and the hardest to kill. At least red lizards and Miros vultures take damage when hit, but red centipedes have armor you need to hit off first. They can also climb walls, so if you make a sound, they will very quickly run over to you no matter where you are in the room. You can still thankfully stealth past them or run away from them as they won't usually immediately grab you, but if one is in your way, it is a real pain. That's why Inv has the fortunate ability of starting with an egg at the start of every cycle. This egg acts the same way as a singularity bomb, which, as the name implies, is an extremely strong weapon capable of killing anything except iterators. Yes, even the ancient guardians that require you to have 10 karma to ascend, so that's some real power. This obviously includes red centipedes, which is how you can get past the first room of Shaded Citadel, but even if you can enter Shaded Citadel, you'll still have to be careful of the red lizards, Miros vultures, and red spiders, forgot to mention, also very bad, that are in this area. So let's go along with my run and go to Industrial Complex, mainly because while playing, the goal I laid out before wasn't yet formed and I was just doing something, unsure what. Industrial in Inv has the funny property of containing many hurricane lizards, which are essentially red lizards but even faster, much heavier and much tankier, making them essentially pointless to kill. This isn't actually all that bad if you take your time, meaning we eventually make it to Chimney Canopy. And oh boy, Inv Chimney Canopy was probably my most hated region when I was playing it. There is a mechanic in Rainbow called starvation, which means that when you save for a cycle without enough food, you can forcibly sleep at the cost of the next cycle making you starved. Being starved means you will be weaker in throws, and if you move too much, it will exhaust you, making you move slower, and if you are fully exhausted, you just drop down and lay, also dropping your items. This makes traveling quickly quite difficult, but if you're patient and This makes traveling quickly quite difficult, but if you are patient and get through the struggle to find food and are willing to be a bit risky, since starving doesn't save your progress, it can be useful. I sometimes call this mechanic lethargy, as starvation means more so the process of saving with insufficient food, whereas lethargy is the debuff itself. It also sounds better than starved. But now let's say you were not just in lethargy, where you can get exhausted. What if you were in super lethargy, where you are permanently partly exhausted? Well, in such a cruel state, you are effectively unable to jump and can easily become stunned for a while. That's the gimmick. But it's not that bad. You see, this region has an exception to the rule. If you hold a yeek, you receive no debuff, meaning you can walk perfectly fine, so sure, it's annoying to always have to hold a yeek, but it's actually not all that bad. For now. Inv wall, aka rot wall. So we go to the wall in our attempt to reach 5 pebbles, and man oh man oh man, Inv wall is by far the hardest region in all of Rainworld, even among every modded region I know of. The reason is relatively simple. The wall here has been consumed and infested with rot. As Pebbles was trying to solve the grand problem, when he failed, he ended up creating the rot, an organism that consumes any living thing it comes in contact with. That would be bad enough, but the rot spread and to an extent evolved. creating these things called daddy longlegs, spider-like creatures of rot that listen for sound and try to consume whatever they find. As the name implies, the rot wall is full of them, making it very difficult to ascend. It's difficult to explain how hard it is, so while I try, I will also link the video showing how I did it. The main issues with the rot wall come from having to somehow maneuver around the rot, be it sentient or not. Some rooms will require a grapple worm to deal with, others eggs, all while a small mistake quickly kills you. You are intended to bring a yeek or a squidcada here, which could solve most of your problems, but that's not allowed for me. The first tough problem is a wall in the second room. You are intended to pin spears to climb, but that's a no-go, and unfortunately I cannot use my grapple worm either. I need the grapple worm for later, so I need to climb up with one item. We had a lot of theories here on how to do that, with a theoretical chance to glitch out a grapple worm and get launched in a random direction, but we went with a funny variation of a rarely used trick. Item regrab climbing. This is a strange trick where if you throw and grab certain small objects against a wall, you'll get a bit of height. This means that you can repeat this to slowly climb walls, which can be useful for scaling high walls if you don't have enough vertical momentum or spears to climb with. I use this more often than most players, because I like avoiding spears for challenge runs, so I use this trick sometimes. You can also carry things with you, such as grapple worms. However, I noticed that for some reason Inv couldn't fruit climb. Eventually, I figured it out. Inv can maul. Mauling is an ability whereby holding a live creature, holding grab will attempt to eat it alive. In my case with Inv, I was avoiding mauling, so I forgot. Actually, I think I forgot to mention it in the rules, but that's a rule. But if I am trying to re-grab climb, where I have to spam throw and grab, I can't do so because grab tries to maul instead. Now, you'd think that's it, but it turns out, and I'm still unsure as to why exactly, you can instead alternate the inputs. So you don't press throw and grab at the same time several times per second, you alternate holding grab, releasing grab, holding throw, releasing throw, holding grab, and so on. For some reason, this will work in also climbing walls, albeit at half speed. This type of stuff shows how different mechanics end up combining to become this really niche tech. In order to find this interaction, you would need to 1. Play as Artificer or Inv. Artificer is decently well played, but has a double jump, which makes most obstacles that require regrab climbing to be easily surmountable. Inv does not have the double jump, but requires absurd in-game knowledge to acquire, and is therefore effectively learned through the community. 2. Know about regrab climbing. Regrab climbing is great in rare cases, but so is a lot of other tech, meaning it is unlikely to be known about by most players. 3. Have a grapple worm. Grapple worms are great creatures but require skill to use. They are also pretty rare. 4. Avoid using alternative methods of wall climbing. Usually players will prefer things like squidcadas or spears, as those are much easier to work with. Even grapple worms can scale most walls. That is what kind of scenario you need in order to have a chance at fighting this tech accidentally. And even then, in my case, I needed to also know about turn stored whiplashes, just so I could get onto a pole with turn storage, because that makes you backflip whenever you jump while on a pole, so you get more height than a normal jump. The full name of this set of moves reads as my most niche practical move ever found. Turn stored whiplash into a maul-less item regrab climb. However, that doesn't mean this is the hardest move even in this very region. The second problem came after reaching the middle checkpoint. In the next room, once you climb up the ladder, you will find one of the most difficult to pass areas in Rainwall. A flat surface on the left, followed by a 4-tile high rot wall and then around 10 tiles of rot to the right. This is extremely difficult to get around, mainly because if you get grabbed by the rot, you are pretty much dead. Were this just a wall, we could jump over vertically, and were it a gap, we could also jump over horizontally, but instead we need a really vertical and horizontal jump. There are certain moves like that, but they require certain objects. Snail super jumps can do it, but well, there are no snails. You can also use creature boosting, where you can use a dead creature to really amplify moves, but for them we would need to not hold anything, and sadly for us, we need the grapple worm for later. And so we need to start thinking much more creatively. In cases like this, where sane ideas are not working, I usually turn to rather risky or absurd ideas. In this case, explosive jumps were the next pick. This is because we can actually bring explosives here, and they would definitely give enough momentum. What explosives don't do is give safety, as most Lakettes will immediately die before they travel particularly far. Still, in this case, this was fairly doable. In theory. Since we didn't use explosive spears for a reason I can't remember. They're spears. Spears are bad. Brilliant fighting. That meant we had to use the grenade. However, we are on a flat surface, which means we have no easy way of triggering the grenade while being in the position to be boosted in the direction we want. We can throw it against the wall and be sent backwards, or throw a rock at it and it'd be too low. But then a good player at movement recommended a brilliant idea. Shout out Tourmaline. Throwing the bomb up. If you backflip and enable a certain setting, you can throw things up, so the grenade will explode when it lands. But now there's another issue. How do we get into the right position when it explodes? We need to be about 40 to 60 degrees from the bomb and around 5 tiles high. Why this precise number? Well, you know how I mentioned we die from the grenade very easily. The grapple worm we carry dies from the grenade even more easily, meaning it is actually pretty precise as to what position we can be in to both make the jump and to still keep the grapple worm alive. At least the grapple worm gets flung much faster due to the lower weight. It's just a shame we can't throw him up or something. But that still leaves us with getting to the right position, and to the great disappointment of anyone wanting to attempt the strategy under these restrictions, this means we will need to vault in order to get the right height. As I mentioned, I've gotten somewhat good at vaults, but even still, getting the exact right positioning and timing is really difficult. However, it is possible, and so the route goes as follows. 1. Bring to the shelter a bomb and a grapple worm. 2. Climb to the platform with an egg stored in your stomach. You need to item regrab climb after a wall to get to the platform. Use the egg to kill the daddy longlegs, guiding the landing spot. It's easy to die here because of the egg on explosion has knockback across the entire room. 4. Come back, store the bomb, grab the grapple worm, and go back to the platform using mall-less item regrab climbing. 5. Throw the bomb, grab the grapple worm, wait a second, and perform an imperfect vault that will get you about 5 tiles high at a 40 to 60 degree angle. Finally, use the explosion to be flung onto the landing point, aiming to have you make it there and grapple worm not to overshoot it. Also known as backflip grenade up throw into a vault, though that does not specify the precision of the height, which is so precise that if you hold the grapple worm in the wrong hand that is closer to the bomb, your chances of success become much lower. In total, this is probably one of the hardest practical moves to do. And the cycle is not yet over. You still need to hope that the grapple worm survived and didn't start a hidden mechanic called bleeding, where he will die a minute or so later. You also need to make sure the daddy longlegs you killed fell towards your landing point to have food for sleeping later. And you need to dodge the daddy longlegs higher up in the room. Oh, and I almost forgot. The third challenge comes right after the explosion jump. As I mentioned, this place is designed to be traversed with yeeks. Yeeks are creatures that, when held, let you occasionally jump very high, and this mechanic is very useful for clearing this. A tunnel of rot. While it is technically possible to go through by spamming jump, it's inconsistent, and comes right after doing one of the toughest tricks I've done, so it's not exactly thrilling to gamble it all on this. But what else do we have? It's just a platform covered in rot above us. And that's what I thought as well, but, well, let's just say that I'm known for my skill in using the grapple worm, and here, I could see potential for a super rare trick. Just kidding, I actually saw someone else do something similar in this spot. But to explain the trick, we need to talk about grapple states. So as you may have seen somewhere before in this post, grapple worms, while held, allow you to shoot out a grapple, which will connect with some surface and let you hang onto it at a distance. This can be used to swing from surface to surface, often reaching places faster or places you couldn't reach otherwise. However, you can do this process of grappling differently because your grapple state is related to your airborne state, meaning if you do something like a backflip, you will be in a different airborne state, and if you then grapple, a different grapple state. So if you backflip and grapple, you will be in the flip grapple state. The effects here are that you will be able to move back and forth while tethered more quickly at the cost of your max speed. Flip state is the simplest, but there are 3 others: whiplash state, pounce state, and, notably for us, fast fall grapple state. Fast falling is a mechanic whereby falling off a ledge while in the crawl turn state, due to how crawl turn state works, you fall very quickly. So quickly that while you would normally need to fall for 3 screens in order to die from fall damage, now you just need 1, because you die due to high speed, and crawl turn fast fall gives you a lot of acceleration. Why is a lot of downward acceleration good? Because the tongue of the grapple worm acts like a spring, meaning if you can pull back the spring a lot, you get flinged back up. Normally this would be impossible because even if you did get flung up, your acceleration downwards would persist and not let you ascend much. However, you can cancel the fast fall by going in the opposite direction, so a quick tap right will cancel it. Time it right and we can start gaining some height. This is much easier said than done, mainly due to how precise the timing is, but even if you do get it, you'll still need a good trajectory that will get you onto the edge of the platform. Not only that, once you reach the rod, you will still have to spam jump like your life depends on it and crawl as far right as possible, where you will be able to use the grapple worm again to reach the wall and pull yourself out. After all of this, you can now climb up, sneak past the daddy longlegs, do a vault, walk across the top of the wall, and when you finally get to 5 pebbles, you see the rot wall. I don't mean the rot wall, I mean a literal wall of rot that is effectively impossible to traverse via spears or even explosion jumps, only with a Squidcade or a Yeek. And this is why we brought our grapple worm all the way up here, just so that what is normally a monumental challenge is just a couple of grapples to get around it. Return. And so, at long last, we make it to Pebbles, who will greet us very nicely, telling us that he found a solution and killing us. Well, not if you escape the room first, which I barely managed to do. The zero gravity of 5 pebbles has disappeared in favor of the place being filled with a yellow liquid in whatever way the game wants, with it sometimes staying at the bottom and sometimes at the top of the room. This can sometimes be bad and sometimes good, but more often than not bad, as some rooms are hopelessly filled with water. There is only one real way to make it through, and it's by doing a precise swim through an already tough part. And after leaving Pebbles, you'll be met with more rot, zappers, sky demons, red spiders, and a whole lot of platforming in between. It's a rather tough place to survive in, but not all that memorable for me as I descended down the leg and then went back to memory crypts. And so, we have returned to the start of the campaign. Why? Well, this is because at the start of Inv, I wasn't sure of how the character worked, or what to restrict, or what to even do. Now I did. And those are the rules I mentioned earlier. But to achieve them, we will need to do several things, starting with getting the cloak. In the Rivulet campaign, one of the 5 new select gets in Downpour, you go to an area called Submerged Superstructure. After Pebbles almost killed Moon, her entire superstructure collapsed, but in Downpour you can visit the ruins. It requires something to help you swim, but pretty much any creature can go there, including Inv. However, as it is a somewhat unintended place to visit, Inv has no funny mechanic for it. Normally, at least. As I mentioned, Shaded Citadel isn't particularly different, besides having tougher enemies, and Shoreline would be different, with the mechanic being that in water your controls are reversed, but this just, does not work, so it's normal. And once you go through the big swim and reach Submerged Superstructure, you'll find no water? That's right! Somebody made a mod that gives submerged superstructure an inv mechanic, which is that there is now no water, and there is a large amount of stowaways, which make traversal rather tough, but it is a fun gimmick. And so, after traveling all the way to the right edge of the region, I could finally pick up the first key item, the cloak. Fortunately, it's a unique object because it can be carried without using any hands, which means I don't need to suffer as much with having to carry it all the time. However, that doesn't mean I won't have to suffer, as this is where the fun of the run begins. Inv Chimney Canopy, aka CC Arena. Remember how I mentioned this region is not all that bad because you can carry a yeek? Now remember how the rules of this challenge say you can't carry yeeks? Well, in such a situation, we get the most frustrating region I have ever played. CC Arena, as I find it funny to call, is difficult for a lot of reasons, but most notable is difficult platforming amongst difficult enemies. If you wish to climb to the top, well, you will need skill and absolute perseverance, because quite possibly the hardest part is that to leave you need Karma 4, meaning you need to survive 3 times in a row, as each death takes away 1 Karma until you're stuck at Karma 1. But you may say that we can just sit in an easy shelter and take our time. Yet we cannot, because Inv has a mechanic I haven't yet mentioned that applies to most regions. Every sleep in a shelter results in a pre-cycle. This would be amazing in one spear, but here, well, a pre-cycle means shelter failure, and therefore the shelter cannot be used that cycle. This means we have to alternate between shelters, going back and forth over and over again, and unfortunately, the other shelter has a red spider spawn nearby. Red spiders are very dangerous because they shoot poison needles that will stun you after a few seconds of being hit. And guess what? A slackhead who can barely jump really struggles to dodge stuff like that. And so I grinded for hours, just trying to get enough karma until eventually I found him. I found Joe. Yet another mechanic of Inv is that he is one of the few characters that can spawn slug pups, and I believe the only one to do so without needing to do the food quest. Slug pups are effectively children slug cats, and they are surprisingly smart, having their own personalities, although they aren't exactly carrying the run. Because you can pick them up, you're most likely going to be the one carrying them. While slug pups are usually brought along because they are, well, friends, they aren't that necessary for anything except for a passage, which I can't use, and the bee glitch, which we will get to. However, I do need to do the bee glitch, which means I must take him along. Even if I can barely protect myself, I must somehow protect Joe as well. And so what was once difficult is now even more so, as I have to take great care of Joe before he runs away somewhere, which he did quite a bit. I also need to bring him food, meaning I would have to find even more food. And so I went back and forth between the shelters, dying and retrying, until eventually, at long last, I actually made it out of that nightmare. Maybe. From there I went to Uberhang and then through Pebbles, as I wasn't too excited about going up the rot wall again. Uberhang is already difficult and it's made harder with carrying Joe, and then even harder because after Uberhang, you need to get all the way to Pebbles at the top of 5 Pebbles. And this is difficult because there's this stupid swimming section that is incredibly precise and kept killing me, and even after all of that, because I visited Pebbles before, if I visit him again, he will give me about 5 to 10 seconds before he kills me. So I need to quickly get through his chamber to go into the next room, and then, after dying to each of these challenges multiple times, I will reach the final shelter before the bee glitch. Bee glitch. As I mentioned, this glitch is activated by taking a beehive and, while the region is loading, throwing it and letting it create a lot of little bees. Once you enter the next region, strange things will begin to happen. The somewhat technical explanation is that the bees, if created at the right time, will connect to some terrain in the region you are leaving, and after the region is unloaded, Well, the game doesn't know what to do with the connected bees, so they create a little opening in memory, which causes some unintended effects. These unintended effects include, but are not limited to, crashes, snail pops lagging the game a lot, rivulets orb making you get launched out of pipes, corpses to despawn if you move a few rooms away, and most importantly for us, lets you control slug pups. See where I'm going with this? No? Well, at least you can see that we needed a slug pup for this. As for why, well, our goal is to reach Metropolis, and unfortunately for us, the gate to Metropolis requires karma. Well, not even karma, but a specific story event to happen, which can only happen in Artificer. However, if you could get to the other side, you could use an actual karma amount to load Metropolis, and go there then. And in order to trigger the gate and still come back, you need to be above or below the gate out of bounds. So how are we going to get out of bounds or OOB? Well, there are quite a few methods to do so, and one of the most notable is the pin warp. The idea is as follows. If you take a grabbable creature, usually a squidcada, you can pin it to the wall with a spear right next to the exit to another room. Then you pick up the pinned squidcada, making sure it stays pinned, and when you cross into the next room, something very interesting happens. You see, when you pin something, you will set a position in memory we will call the anchor position. Normally the anchor position is never seen, but in this case, when we leave the room, the squidcada technically cannot come with us, yet it also has to do so because we are holding it. And so, when you enter the next room, the game has to figure out what to do, and it will solve the problem by moving the squidcada to the anchor position. So, in the case of a pinned spear, if we assume the rooms are the same size and orientation, since the anchor position is on the right side of the room, and you come out of the pipe on the left side of the room, the game will try to immediately move the squidcada all the way from the left side of the room to the right side, and since you're holding it, you will be flung to the other side of the room as well. This speed can be so high that you will go through walls, or if the anchor is out of bounds, you might go out of bounds too. But doing this requires pinning the creature with a spear, which would be very hard to do if you weren't the one to throw that spear. So instead we use B-Glitch, which also lets you control an anchor position of a creature, the slug pup you brought. So instead of pinning a creature, we pick up our slug pup and beehive and go to the gate which will go to the rot wall, where the Metropolis gate is. Here we activate B-Glitch and then pick up our slug pup, Joe, to set his anchor position before walking to the Metropolis gate. Once we reach that room, our slug pup disappears, and this is because the room with his anchor position has been unloaded. Note, I didn't explain this I guess, but when B-Glitched, if you grab a creature and move several rooms away, the creature logic is like changed a bit so the creature gets unloaded because you grabbed it, it stores that position, and the position leaves and bye-bye. However, Joe is not yet fully gone, and if you switch between holding and carrying him, you'll notice that you get moved, and this is because you are changing the anchor by carrying him, and then are getting teleported to that anchor or using that anchor when you switch to holding him. This means we can now control both the anchor and its usage. All we have to do now is go back to the very long room, put the anchor on the very right above the exit. Putting it below will make us have a bit of downward speed, which will instantly kill us. Once we set the anchor there, we go back to the Metropolis gate, let go of Joe, and get flung at insanely high speeds into out of bounds, where we can, finally, crawl above the gate, load Metropolis, and go in. And now that I was at the shelter I needed to be, with all the stuff I needed to have, I could finally begin attempting the trick. And the first attempt I did, I didn't warp. Well, alright, B-Glitch isn't a consistent trick, so we can just try again. But then the second attempt failed. And the third. And the fourth. And by this point, I didn't have the karma I needed to trigger the other side of the gate and load Metropolis, so I would have to grind for it. But how? I could go back then down the wall, but then I would have to do an insane trick with a bomb I'd have to get somewhere, all to get 1 karma, so even if this did work, I'd have to do it over and over again. Thankfully, I foresaw this possibility and, well, earlier in the run, I actually climbed all the way up here with a grapple worm and did the insane tricks again, just to leave the grapple worm here. However, since I had it, I could now go up the rot wall to go to the pebbles and to eat neurons there, which would also feed Joe. And so I grinded more karma and came back. But then the 5th attempt failed, and the 6th, and the 7th. I went back to my testing world and everything worked. I was baffled because there wasn't any differences to what I did, so I kept thinking and thinking. And then I figured it out. In my test run, I did not get the echo next to the Metropolis gate. In the real run, I did, which is a permanent change to the world. I could not bring the echo back. This inv run, which was 50 hours long, was over. Return! But I didn't stop. I just restarted the entire run and did it all once again. I went to Shoreline and submerged Superstructure to get the cloak. Now, without the inv mod for it, because why not try both? I climbed Chimney Canopy and the Rot Wall with a grapple worm to bring it to the shelter for grinding karma. I searched for Joe and a beehive to bring all the way through Chimney Canopy, Uberhang, and 5 Pebbles, and made sure that Echo was never acquired, which finally allowed me to activate Beeglitch, walk to the gate, to unload Joe, go all the way back to the end of the long room and set the anchor, go back to the gate and finally use the anchor to go out of bounds, where I would slowly crawl to trigger the gate and go to Metropolis. I think I died right after, but I just did the clip again and got in. Metropolis. And so we arrive at the last stop on our mission. This place is actually rather interesting to be in because it isn't really designed for you. It's an area specifically designed for Artificer, who can double jump, and you sure as hell cannot. It's still nothing that can't be solved with vaults and regrab climbing, well, mostly. However, we do have an issue. How do we get a mask, as per the goal of the challenge? Well, this place, ironically, is the only place on the inv map where vultures spawn. Well, normal vultures, Miros vultures spawn a few places. But, well, I can't use spears, which is the only method I know of how to get a mask off of a vulture. Thankfully, another enemy also spawns exclusively here, Elite Scavenger. I haven't talked about much about scavs, and I still won't for brevity, lol, but they have a chance of holding a mask. And so after walking around a bit, I saw that this was the only way and began the grind for waiting for one to spawn. Unlike Artificer, this place doesn't have that many scavs here, meaning you need to go across the region, searching for the spots they like to be in, until you get a chance to see one with a mask, who you will have to kill and take the mask from. And once you do that, you can go to the tallest tower where you will climb and... Right before the echo, at the very top of the world, there is a wall that's just a bit too hard to reach. You jump off of a pole, so no vault. And I want to carry a mask and a grapple worm, so no regrab climb. But I want to carry a mask and a grapple worm, so no regrab climb. I won't do another delay here. There's another much funnier way of climbing walls. If you can tap at the right frequency the direction you are going against the wall, you will actually just very slowly climb the wall. It's way harder than any other wall climbing method though. And so, we finally get the echo. And then I want to go and take a cool picture up there, so I went back up there. But after that, well, I still want to ascend. Okay, I won't spend too long on this part, because all I did was easily go back the regions I came through. However, one region in particular stopped me. Inv Drainage System. The worst region in Rain World ever. I think I mentioned that the Rot Wall is the hardest, this is the hardest. This region fucking sucks. Rainbow has these enemies called snails, which are fairly harmless, just a bit annoying because when touched, they will pop and stun you for a bit if you are close. It's nothing all that interesting besides some niche movement tech, but you know what this region does? Not only does it make snails spawn out of midair, it also makes them explode. It's random, it's hard to work with, and worst of all, there's no limitation to their spawn, meaning it can appear right in front of you as you are walking. While it is funny, I couldn't even get into saving it, so it's the only region I skipped. And there you have it, that's practically everything related to Inv, besides accidentally fast falling in the ending walk, where it is difficult to find ways to die. Inv wasn't a particularly thematic run, but its gimmicks made for a very unique rain world experience. Where one spear was about a grind and a strive for perfection, Inv was a lot about interacting with very obscure game mechanics, as the variety of nonsense the game throws at you creates a lot of rarely seen events. Very cool campaign. Anyway, what was this post even about? Part 7. Borm. After Inv, my dream of trying to think of a creative and fitting challenge for every Slugcat began, and let me tell you, it's difficult to beat one spear in Inv. We might get to the ideas that got thrown around, but for now, let's talk about my favorite one, the Gourmand one. Gourmand is a character all about weight and eating. He's, let's say, heavier than all other Slugcats, and he can spit out various random objects from his stomach. He also has a crafting system where he can combine two objects into a predictable new one. In short, he's a very unique Slugcat, and the theme I saw for him was slowness. So what kind of mechanic could make a Slugcat slower, or tired, or lethargic? If you guess disabling the jump button, you're on the right track, because a viewer named Danad made a mod that gave Gourmand the Inv Chimney Canopy Super Lethargy effect permanently. On top of that, I also installed a mod that made the player into a Slugpup, which gives you reduced jump height, a smaller body, and one hand, meaning the whole overpowered gimmick of crafting was thrown right out of the window. Under these restrictions, Gourmand became Gorm and then turned into a pup or baby, Borm. As for the goal, well, you may remember me mentioning Food Quest, which is a challenge for Gourmand where he needs to eat 20 different sources of food across the world. So we're going to do that, and we'll go to his campaign ending in Outer Expanse. But how will we eat everything if we have only one hand and can't eat everything? Well, we'll get to that. Crawling. I mentioned Gourmand is a unique character, and Borm is even more so because holy moly is he slow. You know how I use vaults, right? Well, this move that used to give a truly insane 8 tiles of jump height now gives, a drumroll please, 2 tiles of height. You can't even see a normal jump. Thankfully, things like slide bounces and roll bounces and whiplashes still work, with whiplashes being the least weakened. A whiplash is started by sliding in a direction and then, at a specific point, changing direction and jumping, which causes you to instantly turn around with a jump. It's mostly used for going in a direction for a bit and turning around, so if you want to pick something up and go back, but it can have niche cases where it is better than other tricks. Here it's quite a bit better, so we'll be using it quite a bit more. All of this means that even the second room poses a problem, as here we will need to grab a fruit to re-grab climb with, and then go up a wall where we will vault just so we could get onto the wall, from where we will re-grab climb up to it and then whiplash onto the pole. Normally you just jump. Welcome to Borm. This lack of movement brings back the challenge of survival, especially in Shaded, as you need to somehow get quite a bit of food since you are a Gourmand who needs more food. The mechanic of combining foods for more value is also lost on us, because we can't have 2 foods to eat at once and combine, since we can only hold one. It's also very difficult to catch badflies because we are so slow. This means we have to walk around a lot for orange slime mold or a few blue fruits, but as we eat them, there will be less for next cycles, meaning we have to optimize how much we eat and what we reach. With a time limit, it makes it start to feel like you are going on an adventure in this direction for this cycle, and then the next cycle going in another direction. And once we can leave, well, that's where we begin to see Borm's power, or lack thereof. I'd suggest watching 2 minutes of this to get a feel for it, at 1 hour 58 minutes 40 seconds. It's comically slow, isn't it? Well, this is Borm. I think some people would call me insane to try this, not because of the difficulty, but because of the patience required, and that's fair, but I actually find Borm quite relaxing most of the time. If I've ever talked about Minecraft lethargy mode, it taps into the same sort of feeling of the joy of making incremental progress, slowly getting somewhere bit by bit, and appreciating every bit of progression. But he really is slow though, and one funny mechanic that comes from slowness is crawl movement. If you go back a minute to 157.40, you'll see what I mean. While crawling, jumping will give you a slight speed boost, and as long as you are in the air, you won't lose it. So if you keep jumping at the right time, you can keep it. And if I remember correctly, even keep gaining speed, allowing for this goofy looking movement. However, for Borm, this is light speed, so it becomes a surprisingly useful trick. Climb. As you've seen with Borm, everything is a struggle. So much geometry is just not at all designed for this stuff. For example, if you want to go to Chimney Canopy from Shaded Citadel, you'd normally go through the top right route. But for Borm, we need to do a wall pounce and then a regrab climb. What's a wall pounce? Well, Remix added the option to enable this mechanic, which used to exist in very early Rainworld. It's a very strong mechanic where with enough speed, if you go into a wall and jump, you'll make a sort of big wall jump. Rocks can initiate wall pounces from anywhere there's a wall, which really helps us, but with this specific geometry, you would need to throw a fruit up, pick up a rock, wall pounce, then grab the fruit and re-grab climb with it. All to climb this. But our first big problem will be getting to Chimney, where this screen will be a major roadblock. There are so many tricks in this game, and there are so few things that work here. We are on a pole, which kills a lot of tech. We are far away from a wall, which kills a lot of tech. We cannot use rocks because we need a fruit to regrab climb with, which kills a lot of tech. At this rate, the only thing that works is Wiggle Flight, whereby hitting several frame perfects every second, you just go up, but it's extremely difficult and very rarely done. So even I have to admit defeat and take a detour to Outskirts, just to get a Squidcada and get up here, which is a bit tricky even then. That's just how crazy this whole place is. It is good I brought it though, as Chimney isn't any easier. There's a lot of things I could say about Chimney, but as it is similar in nature to Inv Chimney, and well, this post is a bit long, I won't, because they are all mostly small moments. I do like one moment with one of the upper shelters. Here I need to get food and save, but if I fall down in this room, I can't get back up without my Squidcada Boris, which I can't bring since I need to hold food and he might run away if I let him go. So, to get the Batflies on the other side, I need to wall climb with direction spam, which is quite the experience. See here at 2 hours 16 minutes. And after Chimney Canopy comes the wall, which is somehow even tougher. Well, that would be if we didn't have a grapple worm, as in that case we would need to do a lot of spam wall climbing, and now we can just do it a few times, which is great. One spot took me, no joke, 17 minutes to climb just because spam wall climbing was tough to do there. But after all that, we do eventually reach Pebbles, and you may wonder why. Don't we need to eat things? Well, our goal is to go to Outer Expanse even before we eat everything, because we can't. However, I made the rules so that once we get to the ending as Borm, we will grow up there into Gorm. I just disabled the pup mod then. This way we will get the joy of playing Borm, and then we'll be able to actually do the food quest. Growing. Thankfully, Borm is very good at falling, which makes it much easier for us to climb down the wall and make it to Sky Islands. And now that we have a grapple worm, we have made the run significantly easier, like way easier. Sure, we still run into roadblocks, but even after we get through Sky Islands and reach Farmaris, where we have to ride the deer, we don't, because we just grapple onto them. Otherwise, it would have been a bit tricky to get on top of them, but yet again, Grapple Worm provides a great solution. It got to the point that I would try to avoid using Grapple Worm because it's just so helpful, though I also didn't mind making progress in the slow world of Borm. And so we eventually make it to the Gorband exclusive region of Outer Expanse, which is a very cool region that's divided into 3 parts. First comes the Sunken Pier, which doesn't tend to be particularly interesting and Grapple Worm helps a lot there. After that comes Outer Expanse, which has a unique architecture that feels like some sort of outdoor garden. It's very pretty, but again relatively easy to get through. It's when we come to the final part, which I call the jungle, that things get tricky. This place has water, wormgrass, and a design philosophy of one-way gates. This means we have choices in how we get through, but they are all tricky. Our 2 main choices are bottom and top route. Bottom route is a long path where I will have to abandon the grapple worm, because grapple worms drown easily and I'll have to swim. There's also leeches and a white lizard, which can be very tricky normally and are very difficult when you are born. We tried this route for a while, and while possible, it requires some good luck and skill. The top route is a bit more hidden, because you're not exactly meant to go there. However, as you can see in the following clip, combining a whiplash with a yeek jump does get you very far. 1 hour, 32 minutes, 30 seconds. With this, we can finally go all the way to Journey's End, where we can get the ending and definitely magically become Gorm. Time to begin the food quest. Eating. In total, Food Quest contains 22 different types of food you have to eat, which are spread out across the world. Lillipucks and centiwigs can only be really found in Sky Islands. Neurons are only in pebbles, yes only, no nuh-uh, and jetfish are usually only in shoreline. There's also a funny one of red centipede, which is the hardest thing to get on this list by far, but thankfully they are very susceptible to spore puffs, so when I found one, I was able to use my ability of throwing up random stuff and crafting to kill it that way. Besides that, the run wasn't too interesting as I went back through Chimney, Pebbles, Shaded Citadel, Shoreline, and so on. But after Shoreline, when I needed to head back to Outer Expanse, I ran into a problem. I saved near the gate to Garbage Wastes, which needs 2 karma to enter. The reason that's a problem is that if you keep dying, you'll go down to karma 1 and won't be able to get into Garbage Waste without first eating here and saving. But this shelter has very little food, and after eating it, it disappears. If you keep dying, it will eventually respawn, but I wanted something more consistent. And that's when I realized that something is possible that fits the playstyle of Borm very well. You can make more food from less food. Gormand has 3 mechanics that we can now access: throwing up, eating meals, and crafting. Throwing up is a mechanic where if you have food, you can throw up one food. Throwing up is a mechanic where if you have food, you can use one food to throw up a random object. This can be food or it can be some random item. Crafting is a mechanic where by holding 2 objects, you combine them into a new object you can predict. These can be food or, again, random items. Eating meals is a mechanic where by taking 2 different foods and eating them at the same time, you get an extra pip of food. And so, what we can theoretically do is start with 2 food, throw up an item, craft using this item and another object, such as a rock or another object you have, from it make a food that's not a bubble fruit, which would then allow you to eat this food with a bubble fruit laying around as a meal, which would make you go from the initial 1 food to 3 food. If you don't have a bubble fruit, you can still go from 2 food to 3 food, but of course this is with perfect luck, which you certainly won't have. This whole process of strategies involved are hard to explain. This whole process of the strategies involved are hard to explain because of, well, just look at the gourmand crafting table. Memorizing all of these is pretty tricky, but you can find some interesting crafts. Note there's a grapple worm. So we sat and grinded this little luck-based minigame. If you could get to 7 pips of food, the required amount of sleep, and then get past it while also bringing objects with you, that would mean you have more objects to craft with in your next run, thereby being able to build up a little economy of food. And so we were able to build up something more consistent to leave Shoreline with. After all of this, we would go back to Industrial, Chimney, Sky Islands to pick up the final foods and then to Outer Expanse. Being back here, I got to the jungle, which once again posed a problem, but this time I went with the bottom route. Why? Because now I was a bit more powerful and could get through it, and after the swim that would lose the grapple worm, I could use the same food economy trick to build myself a grapple worm to get out. And with all that, I could finally leave this place and end the Borm run. But of course, something just had to happen to stop it. In one spear, I died right before ending the run once. In Inv, I managed to accidentally fast fall and die where you shouldn't even be able to. And here at the end, your controls are taken away as your Slugcat walks towards the final screen. And while I got through this multiple times with no issues, this time I would roll in such a way that I landed upside down against a little ledge, right as the game took away my controls, to now press just right. Well, technically left. Press just left, and with this geometry, I get stuck. That's right, at the end, when you can't even do anything, I still got stuck. So I restarted the cycle and went top route. Overall, Borm was a very good fit for the Gourmand run. In these runs, I often want to amplify what makes the Slugcat special, and this can actually come from restricting one of the features of the Slugcat. For example, in Borm, I restricted all the food-related things, but since I kept the weight, that amplified the theme of Borm being slow. And when we switched to Gorm, he was still restricted by his weight, but as you could solve problems through food mechanics, we amplified the food mechanics. The lacking movement made this run one of the most interesting for how little the world itself had changed, as with Inv, it was the different world that provided most of the challenge. Ah, right, I didn't mention this, but Borm and Gorm both never used spears, because I didn't like them after always not using them. Would have helped with all the spam wall climbing, but where's the fun in that? And to talk a bit more about the amplification, restricting Inv so much ended up really amplifying the world and his egg, as that egg would be used almost every cycle to mitigate the lack of abilities Inv now had, such as using to boost over large gaps or kill enemies without mauling them. It's also just very useful thing in general to have, something that instantly kills pretty much everything. One spear doesn't fit into this category of amplification all that much, but it does amplify the unique spawns of Spearmaster, which are pretty tough for non-joke campaigns. Part 8. Others. But we are not done, as there are still many other challenges left to do, the most promising of which was the Saint challenge. I talked a bit about it in the theme weekly post, but the point here was to lean into the themes of hopelessness, frailty, cold, and asceticism of Saint by disallowing the use of grabbing and throwing. In principle, it's a solid idea, because it doesn't restrict anything unique to Saint and instead amplifies them, as the presence of the cold becomes much more important and the tongue much more needed. However, this didn't really work out, partly because I kind of didn't want to play and had other shit to do, and partly because we kept having to make concessions. Saint needs to get echoes, and one of them is really far away, so you effectively have to start the cycle close to it, otherwise you just can't win. And that's just the first of a few problems that made it feel too complicated, unlike something like Born. Besides Saint, most characters don't have great ideas. For Survivor, we did test out the Myriad idea, in which you would play Jolly Co-op, modded to have 16 players, and load in every Slugcat at the same time, trying to beat the game. This was unbelievably difficult and would be absolutely ridiculous for some of the regions that have tougher enemies or death bits. It's just really hard to control multiple characters when they can't be on top of each other. As for untested ideas, Hunter will probably have to be related to score. While each character can have a score meter, since Hunter is the only impermanent character, that means his score runs are actually difficult to get arbitrarily high, and therefore require a lot of strategy and skill. This would definitely be a good challenge, but it also feels too daunting to try. Another idea for Monk is to play into its peaceful nature by leaning into stealth. There is an option to enable a visual meter for sensing danger, which goes from 1 to 5, where 1 is slightly dangerous and 5 is very dangerous. So you could play in such a way to avoid the meter appearing at all, which may be interesting or just very tedious. And as for the rest of the characters, that being Artificer and Rivulet, I have no real clue, as they are very powerful creatures. And so, as I kept randomly thinking about these characters once in a while, I would never make much progress. However, something that was making progress was a new official DLC, The Watcher, which we knew would add a new campaign, The Watcher. I was a bit hesitant to even play it, as I felt obligated to, and also knew I would need to create a challenge for it, so I never really confirmed I'd play it. But once it came out, I did play it. And today, April 19th, may be the final day I play it. Part 9, Nightmare. Okay, it was the final day, so let's talk about the Watcher. Watcher is the newest DLC, and its new character is very unique compared to all other characters. The adventure goes as follows. You start out in a new area in Industrial Complex, which isn't particularly interesting. You then leave to explore the world and find that there are random places blocked off by the rot, which ends up meaning that you can only access 5 regions, which contain 3 echoes. When you go to pick up one of the echoes, you'll find that it is different and talks in a very strange way when compared to all other echoes. Either way, we talk to him, get more karma, and then get thrown back into a room in Industrial. On our way to the second echo, we see that there is now more rot, which makes the game harder. However, we also have glowing now, which is nice. When we get the second echo, the same weird dialogue happens, and we get thrown back into the same room. Now we can see that the rot progressed even more, making it harder. And for us, we got a new ability of invisibility, where by holding a special button we can turn invisible for a while. Third Echo talks the same stuff, but after getting him, something different happens, as a portal opens up and makes you swirl around and exit out into a new karma screen with a new yellow symbol. Once we awaken, we see a rift open up in a new region and us pop out of it. This is the main world of the Watcher, a set of regions you travel between using these rifts. There are several ways to use these rifts. You can find them sitting in various locations and regions. You can find echoes, which will increase your new karma and then create rifts. Once at new karma 3, you'll be able to create your own rifts, which will go to random locations. If you have a karma flower, you'll go to one of these regions, and if you don't, you'll go to the rotted regions or outer rim. We'll get to those later. So with this in mind, you can now begin your main journey of walking around this new world, exploring the many new regions and creatures, collecting echoes and increasing your karma. When you get around 8 echoes, you will be able to reach 10 max karma, at which point your invisibility will be changed into going into the Void Realm, which essentially means that not only you go invisible, but everything around you goes into a different realm, where there are no creatures, making it quite useful. If you have this ability, you can go to the Shattered Terrace region, accessed either in specific regions or by finding special rifts that only appear in the Void Realm. Here you will find an echo in the Void Realm, and then you'll be teleported to the Ancient Urban region, which is very far back into the past when the Ancients were still alive. Here you can walk around for a while and get the ending. However, this is not the only ending. If you go to Outer Rim, a region accessed by bad warping, you can go far to the left and find the Throne, a region where there used to be an Iterator, but now there is a large mass of rot. If you travel to the top on a pretty long walk, you'll find the rot bulb, after which you can go down, enter a new tunnel that has been unlocked, and create a warp here. This will begin the rotting. The rotting is the process by which you will get the second ending of this campaign. You essentially need to meet two conditions. Create 4 warps in the throne by going there 4 times and then rot every region. Rotting every region is done by going into a rotted region, be it one of the ones you bad warp to or one new one you already rotted, and then randomly teleporting into it with your rifts. This makes the second ending significantly more tedious, as you kind of just have to keep trying to get to the right regions. And that covers pretty much all of the Watcher's main mechanics. When I played the Watcher for the first time, I wanted to do some sort of light challenge run, and went with not being able to carry anything or use invisibility, which ended up being effectively impossible, so I stopped the challenge, but it was a neat little restriction to make certain situations more memorable. And then, after this run, it was time to start the real deal. But we didn't yet know what it would be. See, the original idea was to do a sleepless run, where you never use a shelter. This is a nice idea, but the problem with it was that it was actually quite too easy. After all, once you got echoes, you would end the cycle and then get teleported to a new region, so you could just follow the world record route. Still, I thought I'd try it and make it harder later if needed. And once I did try it, we realized the crucial problem. See, if you warp too much, the game won't like it and will give you a debuff, where going through rifts tires you out and also makes your screen look distorted. If you then teleport more, you will be guaranteed to go to the rotted regions, which is not where you want to be because they are tough to exist in. However, as long as we were picking up echoes, we thought we were fine. But sadly, unlike normal echoes, these ones do not end your cycle, meaning you don't get your energy back, meaning you are stuck in the rotted regions. And so I gave up, almost not playing the Watcher anymore. Thankfully though, a viewer named Wet Fish pointed out how in rotted regions you can warp with a Karma Flower to go to a normal region, and with this, the Watcher run was born. Nightmare. Get the first ending as Watcher without ever sleeping in a shelter. Karma requirements disabled. The start of the run is rather simple. Normally you'd get immediately stuck at leaving Industrial Complex, as all gates require higher karma. You could theoretically clip through the gates, but that's at least really hard, so nah. The fun part comes when we get the 3 echoes. Now, depending on which echo you get, you will go to a different starting region. I started with the one I went in my normal run, because it's the easiest to reach, Coral Caves. Later on, we'd realize that going to Sunlit Port is easier for later, because in these regions, we will need to get to a rift to go to our first echo region. For starting regions, Sunlit is very easy to traverse, and also goes to a good spot for reaching the Aether Ridge Echo. After this echo, we get moved to Torrid Desert, and after that echo, we now have lost all of our energy and are stuck in the rot stage. To elaborate, the rules now change to this. In normal regions, any rift will lead to a rotted region. In the 4 possible rotted regions, rifts with a Karma Flower will lead to a normal region, while every other rift will lead to Outer Rim. In Outer Rim, any warp will lead to a normal region. And so, in our case, where we want to visit as many regions as possible, we will need to employ the art of gambling, as we will repeat the process of starting in a rotted region, getting an echo saves your progress after teleporting you to a rotted region, and then use a rift with a Karma Flower to gamble for a useful region. If we are low on Karma Flowers, we can go to Outer Rim, where after a long walk, you will guaranteed get at least 1 Karma Flower. Alright, so with all of this in mind, how do we know where will we go when we are warping? Well, we don't exactly, but we can guess. Warps are controlled by a poorly understood mechanic called ripple. What we know is that it is affected by karma, so the higher karma means higher ripple. Here are all of the regions with their ripple levels. Damn, I really just added them all in. Ripple level 1, Karma 1. Torrential Railways, WASKA, Coral Caves, WRFA, Aether Ridge, WARF, Sunlit Port, WSKB, Ripple level 1.5, or Karma 2, Coral Caves, WRFA, Aetherage, WARF, Ripple Level 2, Karma 3, The Surface, WARG, Badlands, WBLA, Rusted Wrecks, WRRA, Ripple Level 2.5, Karma 4, The Surface, WARG, Turbulent Pump, WRFB, Shrouded Coast, WSKD, Torrid Desert, WTDA. Ripple Level 3, Karma 5, Desolate Tract, WTDB, Cold Storage, WARD, Heat Ducts, WARE, Ripple Level 3.5, Karma 6, Cold Storage, WARD, Storm Coast, WSKC, Verdant Waterways, WVWA, Ripple Level 4, Karma 7, Signal Spires, WPTA, Salination, WARB, Ripple Level 4.5, Karma 8, Signal Spires, WPTA, Fetid Glen, WARC. From this list, we can see something interesting. After getting our 2 echoes, we are at Karma 3, and so we will be randomly warped to any region in Ripple Level 2 or below. Out of these regions, only 2 have echoes, Aether Ridge and Badlands. But in our route, we already have picked up Aether Ridge, so there's only Badlands left, meaning you need to gamble quite a bit to get it. And so I did several attempts for several hours and eventually did get Badlands. But the issue is that the region here is one of the toughest regions to get the echo in, because of a large desert you need to cross that's filled with locusts that will eat you alive if they catch up. And so I died even before reaching that part due to the locust and lost my karma. I would normally protect it, but maybe I missed it or didn't have another karma flower to do so. Point is, that place is tough. But then Wetfish suggested a new idea. In Coral Caves, the original starting region, there is a rift to Turbulent Pump, whose echo will lead to heat ducts. What this means is that after getting these echoes, we will actually still have 2 potential good regions of Badlands and Aetherage, which reduces the need for as much gambling and makes Badlands not required. There's only one issue. This jump. This jump is actually a very difficult one to figure out. It being elevated a few tiles eliminates techs such as A-hops, it being wide eliminates various advanced jumps, and it having a ceiling eliminates more powerful creature techs such as snail jumps. This jump is very resilient to almost all tech, but it does have a weakness. It has a large catching area. This isn't usually important, but when it comes to the most powerful movement tech, they tend to be the least accurate. And do you know what movement tech just happens to be powerful and inaccurate? Yup, explosive jumps. Thanks Danad for the idea. And so we can bring an explosive spear all the way from industrial, backflip near the edge, pin it to the ground, and actually pretty consistently cross the gap. This way we were able to unlock Turbulent Pump, heat ducts, and from there begin the grind. Now the grind itself wasn't all that interesting, because it really is just trying to collect echoes, and at the end I was planning to sleep once to make the ending possible. If we were in trouble, I would also sometimes change the seed for more favorable regions, but that was most of the gameplay. What was more interesting was the stream itself, where I kept leaning more and more into this gambling idea, saying ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching on good regions, putting ironic gambling gifs on the stream and seeing chatters bet imaginary money on what will be the next region. Shout out to Imperio Ottomano making 480 monies and Wetfish losing 380. It was also very nice to see Caps Lock make a great image for the stream as fan art, which became the thumbnail for the rest of the streams. All of this made for a more fun, although sometimes a bit concerning, experience. As we would often repeat the same sections, or as we would walk through Outer Rim, which has few dangers and takes 10 minutes, we would also often play music, where I would keep asking viewers to submit their own songs. This ended up being an amazing idea because from this I got 4 new songs that I like, which is insane. The last time I got this many in such a short time would have to be when I listened to Keegan Church or From's Vignette 2+ years ago. I did get quite a few copyright strikes, but it just demonetizes the stream, so it's fine. And so the gambling continued. Some days I would make progress, big progress, great writing, by getting several echoes in one day, and then the next few days I would spend hours trying to get to an echo, only to reach the region I wanted and die in the second room. Thrice. It was overall a more relaxed and endurance type of gameplay, more akin to Borm than Inv. But as we collected the echoes, an issue was still looming over us. How do we actually win? Sure, I could sleep once to get the first ending, but maybe there was something else we could do. And that's when we noticed that in our map, it looked like every region I had been to was actually rotted. This meant that in theory, I had actually started the rotting early in the playthrough, somehow, and I have been rotting every region. So, if I just continue to do so and go through every region, I will get an ending without having to ever sleep. And what really helped with this was that unexplored regions were more likely to appear than explored ones when randomly warping. So, as we approached all regions explored, we would have to search deeper in order to make sure we find the final regions. However, we did notice that for some reason we would often loop the regions. So we would teleport to, for example, Signal Spires, then go to a rotted region, then back to Signal Spires, over and over again. Thankfully, you can change the seed of the Watcher, which affects this, but it's not a very elegant solution. On these streams, Danad also kept talking about a cool program called Hydra, which is basically a codable visual filter program. It's very impressive because it can create filters significantly faster than video editors through code, but, well, I never had much of a reason to use it. However, he wondered if it could be used of taking the game stream as a source and applying filters to it, which actually worked. I never set it up properly, but some of the funniest moments of the stream came from that, as we would have the Wikipedia logo in front of the screen, or a bright flash of pink every once in a while. Danad eventually tamed it to have an occasional flash of color to simulate rot, so thanks Danad for that, very cool effect. I'll have to see if I can use this somewhere in a video. And so, on the final stream, after I finally got Rusted Vrex, I died, lost Karma, and lost it. But with some seed changing, I got Rusted Vrex again, made the long journey to the throne for like the 30th time, and the prince didn't give me the second ending. So I remember they still hadn't hit the 4th throne warp, so I did it, and then walked all the way back to the prince again, and now actually won the game. But wait, my energy returned! My energy doesn't return after echoes, but it does after getting an ending. This meant that I could now play Watcher normally for a while, and I used that to get an echo, lock in max karma, and then go and get the first ending, which was a bit spooky since I need to cross the final region in one cycle, but I got it. This is why the challenge of this run is actually to get the first ending. That way, if someone tries it, they might find it impossible until they realize they have to go and get the second ending just to get the first, which I think is very funny, since the second ending is typically much harder than the first. Overall, this run is definitely on a lower tier to all other runs, as it's significantly easier in my opinion. I didn't even utilize bad warping properly, so I could have made this even easier. Perhaps to that end, I will return to this run with an added restriction, like halving cycle length, but for now I need to do other stuff, like writing this post. It was nice to actually explore and utilize the Watcher's new content though, as I feel like the normal experience just throws it at you and you can ignore it. Now you'll actually have to remember and learn about the regions to get through to their echoes. Still not as much as I'd like, but oh well. And after all that, believe it or not, the end of this post actually comes. Yes, I know, the post can actually end. Crazy. You'd be surprised at just how much more I could talk about Rainbolt, especially movement, but sticking to the challenges is a good idea. So now that you're caught up, see ya in the next stream. Weekly Post 84. The Rogues. So you may know I like video games. There may have been a slight hint at that in the last post, maybe. But do you know what my favorite, no, scratch that, most played video game genre is? The one I'd say I know the most about? Roguelites. Roguelikes? No, roguelites. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll call all of these games roguelites. You've probably seen my opinion on it in that really old video I made anyway. Where am I going with this though? Well, I don't actually play these games all that much nowadays, mainly because I've gotten tired of dealing with the same trope. Combine that with my dislike of trying new games, and you have a combination where I will rarely ever try new roguelites. However, that doesn't mean I didn't used to think about them a lot in the past. In fact, I thought about them so much that I had a tier list I kept up for a while, so since I don't have all that much to talk about, I thought why not go through it? And maybe it won't be a long post, which would be good, because of the coming of all. Ah, well, forget about that. Let's talk about the roguelites. So here is the tier list. S tier, Noita, Binding of Isaac Repentance. A plus tier, Risk of Rain 2, Crypt of the Necrodancer, Dead Cells Cinco Paus. A tier, Star of Providence, Demon Crawl, Slay the Spire, Gunfire Reborn, Rogue Glitch. A minus, Enter the Gungeon, One Step from Eden, Hades, Spelunky, A Robot Named Fight, Nuclear Throne, I Wanna Be the Cat, Like Be a Landlord, Muck. B tier, Crawl, Risk of Rain 1, Wizard of Legend, Dungreed, SNKRX, Snakerx, Roguelands. C tier, Neon Abyss, Moonlighter, D tier, Wayward Souls, Magicite, and B tier, Vampire Survivors. To explain the tiers, S is a must-play classic, A plus is really good, A is pretty enjoyable, A minus is good but sort of miss something to make it truly shine, B is mid, C is disappointing, and D is just poorly made. And what counts as a roguelite? Whatever I say counts. Let's start from the bottom, shall we? Vampire Survivors. Well, this one is special. It's not even on the tier explanation. I hate this game. As a joke, mostly, Vampire Survivors is a game that I dislike and that people like it. Were it some niche underground game, it would be B tier, and that'd be that, but no, this just had to be Game of the Year. The gameplay is simple. You are tasked to survive as long as possible while enemies attack you. Well, attack you is a strong word. Most enemies just try to walk into you. You don't have any way to attack besides getting close and letting your automatic weapons try and hit them, making the gameplay by far the simplest out of all of these games. The only real difficulty is that either killing a certain amount of enemies, killing special enemies, or exploring the mostly barren map will give you new abilities, which you can use to get new weapons or passives like increased XP gain, damage, or range. There are some other characters with different starting weapons and passives and some meta progression too for good measure. Also other levels which still mostly contain enemies that walk at you or sometimes stand and shoot, or follow some other pattern like flying across the screen. That's honestly most of the game. The game would probably be the most boring game out of all of these games, but it's not. For some people, it's somehow the most engaging, and that word, engaging, is the key here, because this game was designed to be addictive. I don't mean that in the same way that other games are. I mean that the developers used to literally work on games in casinos. Yes, those slot spinning games. And if you play the game, you'll see that they took that knowledge and min-maxed this game to be that. A steady stream of low-intensity gameplay, with some satisfying wins in between, all with sound effects that would fit right into these casino games. It's a genuinely repulsive game. It's fucking gambling. And again, were this a B tier game, I'd say whatever. But you have to understand that this won Game of the Year. Why? Because this is what modern gaming audience wants. Pure, unfiltered slop. There's no more artistic merit left. I understand people want to relax and want slop, that's all good by me. I watch a lot of YouTube slop too, and while I find that many times better than playing this game, you do you. But I don't call YouTube slop good. I call it a problem I should reflect on. And if you don't think I played the game enough, oh, I did. I played 20 to 30 hours, and guess what? I mindlessly sat there collecting pickups, seeing wacky weapons, running around in that pool, chasing that ball of bones, dying in boss rush, climbing the tower with the Grim Reapers, and collecting arcanas to see which would fit my character. There are cool moments in this game, something, if I dare, soulful, but the rest is just slop. If you like this game, all I ask of you is to think about if this is the game you really want to associate yourself with, and not pretty much anything else. If it is, then don't talk to me about this game. I don't want to change my mind. I don't want to think about this game too much. Wayward Souls. Let's move on to something actually bad though. See, Vampire Survivors you could still argue is engaging. This game is not, it just sucks. I usually care about gameplay in my games, which is why the story was already to me, and I don't even think it would be enjoyable if I paid much attention. It's really mid from what I can remember. If you want to ignore my opinion, since I played the game a long time ago, like 8 years ago, that's fair, go ahead. What I do remember is that the gameplay blows for a very simple reason. There's essentially no variety between runs. Wayward Soul's idea of good gameplay boils down to we should give each character a few permanent abilities for the run to choose from and a few consumables they'll get sometimes. That's it. Well, that's bad, but the combat doesn't save this either, as it's just really One thing that roguelites tend to do is that when you are attacking, you can keep moving. This way you can make the enemies oppressive and plentiful. This game doesn't do that, instead stopping you on attacks. Now, I used to hate this, but then I managed to get into Dark Souls and I didn't mind it. But at least they have interesting attack patterns. Here it's just nothing. The whole game is fucking nothing. The story is bad and the combat is bad. The visuals are not bad, but there's no reason to engage with them. Even the meta progression sucks especially bad here. Magicite. Our other bad game is actually one of the first roguelites I ever played. Magicite and its brother Roguelands both exist in this engine that has this oddly enjoyable movement and combat for me. I'm not sure why, but I like the visuals for some odd reason. With Magicite though, the gameplay, for as creative as it tries to be, is either mid or buggy. There's again not all that much to the game. It has a crafting mechanic, but it is fairly underutilized, making the game rather simple and repetitive. I honestly don't remember all that much else from it. Moonlighter. Moving up to just mech games, you have Moonlighter. This is a game which takes the idea of a mediocre roguelite, combines it with a somewhat interesting mechanic where collected loot has these, let's say, shapes you need to find a way to put as many of them into your backpack, and then just throws in a different genre entirely, the shop running genre. The gameplay loop is as follows. Go into a dungeon where there are, as far as I can remember, no abilities of any sort, so that's awesome. Kill enemies and collect their loot in a somewhat interesting way, try to get as far as possible and maybe kill the boss. Return to the surface and proceed to play a shop running game with the loot you collected, after which you spend the money for upgrades to go back in. The shop running game is not all that interesting. I haven't played other games in this genre, but I guess it's relatively simple in that regard. So you have a mediocre roguelite with some interesting concepts, where one of them is a mediocre, entirely different game. I mean, I do like the visuals though. Shout out to that one YouTuber who really liked it for some reason, absolutely beyond me as to how. Neon Abyss. Honestly, I don't even know. I'd say imagine Isaac, but everything is slightly worse. Items are mostly uninteresting, combat is whatever, style is meh. It has items to play around with, but not enough to where their synergies show off something cool. I remember finding the game to be easily exploitable, whereby finding some combination of items you win, and if you don't, you either are bored or die to a bug. Just play Isaac. Roguelands. Alright, we finally crawled into the mid category. Roguelands is a rather interesting one, as it really shouldn't be considered a roguelite, but well, my post my rules. This is because the runs of Roguelands can be ended pretty much whenever you want and can be started at any given point. Meaning... What kind of a sentence is that? Just ends on meaning. What is this Dem's defect? The more I think about it, yeah, why is it here? Well, anyway, the specialty of this game is its grindiness, which is rather incredible. It's an addicting game in that, as you slowly progress with better weapons and keep finding neat stuff, but it's never truly satisfying. It's all seemingly arbitrary in a sense. Addicting in a somewhat enjoyable way, but I wouldn't recommend it, as I always end up feeling nothing. Fun with friends, though. SNKRX. It's a really simple game I have not much to say about. Enjoyable for like 30 minutes. Dungreed. Dungreed is a bit better, but it's still sort of just a roguelite. There's some interesting ideas and weapons, but nothing unique. It's alright, but if you're playing this, why not play something better? Wizard of Legend also has this vibe. This one is better for having a lot of different spells you can utilize, but suffers from a sort of falling into the groove. Once you find the spells you like, it's easier to work with them rather than experimenting with new ones. Though it's been a long time since playing, I remember often being able to cheese rooms by spawning enemies and escaping the rooms to fight them more easily. Bosses were alright, but that's about it. Maybe I'd enjoy it more nowadays, but I don't think it's particularly good. I think the name is dumb too. Risk of Rain 1. Oh, now this is a game I can get behind saying sucks. Well, it doesn't, but it's definitely the weaker one in this tier. As we'll see later, I like Risk of Rain 2, but I actually played Roar 1 first and I didn't like it. After playing Roar 2 and playing it again, I like it even less. The reason is pretty simple. Your movement sucks. There is very little you can realistically do to move around or dodge, which makes it so that you need to rely on your items quite a lot, as if you can't kill a horde of enemies, then you can only walk at the speed of a turtle and spam jump, hoping nothing hits you. But if you do have decent items, then they will often do your work for you. The game is still a decent difficulty challenge and the time mechanic is good, but man does it suck to play if you have nothing to work with. I remember back when I was on 4chan, people liked 1 over 2, and when trying to figure out why, I was given a large list of rules on what artifacts to pick and what mods to use, which did make the game better a bit, but like, come on, that's better than Roar 2? Get out of here. Crawl. Crawl is one of the more unique roguelites in that its gameplay is comprised of having several players or player imitating bots, where only one player is actually playing the hero at any given moment, and the 3 others are trying to kill the player and then become the hero. It's an interesting idea that works well as a multiplayer, but against bots, it's not fun to be the ghost competing alone against bots. It's more of a multiplayer party game than a roguelite, but I don't care about definitions anyway. Well, fun in multiplayer. Muck. Now we may begin with the almost good roguelites. Muck is not one of them. I'm not sure why I put it so high. Perhaps it's because it's such a dumb looking game that I don't treat it as seriously. It's once again fun with friends and does at least have some level of macro strategy, but it's again a dumb fun game. Luck Be a Landlord. And now we come back to sloppy games with Landlord, which is a gambling game. While I did say that Vampire Survivors is bad for this, Landlord is significantly better in that it doesn't overuse its gambling mechanics. It's not a particularly skillful game like Vampire Survivors, but Vampire Survivors is not skillful. This is way more skillful than Vampire Survivors. But there is an interesting level of variety, as your strategies keep falling apart or thriving. Landlord uses its lack of skill to throw the player around and have him try to keep up, rather than just satisfying the player. Okay, so I tried it and played like 3 hours of it, which was fun. I'll keep it an A-, mainly because it is quite akin to gambling, which I don't value, but I do like how skill is mixed with luck, as I mentioned previously. It'll often be difficult to make bad strategies work, so look for good ones amidst all the bad symbols you are given. I Wanna Be the Cat. This one is one of the most unique ones here, as it is an I Wanna Be the Guy fan game, and therefore is a roguelite almost exclusively focused on platforming. You may wonder as to how you can make that work, but well, Cat doesn't surprisingly well, by having consumables that allow you to have an extra double jump or a teleport, which will let you beat a platforming challenge in a creative way. Other than that, Cat doesn't do anything exceptionally well, so it's on the edge of an A tier. An enjoyable game for those who are familiar with I Wanna Be the Guy movement or just like platforming in general, but I do feel like if it had gone further, it could have been maybe even an A+. Actually, well, I'd have to play it again, but I might put it in A after all. I'll keep past me's decision for now. Nuclear Throne. So this game is often beloved by those who play it, and in a sense, I can see why. It's very fast. I don't think there's particularly much macro strategy, but trying to keep up with all the enemies can be pretty tricky. However, this game does something I dislike. It allows for a boring playstyle to also be viable. Yes, you could jump in and go crazy and all that, but you can also take it slow, which for a new player will be easier. So, since you want to win, you'll try to win by playing safely, and that, in my opinion, makes this game not very interesting. I'd put my experience lower than A-, but I can see potential in it. A Robot Named Fight. This is not an A- tier game based on quality, but it is based on originality. This is a mix between a roguelite and a Metroidvania, unlike stupid fucking Dead Cells, which is not a Metroidvania. Anyway, Fight is interesting for that simple purpose. Its map generation creates a map that has backtracking in it. Gameplay itself takes a hit from this because this makes repeated playthroughs vary in enjoyment quite a bit as you keep walking through rooms you've seen, but it is a neat concept that maybe could be done well somehow. Metroidvanias aren't particularly well suited for repeated playthroughs, which is why the game is at A-. Good attempt though. Spelunky. Spelunky, the classic. Look, Spelunky is a solid game if you get good at it. There's a lot to like. My problem with it is very simple. Early game sucks. All the cool stuff you can discover and conquer later is cool, but man, do you know how awesome it is to not be that good and to just keep dying in the first few levels, doing the stupid mines over and over and over again? It's not epic or awesome, it's extremely tedious. Some people can deal with such things, but not me. Hades. While I did play a good chunk of it, I think even getting the 10 wins ending, it really is just a decent roguelite. I think the story and characters carry it for most people, which is why it's considered so great, but the gameplay? It's just fine, neither bad nor good. It seems to me that this is a game with a fine core gameplay loop that then had a bunch of content thrown onto it, followed by a great effort on the styling, music, visuals, so on. Try playing other games if you like this one. One Step from Eden. Now, this one is very peculiar. See, Eden is a game that uses the whole card meme, but it does so in real time with cooldowns, while also forcing you to dodge. This makes the game surprisingly hard to get under control and play perfectly, as it's just really difficult to keep up with everything. To that end, I understand why people dislike it, as I did too. However, I ended up caving and looking up some potential builds, sets of cards that are easy to play. Focusing on these made the game less enjoyable to replay, but it did make it enjoyable to just play, and that's how I managed to beat the highest Ascension, or at least the second highest one. It's an interesting game, but I do feel like it could have been made easier to handle. I can see it being very fun if you're just really good at using your attacks though. Enter the Gungeon. And to finish off this slightly disappointing category, we have Gungeon. People often compare Enter the Gungeon and Nuclear Throne, and in a sense I can see why, but they play completely differently, as Gungeon doesn't have that gaping hole of slow strategy being unfun. Slow strategy is part of the puzzle. That likely makes Nuclear Throne fans say this game sucks, and from that angle it does, but that's why you shouldn't compare them. Gungeon is far more akin to Isaac, where it is more about what guns and upgrades you pick up and what you will do in each stage in each room to maximize success. It has a great variety of items and content to battle through, but man, again, the first 2 floors are super boring. This is where that slowness of Gungeon is miserable, but after that, it becomes part of the fun. Rogue Glitch. Finally, we can talk about some games I like, starting with not a particularly good game. Look, this game is kinda mid. It would be A- or B probably, but here's the thing, it's free. Some may argue that cost shouldn't factor into the art, but if you're looking for a fine roguelite that's free, here you go. Gunfire Reborn. Alright, now for some actually good games, I haven't played Gunfire in a long while, but from what I can recall, it had good gameplay and good content, but what surprised me the most was how well the meta progression scaled with my skill level. I often found it hard to tell how well I was improving, I would just find myself doing better and better. It led to a nice sense of challenge, yet there was never much hopelessness and despair of defeat. Otherwise, it's just an actually good game of fun combat. Slay the Spire. I'm sure some people would put it higher, and fair, this game is pretty darn good. There are many cards to mess around with, and the enemies can often take advantage of your weaknesses, making for an interesting run throughout. The reason it's not higher for me is because if you play a character long enough, runs will become categorized into a few primary builds. I mainly played Silent, and it would often just be better to work with standard poison or shiv builds than to try new stuff that may or may not work. Maybe it's just me, but that type of gameplay ended up getting pretty stale, and at Ascension 20, I just couldn't take the tedium anymore. Otherwise a good game. Demon Crawl. Oh, now this one is peculiar. Demon Crawl is, believe it or not, a Minesweeper roguelite, which sure is custom. The primary enjoyment with it is, in fact, it being Minesweeper, but it is quite surprising to just how many different mechanics they managed to put into it. So many consumables to affect tiles in weird ways, items to change up your gameplay, so on. I see Demon Crawl less as a good roguelite, it still is though, but more so as an extension to Minesweeper. If you ever wanted more Minesweeper, here you go. It's not a game you will never forget, but it is a game you can open up and know you'll have a fun time in, as there will almost always be more stuff to do. That is assuming you like Minesweeper though. Star of Providence. This is probably the best designed game so far. All of the stylizing is great, music, lore, visuals, so on, but the core gameplay is also really good. So why not A+? Well, it's hard to put it into words, but it's likely the lack of variety. This game is built on a similar principle to Nuclear Throne, but has actual variety and is therefore better than Nuclear Throne. Don't care. But once you get decent at it, it all becomes very similar. It is enjoyable to play, but it always feels the same. I know there are unique weapons and those are cool, but well, they break and you eventually get to see most of them. I'd say that this is the first game on our list that actually utilizes its concept almost completely. By that I mean that all games will be built with some sort of idea in mind, but this idea has limits. Take even Minesweeper for example. If you just build out the game's rules as they are now, you'll quickly find the limit of the game. You can change the map or mine count, but it'll never truly change. In order to go beyond, you need to add more mechanics, which is what Demon Crawl does. Same with Providence. What it has set out to do, it does really well, but after that, just adding content or bosses won't make the game grow. I'll explain when we get to Discovery 2 how it solved that problem, but as for Providence, its journey stops here. To give an analogy, it's like if a game's quality was decided by playing a run in a roguelite. Star of Providence takes very few hits but ends the run at the first ending, not the true ending. It did well, but it feels like it could have maybe figured out something more. Cinco Paus. And moving on to the really good games, Cinco Paus is actually similar. Cinco is a very difficult game to explain, like I mentioned long ago, but it is, in my opinion, the best designed game of all time. I simply can't think of anything that rivals how well all of its mechanics work together. But to make it work, Cinco does have to keep comparatively few of them, setting a ceiling to its own potential. Unlike Star of Providence though, Cinco is deep, very deep, and you can find an unbelievable amount of strategies in it. If you can master that, this game is S tier. I kind of can't. The thing about Cinco is that it is a long and methodical game, one where you have to pay attention and analyze every turn. Like it or hate it, it is exhausting, and that is not helped by it being a game whose runs are by far the longest, taking tens of hours just to beat. It's a demanding game, but one that does reward all that effort. It's not quite for me, but it is the best design game here for sure. Dead Cells. I'm a bit surprised I put Dead Cells so high, but alright, we work with what we got. Dead Cells, in my eyes, is more of an all-rounder game, like Hades, but it does work much better in just about every gameplay-related way. More interesting combat, items, strategies, bosses, so on. But due to how its items work, unless you go out of your way to get good at everything, the best strategy is just to take the ice crossbow and wipe the floor. Of course, you can find better stuff and work with it, but that requires climbing out of this trap of abusing the strategy you know best, which is hard to do. Otherwise, I just can't see the game going beyond A+. It's just not quite my game. Crypt of the Necrodancer. Okay, let's not forget this one this time, as this one is pretty damn good. I personally never found Crypt to be my type of game, but for what it tries to do, it does it really well. Not only is the idea unique and well executed, the room variation is often good enough to not be particularly repetitive. But what makes this game stand out to me is its difficulty. This game is really hard. Beating the first two main characters is tough but doable, but then you are thrown into Arya, who dies on a missed beat. Imagine playing a rhythm game and dying if you fail, except the map is random and 20 minutes long. And this isn't even the real big challenge of the game, it gets tougher and tougher the further you push it, and I find that actually quite neat. With other games, there feels like there is an ending to them, but with Crypt, there's always a challenge to push you further, and it's one that, while really hard, is still sort of fair. Risk of Rain 2. And now we have my most played roguelite. Interesting how it isn't an S tier, isn't it? Well, I don't think it should be. In my eyes, Risk of Rain 2 is the best at core gameplay. This isn't particularly due to its movement and combat, which is good but could be better, but simply due to the time mechanic. While time isn't as important to winning runs as one may think, it is something that will affect how you play. After all, you can't take fights slowly because spending time means making the run harder later. You have to loot efficiently because of time. You have to take into account the viability of strategies simply through how long they will take to succeed. Time makes every decision important and keeps you engaged at all times. And unlike Roar 1, Roar 2 has actually good core gameplay, making it so that just the simple act of moving or fighting feels good. Roar 2 has its problems though, the main one being the items. Items are the main source of variety in runs, and as such, they are the ones dictating the potential of the run. In the base game of Roar 2, items are generally fine, and when it came time for DLCs, the devs needed to solve a tough puzzle. Roar 2, with its current items, had reached close to the ceiling of their potential. If you were to add more, well, that would make other items appear less. If you want to keep certain effects, that means needing to make more and more creative variations of existing items or new effects that synergize with the old. And so the developers came up with a clever idea: void items. These items spawn differently and they replace existing items, meaning that picking them means losing out on a different effect. This way you increase variety but also increase the potential of items. This increased potential helped all parts of this game's gameplay, making it even better, so it is possible to increase the game's potential and quality. It's just tricky. In conclusion, a good game. Binding of Isaac, Repentance. And finally, we reach the top dogs. Isaac is the most classic of classics, and it absolutely deserves the title. The main appeal of Isaac is, of course, the unmatched variety of runs. Having been developed over many years, there's simply so much content that you can play it for hundreds of hours just to do everything while trying. But I think what ties it all together isn't the variety, because if you just had variety without any way to control it, you'd be stuck in early game hell. What Isaac does even better than variety is min-maxing. Similarly to Cinco Pass, there's so much you can do in any given floor to increase your chances, and that is where the variety shines, as it adds even more you can do at any given moment. Overall, Isaac is a game that is both enjoyable to play and one that doesn't run out of content for a long time. And if you are willing to go into modding, it effectively never runs out of content. Noita. But Isaac, for as good as it is so because of the work it had put into it. Isaac itself isn't so cleanly designed as, say, Cinco, or so creative as, I don't know, Demon Crawl. Noita is creative, though, and unfair. Those are its two primary attractions, relating to spells and enemies. In regards to spells, Noita does something few games try to do, and what Guidance will have to try to do, which is define its abilities. In Isaac, if you get 2 times damage, well, good stuff. In Noita, if you get 2 times damage, you can see why you did. All spells and their modifiers follow a consistent logic within the game, which allows you to make a lot of very unique things if you are creative. It's a similar concept to how in Guidance you will be able to make a lot of creative stuff by understanding the system. However, the limitation is that these spell combinations, or just ones, can devolve into you picking the same thing every time. After all, if you find Ice Crossbow in Dead Cells, then you found your weapon. But in Noita, you are randomly given spells, not builds, meaning you always have to think about how exactly to utilize everything you got. To be fair, you can often just build fast-firing ones and call it a day, but it's nowhere near as bad as most other games. And then for unfairness, Noita's enemies are also built with the idea of following a set of mechanics, the same ones you do. They're also able to carry stuff or get effects or even perks, the permanent abilities. This makes them often quite deadly, to an almost unfair way. But it's because enemies are viewed as part of the same system that once you get good, you see that in the same way enemies are unfair to you, you can become unfair to them. It's a game of, in a sense, overpowering the other side, leaving no hope of survival in case they manage to somehow get you. There are, of course, many other good things about the game, like the environment, but ultimately it's this variety, creativity, and a constant sense of unease that makes you always look for something better, always try to improve. Not to mention the game has a great stylization. That's why I'd call it my favorite roguelite. Now as for roguelikes, the actual cool chat games, well, I only played Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, and it's a solid game, I'd put it in high A tier. I do think it is very interesting, but it does have a big issue for me. The core gameplay, at least for your first hour or two into the run, is very simple once you are good, which means that the early game tends to be very boring. To combat this, I like playing the High Elf, which is a glass cannon character. This allows me to get to high damage quickly, but it also makes me die very easily, which means that the early game is more interesting yet more frequent. I did try other characters, having some success with Minotaur Berserker, but it wasn't as interesting. If you can get into it, you will have a long and interesting journey full of memorable moments, which is nice. But then you die and it becomes hard to pick up the game again. I would recommend it, but only if you are able to handle the more oppressive roguelites like Noita. Actual roguelikes don't fuck around. Weekly Post 85. The answer to everything. I don't particularly feel like this post will go anywhere, but worth a shot, isn't it? So, in trying to find ideas for a weekly post, I got the idea to look at tough philosophical questions. It's something I mentioned a long time ago in another Patreon post, but it was rather dismissive. This is mainly because these questions aren't very interesting to me. For example, take the question of why is there something rather than nothing, to which an answer is, how could we know? Of course, that's sort of the point, to get as close as we can, but it's an unanswerable question, one we can only theorize about. You could argue that we are in a simulation, or that there is a godly being that made us all, or that through the conservation of energy, the universe expands and shrinks, squeezing into and then creating the Big Bang over and over again. But these don't answer the question, as there had to be something before. In that sense, you can argue that time itself isn't as major of a concept as you may think. Perhaps there was simply something forever before and will be something after forever after. Nothing is possible as well, but we simply wouldn't be here to see it. Perhaps we can take a multiverse theory where two multiverses manage to intersect and therefore create something. Perhaps there is simply a way to create something out of nothing. It may not seem logical, but that's with the rules of our universe. What if the laws were different at some point long ago? All of these theories are valid. Some are more likely than others, but they all boil down to this could have happened and there is no evidence to disprove it. It's an interesting thing to think about in some sense, but it lacks a sort of ultimatum. Another thing I mentioned long ago was the idea that you could think of answers as things. For example, you could imagine your situation and evaluate the questions and answers as more or less good. For example, asking what's for dinner has some merit or quality in some way, and asking what is the meaning of life has other properties. In the same sense that discovery has consequences, so do questions. In this sense, whenever I think about these hard philosophical questions, I find myself not seeing the valuable questions. Sometimes in life, I think that in just a few logical steps, a breakthrough of some sort could be made, but it is not with these questions. That may be because they are too hard or too imprecise, but it may also be due to their popularity. After all, even if I were to come up with a good answer, who's to say somebody else hasn't already? That doesn't make it valueless, but it does make it less significant. That would mean I am answering this for myself, yet what value does that bring? The most valuable realizations I've had stem from attempting to understand myself, but these questions are not about me, but about things beyond me. But I do find one question to be more worth pursuing than others. What is the answer to everything? It is the philosophical version of the theory of everything, but it feels actually answerable. It seems to me like there are actual questions and observations that could get you to a satisfying answer. In that case, perhaps we could find something. Let's start by first looking at what other people think. Oh god, it's just 42. The meme of 42 being the answer comes from the book The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which I haven't read or know much about. From what I can tell, this seems to be the idea that some super smart computer thought about answering what is the answer to everything and ended up with 42. Then an even smarter computer was built to figure out what the real question was, and he never figured it out. So we're left with this random number. There's no real reason why 42 is chosen, any other concept could have been. 6 might be a better number for this too. The point is that it doesn't matter. Another popular answer is you, which takes on the idea that the question is centered on the word perceiving it. That means that this is a question which is answered by whatever you care everything to be. It's all centered on the perceiver and their goals. This feels wrong, partly because it's boring, but I also think that such an answer is not at all easy. You could say that you should strive to make your life as good as possible, but what is good? Do you even want what is good for you? Most people think yes, but why? Is survival your biological purpose, your meaning? Even if you are 100% sure it is, that's only what you think. Centering everything around you makes it about your opinions, which are too vast to attempt to figure out for me. I actually think it's easier to think about the entire universe rather than all combinations of how humans think. The next answer is no. This one is so far the best because it's the most accurate, the it's hopeless to know idea. Maybe there is an answer, maybe not, but it's such a futile question for us that it's pointless. While I don't think that's the case at all, I do have to admit that whatever answer you do come up with, it's through the lens of human perception. However, I don't necessarily think that's a particular problem. If we lived in a world where the only thing we could conceive of was the problem of 2 plus 2, then 4 would be the answer to everything. Sure, there is something beyond our comprehension, pretty much certainly as we can't see past the observable universe, but just saying I give up is not much of an answer. You can pretend you are respectful or realistic with such answers, but, well, I don't really care. So now let's talk about my theories. The first thing to consider is that this question is ultimately quite similar to the question about the theory of everything. To show why, let's take the most correct approach to answering what is everything. We will start by answering everything. Why? Because it's a good answer. You can ask this about anything and that anything will be the answer. What is the answer to a house? a house. Normally, you might expect the answer to boil down the wholeness of the thing into a singular concept, but giving an example is an answer as well. After all, if we take what is 2 plus 2, then the sum of two 2's and just 4 are both valid answers. You are simply asking what is something. But this doesn't get us very far. We want that more boiled down, conceptual answer. So we will take everything as our starting point and then try to break away concepts. An easy one could be everything except the color green plus the color green. Why is this useful? Well, this way we can split things into categories of more comprehensible concepts. The color green is a simple example, but another thing we could do is everything except everything that has energy plus everything that has energy. And with this, we can now separate things with energy and things without energy. So we can also state everything is everything without energy and everything with energy. Now we have two categories of things. We have all of the objects with mass and all of the forces that interact with these objects, except not really. You see, we cannot quite so easily define things like this because we are unsure that that's all that these things are. For example, what if beyond the observable universe there were things just like humans, but they had no energy? Does it make sense? Probably, but we cannot know for sure. Because of this, before we can categorize anything neatly, we have to split everything into the known and unknown. Everything is everything we know and everything we don't know. Therefore, everything is everything we know that has energy and everything we know that doesn't have energy and everything we don't know. Or put simpler, everything is objects with energy, things without energy, and everything we don't know. This is where we can start to really see how this requires a good knowledge of physics, because after separating the known and unknown, continual splitting and categorization will lead to a set of concepts that act as the rules of universe we know. These rules are the theory of everything, or more accurately, theory of everything known. So this line of questioning ends up being too hard for a schmuck like me. In that case, what if we boil this down into a concept? For example, everything is things changing according to a set of rules. This isn't quite as correct as our previous example, but as long as there is time, there is always a potential for change. In this answer, by changing, I do mean not changing or changing by nothing as well, as some things don't change. This answer gets closer to something fundamental that we can make inferences from. You might enjoy doing nothing, but the world around you is always changing. That may be scary, but change is just change. It's neither good nor bad. This is an answer that is most meaningful, in a sense. But what if we looked at this question differently? What if to the question of what is the answer to everything, we said nothing? I don't want to say there is no answer, nor do I want to say something absurd like 42. I mean the literal nothingness. This would not be a correct answer wholly, it doesn't encompass everythingness, but it does show how even an answer like this, an answer that is not correct, gives a certain sense of meaning. Maybe the answer to everything is returning to nothing. Human thinking combined with the meanings of words is a very unstable way of interpreting knowledge, simply due to its imprecision and the human perspective. Because of this, answers will rarely grasp everything and will therefore be technically wrong. But is a wrong answer wrong? Is it improper, unethical, or deplorable? Evil? No, it is merely an answer. A child saying 2 plus 2 is 3 is not something to be hated, it is something to be taught out of. We simply don't have a teacher. At the same time, though, we can ask the question and interpret the result. And we can pick any answer. We can say that the answer is love, or green, or Ohio, or anything else. If we keep doing so, we will continue to accumulate thoughts about each of these things as if they were answers to everything. That doesn't mean that's all they are, but if we can collect everything like this, every concept, no matter how specific, we would eventually collect every answer, and that could be the answer to everything. Everything is every answer to what is everything. And this would even include what we don't know, therefore making it take in what we do not know. All of these answers have their own merit, but I kind of like the last one. It's not objective, but it is a unique idea that if you just collect many, many, many things, you will come to some sort of a conclusion. Of course, we won't be able to actually think of every concept, but, well, it's not like we'll be able to answer the question objectively anytime soon. Weekly Post 86. Battle Plan. So a few days ago, I got quite a funny email. Well, it's not funny. It's time to go for the army checkup. Yeah, well, look, so what's going on here? Well, in Lithuania, young men up to the age of 24 can get called to the army. You can dodge by going to university or some other stuff, but point is, I'm 23, and I just happened to get called to go to the army on my last possible year. Great. What happened after is that I went to the conscripts building, told them I don't want to go to the army, and then they said that they would message me somewhere between now and the end of the year. So, a small 9-month gap, saying whether I should do a checkup to see if I'm fit for the army. A few days ago, I got that funny email. So obviously I don't want to go to the army. It's not exactly catastrophic to go there, but I dislike the mentality they have there, and I really don't want to participate in future wars, fighting for something I don't care much about. However, I am also not going to lie, partly because, well, that's generally a bad idea, and because I just really don't like lying. If I were to go to the army, the immediate effects would be, well, all content grinding to a halt, including probably these Patreon posts, which isn't ideal since I'm working on a video slowly. Me not being able to work and therefore bring money home, or at least not as much. Vinci having to be alone, which would be pretty tough for her. Me needing to, suffer in the army and potentially being forced to participate in future wars, which would effectively ruin my life. The relationship and our progress towards owning a car or a house, or having to mostly drop. So, the downsides are there. There are upsides, such as me becoming more disciplined, Vinci more self-reliant, and me potentially having a better job, but I don't value them that much. This means I have a bias towards the checkup telling me that I can't go. The checkup itself can last the whole day, apparently, and will go through testing my physical and mental capabilities. Starting with physical, my weaknesses are my eyesight, where I have to wear glasses with, I think, negative 2.5 of the thing, I believe. I don't think this one will matter all that much, but maybe it will be enough to win, by which I mean not pass. My back, as I have bad posture. I believe it's gotten better recently, but maybe it alone can sway something. My general weakness when it comes to anything not leg-related. I may be able to run and cycle decently well, but everything else is pretty much below average. These are, well, useful, but I don't think they will be the thing that deal the killing blow to my chances. Of course, if they did, that would be amazing, as we'll see later, but I believe the real opportunity will come from the mental examination. The mental examination will likely look for several things, such as stupidity, but for my case it's the suicidal thoughts part that will come in handy, and I don't think that should be surprising why. While I have improved quite a bit, the thoughts are very much still there when I get stressed. As such, my primary idea, that I should not forget at all costs, is, due to my past, under stress, I tend to hate myself as an answer to the problem. Under a lot of stress, I can get afraid I can't overcome the problem or that it is simply not worth doing so. Therefore, suicide is the preferable option. My general outlook in life is that I simply exist with no goal. Therefore, whether I am dead or not doesn't really matter in the end. Therefore, were I to be put under a lot of stress and given a tool that could kill me quickly, I may or may not kill myself. This is completely true. I am doing fine now, but that's because I avoid stress as much as possible. When I get stressed, even for simple things like having to go talk to someone, I sometimes start hating myself, telling myself how pathetic I am for not going to talk to that someone. In the case of army, I can already foresee myself hating myself, saying that I should just get through it, or that I should have just gone to the army sooner, putting all the blame on myself instead of, say, the system of forced conscription. I can also invoke the example of the hot air balloon. A year or two ago, my parents effectively forced me to go on a hot air balloon ride with them. It lasted for 40 minutes, and for the first 5 or so, it was actually pretty neat, even if I ultimately didn't want to be there. Regardless, when we were sufficiently high up, I realized something that paralyzed me. I could jump and die. All I had to do was climb over the wall, and that was it. I could finally do it. Back then, I regretted me not killing myself sooner more, so the next 35 minutes were of me almost entirely thinking about how to jump, or whether to jump, and I was absolutely terrified. One of the most brutal moments in my life. The fear of death was hard to put into words, but I could also so easily finally end it. What stopped me then was that if someone was looking at me, they could actually catch me before I climbed over. But if there were no walls, I have no idea if I would have done it. Again, I've never managed to do it, so I can only guess I wouldn't, but I don't know. I really might want to in that moment. I've always been too pathetic to even kill myself, but the less obstacles there are to overcome, the higher the chances are. This is essentially what I will try to steer the conversation towards. Again, all of the above is true, and since I believe it's the most relevant argument for whether I should go there, I'll try to emphasize it. I'm pretty sure the army would want to know if the person they armed would kill themselves when given a gun for the first time. Now, the outcome of all this is quite interesting. There's a pretty fine balance when it comes to this stuff, where you might be forced to go anyway, you may get off with a ban on driving cars for a while, or you might go to a mental institution. 1 and 3 are not ideal, with 3 being pretty bad, as that's a place that doesn't really tend to listen to you very much. If I were to go there, that would be pretty bad, but in my eyes, it's about equal to how bad army would be, as at least a mental institution doesn't put a sticker on me that says, this guy will suffer a lot if a war breaks out. But even if I got off of this whole mess without going to either, there is still the whole mess of my parents knowing that I am so suicidal I can't go to the army. This is why I would ideally fail on physical attributes, but if I were to fail due to the mental aspect, well, I'm not sure what I will do. So far I haven't told my mom anything, partly due to this and partly because I don't need to make her worry, but I don't know how I'll face her with her knowing this. Perhaps she already knows, but well, maybe not. So that's the situation. The checkup will be in 12 days after this post is published, so I don't have much time, yet I also don't have all that much to plan. My story is simply the truth. I might kill myself under a lot of stress. It's always been that way. Let's hope it goes away. Weekly Post 87. It doesn't matter. Recently, I've been feeling awfully negative. Like yesterday, where after getting home, I was sad almost the whole time, crying at night. I guess it's because of army that things are getting bleaker, but it's not directly so. The checkup is still far and it hasn't done anything itself yet. Well, at least not obviously. It did, however, indirectly make the world bleaker, more hopeless, more negative. I feel worse from not doing work, I feel more anxious about how Vinci is doing, and I feel more hopeless towards the future. It isn't obvious, but it is there, compounding in on itself, making me feel ever more deserving of it all. And when I was sad and crying, I thought of something horrifying. You have never been right. Never Wrong has been almost like a wall that Dan couldn't climb over, as it was right. No matter how bad things got, I simply couldn't think what I didn't think. This was the simple reality. But when stressed, my mind found a way around this wall. Yes, I have never been wrong, but only in my own mind. I've never been able to do any better in that regard. I am doing the best I can. But that's the thing. It's all in my own head. It is I who decides what to do, and when it is not enough, it is I at fault. As long as it is not physically impossible to do better objectively, I could be better, I could do more. But you can't do that. No, I cannot. So I have never been right. But it's impossible to do any better. Yes, it is. But this isn't right. I failed. Your expectations are too high. Yes, they are. I should make them smaller. Yet I keep failing to do so. It doesn't matter what you say, because this is a trap. There is no way to escape it because fundamentally I am not trying to escape it. It's not as if I am trying to get rid of them, I am simply rotting in the hell it created, letting myself get burned because I have never been right. I must hate myself because I am never enough. Everyone else is the same, but I am not them. They are free to hate themselves if they so wish. I can only change myself. I can only be what I should be to myself. And I must hate myself because I am not good enough. And I will never be enough. As long as enough is impossible. If I truly wanted to be happy, I should have left this earlier. I should have convinced myself that it can be enough, that what is enough is not impossible to achieve. But here we are. I have failed to do this hundreds upon hundreds of times, and each time I did, the thought of ever succeeding withered away slightly more. I don't deserve anything anymore. Not even the suffering I brought upon myself because it simply isn't enough of a punishment. As a living being, I cannot appropriately torture myself. All I can do is stop. But I can't stop. So here we are. It's been a day and I feel much better. Not in the sense of much being solved, but just better in general. After this post, the day actually got worse, but eventually it all began to get shut out. I kept repeating it doesn't matter so much that it accelerated, reaching me thinking about it every 15 seconds. Why? Well, it was a way of coping, of maximizing that all that matters is what I care about. In a sense that makes a lot of sense, that's how things work, but I meant it more literally. If I'm walking by a car and it's just a car, then that car's existence is entirely irrelevant to my current action. That person's existence is irrelevant, even if it was my friend, as that's not what I care about in this very moment. But as I walked, I realized something almost frightening. Most of what I care about is avoiding discomfort. That's pretty much true. Most of my actions can be boiled down to avoiding discomfort. You may say, well, duh, but I don't think that's how most people work, as they seek comfort. I do not seek comfort because I'm not sure how. There's a few things that make me consistently happy, if any. Even Vinci can be a bit much to be around very rarely, mostly when I am tired myself and want to be alone, which is completely fine, but it isn't trustworthy. Perhaps that's why I like Tactical Nexus so much. It's so consistently interesting that when it starts to not be so, I stop playing to keep the idea of this forever game alive. The game cannot be discomforting if I stop playing when it becomes so. And when you look at my goals, you see that they usually boil down to not making Vinci or myself uncomfortable. For example, we are looking into getting a new apartment and Vinci is doing so in order to feel happy, while I am doing so in order to not make Vinci sad. I'm fine with this apartment, so as long as she's happy, I'm fine with spending more. It also makes me feel more secure and safe, more capable of avoiding stress. There are, of course, times I seek comfort, or more accurately, joy. These are most notable when it comes to creating things. Even this Patreon post can be annoying to write, especially when I have a fun game to play. Got back into Rabbi, but I feel purpose in doing so I feel a sense of duty and a fulfilling of that duty. Creating makes me feel almost true to myself. I express who I am and I do so by setting out a task and doing it. I reinforce myself and I feel happy in that moment because I achieved something, not because I avoided stress. But there are exceptions. Even games often serve as avoidances. Realizing just how much of my life feels so focused on survival makes me feel meaningless. In the good times, that can be dismissed as the cycle of life. But in the bad times, it doesn't matter. Weekly Post 88. As enough as one cares. You know, I actually have so many ideas and yet so little will to write anything. Like, for example, I played Rabbi Ribbi recently, a game I liked a long time ago and now like now. It's a very good Metroidvania, my favorite one, and that's mainly because of two things. discovery and difficulty. For discovery, the exploration and learning, it's great at it mainly because of how you are treated as a player. In most Metroidvanias, you explore a place, and if you can be there with your current abilities, explore more, so if you can't, you leave. But in Rabbi Ribbi, there are quite a few tools that will allow you to go to these places you're not technically supposed to go to earlier. This can be used to get minor permanent upgrades earlier, which helps with bosses, or to get abilities that unlock areas. For example, this game has something called a fake wall jump, which essentially is a harder way to wall jump without the wall jump item. To get the wall jump item, you would normally need to go and get the double jump first, but in this case, a fake wall jump is equally sufficient. This happens in a lot of places, and the game is so dedicated to this that there is an achievement to beat the game without picking up only 3 items. I mean, while picking up only 3 items, when the game has like 30. Or there's an achievement to fight a specific boss first, which people would normally fight close to last. That amount of sequence breaking doesn't require in-depth hidden knowledge, meaning even your first run might have some of it, but it does make repeat playthroughs very satisfying. This is on top of the exploration generally being quite interesting. Now as for combat, it's good due to one simple idea. The game wants you to always think about the boss. See, most combat systems often boil down to hit and dodge, where you hit an enemy, wait for it to attack, dodge, and then hit him again. This is fine, but it is formulaic. There's also just dodging, which is fine but can get tedious. Then there is, let's say, real combat in which you are trying to find openings to exploit, no matter when the enemy is attacking. This is often seen in Dark Souls, and it's what makes the combat there good. Rabbi Ribbi takes it a little step further. It wants you to always think about the boss, even if there are no openings. To simplify, Rabbi Ribbi has 3 main ways of attacking: melee, magic, and charged. Melee is the strongest, but needs you to get close. If you use it too much, the enemy will also gain a buff that ignores the stun that happens during melee attacks, meaning there is a limit to how much you can really attack with melee. This is the Souls-like combat where you try to find openings to exploit. Magic is different, as few things actually stop magic from being useful. Magic is essentially a ranged horizontal attack that can be charged, and since you are almost always capable of reaching the same height as the boss, you can always shoot at the boss to deal some damage. But that's not all. In Rabbi Ribbi, the more consistently you deal damage, the higher your style meter reaches, and the higher that is, the more you have your damage increased. So by always trying to attack the enemy, you increase your overall damage when it comes time to do some melee. Charge is also different, but it boils down to you activating it, being forced to stand still a bit, and then attacking in a large area with good damage while also getting invulnerability frames. This means that it's a high risk, high reward move, which will more easily hit the boss and, if timed right, also dodge projectiles. These 3 types of attacking all converge into a very ever-present combat system, which follows a simple pattern where you use melee whenever possible, including trying to find more openings, but you also always use magic, as it can be charged regardless of what you're doing, and charge whenever it's useful. Is the boss above you? Either shoot magic horizontally, if not use charge, and if you can't do that, use the green homing magic, which deals little damage but does keep the style meter going. Is the boss about to do 3 jumps then attack? Melee before the first jump, let them do 3 jumps, and melee right as they land to get more damage in. And don't forget charge in between the other 2 jumps. There's just so much you can do, so many ways to exploit the bosses that can seem quite daunting. This is why I like this game, and after yapping about it, why is it that I find I have little will to write that much? I clearly wrote something there. Well, yeah, but this is just a distillation of the game. How do I explain how I feel about the weird, over-sexualized yet also somewhat charming story? What about the expanding scope of the game as you play? The curiosity of discovering an area you can't access and then playing 10 more hours before getting in it? What about the insanity that after beating all of the bosses, you can come back and fight the SP or special versions of bosses, which are similarly styled but usually have entirely new attacks, making them harder than the final hardest boss? To give an analogy, this is like if you beat Hollow Knight Absolute Radiance and then could go back to every arena and fight a boss that's harder than Absolute Radiance. It's a great game, but what little I can say about it doesn't feel like enough. Another example is AI. I recently saw a video that claimed something to the extent of AI art is not art because art needs an intention behind it, and AI art is not art because part of art is admiring the effort put into it. I disagree with both of these second one entirely, but let's start with the first. In my eyes, art is all about evocation, which is just a single word of saying that it's all about evoking an emotion. Intention is therefore the design of the emotion being evoked, and pretty much all human art holds intention, because the art was created intentionally. But now let me give you an example. Say you had a few people walking down the street, all of them eating a banana, and they all decided to throw it behind their backs. That wouldn't be very interesting, but in our example, let's say all those banana peels landed on top of each other, so that only the bottom one touches the ground. In this rare coincidence, a passerby spots this and thinks not, whatever more litter, but whoa, that's a neat coincidence. And you can say that's not art, but what if that person were to think, wow, it's interesting to see how humans can create something interesting to think about even unintentionally when using things we deem as disposable and useless. The same effect could be felt in an art museum where some artist could intentionally put 3 banana peels on top of each other and title it 3 pieces of trash thrown away on the street. In this case, intention had no effect on the effect of the art. Or take monkey art. Some people have given painting tools to monkeys who then drew something. Whatever their intention was, the effect of the art wouldn't really change if the art was entirely indiscernible or just mostly. This drawing was made by something who doesn't understand what it is. There is an interesting effect in simply the process of creation of nonsense, intentional or not. So when it comes to AI art, it already has an interesting thought that a machine has somehow decided that this is what its prompt was. But that gets old, so it ceases to be interesting, and therefore that art becomes not that valuable. What stays longer, however, is the consequences of it all. You can now see AI art on shirts in stores, which might make you think, wow, it's interesting to see how humans will use and abuse any tool they have to their advantage. Or to get more meta, wow, it's interesting to see what humans consider is and isn't art when it isn't done by them. All of these are, I think, evocative reactions created by something without intention, and something that would be considered art were they created with intention. Now let's move on to the second point. You can distinguish art of its creator. This isn't the whole separate art from the artist meme. I think that's more about separating what you think about the artist and their art, like if the artist did something bad and you don't like him, but like the art. Instead, this is about separating the concept of someone having made the art from the art. This is actually rather difficult. For example, if you look at something like a sculpture, regardless of what you think about its design, someone had to sit there and sculpt it. Same with painting and really most forms of art. The fact it was executed at all, that someone even took the time to cut through the set of possibilities to find this, is admirable and evocative just by itself. Even if we take that banana peel example, there is the sense of the world creating a coincidence that is interesting. That coincidence is an inseparable part of the effect. So why do I disagree with the point? Well, it's partly because the statement misses the point that AI doing whatever it does is still interesting, but also because I believe the artist can be quite irrelevant to the art. In fact, the art I usually make is either specifically about me or intentionally devoid of outside meaning, only focusing on its inner design. For example, the experiment to break, blow, burn doesn't need you to know anything at all about me or who I am or why I even did it. You can find meaning in your own experience with what I made. Even the videos I make are usually about trying to evoke a sense of wonder within you, rather than to convey a message. But both of them can be associated with my own effort, so they don't debunk this argument. In reality, nothing truly can in my eyes, because ultimately, all art is an interesting state of something that was arrived at by something. What I mean by that is that someone or something had to do something in order to reach this outcome or consequence or result. There had to be some amount of steps to get there, and that is part of the art, because if it weren't, then we wouldn't have reached an interesting state. As far as I can tell, this is fundamentally true. However, that doesn't mean we can't get close, and I have an interesting example. Puzzle games. Let's set aside the debate of whether video games are art, because you should already know that they are. Instead, I'm more interested in how video games can be very separate from the artist. Normally, when you are interacting with a static art form, such as a sculpture or a painting, you can very quickly observe pretty much all of the effort that was put into the work. Move up to music and it gets harder to fully comprehend the extent of the artist's work. Go to movies and it gets even harder, as you have to take into account the role casting, searching for locations to film at, even marketing, one could say. But when we reach games, it becomes almost actively difficult, because you can't even know whether your experience is what the artist actually intended. As such, whenever you play a puzzle game, solve a puzzle, and admire its design, you might think about how the artist made the puzzle and how that's impressive, but you'll also likely be very focused on your own experience. Not that the artist designed the puzzle, but that you solved it. I believe that in this mix of emotions, the involvement of the artist is actually quite minimal in the appreciation of the puzzle, simply due to how far away the puzzle is conceptually from the person who designed it. If you need more proof, just compare the discussions of paintings and video games. The former is more focused on the artist's intention because, well, what else is there to talk about? You looked at the thing and you've seen all of it. You can analyze details, but that's incomparable to a video game, where you have just so much more to look at in so many different perspectives. Video games obviously have the execution of the artist built into them, just as much as any other form of art. There's just so much more to think about that you don't get to the artist as soon. You could even argue that you can only really respect the effort put into the game after you see a large amount of it. Therefore, appreciating the art early on becomes all about appreciating the design itself rather than its creation. Most of all, though, what I think I want to say with these points is that I think people hating on AI are just misguided. AI creations are art in the same way that taking an image and running it through a filter in Photoshop is art. If you have a good enough filter, it can be interesting and therefore art. AI is not bad, it's just a thing that exists. There are many people who use it in what many people would argue is a bad way, and you can critique them all you want. For example, people who say that AI art will replace artists are just, well, assholes, really, presuming they mean they will replace the creativity of humans. AI creations are less interesting than what humans can make, that's almost certain in my head, but they aren't bad. For example, those people selling shirts with AI art get to make some money, which they may really need to survive. Yeah, it sucks that some people may think it's drawn and it isn't, but if you had to do that to see your friends and family feel better, then let's be real, you'd do it too. Just understand that, I guess. AI is a tool. It's not the end of the world, it's a tool that should be appropriately controlled to not be abused by bad actors. Those bad actors are the problem, not AI, which is just a tool. At best, AI is a symbol of the badness of those actors. It's just a tool, and I don't care how many times I've already repeated that. So what is the meaning of all this? I don't know, man. I don't think I actually talked about all that much in either of these topics, and I will do it again with what happened at the checkup. My first big mistake was that I read the instruction manual 3 weeks before and then never again before the evening, which is when I realized that I needed my degree. I hadn't told my mom anything, partly to not worry her and partly to not make her think I am suicidal and all that, but womp womp, gotta do it now. So I get there and there's a lot of people, making it feel like a factory of recruits, which makes sense. We do our urine test, blood test, and then answer a shit ton of questions about what we think and all that, like 227. And I'm lucky, others answered 566 apparently. Then we have the physical side of the checkups, which went well. The main annoyance was the general doctor being annoying. and the mental side of things, where I ended up talking with 3 different people. First I think went well, as I said what I wanted, but second one not so much, as she essentially assumed I was suicidal and now I'm not, which fair, but it's not like it's not a problem, maybe. Whatever, I then went home and came back 2 hours later for the third one. Oh boy, that one didn't go so well. It frustrates me to think back, but from what I could gather, I think that she thinks that I am pretending to be suicidal for attention, as it doesn't make sense that I would live decently yet still be suicidal, saying, "Your 2 stories factually don't match." I asked in what way, and she didn't elaborate, and when I tried to explain, she just sort of ignored it. I guess she couldn't see how someone would act if they didn't care about living or not. In that case, if you can die, you can die, and if not, then I guess you'll just have to do something to live. I think I said that story well, but I guess not well enough. In the end, her conclusion was the same as Mom's. It's normal to be nervous, which... yeah, sure, man. It makes more sense to her as she's part of the brainwashing program, but it just felt a bit degrading, and it felt like I am even more of a moron than I already am. It ended up making me feel depressed for the rest of the day. I guess the main thing I took away from the experience is that people will expect you to follow their orders without them appropriately telling you what they are. Okay, me not knocking on the door even though it was written on it is on me, but that general doctor expected me to know how eye tests go already. So when she would say to look at the letters in the distance, asking if I should use glasses or not meant getting a reply of course you should use your glasses. Of course, most people were nice, but I suspect that in the army they will be more like that annoying doctor. I was fine at following orders, I think, but not at following unspoken orders, which I'm guessing will be the real source of troubles. Internalizing the unspoken rules and remembering all of the rules. I have a feeling that going to the army will not help my mental health. I can already foresee my coping mechanism after all. If you yell at me, that means I am a pathetic grunt who needs to do everything you say I should do. The only explanation for who's at fault becomes me, because it was on me to not do the thing that would make me be yelled at. I think in such an environment I will get more self-hateful in a way I actually don't want. I'm fine with it staying the same or increasing but not decreasing. Maybe I'll have enough sanity to review the situation in my head and not fall prey to it, but I doubt it. I'm just pathetic, that's all. Well, either way, you're probably wondering if I'm going or not. Well, we don't know yet. The psychologist needs to say what she thinks, at which point they'll call me to arrange an x-ray of my spine, which will actually decide my fate. My spine hasn't been that great for a long time, and while it has gotten much better to the point that I don't find it a problem, well, it's not like there was some major push to make it better. So, we'll see. All of this is just starting to make me feel very demotivated. Nothing brings joy anymore. Everything feels like it is for the sake of going to a new day. I guess I should consider a psychologist more seriously. Weekly Post 89.
Let's fucking go!
So, ladies and gentlemen, after fighting with the army for not that long, we finally done it. Let's fucking go to the army! Well, look, maybe it's not the result you, or me really, wanted, but it is the result we got. So what's going to happen? Well, since I can still, for some reason, sign the volunteer deal and get the perks of choosing where to go, not that it matters much, and get 15% more pay, which certainly does matter, I'll go do it. Maybe I could dodge it somehow, but I'll go lock it in. I'd rather just know I'm going than not be able to prepare fully for either. As for when, well, that would be in November or December. This means I'll have more than enough time to actually do everything, supposing I want to. Well, it would be better for my mindset if I were to go in 3 months, that way I would have less time to do what I want, so I would be more focused. This does mean I'll be able to marry Vinci, which is a big win. The real question is what I will do, and that's a good one. Well, now I am certain I can finish a video, and boy, will it be a video. You may think I'm once again saying what I won't do, but listen, if I don't finish it this time, it will be a legendary tier not finished video, since I've already put so much effort into it. Besides that, I also want to get stronger. I know that in the army to get free weekends, I need to be able to run 3 kilometers in under 15 minutes. It's already decently challenging for me to just run 15 minutes, so my goal is to just train more. Run on weekends, run during work, run more in general. On top of that, I suspect arm strength will play some role in something, so I've started doing push-ups and yeah, I'm awful at them. I did like 4 sets of 10 yesterday and now my shoulders hurt the entire day. Gotta start somewhere though, this is not bad at all considering that my shoulders were hurting a bit less today than after 1 set of 10 push-ups a while ago. Other than this, I'm not exactly locked into anything. It would be good to help Vinci learn Lithuanian or find friends, as she'll be struggling more than me when I go, but it's hard to make someone else have motivation for something, so dunno. Either way, one could argue it'll soon be time for a new era of Rockman. It's like end of everything again, but this time it's the start of hope. Weekly post 90. Back to exercise. Now that start of hope has been begun and the preparations to go to the army need to be done. So, well, what am I doing? I don't want to talk about it yet for a better structure to dispose, so let's instead talk a bit more about the army. See, on Wednesday, the day I uploaded the last post, I went to the army again, this time to sign something to say that I volunteered to go. I found that weird since I thought you couldn't volunteer after being called, but that's not quite true. You can volunteer, but you're considered a sort of half volunteer, getting some but not all of the bonuses, such as 15 extra pay instead of 30%. The guy there was actually quite nice, so we talked about quite a few things, but only one was particularly important here: where I will go. In army there are battalions, and I was by default assigned to the mechanized infantry battalion, essentially meaning people like tank drivers. This is, well, not ideal, so I asked parents about it and dad said that there's a communications battalion, which would be more suited for a programmer. It's great he said this because when I asked the guy about it, he looked behind him and said that, yeah, in Vilnius, a better location option than the 2 others, there is a communications battalion. So I signed up for it first, and it would be pretty cool to get in if possible. As for reasons why, well, first reason is probably that it's immediately closer. It's in Vilnius, meaning that on my way home it'll be an hour-and-a-half long journey instead of 3 or 3.5. This is pretty neat and is the most immediate effect. Second is that this is relating to my field. Perhaps I won't learn all that much, but just being in the field of communications, I may see how people communicate and how that can be improved. If I do some actual programming, that'll be even better, as I'll probably be programming in a different language and at least a different project. Overall, this would just in general help me be a better programmer. Thirdly, in the future, when I believe a war will happen, I won't be a troop on the front lines, which is great news for my girlfriend and fans of me not dying. So I'm hoping for this, as going to the other battalion means taking 3-hour-long drives, less improvement to my programming skills, and a higher chance of being splattered out on the road in 10 years. To be fair, I might learn how to drive. I have no clue what the chances to go to this battalion are, but I'll only find out about a month before I go, which will be either in December 1st, Communications Battalion, or November 17th, Mechanized Troops Battalion. Alright, and now that we know the timeline, we gotta start exercising. This is the key preparation to do, and it's a tough one for sure, as I generally dislike exercise. Why that is a great question I've pondered for many years. If I had to guess, I believe it would be 2 factors: lack of vision and a lack of feeling satisfied by my body. For the first one, I simply struggle to see what exercise will achieve because it's so nebulous. Like, sure, I understand how being in pain will grow my muscles in some way, but I can't quantify or predict it. And because I don't generally value being stronger, this becomes a very non-intrinsic goal. I rarely exercise for the sake of being stronger. There's also a lack of feeling satisfied. I've noticed this more with Vinci, who, for example, after shower feels good. I don't necessarily feel bad, but showering leaves me ambivalent. I don't generally have a need to feel clean, so whatever amount of cleanliness I feel after shower is generally outweighed by the effort I had to put in and the cold I felt after. Showering is a distant example, but it is a clear analogy to how I see exercise. The effort I put in isn't all that great, but I tend to not feel all that good about it. Usually it's ambivalence, but a year or two ago I had this app for exercise that would give you a workout session. Doing a workout, I believe, 3 times a week was so brutal that I would cry at the end of them sometimes. The exercise wasn't all that hard, I think I just really hated how all of this effort I put in was seemingly for nothing. Of course, it would be for something, but I can't quantify it. So I end up going to do exercise, doing something I find pointless, and not feeling all that good about it after. If anything, for me, the least difficult part of it is actually pushing your body. It's all about finding the reason to. For example, I did like 5 sets of 10 push-ups a few days ago and then my shoulders hurt for 3 days. Now that I can do them again, I'll do them again, and then hopefully they'll hurt for only 2 days. The act of doing push-ups isn't all that hard, but because they're so easy to do immediately, I don't mind it. Running is probably my favorite exercise. Not because it's fun, running does not feel good, but because it's so damn practical. After all, I run to work every day. On the other hand, when I wanted to go to the pool because it would be pretty good for my overall body, I found it really hard to find a reason to actually do so. It's not like I need to go swim anywhere. And so, yesterday, after Vinci spent an hour convincing me to go even after a bad day of work, I went to the pool to register for $80 and then saw, no joke, 30 Germans come in, fill the reception room, and I decided that even if I did get in, I wouldn't be swimming all that much with this many people. So instead I went home, but I did do something. Run. And for where to run, Vinci joked about running to her work to get her water bottle. A great idea! The run was tough, with me pushing myself a bit too much and my feet are really hurting in the middle of the way forward. I was also incredibly sweaty and my legs were in quite a bit of pain. See, for me, no matter how much I run, I notice that the first issue that stops me are my feet being in pain, which seems normal, and my shins getting really tense, which doesn't. This means that when I run, I don't usually feel tired, like heavy breathing, and I feel almost nothing from my thighs because I have to stop running due to my shins dying. It seems that this is because my muscle is weak, so I'll try to do exercises to help it. If my shins magically didn't hurt, I could maybe already complete the running test of 13 kilometers in 15 minutes, as this time I ran 2.3 kilometers in 20 minutes, and in the past I ran around 3 kilometers in 20 to 25 minutes. It's obviously significantly harder to get faster, but while running yesterday, I actually tried running faster because it helped me cover distance without increasing load too much on the shins. Back to the point though, running is practical, which is why I don't mind it nearly as much. Swimming back and forth a 50-meter pool several times is so arbitrary and meaningless in comparison to something I do literally every time I go to and from work. However, I still need to get my upper body stronger, and swimming is relatively tolerable for being pretty effective to the whole body. So I'll get the damned membership even if it costs me a lot. Edit, I didn't. And I'll try to go at least twice a week. Edit, I didn't. On the plus side, if I could make it easy to get into, it would serve as a nice replacement for a shower, as it's easier to shower there since you're not so comfortable. But it needs to be done. That's all there is to it. And yes, that's the type of practicality I use to convince myself to do something. Swimming, just so I can shower. Weekly Post 91. The Plight of a Programmer. Note, for a reason I'll get to in a few posts, do let me know if there is anything you want me to talk about, as I have few ideas. Thanks. Programming is a very diverse topic. To the inexperienced, it may just seem like the act of writing code, but it is so much more than that. It is attempting to glean what you desire to be written, what should be written, for whom it will be written, and how will it be written. And each one contains so many subtopics. What you desire to write relates to clean code, architecture, and abstraction. What you should write relates to functionality, deadlines, and expectations. For whom it will be written relates to testing, user interface, and experience. And how it will be written relates to planning, communication, and languages. And then you can go and discuss best approaches to each one of these for several hours if you are experienced enough. Programming is an incredibly vast sea of concepts, and today's topic is not some root of it all. It isn't even a particularly usual or unusual situation. It is merely a dilemma. A dilemma I am a part of. Thankfully, I am but an observer, at least for the most part. In this large team, I am a cog in the machine, sitting in a corner with two much bigger cogs. These are the ones at odds, and we will call them Person B and Person S, because this whole situation is rather BS. Let's start by describing the programmers B and S. B is a very skilled and optimal programmer. He strives to make the entire system work as smoothly as possible. If you create a menu with an unnecessary click, the menu will be redesigned until only the absolute necessities are left. He will often seek out the other team members and ask what he could automate for them to make their life easier. If he doesn't have enough time, he will work on weekends, sometimes for several weeks in a row, because he cares a lot about the company. As such, he is knowledgeable about most systems, from start to finish of the main process, and most notably the new systems he has built. S is a skilled and knowledgeable programmer. He has a lot of experience with a lot of different systems and is always trying to solve other people's problems. He is responsible for the old systems that need to be supported, but are slow, confusing, and difficult to update. In this context, you may find B to be a much better programmer than S, and that is a solid argument. But we are not done. Let's continue by describing the people B and S. B is a very stubborn person. He will rarely take the advice of others, especially if it contradicts his own. He is very passionate and strong-willed, which allows him to work for as long as he thinks he should, but that also makes him prone to drowning out what other people are telling him to follow his own vision. He always tries to work optimally, making sure that things are working optimally, even when it is relatively unimportant. S is a very agreeable person. He will rarely impose his own views and will do as he is told, though can suggest options if he thinks they are worthwhile. S is very interested in modern technologies and often tests programming-related ideas while not working. This should give you a solid starting point in attempting to understand the issue, and it's rather simple. But before that, we need another character. The bosses. The bosses are the top dogs in the team. They are, of course, most interested in functionality and end result, and simply want everything to work and to grow. And this is where our issue begins. Say we have Project R. Project R is considered to be an extremely important project, essentially at the top of the to-do list. When it was originally started, it was assumed it would take around 2 to 3 months to fully create it. We are still not done after a year. Why is this? Well, B wants Project R to be pretty built out, with features that would seamlessly integrate into the next part of the process. There have been people, bosses included, who have said that we need to be a bit less ambitious and to launch Project R in an unfinished form, but B disagreed, and herein lies the issue. Should B disagree, what will you do? B is by far the most knowledgeable about the whole system, and should he leave, not only Project R will become slower, but about 50% of the company's daily issues will become significantly harder to solve because either me or S would have to step in to start figuring out what the rest of the systems even are. Of course, people have tried to disagree with B, but it is difficult to do so. Not only is B good at programming and most knowledgeable, his stubbornness makes it so that the more you push him away. And if you keep pushing him away, he will either listen to you less or he will leave, which nobody wants. And so you are now, in a sense, stuck. You cannot disagree with B because you cannot get on his bad side. Yet at the same time, as time passes, more of the time is bad. You try to see what R, Rockman Me, is doing and you get a complaint from B where he tells you to go through him and R to not talk to the bosses about what is going on. But then you do succeed at dodging B and now a system crashes. But then you try to circumvent B on minor issues, but when he learns about it you get another complaint, another implicit threat. But then you dodge him checking your solution and it becomes a bloated one. But then you try to ask him to fix what would take just 15 minutes and he says it's not on the priority list. But then you must go up to him and ask him to fix another failed message. B is the key. Bad is our time. S seems like a solution then. S does not complain that your issues are pointless. He fixes them, begrudgingly if he must. S listens to your opinion and will often try to make it work. S wants things to be simpler, to not be so expansive and confusing, while B will always try to build more and more features to make it all more seamless, more efficient, better. But S is done. S is tired. He has been working here for a long time and he needs to maintain the old systems. His work feels meaningless. He is barely working at 50% of his potential. And every time he interacts with B, he gets a lecture on how to not write code, how not to handle feature requests, how to send it all through him. It must all flow to B. Now it all flows to B. Now each week's meeting ends in an argument. Now each new project takes longer than the last. Now people avoid B. Now what? B will carve a path forward. But it will be his. It's hard to say whether it is good or bad, but it is. It will be. You cannot go on with B. You cannot be without him. S will make a prototype. A rewrite of potentially everything. And he will avoid B until there will be changes. Weekly Post 92, US taxes. You know, judging by how much I talk about the US as opposed to Lithuania, my home country, you might expect that I don't actually live in Lithuania. This isn't true, I do live in Lithuania, but the politics of the USA are simply so much more popular and approachable. Politics here, well, are significantly more serious, and therefore, even if there was as much to say, I just don't care nearly as much to sit through talks with candidates as opposed to commentary YouTubers voicing their opinion. But this is all just a preamble to the actual topic. See, at work I am the calculator guy, meaning that I handle how all of the tax country income tax calculators work. So if they work wrong, you tell me about it. Well, that would be the case for all 10 tax countries if it wasn't for the horror of the USA, whose calculator is about as complex as all of the rest combined. Your first question is, why would that be so? What makes the US special in comparison to Austria, Germany, United Kingdom, so on? Well, part of what makes it special is that we really care about the US, as that is where most of our clients come from, meaning we need to be especially accurate. However, what really separates the US are the states. You may think that state calculation is not all that hard, but oh boy, you would be wrong. Each state has its own logic. It has to, because they all have their own opinions on stuff. Some states are easier than others though, so let me give you a bit of a chart. Here we have two axes. Custom logic refers to how many exceptions a state needs, along with how complex those exceptions actually are. Most states follow a simple procedure of income minus standard deduction minus personal exemption, then use the tax method minus credit equals the tax. But some states have their own nonsense to deal with. District of Columbia is the only one, for example, that takes the amount of time worked into account. A few also use the national income tax in their tax calculations, and Maryland is just completely nonsensical with like 4 exceptions. Thankfully, my code can handle any of these exceptions, but you do need to find them. Data amount refers to how much data we need. For example, for Alaska, we actually cannot return anything, so we just say that the state has no return and that's it. That's all the data we need. The next level is percentage, where we need to tell what percent to tax any given taxable income with. Then there are intervals, where we specify the tax brackets that some states have. And finally, there are the dreaded tax tables, gigantic tables specifying the tax by the amount from to of your tax. Something like 0 to 102 USD, 100 to 204 USD, 2 to 306 USD, and so on, usually up to 100,000. But you might say, aren't these just simplified formulas so you don't make calculation mistakes? Well, the US tax system is broken. Well, not actually, but it is bad. That's partly due to it not taxing the rich properly, but for our case, it's broken because it is fucking unreadable. For some godforsaken reason, people built out these tax rules in no particularly good architecture while also telling each state to make its own rules. This is why there are many states whose tax instructions are over 100 pages long. Okay, this one isn't over 100, but there are some. This is just fucking stupid. Are you seriously expecting some random person who doesn't know much about taxes to sit through and read this? Of course not. That's not even the point. Here, look at this one. It's much shorter, but take a look at this ending. You know what this is? Do you know what this is? It's how you need to place all of your form documents. You may say that you don't need to send all of them, and yeah, true. Which ones do I send? This is why the US is in a unique position of likely having the largest tax preparation industry in the world. Companies which file taxes for you. That's right, the tax system is so complex that there are, at least according to this, around 53% of people using these companies, not only spending more just for these people, but also making themselves quite vulnerable to random people profiting off of complex systems. I can't outright claim that these companies are predatory and that the tax system is intentionally complex, but it does seem like a fitting answer for a country where healthcare is privatized primarily to create middlemen that can profit off of what should be a guarantee, who then go to lobby politicians to keep it that way. So coming back to my calculator, I could, of course, not use these tax tables. But guess what? Nobody here knows how all of the states actually work. Nobody knows exhaustively how any one state works. Therefore, if you ask, well, what is the formula though? They will say that you should just use the tax tables. Now, I fought this. I wasn't going down without a fight. I don't want to excessively complicate the system with these dumbass tables if I don't have to. But no matter what I said, the people actually calculating these taxes kept telling me to use the tables, even saying the US tax people use the tables. No, I swear to God, if you tell me that the people who made this dumbass system still sit there and try to find values in a table, I'm going to flip because the world is upside down and I need to get back to it. That would imply that there aren't any rules as to how these tax tables were even made, and somebody just wrote it down. Of course! Surely these tax tables were not just generated so that a layman can come in and see their number without having to do any progressive tax calculations. But even if they did use these tables for simplicity, they would be wrong. These tables usually give ranges of 50 to 100 USD, meaning that if you have 10,000 and 10,100 taxable income, you get taxed by the same by the table. But by formula, there's like a 5 USD difference. It's not that big of a deal, but let's be real here. Why use the imprecise system? You don't! They definitely don't. Anyway, I'm sure that that person just meant that tax tables are sometimes useful to even the IRS, which, yeah, probably, but it's not their main use case. Either way, I clearly couldn't get through to them, so I kept trying to avoid them. But then, when analyzing some state I can't remember, I found something horrifying. 4 tables. This meant that when calculating, I would need to analyze each table, which had several tens of rows, turn them into formulas, store them somewhere as they might change each tax year, and then apply them in code. Or just use the tax table. Unfortunately, you can't escape the tax tables, for the simple reason that you don't know what you are missing. Yes, sometimes when I get sent a tax table, it's just 4.4%, but other times it can include so much more data which you could make a mistake on. And no one knows how much data there actually is. Well, no one here, that is. So the simplest solution is really to just sit down and import these massive tables, because you can never be sure that you know what the tables represent. And we need to have accurate results, as this is how we decide whether we will work with any given client. And so, tables it is. With this, we can now make a working calculator. And yeah, it works. I have been sitting for quite a lot of hours, probably around 20 total, just importing the damn data. Why does it take so long? Well, because you need to account for every exception and code it in, as well as somehow take a PDF and put it into a database, for which I am thankful that AI exists, although it does make mistakes. What I think is perhaps one of the most tragic things about the US calculator is that it is, somewhat surprisingly perhaps, one of the easiest projects I've had here. Why? Because it's self-contained. See, usually any given project that I work on has to somehow relate to a lot of other moving parts. For example, a tool that can send emails to many people also needs to change those people's statuses and add notes or bookmarks, and we need to make sure that it integrates into the current system. Same even with new larger projects. They may be self-contained in their logic, but their input and output need to work with existing systems. And when you start working with existing systems, you need to work with other people who have their own opinions on how code should be written. Perhaps better opinions, but this does mean you have to write and rewrite and rewrite and retest and so on until somehow it is good enough. You may not see the end vision of any given product. You cannot work it out in your head to encompass it. But when you are alone, you can. With the US calculator, I first actually tried to make it entirely alone. It wasn't very accurate, but were I given time and a working calculator, which I didn't realize we had for a long time, I think I could have built it entirely myself. It's good I didn't, it would have taken much longer, but my point is that it is quite a lot easier to do things when you see the whole vision and just need to find a way to do it. This is why I started off with my own attempts, learned stuff like tax tables being inescapable, and then thought of a version that could support all the features I would need. And then you build it. Planning really is nice. But sadly, this is not how most systems tend to work, because they are ever expanding concepts with potential. You might have to later on account for this or that, such as the system needing to support more data or having a particular feature. Stuff like this is a nightmare for programmers, because we now need to guess at what in the goddamn will the future hold. You cannot guess, you can just do, but well, you often tend to have old systems where you can look and think, oh, what could have been. That's why I'm glad to have something like the US tax calculator. While those 70,000 pages of tax codes do end, disagreements between programmers never will. Weekly Post 93. Top Games of Top Guy. I somewhat recently wrote about the roguelites I like to play, and it ended up being a better post than I thought. Of course, as a beep, I am most familiar with roguelites, puzzle games, and platformers, and so I could cover the other two genres in depth as well, but, well, that doesn't sound that interesting or unique. Instead, I thought we could do a classic indie game YouTuber style video of suggesting games that I think you should play, or else I will insert into the sentence an insult, and it'll be bad news for you. So how do we structure this post then? Best to worst, categories, awards? Well, I think the best structure is simply following my Steam library in an alphabetical order. That way we will get a random assortment of good or bad games that I think are worth playing. With that out of the way, let's take a look at the games you gotta play to be just like me, which is obviously what everyone wants. Some games will have been covered in other posts, so treat this more as a complete list of short summaries. Ascent. Perhaps the most unique Rockman aspect of playing games is that of playing games regardless of their quality. Ascent is actually not a particularly interesting game, it's a pretty average Faudian game. This is, however, a game that is easily forgettable, and there is a unique strength to it. Should you play it, enjoy it, and then forget about it, you will remember it as the experience you had with it. A short and both frustrating and a somewhat relaxing little adventure. Baba Is You. When it comes to puzzle games, perhaps my favorite aspect of them is their creativity. There is, of course, a lot of potential joy in solving a great puzzle, but what sticks with me longer is the awe that a puzzle game can evoke. Baba Is You, as far as I am aware, is the best at this. with lockpick later on a close second. There are just so many creative uses of the rules mechanic, and when you get into the meta stuff, it goes to some incredibly crazy stuff. One of my most memorable puzzles ever is the flag level right before the true ending, which isn't all that complicated, but it is so, how do I say it, evoking of the reaction of, oh my god, that's actually correct? Seriously? It is a tough game, but well worth the struggle. Battle Right Royale. A very not Rockman game is a competitive game, because Rockman hates losing and is ambivalent towards winning. But that doesn't mean that battle royales, which allow you to play with friends as a team, are to be ignored, and the best one, in my eyes, is Battle Right Royale. This is simply because most battle royales focus on shooting as their style of combat, which works, but it is really simple. There is, of course, strategy to shooting, but such a focus on the idea of putting your mouse on the enemy's head becomes an over-reliance in a rather non-expandable mechanic. On the other hand, custom abilities lead to much more interesting and dynamic gameplay, and Battle Right Royale is a game that strikes a great balance between core character abilities, item usefulness, and environment, leading to a lot of unique interactions. It's quite a shame that this fell off this hard, making it effectively unplayable these days, but it was a damn good game where even though I was technically in the top 200, I would get destroyed by the top player. That damn Freya. Without even getting a single hit on her. Bean and Nothingness. While I generally prefer creative puzzle games, as mentioned before in Baba Is You, there is a sort of joy not just in puzzle creativity or elegance of solution, but also in the mere relief of completing any puzzle. Bean and Nothingness is a really difficult puzzle game, and that's mainly due to its clever puzzles. If you are in the right skill level, this game will feel like attempting to climb a mountain, where every puzzle is a seemingly immovable boulder. As you wander around different puzzles trying to find the ones you can do, it becomes this climb that culminates with you feeling accomplished to reach an ending, even if it's likely the easy one. Binding of Isaac. When it comes to making new content, nothing beats well-made handcrafted levels. But if you won't make them by hand, throwing a dizzying amount of variety is the next best thing, and Isaac is unmatched in that in the roguelite genre. Of course, Binding of Isaac has its issues, and it does often feel like a sloppy game with you just going through the motions of the less interesting characters, but there are very few games with this amount of replayability. Celeste. If I had to pick one platformer left to exist, it would have to be Celeste. There isn't anything super interesting about it, nor do I really care for the story, but the well-designed mechanics and levels create the best precision platformer. Dustforce fans, I'm sorry, and since I don't consider non-precision platformers all that interesting, it's the best platformer. Cinco Paus. Oh boy, now this is a deep game. Cinco Paus is probably the most difficult but still good game on this list, and it is also the most well designed. As is usual with Cinco, describing why it is good is hard, but essentially it is a puzzle roguelike, where you are given a random amount of tools to solve puzzles, and you need to find out what each tool is every time. These tools synergize with each other in an incredibly vast amount of ways, leading to a game with an absurd amount of depth, much more than any other turn-based game I know. It's an often oppressive game, but it is a very interesting and thought-provoking experience. Crypt of the Necrodancer. Most roguelites really aren't all that interesting. It's usually just you going through rooms, killing some enemies with your swords or guns and going to the next room. Necrodancer is very unique in that regard, and man does it lean on its uniqueness well. Rhythmic style gameplay is rare in general outside of just rhythm games, but with the goated music, it makes for a surprisingly tricky and rewarding to learn game. But what I think Necrodancer does even better is how it iterates on its core mechanics with the characters, and pushes the game much further than where other self-proclaimed hard games end. Completing every character in this game is a really damn tough achievement, but due to how the game works, one that feels actually fun to do. Not that I've done it, lol. Elden Ring. Souls-like games in general are not all that interesting to me, but Elden Ring certainly was. Besides the solid gameplay for the majority of it, it is an absolute achievement on game design when it comes to exploration. It's not super good or anything, but for an open world game, it is very impressive, making it worthwhile to play just as an exploration game. I can't say all that much else because that spoils the magic of it. DCSS. Well, if Rockman likes his damn roguelites so much, why doesn't he play actual traditional roguelikes? DCSS was essentially me saying, I'm a big boy, I can play these games. But it became a surprisingly fun experience. DCSS is tough, much tougher than any roguelite I know, but it is a very deep and interesting game. Sure, the early game is really boring, and that does make deaths later just crushing, but the further you go, the more interesting each encounter becomes. While hard to get into, it's well worth learning if you want to say you know what traditional roguelikes are, because modern roguelites are very different. Devil Daggers. While this is not a game I particularly like playing, the concept is amazing. You go into an arena and try to survive as long as possible. You can survive for as long as you can, and that's pretty much the entire game. You dodge, collect, and try to live. There is only one achievement, which is to survive 500 seconds, and less than 1% of players have it. Of course, the game is good on its own, but it is more Rockman in concept rather than design. Fractal Block World. Fractal Block World already has its own solid post, 64, but to summarize, I think it is the ultimate exploration game. There is simply so damn much to find in this game, and while the gameplay isn't all that interesting, you can't stop thinking about what is out there. If you are the type of person to wonder at what is hidden beyond your sight, then this is the game for you. Hook only. The joy of playing well-made games is obvious in comparison to playing not so well-made games. But you can't always just play really interesting experiences that were carefully and cleverly designed. Sometimes you need to go out there and explore what lies beyond the walls of good game design. Hook Only is not a good game, but it has a really well-made core mechanic, which makes it interesting to traverse often poorly made levels. It's a game in that it has gameplay, but there is a game here of finding what it is that went wrong here, what could have been, and what have you not seen yet. Infernum. While I am not a fan of horror games, I must admit that the tense atmosphere they create is interesting. While Infernum is not a horror game, it is a game that contains one of the most terrifying concepts I've seen. If you die too many times, you will lose everything. This isn't exactly anything new, but Infernum doesn't play like a game intended for replayability. It's a puzzle exploration game, meaning that a full reset will destroy a lot of progress. And to gain back lives, you need to go out of your way to collect risky things and perhaps lose more lives. Most games treat any playthrough to either have consistent permanent progress or to be ordinarily disposable, but Infernum, by default, taps into the nature of hardcore games with permanent and meaningful progression loss. This adds an underlying sense of stress that makes everything matter more, making this a mysterious and terrifying crawl through a wondrous world. I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3. Camellia is what happens when you make a stupid game matter. I already talked a lot about this game in post 41, but essentially I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3 is a really difficult game. Like obscenely difficult, incomparable to anything else on this list or really anything else I've completed. As such, it shouldn't really be treated like a video game. It is more akin to a concept or a mix of several. The concept of unending difficulty and a journey entirely defined by its destination, or lack thereof. It is a game that makes you view games differently, but it is a game that is not going to be completed by most people, simply because few would actually care so much. It is a mythological game, a game more about what it means than how it plays, which is why I recommend playing it or at least watching it. That way, you might be able to grasp the rather unique concept of games of such high difficulty that their difficulty is seen as something different than just something to be beaten. It's seen as meaning itself. I Want a Lockpick. Again, this is a game I talked about a lot, and I have a rather in-depth review, you could say, all in post 59, but it is essentially a puzzle game which I regard as very similar to Baba Is You in its architecture. However, perhaps due to it being more niche or due to some of the later puzzles not really fitting in as much, I find this to be a more, let's say, lovable game. Baba Is You has an endgame that I'd say is more creative and involved, but Lockpick is more personal and more memorable. Both are fantastic games, play both. Not another Magic Tower game. One fascination that any beep with Rockman taste should have is that of unfair games. We generally like to think that games should be designed as fair systems, ones that reward a level of high play and ones where mastery means effectively never making mistakes. Games where everything is reasonable to expect of the player to understand. Namtg, not another Magic Tower game, is not exactly one of these games because it is, ultimately, a Magic Tower game, meaning you can get stuck if you didn't play properly. This means that if you don't actually know the secret passages, which is a reasonable task of the player, you might actually not be able to win. Namtg therefore becomes a game that expects you to restart, and to restart the entire game from scratch, even if some puzzles are really obscure. That experience of attempting to figure out the game and find the path through the madness is a very memorable experience for me, that is aided by a very, for lack of a better word, soulful visuals and sound design. There is a very unique feel, a rare experience in this game that I haven't seen anywhere else, and while it is a damn tough game, I hold it dear in my heart. Jump King. Look, you don't need me to tell you what Jump King is all about, we have How to Never Fail Again for that. It's a great game in how it manages to describe the very concept of failure. It's frustrating, often tedious, and even miserable at times, but it all works towards such a well-made experience of overcoming something, and that process being meaningful. Most other Faudian games tend to focus on absurdism as their theming, or are just about climbing some mountain, but Jump King is more, and it takes itself more seriously, and man am I glad it does. Jiggly Zone. Games don't have to be unique to be good. I know, crazy statement from Rockman, but I wanted to point out how if you want to be on this list, you can just be a nice simple game sometimes, and Jiggly Zone is that. Put bluntly, it's a short game about exploring the world with a fun movement system. There is a classic sense of discovering something new, but it is coded in such a casual, fun, and relaxing way. Whereas most Metroidvanias like to involve stories or moody atmospheres, Jiggly Zone is just a zone of jigglies. Walk around, have some fun, maybe speedrun it if you're one of the 3 people that do that here, and leave with a smile on your face. Manifold Garden. I typically don't care all that much about visuals. I mean, yeah, obviously they add to the game, but I find visuals to be serviceable. Of course, visuals play a big role in setting the atmosphere or evoking emotion, but they tend to acknowledge that and move on. Manifold Garden is the only game that truly catches my attention with its visuals, which I find to be the best I have ever seen in a game. Perhaps it is my obsession with scale that lifts them up so high in my head, but that sense of endlessness is truly wondrous. But were that it, I wouldn't be talking about this game. The music, the strange lore, and the exploration of this weird world makes the experience truly otherworldly. A Monster's Expedition. Most puzzle games I can think of tend to blend the mysterious and the relaxing, which makes a lot of sense. You want the world the puzzles are set in to make some sense, but not all, to build more on that curiosity and wonder. However, you also want the world itself to not be too intense, as you try to put the player into a calm and collected mindset, primed for thinking. I think that in that regard, A Monster's Expedition actually steps so far into the relaxing category that it becomes different to most other puzzle games. The gameplay is so relaxed that it converges into an almost ritualistic behavior. Unlike games where your brain goes up and down with confusion and relief, A Monster's Expedition taps into a primal sense of serenity, where you do still sometimes feel confused, but a soft melody always brings emotions down. It's the only puzzle game I played for around 8 hours in a single day, and I managed to survive that because of how relaxed the entire experience is. It's rather ironic that doing 100% in this game is one of the hardest puzzle achievements I know. Noita. As I mentioned, fairness is an interesting concept in games, and while it does appear in Namtega to an extent, it is much more visible in games such as Noita. For most, Noite is a game about building wands and manipulating the world. That's a perfectly fine answer, but what intrigues me more is the fairness of the world and just how unfair it is. You go in and die from an off-screen bomb, get killed by enemies that one-shot you, step into a few pixels of liquid and get turned into a sheep. But then you realize just how powerful you truly are, and how to work with the magic of this world, and that's when you see just how unfair the game is for the enemies. When everyone behaves by the same rules, you see how little of a chance anyone stands in your way, but only when you take the right precautions. Noita is a game about mastery and overcoming unfairness to turn the tables back onto the enemies. There's a lot to learn and a lot to find in this rather unique and deep game. Minecraft. I mean, what is there to say about Minecraft? I'd actually say that it would be harder to describe why you should play it because, well, where do I start? Perhaps one way to look at it would simply be in understanding the all-time classic of Zoomers like me. Open a world and simply go do something. Minecraft is amazing for its endlessness and creativity, and it's a game you can always find something to do something in. Naturally, that would be difficult to suggest for someone new, but I think that even the base game, perhaps the old vanilla of beta 1.73, has a charm to it that few games do. Rabbi. You may find it odd that there are so few of the classic 2D Metroidvanias on this list, as this is perhaps the closest game to it. The reason is simple. I've always found Metroidvanias that are such for the sake of simply being such to be good but nothing special. Even Hollow Knight, a really good game, is actually a very simple game at its core. There is a lot to like about the platforming and combat, but besides its story and grandiosity, there aren't many particularly things interesting about it. Rabbi is different in both bad and good ways, with the bad being the, let's say, theming of the game. But the good far outweighs it in my eyes. There is an absurd amount of secrets in this game combined with a lot of content to push you. This leads to this interesting and diverse world which can be traversed with or without the Metroidvania abilities, which is filled with some of the most fun bosses I've seen in all of gaming. It's certainly my favorite Metroidvania and it's hard to complete because of just how absurdly many achievements there are. Rainworld. Phew. This is, of course, one of my two favorite games, and I talked at nauseating length about it in post 83. To summarize, it's got everything. A good base of visuals, music, performance, and movement, a pretty unique core gameplay loop, an extensive movement system, an unfair world you must master to become unfair to the world, and an endless sense of discovery. There really is nothing like Rainworld, and should there only be one game you play from this list, it better be Rainworld. Star of Providence. One interesting shortfall of roguelites is their moment-to-moment gameplay, which is exceedingly unstable and variant, likely one of the most in all of video game genres. The cause is easy to see, it's the randomness, but the solution is difficult. After all, making something like this keep you engaged for multiple runs in a row is something that gambling machine designers are much better at than roguelite designers. There is a clear path to go though. Speed. Make the game faster and suddenly you are always doing something. Nuclear Throne is the best at this, but in my eyes it goes too far, sacrificing the agency you have in between combat encounters. But Star of Providence strikes a really nice balance by making rooms fast, small, and handcrafted, leading to a lot of consistently interesting encounters, while still allowing for many modifications and weapons. It's a very consistent and skill-based roguelite, with it pushing what it should do to the limits and not going too far. Stefan's Sausage Roll. Puzzle games are, of course, important to the Rockman taste, and though we have already covered some amazing puzzle games, their joy is heavily set around their awesomeness. Stefan's sausage roll is all about really solid and good puzzle design. It's not an easy game, but there are so many nice and creative uses of such a similar mechanic all put together into a nice little adventure. There's nowhere near as much spectacle, but it is also memorable. Tactical Nexus. I mean, what can I even say here about Tactical Nexus? I've already spent around 5 posts talking about it, 4 just to introduce you to it. I'd describe Tactical Nexus as a game of a truly monumental climb into the unknown. You know, Fodian games such as Jump King always keep you guessing as to what is out there, what areas are above. This game is the same, but stretched over hundreds of areas and hundreds, if not thousands, of hours. The premise may be simple, but the amount of content and mystery is unbelievable. It is a truly mind boggling commitment to play this game, which is why I wouldn't really recommend it. Unlike every other game on this list, except maybe Camellia 3, this game needs to consume your life for you to play it. Go ahead and try it, see how you like the free demo, but if you're not curious what's next, there's no reason to dive into this deep, deep rabbit hole. Terraria. For lack of a better introductory statement, Terraria is like Minecraft. They don't play the same, but they represent similar perception to their gameplay. A game where after completing its content, you seek out mods to go somewhere further. I've played Terraria a lot, like a lot, over 1,000 hours, and the best way to describe the experience is that it is an adventure each time. In a sense, I play Terraria like I play Rain World challenges. I discover many great challenges and make this world my own, turn it into a memorable story that happened long ago, like the time I crafted Soul of Eternity. It's also a great game to play with friends. Void Stranger. And finally, we come to Void Stranger, which is arguably the only game on this list I have not beaten. By beaten, I mean that I satisfyingly reached a conclusion of the game. See, I may not have gotten the achievement of Devil Daggers, but I feel satisfied in what I did accomplish. On the other hand, though I have played Void Stranger a lot and reached several endings, I still don't feel satisfied. Yet I also dread coming back to it. Why? Because this game demands a lot from you, more than I am willing to give. Yet at the same time, this game is by far the best representation of the endless abyss, the concept of a never-ending game. The very point of the game is going deeper and deeper into a mysterious place and learning about just how much there is to it. There's so much to find, so many mysteries to uncover, and it expects you to figure it out all by yourself, and I couldn't do it. However, while I was there, that dark world was the most unique world I had ever seen. There is a concept to this game that is extremely unique in games, and that concept will thematically end this post. What games will I like in the future? Weekly Post 94. Journey to the End of the World. Note: even if you don't read this post, I still recommend going to the end of it. Recently, while thinking about what to write about, I've been looking more for something emotional, yet still cohesive, and the best pick for that would be something I wrote quite a long time ago. A Journey to the End of the World, which I will call End in this post. End was originally written with an admittedly well-meaning idea, that of remembering the past. See, it was written around 2023 August, which was back when my life was slowly improving in terms of self-hatred. Nowhere near as much as it did next year, as I was still suicidal and all that. However, I could tell that in the future, my self-hatred would lessen, and that meant that I would lose it. I'd assume that most people would look at something like that as positive, but you have to think about it differently. Losing such a key part of yourself, regardless of how bad it is less like removing chains, but more like stopping smoking. Stopping smoking not only makes you feel worse, it can also make you less social if you smoked for social reasons. And it's sort of similar here. Self-hatred not only helped me feel better, it also gave an answer to everything. It was me. And I didn't want to lose myself, as who would I be then? Since it was inevitable, the only thing I could think of to at least preserve the memory, to respect who I was to write poems that would describe my opinions back then. I wanted to write much more, but, well, it's hard to be fueled by self hatred, so I think I did a solid job. As such, this post is then a review and analysis of what I have lost, trying to remember the meaning these poems attempted to preserve. The end is structured into several parts, and we will start with part 1. This is before the catastrophe, and speaking of which, I don't actually believe I ever explained it. Alright, let's do a quick recap then. Back when I was 10 or so, I had severe social anxiety. An example I use this is that at school, a teacher once asked me a question during class, to which I responded by putting my head down and not saying anything. It was this bad. Things very slowly got a little better, with me answering questions and just always being anxious, which allowed me to progress. However, when I was 16, something really bad happened. At the end of 10th grade, we were supposed to do a 5-minute memorized talk in front of the class. It was mandatory at national level. There had been presentations before, which were terrifying, but this was next level. In fact, it was so incomprehensible to me that I just ignored it for most of the year. Students would do this talk throughout the year and I kept pushing it away to do it later. So when other students did it, I just thought that I don't need to worry now, that's for the future. And so I kept delaying it. But eventually I couldn't delay it any longer and I had to start facing it. And this is where something very unique happened. For every social anxiety problem before, I would be terrified, but I would do it. This I would not do. As in, I saw it as literally impossible. It wasn't going to be hard or terrifying, it was just not going to happen. I could never do it. This meant I needed to figure something else out, and, well, you know what it is, don't you? Suicide was the only answer for me. I could run away, but where? How? I was just going to die and that's it. I proceeded to theorize how to do it exactly, literally using what I learned in physics to calculate if my dog's rope would be able to support the force applied by my falling neck. I would tell friends that I found a way to dodge it, but when asked what, I would say that they would have to wait and see. I would cry myself to sleep in fear of death, but still ready to do it. But I never got the courage. It was so difficult to throw everything away that I froze up, and so I still walked in and did that talk, getting the second lowest grade in the class. The summer after was fine, but when I returned to school, things were different, and that's where my diary started. I was so much more apathetic, so done with everything, and eventually that became the self-hatred I had. I still hear my mom talk sometimes how that teacher was amazing. She got you to learn this important thing, and yeah, that's true, she did. But her strictness made her so daunting in my head that when it came to the toughest task, she nearly killed me. I cannot blame her, she did nothing wrong, but I do not want to see her. Regardless, to return, part 1 is before or during the catastrophe. Let's start with the intro. I have left the unfinished lines marked by pound or pound slash, which mean their rhyme could be changed. 1-1 intro. Below the stars and moons, and all their given boons, above the lands and seas, and all their seeming ease, among the people and the arts, with all their meaningful parts, between the hells and heavens, as all that fades now lessens. And here, where the sun sparkles, I lie and think, and lie in words. I bring out dreams without their colors. Unknown to me, unknown in chords, I lie again, the one that suffers. Intro is about the nature of the world, about how everything should be good and calming and alright, yet when it comes to I lie. I say that things are bad, when in reality everything would be okay. I make my view of the world grey, and finally I lie that I am truly suffering, that I am the one that is miserable. From the perspective of I am not truly suffering. I am just pretending to be so because I cannot deal with something so simple as a talk. As you can see, I'll be using first person to describe this, but do know I do not hold these beliefs today. Let's move on to where everything begins. 1-2. Catastrophe. Here in this world I walk as well. I look around to see what's doing well. They may not cry, but they can feel what's lost in words and what is real. I climb and crawl, tumble and brawl. It's not as if I can be one to triumph over all. And yet I stop as I am blocked by something tall. I cannot move, I cannot run. I am surrounded by a wall. Impassable, impenetrable, immovable, immeasurable, an object so overwhelming it crushes hope, imposing, immense, and is unfazed by anything within or even beyond imagination, impossible. But it's not over yet. The challenge is met. Yet then this threat collapses and crushes my soul and body and mind in ways I never thought could be achieved. Experiencing pain and anguish, misery when languished, I lose the hope to overcome it. To climb above and try or break or flee, I cannot think to do what one may need, may see, and I am pushed by the enclosing wall as stars fall and water turns into a sickening slime. The moons crumble and lands decay, the people wither and hells rise while heavens grey. In everything and nothing, as all is swirling in a vortex, my mind collapses and I find a path, an answer to drown and escape this forever changed landscape. And so I lower my head to forever avoid what is ahead. I begin to lose my breath, yet I choke and I am forced to look up again. Where the trees had stood now there is a sickening mud. I cannot take it, I cannot fight. I try to run and drown in fright, but nothing's changed and I pull back again. What sucks me down below is strong, inviting, truthful, and yet I cannot help be swayed by things that gave me life as well. The heart inside my mind still beats, still tries to rise above these seas, and so I slash my eyes enraged and dig this lie out of my head. I'll never need my hope if that means suffering forever. But still the vortex sways and the choking remains. I grit my teeth and wail who's left, whose power I must kill. And as I look above the wall, a burning sun is there. Its shining rays begin to whisper it's okay, and it will pass, and it will all get better. But my eyes bleed, so ears must too. Head colored red, exhausted, nearly dead. I cannot tell what's left around me or what was said. I know one thing, I know just one remaining path. What's down below will save me from the impending wrath. I lower my body again, forgetting all I knew, know now, and will have known, accepting all I'll miss now and haven't missed, denying all the hope and love of mankind. There, deep below the surface, where light fades and grounds remain, the void and the abyss feed pain, and deeper yet, where darkness reigns, the maw opens, the world ends. But I do not descend that low. I don't know why. I thought I'd done what was required, no? I sacrificed what made me dream, what gave me color, what made me man. Yet I'm not there. I still remain within this hell. And then I feel my heart. I cannot see its shape within my eyes. I cannot hear its beating in my ears. I cannot feel its rhythm in my muscles. And yet it hurts. It hurts so much. More than the pain of drowning, crying, and screaming. And it alone begins to rise. I blindly swing and scrape my chest. I try to tear apart my faded breast. I scream and shout louder and louder because my heart is impenetrable, impervious, impossible. And as I'm lifted out of the vortex, my voice breaks down as well. I dig and claw, but it's too late. It's hopeless to return. I failed. I couldn't do it. I killed my body, but my heart survived. And now I lie and weep as I must face this peak. Yet just as fast, the wall comes in and leaves, with little harm done to my life, it seems. But as I look towards the lands around me now, they're gone. This one is significantly darker and it describes my catastrophe fairly well. At the start, I'm doing fairly well. I can see things are off, that they are pretending to be alright, but regardless, I continue to fight. I am not succeeding completely, but that's alright. But then comes the wall, that talk. The rhyming falls apart, and it is as if the wall begins to force its own words into the poem. It's so daunting that there is no hope of rhyming, no hope of cohesion and sanity. The wall is simply that terrifying. Yet still, I collect my breath and bring the rhyme back and try to reason with it. But it is hopeless. The terror of the wall overwhelms me. It becomes not just an obstacle, but it forces onto me the path of death. It forces me to kill myself. That thought destroys this world in my head. Everything I thought was nice begins to collapse and be destroyed, as I am now left not in a nice world, but a hell I must escape from. When I find the answer of suicide, the analogy for it is that of going down, going deep into the world, where only darkness remains, where the world eventually ends. I try to dig down, but the fear of death terrifies me. I am simply too afraid. I keep trying over and over again, but it's no use. I can see the answer is suicide, but I can also see how life could be okay, how it can all work out. To go deeper, I need to sacrifice something. I need to lose my hope. That's why I slash my eyes, which could see a way out. Now there is no future left to be seen. I become hopeless. Yet it is still not enough. I still cannot go down. So I ask again what I must lose in order to gain the courage of killing myself. Then comes the harsh sun analogy, where the harsh sun is the positivity of life. Life itself being something good is represented as the harsh truth I want to avoid. So when hearing that it will be okay, I tear my ears off as well to lose my love for this world, my ability to hear anything positive. Now I am left in a terrible state of mind, one which can finally descend down. In this process, I begin to accept my impending death, and that is how it should be, how it's fine to forget and miss out on everything. Finally, I reach the void and the abyss, which I believe both meant something unique, but for now we can assume that this is the place of death, the land of the hopeless and the dead. The maw is death itself, ready to destroy you entirely. This is where the world ends. But then I am stopped by the final force I have never been able to overcome: life's purpose to survive. You may lose hope, love, and all reason to live, but ultimately, life exists to survive, and so if you are alive, you are created to fight on for your own survival no matter what. It takes something truly meaningful and extraordinary to overcome this most natural rule, and suicide is not that. My heart, the embodiment of my life force, refuses, and this rule is just as powerful as how I viewed the wall. When I return from the suicidal episode, I have destroyed myself, and now my voice breaks down as well. I become apathetic and I isolate myself from everyone else. I speak of this event to no one. Only my life is left, and as I turn to face the inevitable, it quickly goes away. What I thought would destroy me quickly passed as yet another temporary obstacle. Yet now I have lost everything. There's nothing left in this world for me. To one depths, an empty, miserable land, where hope was crushed and love was lost. I cannot bear to look around, as all I see is death, decay, despair. The wall has fell, but it'll come again, and now that there is nothing left, then what? I'll cry when pushed and cry when not. Whatever reason would I have to see what this decay has brought? It's all below, all hidden, beneath the mud, the sea, where edges dither. But no, a distant voice cries out. That's not where hopes and dreams are found. I turn to see the shape, yet my eyes flayed, I cannot make it out. It doesn't matter either way. It's not like they can understand. I know that more will come. The pain won't simply fade as a mistake. It's now my mind, because the one before is lost, hidden deep within my head, where childhood memories turn dead. And yet that shape still sings its hopeful tunes. It all gets better, and that time's the healer. Perhaps it's so, but should that matter? Eventually I'll die regardless of my choice, and whether suffering or joy is in between, I will not care. Whether I cry or dance, or lie or prance, the walls will strike me down again. I may not weep, but I will break. I may as well discard my fate. But no, the voice now screaming, the love of those nearby. They do not matter. They cannot matter. And they will suffer. They shouldn't suffer. Yet such is death. And then the shape grabs on and holds, as if someone is lost. Let go, I say. Let go and let me live. The voice now locked by fear, its arms trembling in sheer terror. And yet I don't know who that is. Not that it matter with these grey, featureless things. So I rip its arms off, and a body falls limpless. Pain strikes my heart. I look shook, and that shape behind. Please, is all I hear. I turn around and begin a new year. Depths continues from catastrophe to show the aftermath. The world was destroyed and now it is hopeless. It doesn't matter anymore if the wall passed because everything has changed. Now what I truly care about is what is deep below, the abyss, where edges dither of this world and non-existence fade away. But there is someone trying to help, trying to reignite the hope. Of course, in this state, I don't really see much hope in anything, and so the voice is meaningless. The voice can keep saying that over time it will get better, but that is not now. It is not something I can trust. In its desperation to help me, the other person grabs on and tries to stop me. Ironically, I tell them to let me go and let me live, by which I mean to let me truly live, to let me be who I want to be. And while they may want to help me, they are still afraid of me, a person who has forsaken themselves, because they are unbound by moral limits. And this unlimited agency leads me to ripping the person away, hurting them. They beg me still, and I feel guilty. But this is who I am now. In reality, there was never such a person in real life. This person is more akin to an imaginary one, someone who could have existed and failed to help me. Someone who would have known back then and tried to help. In that sense, I'm glad no one knew. 2-2, Shadow. With days now counting in 2 digits, this life I've started has begun to show its limits. The newfound fear would kill new joys, and the depression wouldn't leave much room for choice. Amidst this grayed out world, I couldn't stand and bear the walls. I'd crumble sooner than I hoped. I'd have to run before, is what I thought. As from the depths of my despair climbed out a voice that knew its place and picked the perfect words. So here you are, wallowing in this pit of despair. You want to change, right? You want to move and work. I'll give you power you desire and you will realize what you aspire. If only and only you listen to my truthful words. The deal seemed shady, but in such a grey world, the shadow seemed like me. I couldn't just ignore him as he'd come again, and so I dropped my head and bowed, until I touched the ground where my shadow smiled. Well done, my friend, well done. I truly hope my words will bring you joy, as now you must sit down and work anew. Of course I didn't want to. I'd hate the task in every second. The shadow smiled again. He knew that this would happen. You want your feeble goals met, your suffering to end. You want the world to saturate and misery to evaporate. You know you have to work, and that is what you'll have to do. I'm simply here to tell you you're pathetic, as I've no doubt this view is true. It hurt to hear these words, to see the dark and realize it as truth. But then again, how lucky was I? I had a friend, a guiding voice. He understood me better than the ones nearby. And so I said, all right, and stood anew, as there was still so much to do. A few weeks later, and I was struggling again. The issues simply kept coming, and as usual, it all felt meaningless to overcome them. But then Dan arrived. Dan was different from everyone else because he understood my situation better than anyone. People around me wanted me to live better, to feel better. But I didn't need that. I needed to do better. I needed to achieve more. Not because I deserve it, but because that's what everyone wants. And what everyone wants will then become what I want. So I must work. But of course, the fear and depression limit that. Dan knew that you can overcome that through self-hatred, where fear must be overcome and depression burnt away. This is why he offered me this power. I hesitated, but not because it wasn't true. I hesitated because I hadn't yet realized it was true. And once I accepted it, I went back to work. I was able to move again. 2-3. Not good enough. Today I did it. I finally achieved it. A goal I set so long ago was met, and after days and weeks of suffering, I knew deep down that it was awful, that it was terrible. It didn't matter what they said, that I'd done well or that I'd won, because that meant there was some good, all ruined by what couldn't be. I'd try and practice day after day. I'd toil and learn, and all for what? So that I'd come next day and win, and then be praised for this unfortunate whim. I hate it oh so much. I hate it more than death itself. That notion that my life could matter, change, improve the world. My worthless body couldn't bear such an accord. And even if they truly thought their wretched thoughts, I knew they're wrong. I knew I'd bring myself to justice. Again, you seem to see the ghastly light. I'm glad you do. You know that I can give you might. To crush and tear yourself apart and bring out your heart. I'll strangle it to work and we'll find the missing part. I'm glad as well. I'm glad to see you here. So let's begin again. Let's stoke my fear. After adopting Dan, I would work and work to actually do something and finish it. But I hated it, and of course I would. I devalued myself so much that I devalued what I created too. I finished this thing, but it simply was not good enough. Even if people loved it, it wasn't good enough, because it could have been better. What matters is that people like it, and since I don't matter, that means I should spend all of my possible free time working on it. And I didn't. So it could have been better. In the end, it was simply a glimpse of something better. But we have Dan now. We know all this. All we need to do is get up and do it again. But now we need to hate ourselves more. We need to dread and fear the next imperfection even more. Only then we can be enough. This thing might have been how to never fail again. 2-4. Freedom. I thought again about the state I'm in. How this once... Wait, what was it then? The world I loved before. The things that brought me zen. It's been so long, my eyes can't see the same. I cannot hear that chanting of my name. And yet, I feel so free. That fake and horrid world, with lies as its foundation and hell as the location. It's gone. I'm left with nothing but despair, and yet I cannot help but feel aware of all that this world hates. And as I cry, I fall as I feel more and more in tune with those that break and walk, eyes glued towards the moon. They call us mad, as if we're meant to rot within this dune and then believe their worlds that tell of something changing soon. We're sick of it. We know ourselves. We know the answer still remains within the depths. And yet we cannot claw our way below. Many have failed, some now and others long ago. But we don't need to tear ourselves apart, as we can rise and let that be the start. If hope and love are our chains, then happiness is choice, quite pleasurable, sure, but a hindrance much more. So do not search for it. Say with your voice that life-defying sadness is what I truly need. And suffer like you did before. Allow your shadow to design a reason for war. All to believe with your most inner core that you can always whimper and therefore rise some more. And when you reach the moon, shout out to us below what you have seen, what you have found, how one had managed to embrace such pain that they've become the god of our domain. Then fall and crash to reach the maw. I'll watch and cry with tears of joy in awe. With the previous world now lost and forgotten, this grey one, for as miserable as it is, feels far more truthful. And this perspective is shared by other suicidal people, those that have also found themselves grey. We all know this won't just change, we discard that notion and search for death. But we cannot build the willpower to actually kill ourselves, and we need to do something else. We need another wall. But we cannot do that either, as we cannot have the world pull us down. So we look towards the moon, the ultimate sadness. If you could somehow design your life such that everything led to death, then in the end, you would reach the moon. You'd have to not only forsake everything, but also believe there was nothing to forsake. You'd have to value your life so little that it didn't matter when you tried to die. Such a state is an almost godlike state to us looking up at the moon, and it seems unreachable. But if you can reach it, then all you would need to die is the most trivial action of falling. There would be no need for the world to cause you stress, you'd happily die on your own terms. Such a feat is not just beautiful, it is our meaning of life. 2-5. Forget. Another wall ahead again. So I return to write my cries as well as I can, and yet I cannot help to think about the doom ahead again. I get up to forget. I look around for what I can consume, what won't disdain the mind and pain the heart. I feel the fullness for but a moment, and after that, regret. I lie down to forget. I unsheathe a sword that's battered and bruised, and turn on sounds of those in joy. I feel the pleasure for a fleeting moment, and after that, regret. I sit down to forget. I find a tool to make light swirl, in shapes that never matter. I feel the nothingness for a while, and after that, regret. I look down to forget. I write in tunes and tones my thoughts, if only to believe in what exists inside these words. I feel the release while I try, and after that, regret. And so repeat these things until I hate myself again. But then I focus to forget. I force my mind to try and work towards its goal, to finally defeat what has caused it to lose control. I feel misery, and after that, I forget. On yet another day before a challenge, I cannot do anything but think about that wall. So I try to distract myself. I eat, but then I regret it. I masturbate, but then I regret it. I look at my phone, but then I regret it. Finally, I write just to distract myself, but when I cannot distract myself with my own thoughts, I once again regret it. I do all of this just to procrastinate, and when I finally cannot handle my own self-disappointment, I go and tackle the issue. But it feels miserable to do anything. At least after that, I forget that I did anything at all that day. 2-6. Voice. Another day had struck. Another nap, another lap, all leading to a moment, fractured but still whole. I'll cry that day. I'll push myself to find a way down deep below where I will one day go. But I cannot yet do so, as such I'll remain here, in misery, depression. You understand, right? No? I'm wrong? A foolish song? Well, isn't that a nice joke? To think that you can change, can fix and break. You think you're right, you understand my sight. I'll tell you this, my warrior. I see your life as I'm your wall. You'll first begin to crawl, and yet you won't realize anything at all. Bridge patterns and shapes, die to a meter fall. But then you'll think, observe, aspire, link. You'll see there's you and I. You'll cry. And once you've lived enough, you'll change into a man, where you will finally find fear in hell and hope in heaven. You'll be pulled along by the whims of those above, and suffer in trying to achieve their love. But should you make it past, you'll see me in the sky. You'll see the rules that built my path so high. But you can't climb, and I'm too far, so you will try to bring me down to where you are. Yet if you could come up and see these sights, you'd know that you could never live within these heights. None, some, done, done. The ones below all think they've won. It's here that you can peek behind the lies of those in charge. You'll wonder then, why do we try? But why I'd bother telling is a better goodbye. Dance your silly dances, shout your cries. You'll never know until you're here, and you will never climb to see my fear. Lost for words? Don't be. To change a man is to break a dam. The torrent will hurt. That's who I am. Here I am once again lamenting my situation, but this time someone objects again. But now I don't see them as a threat to my dream, because I know my dream is far away. It's difficult to reach the moon after all. Instead, I see them as blind to the reality, incapable of understanding me. And so I list them Keegan's 5 orders of consciousness. You start as a baby, capable of very little. Then you grow to a child and you begin to see there's you and I, and start to worry about more difficult to deal with issues. Then you grow into an adult who defines themselves as connections to others, so you keep seeking to find meaning in community and are controlled by those that manipulate that seeking. But when you reach stage 4 and become capable of living in this world, you'll see me above, still trying to reach higher. Here, in this fake stage 5, I'm able to see the meaninglessness of this world. I'm able to see how everyone below deals with their issues. And until you can reach me, you cannot understand me. And if you think you can change that, then you'll be hurt just like everyone else who has tried. 2.8 Song. When I fall down and writhe unknown, unbound by all I feel, I seek, I own, my mind unveils afloat, it revels in this art, and sings with all of my remaining heart. Oh, the glorious song of dreams of those who long, who sing and dance in tune of all that bends within thine heads, the song that brings the fear of death, the love of missing strength, the joy of manifested breath, the melody that falls and the rhythm that winters. It covers all that truly matters. Oh, how prophetic can one be, to see so far into the past of but a bee, built by cogs from malice of my own thoughts. It knows of shadows hidden clofts, of fallen suns and heights of moons. It shows the path that ends and ends. And yet the lit still see it horrid sound, as dissonant and not at all profound. They shackle and deny our truth, deny the song and the crescendo of my youth. And yet I live between these states of wasted lands and pearly gates. I sing to thee, O song, how can I find where I belong? In the search of meaning to the suicidal madness, I find myself seeking a way to express myself, and I do so via a song. A song that glorifies my existence, adores death, praises weakness, and joys in its own creation. This song is truly all the encompassing meaning of death, and that is the only thing that matters. It can describe everything, from why so many people try to why so many people don't. Of course, those happy with life find it a terrible thing, but I discard their opinion. If this is what I truly believe, then their disgust is their denial of me, of who I truly am. But yet, I am still stuck here, and so I ask, is this where I should truly be? 210. 210. I did something. I needed, craved. I wanted a way out. I seeked and cried. I died. I. I didn't yet. I built. I myself. I again. I as I myself and I leapt into a new world. I yearned of dreams forever told. I saw again my will, my hope. I knew I could be more. I knew I needed myself more. I towered tall above the wise. I squashed the ants to further rise and rise. Yet still it was not quite enough. I still desired myself far too much. I, a being born from me, I desire all that I could be. I hurt myself again. I knew. I knew. I knew that I forever had too few. Of whatever that may be. It was never enough. I always yearned for more. Oh merciful abyss. I beg of thee. Please hear my plea. I broke apart. I listened and gave way. I am birthed anew. Failed, cried, still remain. Here I start by talking about the catastrophe again. But after it I find Dan, I search for the meaning in the moon, I find and build myself anew. I becomes everything, because that's everything I have built around. It's all about me, all about either my non-existence or my suffering during existence. To find meaning, I needed more I needed more self-awareness, more ability to control myself. I needed to understand myself better to reach the moon. I wavered, however. I thought I couldn't do it. I could rise, but now I felt like I was lying to myself. I felt like there was not just me in this world. Yet I tried again, by hurting myself more. I knew that I needed more of something, even if I didn't know what. Through sheer greed, I tried to rise to reach the moon. But as I stopped to rise and started to fall, I wasn't high enough. So I remained. 3-1 twig. A step, a look, a thought, of that ahead that brought to me a sight of what would cometh next. But when it did, when it and its perspective lived, I closed my eyes, because the pain of but this twig had caused my body to collapse. Then I got up again to see what happened then, and find that it was but a stick which didn't have a single trick. I wept a bit, but got myself together to go sit where I could think and see another dream that was now gone, as I relaxed once more to that tune I adore. Finally, something has begun to change. I still feel hopeless, searching for a way out of this world, but at least when it comes to the challenges of life, I now see what those walls truly are. Simple twigs you can step over. Yes, they hurt, of course they do, but life does move on, as I've seen many times already. And so after this yet another trivial challenge, I relax again, as this has happened, and will happen many times more. 4-1 Flower. Why is it that you smile for me today? I've seen you time and time again. Dear flower, why? Why is it that I walk so slow? Why is it that my heart is warm? Why is it that the birds now sing? Why is it that I ask? I guess I do not want to know no more. The shadow walks beside, the doom of it ahead, so distant, so far away for now. Why is it that I wish to cry with tears of joy? I hope to see your yellow yet again. That graying world remain ourself. At long last, we have finally escaped the majority of Dan's grip. Here I feel love, and that slows me down, calms me down, and makes the future obstacles that I'm so worried about feel much less significant. At long last, peace, even for a little while, was found. But it isn't as if I got rid of self-hatred. The grey world before remains, but now as a part of me, not just me. 4-2. Balance. My eyes remain closed. It hurts so much to open them. It truly does. I wipe away my tears and stare and write and cry. I must write. I must archive this sadness, but I can't. I can't and shouldn't and won't, because I cannot answer anything. The shadow screams but not controls, and his sickening voice cannot. It cannot do it. It's balance. That is it. It's balanced. Who is it? The faded figure on the right, opposed to all that shadow breaks. I shouldn't write, and yet I should. I shouldn't work, and yet I should. It's not so simple anymore. I cannot simply hate myself again. The shadow isn't me. It's part, in part, of me. Me, who am me. I'm them, and yet I'm here. I'm broken, and yet I think, and yet I cry, and yet I do, and yet, I do not know what makes it right to fall or crawl or tumble down. I cannot be in balance, and yet these are my answers. I cannot choose, and yet I make a choice. I cannot lose control, and yet I must. I cannot lift even a finger as a whole. I'm split, perhaps again, perhaps anew. My state, who am I in this state? Imbalanced or in balance? Why is it that I ask? Why is it that I think an answer must? Then I must call you then, by name of something. Yet what could it be? What name would be given to you, my second entity? I know so little of your sight, so little of your bright mind. And so what if your name was Ray? Perhaps a ray of hope, but more a ray of light. I sense it. You're not exactly white now, are you? You're something else, and yet you fade by now. I've calmed again. That graying world, what have you say? Nothing. It seems I do not know. I cannot know. And for today, I shan't know. Finally, I am left confused. I've lived so long with my self-hatred that I feel like I can't be separated from it, yet at the same time, I must be separated from it, as I am not just self-hateful. I am more, somehow, yet I still don't understand how. I decide to call that how Ray, because it is the opposite of the force I know far too well. It is a ray of hope, yet also a ray that makes it in here through a seemingly tiny crack in the wall. A ray of change, a ray of something else, a ray of who I am now. Well, that was certainly a journey now, wasn't it? It's interesting how sad it was to read for me, how oppressively negative this was, as back then this was just the usual state I was in. Perhaps you are curious as to why it exists. Because it doesn't for self-expression, not entirely at least, as I wasn't planning much to show it to people. It wasn't for coping either, well, usually 1-2 catastrophe I think was. No, it was because through my endless self-reflection I knew that change was coming, and that I wouldn't stay so negative, so surrounded by self-hatred. While it wouldn't fully go away for a long time probably, the intensity had always been fading for years now. And yet, I was afraid that I would forget myself, I would lose the force that drives me. While I could not change it, I could archive it, and I thought that this set of poems was the best way to do so. Journey to the End of the World is not a particularly good much of anything. Most of these poems are filled with repetitive meaning and uninteresting rhyming, and they do not exactly archive all that much, as there is only one poem in stage 3 and way too many in stage 2. In that sense, you could say that it failed, as I did give up on it at some point. On the other hand, that's not really true now, is it? After all, if the goal was to archive, then whatever happened, happened. The lack of completeness and dedication shows a meaning in and of itself. Same with the quality. There are interesting moments, but reading everything feels so demotivating, so repetitive that it makes you wonder if anything here really is all that important. Sure, you are sad at the start, but you do get used to it, at least a little, and it all just becomes tiresome over time. When you are finally done, it feels like you walked out of a cave you never want to come back to. Well, there are at least some good things about it. I didn't talk about the design because it is mostly boring, so let's go through some more interesting pieces again. 1-2 Catastrophe. There's two main things I like about this poem. The first is the start, where I switch between calm rhyming to an emotional outburst. We have these calm, sensible few lines, but then here comes impassable, impenetrable, immovable, immeasurable. And it sets an entirely different tone. It is imposing, attention grabbing, different, just like the wall. It seems like things are about to break down, but a bit of rhyming remains. But it's not over yet. Before it all collapses anyway. It all feels so inevitable, which just captures the same feeling really well. The next part I like are the metaphors. Everything from the idea of going down into despair to the joyful things like the sun acting as painful obstacles fits the idea of a desperate crawl down. Suicide isn't just about how difficult it is to physically die, it is about your mental death and how you must forsake everything in order to reach this seemingly ethereal state. You must sacrifice everything in your mind before you sacrifice truly everything. So you tear everything apart, hoping it will be enough. 2-4 Freedom. This one is significantly less interesting, but it does have an interesting point to it. When you can't die and must live on, dying itself becomes a sort of divine action, and the mentality becomes based in belief. You look at those who did manage to do it as truly great. If going down is negative, then going up is positive, and those at the moon must be unbelievably amazing. You admire their mental fortitude for this goal, and you wonder what you could do to achieve it. Perhaps you could lose more of your humanity to get there. Perhaps put yourself in more and more misery. 2-5 Forget. This one just has a nice structure. 2-10 I had a really interesting idea that I don't think was truly captured. For suicidal people, the self is naturally extremely important because that is what you're trying to get rid of. Your mental death becomes about putting everything onto yourself because that way it is easier to sacrifice it. After all, if you love someone and live for them, unless you get rid of them somehow, you can only really change your own perspective. Because of this, you keep trying to add more and more onto yourself. Your failures are your fault, and your successes are your work. You liking or hating anything can be cut away at any moment because you are in charge of your emotions. It's all about control, all about I. And the ending is great here too. 3-1 Twig. You likely noticed the strange enumeration for these poems, and that's mainly because they were supposed to be different stages of dealing with the situation, yet I only care about the most despairing one. Twig, as such, was originally in stage 2 when I started writing, as nothing in stage 3 was ever made, but I think it fits here better. What's nice about Twig is its rhyming. Usually in poems I used traditional rhyming, but over time I began using whatever fit more. This likely dropped the quality somewhat, but it did unlock more potential, and in Twig I managed to find that flow of words that makes poems worth reading. 4-1 Flower. Finally, flower is the escape of it all, and while it's relatively generic, I do like the ending of the grey world not disappearing, but becoming a part of me. It is another perspective, not something to be avoided. And so, overall, we come to the conclusion of this set of poems. It's hard for me to give many opinions on their quality because I don't really look at this mess of words as a piece of art, even if that was what I was intended to create. I don't exactly look at it like a piece of history either, it's something a bit nebulous. However, you, the reader, can perform any analysis you want from it that isn't biased by your association to this thing. I don't envy that position though. Note, some may point out the similarity of the situation in the story of Celeste. I see the resemblance, but I never really related to Celeste all that much, partly due to me not caring about stories all that much in games, and partly because I was still in stage 2 while playing it. I think that Celeste portrays a rather simple version of this interaction in your head, and while not wrong by any means, its lack of despair makes it feel a bit childish. It's not, not at all, but since the game needs to be beaten at some point and the story to end, the journey to overcome it takes time measured in hours, not years. That's not the fault of the artist who made the narrative, it's simply the outcome of making more realistically achievable art. End. And so we reach the end of this post. There are more poems I could mention, but we can talk about that a different time. What's more important is that you hear this. The weekly posts will soon end. That's right, weekly post 100 will probably be the final weekly post. That doesn't mean this Patreon will entirely lose its value, as I do want to write something, but these posts have gotten rather tedious to write, as I simply don't have enough things I think are creative enough to write about. The more I write, the more forced the ideas feel, and I don't want this thing to be a slog to get through. That being said, it won't end and that'll be that, as I have been cooking up something massive for the past few months now. That's right, an actual video, and while it won't be approachable, it will be quite interesting. Before that though, I need to reach weekly post 100. That means we only have 1.5 months left. Let me know what else I should talk about while you still have the chance, though I might just write about it after. Weekly post 95. Hate. So if you know me, you know that I tend to be not a hateful guy. My perspective towards other people tends to be, well, they live their own lives and they're doing what they think is best. Like for example, we recently went to look at a house and the broker was quite a sleazy salesman. My mom, who accompanied us and asked most of the questions, really didn't like him, which is understandable, but for me, I don't know, I mean, he's just trying to make money off of a probably pretty bad house by obscuring its flaws. Same with a lot of people online. My haters on Cognito Hazards likely think that I like the video and make more of this content which they wouldn't check because they don't care enough, or they think that this video doesn't deserve this many views, which is a fair point, or they're just disappointed to watch something that appears more interesting than it really is, which is fair. Even the whole Trump movement, while I am more left politically, I can see how people want to bring back order by eliminating differences. After all, if you have a lot of people that agree with you and some that don't, some people might be extreme enough to go and remove the minority so that everyone agrees. It's the same everyone should agree mentality, just changing the definition of who everyone is. Or even if you aren't extreme, a lot of people are just comfortable with their current state in the world and therefore progressiveness looks like it could change their lives. Don't get me wrong, what Trump and his team is doing is insane and obviously bad, at least for 99.9% of people, but it does make sense. But there had to be something that they hated or still hate, right? Well, yes, in the past there were cases that pushed me to the edge. A long time ago there was Vince, who was my friend, and so I told him about a girl I like. He then proceeded to tell everyone that I did, and I got bullied for it. He was probably a bit autistic, and I think he was probably just excited to talk about this with people, so while I did hate him for a while, now if I ever for some reason pass through his house, I nod my head. I don't even know why, I've just done it for like 6 years now. The other guy was a lot more notable though, and we'll call him Ignas. See, in university on my 3rd year I believe, we had a team project of making a website. We had 4 people, me, Timbo, Elsa, and Ignas. Now me and Timbo did essentially 90% of the work, as we are people that tend to dislike heavy procrastination and we both work together well. Elsa striked me more as shy and unskilled, as she would often try to do her tasks but would fail in completing them. Obviously not great, but well, at least she was trying. Ignas was similar, though he would obviously avoid his tasks more, often not doing them. So this is all well and good, really, a pretty standard university group project. And were this it, I honestly don't think I would mind much. I mean, I had similarly bad teammates before. I get if you don't care, and that's fine, but there was one incident that really made me hate Ignas. See, on the final day before the showing of the website, me, Timbo, and Elsa were all sitting in a call trying to finish the website. Sure, Elsa wasn't helping all that much, but she was there in spirit. So, where was Ignas? No one knew, as he hadn't replied. The whole call was like 4 to 5 hours long, I think, but he actually did show up. 2 hours later. So I ask, "Hey Ignas, did you do your side of things?" "No." "So when will you do them?" "Sorry, I have another project, so I probably won't." To some extent, I have to commend the honesty to tell that to the 3 people carrying your back. It's pretty messed up, but I can see how you would prioritize a solo project over a team project, where you can afford a lower grade through pity. If I was put into that situation, I might do the same. But here's the thing. This is still fine. What's not fine is what happened next. After all, why did he join the call if he wasn't going to help? Oh, let me tell you. He joined to ask for help on his project because we had already done ours and he wanted help. Psychopathic. Genuinely one of the most disrespectful things I've seen someone do, because an insult, physical or vocal, is at least a voicing of anger, a dislike of the other person. But Ignas looked at us as tools, not even as people. My reaction was simple. I muted him. I obviously wasn't as outspoken as I am today, and I still am not outspoken, and so I just ignored him. Elsa seemed to ignore him, but Timbo actually helped. Timbo is probably one of the nicest people I know, very ready to help anyone. He's the type to help grandmas cross the street, and so for some reason, he actually helped him. Obviously, I'm not going to blame Timbo for not helping with the project. He helped more than enough and didn't stray away much to help the pathetic Warman or call, but it's still quite insane he did. He did later tell me that he hated him too, which, fair enough. But again, I am not a hateful guy, and so when we showed our project, we got 26 points out of 40. As the team lead, I was tasked with distributing the points, and I went with me, 8 out of 10, Timbo, 7 out of 10, Elsa, 6 out of 10, Ignas, 5 out of 10. That's right, I still gave Ignas a passing grade. Why? Well, while I would like to say it's through a sense of forgiveness, I mainly just wanted to avoid talking to Ignas about it. But there was still some hesitation to fail him because I felt like I simply cannot inflict such cruelty. Yes, he did deserve it, but I couldn't pull the trigger. I didn't want to put anyone through failing a team project alone and having to fix it alone. So while he really should never program in that state, I still let him continue. Besides this though, what I hate tends to be so only while I interact with the thing. For example, I used to perhaps hate something like Vampire Survivors or Genshin Impact, but once I move away from them, I realize that while they are games that should be criticized, I don't need to bother and there is some value to them. More long-standing dislikes come from software-related concepts, most notably Adobe. To be fair, my dislike of Adobe is largely amplified by other people's distaste for it, but when interacting with Photoshop, Premiere Pro, or After Effects, I highly dislike the mind-boggling complexity to do so many seemingly basic things, which wasn't helped by the fact that Adobe really wants you to use all of its products. For example, to make a video, you will likely use 4 Adobe products: video editing with Premiere Pro, effects editing with After Effects, image editing with Photoshop, and exporting with whatever the exporting video encoding program was called. That's insane, especially when compared to something like DaVinci Resolve, which could do everything on its own. In the example project, Photoshop was simple enough so that DaVinci Resolve could fairly easily be used for making the image in Fusion. And you often have to use this many products, meaning it slows down your computer more and requires more switching between programs. And if you want more tools, then you'll need another program for audio or vector images or whatever else. All for a worse version of DaVinci Resolve. But still, once I stopped using Adobe stuff, I was glad I don't have to bother and I don't think about it much. But the question remains, what is it that I hate the most now? What could be so bad, so unreasonably irritating and persistent that I, Rockman, would proclaim that I do hate it? Because even Adobe sits far outside my vision, meaning if I can avoid it, I need not hate. But there is one thing I really cannot avoid. Microsoft. It's not trivial to describe the hate that people have for Microsoft, because there is not exactly an obvious flaw. You can say they steal data, but so does everyone else. You can say they push bad products, but those products are usually not that bad, and well, so does everyone else. No. The hate for Microsoft comes from something deeper, something irrational. Inconveniences. Adobe is the queen of inconveniences, but at least you can realistically escape Adobe or at least tolerate it for a while and take a break. Microsoft controls much more, likely including the device you are currently reading this on. Windows has been going downhill for a long time now. There's many reasons for this, my favorite being what happened to Vinci. See, when Vinci came here, we got her a computer with Windows 11. I didn't even debloat it, we left it as is, pirated of course. And as usual, over time she started getting update recommendations and so she updated Windows. The next time she opened her computer, after around 10 seconds, everything would freeze. She could not open any programs. Yep, only Windows menu. No Chrome, no debloater, I didn't even know if she could open command prompt. After this, opening Windows had a 60 to 70% chance that it would just load improperly and freeze. Thankfully, we had set her up with dual boot Linux Mint, which, guess what, worked perfectly. So Vinci rolled back the update and then had to avoid updates, which do eventually become forced. Thankfully, after waiting long enough, the Microsoft devs probably noticed the issue and she could update again and still use the computer. For now, that is. Isn't that just super epic and awesome? But that's rare, and perhaps the most fitting reason why Windows sucks is that the newest Windows, 11, is built on top of a lot of other Microsoft stuff. Why is this bad? Well, because you may not actually want most of this stuff. Take for example the App Store. Why do we have an App Store on PC? Well, I'll tell you, it's really damn convenient. You open it up, search for any program, and voila, you can click and download it. On Linux, that is, the Microsoft Store is built on the Android version of the App Store, meaning it either contains a bunch of mobile tier apps or more Microsoft products. Hooray! I'll give them one thing, it does sometimes contain useful things like the Python programming language, but guess what? It didn't work for my use case, so I downloaded the installer online anyway. But it's fine, I can just not use it, right? Well, yeah, mostly, but for some reason, every time I open a program, really, most of them, I get this little dumbass window saying that the MS Gaming overlay could not open. What is this? It's the Xbox Game Bar. Yes, for some reason I have the Xbox Game Bar, which I use for nothing at all. But it has the middleman ability of seeing any game I open and checking if it can be opened via the Xbox Game Bar. Now, to be fair, I'd guess this bug happened because after getting my obviously pirated version of Windows, I used the program to delete some useless apps and I probably improperly deleted something. So this is more about the existence of Xbox Game Bar at all and its useless power of everything. Also, I don't think I mentioned this in this post, but the troubleshooter for Windows Network, like if you have Wi-Fi, you want to troubleshoot it, it's in the fucking App Store. so if you have no network and you haven't downloaded the troubleshooter, you can't download it because the Wi-Fi don't work. And guess what? Once you fix it, then you don't need to download the troubleshooter, so you never download it. How is the troubleshooter for the Wi-Fi not inbuilt like in Windows 10? Who made this decision? Oh, okay. But here's a funny, there is actually a use case for the Xbox Game Bar, because it is now incorporated to be the Minecraft launcher. Minecraft has been completely massacred by Microsoft in many ways, too many to list. Updates have slowed down and started focusing much more on marketability than content. The in-game voice chat fiasco, voice chat? No, not in-game voice chat, I think messaging. The microtransactions of Bedrock, and most annoyingly of all, the Microsoft account integration. Now, every time you want to play Minecraft, you have to log in via your Microsoft account, meaning you can't escape Microsoft there. And I know this very well because a while ago I lost my Minecraft account due to this bullshit. Admittedly, I do believe that I bought the account from some Chinese website because Microsoft absolutely does not deserve the money for Minecraft, with this being the only game I still pirate. Anyway, I remember I somehow lost this account and, well, sure, I bought it from someone else. It's against their policy, but they could have at least said they found it suspicious and deleted it. Same thing happened for Vinci. When we tried to play Minecraft a few days ago, she could not log into her also Chinese Minecraft account because it didn't exist. We knew we were right because we could see that the associated email had account confirmation links, but nope, the account just vanished. No message, nothing. So fine, we gave up and just bought the $30 Minecraft. And we couldn't play it. We spent like 2 hours trying to figure it out, and you know what happened? Somehow, when we bought Minecraft with email A, receiving the receipt to email A, it actually went to email B, another one of Vinci's emails. How? You may say we wrote it wrong, but then why is the receipt in email A? And then to play Minecraft, you have to go to the dumbass Xbox Game Bar, where you also need to log in to the now correct account, as it will otherwise keep saying how you don't own the game. But fine, we get through this bullshit. I just want to escape it at all costs. I'd rather be at work. But work has Microsoft bullshit too. You see, at work we used to use Skype as our communications tool. Skype sucks, with its most notable issue being that sometimes messages take however long they want to be sent. No joke, the coworker I sit next to can send a message and we have to wait so long that after a few minutes, he just tells the email he wants to send it himself. I've even seen messages get delivered next day. Insane. There's many other issues, such as not being able to send a lot of files, but hey, guess what? Skype was discontinued just a few months ago. That means we had to switch to something new, and there were two choices: Slack or Teams. Now, Slack is a pretty sensible program, though I have no clue why it doesn't have replies. In Telegram, they are so important they are activated on swiping any message. However, Teams is not sensible. There are many issues with Teams, but the issues arise from the standard Microsoft practice of interlinking itself. All uploaded files go to your OneDrive. You can import contacts from Skype, combined with the usual irritations of their shit products. If you haven't set up OneDrive, you can't view your own files, and this Skype import just doesn't work most of the time. And all of this is for what is essentially a super watered down version of a decent communications platform like Slack or Discord, with essentially nothing but the basic features. Thankfully, we did eventually go to Slack, but there are other things to hate on. Many more so. For example, Windows search, the taskbar search, is really bad because I want to find programs, not goddamned websites. But that's still a blessing in comparison to the horrifically slow File Explorer search. You know that the search feature is bad when you'd rather just look for something yourself. But you might say that this search isn't that bad because you don't know what good search is. The Everything program by Void Tools is an indexed search program, meaning it takes some time, like a few minutes, to put all the file names into a big list, and using that list, search through all files immediately. It's honestly faster to open everything and look through all files on the computer, then use File Explorer search. And note, when I mean all files, I really do mean all files. System32 files, program files 86, every single file on your computer on I think every hard drive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's every hard drive. It's faster than to search in a folder with like 10 files. That's my analogy on how bad Microsoft is. Of course, if you like Microsoft, for some reason, you may think that all of these personal anecdotes are not strong evidence, and no, they are not. After all, many people complain about many things, and while I look at Google and think, at least they make things work, some other people look at Microsoft and think so. Hell, my coworker likes using quite a few Microsoft features such as Edge, OneNote, and Remote Desktop. In that sense, I don't really have the will to prove to you anything, and really I shouldn't hate on anything. So why? Why still hate anything? Especially if there's no real reason to. Well, because it's fun. Because it makes you feel something. Because it gives some meaning. Just point your hate at something that deserves it and won't be bothered by it. Weekly post 96. 80,000 hours. Does work have inherent value? That's the question of today. It's not a particularly interesting question, and its answer seems sort of simple, at least at first. It depends. Work provides both a reason and a way to improve, yet also creates stress and pain. One could argue that it's similar to exercise, whereby inducing stress you inflict pain or discomfort onto yourself to then be rewarded with growth. I think it's a good analogy at the core effects, but it misses that work is usually necessary, making the situations different. After all, if you had to exercise every day for several hours doing bad exercises, it wouldn't be surprising if you were dealt more damage than what your growth would be valued at. As such, work being valuable simply depends on how it is performed, similarly to exercise, just usually more important. Anyway, this introduction is not the point. What interests me more is how people look at this question. Let's start with someone like my parents, who represent the way of thinking that work is inherently valuable, or more interestingly, not working makes you inherently less valuable. This mentality of working for the sake of working is a more individualistic mentality because, well, you find the path forward through your own will. I agree with this. You'd know from post 94 of how much pressure I put on myself for this, so I get the idea. If you want something, do it yourself. And this is a mentality I follow, but differently from a lot of other people. I only apply it to myself. If I work, I am valuable. If not, then I'm not. But for other people, it doesn't really matter whether they work or not. This is just my usual self-hatred and hyper self-perception, but I do also find the notion of you're not working so you're bad to be odd. I try to find the value or at least the reasoning of why everyone does anything, and in that sense, not working is very reasonable. Why subject yourself to pain if you see no immediate gain after all? And because I don't really allow myself to criticize or judge others, I just don't, and so I don't have the mentality that lazy people are bad. If anything, lazy people are the most logically straightforward people there are. I don't want to work, therefore I won't. Of course, it's not as if actively avoiding work is good for you, but that doesn't mean that working is a requirement in life. But to be fair, I do need to bring up a key point here. The way I've described work so far is really unfair. In essence, work is doing something unpleasant to achieve some result, and so far, I've made at least one faulty assumption, that work is undesirable. This ingrained thinking likely comes from capitalism and consumerism, where companies trying to sell products found it easiest to target your desire of comfort, thereby saying things like, you deserve a little break, to sell things. Over time, as people obviously did that, the idea of there a work time and a lifetime became more prominent, and work became a word not of mundanity, but of recoil. This is why, if you like your work, you may have found the above paragraph to be let's say, childish or unwise. It still probably is, but you are correct in saying that work and life can be the same, and if you can manage to do that, well, good job, you achieved something that I find to be nigh impossible. Indeed, if you enjoy work, then work is valuable. There really is nothing else to question there. Sadly for us, from what I can tell, most people don't enjoy their work. For example, as a web programmer, though I make tools for workers more than websites, I find my work to be rather inconsequential to my life, where I pursue creative creation, slop consumption, or art infatuation. None of these are conducive to long and arduous tasks with a reward at the end. And I think there are many people who feel the same. They have things they enjoy outside of work, such as socializing or media consumption, and they seek that as that is pleasurable. The wiser ones understand the need for balance and therefore seek work not only for money, but also as a show of diligence, exercise, and a break that makes the relaxation more enjoyable. But after that, how well you will interact with your work depends on the conditions of the work and your perspective on them, which tend to be difficult to change. As such, we will now continue to talk about work that affects people who are, at best, impartial to it. To these people, work ranges from, well, largely unimportant to their personality to wholly definitive in its negativity. In this case, the work part of work, that of exerting effort to achieve something, fails, because the achievement is often pointless or actively harmful, at least from the perspective of this worker. So they toil away and away and away, with their only joy being the reprieve of work. So how could we help people like this? There's actually a really simple solution: UBI, short for Universal Basic Income. It's the idea that everyone gets some amount of money no matter what. This is an idea that seems to go against all guidelines of this "you must work" mentality, as you can, if you so wish, live entirely without working. You may think that such people would collapse into a hedonistic lifestyle, but, well, actually no. From what I can tell, studies show that UBI helps people in almost every way, including with their jobs. See this as my main source. It's pilot project Grundeinkommen from Germany. The reasoning is simple. People generally want to do something. There will, of course, be people who sit and watch stuff all day, but we should deal with these people not through forcing them to endure pain, but by suggesting them ways to improve. You don't call an overweight person fat and tell them to get better, you hear out their issues and ask how you could help them. Still, these people seem to be the minority, as, after all, most people still want more money. To the working people, UBI allows them more opportunities to work on less well-paying jobs, and they find more meaningful jobs through longer and perhaps more expensive searches. I mean, I don't think it's a surprise that given money, people gain more opportunities. On top of that, there's also an obvious improvement to stress and healthiness. For utilitarians, this is an obvious way to go. But, well, there is one big issue. You know what it is already. Getting this amount of funding is not difficult, it is seemingly hopelessly difficult. Let's say we want to give everyone in the US $1,000 every month, which means that for a population of 340 million, that's 340 billion every month. From what I can tell, around 80% of people make less than 100,000 a year, so let's target only them, cutting the amount to 272 billion. Now, where will we get this kind of money? Yeah, it's another tax the rich post. If we are to assume articles like this, which say that billionaires have doubled their wealth by $100 trillion in 10 years, well then, that's three years of UBI. We'd have to go down and take quite a bit more from both millionaires and billionaires to achieve a constant UBI. But of course it's not that hard, because guess what? Unlike billionaires, who already own most of what they want, working class people need to spend money to survive. They can't just sit and hoard it. And where do they spend it? That's right, back into the economy. Of course, I'm not an economist, I'm just guessing, but UBI is not impossible. But that means we'll be taking from the rich. Many people have pointed out many reasons this is irrelevant, but perhaps the main reason those arguments don't work is because we think we live in a meritocracy, where work creates value and money is value. It's a reasonable thought process, but let me tell you a bit of an insane statistic. If we take a billionaire and assume he invests his 1 billion into something, we can assume that he will get at least a 5% return on it per year. Rich people have access to much better deals than us, but 5% is a good estimate. So $50 million a year. This is more income than what 99% of people in the world have, and it's achieved doing effectively nothing. These people don't have to work. In fact, if we assume you can be happy with 100k a year to live, you only need to have 2 million to happily live. Most rich people don't have to work, they do so because they have the time to continue getting more wealth to live even better, which is a reasonable thing to do at an individual level. But besides making some admittedly difficult decisions, these people have no more value than the workers below them. But they got there themselves. Even if they did, can you really claim that they have more value in making these big decisions than some poor mother of 3 working 2 jobs? People like to put entrepreneurs, I hate that word, on some sort of a pedestal, but we need all jobs. We need teachers, plumbers, firefighters, cashiers, so on. But all of these people are somehow less valuable than people who start their own business. I don't think there should be no wealth discrepancies, but do we really want a system where the bosses make 100 times more money than their employees? And if we include the money left after basic necessities, 1,000 times more money. Look, I don't mind capitalism. I think it's actually a relatively decent system. After all, this period of time is the best period of time for the average person. But we are heading in a direction of more wealth inequality, and I think you can see from the worsening state of economies, that's not good for anyone but the super rich. So, if you want better, really everything, give more agency to the average Joe. And you can do that by just moving the money from a less deserving place. That will give the average Joe the choice to work how he wants. And if you'll be a degenerate, then you can be sure there will at least be less rich degenerates. Weekly Post 97. Bouncing away. So, curiously, one thing I have not talked about on this Patreon is actually my most played game. But I thought it was Rainworld. Oh, certainly not, that's only around 900 hours. Is it then Minecraft? Also a good guess, that's around 2,000 hours. Then what in the goddamn is it? Well, it's Bouncy Ball. Explaining Bouncy Ball is sort of akin to explaining Tactical Nexus or Minecraft or Rainworld. So much has happened that it feels very daunting as so much has happened. Therefore, I'll try my best not to go too in depth and to not make this post terrifyingly long. Bouncy Ball is a game made by Rayon Games back in 2012 and is therefore rather old. The game is an extremely simple platformer where you are a ball that is constantly bouncing and you can either move left or right, with your goal being to collect all the stars in the level to win. In the single-player campaign, which is built with the mindset of quantity over quality, you go through many different worlds, where each has 21 levels and introduces a new thing you can put in the level. Generally, these are movement blocks. These modify how you behave when touching them. One shoots you in a straight line, another gives you higher jumps. Interactable blocks, these change when you touch them, usually jump on them. These can be breakable blocks, falling blocks that start falling when touched, triggers that turn on other blocks and on and off, and magnets that pull things to you. Dangerous blocks. These will harm you in some way and include simple kill blocks, lasers, moving enemies, so on. Abilities. When picked up, these will allow you to double-click in a direction to use them. These can make you double jump, dash, return to where you picked them up, go through walls, so on. There's quite a few more, I counted 81 in the current version, but we'll get to them if it's important. The point is that means there are a lot of worlds, and sure there are, 41. 41 times 21 means there are 861 levels, and they each have a difficulty of easy and hard, so 1722 levels. It's quite a lot, and back when I had far less things to do, I was actually trying to clear all of them, but well, it's hard to do when they are so uninteresting and repetitive. Where Bouncy Ball actually began to get interesting is when the online levels got added. Now, everyone could make levels, and since it was very easy to make levels, a lot of horrible levels appeared. Keep in mind that this is, unsurprisingly, a game intended for children. Therefore, most levels were of the quality of a child dragging his face along the screen and then randomly placing the player tile and however many stars his face decided. But of course, there were good levels, and some of those came from me. Yeah, back still in middle school, I would make levels. Let's take a look at a few. Oh. Oh no. I think they might have deleted all of my old levels. That's quite sad. There were like over 300 levels there. Levels I like quite a bit. Well, such is life. It fits today's game, I guess. Bouncy Ball is not a mainstream game, you could say. It may have a group of players that play the game, but these players are very disconnected from each other, as there is no good way to communicate. The game The game does not show you any way you can contact anyone else, be it usernames or real life contacts. It also doesn't have a centralized community, meaning that community made groups are the only real way to meet people, unless you manage to guess a username on Reddit via their Bouncy Ball username. These community groups rarely get traction since few people care about searching or interacting in such small communities, so you end up with something like the Bouncy Ball Reddit, which had a post every once in a few months to a year. Some do manage to escape. Bouncy Ball is a Korean-centered game, and a bunch of Koreans did group together on an app called Kakao Talk, which is a Korean-only app. I tried getting into it, but there were many issues and I could not get into their big group chat. That being said, just a week ago, while I was randomly opening Bouncy Ball to doomscroll it instead of YouTube, I did notice this. And it worked! Somebody put in the effort to set up a Discord, so now we have some sort of a hub. It's still small, but I'm glad somebody is trying to stay together. That being said, it's a bit too late for me. Version 5 of Bouncy Ball overhauled a lot of things and deleted the old levels. What made Bouncy Ball so interesting for me was just how buggy the whole game was and how you could make so many interesting platforming levels, but now they patched most of them. For example, and I might explain this deeper somewhere else, but due to how the game loaded a level and reloaded a level, there could actually be a difference between these two. What this meant is that if you enter a level and then die, your attempt after dying can be different. And one configuration in particular could let you decide whether you want to change your state in the future. This was a triggered death state machine, or a DSM, which allowed you to store a maximum of 2 bits of information. It was found by Game Logic, and I spent months slowly refining his design of a checkpoint system, a machine which allows you to create checkpoints. If you place it into the level and place two checkpoint contraptions, then whenever you are playing the level and hit the checkpoint, the machine will remember that data and upon respawning, send you to that checkpoint. This became like an obsession. This became like an obsession to me, and I kept trying to simplify it and make it smaller. And over time, it did get smaller and smaller, eventually going from 55 blocks to just 19. In a sense, this is what taught me the beauty of simplicity and how effective it can be, as the smallest and simplest design was the most effective. But because I could store 2 bits of information, I didn't have to stop here, as at the time I was using 0, 0 to mean no checkpoint, 0, 1 for checkpoint 1, and 1, 0 for checkpoint 2. With some clever design, I managed to pull off using 1, 1 to get checkpoint 3, and this made the design much bigger, so I only managed to bring it down to a 32 tile design. But now it all doesn't work. After version 5, the level loading was changed to make dev state machines, as far as I can tell, impossible. It's rather sad, but well, you get used to it. So many more things I could have done, but it's all too late. You may suggest messaging the developers, but I've done so multiple times, yet they never replied. They seem to treat the game as a little infection they can't get rid of, and so for a long time they would treat it with updates of a new mechanic once a year. Eventually they decided to rework the code, and now things actually probably run worse, as levels more easily get laggy and the online level list just doesn't load sometimes. But people still play. People still make hundreds of levels every day. There is a charm to this game. It has a simplicity in its design that makes it so approachable. Rainworld and Celeste, for example, are better games, but they feel hard to get into because you need to learn stuff to improve. But Bouncy Ball is pretty much just a bouncing ball. Through some renewed excitement when I joined the Discord community, I made a new level. I used to make pretty difficult and creative levels that used obscure tech, but this one is just a large amount of very slow moving objects making their way somewhere, and you have to sit and dodge for around 5 minutes until you can go grab the star. It's called Slow Down. And a few weeks later, a space-themed competition was launched by the Discord. Out of the 5 levels, mine won. It's called Voyager. Weekly Post 98. Faith. I've never really interacted much with religion. My parents have been non-religious for a long time, and the closest I got was my grandma, who was religious, wanting to baptize me, a Catholic tradition, I believe. It didn't go through, and that was that. Besides that, we have some Christian traditions during Christmas, and we have a tradition to visit the dead, where I often pass by churches. That's pretty much it. My thoughts on religion are relatively simple. Religion is like the light of a beacon showing that that's where you're meant to go. Those with turbulent, dark, and stormy lives may find salvation in this path, but those without them see it as not particularly important. But it's not the meaning of life from that religion that is so important. It's the community, which I think is more crucial. Let's imagine a circle. In this circle, there will be every religion, which I will define as a pursuit of interest followed with great devotion. In my eyes, while religions do all share this aspect, the next thing they share is community, partly because it is very useful to the pursuit and partly because we wouldn't really know about the religion otherwise. Just like any other idea, religion usually wants to be spread, and due to it requiring great devotion and rewarding with great meaning, members will often find it valuable to get new members and keep existing ones. It is simply logical to do so. But let's come back to the circle. Without any rules, we will have everything in this circle, but adding community will likely cut off some more niche religions. Now we can add the idea of not killing people, which will cut off some more ideas. Then we can add more and more rules and lessen just how many religions remain. Go far enough and you will have a very specific rule set that can create a desired experience. Sounds an awful lot like a game, doesn't it? A set of rules made to create an experience. That's not really the point though. The point is that after creating these rules, you have arrived at an experience that you want people to have and that you believe will give them something in return. In doing so, you naturally had to exclude certain things, such as killing people, and what that does is that it restricts you. For example, one religion may restrict drugs, another one embrace them as part of expanding your perspective. Both of these religions will create their own very different experiences and both have something to teach. This is why I don't subject myself to a religion and why I believe that believing in a religion is a bit narrow. It's you giving up other ideas because this one makes sense to some extent. It's like having too many choices and instead of you trying to find a pattern from them, you succumb to the simplicity of one. But then again, living your life in such an abstract way as to not restrict yourself is rather hard. You'll be constantly asking why do this or why do that, because at the end of the day, you do need some sort of a root value, something that you believe in. It can be bringing love to other people, improving the world, killing yourself, or religion, but the point is that without it, you are a shell, an animal responding to stimuli. In my case, I'm not sure what this root value is, but I would guess it is simply survival. If asked directly, I'd say that I don't know and that I don't need to know, but there's still something there and that is likely simply survival. There is just no need for anything else. I'd guess that most people would disagree with this lack of meaning. Many would ask, well, why not die? And I'd say, if you want to, go ahead. Survival is the closest to all of my root values, but it is not the correct answer, as death is fine with me. Any belief in anything is fine by me. That is why religion to me sounds like the easy escape. It's you avoiding the meaninglessness of it all because of something like fear or lack of usefulness. But an easy escape is not bad. You can't sit and work meaninglessly forever. Sometimes you'll want to come back home and watch TV with your wife. That being said, religion will naturally always have negative things to it, even if more are positive. Some religions are quite misogynistic, others demand obedience and chain you to themselves via their community, others still incur punishment to non-believers. If you are trying to create a powerful experience, you will need a lot of people to behave a specific way and to be very devoted to it. Should they stray too far, there will be pretty dire consequences simply due to the intensity of the experience. The best case scenario I can imagine is you not believing and everyone else still saying they fully respect your decision. There will still be sadness and the member might have stayed had the intensity not been so high. A couple weeks ago, while walking, I was stopped by some Mormon missionaries. Unlike my usual agreeable self, I ended up being a lot more direct to them, and they were more tolerating than expected, so I thought I'd give them my number. We then chatted for a while with me asking relatively tricky questions, and they answered them just fine. Of course, they wanted me to come to their church, and I thought, well, why not? At best, it's a new perspective on life, and at worst, it's a Patreon post. Wink, wink. Their church was utilitarian, as they put it, and I'd have to agree. It was a lot less about the divinity of God and more about the members focusing in on what they believe. Naturally, they describe their experience as one that is about your choice. After you read the Book of Mormon, to simplify a lot, their Bible too, and you are told to ask God yourself whether you believe in all of this. If you don't, that's alright, maybe some other time you will, because, well, they think they're right. To this extent, the religious side of things sounds very nice, doesn't it? Well, of course it would. The missionaries are in control of the conversation because they have a clear goal and they have the information you don't. Even if they did truly believe this, your perspective can always be different. And I think what illuminated this for me was when I asked what they think about the restrictions placed on them by the religion. They seemed uncomfortable with sex, which is fine, so they talked more about drugs, and this is where you could see them, let's say, going off script. Their argument was, if God doesn't need drugs, we don't need it too. But I said, well, drugs can be used for something good without being addictive. To which they said, it's a slippery slope, and that was that. This, to me, is something factually incorrect. Drugs can be beneficial, both scientifically proven, medically, and subjectively revered spiritually. The slippery slope argument is not great because we participate in many slippery slopes. I'm certain that they suppress some bad side of Mormonism for the sake of getting me more into it, which is certainly for the best for them and may even be so for me. Overall, it comes off as something we don't really need to deal with it, so we don't think about why that may be important. So if you are reading this Barnes or Lowe, my recommendation is to review your answers for this, as you did well otherwise with all of my other questions. In the end, this was the only crack in the armor I could find, which I find to be good enough. My goal is not to be religious, it's to see a different perspective. Western society is already very driven by Christianity, meaning that these types of beliefs are not anything very new. Now, if I were to become Buddhist, that would be a much longer journey to truly grasp the meaning of what it all means. And of course, another flaw in their argument is believing their religion is correct. That obviously makes sense, but it is almost laughable to say that you are more correct than 99% of humanity on something that almost everyone thinks about. It's a simple logical argument that makes the concept of religion feel like that easy escape. On the other hand, I believe that my perspective of non-belief allows me to see far past one experience. As far as I'm concerned, the universe may have no rules at all and things happen for literally no reason. Humans are pattern-seeking machines, and as such, we always look at things through patterns. But it need not be so. The universe might have just started one day and it will continue to exist for eternity. But in the end, I'm the guy miserably laying in bed wondering what to do, and they're the ones having fun talking to their community, so who's the real winner here? Weekly Post 99. Change. At long last, we have arrived at the edge of this reality. And so many words were written all for... what? Self-expression. That's been the point. It was all about I. So let's see what happened to that I over this period of time, shall we? Weekly Post 1 was uploaded all the way back at Weekly Post 1 was uploaded all the way back at 2023 September 28th. That's right, 2023. Back then I still didn't have Vinci and I was quite a bit sadder in general. I didn't know how to think about my sadness from a different perspective, so I had no way of defining it in some ways, such as with Dan. Yet, because of this, I was also more introspective and more interested about thinking about myself, which led to the development I have now. I was also significantly more anxious about most things. I was more scared of the future and thought of it as a thing that will come rather than something to be changeable. I was more scared of going out of my comfort zone, be it going to different places outside or doing things people dislike. In comparison, now, fearing striking up a conversation seems childish, but I still do feel that unease. It's just much more tame now, more manageable. Of course, what got me through these stressors was the progression of a standard life in a capitalist society, moving out and getting a girlfriend. Both of these played a pretty huge role in my development, improving my independence, which allowed me to tackle many more challenges than I could before, and empathy, which I believe they didn't really have. These helped in growing my understanding, which then grew into a desire to learn more about the world as I started getting more actual political content. I had watched some alt-right type content before, but it was on a very surface level, videos that never made me question much of anything. Now, while I am still influenced by the videos, I am much better at disagreeing with any given video, which leads me to have a more accurate worldview and understanding of others. For physical attributes, they haven't changed all that much, though I am now exercising to a level that is generally satisfiable to people around me. Whereas before I would despise any form of exercise, some are now tolerable. This had had some short-term effects on mood, but nothing substantial yet. I also got a job in this time and finished university, which made me improve at programming significantly. While I am inexperienced when it comes to much of programming, as code reviews from an experienced person can show many potential improvements, I am relatively confident in tackling any given issue, as long as it has a clear plan and requires little communication. In settings where I need to analyze and develop a plan that will be executed by me, I believe I am good at. Of course, being more interested in programming in general also helped due to me observing the opinions of other programmers more carefully, as well as consuming content relating to programming. In terms of the more entertainment side of things, I haven't branched out much to different art forms. However, I did deepen my understanding of video games through playing more games. That being said, I wouldn't say I've done so enough, as I have largely entrenched myself in arts I already know, that made it difficult to find new YouTubers, video games, or music. The same effect is similar for creation. After How to Never Fail Again, my standards for it have increased a lot, to an undesirable level. I have tried to combat this, and these Patreon posts served as good exercises to that end, but with everything else going on, I simply didn't have the will to delve into a deep, difficult, and long project. I did manage to circumvent my brain's fear of large projects through very gradual work, but to an extent I should utilize more. Something else I should utilize more would be involvement in communities. Due to a lack of as much fear, I have been more confident to interact with new people, and while not many, it has opened a couple of new interesting things, notably Vinci. I did open up to communities a little, being more involved in online communities and even going to a Mormon church, but nothing life-changing. Lastly, there is also my relationship with my girlfriend, which has simply made me more cooperative, empathetic, and generally understanding. And at the end, while Vinci is on holiday, I feel like all I have is I. I feel like the only one left. Only I. But there is a sense of moving away from I, even if a little. That may not be today, this month, or even this year. But things will change. The army will make me more resilient. The new house will make me more independent. And I will grow, along with my wife. Perhaps then, I won't matter so much. Weekly Post 100. I, as I am, I. You want to know more? This isn't enough? You need more information before you leave to another place? A place inside me or far from its reach? Why do you search? What else do you want to know? Isn't there enough else to do and to complete? Does it not seem so pointless to even start or to, perhaps, end? But more concerning is who you are. Am I speaking to your foggy past or uncertain future? Your patience or naivete? What could I hope to say to someone so different yet in the same exact place? Will you walk with me? No? You refuse? You have the ability? Then thank you. Even if you sped up my time or ignored it entirely, you are still here. That is a truly marvelous idea that you are here listening to me right now. How did you get here? What did you think? Well, I won't know now. I may not ever know, should you choose to not tell me. Such is the beauty of choice, the freedom to shape the world away from what it is. Yes, to shape, to change, to keep walking. You understand, right? Oh, it seems we've gotten very far. I'm sorry I pushed you this much forward, especially without rest. I promise I'll make it up to you somehow. Just hang in there. The snow will soon begin to fall. This is the end. You can stop now. Thank you for making it this far. You can't stop? Well, you're more perseverant than I thought. So you want something more, a better ending. Together we can do it. You and I.